while everyone else was busy sipping boba tea, sleeping, or hanging out. This guy spent 5 long years grinding through a hell difficulty survival game. Because when your character dies, you have to start from scratch, all over again. After biting the dust for the 1000th time, he finally reached the final dungeon. But before he could beat the game, got ice-guyed. He became Manji, the character he had chosen, and he wasn't alone either. Others had transmigrated with him, but the moment anyone's identity as a transmigrator gets exposed, they are sent 6 feet under, immediately. To survive, he has no choice but to dive into the dungeon to earn money and grind his power. And he gets absolutely wrecked right off the bat. Traps are everywhere. Even sleeping isn't safe. He gets ambushed in his sleep. He's already running into a world-tier boss. It's a masochist's game, alright, but since he's the one guy who practically beat the whole thing, he always finds a way to survive. Anyway, enough exposition, let's get started. We're on to Season 2 and the admin has delivered. Enjoy the show. Ever since I was a kid, I've loved games. I was always in and out of the hospital, so gaming was all I could really do. Games became a huge part of my life. The scene opens with him lying in bed, completely absorbed in his game. Staring at the game over screen, Hanzayo curses without cooldown at the noobs on his team. Damn it, how can anyone be this stupid? Why didn't you heal first? But obviously, if you do anything for too long, you start to burn out. So Hanzayo tosses his phone aside in frustration after yet another bland ending. One day, gaming just isn't as fun as it used to be. It's not about what kind of game it is. The problem is that every game released these days is the same garbage. Online, other people share the same sentiment. It's no different from the game that came out last year, just a new UI and a different skin. Same damn storyline. They only have a few basic characters too, it's just copy-paste at this point. He reads the comments and ponders. The storylines and game design are all too familiar and shallow. Zero depth. Is there nothing original anymore? That's when I found the game. A strange game appeared on the screen, with an introduction that actually caught his eye. Dungeon Stone. What's this game about? With its old-school interface, he's pretty sure Dungeon Stone is some kind of indie RPG. 2D pixel art hard to come by these days. Hanzayo glances over the unfamiliar game and sizes it up. What the hell is this? It's only in English. Doesn't really look like my thing, but it's free. Might as well give it a shot. The game starts with the familiar character selection screen. Too many races and classes to choose from. I probably won't play much anyway, just pick one at random. The old-school interface brings back a wave of nostalgia. It's been a while since I've played a side-scroller like this. Maybe this is exactly what I need. At first, he's bored out of his mind, just sitting there half awake. Oh, the art's actually nice. But before he knows it, he's so absorbed that when he checks the clock, it's already way too late. Hanzayo yelps. How is it this late already? I've gotten completely hooked on Dungeon Stone. He glances back at the game and sizes it up once more. This game is actually amazing. Dungeon Stone has a ton of charm. Some mechanics are genius, others are complete garbage. First, you need an NPC teammate. When a character dies, everything goes sideways. You have to start all over from the beginning. He concludes that it's incredibly fun at first, but the process is something else entirely. He's so furious he could spit blood. What the F? I died because of that useless healer NPC when I was right there. The nurse scolds him angrily. Please keep it down in the ward. Hanzayo sheepishly removes his headphones, embarrassed. Yes ma'am, sorry. Then he puts his headphones back on and keeps playing. Up 3, down 1, there's a trap right here. And from that point on, I was determined to beat this game. What a garbage Gamino tutorial, no instructions, whether in Korean or English. Fine, however long it takes, I will beat this game. From then on, from my hospital days, through my public service stint, through my discharge, back to university. Graduation, job interviews, getting hired, and even during work or at home I kept playing Dungeon Stone. But all I ever got was, you died. Hanzayo is absolutely livid. Again, with unshakable determination. Time and again, he repeats the same mantra over and over and over. 9 years fly by in a flash. Hanzayo finally breaks into the grin of a victor. The final boss room screams with pure joy and triumph. His character stands before the gates of hell. He celebrates his victory with pure elation. Do you see this, you bastards? Has anyone else even made it this far? Hanzayo looks back on all those years of suffering. 9 years, I sacrificed my entire 20s for this game. System, do you wish to enter the SS grade boss room? System, will you enter the SS grade boss room? Of course. He answers without a moment's hesitation. The system asks one more time. System, you will never be able to return. System, do you still wish to proceed? He's thrilled. Is this because it's the final SS grade boss room? That wording sounds ominous. But there's no way he's turning back after coming this far. He slams the button. System you have selected, yes. He leans back in his chair, calm and expectant. He doesn't expect a first try clear. I'll gather as much intel as possible to build a strategy later. Check how many phases there are, what attributes the boss has. There's definitely one final twist waiting. But what if I actually one-shot the SS grade boss on my first attempt after all that preparation? He waits eagerly. Hey, that's it. Deep down, Hanzayo feels a twinge of regret. This is why. I was too slow. Cryptic lines of text flash across the screen. System, you have reached the abyss. Tutorial complete. He stares utterly bewildered. The tutorial. Waithi's is Korean. I thought Dungeon Stone only supported English. Hanzayo clutches the computer in shock, screaming. He curses furiously as a blinding light erupts from the screen. I spent nearly a decade grinding to understand this game. System player verification complete. A strange, unnatural light bursts from the screen. Hanzayo can't react in time. He screams. What? A blinding flash of light appears. He clutches his head in agony as searing pain engulfs his entire body. In a daze, he has no idea what's happening. What the hell? In an instant, Hanzayo is sucked into the light. System initiation sequence converting. Hanzayo seems to only realize one thing: he's losing consciousness. A voice echoes somewhere in the distance. Congratulations, young warriors. Today you leave the sacred ground. The blurry silhouette of an old man materializes. He wonders who's shouting so loud. In the haze of his subconscious, Hanzayo registers the towering elder bellowing, commanding them to rise and become true warriors. Stunned, he faces an unbelievable reality. Hanzayo scans his surroundings, questions flooding his mind. Torches instead of lights, everywhere massive barbarians and a few odd figures giving speeches. The elder barks an order: choose a weapon that suits you. Hanzayo reels in confusion. A weapon? What is he talking about? This is definitely a language I've never heard before. So why can I understand it? And why am I here? Calm down, he strokes his chin and begins analyzing the situation. If this is the intro sequence of a super hardcore game, what should I do? Understand the situation, gather information. He looks at his hands and realizes his body is different. Thick, rough skin, rock-hard muscles, tattoos, he can move freely. Hanzayo tests it out. His entire body has transformed into a barbarian's. Is this my body? Is this really me? 30 centimeters? Damn. Hanzayo still can't believe any of this. The elder speaks again. Those whose names are Khalid step forward. What the hell? Hanzayo freezes as the chieftain begins reading names. The third son of Vanon Kazakh. The called youth immediately strides forward. He casually picks up a pair of axes and presents them. The elder takes the axes and raises them high, radiating authority. He praises. Dual axes, not bad. Third son of Vanon Kazakh. You are now warriors. Second daughter of Fan Airline. No. Step forward. He suddenly realizes something. Wait, this scene feels way too familiar. Young warriors choosing their weapons and being recognized as true warriors. A blonde girl steps forward. She picks up a sword. The next one picks a spear, a weapon befitting someone as sharp-witted as you, says the elder. The old man announces with excitement, for all you young warriors, may the blessing of Gare be with you always. A magnificent city flashes through his memory in a sudden burst. Only now does Hanzayo realize, with absolute certainty, this is Dungeon Stone. Familiar memories flood his mind, all the way back to the character selection screen. Hanzayo remembers when he first played and chose the barbarian race. That was exactly when the game began. That's right, the barbarian clan, I'm actually playing it. He's stunned. How is this even possible? Suddenly, a stranger beside him lets out a panicked whimper. Impossible. The red-haired guy, shocked by the scene before him, stammers in a panic. This is Dungeon Stone. What the hell? Why am I here? The guy's entire body trembles with fear. Hanzayo reads his face, confused eyes, terrified expression. He's different from the other barbarians. I'm not the only one who played this game. He must be like me. Hanzayo. Just as he's calculating, the elder suddenly barks. Who just opened their mouth? Hanzayo, startled, feels the killing intent. The old man's eyes snap toward him, cold as ice. He looks up. The elder is already standing right there. Since when? The old man growls with suspicion. Was it you? Hanzayo rolls with it, putting on a brave face and barking, no sir. He shoots a furious glare at the other guy, all because of this idiot. The elder's terrifying voice shifts direction. The other guy flinches. Huh. The old man fixes him with a stare. Was it you? The guy is petrified, barely coherent. You mean this is Dungeon Stone? Before he can finish his sentence, a vicious slash severs his head clean from his neck. Hanzayo watches, too terrified to utter a single word. He can only scream internally. What the actual hell is this? The moment the elder's gaze falls on him, he snaps to attention immediately. He forces himself to stay calm, composure. Show any emotion and I'm dead. The elder keeps that ice-cold expression and declares to all the barbarians present, "The son of Kazu-Ome was possessed by an evil spirit. Erase everything the evil spirit said from your memories." With that final order, the elder turns and leaves. We will continue the rite of passage. Right now, Hanzayo has almost everything under his control. I see. He summarizes it in a nutshell. Fact 1, anyone here playing this game like me is an evil spirit. Fact 2, you die if you get discovered. Fact 3, my head ends up rolling on the ground. Conclusion, I need to get through this without being discovered. There's one tiny problem: as absolutely bewildered, panicking, and at a complete loss. The elder speaks in a stern voice. Next, the fourth son of Zenek. Zezum steps forward. The crowd is dead silent. No one dares make a peep. Each time a name is called, it feels like the voice of death itself echoing in his ears. Next, not knowing his own name, he screams in anguish inside. Every time that word echoes out, Hanzayo tenses up further, half terrified, half cursing the game. This damn game, at least tell me my name. Is there no status window or anything? I have no idea what my fate even looks like. Pushed to the brink, Hanzayo makes his decision. The odds are slim, but this is my only shot. He clenches his fist and calculates, I'll move 2 seconds after my name is called. It could be the name of some evil spirit, but I'm going all in on luck this time. The old man is still bellowing hoarsely, "Son of Janderban." In his mind, he starts counting on. The second arrives in a flash. 2 seconds since the name was called. If no one steps forward, he watches carefully, then moves deliberate, decisive steps. Then that's my name, probably. The chieftain's voice rings out, hard and commanding. "Son of Janderban." Tense and resolute, he steps forward under the gaze of every barbarian in the tribe. The old man's sharp eyes sweep over him, probing. Bon furrows his brow and meets the stare head-on. The chieftain laughs heartily and waves his hand. "Young warrior, go choose your weapon." He silently rejoices, burning that name deep into his memory. "Bon, son of Janderban, that's my name." He clenches his fist and lets out a calm, steady breath. All right, now for the second critical decision. To make up for the lack of magical talent, barbarians are absolute beasts in physical stats. Bon carefully scans the weapon rack and analyzes, I'll build my barbarian as a melee physical fighter from the ground up. And after 7749 reasons cycling through his head, he reaches out with determination toward the rack. So the weapon I choose is this. The chieftain watches in silence, brow furrowed. Hanzayo picks up a shield for himself. His face is taut as a bowstring but satisfied. Yes, this is the best choice I can make. The chieftain announces, "Son of Janderban, with this, you have become a warrior." At the same time, in the still silence, a rapid series of beeps rings out. Synchronization complete across parallel dimension. Strange text automatically flashes across Hanzayo's screen. System screen display total item level 24. System character information and daily log have been recorded. System data transfer to Administrator Bonzender LV, 1 VIT 25 INT 35 Skill LV, 1 item level 24 total combat rating 67.6. As a barbarian, the first time he played this game, he chose a greatsword because it looked cool, but he died a lot. So many times he nearly lost it, screaming his lungs out, almost sending his computer flying across the room. Furious to the point of wanting to smash it to pieces after dying yet again. The eternal question haunting every gamer: how do I build this character to survive longer? Greatsword, two-handed hammer, spiked mace. He tried every other weapon, exhausted them all. They were all within the barbarian meta. The problem was none of them were stable, rarely survived past the fights. And then one day a thought struck him. Does a barbarian always have to be the main damage dealer? He questioned his entire existence. Barbarians are a race with sky-high vitality and raw physical power. While they can't tank as well as dwarves, they still possess the baseline durability of a frontline class. So he went all in on a tank build, full send. I hate doing this playstyle, demands serious practice. But that was the polar opposite of everything he'd researched up to this point. Whatever, might as well try. One test run, let's see what this can do. He never expected the damage output to surpass even the standard Berserker build. His barbarian character in the game had just solo killed a massive monster. Hanzayo was so stunned he practically fell out of his chair. What? He stares at the quest completion notification. His jaw twitches as he lets out a sigh of pure disbelief. A character with insane stat scaling, and this build is actually viable. Then I'll just keep rolling with this. Back to the present. Bon is resolute. He won't regret this. A short while later, the rite of passage concludes. The chieftain bellows the order: open the gates. The heavy iron gates groan as they're hauled open. Cheers and wild roars erupt from the entire barbarian tribe. Bon tenses up uneasy and follows with the group. According to his memory, barbarians must complete the rite of passage by entering a labyrinth. I'll be heading into a city inside the labyrinth. Right now, he and the rest of these guys are preparing to march straight into the slaughterhouse. A death trap crawling with dangers and pitfalls. Gare the chieftain turns around and gives final instructions before they depart. Warriors, set forth, your destiny awaits inside. Instantly, the entire barbarian tribe surges with bloodlust, cheering and charging forward with savage enthusiasm. Bond blends into the crowd. I'll just follow them. After running for a good distance, he starts feeling uneasy, watching the guys at the front running around chaotically, completely directionless. Do they even know where they're going? Once inside the inner city, Guy raises his hand and shouts, "Stop!" His face stiff, he announces bluntly, "I think we're lost." The barbarians who followed along immediately start blaming and screaming, "The third son of Vanon Kazakh has led us the wrong way. He's not worthy of leading us. He needs to take responsibility for this." Bon is speechless, smirking as he sees through the charade. "Are you kidding me? Isn't it because nobody else was good enough that you all followed him in the first place?" Guy lets out a long dejected sigh. "Fine, just stop. I admit I'm not cut out for this. I'll step down as leader." Na steps forward and pats him on the shoulder in comfort. Then, without missing a beat, the bold and confident girl takes over the role herself. "I'll be the one leading the way for everyone." The barbarians erupt in cheers again, as if they just struck gold. The second daughter of Fan Airline. Na is seriously smart. She might actually lead us the right way. She smirks, basking in the brother's praise. Bon watches her with a knot tightening in his gut. Something feels off. "Yep, knew it, my guess was dead on." Moments later, she goes sheet white and confesses in a panic. I think I'm lost." Bond doesn't even bother confirming, she's clueless too. The fanatics blow their tops again, screaming their heads off. "We have to reach the labyrinth before the deadline. Na isn't fit to lead us." The whole group erupts into a chaotic shouting match. "We need to find someone else. The second son should take over as guide." "Jin, I don't agree with that. I think it should be B." Bond rests his chin on his hand, utterly unbothered amidst the chaos. He stares at the bickering crowd, speechless. Are these guys brain dead? At this rate, we'll never reach the labyrinth. I'd rather not stand out, though. After turning it over in his mind, Bond settles on the least conspicuous move he can pull off. He walks over and quietly taps Na on the shoulder. She looks up dejected. "Jander, Bond's son, you here to chew me out too?" He presses a finger to his lips, then whispers, "No, I'm here to show you how to get to the labyrinth." Na's eyes go wide. "Really? How?" He points at a group of labyrinth conquerors passing by at just the right moment. "Simple, just follow those guys. Those people are heading to the labyrinth too." They sneer at the noisy fanatics as they pass. "Look at those barbarians over there, brawn-brained apes. There's no way they're in combat gear. And out wandering around at this hour for no reason." Na's face lights up with realization. "Got it, I'll give it a shot." She bounces back to the group, thrilled to deliver the news, finally proving her worth. "I found the way to the labyrinth." The fanatics, swept up in the moment, instantly forget their earlier complaints and shower her with praise. "Really? You really are a genius." Nath's so-called genius stands in a corner nursing a throbbing headache, watching the heartfelt scene with a brain-dead expression. "Words truly fail me with these people. They cheer loudly enough to shake the entire city. Follow me." The moment they arrive, a purple spatial vortex expanding before them slams into their vision. A powerful wave of energy surges out from within. The fanatics gasp in awe. "That's the labyrinth. I can see it, the labyrinth." A hallowed gateway to the battlefield. Only Bond stands there, tense as a coiled spring. Doubt gnaws at him. Damn, it really is a labyrinth. Is going in the right call. He falls into deep thought, pulled under by the current of his own doubts. "Honestly, nobody would even notice if I slipped away right now. I've been sickly my whole life. I'm just a regular person with zero experience throwing a punch, let alone fighting monsters. Could someone like me really fight and beat monsters in there? Is there really no other way to pay the Yafanir city tax besides diving into the labyrinth? Come to think of it, there's another massive headache waiting in the wings. Damn it, the taxes. One of the core systems baked into Dungeon Stone. Every citizen of the city must pay taxes starting at age 20. Fail to pay and you're executed, no exceptions. There are a few ways to earn money, but the most common one is entering the labyrinth and fighting monsters. The second is working at places like village taverns. The problem, he's a barbarian. Regular folks have deep-seated prejudice against the Berserker tribe. Let's be blunt, they despise them. A barbarian, we don't hire savage brutes. There's no way in hell I'm letting you wreck my property. We've got no work for brainless barbarians like you. Bond's brow furrows involuntarily. In this game, a barbarian can't land a single normal job. That's exactly why the barbarian class is the only race that starts with a weapon right from the get-go. If that weren't the case, I wouldn't have to fight monsters at all. Announcement: 10 minutes remaining before the entrance SEALS. The biggest catch, the labyrinth only opens once a month. Bond stands rooted to the spot, trapped in a web of tangled thoughts. If I skip this one, I'll have to survive out here for a whole month. What if I really can't get any job, exactly like the game's design intended? Even if I scrape by on the rations the chief gave me, what do I do after the first week? Even if I somehow survive a month in the village, I'll be in the worst possible shape. If I'm going in, now is the best time to do it. But I can't move my legs, this isn't a game anymore, this is real life. Right at that moment, a strong hand slaps down on his shoulder. Jander Bond's son, he whips around, startled it's Fan Airline's daughter. Anna, she quickly corrects herself. Second daughter actually, just a heads up pal. The other warriors already went in, it's just the two of us left. We need to hurry, there's not much time, we're already late. A mage's amplified voice bellows across the area. Announcement: 5 minutes remaining before the entrance SEALS. The gateway is visibly shrinking. Go ahead, Bond says, hesitating. I'll follow right behind you. Na nods without a second thought. All right. She steps forward immediately. Before stepping inside, Na doesn't forget to flash him a grateful smile. Jander Bond's son, thanks for helping me back there. He nods. Don't mention it. Suddenly, Na remembers something that's been gnawing at her and just has to ask. Oh, one more thing, how do I get as smart as you? I've never met a barbarian as sharp as you. I want to be like you. 9 years of raw experience scream at him from within. You'd literally have to be reborn. But that's a bit harsh to say out loud. He opts for something vague instead. Think before you act, Bond advises, dead serious. The moment he finishes, Nun nods enthusiastically. Got it. Her face lights up with excitement. Thank you for the advice. I'll repay you if I make it back from the labyrinth. Bond is momentarily stunned, impressed. If she can make it back in game, the barbarians are a tribe that knows no fear. Turns out, reality isn't much different. He locks eyes with her, his gaze probing and serious. Hey, are you afraid of dying? Hearing that, she freezes, caught completely off guard. Na meets his gaze without flinching. Isn't it obvious? I'm terrified of dying, but I was born a warrior. I'll die if I don't fight, so will you, right? Bond lowers his head, hiding his eyes. He answers quietly, yeah, now I get it. They're no different from me, are they? They have no choice but to fight. If they don't kill monsters, they can't survive in this city. Na walks ahead, smiling. Stay alive, comrade. Let's meet again on the other side. Bond nods a silent seal on a vow. It clicks. Maybe that's why the barbarians learn to push past their fear and keep moving forward. He tightens his grip on his shield. He's a barbarian too. 1 minute before the entrance seals shut, Bond stamps his foot hard to steel himself. He clenches his teeth and smirks. I'm scared, but there's no other way. He bolts toward the labyrinth gate at breakneck speed, the mage's frantic screams echoing behind him. The labyrinth is about to close. The other man shouts in alarm. It's too dangerous, step back. But it's too late, Bond has already blitzed past them at full speed, charging straight through the gate. He's not just a strong barbarian, he has the knowledge gained from leveling up thousands of characters. He will survive here, that much is certain. In the pitch-black space, Bond hears every single drop of water, clear as day drip drip drip. A system notification rings out. System, you have entered a level 1 cavern. Bond squints, trying to make out the unfamiliar space. A moment later, his face is a mask of bewilderment, stunned, confused, lost. What the? Where am I? To summarize Bond's credentials, he's a dungeon stone expert. That's why he drew that conclusion. If he combines a barbarian's sturdy body with his game knowledge, he can survive. That's what he thought back then. Back to reality. Bond sighs, his head throbbing. Damn it. It's pitch black, can't see a thing. The others entered too, so why is there not a single soul here? Bond falls silent, thinking carefully. Based on the game's terrain design, there's no need for a torch. First-floor labyrinth walls have glowing magic crystals embedded in them. He broods in silence, then a realization starts to take shape in his mind. Wait, don't tell me this is the dark zone. This place sits on the outermost edge of the first floor, an extremely rare zone. No light whatsoever. Bond is baffled. How goddamn unlucky do you have to be to land in this place? But the dark zone isn't usually a starting point. He shakes his head, rationalizing the situation. This is real life now, nothing's guaranteed. Starting positions are random here, not fixed like in the game, so spawning in the dark zone isn't impossible. He's slightly eager to test the system's features, but the status window doesn't respond. Bond thinks he must have called it wrong, so he tries a different phrasing. Equipment window, character info, stats, where are you? Inventory, skills, login, journal. A terrifying silence is the only answer. Bond completely loses it. Even the damn settings don't work, what's the point? He's on his own, completely. He fumbles around in the darkness, no help at all. Might as well take a big step and see what happens. Bond carefully descends step by step. He's restless, his nerves on edge. Am I moving too slow? Crawling might be faster, but I need to stay alert in case. Before he can finish the thought, a searing jolt of pain and a wave of danger slam into him. He screams on instinct, it's a goblin trap. He stepped on a goblin trap. He gasps for air, his body racked with pain. He bites down hard, forcing himself to stifle the scream. I need to endure this pain. I need to stay calm. He repeats the mantra over and over, coaching himself through it. I can't make a single sound. Goblins are the trap-using monsters on the first floor. The goblin that set this trap is definitely lurking somewhere nearby. Bond scans the darkness, every sense on high alert. After a moment, he quietly exhales in relief. No movement detected. Maybe it's not close by. Probably. It probably wandered off a while ago. If so, I got lucky. But his survival instincts are screaming. Moments of relief like this are the most dangerous. Assume the worst-case scenario when you can't confirm the situation. Bond grits his teeth, forcing himself to stay lucid and analyze. If its trap is here, it has to be nearby. If a goblin heard my scream and finds me caught in a trap, it'll wait in the darkness until I'm completely exhausted. That's why I can't make a single sound. That's Dungeon Stone for you. In a situation like this, do what needs to be done first. He quickly pries the trap open, pulling the razor-sharp metal fangs out of his flesh. This trap has a paralyzing agent, damn fanatics. Wish they'd given me boots instead of these useless sandals. Bond clenches his jaw, endures the pain, and yanks it free in one swift motion. What's the damn point of complaining now? Stop whining, move. If I have to fight, best to strike fast and finish it quick. Get up, let's go. He limps forward, dragging his wounded leg behind him. A dull, throbbing pain pulses through his brain like a warning siren. The poison is spreading. His right foot has gone completely numb. His face darkens as he speaks. I know you're hiding, come out now. Bond can feel it clearly. Even the nerves responsible for his fear have been paralyzed by the poison. Maybe that's a good thing. Damn it. Why is everything so quiet? I said get out here right now. You damn goblin, he screams at the top of his lungs. But silence is the only answer. He starts to panic. What if all of this is just a hallucination, and there's no goblin here at all? But even if I'm doing something stupid right now, Bond rasps through labored breaths. Hide all you want, I'm leaving. Stupid is fine as long as I survive. Right now nothing else matters. His blood boils, spits out every curse that comes to mind. Your mom's a goblin, your dad's a goblin, your sister's a goblin, so you're a goddamn goblin too. Bond staggers forward, one unsteady step at a time. Too dangerous, blood won't stop flowing. Is my mind going hazy from blood loss? It feels like drowning in a drunken haze. Meanwhile, a goblin silently stalks him from behind. Fortunately, he catches the sound of its shifting footsteps right away. Bond taunts, what's wrong? Can't stand hearing me trash talk your whole family. At the same time, he stays alert, listening to the footsteps behind him. Maybe because he's too far away, it's closing in. Problem is, the darkness behind him is pitch black and bottomless. He knows it's there, but he can't see it. Gotta run now. He drags himself forward, gradually picking up speed. The goblin keeps pace, closing the distance. Mid-sprint, Bond suddenly stops and listens. Everything around him goes dead silent. He's starting to figure out the cunning creature's plan. It follows him but always maintains a set distance. When he stops, it stops too. It's savoring the sight of its prey bleeding out, dying bit by bit. Maybe it's waiting for him to die in terror, haunted by its laughter. Damn cunning little bastard. Shit, now it doesn't even bother keeping its voice down. Alright, time to switch plans. Actor B takes the stage. He stumbles forward as if terrified, but his wounds betray him. The pain and the blood pouring endlessly from his injuries send him crashing to the ground. He furrows his brow and sets the bait, waiting for the fish to bite. There, the prey is down just like you wanted. Come closer, come on. The goblin behind him stands there, confused and dumbfounded. It hadn't even struck yet, though. Is this human already done for? Its stupid face watches carefully. It picks up a few small stones and tosses them at his body, checking if he's truly dead. Bond's eyes snap open, fists clenched in white-hot fury. It just threw rocks at me, just to check if I'm dead. Smart little bastard. They're way smarter than barbarians. The footsteps grow louder. It's coming. The goblin skips and hums its way closer. It reaches out to strike when a pair of eyes, blazing with killing intent, silently lock onto it. The goblin startles in shock. Bond surges upward, swinging his elbow hard. Helen, goodbye forever. You bastard. He throws a finishing blow straight at the creature, but to his shock, the goblin dodges clean. It bares its teeth, sticks out its tongue, and taunts him with a mocking grin. He's not happy about it. His reach is too damn short. Suddenly, his finger joints crack and bend. A mysterious energy surges through him, something beyond mere instinct. What? My body is moving on its own. He lunges straight into the creature, slamming its head against the wall with a crushing punch. He can clearly sense exactly where the goblin will move next. He winds up his arm and roars, I'm stronger. This body is nothing like the frail one that spent nearly an entire life in a hospital bed. The goblin eats the full brunt of that crushing blow. Now you're the prey. Damn goblin. This is the body of a barbarian. Bon lets out a war cry, venting his rage while feeding the goblin a rapid-fire combo. He becomes a punching machine. Thud, thud, third, done, relenting. The goblin is beaten to a pulp. Eyes rolled back, barely breathing. It's done. Let me send you off to a more peaceful afterlife, in hell. Bon channels every ounce of strength into both hands and slams down. A dark liquid erupts from its skull, splattering everywhere. He has successfully defeated a goblin. Then the goblin's body shimmers and fades like smoke. He stares in disbelief. The body is disappearing just like in a game. As the haze clears, a red crystal slowly materializes where the goblin lay. One glance is enough to recognize it. The currency circulated throughout Enderstone Forest. The crystal in his hand is a level 9 magic crystal. Its value, about the same as a piece of bread. Bon grits his teeth in frustration. All that struggle just for this, but staying alive is already a win. He collapses onto the ground, utterly spent. Whatever, this is a world where monsters and labyrinths exist. Monsters drop loot before they disappear. And beyond, in the city, there are other locations straight out of the game, other races coexisting together. This is definitely the world inside the game he knows. But he won't confuse reality with a game. He struggles to his feet, gritting his teeth against the agony as he drags his blood-stained, crippled leg through the darkness. System warning: heavy blood loss detected. Status critical. Total distance traveled significant. The toxin spreads further, gnawing at his nerves. His leg is completely numb. He drops to all fours to crawl. His face is deathly pale. Damn it, I'm not some broken bone loser. But God is the reward for shedding one's human dignity. Sweet. Since I stopped relying on that mangled leg, the pain has vanished, and I am moving faster than I ever thought possible. The sweetest part, I am not triggering any more of those traps. Despite his progress, luck runs out as he stumbles right into a group of people. Bon curses internally. Damn it, another group. My body is shredded, but I can still endure this. I will survive. He grinds his teeth, unable to stop the bleeding. Things are getting dangerous. I need help. His breathing grows shallow, his face turning ghostly white. If I keep heading in this direction, there's no way I am getting out of this darkness. Suddenly, Bon recalls the person he saw waking up when he first arrived. What happened to that person? Did they die? Or did they wake up in their original body? Alert: vital SIGNS critical. Rapid blood loss. He's still bleeding. System HP below 5%. Urgent intervention required. Bon feels his consciousness fading. I finally understand why people cling to religion in their final moments. It's a comfort, like me right now. Without a cure, I'm definitely a dead man. Persistence pays off after a grueling push. He nears the edge of the light. He gasps, feeling a surge of relief. I made it. It's brighter here. Of course, the entire first floor couldn't be shrouded in darkness. I have to reach that lit area. His vision blurs and swirls, but Bon forces himself forward. There has to be someone here who can help. Suddenly, a twisted, sinister version of himself manifests in his mind, sneering. Hell, are you kidding me? The specter mocks his resolve. Why would anyone help a dying barbarian like you? Are you a beautiful woman? Are you a genius? You're just a stupid barbarian with slightly higher stats than average. Bon manages a bitter, pained smirk. I think I've finally snapped. You bastard, I think you're actually pretty smart. After all, you are me. What else can I do but keep moving? I need to do something. Now I am hallucinating. The voice continues to whisper in his ear. You'll probably run into a monster before you ever see another human. He ignores the voice, staying his course. At least this way, I'll have better visibility. My identity is fracturing, merging and fading into dullness. I am definitely losing my mind from the blood loss. I must survive no matter what. Survive? Look at yourself. What's your plan to pull that off? Somebody please, if you fail, you're just going to die, aren't you? Just give up, it'll be so much easier. Shut up, I'm not giving up, no matter what. He triumphs over his inner turmoil, but his HP is now below 4%. Someone please. Luck strikes a group of adventurers happens to be passing by. Tessa nudges Asher, pointing. Hey Asher, there's a dying barbarian over there. Asher approaches and crouches before Bon, assessing him. Looks like a total noob. Bon curses internally. Damn it, if you know I'm a newbie, then help me, you jerk. The group remains cautious. Is this suspicious? How did a newbie get here faster than us? Bon tries to open his mouth, but only weak moans escape. Damn, I can't speak. He glares at Asher. Don't just stare at me, help me. Asher observes him with a cold face, searching for any sign of deception. A moment later, he smirks and turns to the party. Hey priestess, think you can heal this guy? Bon is shocked. What? They have a priestess in their group. If they have a priestess, they must be a high-level, elite party. I am saved, but reality hits hard before he can even hope. She flatly refuses. I refuse. Tessa looks regretful. Asher turns to Tessa to plead. So I guess he isn't getting help. Tessa, can you give me one of your potions? He disagrees. That is only for emergencies when we can't use divine healing. Asher pleads, lowering his voice. You've got plenty. I'll pay you back once we're out. Annoyed, Tessa tosses him a round vial. Asher smiles down at Bon, offering a warning. Because this isn't divine magic, it's going to hurt a bit. Bon, desperate, signals, fine, just hurry up. Asher pours the potion onto the deep wound. A bone-shattering, soul-piercing pain erupts in Bon's brain. What the hell is this? His vitality recovers rapidly, but it feels like his entire body is dissolving. He roars, the sound echoing through the chamber. So this is why they don't use these potions in the middle of a fight. It hurts like hell. A moment later, the agony begins to subside. Bon takes a deep breath, steadying his rhythm. The wounds and the toxins are completely gone. He struggles to sit up, letting out a sigh of relief. I really thought I was going to die. Asu smiles, patiently waiting. So will you tell us now? How did a rookie manage to get here before us? If you know of any secret passage, I'd like to buy that information. Bon catches on to the suggestion, so that was his goal all along. He stays on guard. Unprovoked kindness is the most suspicious thing of all. Bon answers, panting heavily, I don't know. The moment I stepped into the labyrinth, I was already here. Is that so? I think I've read about something like that before. Due to the dimensional instability. I've heard we can sometimes end up in the boundary zone of the shadows, though the odds are so low it supposedly only happens once every 100 years. He is stunned once every 100 years. Looking closely, their group has a mage and a priestess, which means their level is at least mid to high tier. And he had stumbled into something on his very first trip that they had never even seen before. Asu leaves with a bright smile, joined by the group of adventurers. He leaves a few parting words for Bon. That was quite a story. Thanks. You can go, don't worry about the cost of the potion. He understands time in the labyrinth is worth its weight in gold. That they even spent this much time on him in the first place is already a miracle. He should feel grateful just to be alive. Bon silently picks up his shield, but the pity leaves a bitter taste of disgust. Meanwhile, Asu's adventure party continues their journey. Basu Jian scoffs, that barbarian really was lucky. But Asu doesn't think so. Lucky? He's been through all of that from the very start. He seems completely indifferent about it. If he'd stumbled into a goblin trap on the first floor, even if it didn't catch him, he'd still end up dead. I say he was lucky to run into us. The ranger stifles a giggle. Lucky he ran into Sue and not you, huh? You wouldn't even use your own potion because you're too cheap. He snorts coldly. Because there are plenty of bastards like him out there, don't you agree? The priestess Erwin remains silent, saying nothing. The ranger jumps in protectively, shielding the priestess, and snaps. Don't assume everyone's like you. If it weren't for the temple's rules, she would have healed him already. He shrugs. Oh, is that so? I've met plenty of two-faced people who have seen it too. The ranger frowns and scolds Basu Jian. You really should learn a thing or two from Asu. He looks skeptical, just like when Asu asked about secret passages. A thought that never even crossed his mind. Exactly, barbarians don't like accepting help from others. Asu scratches his face and smiles sheepishly. You're too kind. He notices Bon's long trail of blood with curiosity. I wonder when this barbarian's blood trail finally stops. It's been quite a while already. The ranger smirks mockingly. Judging from the barbarian's mentality so far, I don't think he was as lucky as you say. Basu Jian crosses his arms, visibly annoyed. Fine, I'm sure the trail ends somewhere around here. Come on, Asu, lead the way. If we're taking a shortcut, we need to turn here. Everyone murmurs in admiration. It's amazing having a guide like this. The ranger is excited. It's incredible that Asu memorized the entire map of the first floor. Most guides only have general directions, nothing more. Erwin nods lifelessly. Is that so? Asu carefully surveys the surroundings. He nods satisfied. I think we're the first ones here. Not bad that we got here ahead of everyone else. Asu steps forward and gently touches the tombstone at the center. A surge of brilliant light coalesces instantly, forming a spatial portal. He smiles. All right, this gateway leads to the second floor. Let's go. The ranger steps through the portal and immediately spots something. Her curiosity piqued. She calls out in shock, wait, look, she points at a trap, a pair of sandals, and a pool of blood nearby. Aren't those the sandals that Barbarian was wearing? The mage immediately channels energy into a glowing orb. I think you're right. The orb of light rockets upward, illuminating the entire space, a long trail of blood stretching endlessly into the darkness ahead. The moment the party members see it, their jaws drop. The mage can barely believe it and confirms once more. How long would it take to reach where we ran into that barbarian? He hesitates unless he took shortcuts, roughly 15 kilometers. The old man frowns and lets out a grudging sigh. He crawled that entire distance in complete darkness. What a freak of nature. Basu Jian goes silent. He must have lost his mind. The ranger stammers, looking at him. Basu Jian. His face darkens. A wave of existential doubt crashing through him. Would he have spent hours crawling through darkness with absolutely no guarantee of survival? I didn't realize it sooner. But thinking back now, that barbarian extended his right hand to everyone. The image of Bond's outstretched hand flashes through his mind. Right showed everyone the magic crystal. Even after crawling all that way, he never forgot his bargaining chip. He has to admit it. I take back what I said before. Hey, what was that barbarian's name? Was he just lucky? Bastards like him deserve to die early. No way, people that crazy don't die unless something truly extraordinary happens. No matter how brutal things get or how much pain they endure, they never see death as an escape. System notifications keep ringing out without pause. After his near-death brushes, a goblin charges at him furiously, but before it can do anything, he slams it with a devastating punch. He keeps smashing into wave after wave of goblins, letting out a weary breath. They keep spawning. He was worried at first, but once his vision clears, the goblins aren't a threat anymore. The traps are scattered haphazardly across the ground. Bond judges them with a deadpan expression. Idiots, at least cover them with dirt or something. A goblin lunges at him from behind, but Bond reads their intentions as easily as flipping through a book. Their attack patterns are predictable too, and their escape routes are obvious. Bond spins around, swings his shield, and sends the goblin flying with a roar. What the hell are you doing, you lunatic? He furrows his brow in irritation. The only problem is, I'm starving. He slumps in dejection. I'm pretty sure the vice chieftain gave me food. The moment he touches it, he finds a holith contents have already spilled out. Picking up the cloth bag, bewilderment fills Bond's face. Damn it, was crawling across the floor a bad call. 5 out of 7 days worth of food gone. Bond gnaws on his remaining rations, face scrunched up. Telling himself, I guess I need to eat as little as possible. He tosses the rest into his mouth, marveling how does this dry, stale bread taste so good. When his saliva finally softens it, the sweetness hits like a truck. I'm thirsty again. Bond rubs his chin, swallowing dryly. Where to find water? No, that's another problem to worry about. In Dungeon Stone, there was a need system. It only activates inside the labyrinth, and I never needed to carry water since eating alone was enough. But this isn't a game. His face darkens, he lets out a long sigh and sizes up the situation. It really was a brutal game. But now that it's become reality, difficulty settings don't exist in this world anymore. It's the real world now, I just have to adapt. He decides to stand up and start scouting his surroundings. Bond figures since the vice chieftain didn't give him any water, there must be a water source somewhere inside the labyrinth. After walking a short distance, he hears the sound of trickling water. Knew it, just as he hurries toward the sound, he bumps face first into another human. The man turns his head, eyeing Bond warily as he carefully screws the cap back onto his water flask. Aside from the blonde-haired party, this is the first person I've run into. But there's no conversation, the man quickly takes off. It's an unspoken rule: don't interact with other adventurers unless absolutely necessary. 41, 42, 43, 44. The rhythmic counting echoes through the cave. When he finishes counting, Bond falls into a contemplative silence. I've gathered quite a haul, thinking about how I might have did that's a memorable scenario, alright, but there's another problem. I'm completely exhausted. He lets out a long weary yawn. I definitely hunted down a ton of goblins, but I'm absolutely dying to sleep. There are 2 ways to sleep inside the labyrinth. Option 1, put your faith in God and just crash. Option 2, find allies to watch each other's backs. Bond approaches 2 young men and proposes, hey, be my teammates. The 2 youths flinch at the aura rolling off him, stammering, sorry, but our party's already full. Then they bolt without a second glance. He tries with the next group, but gets the same answer, our party's full. The 2 after that don't even bother hiding their disgust, we don't like barbarians. The blood stench is revolting. After one rejection after another, Bond is emotionally drained. Every single person turned him down. He curses under his breath, those bastards, rage simmers in his chest. I didn't even ask to join their stupid party, I just wanted a temporary alliance to get some sleep. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind. Hans approaches with a friendly grin, are you looking for a teammate to keep watch through the night? Bond narrows his eyes at the odd phrasing, the hell are you even saying? Who are you? Hans explains cheerfully, I'm guessing you haven't found anyone to keep watch for you, right? I figured I could get some sleep. You look like a reliable barbarian, but I suppose I was wrong. Bond blinks surprised. That's what he meant. Then he should have said so from the start. Not that's exactly what I'm looking for. In the game, there was a note about night watch partners. He enthusiastically extends his hand for a shake. That's great, then stay with me. My name is Hans. Bond hesitates. He'd been thinking of it as a night watch partnership it is, or something like that. But hearing someone actually say stay with me sounds kinda creepy. He still reaches out his hand, alright. The name's Bond, son of Jander. Hands grabs his hand, shaking it a few times with an almost unnervingly cheerful tone. Then I'll call you Bon. Ideally, we'd want 3 for a proper night watch, but it'd be a waste of time hunting for a third. Hands looks at him with something that borders on infatuation, a sly smile playing at his lips. So why don't the two of us just go at it together? Bon's face darkens. What the hell? Is it just this guy's way of speaking? Something feels off. His expression hardens, jaw clenched as he weighs his options. Bon quickly yanks his hand away, flustered. Fine, fine. Hands watches him and bursts out laughing. It's settled then. Why don't we play rock, paper, scissors to see who sleeps first? And that's how we decided to spend the night together in the darkness of the labyrinth. Bon retches internally, cursing under his breath. Damn it. That sounded so gross. Hands throws out his hand excitedly. I won. So I get to sleep first, right? Bon nods with visible reluctance. Sure, internally frustration boils. Damn it, I knew I'd lose. When have I ever been lucky with this stuff? Hands him a pocket watch, giving instructions. Here, it's a clock. Wake me up when the shorthand reaches this mark. Seeing how earnestly he explains it, Bon thinks I guess he assumes barbarians can't tell time. Got it. Want me to explain it again? Bon replies quickly, I got it. Internally, he curses, damn it. This is definitely how everyone sees barbarians. Sitting in the cave, Bon examines the watch in his hand and sighs. Looks cheap as hell, feels like junk, but I can definitely use this as leverage later. He looks way too comfortable for his own good. Hands is sprawled out, sleeping soundly, snoring like a beast. Bon stares enviously. He wonders, is this really a seasoned adventurer? Would he lend me his sleeping bag if I asked? Seriously. Boring without goblins or other adventurers, even though that's convenient, I guess. He glances at the clock and lets out a tired yawn. Hurry up, time. He watches the hands tick on. After a while, the shorthand clicks past the number 1. Bon walks over and shakes Hands awake. Wake up. Hands sits up, still groggy. Anything happened while I was asleep? Bon shakes his head. No. Hands nods politely. All right, thanks. You should go sleep now. I'll wake you in 2 hours. Fine. Jandor watches him intently, suspicion stirring in his heart. No, how could I possibly sleep? Hanso fiddles with the watch on his wrist, but he does not break it. Bon watches him, conflicted. How can I trust someone I just met? Eventually, he closes his eyes to rest. I snore loudly, like a thug who had a long day, but I am not as relaxed as I look. I hope he doesn't notice. Bon Jandor glances sideways at Hanso, who sits nearby. Hearing him snore so loudly, he mutters that the guy is quite the clown. Bon sinks into deep thought. It functions like a charm. It is easy to let them see something. Since barbarians are simple-minded, they will likely let their guard down. He turns and tells himself, fine, I will act like a stupid barbarian sleeping like a log. I am leaving myself exposed, but my eyes remain vigilant, fixed on Hanso. I am certain he will act if he has an ulterior motive. Show your true nature. 2 hours later, he stares at the guy sleeping soundly, a headache forming as he hasn't been able to blink. He glares with suspicion. This guy hasn't done anything in 2 hours. I should have been sleeping. What am I even doing? He feels a bit of regret, but truthfully, one should never let their guard down around a stranger. I cannot sleep until I know he is trustworthy. Even though I feel like I am dying of exhaustion, my eyes gradually drift shut, but my mind fights to stay awake. I cannot sleep. Suddenly, a loud shout rings out, jolting him awake. Bon Jandor looks up to see Hanso standing directly in front of him. He looks dazed. I wasn't sleeping. He hastily denies it. He chuckles and reminds him, you should wipe the drool off your face first. Bon quickly wipes his mouth, apologizing awkwardly. Hanso wears a calm, forgiving expression. It is all right. Thankfully nothing happened while you slept, so I will let it slide. Hearing him say that, Bon Jandor is slightly surprised. He looks up and offers, thanks. If you want, you can sleep more. I will keep watch for you. Hanso smiles with apparent concern. Fine, you look very tired. Go ahead and sleep. I will keep watch. He sees that expression and cannot help but remain guarded. Thanks, B. He reflects on the process from the beginning since meeting Hanso. Are you looking for someone to spend the night with? He seems kind-hearted. His name is Hanso. He started the conversation when I was in trouble, and he didn't scold me for falling asleep. It is fine. Luckily nothing happened while you were asleep, so I will let it go, refusing any compensation for my own mistake. Bon Jandor is skeptical. In this dungeon, there is no one as kind as this. Suddenly, he snaps his eyes wide open. Hanso's face is right in front of him, wearing the same friendly expression. You're awake. Why not sleep a bit more? Both his hands are raised high, clutching Bon Jandor's hammer, a situation completely at odds with that expression. Bon stares at the hammer in his hands in shock as it swings down toward his face. Bon Jandor quickly twists his body to dodge, immediately springing back to put distance between them. Hanso turns pale, flustered and stammering, You dodged it. His face darkens, staring at him in anger. Hanso panics, trying to make excuses. Wait, let me explain. Bon grits his teeth in judgment. Is he seriously trying to make excuses now? Damn it, what a moron. Bon suddenly lunges toward him. Seeing him move, Hanso becomes terrified. Wait. He swings his shield upward, slamming it directly into Hanso's chin. Who do you think a berserker is? Blood sprays from his mouth due to the powerful blow. His legs tremble as he struggles to stay balanced. He weakly manages to speak. Slow down. I can explain. Bon does not wait, shouting in fury. One hit wasn't enough to kill him. Unlike those goblins, I have to smash this guy one more time. He swings his shield again, striking Hanso's face and growling, take this, you bastard. He is sent flying into the cliff behind him. He struggles to support his trembling body, crawling and coughing incessantly. Bon slowly advances toward him, killing intent radiating from his eyes. Hanso flails in panic. I'm sorry, please, I beg you, don't kill me. He looks at him with contempt and questions him furiously. Why did you do that? He rushes to make an excuse. Your magic stones. I was eyeing your magic stones. I just wanted them. Believe me. Bon sneers. You kill a berserker just for a few magic stones. Hanso is left speechless and tries to argue. Yes, that's right. And your shield too. I just wanted to take that as well. Barbarian equipment is very valuable and sells for a high price. Is that so? He raises his foot in doubt. Seeing the tone is no longer aggressive, he feels relieved. That's right, will you let me go? I didn't mean anything by it. Bon raises his leg high, sounding firm. He is still hiding something. He suddenly targets his chin with a kick, then repeatedly stomps on Hanso. He rudely questions him. One last chance. Tell the truth. Killing an adventurer in a dungeon is a serious crime, so there must be another reason. He shouts quickly, your hearts. Bon looks at him in shock and confusion. What? He explains in a rush. That's right, the hearts of barbarians are being sold for an insane amount. I heard they are used as ingredients to create a new spell. Bon finally understands, knows now. To this guy, I'm nothing more than a goblin, hard to catch, but valuable enough to be worth the haul. He stomps his foot down hard on Hans's chest, pressing firmly, and asks, why didn't you kill me when I first fell asleep? Hans answers with difficulty, because I need to sleep too. Bon thinks to himself his moment of vulnerability was just an insect-induced reflex. Nothing more. Hans breaks out in cold sweat, trembling, and asks in a tiny voice, but I've told you everything, you'll let me go, right? Bon stays silent, his lips curl into a sinister smile. Let you go? I've met plenty of people like you, and they all tell me the exact same thing. Funny, isn't it? Do you honestly think I forgave any of them? He casts a cold, contemptuous glance at Hans. Seeing Bon's expression, Hans panics even harder. No, of course not, I'm not like those people. It'll give you everything I have. Bon ignores whatever Hans says and raises his shield high once more. I don't have anything on me right now, but once I get back to base, I will. Please, just give me one more chance, you won't regret it. The shield crashes down with a thunderous boom. Blood splatters everywhere. Just one day into this game, and I've already killed someone. Notification: new achievement unlocked, first kill. Reward 1 spirit. Notification: 2 days into the game. Multiple items and weapons upgraded. Total equipment tier 13. System backpack equipped, storage capacity increased. System hammer equipped, total equipment tier 30. System leather boots equipped, total equipment tier 5. I've grown by living like a true barbarian, drinking water from a canteen when thirsty, using a compass when lost, checking a clock when I need the time, and treating my wounds with bandages and medicine. How ironic. Only after killing someone do I finally get to live like a human being. System status window, ability stats displayed. Status: multiple stats upgraded. Strength 25, Spirit 371, Equipment proficiency 72/48, total stats 82/13. Bon continues on his way, swinging his hammer straight into the goblin's body. One swing is all it takes, the goblin disintegrates. He stares at the hammer in his hand, a hint of regret crossing his face. I should have picked this weapon from the start, shouldn't I? No, I didn't think I'd be this good with it back then. Is it because I have the body of a berserker now? During combat, it keeps feeling like this isn't really my body. He suddenly spots 2 goblins approaching his position. Bon raises his weapon again, eyes blazing with killing intent, and sizes them up. Since day 2, goblins have started showing up in pairs. My combat ability has improved thanks to the new weapon. The 2 goblins charge in, weapons raised. He quickly slams his shield, knocking them both back. My growth is going smoothly. Bon brings his hammer down hard on the goblin's skull. Both goblins collapse and quickly fade away. All that remains is scattered blood and a magic crystal slowly materializing. Bon stares blankly, utterly drained. I'm going to die from exhaustion at this rate. Bon mutters weakly, his face deathly pale, dark circles ringing his eyes. I've been hunting goblins non-stop ever since I left Hans. I can't keep going. I need to close my eyes for just a bit. Right now I don't have a companion. Having one would probably be better. Higher chance of survival if a goblin catches me off guard. He leans back against the rock wall, eyes shut, lost in thought. Almost immediately, footsteps creep closer, silent, deliberate. Bond can't help but curse. Damn it, these bastards, every time I stop to think they show up. He watches the two goblins scuttling toward him, rage building with every muttered insult. Bond grabs his hammer and roars, "Can't you give me even 10 minutes? You bastards!" What follows is a barrage of thunderous impacts. After dealing with them, Bond leans against the wall again, silently brooding. By then I had swept everything in sight clean. Please stop showing up, just let me get a few minutes of sleep. Alert under attack. Alert character is being attacked by goblins while sleeping. Bond jolts awake. A goblin is grinning right in his face, plunging its blade straight into his chest. I don't feel a thing. Realizing he's been hit, his blood boils, he curses through gritted teeth. Son of a... He immediately swings his fist, smashing it into the goblin's face. The goblin goes flying. Its companion freezes in shock, eyes wide with terror. Bond glares at the remaining goblin, his eyes burning with murderous fury, and growls a warning. Seeing the murderous flames in Bond's eyes, the goblin immediately chickens out and bolts. Bond nods satisfied. Good scram, I'm too damn tired to smash you all. If I'd been a split second slower, if that goblin had lunged just a little higher, it would have pierced my throat. The wound on his chest throbs sharply. Bond clenches his jaw and lets out a resigned sigh. Why can't I feel them coming? I really need to rest, but first I have to bandage this wound. He uncaps the glass vial containing a recovery potion. The moment he pours it over the wound, a red mist hisses into the air. Bond grimaces in agony, clenching every muscle in his body. How is healing more painful than getting stabbed in the first place? 14 hours after leaving hands, Bond trudges forward, his face worn and weary. As he walks, Bond calculates. This is the time when everyone searches for companions, but now, knowing the value of a barbarian's heart, he can't trust anyone anymore. Unless it's another barbarian, then maybe he could trust him. He steadies his resolve. Time to find a berserker. Suddenly, a seemingly friendly man calls out to him. Hey, barbarian, are you looking for a companion? Bond falls silent, sizing the two of them up with wary eyes. Another man-thighs one blonde chimes in, noticing how exhausted he looks. Want to join our group? Bond grits his teeth. Humans. Two more people walk up with smiles. One more and we've got a full party of 3, if you're a barbarian. We can trust your class gives you a direct pass. Unlike yesterday, every human here wants me on their team. In the end, Bond turns them all down. I'm looking for another barbarian, he explains, while internally doing the math after getting injured. His appearance is too terrifying to easily find a companion. The man hears this and ponders for a moment. You're looking for another barbarian. That's going to be tough. How come? He explains. They probably moved up to the upper floors about 2 or 3 months before the rite of passage. Barbarians on the first floor are pretty scarce these days. After hearing this, it finally clicks for Bond. Right, with a structure this massive, it's laughable that I'm still searching for a companion on the first floor. The man waves goodbye. Nair could protect you on the journey ahead. Bond nods politely and responds, thank you. Should I give up on finding another barbarian? Bond reluctantly shifts his thinking. Fines, let's be realistic. It doesn't matter if they're a barbarian or not, finding a travel companion is what counts, even if they're human. I wish they were a different race. Maybe a minority compared to humans, but definitely more common than barbarians. The mysterious elven race or a dwarf with the spirit of a barbarian, that would be perfect. But it's fine either way. If they're another race, most non-human races have abilities unlike humans. They won't exploit adventurers, the way humans do. Then Bond spots a dark corner. After making his decision and scouting the cave for about an hour, he discovers a young elf girl dazed and hiding in the shadows. The instant she catches Bond's gaze, she flinches in terror. A surge of excitement wells up inside him. Found her. A system notification flashes across his vision. Notification ELF detected. Bond, towering with shield in hand, approaches. You're an elf, are you alone? Seeing a stranger before her, Erwin immediately drops into a defensive stance, gripping her bow tight, watching the elf on high alert. He silently appraises her. She's pretty vigilant, huh? Anyone who's injured and alone would feel threatened by a towering barbarian, I suppose. He suddenly notices a wound on her abdomen. A goblin's dagger didn't cause that. After his analysis, he speaks up. You were injured by humans, weren't you? No answer. The air falls dead silent. As if sensing the person before her could help, Erwin drops to her knees without hesitation, clasping her hands together. Please, sir, help me. He's stunned. He never expected an elf to beg him for help. The elf girl continues to plead. Please just spare me this once. Sir Barbarian, I still have a little brother to take care of at home. Please, I'm begging you. Unable to make sense of the elf before him, Bon is bewildered. What the hell? What kind of elf lacks this much backbone? Most elves in the game were pretty cold and aloof, at least judging by their appearance. I thought she'd be the same. Now that I know her personality, I'll need to approach this differently. Flash a warm smile to clear up any misunderstandings. He sits down and calculates internally. He smiles gently and speaks to reassure her. Don't worry. Erwin's eyes go wide. His terrifying, sinister-looking face only makes it worse. I have no intention of killing you. Erwin screams in terror. That deceitful face fills her with dread. Frightened and with no way out, she still bows her head and continues to plead. I know you're a barbarian, but do you really have to do this? Please, just this once, let me live. Bon is baffled. What the hell did all those barbarians do? Why is she this terrified from just one sentence? Damn it. What kind of reputation do they even have? He rummages through his clothes. He tosses her some first aid supplies and reminds her. Why don't you treat your wound first? We'll talk after that. Erwin stares blankly at the medicine he hands her. Is this bark leaf? So it's bark leaf after all. I was afraid they might be poisonous, but I have no choice now. She asks innocently. Why are you giving me these? Bond's expression turns serious. Does there need to be a reason to help someone? Internally, he breathes a sigh of relief. Good, that's a reason. He makes his proposal. I'll stand guard while you treat your wounds first. Turning his back, he silently decidish wants this elf as his overnight partner. Sounds scummy, but honestly, this isn't the worst situation for her either. Injured, physically exhausted, and strikingly beautiful, she's in a far worse position than he is. When she's done, Erwin gives him a quick call. Bon is impressed. He didn't expect an elf to treat her wounds that quickly. I guess she's pretty handy to have around. She seems a bit less guarded now. Time for introductions. He speaks up. My name is Bon, son of Jander. She hesitates. Erwin. The two of them sit facing each other, maintaining a comfortable distance. Bon asks, why were you so afraid of me? Erwin answers honestly, because I'm an elf and you're a barbarian. He still doesn't get it. What does that have to do with anything? She mutters the ugly truth. Barbarians and elves are mortal enemies. Bon grits his teeth and sighs. Right, I guess that tracks, but this is the first I'm hearing about their hostile relationship. I thought they got along fine back in the game. Afraid he might misunderstand. Erwin explains in a rush. I mean, the war ended 10 years ago, right? I don't have any ill will toward Manji. So sir, I really don't want to fight you. He goes silent. 10 years ago, how much time has actually passed since the game I knew. Either way, right now, I don't have the luxury of finding anyone else. I don't mean any harm either. Bon speaks up to reassure her. Hearing that, Erwin's face lights up like a festival. Really? Bon makes his proposal with a serious expression. Hey, Erwin, how about becoming my partner for the night? Partner for the night. He explains, I'm completely exhausted right now. I'm sure you are too, right? So why don't we team up for today? Erwin seriously considers it, and the more she thinks about it, the more it makes sense. She's heard that barbarians consider their warrior's honor to be the most important thing. She cautiously asks, could you swear on your warrior's honor that you won't harm me? Bon swears without hesitation. She stammers, and of course I'll swear on my tribal name too. Bon thinks to himself that he doesn't really care about some warrior's honor, but hey, might as well whip it out and use it when convenient. He nods in agreement. Fine, but let me think it over first. Excuse me. Bon corrects himself. I'm not, sir. I am Bon, son of Jander. He doesn't know much about himself, but Bon is only 20 years old. He stands tall and places his hand over his chest. I, Bon, son of Jander, swear upon my warrior's honor. Erwin, the elf star, clasps both hands over her chest as well. I, Erwin of FC Tija, swear upon my tribal name. Both of them swear the oath together. I swear not to harm the other party for the duration of this night. I pledge. I swear. He exhales finally a full night's rest. Done. Bon makes the arrangement. I'll sleep first then. I'm sure you'd prefer that too. Erwin doesn't mind. Well, it's not exactly ideal either. But since he insists, he hands her the pocket watch with a warning. This is a pocket watch, it's pretty expensive, so handle it with care. She nods. Yes, I'll be careful. He lies down to sleep, but his mind still churns. Getting real sleep feels impossible. But since she'd never know the difference, he figures he'll just fake it for 10 minutes. Then a loud shout tears his eyes open. He bolts upright, still groggy. What time is it? Erwin excitedly shoves the pocket watch in front of his face. It's been 2 hours. Here's your watch back. Bon is bewildered. When the hell did I actually fall asleep? I couldn't even manage to fake it. Is this the combined power of a blanket and a backpack? If Hyjin hadn't lent me this stuff, I don't think I could have survived the ambush. Might as well lend them to her too. He tosses the sleeping bag to Erwin without hesitation. Here, you can use this to cover yourself. And if you want, you can even use it as a pillow. She takes it stunned. Huh. She clutches the cloth in her arms. The scent of pine from the fabric sweeps Erwin into a whole new world. Without a second thought, she spreads the blanket over herself and drifts off. Then I'll make good use of them. Thank you so much. Seeing Erwin fall asleep for real, Bon is astonished. She's out the second her head hits the ground. She must be completely spent. Their day was probably just as brutal as mine. It feels like 5 days have passed, but it's only been 3. With those thoughts swirling, he figures he's feeling a bit steadier. He leans his back against the cave wall and reflects. I wonder what's happening to me in the real world. Have I been reported missing yet? Probably not. Because honestly, who would even bother visiting me? Stop overthinking, Jevon. If I make it back, there's nothing waiting for me there. Thinking like that will shatter my will to survive. He sits in silence, steeling himself. After a few more rounds of keeping watch, it'll be time to move. Bon glances at Erwin sleeping soundly. 10 more minutes. He furrows his brow thinking. If I ask her, Agenshi's an elf, so she'd pull her weight in combat. But once we become allies, I'd have to split the loot and my share would shrink. Even though goblins have been spawning in packs since 3 days ago. Torn between heart and logic, Bon weighs his options. He can easily take down 3 or 4 goblins on his own. A safe night's sleep or more magic crystal switch makes more sense. He shakes off the tangled thoughts in his head. Out of nowhere, 2 soldiers step into the cave where he and Erwin are resting. The fat soldier whispers to the skinny one beside him. Hey, is that an elf? I think so, the bow and arrows look about right. The 2 soldiers walk straight up and ask, Hey, Barbarian, what's your relationship with this elf? Bon answers curtly. Like you said, she's my overnight partner. Hearing his reply, the fat soldier lets out a slimy laugh. A barbarian and an elf. Spending the night together, how interesting. How much longer until time's up? Bon's patience hits its breaking point. He clenches his jaw, his face darkening. I'm not obligated to answer your questions. Seeing the menacing aura radiating from him, the 2 soldiers don't push it. They force a reply, understood. They spin around and bolt out of the cave. The soldiers are gone, but inside Bon, a storm rages. He has a bad feeling about this. Hans is definitely searching for Erwin. He turns and shakes her awake. Erwin, she lazily rolls over and pulls the blanket tighter. 5 more minutes. Bon's anxiety is boiling over. He's fuming she's about to get hunted down, for crying out loud. And yet she wants to sleep. Bon ignores her protests and keeps shaking her awake. Erwin, wake up. Erwin lets out a small whimper. He sees the girl under the blanket stir. Bon knows she's faking it. The blanket was loose just a moment ago, and now it's pulled tight over her face. Erwin's act shatters, jolts in shock as a powerful force yanks her upright. Her soul nearly leaves her body. She screams before she can even process what's happening. It's just you, Bon, who taught you to treat a girl like this. Bon looms over her, seething. Why were you faking it? Afraid of his anger, she stammers, if I wake up you'll leave me behind. Her eyes glisten as she sniffles. Bon is caught off guard. That's what she was worried about. Erwin and he aren't officially allies, but they've already been overnight partners in the labyrinth. The arrangement, one sleeps while the other stands watch, rotating through the night. In the moment she opens her eyes, that unspoken pact ends. He gathers his gear, cracking his joints, and looks over, curious. What's the deal with those 2? Erwin answers awkwardly, it's nothing. He presses on. Then how do they know you? She thinks it over, then hazards a guess. Maybe they're in the same guild as the one who tried to hurt me. The emblems on their clothes match the year, called the Crystal Union. Bon frowns in surprise. Damn, not just 2 guys, a whole guild. This situation just keeps getting worse. He should say goodbye to this elf and move on. But seeing Erwin's pitiful, anxious expression, his resolve softens. This elf is only 20 years old. He sighs, steels himself, and speaks while walking. Erwin catches on instantly, her face lights up as she scrambles after him. You're going to help me. He nods. First, I need to hear your story before I decide. Since we're falling behind schedule, I'll listen while we move. She agrees, beaming. Alright, I'll me everything carefully. I met them on the first day in the labyrinth as overnight partners. While I was sleeping, I sensed something off, so I opened my eyes. A man with a sketchy face had appeared out of nowhere, spewing vile words. Oh wait, you're awake. He licked his lips hungrily. Sweetheart, you can go back to sleep, you know. Later, I found out he's the leader of a guild that operates regularly on the first floor. Somehow I escaped, but members of his guild kept hunting me down. That's how I got hurt. She recalls it with a heavy heart. Something doesn't add up. He's curious. Wait, how did you escape? She speculates. I think they used communication stones to track me. Bon is skeptical. Communication stones? They never existed in the game. Tell me more. Communication stones are mysterious devices that let you contact each other, as long as they're synced before use. The max range is about 300 meters, she explains enthusiastically. He frowns, analyzing. Basically walkie-talkies. No escape routes, unlimited manpower, and now mysterious comms gear on top of it all. If he abandons Erwin, she's definitely getting caught. One more detail doesn't make sense. Sesh didn't do anything wrong. So why does that guild keep hunting you? About that Erwin sighs. Is it to silence you? He takes a wild guess. Erwin grimaces, stammering. I think it's more than that. The first time I escaped, I threw my knife blindly and it hit him there. Bond freezes, stunned. He asks again just to be sure. There, meaning Erwin blushes scarlet. You know, down there. I heard it was completely severed, not even a healing potion could reattach it. She grins mischievously, proudly showing off her handiwork. Sweat breaks out across his forehead just hearing her tell it. That's more than enough reason for them to hunt you. You idiot. She's still laughing about it. Well, consider it karma. Erwin scratches her head sheepishly and apologizes. Suddenly her eyes widen with alarm. Erwin tenses up and warns him. Someone's following us, don't look back. About 150 meters behind, her eyes sharpen, her instinct making the call. A distance far enough that he can't sense a thing, but she doesn't seem to be lying. Must be an elf's innate talent. He suggests we pick up the pace. You okay with that? She nods. For now, her wound has reopened, yet she doesn't complain. She's got guts. Satisfied, he dashes ahead. He asks how far back the pursuers are. She checks, still about 150 meters. Even after picking up speed, the gap hasn't changed. By now, their tail has probably relayed their position to the rest of the team. Things are getting dangerous. Understanding the peril they face, Bond makes a decision. We need to take them out. If he were their target, he'd make the same call. But if we kill that bastard, there's no turning back. So he needs to weigh the risks against the rewards carefully. Erwin suddenly shouts, wait, to make a sound decision, we need more information. He turns to press her for details. Erwin, what are your specialties? She puffs up proudly, I'm strong. I'm good at laundry and sweeping. He's at a loss for words, tempted to flick her on the forehead. What are you even talking about? She blinks, taken aback. Oh, you mean combat? I'm skilled in archery, and I can also use fire elemental spirit magic. Ben silently judges her as the perfect archetype for an elven ranger. In fire, it's the rarest element of all. Suddenly, Ben asks a question that makes Erwin freeze. Have you ever killed anyone? Her grip on the bow tightens. No, but I can now. Her eyes are tense, yet brimming with determination. Ben nods, he understands. All right, Erwin, do you want to be my partner? No. Until we get out of this dungeon, I take 90%, you get 10. I won't accept any complaints. He lays out the partnership terms. Erwin answers without a moment's hesitation. I agree, he nods and gets straight back to business. Good. Current distance. She answers curtly, 100 meters. Ben furrows his brow. We're running as fast as we can, and they're still closing in. Instead of continuing to run, he skids to a halt and barks an order. Erwin, change direction, summon the spirit. She agrees instantly. Okay. A bright red flame blazes to life. Standing in a pitch-black cave illuminated by a fire spirit, Erwin announces tensely. They've closed in. Ben orders, dismiss the summon. She quickly complies. Done. From the darkness, a dark silhouette slowly closes in on their position. He observed in silence. They came here even without seeing anything and stopped right near us. Someone among them must be using a tracking method of some kind. Ben whispers to Erwin. Shoot. He orders. Erwin. She aims at the cloaked figure creeping toward them, draws her bow without hesitation, and releases a single arrow flies with cold precision, piercing straight through the target's skull. Blood gushes from the wound in a steady stream. This is her first kill. Erwin's hands tremble, her face drained of color. Ben steps forward and pats her shoulder. Well done. If you had hesitated, we'd be the ones in trouble. The two quickly approach the body. Sure enough, a communication stone in his hand is still crackling with sound. The other end keeps calling out for Soren. Getting no response, the voice on the line grows increasingly impatient. Soren, answer me, damn it, we have lost contact with Soren. He went after that elf and some barbarian. Whoever's listening to this voice message right now, converge at the Goblin District. Upon hearing this, Ben's eyes turn cold and dangerous. Ben looks down at the body with a grave expression. They called him Soren. I expected to score decent loot. Turns out there's barely anything here. A small pouch full of mana crystals, 2 daggers, a vial of poison tucked in his belt, and the leather clothes he wore from top to bottom. Erwin steps out with a new look. I'm done changing. It feels a bit odd, she murmurs. He turns to assess her. It's way better than what you were wearing before. He studies her in silence, noting that after changing outfits, her entire aura seems to have shifted for the better. Once that's settled, Ben immediately asks what's been on his mind. How do you use this communication stone? Erwin finds the clickable spot and presses it, guiding him through the process. Unhurried, he takes the stone and follows her lead. Sure enough, a high-pitched voice crackles from within. I repeat, I was defeated while pursuing that damn elf. She's in the Goblin District. She's with someone called MJ. His weapons are talismans and a shield. Erwin is horrified, unable to believe her ears. The bounty is 10,000 gold. Sir. Seeing her distress, he reassures her, his tone brimming with absolute confidence. Don't worry, Erwin. Summon the spirit, we need to head for the outskirts. We're going to the second floor. She hurries after him, bewildered. What? Sir, do we really have to go to the second floor? His pace quickens with every step. The two rush through the treacherous path. Ben isn't used to that formal address. Sir, forget it. He nods firmly. That's right. Erwin asks cautiously, her voice tinged with anxiety. The first floor and the second floor are on completely different levels. You know that, right? He confirms curtly. I'm aware. As long as we stay near the entrance, we'll be fine. Besides, you and I make a pretty solid team. Ben praises her, boosting her morale. She blushes. We're a solid team. He feels a quiet surge of satisfaction inside. Correct. A melee tank and a long-range DPS are a perfect match. Teaming up with Win brings no benefit to either of us while we're stuck on the first floor. Win is still anxious, dwelling on the risks. But this is our first time working together. How could we possibly reach the second floor already? It feels like we're heading into a monster's den just to avoid those idiots. Suddenly, a harsh, grating voice emits from the stone. Still haven't found them. If you find that elf bitch, we'll let you be the first one to have your way with her on top of a 10,000 gold pile. She freezes in terror. Sir, Bond notices her trembling and offers reassurance. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. A chilling chuckle echoes from inside the stone. Good idea, right? If the wench resists too much, can I chop off her hands or legs? Just remember to leave the important parts intact. You boys catch my drift, right? Win's face turns deathly pale. She is no longer hesitant about his suggestion. Sir, let's head to the second floor. Deep down, Bond is satisfied and nods in agreement. Perfect timing, I don't even have to convince her anymore. I've always liked helping those in need. Of course, provided it benefits me first. He nods, confirming his decision. Fine. So if I can deal with this disgusting trash and get the self-satisfaction of doing a good deed, that works. Meanwhile, Win is still drowning in fear. He grips the stone tight. It's a win-win situation. There's no reason not to help. Bon and Win continue their journey. Curious, she asks, Sir, do you know how to reach the second floor? He shakes his head. I don't know the exact path, but if we keep heading straight north, we'll reach it sooner or later. The tunnel is designed so that if you persistently follow the darkness, you're sure to reach the exit. Because the shadows represent the path leading to the higher levels. Suddenly she halts and calls out, Sir, wait. Win points out a metal object ahead, a goblin trap. He smirks. They're showing up pretty late. I'm only a few steps away now. Could it be that these goblins don't usually appear in the light? His brain suddenly shifts gears, considering a different angle. Is my luck really that bad? Damn it. Bond sighs in frustration. Meanwhile, she is visibly thrilled. I can handle this, rest for a moment. He looks at Win and issues a warning. Better not use your spirits, you need to conserve energy. Win's face darkens, sweating profusely as she tries to play it cool. Of course. Bond shakes his head in dismay. Doesn't look like of course to me. She dejectedly runs toward the trap. How did he know? Suddenly, two monsters emerge from behind. They slash down at the spot where she was standing. Luckily, Win is alert and reacts with blinding speed. She leaps back, dropping low to steady her center of gravity, and relentlessly fires her arrows. An arrow pierces the first monster's head, and it drops dead instantly. The second one, fearless, continues its assault. Win seizes the opening. She has appeared silently behind it before it even knows what's coming. With an icy expression, she aims her arrow at the target. Blood sprays everywhere. She strikes with cold, unyielding precision, clearing the field in a heartbeat. Landing on her feet, Win breaks into a radiant smile. How was that, sir? He nods in genuine approval. You did well. You truly are a talented elven archer. She's more capable than I thought, and her reflexes are sharp. She suddenly holds out her hand, a magic crystal. Can I keep this one? Her eyes sparkle. She's always begging for something. If we keep up this pace, I might even make a decent profit. He sighs at a loss for words. Yeah, good work. Yes, Win enthusiastically promises. I'll try even harder next time. He looks perplexed and suspicious. Is she mocking me? Win's expression shifts 180 degrees. Voice transmission from the stone echoes out. The bounty for hunting elves has been raised to 20,000 gold, dead or alive. Bond comforts the girl, pressing against him. Don't worry, no one is hunting us in the dark. Besides, those bastards don't seem very united. Several voices argue irritably. I'm switching to hunting sharp-maned wolves. Anyone want to take a break with me? He smirks. Hear that? Most of them aren't even interested in hunting her. But it's suspicious. Everything is going too smoothly. Based on the timing, something bad should have happened already, given my terrible luck. Suddenly, Win screams in terror. Sir, it's a ghoul. He is completely startled. What? Why would a ghoul appear here? On the first floor, monster spawns aren't uniform. They depend on which direction you take. These ghouls are supposed to be in the south. Have we wandered too far and reached the border? Bond tenses up, quietly observing. She nudges his arm. I'll fight them alone. The system's EXP rewards for monsters are very strange, he realizes. No, we fight together. You only get the bonus for the first time you defeat a specific monster species. That means to level up, you need to defeat as many different species as possible. So this is actually a favorable situation. Next, Spawn lays out the plan. I'll handle the ones in front. You take care of the rest coming from behind. If this really is a game, the ghouls won't attack unless I'm within a certain aggro range. His footsteps draw closer to the creatures. They notice him immediately. Sure enough, the ghouls charge straight at him. Bond stays silent. Good, everything plays out exactly as he predicted. He fights back, cutting them down one by one. Where do you think you're going? Bond grips his weapon, brow furrowed as he analyzes the situation. Ghouls are faster and stronger than goblins. He brings his blade crashing down on each ghoul, effortlessly cutting them down one after another. One tries to sneak up from behind, but they're still only level 9 monsters, not hard to deal with. But he notices Erwin rushing in to back him up. Having a reliable companion makes all the difference. This is a cakewalk. We keep heading north until the 3rd day. Strength points keep stacking up. System, you have defeated a ghoul EFC1. The two of them press onward and spot strange traces. Look at these marks, sir. Curious, she crouches down for a closer look. It's blood. I don't think this is goblin blood. Who do you think left these traces? There are breadcrumbs next to it too. I think the blood trail leads in the direction we want to go. A sudden thought races through Bond's mind. Blood, could it really be? No, that's impossible. Near the bloodstains, there's a goblin trap and a single, lonely slipper. He freezes, staring down in silence. Bond's mood hits rock bottom. The first place I set foot in the labyrinth, the gate has to be right behind it. Memories of Bond's desperate struggle come flooding back. He was in agony back then, and on top of that, someone sabotaged him. He snaps back to reality. His heart hammers like it's about to burst. Damn it. Are you freaking kidding me? The second floor gate is only about 10 meters from where he started. Erwin jumps startled. I'm sorry. She doesn't even know what she did wrong. He grits his teeth in frustration. How catastrophically unlucky does he have to be to go the wrong way by that much? This is insane. She stands there frightened, tears welling up in her eyes. Sir, if I've done something wrong, she doesn't understand what's happening. He turns to her and shakes his head. It's not your fault, don't worry about it. Then why? Erwin suddenly connects the dots: the blood, the breadcrumbs, the single slipper, his expression. Sympathy fills her eyes. Sir, you've been through so much. Bond is taken aback. She figured out why he's acting like this. The weight of the realization hits hard. Erwin pities him. Maybe he lost a precious companion here. I'm sure they've gone to a better place. Bond stares, mouth agape. Of course that's not it. As if she's definitely misunderstood the whole situation. He puts on a serious face and speaks. Anyway, are you ready to keep going with me? Erwin perks up, eyes bright. I'm a little scared, but I don't think I'll die if I'm with you. She has a habit of rambling, doesn't she? I don't plan on dying that easily either. Bond hoists his gear and hits the road. Let's go. System, you have arrived at floor 2. System, Goblin landing zone. The moment they step onto floor 2, both of them are dropped into freefall. Despite their bodies hanging in midair, both faces show readiness for the next battle. With Bond's massive barbarian body, controlling his landing proves difficult. He crashes straight down hard. Erwin lands gracefully, then panics. Hey, are you okay? I was just wondering what going through a teleportation gate would feel like. He grits his teeth and sighs. I feel like absolute garbage, like some bottom-of-the-well frog chewed me up and spat me out. Erwin stifles a laugh. I'm actually surprised. I've never gone through a teleportation gate that drops you from above like that. Nobody told me about this. He shoots her a jealous glare. Her landing was flawless. He can't help but admire the agility she possesses, something the barbarian race simply doesn't have. First, he decides to scout the surrounding area. Is this the northern part of the spirit forest on floor 2? A teleportation gate behind them can send them back to floor 1 at any time, and he can't sense any living creatures within a 50-meter radius. Thanks to the bright stars overhead, he can see clearly in the dark. Still, the surroundings can't get much brighter. This is a labyrinth after all. Erwin looks around, puzzled. Hey, is this really floor 2? I've never heard that floor 2 is a forest. Bond turns his head and answers. They probably mean a different floor 2. There are 4 teleportation gates on floor 1, and each one leads to a different region: Spirit Forest North, Beastlair East, Deadlands West, Black Rock Mountains South. She waves her arms excitedly. I think I remember now. And no matter which gate you pick, they all lead to floor 3, right? He nods. Yeah. She tilts her head. But what do we do now? He glances around. Do you know how to get back to the city from the labyrinth? Erwin thinks for a moment. We get sent back automatically once the labyrinth closes, right? Bond gives a silent nod. The opening window for floors 1 and 2 is 168 and 240 hours, respectively. Once time's up, the labyrinth kicks all adventurers back to the city. The Crystal Alliance won't come Heresy, can't even cooperate with each other. We'll stay on the second floor until the 168-hour window is almost up, then head back to the first floor. Generous made the call on the spot, but we can't just loiter around the teleport gate the entire time. So let's go explore the surroundings. Bond says in a serious tone. Lead the way. She nods. Win. Sure thing. As they walk, she hums a few verses. Soft-lithe forest air carries a strange sense of nostalgia. Even though I know this place is crawling with monsters, it feels a lot like an elven shrine. The more Win talks, the more excited she gets. Just then, her senses pick up a trap. Make sure you step where I step. She points at the dense undergrowth. See it? There's another one over there too. He stares blankly, bewildered. See what? She seems used to this sort of thing, so she offers a helpful hint with a grin. Under that pile of leaves. Watch this. Win hurls a rock into the leaf-covered brush and sure enough, a trap snaps into view. He lets out an impressed whistle. So it's truth detection ability of the elves. You must be proud. Impressed much. He suddenly feels like she's someone he can really rely on. But those words never make it past his lips in the end. He just grunts. I'd say I'm a pretty good rock thrower. That's what he really thinks, but he's not about to compliment her. Why the long face, Erwin? Whatever. Bond walks ahead in cold silence as putting traps is her job. Don't get all worked up over something so small. She's already a real adventurer. His face is stone cold. Win hears him but doesn't feel slighted, quite the opposite. She brightens up even more. She giggles happily. All right then. A real adventurer. Bond is at a loss for words. She's pretty easy to manipulate. She snaps back to reality, scanning the area and assessing. But something feels off. There are traps, yet I can't sense a single goblin in the area. He acknowledges the obvious fact with a calm look. Unlike the first floor, finding traps around here doesn't necessarily mean goblins are nearby. The traps on the second floor are more like a feature of the floor itself. Enough chit-chat, focus up, walk ahead of me. He warns her firmly, but she's still being playful. This place is called the Goblin Forest in the game. Besides the traps, it has another defining trait. Goblins here move in packs of 12, sometimes accompanied by elite goblins, like warriors or archers. The deeper you go into the forest, the more elite goblins and high-level monsters you encounter. But that doesn't matter, we are only planning to explore the area around the teleport gate. He hoists his gear and warns her carefully. We'll clear out all the traps in the area and expand the search radius. If things get dangerous, we bail straight back to the first floor. No hesitation. She follows the order obediently. Got it. They expand the area by throwing rocks at the traps to trigger them. Stepping on one while running for your life, that's a death sentence. After clearing one section, Win dashes over excitedly and raises her hand for a high five. I did great, didn't I? He nods, deliberately stressing his words. Well done, true to form for a first-rate adventurer. Suddenly, Win tenses up, her senses flare as she detects something. She blurts out urgently, Big Brother's a goblin group. He whispers, how many? Win crouches down, pressing her senses into the ground. Not sure, but definitely more than 10. I'd say they're about 50 meters out. It looks like they haven't spotted us yet. What should we do? He makes the call instantly. We fight. How close can we get without being detected? Erwin does the math. If it's just me, I can close to about 30 meters. Killing intent flashes in his eyes. Then we follow the plan. All right. Win moves through the darkness silent, light-footed, not a single sound. Watching her glide with the professionalism of a special ops agent, Bond can't help but be impressed. It's incredible. She passes through the grass without making a single rustle. That's just how elves are, apparently. From a distance, she spots a pack of goblins slowly advancing toward them. She waves the signal excitedly. Bond gives a firm nod of approval. That's all she needs. Draws her bow in an instant. Win's sharp arrow cuts through the air like a flash whistle. Ian strikes true. Bond slams his foot down for momentum. He times it perfectly and dashes forward. She hit one, didn't she? I can't hear it. The distance is too great. Bond charges in to provide cover. Fall back. Win. She nods. He rockets straight into the goblin pack with reckless fury. He grits his teeth and steals his mind. The second floor is a whole different beast. The goblin numbers here could be triple what he faced on the first floor. Even regular goblins are scary enough, and warrior-class goblins are downright terrifying. But strangely, he doesn't feel much fear at all. The heart of a warrior inside him pounds like a war drum. He roars with full-blooded fighting spirit. A wrathful fist crashes down. He unleashes his fury. Sergatwo goblins closing in from both sides get cleaned out in a single devastating sweep. The punch cracks through their jaws, sending them flying straight back into the cluster of goblins. His eyes blaze with murderous intent. A devastating punch more earth-shattering than a thunderclap slams down and crushes the goblin flat. He suddenly tenses, every nerve on high alert. A goblin had crept up from behind for a sneak attack, slashing its spear in a vicious arc that nearly sent him to the grave. Bond's reflexes fire in a split second. He snaps backward, pulling distance in a flash. That was way too close. One fraction of a second slower and I'd be done for. Damn it, they won't even give me room to breathe. They're nothing but regular goblins, sure, but going up against 5+ at the same time, that's already terrifying enough. Watching the swarm rush forward, Bond grimaces. Getting hurt is unavoidable at this point. But that's only if I'm alone. A streak of light tears across the battlefield. Bond tilts his head in perfect sync with the shot's trajectory. Irwin, positioned behind him, exhales in relief as her arrow finds its mark. He flashes a satisfied glance. She's locked into position. Time to end this. Bond doesn't fear death, wants to live, and right now, his voice carries nothing but taunting challenge. Come at me, you bastards. System notification incoming. System Goblin Warrior defeated. 1 EXP. System loot acquired 11x magic crystals from Goblin Group. Bond stares at the loot in his hands. Back on floor 1, it took him an entire day just to scrape together 44 crystals. This is a jackpot. Wish I could strip the armor and weapons off these goblins, but they vanish along with the corpses. Bullshit. Loot despawned. Even the system clears its browser history. He hands the crystal stones over to Irwin. These are all level 9 magic crystals, but the ones from the swordsman are worth more. I'll give you the bigger share. Her eyes light up like she just spotted a 90% off flash salad ×2. Thank you, sir. Bond points the way forward. Let's keep moving. She obeys without hesitation. Yes. Bond's expression is calm, composed. Plans of getting rich through goblin farming swirl in his head. He wonders how much he can rake in over 4 days. They push past the 3-kilometer mark. Every 5 minutes, they stumble into another goblin group. Irwin spots an archer among them this time. Wait. Don't tell me goblins learned ranged attacks too. She points urgently. Look, that archer is vanishing. Bond's eyes narrow. Stealth magic. He locks in. She nods. Yes. Things just got a whole lot harder thanks to these goblin archers. The goblins snarl and charge straight at the two of them. He slams a brutal strike into the nearest one. But honestly, he doesn't think they'll lose. With this body, all he needs to do is focus land 2 clean slashes to send any goblin flying before they get close. Without warning, an arrow silently draws a bead on Bond. His instincts scream danger. By the time his eyes track the arrow's speed, it feels too late. Bond can't dodge in time. But no, through sheer iron-willed tenacity, Bond twists out of the arrow's path with fluid precision, dodging projectiles mid-flight. Done. He locks onto a goblin archer hiding in the thicket. Bond tightens his grip on the club and swings with everything he has. The goblin's face contorts in pure terror. W8, I'm just following orders, spare me. One vicious swing, the goblin rockets skyward, a one-way trip with no return ticket. A short while later, after clearing the mission, Bond exhales and loosens his shoulders. Time for a breather. Irwin collapses to the ground, utterly spent, wiping the sweat from her brow. How many hours have we been running around out here? He does a quick calculation. About 15 hours. 15 hours of non-stop fighting. Nobody asks if our joints are still functioning. He turns to her. If you want, you can sleep first. Bond's tone is genuinely concerned. Irwin's eyes sparkle with excitement. Really? But what about the sleeping bag and blanket? VIP treatment. He even sets up the bed for her. Talk about top-tier service. National treasure tier boyfriend material right here. I'll pull them out. Not long after, Irwin drifts off into deep sleep. Bond gazes at her peaceful, sleeping face, dead to the world. She must be completely exhausted. She never used to make a single sound when she slept. Now she doesn't care, snoring louder than a boom mic. Maybe she just feels safer now. They've been hunting around this area for roughly 15 hours. He tilts his head up and stares at the sky. They've earned way more than he expected, especially compared to floor 1. But venturing this far also means they've started running into other explorers. Every group has at least 3 members. Some even include races from entirely different worlds. A weight settles on his chest. He starts worrying about what comes next. His thoughts spiral, tangling into a knot. Sure, so far they've only passed other groups by nothing more. But just seeing them is enough to put every nerve on high alert. Other explorers are far more terrifying than goblins. Especially knowing he has even more reason to be worried. He glances at sleeping Irwin, and the words slip out before he can stop them. The real problem is, she's way too pretty. Dead asleep apparently has its limit zone complement, and Irwin bolts upright. Her face radiates pure joy. Am I really that pretty? Bond's voice hardens instantly. Go to sleep inside. His mind is a mess of existential doubt. Wasn't she just snoring 2 seconds ago? Irwin obediently lies back down. Yes, sir. He genuinely cannot figure this woman out. What is wrong with her? The goblins I know aren't like this. Day 4, the two of them resume their grinding expedition. He barks the order, hit that side first. Erwin follows his command without hesitation. Yes. The combo chains flow like a ranked grind session in a MOB Eclean, efficient, relentless. Day 5. Then day 6 bleeds into the start of day 7. Bon, worn to the bone, calls out to Erwin behind him. She's barely breathing. We're finally leaving the labyrinth. System time 21:13. Floor 1 closure in 2 HOURS 47 minutes. I'm so tired, I'm going to pass out the second we get back. His tone is dead serious. Alright, time to head back. A knot of anxiety tightens in his gut. Better to get there early. Erwin calls from behind, be careful, sir. There are new traps ahead. He nods firmly. The goblins have probably respawned by now. Erwin's voice drops, cautious and precise. And there's a goblin group 70 meters out at your 1 o'clock ETH regulars, 2 archers and 2 warriors. We're going to hit them right. He declares firmly, we will strike. On the other side, the goblins grin with vicious, malicious intent. You boys just signed your death warrants. Suddenly, they get ambushed at a masterclass level deception. The attacker is none other than Bon, his eyes blazing with killing intent like a demon risen from hell. He roars eyes wide with fury. The goblins panic. Before they can even react, they're beaten to a pulp. He doesn't worry. Erwin handles the archers while he takes the warriors. They split the work like a perfectly coordinated team, and one by one, each goblin gets demolished. Once the carnage is over, Bon stands like the embodiment of a thousand-armed berserker. After all these battles, he's become a master brawler, a thousand-eyed, thousand-armed god of war. Besides, Erwin has improved too. She knows exactly which targets to prioritize. He steps forward. He strides across the battlefield with the confidence of a god, having just finished off the last of the ambushers. She said there were 2 archers, but he didn't see a single arrow flying his way. The time needed to wipe out the goblins has been cut down significantly. He praises her satisfied. Good job, Erwin. But next time, tell me the moment you've taken out all the archers. I don't want to fight while worrying about them. Bon reminds Erwin. Erwin fumbles awkwardly. Sorry. She laughs embarrassed. I wasn't sure if the last one had taken an arrow. He understands, so that was why. On second thought, Bon nods in acknowledgement. Fair point. Uncertain intel is even more dangerous than none at all. She's matured so much compared to just a few days ago. He can't help but feel proud. She turns and notices something strange. Look, there's something incredible over there. Bon is stunned. It's in essence a goblin archer's essence. What the hell in a place like this? His eyes betray deep concern. Essences are part of the skill system in Dungeon Stone. They grant 1 active and 1 passive skill, each with different attributes depending on the creature's type. You can only absorb 1 per level, but it's basically cheating. That's why essences are considered more valuable than treasure to any adventurer. But the number you can absorb is limited, and the essence's abilities vary depending on the goblin. So a character's fate depends on what kind of essence they get. The drop rate is practically 0. He never expected to see one here. Erwin gazes at it, mesmerized and carefree. So that's an essence. A stroke of luck like this, yet Bon can't bring himself to celebrate. Too lucky. To the point where something feels deeply off. Erwin asks, a mix of worry and doubt in her voice. If you absorb it, would you turn into a goblin? Bon is still lost in thought. There's no way he's this lucky. He answers aloud, no, you'd only gain a fraction of the goblin's ability. For example, the guy who chased us on the first floor had absorbed a razor-mane wolf's essence and tracked us by scent. You want that? He asks, frowning. Erwin hesitates. Well, not exactly, but I'll take it if you don't need it. Erwin grins playfully. Bon's eye twitches. He feels like she's getting bolder by the day. But regardless, he already knows exactly what kind of essence he needs. He'd waste a mountain of gold if he just blindly absorbed whatever essence came his way without thinking ahead. A goblin archer's essence isn't what a barbarian like him needs. Bon speaks in a low, decisive tone. Fine, Erwin. If you promise me one thing, you can have the essence. I'll tell you what it is once we reach the first floor. Suddenly, a piercing shout out of nowhere. A group of unknown figures appears. They bark orders, don't move. The red-haired one points directly at the barbarian and the elf. What the hell are you two doing here? Bon's expression darkens. He knew their luck was too good to last. Erwin stands frozen, unsure how to react. What do you mean? We're just hunting. He grips her shoulder tight, voice cold. Don't answer them. Erwin. Before she can grasp his intent, he shoves her straight toward the goblin essence. The moment she touches it, her body absorbs it completely. The group watches in stunned disbelief. What the hell? She just absorbed it. What the hell did you just do? That essence was ours, they scream, seething with rage. Erwin snaps back to her senses and whispers a quiet thanks. Bon knew all along they'd run into people like this eventually. They swooped in the moment they spotted the essence. But what can they do about it now? Erwin already absorbed it. Bond steps forward, throwing down the gauntlet. If you want to fight, bring it. He scans them with a cold, assessing gaze. We're outnumbered, but the worse the odds, the harder we have to play. Show any weakness and they'll pounce. So we're ready to fight, come and get it. But if you're scared, then get lost. Bond slams his foot down with a thunderous stomp. He shouts an urgent order, run for the gate now. Erwin obeys without question. Yes. She turned back, puzzled. And we did shake those 4 guys earlier, right? Do you think they'll chase us all the way to the first floor? He recalled. The red-haired one had threatened, you'll pay for this. Bond frowned, certain of it. Even if they don't chase us, we'll run into them again. Erwin asked, what do you mean? Bond laid it out clearly. They're a 4-man party, just enough to grind on the 2nd floor. But back then, they were still loitering around the entrance. Which means they're probably planning to head down to the 1st floor and return to the city by the 7th day. In other words, they're doing the exact same thing we are. Erwin marveled. I see, you really are something, big guy. Suddenly, Erwin froze, her eyes wide with alarm. She dashed forward and shouted a warning. Big guy, there's a pack of goblins 5 meters ahead. Follow me, this way we can avoid them. Erwin shook her head violently. We can't, they're running straight toward us. Bond gritted his teeth, confused. What? These past few days, the goblins have never found us, first all, thanks to your detection ability. Is this just a coincidence? Bond spun around instantly. Then we head the opposite direction. Erwin opened her mouth to respond, but before she could finish, an arrow came whooshing out of nowhere, aimed straight at her. Bond yanked her aside just in time. His eyes widened. That's no goblin archer's arrow. Erwin clutched her throat, coughing and grumbling. I could have dodged that myself, you know. His expression darkened. It's them, the ones you were worried about earlier. Huh. They lured the goblins here. They're probably waiting for us on the other side. They're using the goblins to wear us down first. Bond's blood boiled. They want to fight. Then we fight. Use your power. Erwin blinked, confused. My power. He corrected himself. I mean the essence's power. Each essence has its own unique function. Erwin had already absorbed the essence of a goblin archer. According to the game system, it boosts stats and grants both active and passive skills. Erwin fidgeted nervously. But I don't know how to use it. Bond urged her on. That's it. Erwin jumped in shock. He glanced at her interface, silently impressed. Skills that activate at will, no incantations, no chant, nothing, just like that. She studied the interface carefree. That's it. Bond handed her the luggage pack. Here, take this. I'll handle the goblins myself. Meanwhile, you go find that crossbow guy. His brows furrowed tight, like 2 writhing caterpillars. Erwin panicked. What? Isn't going alone too dangerous? There's no time for this. Just go invisible. And when I give the signal, shoot the crossbow guy. You get 1 shot, until then don't do anything reckless. Without waiting for a reply, he spun around and bolted. Erwin was bewildered. Wait, big guy, what signal? Finally, he found his spot. This should be far enough. It wasn't hard to spot the goblins to his left. Those bastards still hadn't shown themselves after that first arrow. He cursed under his breath, seething. Bond charged in for a direct brawl. One thing he was dead certain about, they'd show their faces the moment every last goblin was dead. Blood sprayed like a shower as he swung his blade in a frenzy. About a dozen goblins. 2 of them looked like swordsmen. He was handily wrecking the goblins. Not a single arrow flew his way, meaning no archers among them. Just as he thought that, he seized the golden moment. They're gotta watch out for the goblin archer's arrow. His body tensed as realization hit. 1 goblin had already spotted his blind spot. He gritted his teeth and slammed the filthy creature away with a palm strike, all while blocking attacks from the other goblins. Can't let my guard down around the crossbow guy, Etherand. I don't have wind backing me up. He fought to turn the tide, but the wounds on his body kept piling up. The all-purpose hammer came crashing down. He dropped to 1 knee, finishing off the last one. Things were about to get a whole lot more dangerous. Bond's eyes snapped wide. He sensed something. He whipped around front and back 2 arrows simultaneously. 1 from the goblin archer, the other from the crossbow wielder. I can't block both at the same time. He grimaced, planting 1 foot forward as a brace for his shield. I'll take the crossbow bolt, that one's the real threat. And naturally, the other arrow buried itself in Bond's arm. Damn it, the goblin's arrow hit my elbow. It's poisoned, I can't move my arm. Bond dropped the hammer, gasping for breath. Only my right hand works now. I have to choose hammer or shield. He bit down on the pain and ripped the arrow out. He chose the shield. The real enemies are those bastards, not these goblins. I can kill goblins easily enough with the hammer. Bond rocketed forward like a missile. With his arm this messed up, there's no way he could block the crossbow guy's arrows. Bond grits his teeth and fights back. 2 more goblins creep in from the shadows. Bond swings his heavy shield in a wide arc, batting them away. Sweat soaks through his shirt. Damn it, there's more. His body burns with rage as he glares at the goblins like he wants to devour them whole, and they flinch. He falls silent, his face pale. I don't need to chase the ones that ran. I held my ground. Just then, a voice rings out from the bushes. You took out all those goblins by yourself. It's the red-haired guy, he won't let it go. Didn't expect that, you've made an impression on me. Bond tenses up, knew it was you bastards. Bond scans carefully, no crossbowmen in sight. The red-haired guy grins slyly. Yeah, it's us all right. Where's that little elf girl? Bond's voice comes out hoarse, come and get some. Seeing Bond's burning battle spirit, the red-haired guy hesitates. Damn, you really are a barbarian. You wiped out all those goblins and you're still raring to go. But looks like you're pretty banged up too. Tell me where that elf girl is and I'll let you walk. Bond smirks. Let me walk. Does this idiot think I'm stupid? He draws his sword, trying to intimidate. You just smirked. Madman. That's right. Fight first then ask questions, how about that? He laughs and warns his teammates. Don't let your guard down, think of it like hunting a giant monster. He gives the order, they charge. Bond's arms tremble, but he clenches his jaw and pushes through. My left arm still won't move. I don't know if Wynn's found the crossbowman yet. I need to send a signal that only someone from this world would recognize. That's it. An idea flashes bright. He smirks and flips the middle finger. I'll use this. The red-haired guy recoils, bewildered. What the hell are you doing? What is that supposed to mean? Bond worries, did Wynn notice the signal? He can't hear anything, she's too far away. No choice but to trust her. Bond lunges forward without warning. The two of them close the distance in an instant. The red-haired guy's face drains of color. He yells for his teammate Elias. The old man immediately intercepts, bringing his blade crashing down. Bond flinches. This Elias is strong, but I can't fall back now. He doesn't give up, he pushes forward. I need to distract them and create an opening for Wynn. Bond swings his shield in a horizontal slam. He pivots to the side, but she won't lose to the crossbowman, right? Bond steadies himself, he trusts Wynn. An arrow streaks through the air, shield guy tenses, watching. Elias licks his lips, bracing for impact. Both Bond and the red-haired guy hold their breaths. Is it from the crossbowman or Wynn? Bond watches the arrow's trajectory carefully. It flies straight toward the shield bearer. Bond finally exhales, that has to be Wynn. The shield guy bellows orders. You two focus on the barbarian, I'll handle the arrows. Every arrow that flies in gets blocked by his shield. He grins smugly. Did you really think you could do whatever you want? Bond's blood boils. Damn that shield-carrying bastard. He planned to tank all of Wynn's arrows from the start. But Bond doesn't have time to dwell on it, the other two close in, attacking simultaneously. Bond barely parries the red-haired guy's slashes. I can't take them all down by myself. Old man Elias strikes from behind at the same time. Then I'll have to sacrifice something. My left arm's useless anyway. He charges forward, dodging Elias' attack. If I can trade this useless arm for taking down the red-haired guy, that's a trade worth making. The red-haired guy crumbles under the onslaught. What a monster! Bond glares at the remaining old man. He sidesteps the fatal thrust with sharp reflexes. He leaps backward, widening the gap. The old man is visibly shocked. The shield guy roars, stay focused, I'll block the R. Keep at it, I'll shut down every last one. Wynn fires a blazing arrow, his wooden shield ignites instantly. Bond grins, nice one Wynn. He surges forward, my turn now, you really thought you could block them all. The shield guy curses and tosses the burning wreck aside. Bond swells with pride. My archer is an elf archer. Elias is the only one still standing. The two clash head-on, fierce, brutal, and relentless. The red-haired guy is beaten until all hope drains from his face. This is bad. He breaks away and charges into the distance. I'll go deal with that little elf wench. Bond clenches his teeth and swears, his focus shaken. Damn, I've too far, I can't catch him. The old man grinds his teeth. Forget it. Go. The barbarian makes his choice. He focuses on the fight in front of him and places his faith in Wynn. All I can do is trust Wynn. Bond plants his feet and steadies his stance. Elias charges. Bond raises his massive shield, blocking the old man's path head-on. Elias startles, but it's too late. No room to dodge. Bond unleashes his most vicious attack. The old man bends backward with surprising agility, narrowly avoiding the blow. But the shield bearer isn't so lucky. He takes the full brunt. Gets launched 10 meters through the air and collapses unconscious. Elias is so startled that his hat flies clean off. Damn it, the old bastard charges in with reckless fury, slashing several wild blows. Bond furrows his brow and threatens, now it's just you left. He has to admit the man is powerful. He can't fathom why someone like him ended up in a squad with those losers. Either way, that was the biggest mistake of his life. This time, Bond fights with full conviction. He widens his eyes and winds up his arm for a devastating blow. So, you plan to keep backing away forever. I'm betting you're just stalling until that redhead comes back, aren't you? But I won't let that happen. He eyes Elias and calculates his next move. I'll feign a shield bash, then hurl it. As expected, Elias never sees it coming. The devastating shield throw slams into him dead center. The old man is beaten beyond recognition. Bond seizes him by the collar and drags his entire body with brute force, pummeling him into oblivion. He roars like a wild beast. You think I would die in a place like this? He sinks his teeth into the old man's flesh and tears it apart. At last the old man crumbles at his feet. He surveys his surroundings with contempt, spitting out the foul, metallic taste. Right at that moment, Win rushes over. Bon, are you all right? Seeing her state, Bon can guess it looks like Win won her fight too. Her expression is filled with anguish. Your wounds, they're terrible. Bon, hurry, drink this potion. Bon narrows his eyes in suspicion. Drink it. Win pushes it on him, nearly forcing it into his hands. Drinking it is far better than pouring it on the wound. Besides, you've been poisoned. Hurry, you don't have any other choice. Fine. A moment later, Bon squeezes his eyes and nose shut and chugs the entire vial dry. He clenches his eyes tight, fighting to suppress the agony. It feels like his insides are boiling. Every single vein is on fire, and my skin, it burns and itches like crazy. Win cheers him on from beside him. Bon, hang in there. What time is it? She checks and reports 11:20. We've already burned 10 minutes. Bon starts calculating. That leaves 40 minutes until the first floor closes. We don't even have time to rest. His words hit her like a jolt. Let's move now. When? She doesn't get it, her face flushing beet red, steam practically rising from her head. That suddenly. No, he must have his reasons. Bon shakes his head emphatically. Not you, I mean the corpses of those travelers over there. 39 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. After a quick search through the bodies, he makes his decision. All right, no time to waste. We'll only take their equipment, magic crystal pouches and backpacks. Then I'll go grab the gear from the redhead and the crossbow user. Good, move fast. 34 minutes, 27 seconds, 26 minutes, 48 seconds, 13 minutes, 37 seconds, 8 minutes, 33 seconds, 2 minutes, 15 seconds. There's the gate, 50 seconds. He warns urgently, we go straight through. 48 seconds, time to move. At 40 seconds, both of them burst through, having successfully cleared the first floor. She shouts with glee, that was fun. Bon, meanwhile, is in the exact opposite state. They both got ejected. Yet somehow she always lands with perfect grace. Win flashes a smile as radiant as an angel's. Bon, you did great. Bon doesn't hold back, returning the compliment without reservation. You too, looks like there were only 30 seconds left, huh? That was way too close. She suddenly remembers something. Right, the essence. The essence, Win nods. You said I had to promise something in order to receive it, right? Right, but let's discuss that later. We're short on time right now. About that, 10 seconds remain. Suddenly his mind blanks. What was the name of that tavern again? 8 seconds. 4 more seconds tick by. In the final second, his brain finally fires. He spins toward her and blurts out the meeting place with the over-the-top drama of a Korean soap opera. The Black Whales, meet me at the Black Whale Tavern. Win's face lights up with joy. In an instant, he is teleported to Jaffanir. He smirks and clicks his tongue. Bon arrives like a deity descending. I'm back. Bon surveys Jaffanir, silently assessing his surroundings. He knew all the adventurers would converge here, but this many, the sheer crowd is staggering. He studies his watch with focused intensity. Time inside the labyrinth runs on a different axis from the city. No matter how long one spends inside the labyrinth, the exit always spits you out at noon the next day. He resets his watch to high noon to sync with the city's clock. Suddenly, a rather brash figure rushes over, shouting loudly. Bon, son of Yand, the voice calls out. Bon scrambles through his memories. Who the hell is this guy? I think the name starts with a V. The man rushes up and shakes his hand with surprising warmth. Bon hesitates. The second son of Fainin. Kazakh Kui. The man corrects him of his own accord. The third son of Fainin actually. Another man Zidung also steps forward to greet him. Kazakh Kui, Fainin's third son. Seeing you still hale and hearty, I'm glad. That's the fourth son of Zik Zung over there. He's still kicking too. Out of nowhere, a whole pack of survivors swarms together, greeting one another with wild enthusiasm. The barbarian boy of House Loon is over there. He looks perfectly fine too. Kazu, how is the labyrinth? Those spiked mane wolves were nothing. He wielded an axe of that caliber, Bon marvels. This guy's network is insane. What is all this? Long-lost brothers from the four corners of the world, all reunited at last. Where the hell did these lunatics pop out from? No clue. This scene truly leaves him speechless. Some of them are already fired up, making bets on the spot. Hey Kajiakui, wanna go a few rounds at the checkpoint? He grins like a maniac, laughing out loud. Hell yeah, I'll show everyone what a true warrior's courage looks like. The rest of them jump in, hyping each other up. Let's go, brothers. By now, the magic crystals are pretty much all mine anyway. One of them waves over to Bon. Hey kids, you coming along? He nods reluctantly. Fine. Inside the shop, the cashier counts carefully. 24,476 pieces. 28,420 pieces. 41,446 pieces. A young man watches Kaguya Kui with excitement over 40,000 pieces. Absolutely insane. Kaguya Kui, Vanon's third son, truly a warrior among warriors. The cashier asks Bon, is all of this magic crystals? He nods, that's right, she processes it like a machine. Let me count again, his jaw practically hits the floor. Finally she announces the total. 182,418 pieces in all. The barbarians immediately swarm in, gasping in awe. 180,000 pieces. Bon, son of Jander, pulled in 180,000 pieces. That's an all-time record. It's not just the magic crystals either, has got an axe, boots, and even a bag to boot. How is that even possible? I'm so jealous it hurts. Bon, son of Jander, truly a warrior among warriors. His name echoes everywhere. Bison, he heaves a silent sigh. Their excitement is understandable, really. After all, he's the first barbarian in history to enter the labyrinth empty-handed and walk out as a full-fledged citizen. So he raises his hammer high, grinning ear to ear like he just won the lottery. I am the greatest warrior of them all. The barbarians around him roar in celebration. Bon, screw everything else, this feels amazing. Everyone is screaming. Bon, one annoyed guard pipes up. Please keep it down in this area. They sheepishly back off, sorry about that. The guard's voice wavers, could you all please lower your voices? They agree, at least in principle. Sure. The bystanders watching the commotion can only shake their heads in exasperation. Is the checkpoint always this rowdy? Typical barbarians. A little while later, the crowd finally loosens up a bit. Bon sits between Kaguya Kui and some others. He figures he should stick with the other barbarians. There's probably something else going on that he hasn't picked up on yet, so he decides to sit tight, wait for them to regroup and follow along. He glances over and spots Erwin. Her face still glows like that, unmistakable from anywhere. She's chatting warmly with her sister. I think I know how to handle the spirits now. Her sister pats her head affectionately. Oh really? I heard fire spirits are incredibly impatient though. I'll manage, probably. Bon's face darkens instantly. Now he knows what kind of people she hangs out with, nothing but tall, dark, ugly brutes oozing jealousy. Then their eyes suddenly lock. She's looking his way. Tonight, he mouths, signaling her. She nods in response. Got it. Her sister catches on immediately and presses her. Erwin, you know that guy? She flinches hard. No way. Over on this side, Kaguya Kui is no slouch either, is already craning his neck to snoop. Bon, son of Jander, what are you staring at? Do you know those elven girls? Bon immediately plays it off. Not a chance. Kaguya Kui lets out a beastly howl. That's what I thought. No way, a first-rate warrior like you would be acquainted with those weird long-eared freaks, right? That remark catches Erwin's sister's attention. Bon takes one look at the situation, reeking of gunpowder and heading south fast, and wordlessly shakes his head in defeat. I'm gonna die dealing with these uncivilized morons. What's this? Romeo and Juliet. Watching the last of the crowd file out of the restaurant, he quietly exhales with relief. Finally, it's over. Bon stands up, just wanting this whole thing to end. Everyone's here now. Let's move out. Kaguya Kui is bursting with energy beside him. Time to roll out. Trying to talk to Erwin in this atmosphere is impossible. He'll wait until tonight and find her then. A choked voice rings out. A father and his adventurous son embrace each other in tears. I missed you so much, son. I missed you too, Dad. Have you been good at home? Seeing this deeply emotional reunion, Bon freezes for a moment, then remembers. Right, even in a game, scenes like this still exist, don't they? Over there, several people are lost in happiness. His brother has returned, some are crying their eyes out. Seeing you alive, Mama is so happy. Joy and bliss fill the air, families reunited, friends embracing. Then there's a woman with golden hair, wailing. She screams in anguish. Jimmy and my husband, where's my husband? All the guard can manage is one somber sentence, I'm so sorry. Over on the other side, there are other unfortunate souls just like her. Mama, a little girl, stands there innocently, not understanding what's happening. Mom, isn't Dad coming home? Grief and La Somion drops to their knees. It's all my fault, all my fault. Others try to offer comfort in their despair. Look, we were all helpless back then. We've cleared Ender's SD 1,000 times already. The wailing shows no sign of stopping. Robin, why? But actually walking past these grief-stricken faces instead of 2D graphics, the feeling is still so surreal. Cut to nighttime and the whole squad of maniacs is absolutely hammered, 100% wasted. The lunatics are partying hard, popping bottles and drinking without restraint. Bon can't take it anymore. Have you all completely lost your minds? Like I said before, the reason I'm still hanging around these lunatics is because I thought I'd missed some important step in the quest progression or something. Important my ass. All you people know right now is pouring booze down your throats. Do you even know what's up or down anymore? Staying here any longer is just a waste of time. He shakes his head in exasperation, watching the rowdy bunch in front of him. And just like that, Bon cuts himself loose from the party. I'm gonna step out for a bit. Someone steps in to block him. You're really leaving already. Alerted by the commotion, everyone turns and blocks him in unison. What? The man of the hour wants to leave already. Why? Bond's jaw twitches. Man of the hour, give me a break. These guys won't let me leave. Well, they really are just having a good time, and he can't blame them for that. Good luck out there. To Bond Jandersoner, mightiest warrior. The sunset in this town is beautiful. Bond strolls along, taking in the scenery around him. Wait for me. Bond sighs in contentment. So peaceful. No monsters here, no one out to kill him. Everyone goes about their daily lives. What should we do tonight? Some people are out enjoying themselves. Let's go brew some beer. My husband went into the labyrinth this time. This place has its own rhythm, and it feels relaxing. Even if you stumble on this land, you can always get back up as if nothing happened. Because there will always be someone reaching out a hand to help. He clenches his fist. This place is another world, and it's probably not as civilized as 21st century Earth. But still, he opens the door to the hotel room he booked, turns on the shower, and lets the hot water wrap around his muscular body. His mind is completely at ease. Maybe living in this city won't be as bad as he thought. After the shower, he lets out a deep breath. That's refreshing. He flops onto the bed, staring at the ceiling with wide-open eyes, lost in thought. He opens his eyes and rubs them. Honestly, he still wants to go home. He really, really wants to go home. A rush of conflicting emotions floods through Heimven, though there's no one waiting for him back home. Night has fallen, the moon hangs directly overhead. It's 21:18, he wakes up, stretches and gazes at the clear night sky. He tells himself, we left the labyrinth around midday, so I must have slept for about 4 or 5 hours. Time to meet Irwin at Hyjing Pub. A local informs him Hyjing Pub has been gone for 10 years. He's genuinely shocked. Gone, the old man explains. Yeah, the owner's son was a drunk and a gambler drowned in debt. The place changed hands long ago. New owner, new name. That pub held memories for generations, you know. That's a real shame. Bond goes still. He'd half expected it, but so much time has passed in this game world since those events. He asks again, so what's the new place called? The old man hesitates. Let me think. Bond follows the lead, and before long, he stands before the entrance. This is the old Hyjing Pub. It looks so different from the game. At least he can still read this world's script. He should probably hit the library sometime to catch up on local knowledge. The pub is still buzzing with life. Welcome. Some of us don't know the meaning of drunken author bottle for this table. Bond grimaces openly. What a mess, where's Irwin? Before he can finish the thought, someone calls out. Hey, over here. She waves cheerfully. Bond stops in his tracks. Over there. Is that the woman from earlier today? She looks annoyed. So that barbarian brute was you. He walks over and introduces himself seriously. Bond, son of Jander, she responds curtly. Tija, Irwin's older sister. He sighs, deliberately playing dumb. Your name is Irwin's older sister. She cuts him off irritably. Just call me Tija. Bond goes quiet. Win's full name is Win. FCI Ash probably doesn't want to reveal her real name. He sits down and lowers his voice. So, Tiziahat brings you here. She can't hold it in. She slams her hand on the table. Hey, you brute, I've got a question for you. Why the hell are you trying to meet a young girl at a pub this late at night? Tija rises to her feet and slams the table. Last night you told Irwin to come to this shady pub. Then never showed up, made her wait the entire night, and you have the audacity to ask me why I'm here. You shameless brute. Win looks like she wants to defend him but doesn't dare speak up. His brow furrows deeply. What do you mean? Last night her face darkens. Are you playing dumb? Bond turns to ask someone else instead. Irwin, how long has it been since we left the labyrinth? She thinks for a moment. About 30 hours. He's stunned. 30 hours. Not 4:30. A second later, the blood drains from his face in disbelief. Cold sweat breaks out all over his body. So that's why waking up felt so refreshing. I'd slept through an entire day. Bond silently berates himself. I'm sorry. When? Bond concedes, crossing his arms. I'm really sorry I overslept. Both of them stare in shock. Win is bewildered. Bond is utterly confused. She's stunned. Has she never seen a demon apologize before? Tija clears her throat, interrogating him. Since you're a demon, I never expected you to show up on time anyway. So what exactly did you drag Win out here for? He thinks he could come up with a dozen excuses, but answers differently. He picks at his ear with maximum attitude. I don't owe you an explanation. If you're so curious, go home and ask Win yourself. Her blood boils, she's twitching, ready to throw hands for 500 rounds straight. Knew it. All demons are the same. Tija is furious. Interesting, well said. Bond juts his chin, throwing down a challenge of his own. What does that have to do with anything? You should drop that attitude of yours. Unless you plan on sheltering Win for the rest of her life. Tija glares at him, eyes blazing. Win rushes to intervene. Big bro, please. Tija slams a bag down on the table. Here, take it. This is 350 stones. It's the money Win earned from the essence. He furrows his brow, feels like he's seen this scene in a bunch of Korean dramas. A cliché movie scene flashes through Bond's mind. Tasia throws the money in his face, take this cash and get the hell away from Win. She crosses her arms, watching Bond with suspicion. Why aren't you taking it? Don't tell me I was right, you had ulterior motives all along. Her eyes darken with menace. Bond ignores her completely and turns to Win. Do you agree with her? She hesitates. He closes his eyes and exhales. The price for the essence I gave you is that you help me until I collect enough essence and complete the quest. She finally understands. Huh, is that how it is? Bond nods firmly, confirming. Exactly, we also split it 5-5. Win's eyes suddenly light up. But then she seems to remember something, and the spark in her eyes dies. I'm sorry. Bond is caught off guard, confused. Why? We worked together so well in the dungeon, didn't we? Tasia answers for Win. From now on, Win goes into the labyrinth with me. Letting her go out alone this time was just following tradition. It was her first exploration after all. I never intended to let her run dungeons alone. He clicks his tongue in realization. So she already has someone to go with from now on. Bond bristles. The fragile bond they just built shatters to pieces. Tasia pushes the bag toward him. If you understand, then please take the money. Bond speaks up, suspicion in his voice. Hold on. I'm pretty sure 350,000 stones is only half of what the essence is worth at current market price, right? Tasia shrugs nonchalantly. Of course, you've already gotten plenty as it is. Bond won't back down. That means you're short 280,000 stones. The agreed split was 9-1. She smirks. Right, I almost forgot. She slams another bag onto the table. Here, 280,000. He's stunned, completely speechless. What the hell? Was she seriously going to scam me if I'd forgotten? That pointy-eared little skinflint. Now he gets why demons hate the elven race. He eyes Tasia warily. If you're done, could you give us some space? I still have something I want to say to Win. She frowns. You still have something to say to her. Right then, Win tugs on her sleeve. Sis, thank you for worrying about me and coming all this way. But you can head back now. I need to thank him and say goodbye properly. Her eyes glisten. Tasia has 1,000 things to say, but holds her tongue. Fine. You're not a little kid anymore. Suddenly she rounds on him, jabbing a finger at his face. Now swear it, you demon. He startles. Swear to what? Tasia's face turns dead serious. Swear you won't sleep with Win and I'll leave right now. Win's face erupts crimson. She bolts upright. What? What are you even saying, sis? Bond seriously analyzes what she just said. So as long as I don't sleep with her, everything else is fair game. Tasia doesn't care about anything else, just wants him to swear. Swear then. Bond doesn't hesitate for a second. I swear on a warrior's honor. Truth is, he couldn't be more relaxed about it. I've never given a damn about some warrior's honor. Erwin looks disappointed. After getting what she wanted, Tasia turns and struts off. Fine, I'm leaving now. Erwin calls after her sister. But after a few steps, she adds something almost forgot. Thank you for saving Erwin, Bonson of Jander. After Tasia leaves, Erwin slumps face down onto the table with a sigh. She looks up at Bond with teary eyes. What am I supposed to do now? I've never gone against her before. Do you think she'll be angry? He figures with that smile she didn't look that angry. He reassures Erwin. Don't worry about it. Erwin looks somewhat relieved. Oh, thank goodness. Right. She fidgets, visibly shy. Thank you for the offer earlier. But I've already decided to help my sister, so I'm really sorry. Bond rubs his chin. You don't need to apologize. He figures if a high-ranking elf offered to help him explore a dungeon, he wouldn't refuse either. Erwin hands Bond another large bag. And here exactly 63 magic crystals from the blood hands and the crossbow loot. I've already taken my share, so don't worry about it. I tried to pack your things neatly, but there's still quite a lot left. I think you should prepare extra supplies for tomorrow yourself. She cheerfully gives him a heads up. Bond nods. She already guessed what he was about to ask before he could say it. He gives up on inviting her to join his party. But what a waste. A while later, the atmosphere between them turns awkward. She fidgets uncomfortably. How should I repay you? He doesn't understand. Repay. She explains. I told you I'd definitely repay you for helping me. Now it clicks for Bond. So that's why the older sister made him swear not to sleep with her. She was afraid he'd make that kind of demand. He sighs. Repayment, huh? I can't think of anything right now, but Hato, you want something to eat. Erwin shakes her head. I'm not that hungry. He's blunt. Then I'll just order for myself. Erwin suddenly blushes and freezes, then a moment later musters all her courage, leans forward and eagerly makes her request. Then I want a drink. Yesterday I had to force myself not to touch a single drop. He raises an eyebrow. Drink. Erwin proudly pounds her chest. I want to do the drinking right with you. Bond digs through his memories. The drinking right, yeah, that cultural tradition definitely exists in the game. For elves who only truly come of age through the rite of passage, the first drinking rite holds immense significance. He hesitates, then replies with genuine honor. Erwin giggles and teaches him the proper response. You're supposed to say thank you. Bond nods and corrects himself immediately. Thank you. She beams, her eyes sparkling. Of course, we survived the labyrinth's trials together. Of course we should share our first drinking right together. Erwin stammers, suddenly flustered. This might not be your first drinking right though. Bon looks puzzled. What are you talking about? This is my first time too. Erwin's eyes widen in surprise. Huh? He frowns and explains. I told you I'm only 20 years old. He studies him with suspicion. You're not joking, are you? Bon grins confidently. This is also my first time entering a labyrinth. Before long, the table is loaded with food. Erwin raises her cup with a cheerful grin. Big bro, you did amazing out there. He raises his cup as well. You too. Cheers. They clink their cups together and drain them in one go. A while later, the food on the table has been nearly devoured. Erwin cups her flushed cheeks and compliments him. Big bro, that outfit tawdivry stylish. He doesn't say it out loud, but he can't help thinking the same. And she looks quite pretty in that dress today. Enough small talk should he get straight to the important matters. He weighs his options. Meanwhile, she keeps cheerfully singing praises of his alcohol tolerance. Bon wipes his mouth with the back of his hand, satisfied. Erwin, you said you wanted to repay me, right? I've thought of something. Erwin looks curious, slightly dazed. What is it? He suddenly leans in close and whispers, but not Harith, guards will notice us. For a split second, her face goes blank, then flushes red, gears grinding in her head. Then, how about we go to your room for a spelling lesson? Good idea. Questionable sounds keep leaking out from room 305. Spread wide, Erwin. Bon stares at her with laser focus. Erwin pants heavily. Too strong, too long. She's pinned face down on the bed, wailing in pain. My shoulder, you're going to dislocate it. Bon keeps pressing harder, struggling to control his real strength. Unlike Bon, tears stream down her face as she cries out in agony. At this rate, my bones are going to warp. He doesn't buy it. You sure? Erwin rushes to prove it. Yes, I swear on my family's honor. Bon reluctantly stops. Fine, take a break. Erwin quickly scrambles to the far corner, clutching her arm and staring at him with teary, aggrieved eyes. I'm alive, my arm is still in one piece, right? Bon rests a hand on his thigh, thinking. In the real world, a 4 agility bonus doesn't seem all that impressive. Erwin still hugs her shoulder, turning her face away shyly as she asks, did you invite me here just to test my abilities? Bon admits it, using abilities inside the city isn't exactly allowed. But the truth is, he just wanted to test the difference between essence in-game and in the real world. She pouts, even more annoyed. I don't care. Dungeon Stone was never a user-friendly game. Just looking at the stat panels tells you that much. Player status windows display 3 categories: body, mind, and ability. Those 3 are the main parameters. Physical stats break down into a detailed list with specific numbers. But click the plus button next to them and thousands of substats appear. For example, investing points in stamina increases endurance and makes a male character's physique more muscular. You can carry heavier loads, backpacks, rucksacks, and land stronger physical attacks by combining with swords or axes. That's why even characters with similar stats can end up doing completely different things. Body 50. He learned all of this by sinking thousands of hours into grinding this game. Bon furrows his brows, deep in frustrated thought. There are stats with insanely powerful effects that he never even discovered in 9 years of playing. One stat he knows almost nothing about is obsession. It's a stat that came with the essence Erwin absorbed. He reflects doesn't know a single thing about it, other than it being classified as a low-tier stat under the mind parameter. Erwin looks at him expectantly. Is there anything else we can do now? Bon clearly sees the blue energy coursing through her body. Erwin, after leaving the labyrinth, did you notice anything different about yourself? Something more specific, like overthinking, or losing patience over small things. Erwin rubs her chin, trying to recall. I'm not sure. Oh, the cookies, I remember now. I've never eaten that many eggs before in my life. Bon falls silent. Got it. He ponders further, so obsession amplifies cravings. That explains why it had no effect in game. But there might still be other stats I don't know about. I should be careful when. Erwin gently tugs his sleeve. Hey, I'm sleepy now, she murmurs, coquettishly setting aside a few important matters. He still wants to check a few more things. Fine, let's get some sleep. He blows out the candle. Bon closes his eyes and drifts off. Then he jolts awake, remembering something. Their brother told me I'm not allowed to sleep with her. He glances at Erwin sleeping soundly beside him, her face flushed red, completely at peace. It's probably fine. He probably meant the other kind of sleeping together. The next morning, weapons of all kinds are scattered across the floor. So this is the loot. Erwin squats on the floor, marveling. This is a lot. Coming to my inn was the right call. Are we selling all of this now? Bon calculates silently. All of I except for a few pieces. Erwin grins at him, excited. Can I keep this outfit and this belt? Bon's expression hardens. Fine, but I'm deducting them from your share. Deal. After that, Bon and Erwin head to a shop. The shopkeeper beams as he appraises the sword. I'll give you 350 magic crystals for this. They move on to sell the rest of the loot at other shops. One shopkeeper offers 180 magic crystals for the batch. Another bids 250 magic crystals for the lot. The two of them busy themselves selling off the goods. I've made a total of 1,500 magic crystals. Bond cradles 3 enormous bundles. Erwin stares in stunned amazement. Is this not a dream? How much is all of this? After deducting Erwin's share, he has about 1,000 magic crystals left. He's never earned this much money in the early game before. He smirks with pride. Not a bad start. Alright, this is where we part ways. Erwin's face drops. He doesn't understand why she's so surprised. We don't have anything left to do together, do we? He thinks for a moment. Well, since we're heading the same direction anyway, let's walk to the central plaza together. Erwin's expression darkens with disappointment. Okay, but I wanted to stay with you longer. They reach the plaza and find a noisy crowd gathered in a circle. Erwin grows curious. Why's everyone gathering over there? Bond has a hunch. That's an execution. Soldiers shout orders. Everyone stand back. A man about to be executed trembles, wanting to speak. These people haven't committed any serious crimes, no murder, no rape, no arson. Their crime, failing to pay taxes. The soldier pulls the guillotine rope and bellows, I will now begin the execution. Yafanir is the last surviving city of this otherworld, a world that met its end at the hands of a witch's curse. The only place to gather resources in this tiny, desolate region is the labyrinth. Therefore, anyone who can't pay their taxes simply gets executed. The guillotine blade falls a brutal measure to cull the population. But the horror doesn't stop there. The surrounding crowd scrambles like starving wolves, trampling and climbing over one another to get closer. Shoving each other aside, they dip their bread into the blood of the one just executed. They devour it eagerly, mumbling as if they've just tasted the finest delicacy. Good lord. Erwin covers her mouth in horror. What? Why are they dipping their bread in blood? Bond's face goes pale as he explains. There's a legend that says you'll be blessed with fortune and luck if you drink the blood of the executed. Erwin, how much is the tax for the first year? She thinks for a moment. 700 crystal cores for non-human races. He furrows his brow tight. It's strayed a bit from the game, but it's still pretty similar. And for the second year onward, she swallows nervously. 800 crystal cores plus transaction fees on top of that. Bond nods to himself. Just like in the gamma, taxes increase year by year. He needs to get stronger this year. He falls silent. If that happens, there's no going back to his old life, no room left for self-pity. His blood would end up as nothing more than another pool for those people too. He formulates a plan to prevent that from happening. I need to save money. The 6th floor at the very least. He needs to become an adventurer capable of conquering the 6th floor enough to survive in this world and keep his head off the chopping block. A short while later, Bond arrives at the library. He looks around in awe. This place is huge. In the game, the library was still under construction. He walks past confused young scholars. Why's everyone staring at me like that? Well, I guess it's rare to see a man in a library. He suddenly stops, recognizing a familiar face, second or third daughter of some faction or another. Bond is shocked to find her drooling all over a book. He walks closer, reaching out to poke her. What is she doing here? She wakes up groggily. Na stares at him blankly. Jander, Bond's son. He nods, glad to see you're still alive and well. Na shouts excitedly, her voice booming across the entire library. You too, Jander. Bond's son. The introvert in him dies a little. Keep your voice down, he hisses. But the louder he whispers, the more she completely ignores him, not lowering her volume one bit. Sorry, I just didn't expect to run into a fellow barbarian tribesman here. Bond sighs in defeat. Whatever, what are you doing here? Na explains, you told me I need to think before I act, so I figured I need more knowledge before I can think properly. Bond is surprised. That's actually commendable. She really is different from the other barbarians. I also realized while going through the labyrinth that monsters aren't the only enemy. Na clenches her fists, a flicker of indignation in her eyes. Bond crosses his arms and watches. Something must have happened in the labyrinth. The other men would just boast about their experiences in the labyrinth though. Na sighs and closes the book. That's exactly why I decided to study. But reading is so hard. Bond is at a loss for words. That's your problem. She springs to her feet, determined. So I'm thinking of visiting the temple too. Learn how to read and write from the elders. He raises an eyebrow. You're going right now. Na gives a reason that's impossible to argue with. If I don't do it now, I'll forget. Bond is left speechless again. The more I learn, the more I feel sorry for the barbarian tribe. Before leaving, she doesn't forget to smile and remind him of her promise. I just remembered I promised to repay you for your advice if we made it back alive. If you ever need help, come find me at the Angry Bull Inn. I'll do whatever I can to help you. Na smiles confidently. Bon furrows his brow and agrees. All right, don't forget this promise in the next few days. Actually, I think I'll need your help soon. A moment later, Bon scratches his head in frustration. How am I supposed to find the book I need in a place this massive? It's enormous. He suddenly notices a librarian hunched over, head drooping down. Bon approaches her. She must be the librarian, right? Is she sleeping on the job? He clears his throat with a fake cough. She raises her head, gazing at him with a drowsy, half-awake expression. What is it? Bon stammers. I'm looking for books. Where can I find the history section? As soon as he finishes speaking, she immediately casts a spell. A beam of light emerges from her hand and flows into his body. Bon is bewildered and stunned. Did she just cast magic on me? But nothing's changed. He stands there with a dumbfounded expression full of question marks. She yawns and sleepily explains. Now, if you walk around, you'll find the books you need. But you can't borrow them. Please put them back where they belong when you're done. He wonders, just walk around. But before he gets an answer, she props her chin up and closes her eyes, falling right back asleep. He's at a loss. She's out cold again. He doesn't dare say it out loud. What is wrong with this girl? Bon has no choice but to hurry along and follow her instructions. He quickly figures out how the magic works. As soon as he starts wandering the library, he spots a glow between the bookshelves, its color identical to the magic she just used. He pulls the book out. This magic must be highlighting books related to whatever keyword I'm thinking about. That explains why there's only one librarian in a library this huge. He murmurs to himself, I'll start with this one. The first book, The Collapse of the World. Thousands of years ago, no life could exist in this land due to a witch's curse. The last remaining city, State Yafanir, was the only place that escaped the catastrophe. The royal family opened a portal to another dimension because the people were slowly starving to death from dwindling resources. That portal became the labyrinth of today. Ben nods thoughtfully. The primitive history of this world is strikingly similar to the game's opening cinematic. He moves on to the second book, a brief primer on alchemy. It explains how mana crystals harvested from monsters can be refined into bread, water, and steel. Ben is skeptical. I can't grasp the theory no matter how many times I read it, but I'll commit this to memory for now. He flips to the third book. It covers the reasons behind the deep-seated hatred between the barbarian tribes and the elven race. He turns the page. All right, fourth book, Thighs, is the one I need to read. The fourth book, Evil Spirits of the Abyss. Evil spirits in this world refer to beings from another dimension who possess the bodies of native inhabitants. He nods in agreement, calling it that isn't exactly wrong. However, the book doesn't explain the cause of the phenomenon, but it makes clear just how much effort the royal family and the church have poured into eradicating it. Ben picks up another book. In other words, as long as I don't say any forbidden words, I should be fine. He sighs, a handy tip seeing as I'm an evil spirit myself. The fifth book, The Death of the Emperor. This one covers the first king, one called the Immortal Emperor, Levon III. He died 150 years ago. Ben recalls that the game started right after Levon III's death, so it's now 150 years into the game's timeline. That's probably why the in-game knowledge I have contradicts reality so badly. The next book, Observations on Dimensional Instability. Ben wonders, is this the book that the blonde guy who saved him was reading? What I experienced was truly rare, just like the blonde guy said. This book mentions a theory entering a portal at the exact moment it closes could trigger some kind of instability. So ending up stuck here is basically my own fault. Damn, that's depressing. I need to stop thinking about this. Ben rests his chin on his hands, dejected. Only now does Ben glance out the window. It's dark, I'll read the rest later. That night, he lies with his arms behind his head, staring at the ceiling, restless. 3 days have passed since I left the dungeon. A month here is 30 days, right? The dungeon opens at midnight on the 1st of the month, so I still have 27 days. Starting tomorrow, I'll look for a new party member. Time flies. The next morning, Ben is jolted awake by relentless pounding on the door. A soft voice calls out, "Hey, wake up, open the doors." Ben recognizes it instantly. Erwin, with an annoyed expression, Ben opens the door. "It's barely morning, what are you doing here?" Before he can even finish, a violent gust of wind slams into his face. She squeals with excitement. "I did it, I successfully formed a contract. Look, I tried 10 times with the spirit stone my sister bought me. It worked, and its wind element, it pairs perfectly with fire." He stares at the spectacle and offers a grudging compliment. "Lucky you. Spirit stones are items that let you form a pact with a spirit at a 10% success rate. They're expensive, and she burned through 10 of them. She must come from a seriously wealthy family." He turns away, deadpan. "Got it, now you can stop summoning it." Erwin and her little whirlwind look crestfallen. But I haven't even shown you what it can do yet. He gestures angrily into his room. Everything inside has been blown into a scattered mess. How much more trash do you want my room to be? Erwin freezes stunned. She goes pale, panicking. I'm sorry, I'll clean it up right away. The little wind spirit falls silent at her side as she scrambles to tidy the room. Finally, Erwin finishes. All done. Ben surveys the result, genuinely impressed. She said she had a talent for cleaning, but I didn't expect her to be this fast. He speaks up. Congrats on forming a pact with a spirit. She beams, scratching her head with a grin. Thank you. Ben's tone turns serious. But you don't need to waste your time coming to see me. Shouldn't you be spending your time more wisely before we head back into the dungeon? Erwin's face falls. She hesitates, deflated. That's true, but I ran straight here because I wanted you to be the first to know. She wilts, looking utterly dejected. Ben is puzzled, trying to rationalize the situation. Is it because I'm her first party member? She seems pretty attached to me. Look, first partner, I just got a wind spirit. How much stronger have you gotten? Ben quickly composes himself. This relationship is better kept professional. But he does plan to stay friends with Erwin. He flashes a used car salesman grin, extending his hand toward her spitting image of a smooth-talking promoter. I plan to stay here permanently. If you ever have any problems, just come find me. We're comrades in arms after all. Erwin's eyes well up with emotion. She smiles radiantly. Okay. He chuckles to himself. Having a few connections isn't bad. 26 days until the dungeon reopens. Whether that's a long time or a short one depends on how you look at it, but he knows exactly how to make the most of it. The sky burns crimson with the glow of sunset. Ben eyes the crowd of rowdy men gathered outside, puzzled. This is the Angry Bull and where the warriors stay. One of them spots him and bellows. Who's that? Is it the strongest warrior? Ben Jan's son. The crowd erupts in excitement. What Ben? Oh, Ben, I've heard stories about him. His ears nearly bleed from the sheer volume. He thinks, still as loud as ever. One of the guys leads Ben inside the building, chatting him up. So what brings you here? You looking to stay too? Not a bad idea. This place only costs 300 mana crystals a night. Ben is taken aback. What, 300 crystals? That's dirt cheap. The guy explains 10 warriors share a 5-bed room, but if it's you, we'll give you a bed to yourself. The image of 10 men crammed into a single room flashes through his mind, and Ben's dreams come crashing down. So that's why it's cheap. He cuts the idle chatter short. No, I'm here to see the third daughter of Fennel. The guy corrects him. No. Right on cue, she appears looking bewildered. Bon, son of Jander. The guy calls out excitedly. Nah, second daughter of Fennel. Perfect timing. Bon, son of Jander is here to see you. She walks over to him. Why? Bon's expression hardens. I have a favor to ask. I want to spar with you for training. He admits it freely. He needs the practice. Pure close quarters combat alone won't be enough to survive. Nell looks surprised. There's no need to ask for a favor. You just need to head out to the yard. He watches the others brawling fiercely, and it clicks. It seems this isn't something that requires asking. Na adds, as long as it's not the morning, I can spar with you anytime. Bon considers for a moment. Then let's start right now. Na and the others in the yard clear space for the two of them. Na and Bon are about to fight. Bon surges forward toward her. I came to learn, but I have no intention of losing. Na raises her sword into a guard stance. She cleaves downward in a devastating overhead slash. The result, Bon ends up flat on his back, blood streaming from his nose. Utterly outclassed, the crowd erupts. Na is the strongest warrior. The greatest warrior, second daughter of Fennel. She ignores the cheers and asks after him. Are you all right? He lifts his head. I'm fine. He has to admit is incredible. This is the best possible use of his time. He wipes the blood from his nose once more. Next, she cleaves his shield clean away, but he shouts. Again, he stumbles yet presses on. The second round comes so fast he can barely react. Again, the third time, Bon manages to block with his sword just in time. They clash head-on, but he still loses. Again, the fourth round he fights with more agility, dodging her lethal strikes, but the outcome is the same. Defeat. Bon roars again, for the nth time until the moon hangs high in the night sky. He collapses, gasping for breath. Na stands steady as a mountain, barely glistening with a thin sheen of sweat from the exertion. She lets out a sigh. Do you still want to continue? I want to rest now. Bon grits his teeth. Na is far too strong. He shakes his head with a faint smile. No, today is enough. She nods in understanding. I see, well done. Moreover, she's far smarter than the average barbarian, and he doesn't think she'll betray him, seeing as she's won too. He decides to broach the subject. Na, are you planning to enter the labyrinth alone next time as well? She nods casually. Probably. I don't have the money to form a party, so my best option is. He extends his hand toward her, a silent offer. Na, would you like to be my teammate? She stares stunned. Teammate. Bon nods. Yes, I'll take 80% of the profits, but I'll cover the party registration fees. Na's expression darkens, she cuts him off. Enough, no need for further explanation. Bond tenses. Damage doesn't like those terms. He rushes to list additional benefits. Listen, I'll also pay for the equipment. Na grabs his hand firmly, a smile breaking across her face. Even if you explain more, I won't understand anyway. I'll trust you, Bond, son of Jander. He smirks with satisfaction. Then I look forward to working with you. Perfect, now he has an ally. Time flows on. The next day, the barbarian temple. The chieftain greets them. Welcome, Na, second daughter of Fennel and Bond, son of Jander. He eyes the man warily. He didn't want to come here because of him, but there is no other choice. The elder laughs heartily. It's rare for a warrior who has already left the temple to return. Have you come to learn reading and writing like Na? He shakes his head. No, then what brings you here? Bond cuts straight to the point. I want the spirit mark. More precisely, I want the death spirit mark. It is an overpowered skillone he must possess if he is to conquer the labyrinth. Every race in this world bears its own unique traits. The elves can forge contracts with spirits to borrow their power. The dwarves possess armor blessings that amplify the effects of their equipment. The beastmen can form pacts with ancient monsters known as spirit beasts. And finally, the berserker race possesses the spirit mark. Killing intent radiates from the elder as he steps forward, looming over Bond. Oh, how does a brat like you know about that? That is not something a young warrior such as yourself should be aware of. He breaks into a cold sweat and swallows hard, under suspicion again. But even so, it doesn't matter. This is exactly why he went to the library and dug up everything he could on the spirit mark beforehand. Bond furrows his brow and meets the elder's gaze head-on. I read about it in a book. I heard that mark played a major role in the wars against the elves. Before he can finish, the elder bursts into laughter and slaps him thunderously on the back. So that's how you know about it. You've been reading books, have you? How interesting. The elder's grin deepens. I am proud of you, both you and Na alike. Of course, there is no reason we would deny a warrior the spirit mark when they come asking for it. Bond starts to respond, but the elder laughs heartily and cuts him off once more. But for a young warrior like you, a single spirit mark will cost around 800,000 magic crystals. The old man raises his hand, challenging him. Can you even afford that? Bond answers with unwavering conviction, I will pay in full. But inside, he is panicking. You're serious? He's certain of it now. Thighs is exactly why spirit marks are impossible to obtain early in the game. The price is simply too steep. Especially since at higher floors, rare materials become more valuable than raw currency ever could. But Bond produces a counting pouch without hesitation. Inside is one pouch of 500,000 magic crystals and 3 smaller pouches holding 100,000 each. Inwardly, he swells with pride. For once, he is the man with money. Here, the elder takes the pouch, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Bond, son of Jander, where did a boy like you get this much money? A grin tugs at his lips. He had already prepared an excuse for this exact question. I'd be disappointed if you didn't ask. His smirk turns cunning. I was lucky enough to stumble upon a wounded elf on the first floor. I put her to work as my slave and raked in a fortune in magic crystals. I bled her dry, then squeezed a hefty ransom out of her sister to boot. Those pointy-eared bastards are pathetically weak. Hearing those words, the elder bursts into gleeful laughter. I can't remember the last time I laughed this hard. The surrounding barbarians crowd in, excited voices overlapping with praise. Brilliant, Bond, son of Jander, you humiliated those wretched long ears. You might be the first one to ever pull that off. Absolutely legendary. Bond grins. He watches their reactions with quiet amusement. More people are starting to gather around. They really hate the elves that much. Well, that's not a bad thing at all. The elder steps forward and presses something into his hand. Consider this a gift for showing me the fire in you, boy. Bond stares down at what's in his hand, stunned. He's giving me back 200,000 magic crystals. Holy hell, just earned 200,000 magic crystals with a single story. This old man is absurdly generous. Eager to win over the surrounding barbarians as well. Bond declares with fervor, I will keep trampling those long-eared bastards underfoot and become an even stronger warrior. A heartbeat later, his expression softens. He's starting to genuinely like these people. They have more charisma than he expected. The spirit mark is a type of body enhancement technique. It works by absorbing the essence within magical materials and channeling it into a unique, permanent power. The tattoos that adorn every barbarian from birth are proof that their souls remain pure and untainted. That is why the markings remain vivid even after they reach adulthood. And that is the very reason why every single barbarian bears tattoos on their body. Moments later, he seeks out the witch doctor for the procedure. The old shaman warns him, I'll give you one more chance to reconsider, young warrior. Once you walk this path, you will never be able to receive a different spirit mark. Bond sits in the center of the magic formation, his resolve unshakable. It doesn't matter. A high-grade, indestructible spirit mark of immortal brandy's an absolute necessity for any barbarian tank. The witch doctor produces a long needle. Then I shall begin. With all his other skills already formidable, choosing the path of the immortal was an obvious decision for any veteran player of this game. Instantly, the old man strikes his acupoints at blistering speed so fast that only streaks of light remain visible. Only then does Bond truly understand. But I have to endure this every single time I level up. The pain is excruciating, his face turns ashen. He wants to curse, to scream, and finally he does, bellowing at the top of his lungs. The status screens pop up, displaying that he has activated the first layer of the immortal seal, boosting his recovery and strength stats. Once the seal activation is complete, he winces as he parts the curtain and steps out. Before leaving, he doesn't forget to turn and thank the old man. His back burns red and throbs with pain, yet the old man simply looks at him and bursts out laughing. Bond is bewildered. Why is he laughing? The shaman smirks. This is the first time I've ever seen a true warrior thank a healer. Not bothering with him any further, Bond swiftly takes his leave. Did I do something wrong? Better get out of here before he grows suspicious. Time passes. The next morning, he heads to the trading district to purchase the necessary equipment. What he realized from training with Na is that he isn't suited to be a swordsman. He plans to focus solely on shield skills once he obtains the soul seal. Dumping time into upgrading sword techniques would be nothing but a waste. He steps into a shop. Welcome, sir. What are you looking to buy? The shopkeeper asks. He replies casually, I'm looking for a one-handed weapon. The shopkeeper immediately gestures to a selection. Then these over Heresy are all heavy weapons favored by berserkers. He surveys them in silence, nodding with quiet satisfaction. They certainly fit a berserker's tastes. Bond shakes his head. I want something more ordinary. He analyzes these weapons boast high damage output, but they're overkill for the monsters on the first floor. Those are easy enough to bring down as it is. The shopkeeper continues with another suggestion. How about this one then? He picks up weapon after weapon, testing each, until he finally settles on one to his liking. It's a mace of moderate size, 220000 magic crystals. He also purchases a helmet custom-fitted to his head since none of the standard sizes fit for 170,000 magic crystals, and a chest piece tailored to his body for 360,000 magic crystals. Together, the full set makes him look like a seasoned veteran. He's bought everything he needs. What remains? 50,000 magic crystals. A great deal of time has passed since he left the labyrinth, and naturally his daily routine has adjusted accordingly. Every single day, Win lingers around his house several times. At around 7, he wakes up and has breakfast with Win. Bond can't help but ask, isn't it pretty far from your place to here? Win deflects every time with the same excuse, the food here is cheap and delicious. He then heads to the library and reads until 4 in the afternoon. He glances at her drowsy face and can't help but smile. She's dozed off again. Afterwards, he goes to eat at a place he's never been before and gathers intelligence that can't be found in any library. At the table beside him, a group of people animatedly discusses a monster nest somewhere in the area. It sounds incredibly dangerous. Bond munches contentedly, offering his own commentary on the food between bites. This place is pretty expensive, but the food isn't even that good. Around 5 in the evening, he heads to where the other berserkers reside and trains there. On the 7th day of training, he begins sparring with the other berserkers. He continues with enthusiasm. There's no combat skill system here like I'd hoped, but relying purely on instinct is its own kind of good training. Over the course of training, his reflexes, agility, and strength all improve. His attack stat finally ticks up by 1. Through constant training, I managed to beat Na several times in sparring. The barbarians roar in unison. The son of Yan Bon has triumphed. The strongest warrior Bon. He contentedly shakes Na's hand. Thanks for today. She sneers in acknowledgement. You've gotten stronger, Bon. She is powerful, no doubt, but her fighting style is rigid. I've told her about it, but it's already become second nature to her. I don't think she'll fix it easily. By 900, I head home to wash up and Win shows up again. She invites him to have dinner together. Bon is puzzled. Didn't she say the trip here was exhausting, a full hour's walk? She smiles brightly and shakes her head. It's fine, let's go. Around 11, we finish dinner, and Win heads back to her lodgings. She bids him farewell. Well then, I'll be heading back. Good night. Good luck in the labyrinth tomorrow. Win encourages him enthusiastically. Bond smiles. Yeah, you too. Bond feels a tinge of anticipation. Is tomorrow really the day? Time really does fly. After repeating this routine day after day, a month slips by in the blink of an eye. Now, only 24 hours remain until the labyrinth opens. The next morning, 8:10 a.m. at the Adventurers Guild, countless adventurers stream into the registration hall. Bon and Na enter as well. "We'd like to use magic positioning," he says. The attendant eyes them both. "Just the two of you?" "Yes," he replies. She continues her instructions. "Please place your hands on the orb." The orb glows. 2 rank 9 adventurers. That will be 15,000 stones. A steep price for a one-time use, but a necessary one. Na eyes it warily. "How much beef is that worth?" Spawn points are randomized upon entering the labyrinth, but with magic positioning, you and your party will start at the same location. He presses further. "What exactly determines an adventurer's rank?" The attendant explains, "We assess based on the spiritual energy within an adventurer's soul." He confirms, "So the price goes up if my rank is higher?" She nods. "Of course." He begins to suggest, "In that case," but before he can finish, she cuts him off. "Done. And it's only valid for 24 hours from now, so please keep track of the time." Bon is rendered speechless. He turns to Na. "Let's go eat." Moments later, Na stares at the table overflowing with food, emotions welling up inside her. "Bon, what is all this?" "I ordered the most expensive meal at the tavern, 800 leaves, as a pre-labyrinth feast." He grins. "This is an 8-stone meal." Na drools with excitement. "This isn't a dream, is it?" "Try it." Needing no further encouragement, Na immediately takes a huge bite. She is so happy she could cry. "It's so delicious." "What is this?" "It's like a dream." She devours the food as if she's on death's door, swearing oaths between every bite. "I'll work hard from now on. I'll earn tons of money and eat like this again." Bon can only shake his head helplessly. "Sure you will. Good luck with that." What does she usually eat? 10 minutes before the labyrinth opens, a purple magic circle materializes in the center of the plaza. The guards shout, "No one enters yet." Fully clad in armor, Bon glances around. "I didn't notice last time, I was too busy, but this gate is truly enormous." Suddenly, he spots Ba Thun excitedly striding toward the gate with a group of barbarians. "Stop, I can see the gate." "We've arrived." His followers erupt in cheers. "That's Pa Thun for you, we made it just in time." Ba Thun is truly an elite warrior. Bon figures they must have just completed their coming-of-age ceremony. How do they manage to make it here every single time? Ba Thun boasts to his team, "I told you to trust me." Na scrunches her nose. "That reminds me of those days." He stares at her blankly. "It's only been a few months for us." The attendant announces, "Everyone may enter now." Now he's thrilled. "Bon, let's go." But he holds her back. "Wait. No, there are a few things I want to check. I read that if you enter a dimensionally unstable." Na casually cuts him off, reassuring him. "It's fine, Bon. Besides, I don't think I'd understand what you're saying anyway, so I'll just follow your lead." She says that with such confidence, but the moment the attendant announces 1 minute until the gate closes, Na's certainty flips to pure panic. "But shouldn't we be going in right now?" He silently calculates the gate is definitely smaller than when it first opened. "I think it was about this size last time." "We're going in," he says as the gate begins to shrink. Right at that moment, the gate guard screams. Bon grabs Na's hand urgently. "Right, now go." Na immediately dashes forward. "All right." The gate guard is terrified out of his wits. "Wait, it's dangerous." In the silent void, only the steady drip-drip of water echoes through the darkness. Bon closes his eyes and senses his surroundings. He slowly opens his eyes. "Just as I thought." Na panics, groping blindly in the darkness. "I can't see anything." Bon steadies her. "Calm down. Now this is a dark zone." He pulls out a torch. "I brought one this time." She looks puzzled. Suddenly, Na notices something ahead. "What is that?" "Bon, you're incredible. It's still here, just as I thought." "It's a monument. We can use it to open the gateway to the 2nd floor. We'll head to the next floor right now." Bon smirks with a cunning grin. A pro gamer knows how to exploit every early advantage. Bon lightly touches the tombstone. Instantly, a brilliant beam of light erupts and coalesces into a shimmering gateway. Na stands there, bewildered, questioning everything she knows while he remains perfectly calm and composed. "Let's go." Doubt gnaws at her. "How did you do that?" Bon falls silent. This is a secret he cannot reveal. He recalls the intel on the 2nd floor. The encroaching darkness swallows everything deeper with each step, leaving behind only the crumbling remnants of ancient stone architecture. Na sighs in wonder. "The chief said it should take at least a few days to reach the 2nd floor." He answers dismissively. "The books say so." Na believes him without hesitation. "That's amazing that you actually pulled it off. In any case, this place has nothing left to offer. Apart from the faint, dying moans drifting through the air, it has officially become a dead zone." He murmurs. She feels it too, but Na just stares blankly, not understanding. "What?" He presses a hand to his chest, feeling each thunderous heartbeat. "I feel something coursing through my blood vessels, spreading throughout my entire body." Na beams with excitement. "That means your spirit status has been upgraded. Congratulations." He answers in confusion. "Spirit status? So it actually leveled up?" The spirit status has its own level progression too. A player's life force is consumed when executing skills. It also increases with each level. The amount of essence a player can channel also scales with each level. Right now we're at level 2, so we can use 2 essence at once. The Na asks curiously, but that stranger spirit status leveled up without you having to kill a single monster. He answers calmly, I think clearing a floor and being the first to reach the next one also counts as an achievement. Inwardly, he thinks I knew about this mechanic, which is exactly why I did it. In this world, experience is classified as achievements, but each type of monster can only grant one. After hitting a certain threshold, earning achievements from kills becomes increasingly difficult. However, there's one way to break through that ceiling. Be the first to reach the next floor at the fastest possible speed. Unlike monster kills, this method has no cap. If exploited well, experience points can be farmed effortlessly. At this realization, excitement surges through him. He has to keep this method a secret and squeeze every last drop of benefit from it before anyone else catches on. He turns to her, Nah, keep everything we just discussed a secret. If anyone asks, tell them it took us a few days to reach the second floor. She nods firmly, sure thing. Good, she won't talk. Soon enough, seasoned adventurers will find their way here. If they spot greenhorns like us hanging around, they'll interrogate us for sure. Best to play dumb. Nah, let's get out of here first. I fear those adventurers more than any monster. He ties a torch to his helmet and secures it with a cord. Bond tenses up, he calls it Doom Mode. Other adventurers have used this method before, but he still can't help feeling embarrassed. Nug gleefully pats his helmet in admiration. That looks seriously cool, and it's not even that hot. He answers calmly, of course, these are magic torches, a nifty tool that burns continuously once activated. The Dead Zone on average harbors far stronger monsters than the Goblin Forest. However, unlike the Goblin Forest, this place has no traps, so it doesn't demand as much finesse. In other words, this terrain is better suited for 2 melee fighters to push through. Suddenly, Nuss spots something in the distance and shouts in alarm. Ghouls, Bon. He sizes them up instantly. It's only day 1, so there are only 3. By day 3, the monster count will multiply several times over. Nuss stretches her limbs and charges ahead. I haven't fought in too long, me hands are itching for action. I'll take them out myself. Her sword cleaves down with savage force, each brutal swing accompanied by a fierce battle cry. After a short while, Na handily crushes them all. She lets out a satisfied sigh. Too easy, the second floor will probably be just as simple. But Thena's wailing shriek pierces the dead of night, instantly shattering Na's bravado. Her face drains of color and she begins to tremble. Bon, what is that spine-chilling wail? He mentally judges her, big frame, scared stiff. Still, he explains carefully. They're banshee wraiths. Most of the time they don't attack first, just leave them alone. Na clings to him in a panic, still trembling from head to toe. I get it, but are you sure we don't need to kill them? They won't threaten us, right? He answers with certainty. Besides, our attacks aren't effective against banshees anyway. On top of that, if we strike first, we'll be cursed. They'll haunt us relentlessly until we leave the labyrinth. Na's hair stands on end the moment she hears that. She shrieks. What, haunt us? That's horrifying, but thank goodness you really are a wise warrior. I truly made the right call choosing to travel with you. But another sudden shriek tears through the darkness, making her jump in terror and hug him even tighter. Bon, what now? He reminds her, exasperated. Let go of me. No. Look, skeleton soldiers. Na freezes in bewilderment. You spaced out. She snaps right back into her fierce, battle-hungry form and charges forward. I'll handle them. Bon calls out anxiously. Na, go straight for their weak points. Na fights with reckless enthusiasm, but once the last skeleton crumbles, she turns around blankly and asks, what did you just say? Hearing this, his face darkens. Nothing. He laments that he worried for absolutely nothing. A system notification chimes one experience. Bon continues to lead the way. Afterward, they spend roughly an hour heading north. As expected, they encounter a new species of monsters. Adult ghouls are twice the size of regular ghouls. Mutated skeleton soldiers dubbed skeleton warriors appear, along with skeleton archers. But the difficulty remains low. On this first day, they only encounter a handful, and his combat skills have sharpened just a notch. First, the mace feels most natural to him. Its size and weight are a perfect fit, so smashing skulls with it comes far easier than swinging twin axes ever could. Second, the armor is cut like a streamlined jacket, freeing up enough range of motion for him to wield a shield for cover, making his fighting significantly more effective. The helmet might not protect him that well against it, but it easily blocks arrows fired from a bow. Right here, right now, he can declare with absolute confidence he's back, and more formidable than ever. He excels at obliterating enemies, but there's another warrior just as fearsome. Looking over at Vel fighting with reckless abandon, he can't help but wonder, is she really the primordial goddess of the barbarians? She fights incredibly well. He also realizes he initially didn't understand why she screamed every time she fought. Turns out it's just a battle cry, a habit. He even tried letting out a few roars himself and got hooked on it. Bon fights shoulder to shoulder, exhilarated, mowing down the fodder monsters like chaff. This is a stark contrast to the battles he's fought alongside Win. So this is what a barbarian feast looks like. The system notifies him of 3 experience points gained after slaying a mature ghoul and a skeleton warrior. One of the archers suddenly notices and anxiously calls out a warning. Bon, your hand is wounded, but he shrugs it off nonchalantly. It'll heal soon. Sure enough, wisps of white smoke hiss from the wound as it gradually mends itself. The archer exclaims in astonishment. It's already closed up completely. Is that the death spirit mark? He laughs and nods in confirmation. The death spirit mark's effects surpass natural recovery. It only takes minutes to heal a wound half a centimeter deep. On top of that, the essence regenerates on its own, boosting endurance. It hurts like hell when it activates, but it definitely works. Bon presses his palm to the ground, carefully sensing and assessing the situation. The terrain is no longer damp, the landscape has shifted, and the monster's howling has grown much louder. Ready to move. Tier 8 monsters will appear soon. No sooner had he spoken than an eerie, piercing wail echoes through the air. Nagozai scolded with fear. What was that sound? Bon immediately grows stern and arranges the formation. Death gods call into positions. That's a death god. I've heard it devours the labyrinth's light, but this is my first time witnessing it firsthand. And it looks far more terrifying than I imagined. A grotesque, wrinkled visage and a blood-curdling shriek that echoes like the wails of the underworld itself. He calmly instructs his companions. Aim for the head just as I told you. Attacking anywhere else is useless. Ned trembles with fear but responds with resolve. Understood, I trust you. The 2 of them charge straight in for a direct assault. At first, their coordination is seamless, striking high and low in perfect rhythm, sending the monster reeling. But the death god's hide is impossibly thick and its body enormous. No matter how solid their strikes land, they barely phase it. Damn it! Bon grits his teeth. Thighs is brutal. Every strike feels like plunging into stone. The death god retaliates with savage fury, swinging wildly. A single slam of its arm sends him hurtling through the air. And it's absurdly strong on top of that. But at least I've managed to draw its attention onto me. At that moment, Na silently appears from behind and slashes across its back. Her eyes widen in shock. Stunned and disbelieving, no matter how hard she puts her weight behind the blade, it doesn't cut. The monster's cold, murderous gaze sweeps toward her. In the next instant, Na is struck down. She crashes heavily to the ground. Only by driving her sword into the earth does she manage to keep herself from being flung away. Na looks at Bon with worry. Bon, this thing is seriously tough. For players truly specialized in defense, a death god is nothing, but he never expected it to be this hard. He clenches his jaw, desperately thinking of a way. Na's ultimate sword can only scratch the surface, and even those wounds heal right back up. That's the death god's ultimate defensive skill, body Aegis. The monster suddenly gathers energy and unleashes an earth-shattering roar. His face darkens. Damn it, that's... Na has a bad premonition. What is that? The death god's attack skill. Ghoul summoning death god's Kalthais will be a real nightmare to deal with. He shouts out his orders. Na, handle the ghouls first. Leave the death god to me in the meantime. He charges forward immediately. The battle rages on, both sides clash head-on. The death god swings with furious rage, forcing him to leap aside in an instant. He doesn't dare take his eyes off the death god, maintaining a careful distance. Suddenly, something sharp and ethereal strikes at lightning speed, catching Bon off guard. He twists his body nimbly and dodges it cleanly. The 2 sides exchange blows relentlessly, sparks erupting as mighty strikes collide in midair. In the heat of battle, Na arrives just in time and shouts, Bon, I've wiped out all the ghouls. Indeed, the ghouls now lie motionless on the ground, nothing but lifeless corpses. She gathers momentum and leaps up. Let me give you a hand. Na silently circles behind the death god and delivers a decisive, powerful slash. The moment its attention shifts to Na, Bon roars from the front. Where do you think you're looking? He bellows, hacking at its body with everything he's got. You wretched, abominable thing. Now the death god is under fierce assault from both front and back, the back of its skull taking severe damage. He breathes a quiet sigh of relief as the situation finally seems to be turning their way. That last strike did real damage. With blood pouring out like that, it must have taken a serious hit. But unexpectedly, the monster steadies itself and Bon eats a devastating kick. He staggers back in disbelief. What the hell? It's still fine after that. A few drops of blood hit the ground. He wipes the blood from his lips, cursing under his breath. That strike was powerful enough to one-shot a goblin. He grits his teeth. It regenerated instantly. I can't attack fast enough to outpace its regeneration. What do I do now? Should I just give up on killing this thing and go after tier 9 monsters instead? Suddenly, Na makes a bold, fearless move. Grabs one of its legs and pulls with all her might. Determination blazes in Na's eyes as she shouts. Bon's eyes flash with understanding. She's trying to topple it. Not a bad idea at all. Hey, he immediately rushes in to take out its other leg. The death god stumbles and crashes to the ground. The death god panics helplessly as its massive body slams into the earth. It howls and thrashes with all its might. Bon and Na close in, taunting it with wicked grins. Looks like you can't get back up on your own, can you? Moments later, Bon works with a wide, exhilarated grin plastered across his face. This feels no different from pounding rice cakes during the village festival when he was a kid. Na is equally delighted, giggling as she repays each debt. This one's for the psychological trauma I suffered as a kid when the brat chosen to be my playmate cried and ran home. Turns out the two of them are beating the death god to death while laughing with excitement. This is actually pretty fun, isn't it? I think so too. After 7,749 superhuman blows, the death god has been sent to its next reincarnation. Is this truly how a barbarian hunts? The dust settles. Na cheers excitedly. Bon, look, it's a magic crystal and it's huge. He examines it and judges it's only worth about 100 stones. She's stunned. What? A death god is only worth 100 stones. Bon nods, but ghouls are worth 300. That price really is low, even though we risked our lives to kill it. Na falls silent for a moment, then asks Bon, how much does a bread cost at the inn? Cake, I think it's 300 stones. The moment she hears this, her eyes light up with excitement. So I can enjoy one every time I kill a death god. He's speechless. Is that really how you convert currency? She charges forward with excitement. Now's not the time to rest. Let's hunt, let's hunt. Also, we're splitting this 8-2, so you get 0.2 of a death god. Bon laughs and goes along with it. Alright, let's go. Well, traveling with a barbarian isn't so bad after all. Win is a bit passive though. Win, on the other hand, is bewildered, suddenly feeling utterly useless. After that, they wander around hunting death gods. The moment they spot one, they attack its legs and topple it. And if they keep bashing its head like pounding rice, sooner or later it dies. They hunt roughly 70 death gods that day alone. On the first level of the dungeon, the essence drop rate is extremely low. Most adventurers equip and strengthen themselves based on whatever essence they obtain. The hunt has left them thoroughly exhausted. Bon speaks up with a suggestion. I think that's enough for today. At nightfall, he sits in silence, keeping watch while Na snores away. That's precisely why he's targeting the Death Fiend's essence. It will harmonize with his immortal seal, and it comes with a pretty sweet passive skill too. But they haven't found a single one yet. He needs to get his hands on that essence soon. On the second day, death gods start appearing in pairs, but they've already learned how to handle them. So taking them down isn't as difficult as he'd expected. He hauls one down, and together they drag the other one down too. The death gods are eliminated one by one, using the same tried and true method. Of course, if they can't kill a death god quickly enough, the surrounding ghouls could easily swarm them, putting them in a dangerous spot. Whenever they get chased, Bon has to grab Na and bolt. Na runs fast. Death gods don't pursue enemies outside their territory, so they just need to break free of that range. Starting that afternoon, death gods stop appearing in pairs. Bon and Na hide carefully, watching for any movement. He whispers, 3 death gods are too many for us to handle. You agree? A wise warrior knows when to retreat. Let's find somewhere else. As the second day draws to a close, they stop hunting. Standing before a desolate clearing lined with jagged brick walls, Na asks, how about here? Bon, I think it's pretty cozy. He nods. I think it'll do. From the silent darkness, movement stirs. A group of people stumbles directly into the two of them. The party of adventurers numbers 3, each one tense and on extreme high alert. Adventurers. Bon speaks up first, his tone serious. Who are you? Na's vicious voice cuts in, ice cold, her expression murderous enough to devour them alive. What the hell are you lot staring at? If you've got no business here, then get lost. Her presence terrifies them, all they scramble to flee in a panic. Sorry, Na's expression darkens as she says coldly, Bizan, we need to move. They know our position now, we need to find another place to camp. Humans can't be trusted. The two continue walking. Silence fills the space with only their footsteps echoing. Bon grows curious, so Na didn't like humans last time either, huh? What happened during her previous labyrinth expedition? He'll ask her about it later. After searching for a while, they can't find anywhere satisfactory. She sighs in frustration. I don't think we'll find a place as good as last time. He reassures her, we'll just have to make do with a temporary spot. Suddenly a piercing scream, "Help, please," freezes both of them in shock. No whispers, her sharp senses cutting through the noise. Bon, this isn't the sound a human makes when attacked by monsters. He grits his teeth. That's definitely someone killing someone else. We need to run, now. A woman's voice suddenly demands, "Who's there?" Magic flares in her hand, blazing light across the entire space. Bon now gets a clear look for fresh corpses. No signs of monsters, campfires, or poison. And this woman stands directly before them, short red hair, weapon in hand, dripping blood drop by drop. She gazes at them and asks arrogantly, "Rookies?" Bon surmises she's a bandit. She and her kind are professional hunters. Rather than collecting magic crystals, they salvage equipment from corpses to sell. Of course, robbery is forbidden in Jaffanir and punishable by death, unlike his own case where he was investigated for killing 6 adventurers. Even though it was self-defense, as long as no one finds out, no one outside the labyrinth knows what they do. She twirls the blade in her hand and steps forward. "Is this your first time seeing a bandit?" "Barbarians," her voice drips with menace. Sensing the danger, Bon tenses up. "Not good. I've never seen a bandit look this professional before." Over 170 centimeters tall and lean, she looks agile. Red hair cascading down her shoulders and her right ear is missing. A tattoo marks the skin beneath her eyes. Her identity is highly distinctive. She must be doing her work exceptionally well, because he's never heard of her on the outside. In other words, she leaves absolutely no witnesses. Now tightens her grip on her sword, readying her stance. She seems to have sensed it, too and alert. "I think she's strong." Bon, there are 4 corpses here in total. Looking at their equipment, they seem fairly high-ranked. There's even a mage among them. They must be adventurers who regularly operate on at least the 5th floor. The 3 of them bore no external wounds. They were poisoned. The last one is nowhere to be seen. He hazarded a guess and called out, "Were you their teammate?" She coldly grabbed one by the neck and gave a curt, ambiguous reply. Who knows, Bon guessed they must have thought the same thing. Bon stood there stunned. She turned her back and began picking up the loot. She probably thinks 2 rookie barbarians are no match for her. That's why she's being so careless. A sword that massive still fit inside that badge. It must be an expensive spatial pouch. He couldn't even fathom how strong she was. He tensed up. Suddenly Ness spoke up. "Barbarians." He racked his brains, swallowing hard. The only way to survive this is to ask them whether they intend to fight. He decisively turned to reply if running was an option. He'd sprint at full speed. Her gaze was deep and inscrutable. While sprinting for their lives, Bon thought, "We bought ourselves some time, but there's no telling when she'll come after us." He nervously glanced around. After a moment, he realized he was starting to spot the marks he had carved to navigate the dungeon. They would follow those marks to the teleportation gate leading back to the 1st floor. Suddenly Bon froze in shock. At the worst possible moment, their abysmal luck had them running straight into another party of adventurers. Bon quickly surveyed the 4 human adventurers. Their leader spoke first. "Barbarians." Nug glared with hatred, her hand already reaching for her sword. Bon stepped forward to stop her. Humans are hard to trust, but they had no other choice. He spoke with utmost seriousness. "We're being chased by bandits. We need help." The ringleader eyed him with suspicion. "What guarantee do we have that you're not the bandits yourselves?" Bon swore firmly, "I swear on the honor of a warrior that I speak the truth." The other wavered, seemingly convinced. "If you put it that way," Bon exhaled with relief. "A warrior's oath really is like a cheat code in this world." The ringleader laid out his terms. "If we take down the bandits, we claim all the spoils." He agreed immediately. "Deal." The ringleader smiled and arranged things. "Perfect. You 2 head that way first. I'll use the dwarf racial skill to conceal myself here. No one will detect me once I activate it." As he spoke, he activated the dwarf racial skill, a camouflage ability that blends the user seamlessly with the surrounding environment within a 3-meter radius. It was an incredibly powerful long-range stealth skill. The downside was immobility, but with it, you could avoid any unnecessary battle entirely. "We're saved." Just as Bon was breathing a sigh of relief, the ringleader suddenly let out a sinister chuckle. "How lucky, 2 barbarians walked right into our trap." Bon and Na instantly froze. Their bodies locked in place. They had been afflicted with a crowd control debuff. The ringleader burst into hearty laughter as his companions stepped forward with grins. "Surprise, can't move, can you? Oh, barbarians, what are you going to do about it, huh?" Bon's blood boiled with rage. Damn it, they'd been played. These bastards were bandits too. The essence they carried had whetted their appetites. They wanted to rob them. That was the golem's active skilled one that immobilized them. He just needed to take some damage, and the control effect would break. One of them approached Bon and began rummaging through his belongings. "You must have collected quite a haul over the past 2 days, huh?" It all belongs to us now. He grabbed Na by the chin, turning her face to appraise her. What a shame. We need women to sell as slaves, but this one's a damn barbarian. Another one of them sneered. Even better. Don't you know how much a barbarian heart goes for? Bond's face darkened. He could feel their sickening desires. The one in the helmet smirked and taunted him. Scared? That glare won't change a thing. Nothing you do will break you free from this control skill. He then drew his blade and received his orders. Kill them now. Any longer and it gets messy. The one in the helmet laughed dismissively. Relax, when have I ever made a stupid mistake like that? Bond wondered, is this really how they die? The helmeted one bared his teeth and lunged at him. Goodbye, barbarian. Bond fell silent, a smirk crossing his lips. No, just needed to take one hit and he could move again. Right on cue, the attacker's razor-sharp blade sank deep into Bond's neck. He jerked his head back to dodge the killing blow. Plan succeeded. Bond instantly swung his club, catching the attacker completely off guard. What? How can you? Before he could finish his sentence, Bond sent him to meet the King of Hell. The remaining two, witnessing their comrade's brutal end, turned ghost-white with terror. Not good, take that one down fast. Without hesitation, Bond wrenched the blade lodged in his neck. Blood gushed out like water from a broken pipe. He took aim and hurled the knife toward Na, shouting at the top of his lungs. Na gritted her teeth against the agony as the blade sank into her arm. Bond, utterly spent, entrusted her with his last ounce of trust. The rest is up to you. Na broke free and Bond collapsed from sheer exhaustion. She immediately sprang into motion, her face dark as she drew her sword. With just a few basic strikes, channeling every ounce of her fury, she hacked the remaining helmeted bandit into pieces. Na slowly approached. The ringleader trembled and begged for mercy, but Na's face remained cold and emotionless. Without a shred of hesitation, she brought her blade down, ending him on the spot. Her expression darkened as she spotted the ringleader fleeing in panic in the distance. She ground her teeth in contempt. Coward. Only then did she turn to the sight. A blood-soaked scene greeted her, enough to startle the swallows out of the sky. Bond, you're losing too much blood, don't die. Bond struggled to pull out his medicine, but her thundering voice overpowered his feeble efforts. Bond's dying, those bastards killed him. Fine, I'll avenge you, don't worry. Achievement unlocked, life force dipped below 0.1%. Reward spirit permanently increased by 3. A moment later, he finally managed to get a proper potion open. Na inspected the wound anxiously. This will definitely leave a scar. Bond twitched his lips inside. The good news from that wound, the undying seal activated right then and there. I'd have been dead without it. Na excitedly slaps his shoulder. You're the only madman I've ever seen with a scar on his throat, Bond. Bond is bewildered. She's treating this like some kind of achievement. Well, I guess not many madmen down here have a throat scar and live to tell the tale, no matter how beastly tough they are. If you've looted all the gear, let's chase after that guy. He hasn't gotten far. Moments later, Na has the spearman pinned down. He thrashes and wails, don't kill me. Bond calms him down and analyzes the situation. Let him go, Na. We need his stealth skill to shake off that female assassin robbing people on the road. Right at that instant, a dart flies in and buries itself into the man's neck, a killing blow. Seeing the man stiffen and drop dead, Bond realizes with a jolt the dart was poisoned. Emilia offers quiet praise. Hey you savages, that fight just now wasn't half bad. He's startled, been watching the whole time. He shouts urgently. Na's body radiates killing intent. She understands the signal. If we can't run, then we fight. Both lunge forward at once, attacking in unison. We take her on together. Na swings her blade in powerful arcs, but Emilia sidesteps each one with fluid grace. She evades calmly, her gaze drifting over Bond's group. Every strike he hurls slips past each one as if it were nothing. To add insult to injury, she parries his sword with a mere dagger. Only now does he grasp how fast she truly is. How much essence does this woman have? No other choice is to take her down. I'll tackle her, Bond decides. He roars, now demon. But suddenly his eyes widen in shock. His entire body goes limp, and he crashes to his knees. He freezes, bewildered as his body suddenly lost all strength. She slipped past his armor and drove a dagger into his side. How did she? What kind of fighter is she? Then we stand no chance of winning. At that moment, Na charges out from behind to strike, but no exception too takes a hit. Foam keeps frothing uncontrollably from her mouth. Yan Bon is helpless, all he can do is curse. Damn it. Emilia saunters over and declares with contempt, give up. The paralysis toxin from 3 Sillets has already seeped into your bodies. He is stunned, outclasses them in every way, strength, speed, everything. Faith. Damn it, am I really going to die in a place like this? Just as the blade inches toward his face, she suddenly speaks, but if you swear never to tell anyone about today, I'll let you live. He is stunned. What? I was going to do that anyway. I never wanted to kill a barbarian in the first place. I owe them. Bond slowly begins to piece it together. She only watched while we were being attacked earlier. That way, she wouldn't have to kill us herself if the other group did the job first. Suddenly, Na cuts in with venom. Bond, don't trust her, she's just toying with us. He asks cautiously, what if I refuse? She replies coldly, then I kill you. That's a promise. He is curious. A promise to whom? She snaps with fury. None of your business. He nods. Fine, I swear it on my warrior's honor. Amelia rises to her feet and muses, you are truly something special. She pours medicine over his body and turns to ask, and the female barbarian, what about you? Na states firmly, I refuse. Amelia nods, I see. Then there's nothing left to say, farewell. The female barbarian Bond panics inwardly at this rate. Without treatment, Na will die. He lunges forward and shouts, swear it, Na. She murmurs weakly, Bond, but warrior's honor. He grows furious and commands. You said you'd do anything I told you, didn't you? So do it, Na, trust me. What good is that damn pride of yours? What's the point of honor when you're lying 6 feet under? Na falls silent for a moment, then with visible reluctance and disdain. Fine, I swear it. Before she leaves, he presses, hey, let me ask you one question. Which floor? Bond asks bluntly without a shred of courtesy. She stares at him in silence but doesn't answer. A long pause passes before Amelia replies curtly, the 8th floor. He stands stunned, watching her figure recede into the distance. The 8th floor. She is an 8th floor adventurer. They survived only because of that promise. Bond burns with fierce determination. But next time we meet, things will be different, you female thief. The system announces their entry into the 1st floor of the Jade Cave dungeon. Na lands flat after that leap. She shares a passionate kiss with Mother Earth. Seeing this, Bond turns to check on her. Are you all right? Na groans, it hurts, but as someone who isn't a warrior, she feels unworthy of voicing her pain. Resentment still lingers in her heart. This seems worse than I thought. Is bargaining for one's life with one's honor truly so shameful? Sensing her turmoil, he encourages her. Na, the warrior who endures the longest is the strongest. We still have a chance to win next time. She shakes her head dejected. I won't understand if you keep talking in riddles, but I think I get what you mean. To endure this humiliation and the urge to end it all, I suppose that makes me a strong warrior like you. Bond feels a pang of guilt. I don't actually feel any of that. I'm not really a barbarian after all. Even so, he puts on a brave face and declares, I'm certain that one day we'll repay this disgrace tenfold. A moment later, Bond sits in silence, lost in thought. We haven't slept in 20 hours. With everything we've been through, I'm completely drained. But I can't afford to sleep. I don't feel the guilt I once did, but that feeling is still unbearable. Looking over, Na is out cold, has been snoring for ages. The sight reminds him of when that blonde swordsman saved his life. When the Saintess refused to heal him, that swordsman tossed him a potion as if out of sheer pity. He drank that potion like a dog. I was grateful to be alive, but that feeling of humiliation, I can never forget it. I swear I will never taste that feeling again. So what's the real problem? I made the best choices I could in every situation I faced. In other words, I focused on surviving the present, but what else could I have done? The moment I opened my eyes, I saw a man get beheaded. And one impossible thing after another kept happening, things that defied all reality. So I had no choice but to put my own survival first. But I can't keep merely surviving like this. Alright, time to change the plan. Bond's eyes blaze with determination. He turns to Na, what would you say if I told you there's a way to grow stronger, but it's extremely dangerous? Of course I'd do it, she replies flatly. We'll die anyway if we don't get stronger. Bond understands this is a life where chaos is inescapable, no matter which path you choose. So striking first is the only rational move. Bond declares with iron conviction. Alright, now we're heading into the instance dungeon. We have to throw ourselves into the chaos head first. What doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. System, you have defeated a dwarf and a storm wolf encounter, rating C1. The moment they step inside, they tear through the trash mobs in a frenzy. Experience points skyrocket. Na exclaims, 4 types of monsters spawning at once. I had no idea a place like this existed on the 1st floor. That's exactly why this area is obscure. It's brutal here. 4 different monster types appear simultaneously. And you have to learn to use torches because this place is pitch black. There's no reason to come here, unless you're looking for a shortcut to save time. But that also means this is the perfect place to hide something. Na stares at the tombstone ahead, curiosity burning in her eyes. Bond, what is this? He steps forward and examines a memorial dedicated to the first person to discover this labyrinth. In memory of the last sage Jafer, Johann Juicer, honored be the one who took the first great steps into the unknown. He thinks to himself, the inscription is identical to the one from the game. The hidden trigger conditions are probably the same as before. Na, he warns carefully, I'm about to open the instance dungeon. but whatever happens from here on, it stays between us. She nods instantly without a shred of hesitation. I swear on my honor as a warrior. She suddenly turns to him. Wait, what even is an instance dungeon? He pinches the bridge of his nose and explains, it's a labyrinth hidden within a labyrinth. In the game, they're called instant dungeons, dungeons that only open for select members. The first floor's instance dungeon barrier requires you to place magic crystals from 4 different monster species onto the memorial stone. He carefully places the 4 crystals down. Magic crystals from goblins, dwarves, ghouls, and storm wolves. Last of all, the death mage's magic crystal. And with a magic crystal from a level 8 monster on the 2nd floor, the instance dungeon will open. Let's go now. The Death Mage's magic crystal opens an instant dungeon that can hold up to 5 people. The dungeon's difficulty scales based on the number of participants. Now then, what awaits them inside? System: the party has entered the first level of the instance dungeon. An instance dungeon is a labyrinth nested within a labyrinth. In the game, they were called singular dungeons. A new realm that spawns randomly on each floor. Instance dungeons also have a cooldown timer for a first floor instance dungeon to regenerate on its own. It takes at least 3 months in city time, but sitting around waiting for one to spawn on its own is painfully slow and inefficient. That's why humanity has been finding ways to force open instance dungeons. On the first floor, there are 4 instance dungeons. The one we've stepped into is dominated by a blood-red sky, as if the apocalypse were upon us, with swarms of crows circling a dark, ominous castle. The blood-tainted citadel. Nug gasps, that's absolutely terrifying. Bond says nothing. He knows this is the blood-tainted citadel unlocked using a fallen friend's magic crystal. Seeing it in person really drives home how overwhelming its presence is. Fortunately, on the first floor, no matter the difficulty, all instance dungeons remain within the realm of possibility. The real question now is who else is about to show up. The members who will storm this place have all been pre-selected. Now suddenly tenses and alerts Bond, someone's coming. Heavy footsteps approach. They hold their breath, tense with anticipation. Who could it be? Scene shift: first floor, crystal cavern labyrinth. Voices echo from this side. When you're using spirit arts again. When shifts uncomfortably. It's just fighting with only this dagger is too hard. Tisha scowls. I told you to practice self-defense without leaning on spirit arts. Win frowns and pushes back. But that big guy told me to focus on what I'm best at. And that an adventurer's duty is to trust their team and pour everything into their own role. Tisha doesn't deny it. He's not wrong, but life doesn't always play out the way you hope, little sister. Her older sister reminds her gravely. Win, sometimes teammates are just people who happen to be on the same team. Don't put too much faith in them. Win doesn't seem to understand. She answers half-heartedly. Yes, sis, but that big guy isn't a bad person. She changes the subject. Can we head up to the 2nd floor now, sis? I bet that guy is already raking in a fortune up there. Tisha smiles. A little hunting on the 2nd floor won't speed up your progress through the labyrinth by much. So we're going into an instance dungeon. Win is stunned. What? But I thought you had to be incredibly lucky to even enter one of those. She's right, there have been veteran adventurers who never once set foot inside an instance dungeon in their entire lives. But the last time one opened was 8 months ago. The longest spawn cycle for an instance dungeon is 8 months. So a first floor instance dungeon is probably about to open any day now. Oh, Win pouting already. And yet that old man didn't tell us a single thing about this. Tisha falls silent, lost in thought. It makes sense though. After all, that guy is just a newcomer, barely any experience. His dungeon crawling is probably still sloppy and inefficient. She smiles knowingly, then assures Win with absolute confidence, trust big sis on this, within a year you'll surpass that guy, just watch. The ground suddenly trembles. Tisha's eyes snap whitish, recognizes that sound instantly. Spawn gate. She bolts. Win. Yes. The two of them charge forward at full speed. Tisha reaches out, her fingertips nearly graze the gate when it vanishes into thin air, leaving her frozen in disbelief. She clicks her tongue in frustration. Were we too late? From the other side, a hearty laugh rings out. Bond thinks to himself, our party's first member is a dwarf. The man steps in with a grin. Final it will people who have actually made it this far. A barbarian, not bad. As for the second, a radiant blonde mage appears, exclaiming, I could never figure out where this place was. Turns out it's Bloodstained City. Bond's eyes widen slightly. A mage? There are still mages on the first floor. Looks like this party is actually half decent. The dwarf stares in surprise. Never thought I'd see a mage down here. The mage merely tugs at her hat, smiling cryptically. Bond grins with excitement. No half decent is selling it short. This is fantastic. Nut turns to him, bewildered. Are all mages this amazing? Wasn't that librarian from before also a mage? He explains. That librarian was a rank 9 mage. Mages are a critical force for the city. Only those whose skills have been officially verified are allowed to set foot in the labyrinth. In other words, the mere fact that she's here means her strength is the real deal. The mage lets out a soft chuckle upon hearing this. This barbarian actually knows his stuff, huh? Now then, introductions. I am Anlo Gavin, a rank 6 mage. Her tone comes off slightly condescending, but honestly, almost every mage in the game has an insufferable attitude. For her to be this cordial is actually a blessing. And this here is the porter I hired. My name is Tane. The dwarf introduces himself as well. Pleased to meet you. I'm Hiku Ratmuat, 3 years, running as a veteran adventurer. Bon nods impressed, so that's why his gear is so high quality. Next, Bon Yan steps forward to introduce himself. I am Bon, son of Yand. Na follows second daughter of Fainin. Now Bon falls silent, pondering something. He speaks up, cutting straight to the point. Forgive me for being blunt, but neither of you looks like you lack the ability to clear the first floor, nor do you seem to have unfinished business on this level. So how exactly did you two end up here? And Gavin smiles bashfully. I can't share the details, but basically I heard a spawn gate was about to appear in this area recently. Hiku Ratmuet gives a non-committal nod. Same for me. Bon sighs inwardly, so they refuse to reveal their methods. This must be what they call keeping trade secrets. Gavin beams a bright smile. The earnings from this run will be split equally among everyone except me, of course. On the condition that you all follow my lead. Hiku Ratmuat agrees immediately, naturally. Obeying the mage is an unwritten rule in the labyrinth. She giggles with satisfaction. Hearing that makes me very happy. Bon sighs, with a mage on the team, he has no choice but to fall in line. After all, mages are individuals recognized by the royal family, credited with purging evil spirits. He opens his mouth about to say, I agree, when Na suddenly cuts in. I don't agree. He freezes. No. She votes bluntly, I want Bon to be the leader. He's no ordinary barbarian. He's a warrior wiser than anyone here. He nearly screams, what are you saying? His heart wails silently in his chest. Now please, I'm begging, Yao, shut your mouth. She puffs up with pride and boasts. He even reads books for 6 hours every single day. And Gavin blinks, stunned. A barbarian who reads books. This guy really is something special. But I've already made my decision. Nut grows even more agitated, raising her voice. He's not just special as extraordinary. His name is Bon, and he's the greatest warrior. The other two stand there, jaws dropping, gutturally bewildered, never having encountered such a bizarre situation before. Bon, an introvert to the bone, buries his face in his hands and prays for the earth to swallow him whole. Bon shouts, please stop, but Hiku Ratmuat grins and jumps in. Having a wife who adores you like this must be nice, eh, barbarian? I'm so jealous. Bon flails his arms wildly. Wife, I've never even married anyone. Hiku waves him off, no need to be embarrassed. Despite Na's desperate attempts to explain, Bon cries, for heaven's sake, I told you it's not like that. Gavin cuts in sharply. Enough. Stop arguing, let's move out. We've got a fair amount of ground to cover. Bon breathes a sigh of relief. Thank the heavens the dwarf changed the subject at the right moment. Fortunately, Gavin doesn't seem to mind much either. He silently prays once more, hoping that from now until the end, she never pays him the slightest attention. Suddenly, Hiku Ratmuat speaks up. Hold on, are we heading out right now? We've only exchanged names. What about our skills? But the response comes, that won't be necessary. Gavin waves it off casually. The monsters in Bloodstained City are all rank 7 and below, just me alone is more than enough. This leaves the three of them stunned. She then adds, oh, and I'll be taking the escort fee as well, consider it part of my research expenses. But the dwarf can't take it anymore. You want to take all the escort earnings. Bon knows that disputes like this in the dungeon happen all the time. The dwarf shouts furiously, do I look like some fool you can lead around by the nose, mage? And the root cause of these disputes is always 100% about money. Escort fee is the commission cut from the spawn gate loot. For a financially stable mage, research is the top priority. But for an adventurer, their greatest priority is cold, hard coin. Gavin tries to explain, but I already said I'd give you all the magic crystals from the spawn gate. Bon analyzed that Gia Viletter 1EA7N had just lit the fuse for the argument over money. Sure enough, Haiku Jiat grew even more furious. Saying that is no different from telling us to eat someone else's leftovers, is it? I won't let you run roughshod over us like that. Regardless of her response, dividing things like this was hardly fair at all. What guarantee is there that we'll even get paid? Bon's sharp eyes caught the unmistakable look of shock on her face. She probably never expected to be challenged like that. Is she really that naive? After a long moment of hesitation, Gia Vil-7N made her decision. Fine then, I'll leave the items to you, but the protective essence is definitely mine. Haikujiot accepted. That works, consider us even for now. As for the magic crystals from this haul, it's luck of the draw. Bon exclaimed in surprise. Oh, just the two of us. So they didn't even bother counting us in. He immediately spoke up. Wait, there's no way I'm walking away empty-handed. I don't care about essence or items, but I'm taking the protective magic crystals. That's all I need. The two of them immediately protested. Don't be so greedy. You think this team actually needs two brutes. Demanding the haul of magic crystals is too much. He cursed inwardly. It didn't work. She was still putting on a kind act just a moment ago. Whatever, I was just testing the waters. Bon relented. Fine then, I won't take them. Just give us two non-guard essences instead. The two exchanged a knowing glance. Gia Vil-7N smiled brightly. Sure thing, deal, you two lackeys. Haikujiot agreed. Same here. Bon sighed in frustration. This was probably all they could squeeze out of the deal. Then again, considering their levels, there really weren't any worthwhile essences in this place to begin with. The mage finalized the agreement. Then it's a deal. Haikujiot nodded. You'd better keep your word. He stood to the side, having just been passing judgment, and now spoke with a smile as if nothing had happened. After that, the two of them were practically overjoyed. All right, shall we get moving? Let's do this. My hands are itching for a fight already. He cursed bitterly under his breath. Those two-faced, backstabbing bastards. Once again today, he was painfully reminded he had to grow stronger. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions. To hell with those bridge-burning bastards, he would build his own bridge. The Bloodred Castle is divided into 4 sections. The drawbridge at the castle entrance, the battlements outside the walls, the underground monastery within the walls, and the demon worship chamber and the lord's quarters. At the moment, they are heading toward the entrance guarded by gargoyle statues. Level 8 gargoyle monsters. Normally, they remain perfectly still like statues, each bearing distinctive features. However, the moment an enemy steps into their line of sight, they attack without hesitation. That is precisely why they are notoriously difficult to deal with. Its signature skill is petrification. Before he knew it, Bon was Hithai's legs instantly turned to stone. Normally, if one person takes the petrification hit, the rest must kill the monster to lift the curse. That's how it usually goes. Not panicked for Bon, but when a mage is present, it's an entirely different story. Gia Vil-7N lightly waved her staff and chanted an incantation. In an instant, the stone shattered from Bon's entire body, and he felt light as a feather. Bon immediately recognized it curse-dispelling magic. A gargoyle that cannot petrify its enemies is nothing. Bon and Na immediately surged forward and cut the monster down. One remained. Haikujiot let out a mighty war cry. He swung his hammer in a devastating horizontal arc. Though it didn't kill the creature in a single blow, it inflicted massive damage, shattering one of its legs. Haikujiot seized the opening, leaping high into the air, preparing to deliver a crushing death blow. In its bloodshot eyes, there was nothing but the image of the hammer growing ever closer. The party swiftly coordinated and finished off the gargoyle without fuss. He turned and praised them. You lot are pretty impressive. Bon glanced over in admiration. The dwarven race was indeed as skilled as he had heard. The way Haikujiot dispatched the enemy was truly the mark of a real warrior. A magic crystal materialized in midair, then flew straight into Gia Vil-7N's coin pouch. Na exclaimed in amazement. Bon, the magic crystal moved on its own. Gia Vil-7N smiled brightly. It's a retrieval enchanted magic crystal. From now on, I'll hold on to this crystal and distribute the shares periodically. Haikujiot laughed heartily. No objections. Good. Then let's move on. They smashed through the main gate. Every single one of them strode in with blazing fighting spirit. Suddenly, Haikujiot suggested, it's dark. Looks like we could use some light. Gia Vil-7N caught his meaning instantly. With a single incantation, a ball of light materialized in her hand. The moment the light illuminated the room, what greeted everyone's eyes was an enormous bloated creaturia corpse. A rankless monster that didn't even drop magic crystal sand naturally, offered no experience. Unless its evil spirit was destroyed, these corpses would never disappear. Gia Vil-7N spoke first. Their attacks are like ant bites. I'll conserve my magical power. Haikujiot nodded in agreement. Using magic on a walking corpse would be a waste. The swarm of undead surged forward like a disturbed ant colony. On this side, the trio of seasoned fighters moved as one. We'll handle them quickly. Na struck with fierce precision, her blade carving jagged arcs that felled several in succession. Next, Haikujiot showed his veteran mettle, cleanly dispatching another one. Bon swung his weapon with full momentum for the finishing blow. He poured every ounce of his strength into a devastating downward strike, swiftly annihilating the rest. Suddenly something caught his eye. It was the horn of the undead commander. Na exclaimed in surprise. A horn this big, how do you even use this thing? Hai Kujiat winked, you'll find out soon enough. Standing before a massive gate, Hai Kujiat frowned. This one's made of steel, my hammer won't make a dent. Jia Viletter 7N stepped forward confidently. Leave it to me. She then cast a spell known as Aknatu. The powerful magic instantly shattered the gate. Dust and debris billowed out in a choking cloud, forcing everyone to squeeze their eyes shut and cover their mouths. The moment Bon cracked his eyes open, he witnessed a breathtaking sight. Jia Viletter 7N stood majestically in the center of the ruined gateway, a smile playing on her lips. Shall we go? He could only utter 4 words. Mages are absolutely broken. The first section, the drawbridge at the castle entrance. Jia Viletter 7N stopped and sighed. I knew it, the drawbridge was severed right at the castle entrance. All right, someone blow the horn already. She nods in understanding. Immediately after, she pulls out a horn and raises it to her lips. The horn's blast echoes across a vast expanse. A system notification chimes. The dormant water magic circle has been awakened. Hearing the strange noise, Nug grows bewildered. What is that? The drawbridge, it's lowering. She can hardly believe her eyes, frantically announcing that the blood below is rising. Wait, something is in the water runs red and the sky above blazes crimson. That is why this place is called Blood City. Win smiles reassuringly. They're just the living dead, no need to fear. Na stiffens, forcing a defiant expression. WH, who said anything about being scared? The objective of this section is fairly simple. Survive until the drawbridge is fully lowered. This section has some brutal difficulty spikes, endless waves of undead that you must fight through. But that only applies to normal party. Win smirks. I anticipated this would happen, so I prepared my spells in advance. Everyone, close ranks around me. The difficulty plummets when you have a mage capable of wide area magic. She raises her staff and chants an incantation. A torrent of energy erupts outward like a raging tempest, her power spreading in every direction. Wherever the wave sweeps, the undead are obliterated without a trace. The undead drop like wheat before a scythe, torn to shreds. The dwarf exclaims in shock. Incredible. Win's smile grows even more smug. They're just undead after all. Bon grits his teeth. I already knew she was formidable, but I never imagined the gap between us was this vast. She announces leisurely, I suppose now we just wait for the drawbridge to retract. He feels uneasy. With no joy stirring in his heart, who would have thought they'd clear this section and just sit around resting? After a while, the bridge descends fully. Win takes the lead. Nointo the castle, the first section of Blood City, is complete. His expression darkens, laughably simple. His gaze locks onto her, eyes boring in as though trying to pierce right through. They have crossed the drawbridge without incident, advancing into the outer district. Normally, they would have faced a countless horde of enemies in this area, but Win unleashed a devastating spell. A powerful wave of energy floods the space, blasting away the undead and skeletal remains. Bon observes carefully. Unlike before, she cannot annihilate every monster in a single strike, though even without that, her power is no less formidable. A single incantation from her wipes out nearly 90% of the monsters, but the Death Knight remains untouched. It must be because that creature possesses regenerative abilities. Win quickly takes charge, then I'll leave the remaining monsters to you three. The three charge forward with confidence. He signals to Na, who answers with a firm nod. Got it. The two immediately slip beneath the Death Knight's feet. The creature is still dazed. They unleash a coordinated strikea, frenzied duel, decisive blows ending the monster toppling onto its back. Both move like true warriors, striking without hesitation and beating the creature senseless. The bloody spectacle leaves Na terrified, bewildered, and questioning everything she knows. Is this how you normally hunt? They actually look like they're enjoying this. Meanwhile, Win also casts offensive spells against the remaining monsters. She unleashes a curse that aggravates all existing wounds. The Death Knights are engulfed in pink bubbles, their wounds festering and oozing pus. A Death Knight's advantage lies in its passive ability Body Guardian, which allows it to regenerate wounds. Once that ability is nullified, a Death Knight is nothing more than a walking slab of meat. After a while, they finish the job. All the essence flies into Win's inventory. Na murmurs in a daze. Bon, now I understand why people speak of mages with such reverence. The dwarf nods thoughtfully. With a mage on the team, we've become far stronger. Win hears every word, pride written plainly across her face. Well, we study diligently for exactly that reason, though of course, one also needs innate talent. Bon's mouth twitches. Now I've seen her true colors. She likes to feign humility, yet she absolutely loves to show off. That said, she genuinely devotes a great deal of time to research and study. She offers a bright smile. I'm planning to gather materials from this area for my research. Would you all help me? The dwarf agrees immediately. Of course, we've got plenty of time now, so naturally we'll lend you a hand. Bon joins in as well. I'll help too. I've figured out how to deal with her now, he thinks to himself. After a while, everything is collected. Win beams with joy. That was fast. It's all thanks to everyone pitching in. Alright then, let's head to the next location. At this moment, Na has only one thought. If I sold all this, how many cakes could I buy? Meanwhile, she continues to urge them onward. Hurry up. Bon suddenly notices something peculiar. She has studied this entire area, yet she never took any of it. Why, does she not know it's there? It's simple enough. All you have to do is smash a statue to find it. Some players have the habit of mashing the interact button repeatedly. Whenever they encounter a unique object or a suspicious wall, they spam it. I do the same. That's how I found so many hidden secrets during my 9 years playing Dungeon-Stone. But if a brute like me claims to know something that a scholar who has devoted her entire life to research does not, it might bruise her pride. I should avoid doing anything that might make her suspicious. Setting that aside for now, the party pushes forward with all their might. They arrive at a desolate, crumbling ruin. The sky blazes crimson with blood. So this is the inner city. Win falls silent. I've heard of this place before, but honestly, there doesn't seem to be anything worth collecting here. The dwarf looks around. I don't even see a single monster. Let's move on to the next location quickly. Bon crouches down, sweeping aside the rubble and debris to uncover the cellar entrance. Win and the others watch eagerly. Before long, he uncovers the cellar entrance. They quickly descend into the underground prison. The dwarf asks with curiosity, Miss Win, what kinds of monsters will appear down here? She answers, skull rats, banshees, death wolves, ghouls, and corpse golems. His eyes light up with excitement. I've fought every one of those except the corpse golem. They only appear in Blood City. He laughs even louder, brimming with excitement. A brand new experience. Win adds a reminder, just watch out for the explosive magic orbs. The blast force isn't too strong, but the bodily fluid is corrosive like acid. It can be lethal if you stand too close. But of course, before any of that splashes on me, I'll have already blocked it. But the dwarf responds with a grin, what is there to fear when we have a mage? She plays along sweetly, we can handle everything because we have a brave warrior like you. At this point, Bon can only wonder how the hell have they already forgotten about splitting the loot. He glances curiously at the pile of bones. Bon, are these monster remains? He answers, yes. Those are the skull rats I mentioned earlier. Gia Van cuts in with a cheerful grin. Skull rats are like zombies, unranked and terrible fighters, you just stomp on them. Na seethes with fury. I wasn't asking you, sorceress. She freezes for a solid 5 seconds, utterly humiliated. Suddenly, a mournful, blood-curdling shriek tears through the air, sending Na into a panic. At the sound, she clamps onto his arm and shakes like a ragdoll. Bon, those are banshees. Gia Van chimes in again with a knowing reminder. Be careful, running into even one of them is bad news. They're not too dangerous, but they'll give you a truly nightmarish experience. Na jolts in fright. Nightmarish. Bon is rendered speechless. She's such a child. Na clings to Bon and screams. What do you mean? Tell me more. But Gia Van only smiles with quiet satisfaction. I'm not entirely sure either. Bon has no choice but to step in. I've heard that sorceresses have ways to deal with banshees. She stares at him in astonishment. You really do know a lot. She steps forward with a serious expression. All right, enough talk. I'll handle those banshees myself. She quickly chants an incantation, Thuron Skyki, and the banshees are struck, howling in agony. They charge ferociously once more, and the entire swarm hurls themselves forward like moths into a raging inferno. She murmurs another incantation, Aihe no Hien, and incinerates them all, sending them to their eternal rest. Gia Van calls out with a smile, there, shall we move on now? The entire group has to admit once more she is terrifyingly powerful. They have entered the second floor. The first monsters are chimera wolves, followed by a vampire lord. With grotesque monsters and foul implements scattered everywhere, the underground dungeon looks like a mad scientist's laboratory. Of course, this is where the real challenge begins. Hukidat turns and whispers, she's incredible, isn't she? Miss Gia Van, aren't you afraid? She answers calmly, not exactly fearless. But I'm fond of dissection, so this is nothing to me. There it is. According to the map I memorized, there's a hidden gate behind this wall. Behind this door is definitely a corpse golem. Bon feels a slight warmth of appreciation. Normally we'd have to find the map in the guardroom. She really is thorough. Gia Van advises, we should leave our belongings here. We should leave our gear here. Please light a torch. He nods in agreement. I'll open it now. By the blazing torchlight cutting through the darkness, they stand before the dungeon entrance scene. A horrific stench assaults their nostrils. And before them lies a mountain of mangled corpses. If this were before, I would have fainted on the spot. But with the barbarian's powerful physique, it has no effect on me whatsoever. The first to react is that fragile porter. The next is Giovanni. She's seen things like this before, she had experience dissecting corpses after all. But Bon figures it's probably the stench that got to her. Hooky Rat speaks up anxiously, I'm glad at least you two are alright, let's keep moving. He nods, let's go. They wade through trickling streams of murky water. Is that a mountain of corpses? A voice suddenly speaks. Hello. They jump in shock, bewildered. Is it talking to us? A scream tears through the air. Father, save me. Everyone is struck with terror. What the hell? The sound keeps repeating. Save me. In his eyes, the reflection of something unholy flickers. The system announces golem detected. Voices wail, it hurts so much. He curses under his breath. Damn it, didn't these things not make sounds in the game? Save me, Father echoes in his ears. Father, he decides he can't waste another second. He roars to rally everyone. Everyone calm down. Damn it. That useless dwarf is scared stiff. Voices cry out, where am I? It hurts. Father, it hurts so much. It hurts. Watching them cower, he says with disdain, these bastards were all talk. They're completely useless now. The mournful wails continue. Die. Bond tenses. He has no choice but to fight alone. Dungeon Stone is the pinnacle of gaming, targeting a niche audience, yet it possesses qualities that satisfy a wide range of players. One of those qualities is its lifelike, photorealistic graphics. Those images are often used as memes. So many people recognize those memes, even without ever having played the game. Bon Jander's face drains of color as he stares at the creature before him. He realizes that no matter how realistic the graphics were, they pale utterly in comparison to seeing it in the flesh. A grotesque monstrosity blocks their path. Its body is assembled from countless corpses, continuously emitting sounds of anguish. Save me. It hurts. Giovanni's face turns ashen, the revolting creature making her dry heave. The sorceress should be good at combat. The dwarf has faced countless monsters over 3 years of adventuring. He looks fairly tough despite being just a porter. Bon grips his weapon tightly. They treated him and Na like garbage. All because they were newcomers. But now the only targets they could think of were Na and himself, those barbarians. He and Na, though afraid, hold their fighting stances without retreating a single step. Na grows anxious, seeing the group still lingering behind them. What are you all doing? The corpse golem hurls a rotting corpse straight at her and Bon. She startles, rushing forward to drag the dwarf out of harm's way while cleaving the corpse apart in a single stroke. Blue blood sprays outwards, splashing into the dwarf's eyes. He clutches his face in agony. My eyes. Bon grows even more anxious. The dwarf has been rendered helpless in the blink of an eye. So what about the witch, who always acted so damn reliable? He glances at the witch, who is still retching uncontrollably. She's still vomiting. He shouts, "Now get the dwarf to the back and protect the witch." His mind races. Damn it, I need to end this fast. If I don't think on my feet, we'll all die here. Na follows his order, dragging the dwarf to the rear. Bon charges forward alone to face the monster. He struggles to fend off the shambling corpses as he closes in on the corpse golem. The corpse golem's attack pattern is simple. It hurls corpse bombs at enemies who keep their distance. For close-range targets, its corpse hands lunge forward to grab and drag them in to devour. He dodges, stopping at just the right distance. He can't get too close to the corpse golem. If he closes in, the golem will target the witch instead of him. That would be the worst-case scenario, which still hasn't recovered. He needs to keep his distance while fighting the monster by time until the witch calms down, luring the golem's aggro toward him. The witch finally steadies herself on her staff, draws a deep breath, and chants the incantation Yen Haida. A torrent of flame erupts, engulfing the corpse golem in an inferno. Countless wails of agony pour from within the blaze. Bon and Na stare in shock. Is this the true power of a witch? The corpse golem's first form should have required prolonged burning to destroy it. A single incantation has annihilated it. Countless corpses wail and scream within the sea of flames. The system chimes. Exterior shell of the corpse golem neutralized. The outer body of the golem has been fully destroyed. A skeletal hand reaches out from the sea of flame. The golem is now nothing but a white skeleton, with countless skulls embedded within its frame. Phase 2 Bone Golem. He shouts, "It's not over yet. Now get over here." He and Na charge in together, aiming for its chest. The corpse golem is a level 7 monster, but stripped of its outer shell. Even 2 barbarians can bring it down. Bon and Na strike the skeleton dead on a killing blow. The system chimes target eliminated. He wipes the sweat from his brow, stunned. Na is equally astonished. From deep within the golem's remains, a crystallized substance glows with radiant light. Bon, isn't that? He nods. Yes, this is the essence of the corpse golem. Na's eyes light up with excitement. A corpse golem's essence is basically a treasure beyond price. High-level monsters rarely ever appear in ordinary territories. For adventurers who seldom have the chance to find one, obtaining an essence is like rain falling in a drought. The treasures plundered from dungeon guardians are what every adventurer craves. But the most alluring reward from such creatures is the rapid surge in power their essences provide. Bon cannot tear his eyes away from the glowing essence. Come to think of it, his party has only ever obtained one odd essence until now. Now looks troubled. What should we do? He has no intention of letting a prize like this slip away. We're the ones who earn the right to take it. He glances at the witch and the dwarf, both still struggling to recover. We did the heavy lifting in this fight. That was the agreement from the start. Truth be told, he wants both essences. One from an undead with terrifying regeneration, and another with the raw power of a dire wolf. He never expected to score an essence from a level 7 monster like the corpse golem. It only spawns once in the blood fort. He examines the stats panel of the corpse golem essence. The stat boosts are absolutely perfect for a tank. My body will be slower with the drop in agility, but the other stats more than compensate. Density extremely useful for defensino increases by 55. Weightfully effective for overpowering enemies and mitigating weapon damage increases by 22. Endurance is also highly useful, and strength plus poison resistance are extremely valuable stats. But the issue lies in its skills. He reads the new active skill, the ability to detonate a part of his own body to deal wide area damage. This skill can inflict devastating damage but at the cost of the user's own health. The new passive skill renders his bodily fluids and blood corrosive. Furthermore, since his fluids are acidic, when injured, his acid-laced blood splatters onto equipment, significantly degrading its durability. He can't help but grimace. In other words, the corpse golem essence is impressive, but it'll corrode his weapons and burn through healing potions like water. The more he thinks, the more his head aches. He sighs. Forget it, for no, go heal the dwarf first. The essence will persist for about 30 minutes anyway. After receiving treatment, the dwarf slumps against the wall, utterly exhausted. How embarrassing. If not for you two, things would have gone very, very bad. Bon shows no courtesy whatsoever. Good that you know, without us you'd be dead. The dwarf can only smile helplessly. I know, I'm ashamed. The moment I saw that thing, my entire body froze solid. He scratches his head with a sheepish grin. I thought I'd already seen every disgusting monster there was. Bon can't bring himself to laugh. The whole party nearly died to a mid-tier boss monster all because of a psychological issue, even though they had more than enough strength to defeat it. This is a stark reminder this is reality. The witch helped over to them still looks pale. I'm truly sorry. Bon doesn't pay it much mind. Is she back to normal? Then let's talk about splitting the loot. He speaks first. We were the ones who destroyed the corpse golem. The witch doesn't deny it. I know, I'm just fortunate I forced myself to cast that incantation in time. He burns with fury inside. Those adventurers are truly scum. Their first words aren't gratitude, but claiming credit. If he says nothing, he won't receive a single coin. We saved you all, he presses on firmly. That goes beyond individual responsibility, doesn't it? And Luojivan snaps, fully alert. I agree. So what exactly are you proposing? We're taking the Guardian Stone, he declares boldly. Silence descends upon the group. Hikugizat is the first to speak. The old man laughs and points. I agree. If not for that demonkin girl, I'd be dead already. Anlua tugs her hat lower. I don't fully agree, but if we do secure a Guardian Stone, I'll be fair with you. He considers himself satisfied. Not bad, that'll do. Now he reveals the crucial piece of information. In that corpse golem it also dropped in essence. Anluojivan and Hikugizat are both stunned, exactly as he predicted. What about this one then? She can barely contain her excitement. Corpse golem essence, that's even rarer than guardian essence. I've heard there aren't many of those floating around. Even the Adventurer Guild doesn't fully understand its uses. She bites her nails, reluctant to let something so valuable slip away. But she already has it. If I could study its properties. Bon Yand had predicted this from the very start. I knew she'd react like this. Now the real negotiation begins. Jayavan, I have a proposal, he says. If you want, I'll hand over this corpse golem essence, but if we obtain a guardian essence, it's mine. Jayavan eyes Bon Yand warily, extending her hand. What do you think? Jayavan frowns in confusion. You want to swap the corpse golem essence for guardian essence, even though you're not even sure the guardian will drop one. I'll take full responsibility, Bon replies calmly. Her face lights up with delight, eyes gleaming. In that case, fine. The corpse golem is far more interesting than the guardians anyway. He silently rejoices after achieving his objective. Honest truth, Hikugizat asks curiously. Jayavan, you're going to hand the essence to the transporter. I heard mages can't even use it right. She holds the test tube in her hand, beaming with excitement. Old man, I'm going to research it. Bon spots the test tube and his eyes widen in shock. A test tube. So expensive that no one bothers storing essences below grade 6 in them. Hikugizet is thoroughly impressed. You actually have one that expensive. Jaivan lifts the vial carefully. I only have this one. She actually placed a grade 7 essence into her one and only test tube. She clearly values the corpse golem essence highly, most likely because of its rarity. If he gets the guardian essence on top of this, the trade is an absolute steal. Jaivan finishes stowing the essence into the vial. Done. She raises her staff triumphantly. Now let's get out of here. The group sets off. The dwarf walks along, practically buzzing with excitement. I was just waiting for someone to say that. Bon stares ahead, brimming with anticipation. Guardian essence, I'd better drop. As they press forward, the group encounters more stone statues. Hikugizet muses aloud, they don't look like golems. What are these things? Anlua Jayavan observes carefully. I can't sense a trace of mana from them, they're probably just ordinary statues. She runs her hand over the statue. Maybe the boss room is above us. If it hasn't collapsed, we'll go investigate. The moment her fingers touch the statue's face, a book materializes out of thin air. She catches it perfectly. You never cease to surprise, do you? How do you always manage that? Jaivan puffs up with pride at the praise. Books are treasures of knowledge. He curses silently. Just say you can read it from a book already. The book is titled Dungeon-Manhua, a rather expensive dark magic tome. He swears under his breath. Was I actually planning to go grab that myself? She probably knew about it all along. The more he thinks about it, the more bitter he feels. Now he has to stand here and watch her hoover up everything. Jayavan announces happily, I found it, so I'm taking it. The old man laughs and agrees immediately. Take it. We don't have any variant mages anyway, so we couldn't bring it out even if we wanted to. Jayavan covers her mouth with a sheepish laugh. Bon grows even more irritated. Just look at that sly little smilish, definitely knows its true value. The Lacodunomic is classified as an item, so it can be carried out of the labyrinth even without variant magic. He glances at the dried up fountain, but how does she not know about what's hidden behind the spout? Jayavan takes the lead once more. Let's keep moving. They circle through the room, methodically hunting monsters, clearing out lesser ghouls and small second-rate drybone knights. She perks up excitedly. What luck! Not only did we score the corpse golem essence, we also ran into a bone knight. He falls silent, suspicion surging within. This is strange, how can he possibly be this lucky? The grade 7 bone knight comes in 3 random variants: hatred, sorrow, and starvation. The sorrow variant is troublesome, it radiates an aura that destabilizes the mind. The hatred variant is the hardest to deal with, capable of unleashing soul sword to drain the opponent's level. And the one before them is the starvation variant. It uses a move called Life Force Drain to heal itself. But Jayavan unleashes her spell. Don't worry, I'll inflict deep wounds on it with magic, rendering that ability useless. A beam of purple magic slams into the bone knight. Bon and Na charge in for the killing blow and the beast crumbles. Exactly as expected, this is the easiest variant to deal with. Someone cries out, Bone Knight Essence. A crystalline stream, similar to the corpse golems from earlier but blazing crimson, materializes before them. He grins with elation. Just got the corpse golem essence and now a bone knight essence too. Is luck finally on my side? Win laughs excitedly. You're going to use that essence, right? Congratulations. He smiled and replied, thanks. He turned to Na, here, you use this. Her jaw dropped in shock. Really? Bon thought to himself that he didn't want it much either, but from a player's perspective, letting AI Na use the essence made far more sense. Absorbing vitality suited swordsmen, and one day he wouldn't need weapons anymore. Most importantly, when pushing deeper into the labyrinth, he recalled every memory of charging through battle alongside her. He felt she could be trusted. AI Na was so excited she nearly leaped out of her skin. Thank you, Bon, I'll definitely repay you. He said nothing, only smiled. Her personality was straightforward, and honest, would never abandon him. So he needed to be patient. Strengthening Na first would make it easier to find an essence suited for himself later. Na walked over and began absorbing the crimson essence. But there was one thing he had forgotten to tell her. A blinding red light erupted, then gradually faded. Na tilted her head, confused. Is it done? Her body had become much more slender, but she didn't seem to notice. I don't see any changes at all. Then something felt off. She glanced at Bon beside her, who was several times her size, and flinched. Something's wrong. Why is Bon so huge? She looked at Win and the dwarf. They had all grown taller. You guys too. The dwarf isn't so short anymore. What did you all do? He spoke up in a solemn tone to explain. You're the one who got smaller. AI Na. She stood there bewildered and lost. He estimated she was now around 170 cm tall. Win switched into lecture mode. This is the basic effect of the night bone essence. Your bones were compressed so your body shrank with them. Since you seem confused, let me explain what the essence does. Beyond the basic stat boosts, the night bone essence, its passive skill halves all bleeding from wounds. Its active skill temporarily and massively boosts recovery after slaying monsters. Win consoled her, "Don't worry, you only got shorter, you didn't lose any strength." Na screamed loud enough to burst eardrums. "I'm done for." Na clutched her head in anguish. "If I look like this, no one will ever respect me. They already look down on me and hunt me just because I'm a woman." Win leaned in to encourage her. "But you're much prettier now, you know." Na was taken aback. Win continued. "Is it because your face looks smaller? You could even use that face as a honey trap." Na, instead of being flattered, froze stiff in horror. "That means I look even less like a warrior." Bon too struggled to console her. "Everyone knows you're a powerful warrior, Na." But inwardly he thought without those tribal tattoos, she would just look like an ordinary girl. He had to calm her down first. Amid the chaos, Tisha joked lightheartedly. "This essence is really something. If I drank it, I'd probably shrink until I vanished entirely. Also, Naif, you don't mind, could I examine you when we get back to the city?" Na was still sitting there devastated. "I'm done for," he groaned in exasperation. These lunatics had no filter, spouting nonsense, even in a situation like this. He turned to her. "Don't be like that. Let's test the essence's effects first." The group ran into a wraith. He called out to the dejected Na. "AI Na." She looked like she had aged 10 years. "Fine, even if I don't look like a warrior anymore, I still have to do what needs to be done." The wraith charged at her. She gripped her sword tight and felled the monster in a single strike. The other two were stunned, just one hit. He grinned, "Say, AI Na, you're so much stronger now." Na was deeply moved. "So I'm still a warrior." Bon praised her. "You're not just any warrior, you're an incredibly powerful one." Na's enthusiasm came flooding back. The other three ignored them and walked on ahead. Tisha remarked, "They really get along, don't they?" Win casually replied, "Yeah, let's go." They stopped before a door. Beyond it lay the guard's chamber. She laughed with satisfaction. "Almost done. It's been really fun adventuring with everyone." Win was equally happy. "Honestly, I want to keep adventuring with everyone even more." He fell into deep thought. "Good, I'm about to get the guard essence." The two up ahead look really happy. "Yeah, we really got lucky today." He agreed. They truly were lucky. Had secured an essence for Na and defeated the corpse golem. But he recalled everything he had endured, from modern life all the way to now. When had his life ever gone this smoothly? If something bad happened now, what would he do? Tisha grabbed the door handle. "All right, let's head in." He immediately noticed something wrong. Wait, was the door handle always this color? He lunged forward to stop her. "Shut the door now." But it was too late. Tisha had already opened the door, bewildered. What do you mean?" The door swings open and a danger warning blares. The system alerts the master of the Blood Castle has awakened from his slumber. Fear grips him, but it's far too late. Jaivan can't believe his eyes. How can this be? Why isn't it a death knight? Kabangmai sits within, having spotted his unfortunate prey. His razor-sharp fangs glisten, his elongated tongue lashing with excitement. It has been so long since this one last feasted upon another creature. The guards have been replaced. Jaivan's face turns ashen. Vampires don't typically appear until after the 6th floor, and this isn't some run-of-the-mill bloodsucker, it's a high-grade variant. A monster possessing superior intelligence. He asks coldly, "Where do you come from?" He is the vampire count. Kabangmai. Monsters are divided into 4 main categories. The first is mutant, for instance, goblin archers and goblin swordsmen, same race, different ranks. High-grade monsters encompass creatures that vastly surpass their ordinary counterparts in power. This classification method is only relative, of course. An example of this category would be the Grim Reaper from the Land of the Dead. Rare species like the corpse golem can only be encountered in certain specific regions. And mimics are exceedingly rare in the wild, hardly ever appearing under normal circumstances. And finally, superior mutants, monsters possessing unique memories, intelligent reasoning, and identities all their own. The entire party spins around and bolts, fleeing in stunned panic. What the hell were those monsters? Why is a vampire showing up here? Run, stop whining and move. Vampire Duke Kabangmai, a high-grade, solitary parasite lord, a level 5 monster. He is not only a master of close-quarters combat, but commands devastating dark magic. Jaivan tenses, a superior mutant appearing here. This is absolutely unprecedented. He can't fathom why either. Aren't superior mutants supposed to never appear on the 3rd floor? Even taking floor 1 as a baseline, calling this unprecedented wouldn't be wrong. Even for someone like me who's played through 10 playthroughs, I've never once encountered a vampire duke here. I only learned of its existence from watching someone else's gameplay footage. Jaivan asks, curiosity laced with suspicion. But how did you know something was off, Bon? You told me to close the door before I could even finish opening it. Bon grows irritated. She's still hungry for answers even in a situation like this. He shouts urgently, just run. She responds with perfect calm. But I'm being Kirito, I even need to run. That's a damn good point, he can't argue. He swears under his breath. He explains, I just had a bad feeling about what was behind that door. The doorknob's color was extremely distinctive. I replayed that stage 100 times, but it never spawned. So I went back and rewatched that recorded footage of the vampire count's appearance over and over, searching for any difference. And I found one small discrepancy inside the door. It was the only thing in that video that didn't match my own playthroughs. He grits his teeth. If I hadn't been obsessed with that stage footage and rewound it countless times, would I have caught it before opening that door? The dwarf, catching his breath, asks bluntly, if we don't bring him down, we'll never make it out of here alive. Wouldn't fighting be the better option? He insists, at the very least, we need to reach somewhere with sunlight first. Kabumai's voice rings out. How discourteous these guests are. He materializes, hovering, blocking the entire Grufai's form shifted into a vengeful wraith. This is exactly why I hate magic-using monsters. My physical strength is completely useless against him in spirit form. He shouts to Win. She's terrified but understands his intent and begins chanting a spell. Everyone close your eyes. A powerful fire spell erupts, engulfing Kabumai's wraith form in blazing demonic fire. After the blinding flash, he looks up, it's gone. Now gasps in shock, the vampire has vanished. One of the vampire's signature spells is the vengeful wraith form. The wraith can move at blinding speed, but the main body cannot leave its original position. Instead, when the time is right, the vampire can swap its physical body to wherever the wraith exists. Dealing with it is extremely difficult, but the mage shattered the wraith form just in time, preventing the body swap. We've bought ourselves 3 more minutes. He's probably recovered from that by now. Someone screams, the mage has been attacked. He startles, what? Now calls out to Win in distress. She's lost consciousness, blood still trickles from her lips. He's baffled, internal injuries. As far as I know, vampire magic doesn't possess long-range offensive capabilities like that. A chilling realization strikes him, was it spell backlash, or an attack from some unknown magic he's never seen before? Even in the recorded footage of this stage, the entire party died before they could do anything. I have no idea what other spells this vampire count might have. I've run through every possibility, but right, no escape first, think later. He turns to the group, we get outside first. Hikujit, panicking, cries out, what do we do now? The mage who knew the way has already passed out. He points to himself, don't worry, I know the way out. The old dwarf scoffs in disbelief. You. Isn't this your first time in Blood Castle? No time to explain, he speaks in clipped tones. I still remember the route to follow me. Inwardly, he curses his wretched fate. Damn it, even if they brand me as some kind of freakish demon for knowing too much, I need to survive this first. With Bon in the lead, the group sprints at full tilt through the endless corridors. That's right, I still remember the way. How could I not? I've run through these corridors hundreds of times in the game. The exit comes into view, the dwarf's face lights up. There's the exit, you actually remembered the way. Bon Jolch senses Kabumai's power closing in from behind, right on their heels. Damide's after us again. Haruto, the exit. Everyone leaps out of the dungeon. The creature pursues them to the very brink. Now brings up the rear. Outside, daylight still reigns. Kabumai's power dissolves the instant it touches sunlight. The sizzling hiss is deafeningly clear. All of them pant heavily after narrowly escaping danger. Vengeful spirit-type entities weaken when exposed to light. Thankfully, the sky hasn't darkened yet. Hikujit wipes the sweat from his brow, voicing his admiration. I can't believe you remembered the entire path even though you only passed through it once. How is a manny like you so clever? Did you really just hold your coming-of-age ceremony last month? That's genuinely bizarre. Na praises him with unrestrained enthusiasm. Of course it's because Bon is a wise and mighty warrior. He nods, one day that boy will become a great warrior. But not yet. He asks, where do we go now? Night is falling. Bon calculates swiftly, we don't have time to rest. Let's move. Carry the mage on your back. Dane hesitates, but heading outside the city walls would be better. Once there, we can blend in more easily and find a place to hide. Tai doesn't quite agree. I think letting Raven rest here would be better. He shouts in fury, do you want us all to die here? If you want to live, stand up and carry her. Now. I must protect the mage. Even if it costs you your life, Tani, you have no choice but to accept it. Fine, let's go. The group manages to find temporary shelter. Dean administers medicine to Raven. Bon thinks to himself, even though I've calculated everything meticulously, this is the only way. he tells the others. Until the mage regains consciousness, I'll stand guard here. He wants to return to the dungeon to retrieve what was left behind. I must get that item I overlooked earlier. I'll be careful to avoid raising any suspicion. After returning to the fountain from before, he shatters the head of the central statue with a single strike. He examines what lies inside, a satisfied grin crossing his face, just as I thought. It's here, Tears of the Goddess, commonly known as an achievement item. It can only be used once, and it can also be used to heal wounds. It can even fend off monsters. The system chimes, your character has obtained the Tears of the Goddess. Back outside, he walks over to Raven, whose face is pale as a ghost. You're awake. She responds faintly, yes, we made it out. He cuts straight to the point. But that thinget will reappear the moment night falls. She isn't surprised. Is that so? He presses further. What kind of magic did it afflict you with? Raven hesitates. I'm not certain, but most likely, shared pain. Vaughn is taken aback. Shared pain. Fortunately, she had the essence of a rank 8 monster helping her withstand the damage. He then asks how long until you fully recover. She estimates 20 minutes. After that, I can cast about 5 rank 7 attack spells. He can't help but feel a headache coming on. Only twice. This is trouble. He continues, his tone bordering on an interrogation. Do you have any other fire attribute spells you can use? Raven grows visibly irritated. Do you have any idea how rude it is to ask a mage about the spells they know? As a dedicated gamer, he of course knows that. I know because I've read every last guide for this game cover to cover. But what's so hard about answering that question? He picks his nose, clearly not giving a damn. He grins shamelessly to himself as he thinks it over. I'm a barbarian, rude to everyone, that's just how we are. She already knows that. The pinnacle of rudeness, that's what a barbarian is. Raven is left utterly speechless. She sighs. Fine, talking to you is pointless anyway. I suppose I could use that light sphere spell. A sunlight sphere is similar to a fireball, but it's a rank 6 magic spell imbued with the searing heat of the sun. He needs more. Do you have any other buffing spells besides strength enhancement? She stands up. Fine, if I had more mana, about 10 minutes to recover additional magical energy. He grips his weapon with iron resolve. 30 minutes. I'll hold them off until then. Focus on recovering the mana you need to cast your spells. She agrees instinctively. Alright, She stops mid-sentence. Wait, something feels off. Hold on a moment. Since when did he become the leader? And now I'm taking orders from him. Bond stands there radiating confidence. Well, do you have a better suggestion? I'm more than willing to hear your input. Go ahead. She falls silent, unable to think of a single alternative. Well, in this situation, I guess it can't be helped. Haikyujet laughs heartily and gives Bond a thumbs up. Sorry, miss. But he's already earned my trust. I'm quite confident in my ability to see through people's true nature. He didn't expect to earn such trust either. Thank you all for believing in me. Night descends. Gabbing Mama appears once more. How strange, utterly strange. When I gaze upon all of you, there arises an irresistible urge to drain every last drop of your blood I simply cannot suppress. It grins savagely. Do you know why? Everyone assumes battle stances, forming a wall in front of Raven. It's here. 30 minutes until the spell is ready. You must hold it off at all costs. Gabbing Mama's claws elongate, stretching into wicked talons. A pair of black wings erupt from its back as it lets out a bone-piercing shriek. Bon issues his orders with icy calm. Get Tija out of here now. Tija and Wins swiftly withdraw from the battlefield. He tenses up just like the old days, back when he used to play. No matter how hard they try to strategize, the conversation only reaches a dead end. The Count lunges forward. Long, needle-sharp fangs and blazing crimson eyes lock onto its prey. Its strike is swinging its claws, but the dwarf blocks the blow instantly. He snorts coldly. You do have some strength, I'll give you that. The Count presses its relentless assault. High Jurat and Madat hold the front line, blocking every strike. No matter how hard they're hit, they refuse to yield. Their endurance is remarkable. This is the dwarves' first essence. Tier 7 monster special ability rooted stance. As long as their feet are planted on the ground, they become absolutely unshakable, unmovable. This holds true without exception. Additional passive effect: absorb and reduce incoming damage. For tanks like them, this essence is worth its weight in gold. He and Nut charge in. Split to both sides, I'll take the left. She closes in from the left and slashes hard. The Count notices and retreats to dodge. Bon, who has been lying in ambush, tightens his grip on his elm staff. He channels every ounce of strength into a single devastating blow, catching the Count completely off guard. The Count is forced back. Pain lances through his right hand, sharp, electric, like a jolt of lightning. But the Count, on the other hand, shows no sign of being affected by his attack whatsoever. He jolts in shock as countless black crows erupt from the Count's body. Those crows! The horrifying swarm of black crows surges toward the three of them, cutting off their advance. The dwarf tenses. Leave the frontal assault to me. The dwarf's second essence activates emergency recovery. The black crows slam into his shield relentlessly, detonating on impact. Their blood sprays everywhere. Bond breaks out in a cold sweat. I have to hold the line, but the poisoned blood keeps splattering everywhere. Highly dangerous. If this poisoned blood makes contact, Na's face drains of all color. Strange markings suddenly materialize on her forehead, as well as on Hai Jurat and Madat. Bond, what on earth is this? The situation grows even more dire. Damn, Ifrion's been splashed with poisoned blood, even he's been hit. Vampire ability blood brand targets struck by the mark become sacrificial offerings. The vampire count's power temporarily scales with the number of offerings within a 100-meter radius. This marking grants the vampire drastically enhanced regeneration, as well as a direct boost to his combat power. Lord of Blood, when directly feeding on a branded target, the vampire absorbs a portion of their strength. Every skill in the vampire's arsenal demonstrates devastating power in combat. But beyond these abilities, vampires also command dark magic, transforming into mist to evade sword strikes, conjuring black crows that fly toward opponents and detonate, or even summoning lesser monsters from the blood splattered across the battlefield. All of it screams cunning malice and the lethal combat prowess of a high-tier monster. One moment of carelessness, and you'll be sent crashing into a wall, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Tija grows anxious. Bond and Hai Jurat have taken hits. He reminds himself not to let his guard down, but the Count lunges at him. Fortunately, he raises his shield just in time. Damn it, at this rate, we can't hold off this vampire. Is this where the game ends? How much has your spell recovered by now? Tija's voice transmission reaches everyone. Can you hold out for 5 more minutes? He clenches his jaw. 5 minutes. In this battle, the dwarves who served as his tanks sharing damage alongside him have already been taken down. Both he and Na are badly wounded. If that's the case, there's only one option left. He shouts, "Get the dwarves out of here now." She stares in shock, but he gives her no time to hesitate. "I'll hold it off and buy us time. Moving out." Na and Hai Jurat flee, while Han Shuo continues to hold the line. Understood. He makes his call all in, no more playing it safe. From this moment on, he won't just be defending. "You bastard," the Count's claws tear through his flesh. Blood sprays forth. But then the Count recoils in shock. He chugs a restoration potion and sneers. "Keep stabbing, fiend, come on." The Count's claws dig even deeper. Tija watches everything from behind. Her face goes pale with disbelief. What the hell is he doing? Does he really think he can tank continuous damage just by chugging potions? I've never heard of anyone fighting like this. Under the potion's effect, his wounds gradually begin to heal. He braces himself and continues trading blows with the Count. The wounds on his body multiply, each one more grievous than the last. By all logic, no one should be able to endure this. The agony of each piercing blow defies imagination. Depending on the severity and location of each wound, the pain only intensifies. Countless emptied potion vials roll across the blood-soaked ground. The man's body is a tapestry of crisscrossing wounds, blood surging from every gash. In this state, dying from shock or blood loss would surprise no one. How can he keep blocking the vampire Count's attacks in that condition? The Count continues its relentless assault. He keeps enduring, but he can barely move, let alone counterattack. He furrows his brow in frustration. Though he can't block every strike, his entire body is riddled with countless wounds yet he fights on. The vampire Count's strikes are all lethal, aimed squarely at vital points, but the majority are deflected with uncanny precision. When it aims for his neck, Han Shuo blocks it instantly. I remember something I read long ago. The true value of a berserker isn't superior strength, but mental fortitude. She murmurs, "Now I understand those words." Win grows worried, but Tija, the situation is already far too dangerous. How much longer can he hold out? Wouldn't it be better if we just fled right now? His words aren't without reason. With his body covered in countless wounds, how long can he possibly stay conscious? Tija falls silent. Flee to where exactly? There's nowhere to run. In this situation, there's only one way forward. Eliminate the guardian monsters and strike at the vampire Count's weak point. She questions herself. What am I even doing right now? If even a berserker who just completed his coming-of-age ceremony can make cold, calculated decisions and act with such precision, then how can a mage like me not have a single countermeasure? If Bond dies, everything ends. She grips her staff tight and commands, "Get Madat out of here now. Let Na join the battle alongside me. Do exactly as I say." Now, though bewildered, obeys without question. Understood. She rummages through her belongings. Mages were never meant to be mere backline casters. They were analysts wielding vast, diverse knowledge to dissect every situation on the battlefield. Charting the most effective course of action for one's allies was also a mage's duty. Even if it costs me my life, I must make the call. She pulls out the golem corpse essence she had collected earlier. This is the best option available to her in the current situation. She chants the incantation. Magic circles materialize in midair one after another, enhancing accuracy, guiding the projectile with arcane energy, and auto-correcting its trajectory toward the target. She hurls the essence vial. Bon, she shouts. He stumbles, bewildered. The vial slams into his armor and shatters on impact. A brilliant white light erupts. System notification: golem essence and character soul absorbed. His base stats begin to climb without pause. A new stat panel materializes before his eyes. Bon Physique 45.4. Spirit 55.3. Special Ability 13. Composite Combat Rating 112.7. Absorbed Essence B Grade Golem. His head throbs as if struck by a hammer, and his vision dims. When a person stands at the edge of the abyss, they must decide what to sacrifice and what to protect. I can't hesitate. I can't afford to block every single strike. Nor can I waste energy shielding my arms or legs. Instead, the vital points on my body are the top priority. System notification: golem essence fully absorbed. Bon Jander raises both arms to block the incoming strike. This time the claws are deflected. The vampire's clothed potion vial rolls uselessly across the ground. Caught off guard by the unexpected, the vampire's claws can no longer pierce through his bones. He is puzzled. Had just thrown him the golem corpse essence to absorb. It's exhausting to even think about having to completely retrain his body because of this. But if we are talking about its effect in this very moment, this is truly a welcome result. Kabingmai retreats, pulling distance. Bon inwardly laments. A punching bag that was only meant to soak up hits can now move far more nimbly. Even if that is the only thing that has changed, Kabingmai attacks. The vampire lunges. Bon leaps to dodge. The ground beneath his feet shatters. Though the strike still connects, Kabingmai's claws can no longer pierce through him. But because of that single change, his survival rate has skyrocketed 100-fold. If he keeps eating hits like this, he's finished. No, he refuses to let that happen. Suddenly, another vial flies in and shatters against his armor. A high-grade recovery potion. It floods Bon with rapid regeneration. It's Anlo-Gavian. She's trying to support him with every potion at her disposal. Bon is overjoyed. The little mage girl has finally snapped out of it. With this rate of recovery, the vampire count bares his fangs and claws, charging in once more. Bon fixes him with a death glare. Now's my chance. He immediately lunges forward and locks the vampire in a crushing bear hug, ignoring the blows raining down on his flesh. Bon stubbornly refuses to let go. I am an undying monster. He grits his teeth, even if his flesh is torn to ribbons, even if his muscles are pulped to ruin. None of it matters. His blood splatters onto Kabingmai's face and sizzles on contact, burning like acid. Acidic blood. The vampire writhes in pain. The mage continues hurling potions from behind. Kabingmai howls in agony. Bon holds firm. His wounds heal at a blistering pace. He will fully recover in moments, thanks to the recovery potions and the two essences coursing through him. Kabingmai is completely enraged. He swings his arm and hurls Bon away, lunging to attack. Na charges in toward Bon, her blood boiling. I'll join the fight too. She slashes at him, but he dodges. Bon throws a lightning-fast punch. Kabingmai leans aside to dodge, then counters with a vicious blow of his own. Bon convulses in agony. Blood gushes from his mouth. His internal organs are severely damaged. He can only watch helplessly as Na attacks. Damn it, we are taking turns charging in with everything we've got. When will the magic be ready? Suddenly, Anlua's voice rings out like a lifeline thrown into the abyss. Jander Fireball is ready. As if glimpsing a ray of light in the depths of hell, Bon leaps back to his feet. He uses every last ounce of strength to lock the vampire count in another crushing embrace. He strains with all his might and hurls the vampire crashing into the wall. Bon screams at the top of his lungs, "Now, do it!" Blue lightning crackles around the dwarf's body. I understand. He's channeling lightning magic. Bolts of oppressive lightning erupt from the warhammer. He swings the hammer with devastating force and launches the orb. A massive sphere of lightning slams into Kabingmai. He takes the hit head-on, afflicted with the stun effect. Bon seizes the moment, rummaging inside his boot. It's time. The treasure he had taken from the fountain. After every trial and tribulation he has endured, now is the moment to use it. Tears of the goddess. He shoves the test tube into Kabingmai's mouth. Take this precious gift, you bastard. He follows up with a devastating uppercut to the chin, shattering the test tube on impact. Swallow it, you wretch. The vampire's mouth erupts with blinding light as the holy water cascades down his throat, nullifying all his resistances and inflicting a catastrophic wave of damage. Stun effect converted to paralysis. Anlo-Gavian screams from behind. Jander, get out of there now. She is casting Fireball, conjuring a massive, white-hot sphere of flame. You fool, you'll be caught in the blast if you just stand there. She collapses from the strain. The fireball rockets toward Kabingmai, who has no time to dodge. Bon whips his head around, face white as a sheet. Crap, I should have gotten out sooner. The fireball detonates in a cataclysmic explosion. A cascade of system notifications floods his vision. He has been stunned by the blast. Meanwhile, Kabingmai shares the agony with everyone else in the blast zone. An eternity seems to pass. Bon regains consciousness once more, his eyes bloodshot. His body is riddled with wounds. Did we win? Why is everything so quiet? Is that vampire bastard dead? He plants his hands on the ground, trying to force himself upright. Has everyone else passed out? There is too little information to gauge the current state of affairs. Suddenly his eyes snap wide in shock. Kabingmai is still alive. Damn it, was he still breathing? Eternal Life skill activates gradually, regenerating his body. Dark Origin skill activates as long as the heart remains intact. He cannot die. His flesh regenerates at a terrifying rate. His wounds heal at an incredible speed. This skill is absolutely broken. Bon has no strength left. At this rate, he'll fully recover in moments. I don't understand the situation, but I'm the only one still conscious. There's only one thing left to do. He staggers forward step by step, blood dripping, wounds torn wide open, yet Bon keeps lurching onward. He shoves the body down. He has to kill it before it regains consciousness. He heaves for breath, straddling the corpse. Though the body is still a mangled ruin of wounds, he can't reach the heart. Did it shield its heart with its hands while taking the blow? He raises both fists and slams them into the chest. Not a scratch. You bastard, damn you, just die already. An idea strikes him. How does he use it again? All right. Bon slams his hand onto the corpse's chest. Corpse explosion. His hand detonates, blood sprays everywhere. He grits his teeth. God, it hurts like hell. He trembles from the agony, but to survive, he chains corpse explosions without pause. Corpse explosion, corpse explosion, corpse explosion. His eyes are completely bloodshot. His instincts are screaming. He's hitting his limit. Corpse explosion, corpse explosion. Even if he can kill this vampire by repeating it a few more times. The stench of fresh blood mingles with dust and debris in the air. Corpse explosion, corpse explosion. A red warning flashes. HP below 1%. He'll die too. He keeps detonating. The countdown to death begins. He can't stop. Intelligence draining 3 per second. 46, 43. Even if he stops, his fate won't change. Intelligence still dropping. 37, 34. It's plummeted to rock bottom. 16 points. Bon's vision goes black. All sensation fades. Kabingmai's body is charred to a crisp. His hands are gone. He presses his entire body against Kabingmai. Fine, he'll use his whole body. He triggers corpse explosion one final time with everything he has. The system finally flashes the kill notification. Bon's vision fades. The bastard's finally dead. He held on until the very last second. Intelligence continues, counting down 10 points. He's leveled up. But this game doesn't have a full HP restoration mechanic upon leveling up. The one thing he's been targeting since the very start, 33% drop Radeth Vampire Guard's Essence. The notification Bon has been waiting for finally appears. The Vampire Guard's essence seeps into his body. Dark Origin skill learned. Eternal Life activate, receiving rapid regeneration. HP restored above 1. Countdown halted. New achievement unlocked. A new stats panel materializes alongside it. Bon wakes up and roars like a lion. He finds himself resting on someone's lap. A tender, affectionate voice asks, "You're awake?" Still doubting whether you're actually alive. "So how is everyone?" She recounts the past few days. After the battle, everyone else left 3 days ago. "Are you all right? You've been unconscious for 3 days." Bon panics and bolts upright. 3 days. So it's already the 7th day. He flexes his fingers joint by joint. His body seems perfectly normal after absorbing that essence. Not a single wound in sight. Suddenly, Bon's face drains of color. He glances down and wants to sink into the ground. "Hey, wait, where the hell are my pants?" Nuss stands behind him, arms crossed, utterly nonchalant. "I tore them off. They were completely shredded anyway." She even flashes a thumbs up. "Nothing to be embarrassed about. You're a great warrior, Bon. You really are something." Back to the main topic, Bon asks, "While I was unconscious after fighting the vampire count, did anything happen?" She answers seriously. "Some dwarves carried off part of the vampire count's loot. The witch took everything else, all the remaining items, and every magic crystal we collected. I'm just lucky to be alive after that fight with the vampire count." He realizes the Guardian's essence must have been absorbed into him. It seems the Guardian essence has already been assimilated with the other essences in his body. Nuss steps closer, puzzled. "But like you said, when multiple items drop from a monster, shouldn't everyone roll dice to divide them? But that witch and the old dwarf just took everything without any split at all." Gia Villaronier7N replies seriously. I already spent too many support items on him and even burned a high-level spirit for his sake. Therefore, I'm taking these. Na scratches her head awkwardly. Just do whatever you want. I didn't contribute much either, so I have no objections. The old dwarf had no complaints about the distribution either, but I felt that kind of split wasn't right. After that, the witch reacted pretty harshly when I disagreed. Then Gia Villaronier7N fired back indignantly, even though he already received a high-level spirit from Mehao. Exactly do you want to redistribute now? Finally, Na sums it all up. That's how everything went down. Bon is stunned. It seems the witch figured out that after he killed the vampire count, he absorbed its spirit. But I didn't exactly gain anything from it either. The corpse golem spirit was already used up. The recovery potions were all consumed just to buy time for her. What the hell is even left? She really is greedy, but I'm not angry about it. Being alive is lucky enough. Na is indignant. She took advantage of you being unconscious and snatched everything. Comrades who went through life and death together, and they treat each other like that. So damn greedy. Bon understands Na's anger is justified, but there's nothing she can do about it. He smiles gratefully. Thank you for staying by my side while I was unconscious. We're lucky to be alive if that's already something. What about you? She carries herself like a true comrade. It's nothing, we're friends after all. The matter is settled. Na asks what he wants to do next. Now that we've cleared that dungeon, shall we head to the next floor or go back outside? Hold on, I still have something to take care of here. Even though that greedy witch took all of the vampire count's drops, the hidden item in this place is something she could never know about. Bon's eyes blaze with excitement. I'm going to grab that thing right now. I need to cover up first, but hey, do you have any clothes I can wear? A system notification pops up. Floor transition complete. Crystal cave sealed. Moving to Jaffanir. He's now fully dressed and built so powerfully that people who lay eyes on him can't help but feel a chill run down their spine. I've made it back to the city. This run was pretty dangerous, but the profits weren't bad either. Let's see what this haul is worth. The attendant hands Bon a pouch. Here are your 231,520 crystals, sir. He stares at the pouch, his expression darkening. So the total haul comes to only 231,520 crystals. I nearly died for this pittance. What a raw deal. But at least I managed to absorb 2 more spirits during this expedition. Bon reaches out to take it, but the woman snatches the pouch back. He frowns. What's going on? The attendant eyes him warily. This sum is far too large for a mere level 9 to have earned. What exactly are you carrying in that backpack? His face twists with irritation. Why are you asking me this? This never happened on my previous visits. Is there a problem? Guards materialize out of nowhere, seizing him. Freeze, you maniac. Bon freezes solid. What the? Whatever you have to say, save it for the city's interrogation room. The flow of people continues, bustling past without pause. Wynn stands still. She wipes a bead of sweat from her beautiful face. The 3rd floor was no joke. Those level 7 monsters down there were truly beyond me. For the first time in my life, I felt completely powerless. Even with her full support, the level 6 beasts refused to sit still. She had to divert a considerable amount of her attention just to deal with them. My first time exploring the 1st floor was a bit dangerous, but after teaming up with Bon, things became much smoother. This time, it was a genuine brush with death. I wonder how Bon's been doing lately. She queues up and heads upstairs. It's been a while since she last saw him. He must be busy pushing deeper into the higher floors of the tower. Wynn carries a bright, eager feeling. She can't wait to see Bon and show off all the crystals and spirits she's earned. I wonder if we can adventure together again. She misses that rushed snapping of limbs and the agonized screams of battle. My shoulders are already aching for him. He's probably fine. I hope I get to see him soon. She finally steps inside. The attendant announces the total 184,100 crystals. For an adventurer like her, that's quite a hefty sum. She explains, I explored the dungeon together with my older sister. He flips through the ledger. And your name? Giaya. Wynn perks up at the result. She is an adventurer who has already been vouched for, so she's free to go. You're free to go. Elsewhere, Wynn returns home to wash up. She hums cheerfully like a songbird, wondering if she might run into him here. Her green dress makes her look even more radiant. I've got plenty of money to buy new things today. When I see him, we'll share a delicious meal together. She beams with excitement. I can't wait to see him. I wonder if he's still at that tavern. Then a piece of devastating news hits her like a thunderclap. You're looking for the guest in room 302. That guest hasn't returned yet. She jolts in shock. He hasn't come back. Worry floods her voice. Is he alright? I hope he's safe and comes back soon. Time skips forward 1 week. Wynn happens to pass by room 302. She calls out in alarm. Hey, why are you clearing out someone's belongings without their permission? The housekeeper answers bluntly, "Please understand, miss. We've waited far too long for that guest to return. The labyrinth has been closed for quite some time now, and he still hasn't come back." "So what do you think that means?" Her entire body trembles. "He's probably dead. His body lost somewhere deep in the labyrinth." She crumples in agony, weeping in the pouring rain. Someone rushes over, calling Wynn's name. She lifts her head. "Sister." Teaser extends a helping hand. "I've heard the news. Don't overthink it. It may not be what you think. He's not the type to die so easily." Wynn suddenly steels herself, her eyes blazing with resolve. "Sister, I want to become stronger, strong enough to protect the people who matter to me." As for Bon, it's been no small number of days since he was falsely accused. "It's been 1 week since I was thrown in here. I've been charged with robbery. During the first interrogation, the inspector grills me, 'Where did you get this crossbow? Have you fired it?' Bon tries to plead his case. 'This is the weapon of the men who tried to kill me. Everything would have been peaceful if they hadn't attacked me first.' The inspector sneers coldly. 'Then we'll have to investigate who struck first.' Bon's eyes flare. 'You arrested me on grounds like that? Has the Adventurers Guild gone completely rotten?' His face remains grim. No matter what adventurers carry, there's an unwritten rule: no interrogation without clear evidence. The inspector sits down and explains. "I think to myself, no matter where I go, being treated like a lowly nobody is miserable. I'm carrying a huge sum of magic crystals and holding equipment that belongs to other people. They probably targeted people with no notable background, people like me, and dragged them in for interrogation. He keeps pressing me to confess. Come on, just admit it. Where did you get these items?" Bon grows irritated. "I've already told you. From the men who attacked me, a group of 4 bandits ambushed me and tried to rob me blind. Of course, I've already eliminated the ringleader. He was dragged down to hell for violating his own oath after making a deal with me." The inspector pushes up his glasses, clearly unconvinced. "You're telling me you were stabbed in the neck and survived? Then where's the scar?" Bon bristles with annoyance. "Is this guy an idiot? Can't you see it right in front of you? Where else but on my neck?" Bon groped around but found nothing, and a jolt of surprise shot through him. "Could it be that the vampire's essence has boosted my natural regeneration to the point where even scars have healed? Why has everything gone to hell like this?" In the end, he had let slip about the rift during the expedition, the one thing he never wanted to mention. But the inspector threw his head back and laughed in mockery. "A spatial rift." A vampire count emerged from a rift on the 3rd floor. "Do you take me for a child?" Bon roared at this insufferable inspector. "Then go ahead and summon a mage here. A memory recall spell will verify everything." The inspector sneered. "Summon a mage just to investigate a rank 9 adventurer? Absurd. You'd need to be rank 7 or above to even qualify for such a request." Bon pushed forward with his demand. "What if I pay the fee myself?" The inspector snorted coldly and turned to leave. "No need. I'm not inclined to waste money like that. We'll leave this matter for later." "Your opinion is noted. I'll consider having a mage brought in for you. What a wretched way to spend your first day back." 2 days later, a mage arrived to conduct the inspection. His mental defense wall is absurdly high-eyed. Wager he possesses spiritual power rivaling a mage from the arcane tower. Bon cursed inwardly. Damn it, a rank 9 adventurer's mana reservis, and the guild's mage couldn't even scratch his mind. The inspector crossed his arms with a scowl. Calling in a high-ranking mage for something this trivial was a waste of everyone's time. Even if Bon mentioned arcane mages or dwarves, this investigator refused to listen. He extended his hand, signaling for Bon to compromise. "Hey you, drop your mental resistance and just confess already." They just wanted to force him into admitting guilt. But this was already the 7th interrogation session this morning. The inspector held it up with a triumphant grin. "Bon Jander, I finally found the conclusive evidence." Bon squinted, a vague sense of recognition stirring. Wasn't that the message stone looted during the battle against the Crystal Alliance on the 1st floor? A thin smirk curled across the inspector's lips. "Looks like this isn't the first time you've engaged in pillaging. I checked the serial number on this stone and discovered it belongs to an adventurer who died. I've already secured testimony regarding your foul deeds inside that trial tower." He delivered his verdict without hesitation. "You will be executed in 3 hours." Bon truly felt despair settle over him inside the cell. The phase of resolving things through dialogue was over. However, if he recklessly shattered the iron bars and escaped, he'd only become a fugitive condemned to death. Then there was only one way to survive: prove his innocence. His eyes burned with defiance. He absolutely could not die here. System flesh detonation authorized. The entire cell erupted in a blazing inferno. The explosion unleashed a terrifying shockwave. Bon strode out of the cell, wreathed in smoke. The guard stumbled backward, eyes wide with disbelief. "What? W at the..." What the hell? What are you doing? Bond slammed the guard with a single blow. One strike was all it took. The guard crumpled to the ground, knocked out cold. Prison breakdown. All right, time to run. He cracked his wrist with a fierce scowl. Bond snatched the keyring off the guard's belt. The other prisoners began clamoring wildly. Hey barbarian, you actually have the guts to do this. He's lost his mind. Please let us out too. Bond fell silent, weighing his options. There were bound to be a few genuine criminals among them. But there were also some poor souls falsely accused, just like him. Whatever, he didn't care. He'd release them all and let chaos reign. The prisoners burst out elated. Freedom, we're free, let's go move it. The madman lives, long live Bond, we're free. Adventurers Guild, first floor lobby. Guards heard a strange commotion echoing from below. What was that? A thunderous slammed door exploded outward. Prisoners surged out like a flood. We're free, it's a jailbreak. The female receptionist called out in a panic. Adventurers, will pay Generousla, please help us suppress these escaped prisoners. Both sides clashed violently. Die, you bastards. Amid the chaos, Bond sprinted upstairs. The others would be recaptured soon enough. Unlike adventurers, escaped prisoners had no proper weapons. All they had were a few stolen sticks. He pushed his speed to the absolute limit. Faster, faster. Could they hold out for 5 minutes? Not enough time, damn it. Bond zigzagged through corridors, ducking and weaving. His goal wasn't simply to escape the prison. Bond's luck ran out. Soldiers spotted him. Damn it, you escaped prisoner, sends here. The chief warden is on the upper floor. Under no circumstances go up there. Bond activated flesh detonation. Flesh and gore rained down, leaving the soldiers below utterly stunned. What? What the hell? Everyone clutched their heads, screaming in agony. It's burning, it's burning. System notification constitution temporarily amplified based on the number of sacrificial targets within 100 meters. Bond surged forward with savage pharisaic completion of the power enhancement process. Bond launched himself into the air, tensed his entire body, and rocketed upward. He struck first, slamming into the guards, shattering bone and flesh on impact. The soldier was smashed to a pulp. The others snarled with fury. That bastard, get him. But Bond beat them all into a bloody mess. Their eyes widened in horror. What, how? Why are his wounds regenerating so fast? He's not even using potion show, is this possible? Bond fought one against dozens, power unrivaled. Strength surged through every fiber of his being in unstoppable, overwhelming force. The soldiers trembled before Bond's hulking frame. That physique is terrifying. Are you really just a rank 9 adventurer? How is this even possible? He raises his fist with a sneer. This branch only detains low-rank adventurers. You never imagined an adventurer of this caliber would be caged here, did you? He unleashes a brutal chain of punches, each one cracking bone and spraying blood everywhere. One gets an uppercut, another takes a vicious hook, every last one of them eats dirt. Done, he burns with fighting spirit and locks his gaze on the office door. He's reached the 3rd floor of the branch chief's office. Bond kicks the door open and strides in, but someone is already lying in wait. Lucky he spotted the ambush. The attacker moves like lightning, slashing hard at his leg. Blood sprays everywhere. The man grins with triumph. Not so fast. The blood from Bond's thigh splatters across the attacker's face. The branch chief immediately feels a searing, corrosive pain and lets out a blood-curdling scream. Bond sneers, my apologies, me blood is highly acidic. A sudden scream jolts him into alertness. A girl in a yellow dress stands there screaming. She covers her mouth in shock. The branch chief, clutching his burning face, screams at him. Don't you dare touch her. She is the daughter of the district chief. Bond feels this twist might work in his favor. The branch chief has a daughter. This is a stroke of luck. The branch chief roars a warning. If you so much as touch a hair on her head, you're dead. Bond snaps, landing a knockout punch that drops the man cold. He smirks, blins shifting on the fly. This wasn't the original plan, but with this girl in his grasp, everything changes. Her entire body trembles violently, but she still manages to shout, how can you play this dirty? After causing all this chaos, things are either getting easier or spiraling completely out of control. Fear makes her spill a torrent of words. You already knew everything, didn't you? Even my being here taught you planned all of this from the start, didn't you? Bond grits his teeth in frustration and clamps a hand over her mouth. Shut up, woman, you talk too much. Right at that moment, soldiers burst in and surround Bond. He's here. Now Bond holds all the cards. He barks out his demands. Bring me the inspector who interrogated me, the head of the Crystal Alliance, and a mage from the Magic Tower. Bond's demand leaves everyone frozen in place. Refuse and I kill this woman. The soldiers hesitate, paralyzed with indecision. He drags the district chief's daughter out onto the balcony. He stands in silence. Then he draws a deep breath and roars like a feral beast. The time has come, Bond fights back. Everyone below stands stunned. Passers-by gather around, craning their necks in confusion. What's going on? Is that an escaped convict? How did he even get to the 3rd floor? He begins his declaration. My name is Bonender. I am a rank 9 adventurer who was framed and set up by the Adventurers Guild. I swear on my life I am innocent. The Adventurers Guild is trying to pin everything on me. I have done nothing wrong. Things have escalated this far, I can't let it slide. At the resplendent magic tower, an unexpected call comes in from the Adventurers Guild. Xian calmly relays the situation. Yes, it's a reinforcement request from the branch leader. It appears some madman has shown up there. Jayavan holds a chemical flask, looking bewildered. A madman. Xian nods and continues. He freed the death row prisoners and took the branch chief's daughter hostage. She exclaims, good heavens, he actually dared to do something so outrageous. Somion, that insane really does exist. Jayavan snaps her fingers, transforming into an excited witch on the spot. Very well, I'll go take a look. I happen to be looking for someone anyway, and I'm dying to see what this madman looks like. Meanwhile, Bon still holds the district chief's daughter in his grip. She's smart enough to keep her mouth shut. The moment Jayavan arrives, she freezes dead in her tracks. You're Yan Bon. Do you even have a brain? He remarks with genuine surprise. So you're a mage from the magic tower. She completely loses it over his actions. How many lives do you have that you dare pull something this insane? Bon can only stew in helpless frustration. Enough already, get to the point. Use your magic to verify my memories. Seeing her hesitate, Bon glares. Hurry up, we don't have much time. Jayavan makes her counteroffer. Fine, but promise me you'll owe me a favor later. There's no reason for him to refuse. Deal as long as it's within my ability. The pact is sealed. She descends to the ground. Good, you promised. Jayavan casts her spell to probe his memories. Detection spells are all useless. It's not working. Are you using some kind of artifact that acts as a mental barrier? He furrows his brows again in frustration. Do you really think I could pull something like that off? After calling you all the way here, why would I sabotage the process? Suddenly the inspector shouts, branch chief. He panics. Sir, are you all right? The inspector's face goes ashen. How did things end up like this? He says furiously. The escapees on the first floor have already been dealt with. Let's just try to wrap things up here. Then he spots Bon and screams, "Yeah, who the hell are you?" The inspector points at him and tattles to the branch chief. Sir, it's him. He's the one who caused all of this. The branch chief, clutching his searing face, replies, I already know that. The inspector is utterly bewildered. What? What do you mean? Then why are you just sitting there in silence? The branch chief lowers his head. He keeps insisting he was framed. You were the one responsible for investigating him, weren't you? Do you even have any evidence to convict him? The inspector jumps in fright and starts defending himself. Are you saying I fabricated the charges against him? Ridiculous. He possessed a massive amount of magic crystals, far more than a rank 9 adventurer could ever hope to earn. Something felt off, so I checked his backpack. Inside was stuffed with equipment and items that could only be stolen goods. What's more, the investigation produced testimony that Bonender had murdered an innocent person in the Crystal Alliance and plundered several items from there as well. Bon demanded answers in a fury. Isn't that testimony from a member of their own guild? How can such testimony be trusted just like that? Since they belonged to the same guild when the branch manager confronted him, why wasn't memory inspection magic used to verify? The investigator immediately erupted like a rabid dog. That's because he's a chronic liar. He claimed he survived after being stabbed in the neck. Stabbed in the neck without a single wound to show for it. He claimed he had absorbed the essence of a vampire dragon. The branch manager couldn't fathom it absorbing the essence of a vampire dragon. The man insisted on it with absolute certainty. Yes, sir, that's what he claimed. Isn't that completely absurd? How could a vampire dragon possibly appear in a rift on the first floor of the trial tower? He clearly lied. Moreover, he must possess some special constitution or item that renders memory inspection magic ineffective. He lied through his teeth, and yet we had to summon a mage from the magic tower for this. Isn't that an unnecessary burden on them? He cunningly pushed up his glasses. Let's end this here. That barbarian's true colors were finally exposed when had indeed absorbed the essence of a vampire dragon from a rift on the first floor. The revelation left both of them frozen stiff. Regarding that matter, she stated calmly, I was there and witnessed it, but I cannot use memory inspection magic on myself. The investigator asked in astonishment, You're saying that actually happened? What exactly do you mean by that? No matter how well you know him, you must not shield him like this. Wynn's face darkened as she raised her voice. Are you implying I'm lying? He shrank back in terror. Why, I didn't mean it that way. If not that, then what did you mean? After poking around with your petty little authority, you now presume to treat the mages of the magic tower as a joke. The investigator dropped to his knees in terror. I'm sorry, I absolutely did not mean it that way. The mages of the magic tower belonged to the semi-noble class. Though they comprised many factions, they united as one formidable bloc. The reason was simply their rights and privileges had been thoroughly protected. Yet a guild investigator, nothing more than a low-ranking employee, dared to question a mage. That was tantamount to digging his own grave. The branch manager cut in. Enough. His expression was stern. Mage, you should be fully aware of the current situation before making such declarations. She crossed her arms, her expression unyielding. There has certainly been no precedent for a vampire dragon being sighted in a rift on the first floor of the trial tower. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Wynne still had more to say, by stepping forward and clarifying the chain of responsibility. Wasn't she simply pointing out what the branch leader of the Adventurers Guild should have said himself? He was left speechless, unable to retort. She pressed her argument relentlessly. Since the trial tower's creation until now, that place has always harbored countless unknowns. It is a place where no one ever knows what will happen or when, so why do you remain silent about it? Her voice turned to ice. How can you be so certain? Bond glanced sideways at Wynne. She was raising her voice at the branch manager himself. Is she really just an ordinary mage? Suddenly someone stepped in from outside. You're Neo-Ban-S, aren't you? Bond fired the question back. And who might you be? The man introduced himself. My name is Neo-Ban-S. I hear you've caused quite the uproar. The girl in Bond's arms let out a scream. Bond was startled. That's father. In that case, this man was the regional manager overseeing the Adventurers Guild. Guilds operated as organized groups in various capacities, trading in diverse information, all for the benefit of adventurers. The guild's management system was straightforward. Each branch was overseen by a superior, with 13 regional managers above them. And above all of them stood the guild master. Simply put, the 13 regional managers held the second highest authority within the guild's hierarchy. There were things even they would never dare to do. Hot was violently shoved and sent tumbling. His face darkened as he demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" The man looked at him steadily. I hear you've been searching for him. The investigator gaped in shock. Neo-Ban-S looked down at the man kneeling before him. So you're the errand boy of the Crystal Alliance. He raised his right hand, his gaze like a demon's. I hear you submitted a false testimony against May, is that true? He desperately tried to deny everything. I never. Wynne wasted no words beside him, and immediately cast memory inspection magic. She detected the anomaly. This man was lying. Everyone watched with bated breath. Satisfied now he could no longer deny it. Because the memory-reading magic of a mage from the magic tower had proven it beyond doubt. He recoiled in terror. My lord, Neo-Ban-S sighed, struck his forehead and declared. The name you gave was Yan Bon, was it not? An innocent man. He finally released the girl. So what happens to him now? Neo-Ban-S's cold voice made his entire body tremble. Because he caused all of this with fabricated evidence. We will investigate thoroughly and only then decide how to proceed. He nodded. I also hope you will investigate his guild as well. The man emphasized his promise. The Crystal Alliance has always been a thorn in the Empire's side. I will see to it. He turned to discipline the inspector as well. The inspector who colluded with you will also be stripped of his position. He panicked. Sir Regional Manager, this, he stammered. I swear I broke no laws. Neo-Ban-S's fury turned his voice to ice. Are you trying to shift the blame for your incompetence onto the guild? There will be a full reinvestigation of every case you've ever handled. If any violations are found, you'd better pack some dirt on your forehead and sniff it till you get used to the smell. That's about all you deserve. The man negotiated calmly, his expression dead serious. Now then, shall we discuss how the guild should compensate you? First, we will fast-track your promotion to rank 7 adventurer and replace all your current equipment with brand new gear. The soldiers have been ordered to immediately return everything they confiscated from you. Bond was furious. His rage erupted. Why is the reward just a promotion? I can reach rank 7 just by absorbing more rank 5 monster essence. Does he take me for an idiot? The man faltered, losing his composure. But you only have 2 months of experience, he protested weakly. Bond, seething with fury, challenged him to a one-on-one duel. Then let me face a rank 7 adventurer one-on-one. I'll prove who's stronger. Come on, any rank 7 step up and fight me. Neo. He desperately wished he could call for backup right this instant. He panicked and scrambled to smooth things over. Calm down. This is completely unprecedented. Gavin rushed forward, stepping in to shield him. Of course, Gavin said with a wink and a playful smile. She pointed to vouch for Bond. I'm certain no adventurer has ever defeated a rank 5 vampire, survived, and absorbed its essence. It's laughable that you're trying to pass off something he can obviously achieve on his own as the guild's compensation. He gritted his teeth, backed into a corner. Fine then, what do you want as compensation? Bond grinned slyly. He had a particular fondness for gems and treasures. Money, of course. I want at least 5 million magic crystals. Sounds like a lot, but then again, I'm just a dumb barbarian brute, aren't I? That should do. The branch manager was stunned. 5 million. Neo reluctantly agreed. Done. Gavin seized the opportunity. I'll take 1 million for myself. Consider it my fee for being here. He was stunned, utterly bewildered. Did he agree simply because Gavana Magic Tower member was present? He nodded, not daring to voice a single objection. Very well, Lady Gavin, please put in a good word for me with the tower master. Ban marveled. Is this the power of the magic tower? Scene change. The magic tower. Mage of the anti-my school, Gavin's personal laboratory. Bon looked around and couldn't help but complain. Why is this place such a mess? Gavin handed him a strange liquid. Here, drink this. He thought to himself. What is this? Bon stared at it, completely bewildered. Is this even water? Gavin laughed cheerfully. Yeah, I don't have any cups here. Or would you prefer concentrated basil extract instead? Bon's face turned green as he refused. This is fine. He was certain this strange solution still had monster viscera residue lingering in the flask to this very day. He sat down and asked Gavin curiously. So why did you bring me here? She covered her mouth and laughed. You promised to help me with something, remember? Only now did Bon remember. Wright had only agreed in passing because he was in a rush at the time. He never imagined he'd actually end up befriending a magic tower mage. Wary of Gavin, he stressed, I'll say it agonally if it's within my ability. Gavin reassured him it's fine. What I mean is, I want to study the essence you absorbed. It would benefit you too. No one has ever studied a body after absorbing such essence. Other could be undiscovered traits. He observed closely and noticed her eyes had completely changed. She was utterly consumed by her research. After all, the corpse golem essence she wanted to study was already radiant, a guardian vampire essence never before seen anywhere in the entire tower. That was rarer still. So her excitement was only natural. Are all mages in this world like her? She concluded, in any case, this isn't a bad deal for you. Bon paused, weighed everything she said when we signed the agreement was all for this. He recalled what happened just minutes ago, Gavin negotiating with Neo. Don't reveal anything that happened here, agreed. If you agree not to record that Yan took the vampire's essence, I will accept these terms. He had thought Gavin was quite decent. He had been grateful, thinking she was truly kind. Back to the present, Gavin looked sheepish. Well, it's not wrong either, Bon said coldly. Am I the one who's wrong? She perked up. Forget it then. Come here once a week and help me for 3 hours over the course of half a year. Bon disagreed. Too long, 3 months. And tell me the results of the research too. Gavin sighed, reminding him of her contributions. Yan, you're alive because of me. You even earned an extra 5 million magic crystals. Remember, don't you think you should be grateful? Bon reflected. Had a point, but that was a separate matter entirely. For this relationship to last, he needed to show her who he really was. Bon smiled and spoke. Shouldn't you be the one paying me? She blinked in confusion. Why? Bon stared her down, stepping closer. Anyone who doesn't stand up and fight for themselves is a fool. Gavin looked up and glared. What? Bon's words reeked of death. You made me absorb that corpse golem's essence without my consent, didn't you? Wind trembles. That. So what? I gave you free essence, didn't I? He shoves Bon in frustration. He grits his teeth in fury. You forced me to absorb it so you could survive and escape that vampire. This is a serious issue. What else? Win retorts. Don't you think I did it to save you? Bon growls, his face darkening, refusing to listen. I don't care. I didn't want that essence. Pay me 10 million magic crystals. I hear that's what it costs to cleanse and remove an essence at the temple. Win seethes with rage, cursing. Would he want to get rid of it? That insane barbarian. Bon lays it out bluntly, because it's not the essence I wanted. In other words, you've caused serious damage to my body. Win is going insane dealing with this lunatic. I heard it's extremely rare and valuable to adventurers. Shouldn't I be the one who deserves compensation? He raises his voice and argues that's just the subjective opinion of you mages, because you lot can't absorb essences in the first place. Go ask any other adventurer. She turns away in anger. I bet you only say that because you think I don't know any adventurers. Just you wait. Win touches the blue connecting orb. The connection succeeds, and a male voice comes through from the other end. Who is it? Win immediately greets and explains. Hello, Mr. Pan. I'm Win from the Anti-Mayan Academy. You met my advisor before. Correct. The other end replies, Miss Wineyes, I remember, but why? You're calling again. Win tries to fish for information. I just want to ask, if someone was randomly forced to absorb an essence they didn't want, how would that person feel? The other end hesitates before answering. I don't know why you're asking something so strange, but probably. Bon lets out a quiet, expectant chuckle. Win waits anxiously for the answer. First of all, it would make me pretty angry. Bon smirked with satisfaction. She stares in stunned disbelief. Huh, you said angry. A grade 7 essence seemed an extremely rare one at that. Really? Ban shakes his head. It's all the same. An unplanned essence will only cause negative effects on my body. A mage like you wouldn't understand. The more Ban hears, the harder it becomes to contain his delight. Pan speaks without reservation. Someone like you who can just absorb any essence she finds wouldn't understand. Win hesitantly asks for his opinion, stealing a glance at Ban. So, what would you demand as compensation for something like this? He answers immediately, if it were me, first I'd demand monetary compensation. 15 million magic crystals would do it. The number nearly scares her soul out of her body. 15 million. Reality keeps dealing her once-in-a-millennium shocks. If I were forced to absorb an unwanted essence of a high grade, the compensation would only increase. To have it removed from the body through the church would take considerable time and money, and it's far from simple. Win asks again hesitantly, then if they can't compensate you with money, what would you do to them? He replies with a cold smirk. What would I do, you ask? If that's the case and the person responsible is standing right in front of me, I'd just snap their neck on the spot. Without exception, Ban watches her crumbling expression, his heart swelling with satisfaction. So she truly understands what I've been saying now, doesn't she? Being acquainted with mages from the tower, someone like Pan must surely be a skilled adventurer. He definitely understands the importance of essence absorption. If she had asked a desperate grade 9 adventurer fighting for his life, she might have received a far more satisfying answer. That was her fatal mistake, acting far too hastily. Is it time she confronted the consequences of her own recklessness? Suddenly, someone strides in from outside, laughing as he speaks, a madman who can out-argue a mage. You're even more interesting than what I've heard. A pleasure to meet you. I am the master of the young lady who just threw a fit. Bon Stefenchi's mind goes blank. Wing cuts in to deny it. I didn't cry, okay. He glances over impressed. This is Win's master. Bon tenses up. So this is the man who single-handedly controls 5 floors of the towerth master of a great guild called Anti-Mayan. His importance rivals that of a regional governor, perhaps even surpasses it. A true great figure. Cyan smiles warmly. I've been listening to your conversation. Win is stunned once more. What? You were listening to us, but I'm certain the soundproofing spell was active. He reminds her calmly. It seems I need to teach you a thing or two more. There are quite a few holes in your magic. My youngest disciple brings a man for the first time, along with a barbarian and, most importantly, one who's still alive. I absolutely had to satisfy my curiosity about you. Bon stands there stunned. Is still alive. Cyan smiles with profound depth. Most of the barbarians who come here either die in the attempt, or they're only brought back so we can harvest their hearts. Bon's expression darkens. He furrows his brow and stares the old man down. The old man even offers him a sinister, bone-chilling grin. Chuckling, the old man explains, cheer up, I'm just joking, just joking. Bon is bewildered. So that's what passes for humor among mages. I'm a barbarian who knows how to crack jokes too, you know. Your name is Denyon or something, right? I should probably repay him with a joke in true barbarian fashion. He smirks coldly and points straight at the old man's face. I feel like punching a hole clean through your skull. This time, it's the old man's turn to flinch. What? Bon giggles and breaks into a grin. Of course, I'm just joking. Cheer up, old man, go ahead and laugh. You old geezer with the white beard and hair. The old man's eyes widen in shock. Old man, Bon nods, deeply satisfied with himself. So you can spew any nonsense you want as long as it's funny, huh? He pats Stan on the head. Oh, that was a joke too, by the way. Gavin, standing nearby, is frozen in stunned silence. Could this guy actually be insane? I should have realized it when I saw him going berserk back at the guild. Hearing no response, Bon freezes, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. Did I take the joke too far? How am I supposed to salvage this situation? Unexpectedly, the old man bursts into hearty laughter and praises him. Hey now, this lad's got some personality. Relax, this old man isn't like those young punks who nitpick every little word. One look at the old man's face, and Bon can tell he's clearly irritated beneath that forced smile. So what's he going to do about it? After all, I am a barbarian. You responded to my joke so cheerfully. So I'll take back my words. I called you an old man, should I call you an old warlock instead? The old man struggles to maintain his composure as he rummages through his things. This old man isn't one to hold grudges. Oh, by the way, about those 10 million magic crystals, would giving you this as a substitute suffice? Ice Elf Jewelry 9425. The number may be low, but it's still a numbered item. Bon recognizes it instantly, a numbered item. They can only be obtained from high-level guardians. Each one is extraordinarily rare and possesses a unique ability. And he's just handing over Ice Elf Jewelry to me like it's nothing. Still, he puts on a show and asks, "What's so special about this thing?" The old man smirks and replies, "It's exactly the item you need. It seals one of the unwanted effects from the essences the wearer has absorbed. You've obtained the essence of the corpse golem, haven't you? Acidic blood can be managed, but it would be extremely troublesome. So what do you say?" Bon ponders, weighing the offer. It seems even this old man doesn't fully grasp the properties of the ice elf jewelry. "Fine, I understand." As he turns to leave, Gavin chases after him, calling out, "Remember, it was a week. You have to come here twice a week. You promised you'd help me research the corpse golem's essence." He agrees coldly. "I know." She lets out a sigh, still uneasy. "Will he actually remember? I'm really worried." Once Bon is gone, Gavin turns back and apologizes to San. "Master, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." The old man simply replies gently, "It's nothing. It was just a useless numbered item anyway, couldn't be sold regardless. Besides, the market price of that ring is only about 1.5 million magic crystals. When that dim-witted barbarian realizes the true value of that ring, he'll be in for a shock." Bon walks slowly out of the tower. In this world, mages are revered as the pinnacle of wisdom, yet Gavin apparently has no idea how to obtain the tears of God from that dungeon floor. That only makes me more certain. In my eyes, even a mage is no different from a noob I can outplay with ease. They clearly can't see the true value of this ice elf jewelry. Bon sneers, a smug gleam in his eyes. Night falls. Inside a small house, the innkeeper lets out a startled cry. "Hey, aren't you supposed to be dead?" The man stammers. Flustered had assumed Bon was dead and already re-rented the room. Bon's brow furrows. "Then where did my stuff go?" The innkeeper stammers. I threw it all away." Fury ignites in Bon's veins. His blood runs hot as he grits his teeth. "I'm certain I still had at least a week left on my lease." Terrified by Bon's killing intent, the innkeeper begs for mercy. I'm sorry, I'll pay you back." Bon grinds his teeth, can barely contain the dark impulse surging through him. Then suddenly he catches himself. "Wait, since when did I start thinking these things so naturally? Ever since I opened my eyes in this body, even when my own kin were slaughtered before me, my mind remained perfectly calm. The first time I killed Evan, though it was necessary, the entire process felt far too easy. And when I escaped the prison cell, I only hesitated for a moment. I'm losing control of my emotions at an alarming rate. Picking a fight with that old man in the tower, that's something Li Hanshuo, the 29-year-old office worker, would never have done. I thought it was just a temporary shift brought on by extreme circumstances. But now the unease only grows and I'm already certain of the truth. Every time I fight, the instincts carved into this thick-skulled, brawny barbarian body surge to the surface. My mind grows simpler, dull and aggressive, exactly like a barbarian. Am I being slowly assimilated into the barbarian I inhabit? Still, if it means surviving in this world, this way is better. He speaks in a cold, commanding tone. "Just hand over 30,000 magic crystals and I'll leave." The innkeeper panics, sputtering, 30,000. I couldn't even get 150 magic crystals selling all that cheap, worthless junk of yours. Bon sneers coldly. "Sold, you say?" The innkeeper's face drains of color, realizing his fatal slip of the tongue. Bon's expression darkens, murderous intent radiating from his gaze. "Didn't you just say you threw it all away?" A short while later, Bon lounges at ease, letting out a contented sigh. "Now I feel more like a human being. This place costs double the last inn, but at least it has a window and a private bath. This place is closer to the square too. Now I need to figure out what happened to Ine. We'll have to split the loot, so I'll need to meet her tomorrow." The next day, at the Furious Horn Tavern, the moment he steps inside, he spots Ine rushing out with tears and snot streaking down her face. She lunges forward and throws her arms around him, squeezing tight with desperate longing. "Where the hell have you been all this time? Of course, I knew you were Bon. Even if someone threw you into hell itself, you'd crawl back out alive." He freezes, stunned. Something happened. Ine lifts her head, suddenly remembering something. "Oh right, have you heard the news?" He shakes his head. "What news?" Suddenly, an excited manfolk comes rushing over. "About that madman of freedom. The whole city's buzzing because of him." Bon's face drains of color. Why does that sound like they're talking about me? "Hey, I don't know that madman's name, do you?" Another manfolk scratches his head, bewildered. "Who knows? I don't know either. Strange." That's the one piece of information they never spread around. Bon quietly breathes a sigh of relief. Thank the heavens. It seems the guild handled it without leaking any personal information. Then they all erupt in thunderous cheers. "But I'm so damn proud that someone like him came from our tribe. He fought 1 against 100 and obliterated every false accusation thrown at him. He led the people out of prison and reclaimed their freedom. The madman of freedom. He is the greatest warrior of all. He stands there bewildered amid the roaring cheers and praise. I never expected this to blow up into such big news. Surely nothing grand is going to happen next, right? Shortly after, the two of them arrive at District B. This is the Melby District. Ine looks around excitedly. This is my first time here. Speaking of the Melby District, it encompasses Districts 2 through 5, forming a belt around Tazan Bullion Road. It's the residential zone of Japanese middle class. Artisan workshops and craft shops line every street. Many call it the free market. He hands her a pouch of coins. Ine, this is your share, between selling the bandits' plundered gear and scrapping my own equipment down to scrap iron. We netted about 800 magic crystals. If I count the loot from right after we escaped the dungeon rift, that's roughly 500 magic crystals on top. Bon carefully places it in her hands. Here are 300 magic crystals. Na gasps in amazement. T8 this much. Bon insists firmly. Don't refuse, just take it. She accepts it shyly. Thank you. Suddenly, Ine spots something with wide-eyed excitement. Bon, look over there. Someone's eating clouds off a spinning stick. He stares at her blankly. What? They have cotton candy here. The more Ine stares, the more she drools. Shortly after, inside a restaurant, Bon buys her a cotton candy stick. Na exclaims in delight, humans can make food like this. Are they omnipotent? I wonder how many cotton candy sticks the money we earned today could buy. Bon is utterly speechless. Since when did cotton candy become an entire unit of currency for her? He sighs and reminds her, eat the actual food already. While eating, Ine speaks thoughtfully. Bon, thank you for never once discriminating against me. He is caught completely off guard. Na chokes up as she explains. As you can see, I haven't really changed much, have I? I've just gotten a little smaller, that's all. The other men don't see me as a warrior anymore. They keep their distance now. And these past few days, every time I go somewhere, the humans swarm around me, making a huge fuss. Ine is such a sweet name. Lady Ine, I kneel at your feet and swear that not a single drop of blood shall ever touch you. She clutches her head in horror. That's disgusting. I've never felt so repulsed in my entire life. She slams the table in frustration. Am I really that ugly? Bon is truly left reeling by this entire spectacle, questioning the very fabric of reality. He was about to tell Ine about that. She cuts him off, seething. I've made up my mind, Bon. I can't go into the labyrinth with you anymore. He is stunned. What? Why all of a sudden? Ine has departed. The change in her appearance isn't exactly surprising, but that isn't the reason. An elder of the Holy Land, renowned as a grandmaster of swordsmanship, has taken a great interest in Ine's talent. And today, Ine has decided to formally study swordsmanship under him. He had once asked her, can he take a single day off to come meet you here? Na shakes her head. I wish he could, but the cultivation technique is special. He cannot leave the Holy Land for 6 months. The moment he hears this, realization strikes. Could it be that cultivation technique? If so, he understands completely. This is an incredible opportunity for her. Na continues, I don't want to make you wait until I get stronger. Nor do I demand that you take me back into the party unconditionally. I will train hard so that when I return as a fierce warrior, I won't hold you back. Hearing this, he drains the entire mug of ale in one gulp. Bonsaish knows he cannot stop her. During the second expedition, Ine was taken down by bandits and forced to swear an oath. She had no choice but to stand by helplessly as her comrades faced mortal danger. That must have been the final straw which shaped the decision she's making now. So he'll have to find another partner. Of course, he could also attempt the trial tower solo. He's nothing like he was 2 months ago, having absorbed the essence from the guardian undead, the great demon dragon, and the sentinels. His base stats have surged dramatically. However, his recovery still can't match the hardened warriors on the second floor of the tower. But even so, the third floor would be his absolute limit. Dungeon and Stone is still a party-based game at its core. No matter how powerful a solo character becomes, clearing it alone is nearly impossible. The deeper you go, the more indispensable each party role becomes. You need teammates who fulfill different roles within the formation. So I need to find a partner of comparable level and aim for monsters on even higher floors. Bon seeks out Giovanni. She asks eagerly, "You're here." Bon calculates his options. During this process, if he can form a party with a level 6 mage for this run, he'll be one step closer to his goal. He greets her with a smile. Giovanni, that's right. If they can survive and make it back after this run, she proposes excitedly, are you ready? After wrapping up, Bon quietly floats the idea, but Giovanni immediately refuses with irritation. No way, what insane mage would join a pathetic party made up of just 2 berserkers? He tries to placate her. Just hear me out first. She huffs and sets her conditions. If you want me in your party, your members need to be at least level 6. Recruit a healing priest first, then think about that. Gia Van smirks with derision. I see, it'll take you at least 3 years to pull that off, right? Bond knows his place, no chance of recruitment then. Hard to believe indeed. Gia Van shoves a piece of paper into his hands. Enough nonsense, take this. This is the analysis data for vampire essence. He skims through it, just labels of high, medium, and low. Meaningless. No matter, I already know the exact stats anyway. Vampire essence: agility, physical defense, magic sensitivity, sunlight weakness, strength, magic resistance, spiritual power, dark magic resistance increased. He muses, I knew this already, but it's still good news. Especially the high values for natural recovery, magic resistance, and spiritual power. Plus, there's still the guard essence on top of that. Not to mention the basic passive skills system also reports that the Dark Origin skill remains intact. Active skill sacrificial mark enhancement scales with the number of living sacrifices. Active skill Blood Lord absorbs 1 skill from the victim. Active skill immortal enhancement scales proportionally with lost vitality. Bond is satisfied. He has acquired all the active skills he needs for now. Now that I have the mark of immortality and the guard essence, my combat recovery is essentially sufficient. I've played this game for 10 years, but I've never progressed this fast before. Alright, we're done here, I'm heading out. Gia Van chases after him, blocking his path. Hold on, I'm curious about something. During the fight earlier, what was that thing? What you shoved into that unconscious vampire's mouth looked like holy power. He instantly realizes what she means, the tears of God. I can't tell you about that. Bond scratches his nose, playing dumb. Or maybe you were mistaken. The situation was chaotic back there, you must have seen wrong. Gia Van stubbornly insists, no way, I saw it with my own eyes. Bond doubles down on his act. You're confused, there was nothing there. I have to go now. He activates the Berserker's lightning-fast flash ability. Gia Van shouts after him in a hurry. Hold on. He stomps her feet in frustration. He's definitely hiding something. He thinks I won't figure it out. Just you wait. Inside the vast library with its thousands of tomes, an excited voice rings out. Found it, General records on the rift. Bodin flips through the pages with intense focus. The scripture contains precious clues about the rift. It bears no title in the Academy's registry, and the author is unknown. Which page was that entry on again? After endless searching, she finally finds it. Just as I thought, thy section is unreadable. What does it say? The Golden Mask and the Tears of God. She picks up another document. I must have read about the Tears of God in this one. Found it, the Tears of God, a rare sacred artifact of unknown origin. When destroyed, the surrounding area receives a powerful blessing. 150 years ago, when the dimension of Hongyan Dare fell into decline, 3 vials of holy water were used to save the faithful. After that, they vanished without a trace. Gia Van is bewildered. A sacred artifact. The method of use and the effects match exactly what I witnessed. Did he obtain it by pure coincidence? A berserker who just completed his coming-of-age ceremony, how could he possibly know the secret location where the Tears of God were hidden? Even if he stumbled upon it by chance, how would he know its specific properties well enough to use it against that vampire? Could it have been Yand? The Golden Mask, an item obtainable after defeating the boss within the Blood Citadel when various conditions are met. Allows the wearer to alter their appearance at will for 30 days. Usable 5 times. Bond sits on his bed, studying the mask before him with rapt attention. Back when I played the game, I never had any interest in the faces of 2D pixel characters. I sold it for 500,000 magic crystals back then, but this is reality now. I was even falsely accused and thrown in prison. If I ever end up breaking the law and getting hunted down, this mask will be invaluable. Better hold on to it. Inside the tavern, patrons buzz with heated discussion. Hear the news. The Crystal Alliance just disbanded. Shocking, isn't it? An entire guild gone overnight. Tija silently eavesdrops on the conversation about the Crystal Alliance. They had built a vast network with countless message relay enchantments, providing a wealth of conveniences to first-floor adventurers. It was an adventurer guild that had experienced explosive growth over the past decade. The others voiced their discontent. An entire guild, you say? Were they ever even considered real adventurers? No, they were nothing but scum. Tija falls silent. At first, things had been fine. They helped many struggling citizens get back on their feet. But as the Crystal Alliance grew stronger, it rotted from within, shunning outsiders and bullying newcomers. She stands and calls the server to settle her bill. Just look at what happened to her sister. That tells you everything. She has to admit, without that barbarian, things would have turned dangerous for her. I thought I'd have to handle that mess myself, but now there's no need. The others are still gossiping. but why did they suddenly disband? The man beside her whispers, don't tell me you haven't heard. It was that barbarian of freedom. She silently offers her thanks. Come to think of it, thanks to that barbarian, I didn't have to lift a finger. The other man asks in confusion, the one who broke out of prison to prove his innocence and took the district chief's daughter hostage. His companion nods. It was total chaos. There are even rumors he's going to get promoted in rank. That's what the escaped prisoners themselves said. But what's even more astonishing is that the barbarian wasn't even a formally ranked adventurer. He turned the entire prison upside down, which means he had just completed his coming-of-age ceremony. Tija freezes, a look of disbelief crossing her face. A 9th-rank adventuress, that barbarian the same person. There's no way that's a coincidence. Wasn't that barbarian supposed to be dead? If the barbarian of freedom is him, it explains why he hasn't returned to the inn for a whole week. She slowly makes her way home. She hesitates, her hand resting on the doorknob to Win's room. But in the end, she still opens the door and calls out softly. Her younger sister sits alone in the darkness. Her face is dark and devastated. Tija wonders should she tell her. The next day, Bon arrives at the reception counter. What brings you here? Bon replies, I'm looking for a suitable partner. A team of at least 4, operating from the 3rd floor and above. The staff requests, show me your ID and badge. He quickly produces them. The person skims through it. Let's see here. Bon's rank badge. 5 stars. The person is stunned, utterly astonished. 5 stars. Bon looks bewildered. What do you mean 5 stars? But he plays dumb, stammering in feigned confusion. What do stars have to do with anything I said? Oh, never mind. Here's a list of teams matching your criteria, adventurer Bon Jander. He accepts it with a sigh, not bothering to call out their roundabout cover-up. It must be some kind of guild code. Regardless, their warm attitude was clearly tied to his high rank. But then he suddenly spots a name that catches his eye. Hikugat grins brightly. Knew it was you. I was still wondering, but turns out your level is already at rank 7. He sits down and replies politely, long time no see Hikugat, you're as warm as ever. Glad to see you. But let's catch up later, there's someone else coming to meet us. He asks with interest, you found someone else already? Hikugat replies vaguely, not exactly, but if they're a mage, you could say so. Bon is surprised, a mage, a rare talent like that wants to join us. Hikugat waves his hand. Yes, they're almost here, look, there they are. He looks on with anticipation, wondering, who could it be? Bon is bewildered. Can this team actually recruit a mage? Just then, a blonde-haired, scholarly-looking young man walks in cheerfully and greets them. The barbarian and the dwarf watch as the young man introduces himself with a bright smile. I'm Leo Werv Duan Chi. I came here because I want to join your team. Hikugat stands up warmly and shakes his hand enthusiastically. Pleasure to meet you. You're the mage we're meeting today. Duan Chi winks half-jokingly. I just happened to come across a mage passing through here. Isn't that a bit too much of a coincidence? Hikugat stands there looking bewildered. He doesn't get everything has to go through Bon. Bon sighs and explains, he means the mage is him. Ah, so that's how it is. Hikugat and Duan Chi shake hands again, excitedly going over the team details. Regardless, it's great to meet you. I'm Hikugat, a rank 6 adventurer. I'm a rank 8 mage from the Giagafnir royal family. Hikugat is bewildered for the second time. The Giagafnir royal family. Bon mutters irritably under his breath. He means he doesn't work for that guild. He's truly displeased. The kid doesn't even work for any mage guild. How can this old dwarf not know a single thing? Duan Chi stares at him with interest. You're a barbarian, yet surprisingly knowledgeable. May I ask your name? Hot blood surges through Bon. The kid is getting on his nerves, but maintaining his composure, he speaks through gritted teeth. Son of Jander. Bon. Sit down. The moment his backside hits the chair with food and drinks aplenty, Bon immediately gets down to business. I'll cut straight to the point. Why do you want to become an adventurer? As far as he knows, rank 8 mages rarely go on adventures like this. They don't have enough experience to handle the challenges of mid and high-tier floors. But exploring low-tier floors doesn't earn enough coin. Working magic-related jobs in the city is far more stable and lucrative. After a quick assessment, he carefully analyzes the situation. Meanwhile, Duan Chi passionately explains, simple really. I want to become a famous adventurer and elevate the reputation of Baron Mountain's noble house. Hikugat is so shocked he nearly flips the table. A baron? You're a noble, he explains calmly. My maternal aunt's husband is the 3rd brother of Baron Baoan's wife. Bon processes the information rapidly, getting the gist. What? These two are practically strangers to each other. So he's not really a noble at all. Duan Chi chuckles warmly. Don't worry too much, I have no intention of mistreating anyone. He's speechless, lamenting internally. Is this guy out of his mind? The more he talks, the more he sounds like a fraud. Handsome face, blonde hair, about 160 cm tall and thin as a rail. He knows hypnosis magic and mind control spells, along with a few curses and dark magic. A rank 8 mage with no experience, full of lies and incredibly arrogant. I'm a bit suspicious, but having a mage means better members will register for our team. Consider him bait to attract other recruits. And so we decided to accept Duan-Chi. After that, we received far better applicants, just as I predicted. Hikugat and I had to meet 3 or 4 of them. A week to review applications. Bon carefully reads through each application, nodding as he goes. I think this one's fine. He sighs internally, exhausted. We're partners, but it feels like I'm doing everything myself. Hikugat is excited. So we're accepting him. I was worried you'd reject him outright. And just like that, our team was formed. We even upgraded our equipment. He immediately rushes over to show Lashna. She stares at him with a cold, emotionless, unreadable expression. What is it? He asks eagerly. Do you see this? If you want to know that badly, I'll gladly tell you. This is armor and a shield forged from Lithai. The thing on my back is a spatial expansion backpack. It wasn't too expensive, I just bought it. She pays little attention, cutting him off coldly with a reminder. Someone's complaining, please take off the armor. He deflates awkwardly. Fine, guess she's not one for jokes. Later, after finishing his business in the library, he quickly leaves. Suddenly, from nearby, someone's mournful sobbing catches his attention. He turns to look and freezes. A barbarian. But why doesn't he have a weapon? Every barbarian possesses a weapon they hold as dear as their own life. No matter how hungry, poor, or freezing they are, they carry it with them. He immediately approaches to investigate. The moment the barbarian sees Bon's murderous aura, he flinches and shrinks back in terror. Bon's expression darkens as he reassures him, don't be afraid, I won't harm you. Where's your weapon? What are you doing here? Taken hesitates. He says he completed his coming-of-age ceremony a month before Bon did. Claims he got lost and couldn't enter the labyrinth. But Bon figures he fled out of sheer terror, unable to so much as fight a monster. Slipping away from the agitated barbarian crowd was easy as flipping a handbutt that only led to more problems. He likely tried to find work in the city, but no one would hire a barbarian. The greatest drawback of being a barbarian. Experienced players are usually the ones who unlock the hidden rooms of the Abyss Gate. Someone with experience should know how barbarians are treated in this world. Yet he didn't even know that. Outside the labyrinth, life as a barbarian is unbearably harsh. Bon nods slowly. Keep going. After that month, what did you do? Taken continues. After that, I stopped entering the labyrinth too. You stopped? What do you mean? You never went back into the labyrinth. Are you out of your mind? Taken stammers, but without a weapon, how am I supposed to fight monsters? Bon is left speechless, pitying a fate even more wretched than a tragic heroine's. That's exactly why you should have gone back the first time. Can't you even see something that obvious? Has this guy ever even played a game before? Taken recounts miserably. After that, I got kicked out of the inn because I ran out of money. What he tells Bon afterward is pretty much what he expected. So I had to endure the cold, hunger, and sickness. Then I tried going to where the barbarians gather, but for some reason, they cast me out. Bon Jander falls silent, mulling it over. How did someone with 0 experience even survive 3 months? If I had fled out of fear that day, I'd be in the exact same situation as this guy. Taken stammers, shamelessly pressing his case. So what do you think? The story I just told, do you feel sorry for me? Does it make you want to help me? You might find this hard to believe, but I know the labyrinth inside and out. I'm sure I can be of help to you. Bon cuts him off immediately, refusing flatly. I'm not entering the labyrinth with you. Taken's face falls. What? Bon shakes his head. I'll help you another way. Here's 150,000 spirit stones. Use them to buy a weapon and head into the labyrinth. Taken is so moved he nearly bursts into tears. He receives the stones with trembling hands. You're really giving me this? Thank you. One day I'll pay you back. Done with the matter, Bon smoothly sees his guest out. So would you mind heading out now? I'm tired. Taken immediately catches the hint and stands up. How could I impose further? I'll come back next time. Before he can finish his sentence, Bon cuts him off with decisive finality. Don't come back here, Taken. Whether you lose the money, squander it, strike it rich in the labyrinth, or even have enough to pay me back once you walk out that door. Never come looking for me again. If you understand, give me an answer. Taken hesitates. All right, that evening back at home, Bon lies awake, lost in troubled thought. Am I really this cold-hearted? Have I been dwelling on the past? A rational person would call his actions foolish. An emotional one would be furious that he gave so little. With a heavy heart, he admits neither of them would be wrong. That gesture might seem hypocritical, but it was the best I could do. So you'd better survive, Taken. Time races by at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, the day to enter the labyrinth arrives. Duanqi glances around excitedly. So this is what the labyrinth looks like. Where do we go from here? Leo Duanqi, human mage, level 8, 25 years old. He looks as wide-eyed and eager as a child on his first outing. Is that a crystal from the Crystal Cavern? This is incredible. So this is what adventuring is like. Bonsai's an annoyance. In short, that bastard Duanqi. Second is Jot Miller, human adventurer, level 7, 34 years old, 8 years of experience. He appears mature and composed, stepping forward to Rain and Duanqi. Hold on, let me check things out first. Jot Miller nods in confirmation. This direction isn't bad. I think we'll be safe if we follow a route that others have already traveled. Bon lets out a sigh, the most normal member of the party. Third is a grizzled veteran Hikugat dwarf adventurer, level 6, tank and party leader. He bursts into hearty laughter. It's been ages since I've gone exploring with a full party. Fourth is me adventurer, tank barbarian level 7. Finally, a soft voice rings out. I'm itching for a good fight. It's been way too long since I've stretched my legs. It's Misaka Stea, rank 7 beastkin adventurer with 5 years of experience. She giggles, raring to go lop off some monster heads. Bon vaguely recalls her strange habit, appends nigh to the end of every sentence. She claims it's simply how she was born, but he's never seen anyone else who talks like that. Hikugat Muat teases with a hearty chuckle. How could I ever refuse a princess's command? She flares up, shouting, I told you to stop calling me that. That jogs Bon's memory. She did mention being the 13th princess of some tribe, or was it the 12th? He can't quite remember, especially with Misaka charging furiously at Hikugat, blade raised high. I'll kill you, you dwarf. Jot Miller finishes measuring the route, then turns back and calls out, let's move. Everyone stay together. And just like that, our party embarks on its very first expedition. Following Jot Miller's guidance, after 10 hours of travel, we finally reach the gate to the second floor. Jot Miller doesn't seem surprised in the slightest. Just as I expected, Somyeon got here before us again. Even though I moved as fast as I could, he sighs with regret. Bon silently gives him a mental thumbs up, satisfied. Pretty fast actually, but it seems Jot Miller still isn't satisfied with that. A scout's defining ability is pinpointing the exact location of the gate. Bon doesn't expect too much from him in that regard. Combat isn't the scout's specialty, after all. But this is still pretty good. The group swiftly enters. Let's go. Bon furrows his brow, slightly disappointed they weren't the first party to open the gate, so no EXP bonus for them. If he'd partied up with Na or Win, he might have even scored bonus EXP from the Northern Bug Gamer. Remembering how envious he'd been watching others exploit their way through back in the day, Bon consoles himself next time he'll form a proper team. A moment later, they're teleported to the beast den. Hikugat Muat goes pale and retches. No matter how many times I come here, I just can't stomach this stench. Bon Jander silently calculates. The second floor connects through the gate on the east side of the first floor. As the name implies, beasts dominate this level. After grumbling for a while, the dwarf finally remembers and turns to check. Duanqi, you alright? Duanqi is green-faced, looking like he's about to hurl. Please, no one talk to me right now. Hikugat Muat laughs and pats his shoulder. Told Yao you just can't handle it. Misaka Stai recoils in horror. Get away from me, that's disgusting. Bon sighs, that's the hallmark of this place, a suffocating, nauseating stench that permeates everything. He glances at the person ahead. Jot Miller, are you alright? I've heard your essence is tied to your sense of smell, so all your senses are sharper than most. Jot Miller nods reassuringly. I'm fine, it's not my first time here after all. From here on out, there'll be sinkholes all along the path. So if you don't want to plummet into one, stick close to me. Not only is he unaffected, he continues working with utmost professionalism. Bon, he's impressed. As expected of him, calm and composed through and through. Must be those 8 years of experience. Everyone continues forward, guiding Mo through the swamp region. The beast den is a stretch of treacherous terrain nestled within a canyon. To cross it, one must navigate the labyrinthine cliff faces to find a path. Traps are everywhere, you have to be on constant guard. The scout's role is especially critical, particularly in the witch's forest. The monsters on the second floor are easy prey compared to the party's stats, so there's no significant danger. Along the way, they continuously rake in beast kills, swelling their EXP reserves. Not to mention the flashy players who got absolutely destroyed. First came the goblin raiders, then the werewolves, then the saber-toothed tigers. Wall-climbing serpents and cloud vipers, too numerous to count. What's more, thanks to Duanqi's alarm magic, we take turns standing guard and Bon manages a solid 6 hours of sleep. It's currently nighttime. Duanqi and Hikugat Muat stand on strict watch. But Duanqi is still curious and confused. But why do we even need a night watch? What's the alarm magic for then? Hikugat Muat laughs and explains, It's not that I don't trust your magic. Your alarm spell only detects monsters nearby, right? Duan-Chi nods, bewildered. So what? In the labyrinth, adventurers are far more dangerous than monsters. Duan-Chi's face drains of color, cold sweat beading on his brow. He stammers, the realization sinking in. That's really how it is. Hikugatmuet nods. That's right, now get some sleep. Mages don't need to keep watch. Duan-Chi falls silent, head bowed, murmuring under his breath. I understand. Bon hasn't fallen asleep yet. He lies still, listening to the entire conversation. In his heart, a quiet decision forms. Thighs will likely be his last expedition with this mage. Day 2, just past midnight. Jot Miller carefully reminds them beyond this area, there's a gate leading to the 3rd floor. This place is crawling with level 7 monsters. That'll be our primary hunting target. The 3rd floor is a vast map known as the Pilgrimage Path. The 2nd floor branches into multiple maps depending on which gate you entered from the 1st floor, but ultimately, all paths converge at the 3rd floor. Of course, there are multiple gates to the 3rd floor depending on which route you take from the 2nd. Hopefully, we find a good one. Misaka suddenly recalls something. Wait, didn't you say this is your first time reaching the 3rd floor, Bon? What about it? I'm just surprised, that's all. It took me a whole year just to crawl my way to the 3rd floor. Misaka sighs in disbelief. Bon is taken aback. A whole year? Then how long did it take you to reach the 4th floor? She furrows her brow in thought. 2 years maybe. I can't believe it took me that long. Hikugatmuet is shocked. You're just like me then. Misaka isn't pleased. Inside, she's screaming, this isn't fair. The party leader has less experience than me, yet he's already a rank 6 adventurer. And I'm still stuck at rank 7 here. He chuckles, teasing. Isn't little Miss Misaka supposed to be from a fine, noble family? Jot Miller cuts in with a cold reminder. Both of you, enough. Misaka and Hikugatmuet flinch and immediately fall silent, chastened. Sorry, shutting up now. Bon is curious and confused. What was that about? Why is Jot Miller stricter than before? He settles on a quick answer. Whatever, he's working tirelessly on his own. Of course, he can't stay calm when the people behind him are lazing around. Right. The party presses on, stepping through the spatial gate and into the pilgrimage path of the 3rd floor. The moment they arrive at the Steel Rock Hills, Jot Miller Jolch senses something. Before he can even register the danger, Bon surges forward with practiced precision, shielding Jot Miller and pulling him back. A pack of monstrous boars had charged in from nowhere, slamming violently into Bon's shield. He wonders why a monster would be lurking right at the gate. He grits his teeth and braces against the impact. Damn, that's strong. If this weren't a Lichstone shield, it would have been smashed to pieces. Like that dwarf shield, for instance. He turns to glance at Hikugat, who's struggling to hold his ground. Sure enough, his shield is already cracked to pieces. Fortunately, he quickly activates emergency recovery and barely manages to block the beast's devastating charge. Hikugat roars through gritted teeth, this one's a level 7 goblin. Just hold your ground, don't let it push us back. Bon smirks, you don't need to tell me that, but deep inside something stirs. He forces his mind to think of anything else. He recovered that fast. I won't pretend I'm not jealous. Alright, maybe a little. The Iron Goblin's active skill is counterweight, it reduces knockback effects. I've reaped massive benefits from the dwarf essence back in the Blood Citadel. Hikugat digs his heels into the ground, refusing to let the beast push him back. He activates his counterweight ability to stand firm against the monster head-on. Duan-Chi also pitches in, casting a corrosion spell that causes the monster excruciating pain and breaks its focus. Poisonous smoke billows out endlessly, engulfing the monster. Hikugat swings his arm for momentum and praises him. Well done, Duan-Chi. Leave the killing to me. Before his words even fade, he lunges forward, weapon in hand, and sends the monster to its grave. Duan-Chi hurriedly shields his eyes from the swirling dust and debris. I did it. Over on Bon's side, the fight isn't over. Misaka springs from the ground, plants her foot on Bon's shoulder for leverage, and calls out, it's still alive. She grips her blade tight, executes a flawless mid-air flip, and laughs with excitement. In just a few masterful slashes, Misaka's style lands gracefully and claims the monster's head. It writhes in agony before dissolving into nothing. Moments later, the colossal monster vanishes, and they receive their EXP. Bon narrows his eyes, wary. Strange, goblins shouldn't be here. Why did one show up at this spot? He turns and whispers, Jot Miller, is anyone nearby? Miller understands immediately. He activates body heat detection, scanning the area for living thermal signatures but finds nothing. He shakes his head, no one's around, but based on the scent, someone was here not long ago. I'd say they left about 2 minutes ago. Bon analyzes, that means there's a good chance they already spotted us. Forget it. Hikugat is bewildered. Wait, what do you mean? Someone is targeting us. Jot Miller furrows his brow. I don't think so. Luring monsters to the gate is a classic bandit tactic they strike when we let our guard down. Misaka snaps, eyes blazing. How about we hunt down every last one of those bastards and beat the hell out of them? Kill them and we'll pocket some extra coin too. Miller doesn't object outright, true enough, but finding them is another matter. Without evidence, one wrong move could get us blamed instead. Misaka plants her hands on her hips, stubborn as ever. But dead men don't talk, right? Hikugat sighs and offers his wisdom. Just leave a warning message for the bandits at the gate and let's move on. Duinchi trembles in a corner, drenched in cold sweat as he listens to their discussion. Along the way, Misaka can't stop gushing, "Miller, you're amazing. I didn't even know that method existed." He humbly takes the lead. "I've only heard about it. This is my first time actually experiencing it." She shrugs casually. "I guess most people rarely run into bandits like that." Bon is completely lost. "Rarely?" he asks in disbelief. "How many times have you run into them?" She rubs her chin thinking, "Me. About 8 times in the past year, I think." Bon is absolutely stunned. "What? That's way too few. I thought everyone ran into bandits all the time. I've been hit 5 times in just 3 months. Including just now." She bursts out laughing, mocking him. "B, you must have some seriously bad karma, huh?" The dwarf chimes in. "Yikes. I heard bandits were rampant 150 years ago, but stricter laws have reduced their numbers since then." The whole group bursts into laughter at his utterly gobsmacked expression. "Maybe you're the reason we keep running into bandits." Bon freezes. "What the hell is wrong with my life?" Miller speaks up in his defense. "Don't tease him. Everyone knows how unlucky little Misaka Stai is." Bon grabs onto this like a drowning man clutching a lifeline, looking at Miller with pleading eyes. "Right. I'm not alone after all, though the numbers Miller reveals still sting. Don't be sad, I run into them about once every 3 months." Bon slumps. "That still doesn't compare to 5 times in 3 months. Miller is confused. "How so?" Bon shakes his head dejectedly. "Let's just keep moving." After clearing the initial obstacles, they find an open clearing and decide to stop. "We'll set up camp here tonight and head to the next area tomorrow, the border region. The reason we're camping in this godforsaken spot is because there are fewer monsters here." "Makes sense." At night, Hikugat notices something is off and asks gently, "Duinchi, are you alright? You've seemed off for a while now." He didn't realize he was being that obvious. "Really?" Bon turns to look as well. "Now that you mention it, he's usually so talkative. Why is he quiet as a clam now?" Duinchi confides, his voice heavy, "My dream of becoming an adventurer, it's been completely shattered. I know you all think I'm too young and naive. Adventurers killing other adventurers, that kind of terrifying reality. They say those who kill adventurers can rob them of their money. Reality is so far from the fantasy I once had." He asks, his voice trembling, "If this keeps up, will I end up killing someone someday or getting killed myself? So on the way here, I've been stealing myself mentally." Bon asks, his tone dead serious. "And then, are you ready to do all of that now?" Duinchi nods. His eyes shed every trace of weakness, blazing now with only a fierce crimson resolve. "But I'm not sure when the time actually comes, whether I can pull it off." Bon naturally spots Duinchi's determination and the crippling lack of self-confidence beneath it. The kid looks thoroughly bewildered and terrified. Hikugat watches with concern. Duinchi's honesty, though Bon appreciates that. He's still leagues better than someone who only knows how to lie and whine, then crumbles the moment real danger hits. But Jot Miller sighs and smiles reassuringly. "The important thing is not to be arrogant, just believe in yourself. What you just said, far more trustworthy than if you'd claimed you could handle it right now." He crosses his arms mysteriously. "Can everyone give me a moment? I want to show you all something. I want to show you all something." Jot Miller leads the group to a certain spot. The scene before them freezes everyone in place. A vast airy expanse stretches out before them, rolling hills undulating into the distance. Below lies a lake reflecting the glittering moon and starlight, adorned with radiant snowflakes that glow like something out of a dream of beauty beyond mortal words. He introduces it with satisfaction. "Isn't it beautiful? This is the only moment you'll ever get to witness this spectacle. No one knows why this phenomenon only occurs on the 3rd floor. But once you've seen it with your own eyes, the reason hardly matters anymore." Duinchi stares, mesmerized, unable to blink. Jot Miller smiles at him. "Well, what do you think? Do you have the courage to keep going now?" Duinchi falls silent, speechless. After a while, the light fades and darkness reclaims the labyrinth. Everyone except Messence I'm on watch falls into a deep sleep. Bon's sharp ears catch Duinchi's restless stirring. He smiles. It takes a while, but eventually he hears soft, steady breathing from Duinchi's sleeping bag. Early the next morning, before the sun even peeks over the horizon, the group sets out. Bon runs the numbers. If he tallies up the EXP earned so far, it should be just over 50. He needs 150 EXP to hit level 4. The road ahead is still long. Current level 3, Essence Absorption slots 3. Running the tally is already absorbed 2, leaving only one more slot. He needs to level up. And fast. Besides, landing one more quality essence would be a huge upgrade. After walking for a while, Jot Miller announces, "We've arrived." Up ahead lies the gloomy forest. This is the orc territory. Among all zones on the 3rd floor, this place has the highest monster density. Its defining trait, every monster here is level 8 or above. Difficulty ranks 2nd among all 3rd floor zones. Unless you can push straight to the 4th floor, there's no better hunting ground than this. Hikugat suggests they hunt here first and plan their next move based on the results. Jot Miller activates heat detection and immediately spots a pack of orcs closing in from the 1 o'clock direction. The pack leader Snarlsit has detected them. The group snaps into battle formation. Bon shouts, "Good, just follow the drills we practiced." The orcs charge aggressively, as if they've just found fat, juicy prey. Duan-Chi unleashes his ice spear technique. A shard of razor-sharp ice rockets forward like lightning, striking an orc square in the skull and dropping it instantly. Bon had planned this meticulously. Duan-Chi and Jot Miller focus on ranged attacks, while he and Hikugat hold the front line and absorb the blows. Together with Hikugat, he forcefully blocks the bloodlusted orc's relentless assault. Misaka handles anything that dares slip into the backline. She gracefully fires her soul-chasing arrows, taking down 2 or 3 at once. But as Duan-Chi draws her bow and aims, she frees an orc mage is channeling Berserk on its allies. A sinister mass of dark mana coalesces in the air Berserk. It doubles combat power and durability for 10 seconds. The alpha orc's eyes blaze with murderous intent. Using its massive frame, it blitzes past Bon and Hikugat with terrifying speed. Bon's face darkens, it broke through. Jot Miller, if a monster breaches the formation, protect Duan-Chi, she's the frailest mage we've got. Jot Miller panics. Duan-Chi, get behind Menno. Got it, thanks. The monster's claws slam into the shield, but Jot Miller barely manages to hold the line. The alpha orc instantly senses the danger, something feels wrong. But it's too late. Misaka's killing intent erupts as she closes in, silent as the wind. 10 seconds are up, sweetie. Time to log out for good. Misaka lands softly. On Bon's side, the two-horned orc howls menacingly, but before it can even finish its war cry, he smashes it into oblivion. The fight is over, their EXP shoots up considerably. The group stands around, buzzing with excitement. My heart's still pounding like crazy. That battle was exhilarating. Bon falls silent, running calculations. About 8 minutes to clear that pack, huh? The formation is clearly lacking in burst damage, which makes sense if you've got 2 tanks and a Pathfinder in the squad. The Pathfinder deals damage, sure, but it's token at best. Kill speed may be slow, but formation stability is rock solid. He nods satisfied. This comp works. If we can keep this up, we're golden. Duan-Chi is bouncing with glee, waving his arms around. I killed an orc, right? I actually killed one. Misaka praises him without reservation. Well done. The group quickly resumes their journey. Afterward, they push deeper toward the heart of the orc territory. The closer they get to the center, the more orc packs appear, and even a level 7 orc elite warrior joins the fray. But they take it down with ease. Still, no fortune lasts 3 generations and no misfortune endures forever. Just as everything is going smoothly, a hoarse, dangerous voice rings out. Meteor rain! Ahead, a catastrophic explosion erupts, fire and smoke billow outward, the sheer pressure forcing everyone to stagger back. Bon raises his shield and swears. What the hell kind of situation is this? If that attack had landed on our heads, a man approaches, walking at a leisurely pace. He announces coldly and arrogantly, the orc territory is the Oi Guild's domain. Scram. Duan Ender Sun is an RPG, but surprisingly, it also falls under the territory management genre. At first glance, players can't travel between maps before completing the main storyline. But by forming a guild, guild members can seize control of hunting grounds. Of course, forming a guild requires a massive amount of manpower and resources. But if the hunting ground a guild controls has no rare monsters or valuable item drops, controlling that area yields little benefit. Bon narrows his eyes. The Oi Guild. But why would they choose to control the 3rd floor? Hikugat is confused and indignant. I know the Oi Guild operates from the 6th floor upward, so why are you lot here in orc territory? The old mage frowns in irritation. I have no obligation to explain anything to you. Bond's face darkens, his blood boiling as he presses the issue. I've heard that certain guilds earn recognition through their contributions to the Adventurers Guild and are granted authority over certain areas within the labyrinths, but I've never once heard that this zone is Aoi Guild territory. I don't even know if you're truly a member of that guild. The old mage snorts coldly. You've got some nerve, brat. The two lock eyes, the air between them thick with gunpowderity to explode at any moment. Hikugat argues until the bitter end. I know you're used to hearing words like that. Bond grows anxious. Is he acting like this because of his responsibilities as party leader? Admirable, perhaps, but the current situation is looking anything but stable. Suddenly, Misaka turns deathly pale and trembles violently, shrinking behind him. He's bewildered. Misako, is she hiding behind him? It's as if she's trying to flee from something. A mocking voice cuts through the air. That you idiot. Misaka jumps in fright. She forces herself to steady her nerves, then peeks her head out trembling like a leaf and offers a greeting. Honorable big brother. He snaps at her, jabbing a finger in her direction. How many times have I told you not to call me that out here? She bows her head frantically. I'm sorry. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. How many more times do I have to drill it into that empty skull of yours before it sticks? The old mage turns to them, curiosity piqued. Is that girl over there your sister? He furrows his brow. Yes, for now at least. The old man falls silent, reconsidering. I still owe a debt to Lord Misaka Stai, so if she truly is your sister. He cuts in, voice cold as steel. No need, I can't give you the reason, it's a family matter. And my parents wouldn't care about it either. The old man nods, understanding. If that's what you say, then so be it. Now then I'll explain to them why we're in this orc territory, and then tell them to get lost. The old mage speaks in a grave tone. Due to urgent guild business, we are in the midst of tracking down the orc great warrior essence. If everything goes according to plan and we secure that essence quickly, you'll be free to hunt here starting from the next loop. So I'd appreciate it if you could hunt elsewhere this time around. Bond narrows his eyes in suspicion. A guild that operates from the 6th floor going to all this trouble just for an orc great warrior essence? That thing isn't even that rare. Is that really all the old man has to say, or is something hidden beneath the surface? The old man smirks coldly. Fine. If you insist on staying, just know there won't be a single monster left to hunt. You'd best move on as quickly as possible. Bond breaks into a cold sweat, tension coiling in his chest. Does that mean if we refuse to leave, they'll use every means at their disposal to obstruct and sabotage us? First things first, in the labyrinth, large guilds and the powerful are the ones who set the rules. He can't afford to act recklessly or rush headlong into anything. Hikugat boils over with fury, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Bond sighs, resignation heavy in his voice. I know the dwarf wants to do everything for the team, but if he doesn't want to lead everyone to their deaths, he has to back down, we understand. A voice suddenly cuts in from the side. Leave it to me. Bond is stunned. Duan-Chi steps forward, forcing a friendly smile as he makes his greeting. A pleasure to meet you, old man. My name is Liu Duan-Chi. I am a level 8 mage of the Ya royal family. I have dedicated my entire life to the study of magic. The old mage regards him with icy contempt. In the end, you're still just trash. You dare call me old man, you insolent whelp. Learned a couple of basic spells and already has the gall to call himself a mage. Dedicated my entire life, he says. What? Learned a few tricks to swindle people on the street for pocket change, and you dare say that with a straight face? The old man points at him, berating him without mercy. Your shamelessness is enough to give me goosebumps. I'm begging you, never call yourself a mage again. Duan-Chi is psychologically devastated, stammering in shock. UI. Completely at a loss for words. Duan-Chi, have you lost your mind? Why did you call him that? Sure, getting berated to your face like that stings. Fair enough. But don't you dare talk back. While Bond is already a bundle of nerves, Hikugat drops a bomb that stops everyone dead in their tracks. He shouts, stepping forward in confrontation. Hey, you've gone way too far. Bond's face drains of color. He's about to lose it at this insane dwarf. Now is not the time to argue or pick a fight. Let's go, old man, move it. The old mage remains ice cold. I'm only speaking the truth. Hikugat's fury only intensifies. What truth? Let's just see about that. Bond tries to intervene, his voice weak with desperation. But before he can get a single word out, Hikugat activates his thunder technique and charges forward. Is he seriously going to throw hands with a guild that controls the entire 6th floor? He grips his thunder hammer tight and rockets forward like a raging tempest. The old mage stands motionless, his expression dark as a storm. Only when Hikugat closes the distance does he finally lift his gaze, fixing the dwarf with a look so cold and sinister it could freeze blood. At the razor's edge between life and death, Bon appears just in time. He slams Hikugat headfirst into the ground with bone-crushing force. Return to Mother Earth and cool off, Hikugat. The atmosphere plunges into dead silence, terrifyingly quiet. Duanqi and Misaka stand frozen in shock, their minds completely short-circuited. Jot Miller breathes a sigh of relief and lowers his bow. It seems he'd been about to put a few arrows into Hikugat to knock some sense into him as well. Bon's face is black as death, killing intent rolling off him in waves. He speaks in a low, dangerous whisper, "Calm the hell down." He looks fierce on the outside, but inside, he's scared out of his mind. They just nearly died. The old mage and his entourage behind him are staring at them like they're fragile drapery that could be crushed into paste with a single blow. The old man smirks with a hint of regret. "You have a rather decent teammate. You should be grateful to that barbarian." After that, no one quite remembers how they managed to leave. It's only when they reach an open clearing that the group finally regains their composure. Hikugat hangs his head low and apologizes profusely, practically on his knees. "I'm sorry." Regret gnaws at him. "I lost my head and acted purely on instinct." Jot Miller and Bon exchange a look, exasperated. "You almost got every last one of us killed." He deflates completely. "I'm sorry." Bon nods furiously from behind in agreement, throwing both hands and feet up. "Very well, Jot Miller, keep criticizing him until he actually learns his lesson." He hasn't even finished savoring the moment when the man suddenly yanks the wheel and swerves, nearly sending him flying butt in the end. Nothing happens, so I won't say anything more. Bon is struck with a storm of question marks and exclamation points. "You're forgiving him?" Jot Miller responds with a mix of empathy, half scolding and half praising. "Sure, it was reckless, but personally, I think standing up for your teammates is something to be respected." Bon stares in disbelief. He's actually praising the old man. His blood boils, he wants to flip the table and scream. Miller's far too nice to be the party leader. If it were him, he would have torn the old man a new one. Misaka Stai droops her head and scratches it sheepishly. "I'm sorry too, things probably would have gone much better if I hadn't been here." Duanqi hastily waves his hands to comfort her. "That's not true. I think we only got kicked out because you were in the party. Don't say things like that." She looks at him, eyes shining with emotion. The mage, Hikugat Muet, bursts into hearty laughter. "Now that's one hell of a way to cheer someone up." Bon Jander questions his entire existence. His brain spins and goosebumps crawl across his skin. The atmosphere just shifted out of nowhere. This vibe makes him feel so out of place to it. Maybe he's the weird one here. Misaka smiles sadly and lowers her head. "Do any of you know why I hate talking about my family? I'm the only one in my family who couldn't form a contract with a spirit beast." The Beastkin are a race that can forge contracts with ancient creatures known as spirit beasts. These contracts manifest in many forms. Some can summon their spirit beasts to fight alongside them, while others receive direct power boosts to enhance their physical strength or even gain the privilege of casting unique spells. Of course, only a chosen few beastkin are ever selected by a spirit beast. But the crucial point here is that Misaka is one of the bloodline bearers of the Stai clan. In other words, her inability to form a spirit beast contract is nothing short of a disgrace to her entire family. Misaka recalls bitterly, "I actually had wonderful times with my siblings when I was little. As a child, she could run around and play without a care in the world. But as I grew older and still wasn't chosen by a spirit beast, everyone started ignoring me." They cast her looks of contempt and disdain. "Don't touch me, you mongrel." They started calling me a mongrel. They said I was a half-breed, an illegitimate child. My mother passed away young, so no one knows the truth. I couldn't bear the cold shoulders anymore, so I left home and learned how to fight. That's how I became an adventurer. Hikugat Muet's eyes well up with emotion as he clasps her hands, tears brimming. "You must have had it incredibly rough. I'm sure it wasn't easy to say all of that. Thank you for sharing it with us." Misaka is moved to tears. "Why, you're someone who actually thinks about us, who gets angry for our sake." He laughs warmly to soothe her. "I'm glad you see it that way." As yet another victim of Hikugat's speeches, Bon endures wave after wave, barely holding on. Someone get this old man to shut up already. That's where his conclusion comes from. "Are you done yet?" "Of course not." The old man grins with unbridled enthusiasm. "In that case, I'll share a bit about myself too. My dream was to become a blacksmith, but every sword he forged came out warped and mangled twisted beyond recognition. Damn it," Hikugat says crestfallen, "I just don't have the talent. In 10 years, I couldn't even graduate from the training program. That's also why I chose to become an adventurer at the age of 30. I needed money too, so I just went for it." Duanqi cries until his tears run dry, pounding his chest. "I'm definitely the most talentless one here. I got into the Magic Academy through family connections, but I didn't have enough talent to step foot into the Mage Tower. He could only stand outside, gazing in with longing. Thinking back to that old mage, if only I were a proper wizard. I'm sure he would have shown me at least a little respect. Hikugat pats his shoulder in comfort, moved. No way, that mage was the one at fault. You're a wonderful spellcaster. Duanqi looks at him with glistening eyes. Thank you. Bon is bewildered. What the hell is going on? Jot Miller breaks his silence and speaks up. I've joined plenty of parties before, but I've never experienced anything like this. Bon Jander thinks to himself, smugly satisfied. That's exactly what he wanted to say. But he'd forgotten the man was a hell of a driver. With the way he swerves and zigzags, anyone not strapped in would go flying. I also want to apologize to everyone. Bon startles. You too. Jot Miller opens up about what's been weighing on his heart. When Mua and Misaka Stai talked about their age and experience, I was furious. Bon recalls how the man had snapped at everyone to shut up back then. It was because of the disgusting jealousy inside me. I thought you two had no right to complain since you're both non-human adventurers without ever considering what you two had actually been through. Hikuget blinks in surprise, caught off guard. Really? Doesn't being a human adventurer come with its own advantages? Misaka Stai is equally confused. That's right, humans can wield aura and become spirit mages. Mages or saints. Bon understands perfectly, but that's only a handful of the truly talented. He's too lazy to open his mouth though, no need to spell it out right now. Hikugat bursts out laughing with bright optimism. So our whole party is a bunch of misfits, huh? That's actually amazing. Now we can lean on each other and stop feeling so terrible about ourselves. Duanqi pumps his fist with excitement. I'll do my best to become more useful. Misaka pats his shoulder, eyes full of expectation. Hang in there. Hikugat joins in with a warm smile. Here's to sticking together for a long time. Bon breaks into a cold sweat, his beak twitching nervously. They're pouring out their problems and comforting each other. Now it's just me left. Sure enough, the entire group has shifted their attention to him, their stares blatantly expectant. His heart pounds as 1,000 words lodge in his throat. Why are they all looking at me like that? Would I get kicked from this party if I just stayed silent? What should I even say? I'm not used to being in groups like this. Bon squeezes out each word as if wringing his own guts. I don't have a mother. He yells the bald-faced lie without so much as blinking. The entire group's faces drain of color, stunned, frozen in place. I see. Seeing everyone's stiff, frozen expressions, Bon grits his teeth in disbelief. That's still not enough. He has no choice but to bellow out more fabrications. My mother passed away right after I was born. My father entered the labyrinth and never came back when I was still a child. I've grown up now, but no matter how much I want to, I can never see them again. Bon Jander places his hand over his chest, fully immersed in his performance. But somehow the atmosphere grows even heavier than before, so deathly silent that his own ragged breathing rings out crystal clear. Bon Jander waits, utterly exhausted. Well, that's absolutely gut-wrenching. That's what I heard too. Jackie Mello says sorrowfully, his voice thick with empathy. A childhood like that must have been incredibly hard. Me cries out, I'm sorry. I've been complaining about my family without even realizing how good I have it. Kyu smiles bitterly. You've been putting on a brave face this whole time, haven't you? Hikugat grabs his hand, eyes glistening. Bon, I can be your father figure if you want. Goosebumps erupt across Bon's skin, his face darkening as he yanks his hand back at lightning speed. It's fine, please just stop. The entire group starts sniffling and sobbing, their minds racing with pity as they gaze at him. That's right, Bon is the youngest member of our party. You don't need to hold back in front of us. Bon's beak twitches. I feel like I've become the most pitiful person here. Whatever, it's not like I actually don't have a mother. He nods satisfied, recalling his own impressive achievements. Not to mention, I'm a young barbarian who reached rank 7 adventurer in just 3 months. Suddenly, he feels a shocking realization crashing into him. I really did get dragged into this game world and had to fight for my life countless times. But the most important thing, Misaka instantly spots the anomaly and shouts. Bon, what's wrong? The group erupts in worried chatter. Are you thinking about your mother? Bon looks utterly drained, as if he's about to fade from existence. What the hell? Why is my life this miserable? Misei and Duanqi rush to comfort him. If you miss your family, you can think of me as your older sister. It's okay. Meanwhile, Jackie Mello shifts back to a serious tone, discussing strategy with Hikugat. What do we do now? I think we should head to the witch's forest. The moment a pressing issue comes up, Bon Jander snaps back to his senses. Me asks the witch's forest, what about the swamp with the rotting corpses? Jackie Mello nods, getting there will take about 6 days. Duanqi suggests, then let's just head straight to the 4th floor. I've heard the witch's forest isn't suited for warriors. Hikugat cuts in, his voice solemn. I think going to the 4th floor now is too soon. Bon Jander agrees. He's right. Hikugat's voice turns stern, a clear warning. I've seen plenty of parties underestimate the difficulty and pay with their lives. Let's keep traveling together a bit longer, heading up there can wait. Bon strokes his chin deep in thought. The Witch's Forest is a place you only go when you truly need to. It's not an ideal hunting ground. Uncle's reasoning is firm too. The fourth floor really is that dangerous. The fourth floor has rank 7 and rank 8 monsters just like the third, but occasionally rank 6 monsters appear. The chance of encountering one is high enough that you'll run into one after about 4 days of exploration, which also means we're guaranteed to face one once we go up there. I've died countless times on the fourth floor simply because I wasn't prepared enough. Back in the day, he used to tear his hair out over the agony of dying with his eyes wide open. I thought this time would be different, so he understands what the old man means. But he speaks up, Hikugat. I think heading to the fourth floor now should be fine. Bon carefully analyzes the situation. Hikugat and I are both sturdy tanks with solid damage mitigation. Even if we run into a rank 6 monster, we can still carve a path for everyone to escape. In his heart he feels somewhat reassured. In truth, he already possesses the vampire essence, so fighting a rank 6 monster is no problem. The party composition is still a bit lacking in damage output, but they have a pseudo-mage and the other two are seasoned combatants. It'll take a bit of time, but we can handle the fourth floor. Misai whispers to Duan-Chi. He's got a point, but I'm still wary since he's a barbarian. Barbarians do have brains, you know. Tukai, I feel the same way, but sometimes he really is right. Maybe we should listen to him this time. It'll probably work out. I can hear every word you're saying. Piss me off and you'll all die. Hikugat, still wavering, offers his final compromise. I still think it's going to be very dangerous. Fine, then let's vote on it. The result is unanimous. Let's head to the fourth floor. The group sets off together. Our ragtag party of misfits decides to conquer the fourth floor. On the third day after entering the labyrinth, Duan-Chi pulls out the compass and looks around. Let's set up camp here tonight. This spot looks decent. Hikugat suggests. Jot Miller, I think we still have the stamina and it's not too dark yet. How about we push a bit further to find a safer spot? He shakes his head in disagreement. We'd need to walk another 3 hours to find a spot better than this. So I think resting here will do. He nods, understanding dawning on him. Is that so? Then let's rest here. We'll go with your call. The moment they sit down, Misaka and Duan-Chi launch into animated chatter. Want some jerky? Thanks. Bon pulls out his pocket watch and studies it. Already 900 p.m. We set up camp at exactly this time on the first 2 days as well. He must have calculated the rest stops in advance, based on their pace and the distance left to cover. It looks unremarkable on the surface, but actually pulling this off is incredibly difficult, especially inside a labyrinth where day and night are indistinguishable. He unhooks his gear with practiced ease. Misaka watches him, eyes full of curiosity. Jot Miller, what's the plan for tomorrow? Still busy studying the map, he replies, I reckon we'll reach the Witch's Forest before noon tomorrow. The man sighs. He doesn't even need to think about it. Like a human satellite navigator. A former adventurer through and through, but that's not necessarily a good thing either. He turns back and offers a kind warning. Entering the Witch's Forest tomorrow will be exhausting. We should turn in early. Gears all sorted, it's my turn for night watch tonight, right? He lies down with a smile. Good night. Under the warm glow of the campfire, the entire group drifts off to sleep, all except Jot Miller. Deep in the night, while sound asleep, a frantic voice jolts Bon awake. Bon asks, still groggy. Is it my shift already? Miller shakes his head. Not yet. Bon immediately grasps the severity of the situation. He bolts upright, eyes wide with alarm. Monsters. He answers, his expression grim. Both. Bon falls silent. Both. Monsters and hostile adventurers. Yeah. Just as both of them tense up in anticipation, a blood-curdling scream tears through the darkness from afar. Help. Bon immediately picks up on it. Is that someone being chased by monsters? Miller stares darkly in the direction of the scream. Looks like it, but that's not the issue. Remember the boar monster we ran into a few days ago, near the gate? Bon furrows his brow. You mean someone had already laid a trap for us here? Miller nods in confirmation. Exactly. The scent I'm picking up is identical to back then. Hikugat's voice is laced with worry and confusion. Could it be those bandits from before? Miller responds in silence. That's right, I don't know who they are, but they've already marked us as prey. My guess is they plan to fake being chased by monsters so they can sneak into our formation. Misaka already grips her weapon, whispering, so what do we do now? We're almost there. A piercing scream tears through the air. Fire, is there a fire? Bon quickly dons his hat, his gaze sharp as a blade. I think we should seize this opportunity. He picks up his weapon and rises to his feet. If they lack confidence in their acting, just stay put. Those people come rushing over to rescue him. He warns in a stern voice, "Stop right there, don't come any closer. Take one more step and I'll send you to meet your maker." Tyson gasps for breath and begs, "Please help us. All the members of our team are dead. I'll reward you handsomely, please." Bon orders coldly, "Drop all your weapons now." Tyson hesitates, refusing to comply. "But the monsters are right behind us. Do you really have to do this?" Bon sweeps his gaze across the area, assessing the situation. The orcs trailing them have stopped to watch rather than pressing the pursuit. Are they scouting the area because they see there are more people now? At least they're making things easier by not attacking right away. Emboldened, he presses his advantage even harder. Exuding killing intent, he repeats, "Here are your choices, drop your weapons or get the hell out of here." They grit their teeth in fury, but in the end, they have no choice but to yield. "Fine, we'll do as you say, just help us." They quickly toss all their weapons to the ground with a clatter. Bon murmurs an order, "Jot Miller, gather those weapons and stash them somewhere far from us." Miller acknowledges with a nod. The orcs click their tongues and sigh in disappointment. They turn and leave. Bon observes, "They left because it looks like those people joined our group. These damn monsters are shrewd as hell." A soft, gentle voice suddenly cuts into his thoughts. "Thank you for saving us." The speaker is the female priestess from the other group. She introduces herself with a radiant smile. "I'm Alyssa. You truly are our saviors." He glances at her tattered dress, which barely conceals her long, slender, porcelain-white legs. Hikuget swallows hard and lets out a cough. He steps forward with a grin, introducing himself. "I'm Hikuget Muet. I don't know what happened, but you all must have been through a lot." Bon glances sideways with contempt. This lecherous little dwarf has already fallen for the honey trap. The other two introduce themselves in turn. "I'm Tyson, and I'm Hans." Bon Jolt's dark memories resurface. Hans, a bandit he once encountered during the first labyrinth conquest, was also named Hans. What a coincidence. The man smiles warmly. "It's a common name. Have you met someone named Hans before?" Bon Jander rolls his eyes and answers dismissively. "I did, though I already put him 6 feet under." Alyssa puts on a look of deep emotion, tears brimming in her eyes, pitiful to behold. "Without you, I don't know what would have become of us. Lord Let Lasso has shown us mercy. Thank heavens we ran into all of you." Datmilo's eyes widen in surprise. "Let Lasso? Could it be or a priestess?" Alyssa immediately clasps her hands together in prayer, her manner devout and proper. "Indeed, I am a devoted disciple of the goddess of light, deity of exploration and all worldly bonds. The starlight that glows at twilight shall guide our path." Bon laughs inwardly. She thinks I'd buy that load of crap. "I can see right through you lot. You're bandits and you're not even convincing ones at that, playing dress up as nuns." Hans steps forward and extends his hand. "Miss Alyssa, would you mind taking a look at my wound?" She beams a radiant smile, but of course. Even Bon, who had been smirking, jolts in surprise. A warm, golden light envelops the wound and heals it completely. She actually cast a holy restoration spell. Hikugat is stunned as well. "You're a real nun." Misaka leans in and whispers, pressing for details. "Jot Miller, are you absolutely certain you weren't mistaken?" He looks bewildered and conflicted. "Well, I'm quite sure I remember that scent though." Bon falls silent. I understand how he feels. In the world of Dungeon Sonder, nuns are regarded as sacred existences. Most people here are devout believers who revere them above all else. But Alyssa had skipped over with a warm, inviting smile. Wasn't that proof enough of her identity? "Allow us to reclaim our weapons." He refuses without hesitation. "Absolutely not." She is visibly taken aback, caught completely off guard. Bon's expression turns dark and menacing as he steps in close. "I know you're none, so what? Only humans worship the Holy One like that. Barbarians are an entirely different race. We only revere our own ancestors." He speaks coldly. "Now hand over payment for saving your worthless lives just now." Internally, he remains on high alert. Whether she wields holy power or not, there is no reason to change his stance. Alyssa heaves a weary sigh. "A rescue fee. I've heard of that custom." "Very well, how much do you want?" He names an exorbitant price, 2 million spirit stones. "Consider it the cost of your lives." She is stunned, stammering. "We don't carry that many spirit stones on us. Once we exit the labyrinth, I'll pay you then, I promise." He doesn't bother reasoning, presses relentlessly. "I don't trust anyone outside my own party. If you don't have the money, pay with items instead. Those armor sets your companions are wearing will do nicely." Hans's face darkens. He is far from pleased, but he relents reluctantly. "Compared to our lives, it's not worth that much anyway. We'll do as you say." "We'll do as you say." Bon Jander calculates silently. "I've stripped them of everything worth taking. Without their gear, they won't be able to pull anything." Alyssa asks anxiously, "So can we rest now?" He tightens his grip on his weapon. "Of course, right this way." His heart turns cold as he reminds himself no matter the game, there's always one thing you do first. She smiles warmly, telling everyone, "If anyone is injured, let me heal you," but the words die in her throat. she freezes in terror, catching sight of his murderous aura and the weapon raised high. He stares her down. Kill the healer first, that's the unwritten rule. Crack! The weapon slams straight into Alyssa's skull in mere seconds. Unsatisfied, he swings again harder. Her body crashes into the ground. Everything happens too fast, too violent. No one sees it coming. Everyone turns deathly pale, horrified. Holy, Duanqi and Misaka scream. Bon Hands and Tyson stand ashen-faced in shock. What the hell did you just do? Bon sighs, hesitating. My bad. He flashes a friendly smile, but with blood smeared across his face like a vengeful specter, he growls. Slipped up a bit, figured you lot might be bandits, so I struck first. Strike first, gain the advantage, that's the rule. The other two clutch their heads, trembling, their will to fight completely shattered. We're going to die here because of these lunatics. Suddenly, Bon senses something wrong. What? Wait, what are they looking at? Where are they staring? Those vacant, unfocused eyes. Suddenly, Tyson spurts blood, his eyes rolling back white. Black miasma engulfs his body as he writhes and collapses in agony. Hikuget is stunned and horrified. What is this? Duanqi, did you just do something? Was that a new spell of yours? He breaks out in a cold sweat and denies it. I didn't do anything, I'm still reeling myself. Suddenly, her ice-cold, blood-soaked body lets out an eerie, distorted laugh and twists unnaturally as it levitates off the ground. This is insane. How? Bon's heart sinks, he turns around. Her voice comes in warped, fragmented bursts. How did you know? Am I the enemy? Is that it? Alyssa now stands with her hair disheveled and drenched in blood, a grin stretched ear to ear, looking like a demon risen from the abyss. Her body rotates like a disjointed mannequin. Too late. Bon swallows hard, a chill running down his spine. Damn it, why is my life never easy? Dragging Miller and Misaka, both trembling and shell-shocked at the nightmarish spectacle. What? He sighs, they are all stunned by the unfolding horror. Bon roars with decisive fury. Everyone, snap out of it, I'll handle this. He charges forward without a shred of hesitation and swings again, ready to show her the taste of mortal suffering. Hikuget gapes, struck speechless. Only after a beat does he manage to stammer, Bon, what the hell are you doing? That's blasphemy against a nun. Bon wipes the splattered blood from his face with cold indifference. What the hell are you even saying? Look at her, can you really still say that? The best defense is striking before we're actually dead. He breathes a sigh of relief, but inside, he wants to flip the table and curse. Damn it, if she can die and return in this form, there's only one answer. For those who don't know, the Dark Cleric is a hidden class available after a cultivator reaches the 5th tier and above. It encompasses combat arts, healing spells, and a selection of curses. The user can wield both holy arts and dark magic simultaneously, but must bear the corresponding penalties. Because Kazuiwai is an evil god, being caught with a dark class like this carries an automatic death sentence. Moreover, to maintain and preserve the skills of this class, living sacrificial offerings are required to be offered and absorbed. That's probably why she was forced to become a bandit inside the trial tower. This is the safest place to hunt for sacrificial offerings without the guards outside ever finding out. At the same time, Hans, who had been standing trembling on the other side, suddenly exhibits the same symptoms. He coughs up blood, as if an invisible hand is choking him by the throat and draining away his life force. Alyssa has successfully absorbed his vitality. She stands fully restored, chanting her spell. Half her face remains deformed, not yet fully recovered, and her voice echoes as if rising from the depths of hell. Because of you, I lost 2 precious subordinates. Bon's face darkens with contempt. Even now, you still have the gall to blame others. You clearly were never raised properly. What a wretched woman. Is she confused? What did you just say? Bon feigns blind fury, unleashing a tirade. It's all your fault, you damn wretch. Horns. Lost lives, you should have stayed dead when I caved your skull in with a hammer. Alyssa raises an eyebrow, bewildered. You're talking nonsense. Why on earth should I have died? He screams at the top of his lungs, his mind pushed past its breaking point. Get over here, you wretch. I'll avenge my 2 new friends. Hans and Tyson. His teammates are left spinning, having no idea what he's rambling about, but they don't realize the man has already been calculating behind the scenes. Of course, we're going to loot every piece of equipment and every valuable from this fight. He's already looking forward to it. However, actually taking her down will be no easy feat. Without wasting a single word, Alyssa immediately casts Skill Call of the Dead. The 2 undead spring to life at once, radiating killing intent, obeying her command alone. Hikuget watches in stunned horror. Look, they died and came back to life. This falls squarely within Bon's range of knowledge. This is the basic skill of the Dark Cleric class Call of the Dead. Originally, this ability only summons monsters, but here, it's different. It seems the skill has been upgraded. When summoning the corpses of her own subordinates, it can make them far more powerful than before. Alyssa throws her head back in laughter and commands, "Kill Themi slaves." The two undead immediately charge forward like starving tigers. Bond's entire party readies their positions, bracing for battle. He and Hikugat Muet bravely rush forward to block the two undead. Misaka silently flanks from behind, moving with lethal agility. She applies a poison enchantment, then strikes Tyson's body with lightning speed. Duanqi also chips in, casting Ice Lance and piercing clean through Hans's undead body. Jot Miller braces himself and lets out a remark. "Our formation coordinates perfectly without any prior discussion. Impressive. But ice magic won't work here." Bond falls silent, deep in thought. In truth, the undead resist both poison and ice. Their attack damage isn't very effective at all. While locked in a struggle with the corpse, he urgently calls out for Gia. As it turns out, Bond had already prepared everything in advance. "Hold Onomost ready." The moment it's done, he shouts, "Fall back now, I'm making my move." He hurls a glass bottle filled with blazing kerosene straight at Tyson. The hard glass bottle smashes against his head and shatters apart. Oil splatters across his face, catches fire in an instant, and spreads like wildfire. The blazing inferno engulfs Tyson's entire body, making him scream in agony. Bond breathes a sigh of relief. Sure enough, he fears fire even more. Alyssa's expression turns grim as she casts a skill. The corpse flame speaks with a cold hiss, futile. Dark magic erupts from her hand, immediately taking effect. Dizillo startles, the flame sits absorbing the surrounding fire. Bond grits his teeth, tense. The fire's been neutralized. This is bad. "I can't use holy power, there's no cultivator who can." He quickly devises a plan. "Best option, everyone focus your attacks on the priestess. Hikugat and I will hold these two off." He is supremely confident, "I can handle these two, because I already disarmed them earlier. So now that they've revived as undead, they can only attack with raw brute force. That means, though the two of us deal less damage, we can tank like hell, which makes us ideal for stalling for time." The other three nod and quickly dash in the opposite direction. "I'll handle things on this side." Alyssa giggles with delight the moment she spots someone approaching. "Come, little kitty." She silently summons a dark guardian. Streams of black energy swirl and soar through the air. Misaka startles and shouts a warning. "Something's appeared, everyone, be careful." Alyssa laughs and commands, "Bring me their heads." Misaka, without a shred of fear, charges straight into the dark magic and slashes with all her might. Dizillo fires arrows that pierce clean through, another channels their power forward, and Duanqi conjures ice spells, launching them in rapid succession. But strangely, Alyssa shows not a hint of fear. Instead, she laughs in spine-chilling waves. A surge of unease rises in Misaka's heart. She realizes with a start the black substance is a curse, but it's already too late. The curse takes form with lightning speed, gaining a will of its own as it lunges to seize Misaka. Fortunately, at the critical moment, someone rushes in at full speed. Hikugat Muet dashes in and stands before her, blocking the blow. His heart pounds as he repeats, "Bond told me to always stay by your side and protect you." Misaka grows anxious. Then right now Bond has to face those two corpses alone. Alyssa swings her arm in fury. "Damn it, you idiots." She glares with wide, furious eyes and screams. "Tyson, Hans, you were supposed to protect me. You half-brain trash, can you hear me? Where the hell are you going?" Bond smirks with a cold sneer, saying it all without a single word. "Sorry about that. But these two are busy dealing with me. Who would have thought I could handle both of them solo and push them into a weakened state?" Alyssa bites down in shock. "This humiliation, I will never forget it." There is no chance of winning. She immediately casts teleportation. Bond glares, unwilling to accept it. "What? Damn it, no, that wench is trying to bolt him. I'm just going to let her escape." Staying true to her villainous nature, Alyssa doesn't forget to spew venomous words before vanishing. "You can't do a thing. Do try to stay alive until we meet again." Then she vanishes like a rushing stream. Bond stands frozen in disbelief. Unbelievable, the monsters have disappeared along with her. A meal right at his lips, and it still slips away. Suddenly, his entire body spins with dizziness. Turns out, before she vanished, that woman had managed to stack a staggering 115 curses on him. Energy depletion, mild necrosis, stat reduction, the list of debuffs went on and on. Bond's entire body trembles with pain. His face darkens as he lets out a string of curses. "That insane demon priestess dumped a whole damn mountain of hexes on me before she disappeared. Well, at least there's the kidgerly Duanqi can handle removing a few curses." He turns and makes the request. "I'll need you to dispel these curses for me." Duanqi stares blankly. "What do you mean?" Bond asks, his head swimming with confusion. "You said you know curse magic." Duanqi scratches his head, visibly flustered. "That's true, but just because I can cast a handful of curse spells doesn't mean I know how to dispel them, does it?" Bond's face turns pitch black. He freezes dead in his tracks. What did you just say? He's so furious he could flip a table, teeth grinding audibly. That goddamn doing Kia fake, useless, good-for-nothing mage. The real nightmare hits him if these curses can't be lifted. His body will deteriorate permanently until he dies. Moments later, Bon pants heavily, face ashen, forcing himself to keep running. Damn it, this is bad. This is really bad. Hikugat runs alongside him, face full of worry, firing off question after question. Bon, are you alright? He forces himself to nod. Collapsing now would be a death sentence. I can still hold on, don't worry about me. But in reality, his mind is screaming. I genuinely feel like I'm about to die. Over 5 hours of running, with a mountain of curses stacked on my head. If it weren't for the magic-resistant essence from the dragon and my dark energy resistance stats, I'd have dropped dead from exhaustion ages ago. Of course, the others are hit with similar curses too, but they're nowhere near as unlucky as me. They only carry 1 or 2 curses each, so they can still hold on. Me, I'm the unluckiest bastard here. Everyone keeps running while shouting words of encouragement to lift each other's spirits. Almost there, Bon, can you hear me? Just hold on a little longer. He seethes with bitter fury that wretched hag had dumped an absurd number of curses on him all at once, shrieking like a rabid beast while she did it. Barbarian, you will not survive to leave this place. And to top it all off, he's stuck with this damn stamina-draining curse on top of everything else. Everything requires stamina. It's got nothing to do with vitality, so natural recovery or essence are completely useless either way. In the game, a character can't even move once their stamina drops below 10%. I'm still running, so I probably have around 30% stamina left or so. A system notification pops up: achievement unlocked, endurance threshold stamina dropped below 5%. Reward 1 to spirit permanently. Jot Miller ignores the notification. Just a little more, we're almost there. Bon pants heavily, sprinting like a bolt loosed from a bow. In his head, there is only one objective at that place. A gloomy, untamed wilderness, saturated with cries that herald nothing but ill omen and dread crows. The magic dwelling within is warped and twisted beyond all reason, and that accursed place is known by one name: the Witch's Forest. 5 hours earlier, beneath the crackling, dancing firelight, Jot Miller stroked his chin and declared, "That bastard priest Ku has his sights set on us." Bon said nothing. He stares down at the 2 corpses in silence, appraising. She looks like a level 5 adventurer if he had to guess. Her recovery spells and enchantments are downright terrifying. A direct confrontation like that means that woman is already out to kill us. Damn it. If we hadn't disarmed her armor and weapons and struck first, a few of us would have been dead on the spot. Misaka cheers in awe, eyes sparkling as if she's just met the love of her life. Having a reliable barbarian is the absolute best. I thought bringing Miller along was a mistake caused by the labyrinth's hallucinations. Yet he didn't hesitate, crushed her skull clean in a single blow. Absolutely incredible. He twitches his mouth, deciding not to comment further, and turns to ask for opinions. Jot Miller, do you have any way to pick up her trail? He lets out a long, heavy sigh. Unfortunately, no, we can't even find a single trace of Hirsch, vanished far too quickly. Bon furrows his brow, worry gnawing at him. She knows we've uncovered her identity. There's no way she'll let us leave this floor alive. Duan-Chi laughs boldly, full of confidence. Then we just face her head-on like we did before, right? We already beat her once. Next time she won't get away. He snaps. The last thread of his patience severs with an audible twang. His expression turns murder. Rausch wants to smack the kid a few times to knock some sense into that pig brain of his. But what if they ambush us from behind while we're busy fighting monsters? Besides, you're supposed to be a mage, but you're utterly useless, complete trash. Duan-Chi stammers, completely at a loss for words. You haven't thought that far ahead. He speaks with absolute seriousness. That's exactly why we need to head to the Witch's Forest. Right now, the Witch's Forest is our best bet. It's a vast woodland surrounding the gate to the 4th floor, and most of the monsters there are level 7 and 8. Plenty of them are immune to physical damage, which puts our formation with only 2 warriors at a serious disadvantage. The Soul Mage speaks dejectedly. Right now, this is our best option. The moment they step inside, every statistical gravity included is completely nullified. Misaka freezes, eyes wide with shock. She stretches luxuriously, exhilaration flooding her face. I feel so much lighter. Hikugat rolls his wrist joints and nods thoughtfully. It seems the curse has been lifted. He gazes at Bon in admiration. I never imagined you could exploit the geographical properties of the Witch's Forest to break the curse we were under. You said this was your first time on the 3rd floor, didn't you? So how did you know all of this? Bon flinches, momentarily flustered, but forces his usual nonchalant expression back into place. I studied it in the library. He's quick on his feet, gotta give him that. though having such heartwarming teammates is really something else. Misei and Duanshi cackle with glee, poking fun at him. Stop lying. A barbarian who reads books. Now that's a first I've ever heard. He's so furious he wants to flip the table, but in the end, he barely holds back the curse burning on the tip of his tongue. Unlike the curse from that wretched high priest, the environmental effects in this zone are significantly weakened. But the joy is short-lived. Misaka jolts in terror. A monster tree nearby howls in a maddening shriek. Die! The rest of the trees erupt into a frenzy, roaring in unison. Die! ORPHANS. Motherless wretches. Bond's expression remains cold and utterly unamused. Great, now I'm getting hallucinations from the witch's forest's influence too. I have a mother, thank you very much so, this doesn't affect me one bit. The mental attacks and insults from this forest barely faze him. But probably not everyone. That much is obvious just from watching Misaka clutch her head and whimper. She writhes in confusion. Bond, how can you stay so calm and endure all those insults? I can't take it anymore. Bond thinks to himself, but the other three seem perfectly fine, truly reliable teammates. Hold on for about 2 seconds was wrong. That useless Duanshi is useless no matter where he is. How strange. Is this also the effect of hallucinations and disorientation? It feels like I'm looking at the world through a convex mirror. He snaps back to his senses, frowning with concern as he looks at Duanshi, who is dry-heaving violently. Can you still use magic in that state? He croaks out a reply like a freshly awakened corpse. Don't worry, my magic still works just fine. I'm okay. Bond grows impatient. Why are magic users always so damn annoying? Bond speaks up with a suggestion. Let's rest here until we've adapted to this environment. We barely slept last night anyway. Hikugat volunteers immediately. I'll stand guard, the rest of you sleep and recover your strength. Just what he was waiting for, Bond collapses onto the ground, gasping for air. Damn it, I'm dying. Suddenly, Hikugat walks over and whispers to him. Bond, about that Alyssa thing earlier. Bond cuts him off irritably. Don't call her Alyssa, call her that damn woman. Hikugat fumbles awkwardly. Right, that damn woman. What I meant to say is when I was posting recruitment flyers at the Adventurers Guild, someone kept bombarding me with questions. Now that I think about it, it might have been her in disguise. Bonjana freezes. What? Hikugat confesses honestly. Actually, in the Blood City rift we cleared during our last adventure, I got my hands on an item called the Guardian's Protective Gauntlets. That's what helped me climb my adventure rank. Its stats boosted my strength by quite a bit. Guardian's Protective Gauntlets. A rare item typically looted from rifts on floors above the 4th S3000 tier equipment. The strongest and rarest class-numbered items. It comes with auxiliary accessories and bonus stats. Bond grits his teeth, barely holding himself back. So damn jealous it's killing me. While I was grinding essence and slaying monsters, this lucky bastard leeches off me and walks away with a numbered item worth 50 million crystals. This guy's luck is absurd, and here I am still stuck with nothing. He questions Hikugat bewildered. Why didn't you recognize her earlier? Hikugat stammers, trying to cover his tracks. Well, it's because she was dressed completely differently from when she was in the city. She was wearing priestess robes, and they were absolutely filthy. Torn to shreds everywhere too, and of course torn in all the right places. Bond stares, utterly speechless with contempt. So you're saying you didn't recognize her just because she was dressed differently? More like you were too busy drooling. Also, that recruitment meeting was in a tavern with everyone present way too easy to eavesdrop. That woman must have been tailing us the whole time. Hikugat grins sheepishly, trying to change the subject. They say great rewards always bring great trouble. That much is true. Bond corrects him casually. Don't go blaming others. This is all because you were careless. Hikugat guilt-ridden tries to slip away. I really should have seen this coming. No worries, there won't be a next time. Now get some rest, we've got a lot to do tomorrow. Bond gnashes his teeth. Spirits shaken, minds rattled. Is this party even remotely stable? All trash, the lot of them, sitting there with their no next time. Despite his frustration, he quickly sinks into a deep, sound sleep. He doesn't wake until someone is practically screaming in his face. Wake up! Jot Miller stares at his sleepy, yawning, bewildered expression. You slept way too deeply. Even as a barbarian with strong mental fortitude, shouldn't you be a little more vigilant? Misaka pokes at his head, puzzled. You can still sleep like that in this kind of environment. Bond throws on his hat, quickly composing himself. Monsters appeared. Jot Miller jerks her chin in a direction, her cold, sharp eyes scanning the area. A swarm of fairies. Dark fairy monsters, level 9. Their skill secretes a toxic powder mixed with compounds that inflict adverse status effects on enemies. In the game, they're classified as non-aggressive monsters. But Bond speaks in a grave tone. If the dark fairies are gathering like this, it means he's nearby. Prepare for battle. Hikugat nods in agreement. Doesn't look like an easy opponent, especially with these fairy monsters backing him up. Looks like Duanshi finally has something to do. Let's call him out. He gathers his strength, activates a power buff, then summons his divine hammer, bringing it crashing down with a torrent of searing lightning into the swarm of fairies. They shriek and writhe in agony, ultimately becoming nothing more than EXP for the party. A pair of large, clouded eyes silently observe everything. The monster's roar echoes throughout the entire forest. A grotesque figure flickers in and out of visibility behind the thick forest mist. A colossal claw smashes into a tree trunk. A level 7 semi-gigantified monster. A monster that only appears in the witch's forest, infamous for hunting alongside its dark pack. The monster lets out a deafening howl and lunges forward at breakneck speed. Hikugat reacts fast enough to block, but his arm goes numb, his face drains of color, and his bones and joints feel like they're about to shatter from the impact. His knees buckle, damn, that thing is strong. Bon worries, unlike himself, dwarves have no resistance to pain. Though he can tank hits well, he still has severe limitations in build and stamina. This is precisely why barbarian warriors are highly valued in the witch's forest. Barbarian warriors are accustomed to standing on the front lines and absorbing blows. But here, the pain amplification effect multiplies the agony several times over. Moreover, most monsters here boast high physical defense and inflict mental disruption effects. They cause all manner of trouble for adventurers. And right now, the emergence of monsters with high physical damage resistance makes them even harder to deal with. Hikugat shouts urgently, "Where's the mage? Cast the spell." Duinchi answers hastily, almost done, just a moment." He quickly casts a freezing spell to boost their strength, then follows up with a level 8 crackling lightning damage spell that cleanly severs the creature's head. Hikugat scans the area as expected. No essence drops. This is yet another monster that's no easy prey. Jot Miller urges anxiously, "Let's go, don't linger here. Resting in the witch's forest is a bad idea. We need to hurry to the 4th floor." Suddenly, he freezes and furrows his brow, faintly sensing adventurers ahead. A familiar, gentle, melodious voice rings out. Those adventurers are the ones." Alyssa walks alongside a group of people, pointing at them with a resentful, accusatory expression. "They're the ones who murdered my companions. Please get justice for me." The group of men stand on guard, acting the part of noble heroes as they chime in. "Miss Alyssa, please fall back." Bon seethes with rage. That wretched woman was already a pain, and now he has to deal with these idiots too. In a direct confrontation, they stand no chance. There's only one option left. He turns and signals to Hikugat. "Hikugat, use that thing." Hikugat understands immediately and activates Guardian's arm. He grits his teeth and swings with full force, unleashing powerful arcs of thunderous pressure, with Hikugat serving as the decoy. The enemy goes wide-eyed while the item is active. Any harmful attacks directed at allies are nullified. Bon shouts, "Now's our chance. Everyone run." The entire group sprints away at full speed. A knot of doubt twists in Misaka's heart. What? How did that woman manage to track us down? Wasn't his hideout in the witch's forest supposed to be completely safe? He falls silent. Under normal circumstances, after reaching the witch's forest, Alyssa pursuing them alone would be extremely difficult. So she must have recruited a bunch of gullible adventurers by posing as a poor, helpless priestess who had lost her companions to vicious bandits. She planned to pit them against those fools who couldn't tell right from wrong, then wipe out both sides once they had exhausted themselves fighting. The more Bon thinks about it, the more he shudders at the depths of that woman's cunning. Enough talk, run faster, he calculates carefully. The Guardian's arm knockback effect has roughly 5 minutes left. It's about to expire. They've only run a short distance when the knockback effect wears off. The witch's forest traps are triggered. Jot Miller narrows his eyes and activates his skill. Pathfinding, the ability to detect the traces of monsters and enemies, those who could guide the entire party past traps. They draw upon their accumulated knowledge of the labyrinth and data from countless adventures to find the optimal route. However, this skill is only effective from the 3rd floor and above. A true Pathfinder's ultimate skill lies in uncovering the hidden passages within the witch's forest, the final gateway before reaching the 4th floor. Jot Miller's primary skill is pathfinding. He synchronizes his detection stats and enhances them using Owl Essence. He concentrates intensely, weaving through the forest to find the way. This way, even in the witch's forest, where disorientation lurks at every turn and dense foliage blocks all lines of sight, he can still locate the path to the 4th floor. Once his detection ability reaches a certain threshold, he can sense the lingering magical traces on the path. That's what he uses to navigate and find the way. He assesses the situation seriously. The Pathfinder on the adventurer's side seems skilled too. He's pinpointed our exact location. We need to pick up the pace immediately. Bon observes with mounting worry. The most important thing is reaching the 4th floor first and escaping. The problem now is that everyone looks like they're running on fumes. Exhausted, panting heavily, gasping for breath. Stumbling, Misaka's foot catches on a rock. She cries out in pain and crashes to the ground. Oh no, Bon rushes over in alarm. Are you alright? Misaka's ankle is swollen, but she hides it so as not to worry her teammates. I'm fine, just a little cramp, don't worry, everyone keep running. Without a second word, he hoists her over his shoulder and snorts coldly. Cramp my ass. It's obviously a swollen ankle. Misaka flushes with embarrassment and pounds on his back. Bon. He cuts her off coldly. Stop squirming, lie still. Misaka blushes and goes limp, utterly defeated. But the real concern now looms ahead, a gloomy, fog-shrouded wasteland where no path can be seen. The old dwarf should be right ahead of us, shouldn't he? Misaka gasps in horror, instantly realizing the truth. Bon, have we lost everyone? He curses under his breath with a frown. Damn it, I only let my guard down for a second. She grows frantic, desperate to leap down and sprint after them. Then what are you waiting for? Chase after them now. Bon tenses and lights a torch. Quiet, let me assess the situation. Don't move like that. Jot Miller will notice we've fallen behind and come looking for us soon. No matter how hard he looks, all he can see is an endless expanse of dark gloom. Bon's heart sinks. This is bad. Without a guide in the witch's forest, there's no way he can find the path to the 4th floor. Misaka presses anxiously. Bon, how much longer do we have to wait? Suddenly, a terrified scream echoes throughout the entire forest. He jolts, he recognizes that voice. It's the old dwarf's scream. She breaks into a cold sweat, her face pale as paper, panic seizing her. Bon, what do we do? Should we go help them? Bon rejects the idea without hesitation. Even if we followed that voice, we'd just end up going the wrong way to somewhere else. They're under attack, they won't have time to look for us. Let's get out of here first. When danger strikes, what's the most important thing? Water, food, shelter, weapons, all of it matters. But if I had to choose just one thing, I'd choose willpower. He bolts through the forest, gasping for air. Water canteens dangle and slosh on his back. Impossible, I can't die like this. I've already tried so hard. To die for nothing like this. Bon grits his teeth, forcing himself to stay calm. Calm down, Misei, in situations like this. The key isn't to deny reality, it's to accept it calmly. She writhes in guilt, blaming herself. If only I hadn't fallen. Bon roars in fury, Misei, if you don't want to die, then listen to me. His way of looking at things is brutally pragmatic. We need to focus on the here and now. First, find the recovery potion in my bag and drink it. After that, you'll be able to move on your own. She answers obediently, tears still glistening in her eyes. Understood. He sprints desperately for a long stretch. Only when the surroundings fall silent, no sign of danger, does he finally set her down. Let's rest here for a bit. Misaka, completely out of breath and bewildered, gulps down the potion while still slung over a barbarian's shoulder. I really thought I was going to die back there. He asks with concern, so how's your leg holding up? Can you fight now? Misei nods firmly. I can now. By the flickering firelight, Bon silently calculates. We've only been in this tower for 4 days. The remaining days won't be easy. Especially with a melee warrior and a barbarian specialized in tanking, we still have 11 days to survive. The biggest problem is that most monsters here boast high physical resistance and extreme agility, making them nearly impossible to hit. I desperately need elemental abilities. His face darkens. After a moment of thought, he voices a question. Misei, are you married? She stares blankly, utterly confused. Huh? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? I'm not, though. Do you have any beliefs about bearing your body to another man being sinful, or anything along those lines? Misaka blushes and scratches her cheek sheepishly. Well, that's a bit hard to say. Bon, what a strange question. He removes his helmet and smiles. Good. Bon begins unfastening his armor. Misaka's mind races in shock. What does he mean by good? Seeing his nonchalant expression, she flails her hands wildly in protest. Stop, don't come any closer. She clutches herself tightly, guarding her body like precious jade. What do you think you're doing to me? I'm not ready for that. Go away right now. Who would have thought? Simply extends a ring. Here, take this. This is a ring I've been saving for the right person. Misaka stares in bewilderment. A ring? But why are you giving it to me? He leans in close and speaks words that are easily misunderstood. The soul realm of the Vanguard. Once you accept this ring, from this day forward you must stay by my side. Misaka jolts, stunned and reeling. What? Bon, have you lost your mind? Bon repeats himself with absolute solemnity. The moment you agree to take this ring, I swear on my honor as a warrior I will stand by your side and protect you, and I want you to do the same. She hesitates shyly, then complies. You're serious about this? It's a bit sudden, but I'll proudly accept. He nods, satisfied. Good then. Misaka's face turns as red as a tomato. But Bon, I'm sorry. I never expected you to be this forward. It's not that I hate you, but Bon, the dense barbarian who's been single his entire life through sheer combat prowess, is completely bewildered. What is she even saying? Misaka summons every ounce of courage she's mustered over the years and screams, I like skinny handsome men. He flinches. Where did that come from? To me you're not attractive, and you're definitely not my type. Bon, the oblivious barbarian who had absolutely no intention of confessing, frantically waves his hands to explain. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. That's not what I meant at all. I only wanted to use the ring to formalize our bond as comrades. Misaka freezes. Oh, is that so? She turns beet red, mortified. Oh, what have I done? Ah, I see. I kind of figured that out already. Bon, utterly speechless, throws in another jab. Of course, if you hand me a ring of equal value or cough up 15 million spirit crystals, the contract will be null and void. Understood. Misaka is taken aback. How is that possible? That ring is worth 15 million spirit crystals. He grabs her hand with deadly seriousness. 15 million spirit crystals is a bargain, I assure you. It can fulfill your deepest wish. If I hadn't played Dawn for 10 years, I never would have chosen it. I'll help Misei awaken. Spirit Ring. An item obtainable only by completing a special critical quest for Headmaster Tima. At first glance, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary item. But when destroyed, a unique effect would manifest. It seemed like a harmless choice, yet countless trials had yielded definitive results. If the wearer were a beastkin who had never formed a contract with a soul tamer, an event would trigger. The ice beast Skur would awaken. The ice beast offered to contract with Misaka. Her heart pounded with excitement. Naturally, Misaka reached out and gently touched its face. I accept the contract. Instantly, a blizzard of frost and lightning surged as a tremendous burst of energy erupted. Her entire body bathed in abundant cold spiritual energy, and the contract was successfully formed. Her body gradually descended to the ground. Misaka exclaimed with joy. Forming a contract was so easy. She was bewildered and curious. Bon, what exactly is this ring? Does something like this really exist? Why didn't my father ever tell me about this? Bon put his hat back on, straightened himself up, and shrugged. Maybe even he didn't know. She was startled. He didn't know. That's right, apparently a mage only recently discovered its effect after a long period of research. She frowned in confusion. Wait, then how do you know? Where did you even get this ring? Bon changed the subject and gently reminded her to get dressed first before they talked. Misaka looked down in confusion and panicked. Since when was I? He spoke calmly. I left some clothes for you over there, so put them on. I also placed some adventuring gear beside them. Misaka stammered, suddenly remembering something. Bon, are you also wearing some kind of protective gear? Bonwi, am I naked? He answered nonchalantly. Well, I undid your clothes. I heard the ritual would destroy all of your equipment. Misaka screamed. Then why the hell did you ask me about marriage or whatever earlier? Bon answered with impeccable logic. Because if you were already married, your husband would have been furious. She snapped, pointing an accusing finger. You knew about this and still didn't bother to explain it to me properly. Are you trying to take advantage of me? He stood up, packing his gear, and answered lazily. I was in such a rush that I completely forgot. Enough of that. Shouldn't you be saying something to me? Misaka whispered. I'm sorry. Bon heard the words but had no idea what she meant. She corrected herself shyly. Thank you so much. He looked up and stared. That's it. She stubbornly repeated. Thank you. Say it from the heart, will you? Misaka was confused. Do I really have to say it louder? Suddenly she smiled softly and gently called his name. Bon. I once tried to take my own life. My father found me and saved me. He concisely reminded her she should be grateful she had her father. Misaka paced back and forth. Well, it's not exactly a pretty story. Do you know what my father said the moment I regained consciousness? She was still dazed at the time. Oh, father. His face darkened with rage, and he cut her off with a snarl. Misaka, stay. If you truly want to die, then go die in the labyrinth. How much more do you want to humiliate this family? Bon fell silent, sympathy stirring within him. Her family situation was worse than he'd imagined. Misaka leaned against a tree trunk and smiled bitterly. That's why I entered the labyrinth. Of course, I didn't intend to go looking for death like my father said. I just wanted to escape from the family that had caused me so much pain. I thought if I became a great adventurer, made a name for myself, maybe my father would finally acknowledge me as part of that family. She gazed at the frost energy flickering in and out of visibility with her every movement. Of course, I don't know if you'll still acknowledge me now that I have this power, but it doesn't matter anymore. Misaka stepped forward and bowed her head solemnly in gratitude. Thank you, Bon. I will cherish and repay this kindness of yours until the day I die. He chuckled. You swear on the Spirit Guardian? Misaka beamed and declared emphatically. I swear on the Spirit Guardian. Summoning type, enhancement type, skill type. When beasts can form contracts with soul beasts, they typically gain the abilities of one of these three types. But in Misaka's case, it was the enhancement type. She deftly wove her previous skills together, seamlessly merging them with her newfound ice elemental energy, delivering a punch that chilled the monster to the bone. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of an ice dragon, the monster was effortlessly sent on its way to the afterlife. Bond smirked with satisfaction as he assessed the situation. Took long enough to get an elemental attacker in the party. Now I can finally handle spirit-type monsters. Spirit-type monsters were easier to deal with since their tier was lower. As Misaka dispatched the floating specters, she felt confused. But each time I land a hit, something feels strange. But whatever, Bond leisurely sought out more EXP. Mies can fight on her own now. I'll have my hands free to deal with other monsters. Just as barbarians had distinct stages of soul development, the souls of beasts can also evolve stage by stage. Misaka was still in the early stage and couldn't yet channel her ice soul beast's elemental energy into her weapon. Being a martial artist at her core, now that she had her soul beast, she would be able to do far more in combat. But fighting alone in the witch's forest was another matter entirely. Spotting a new wave of floating specters, she called out urgently, "Bond, they're coming." Both of them immediately broke into a run. He shouted, "We need to get out of here now." Bond gritted his teeth and steeled himself. True survival was only just beginning. About 11 hours had passed in the gloomy forest. During that time, they struck when the enemies were few and fled when they gathered in number, slaughtering countless monsters along the way. The two fought in perfect tandem, cutting a swath through every path. Countless monsters fell beneath their blades, their EXP soaring. After the fighting, Misaka stretched languidly, loosening her stiff joints. So tired, Bond drops to the ground, hurry up and grab the crystals. He clutches the pile of crystals in his hand and breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we haven't run into any level 7 monsters. Contrary to their fears, that priestess still hasn't shown any sign of coming after them. But the ice spirit ring has vanished since Misei awakened. With the soul-binding ring gone, the sealed corpse golem's passive skill will activate. Bond frowns, sensing the acid blood has already begun corroding their equipment. Even the tier 2 breastplate and shield are rusting away. The problem, Ish still hasn't found another elemental essence to replace it. He can see the exhaustion building up inside Misei, layer by layer. His own condition isn't much better. Right now, the odds of making it back to the city alive hover at roughly 30%. Give or take. He has been wandering this forest for 12 hours straight. A debuff will trigger from the environmental effect in this witch's forest. Bond pulls out a length of rope and gives his instructions. Misei, tie this rope around your waist. If we get separated, tug the rope to signal me. You know about the status affliction that kicks in when you stay in this witch's forest too long, right? Misei carefully ties the rope on. I know once your vision starts getting restricted, everything spins and blurs. Bond tenses up. Then let's move, we can't waste any more time from here on. The area is afflicted by the witch's eye debuff. The real reason the witch's forest is so treacherous to traverse, getting lost so easily, is all because of this effect. The effect itself is deceptively simple. If you remain stationary in one area for a set amount of time, a level 7 carnivore monster spawns and attacks, and that window shrinks progressively as the witch's eye level increases. Bond and Misei have already spent 70 hours in the witch's forest. The status affliction has hit level 5, and the obscuring effect has intensified accordingly. The afternoon of the third day in the witch's forest, Bond drags himself forward, utterly spent. 60 hours since they separated from the main party, and they are still trapped here. Still wandering through this godforsaken forest. With the witch's eye debuff active, stopping to rest is suicide. At level 5, the spawn timer for carnivore monsters drops to roughly 10 minutes to stop moving, and they appear. By his calculations, it takes 15 minutes to deal with one monster before the next spawns. Stopping means getting surrounded and overwhelmed to death. The other change born from wandering this pathless witch's forest is the rope he has tied between himself and Misei. This way, if one of them falls behind or gets lost, they can find each other faster. Misei can barely keep going. Her face is deathly pale and she gasps for breath. Bond, please slow down, I'm completely exhausted. He agrees. All right. Looking over at Misei, Bond carefully assesses her condition is deteriorating by the hour. Since morning, she has been completely drained. It isn't illness or serious injury, or stamina has simply hit its limit. She is a woman, after all. The rope around her waist jerks taut, sending a jolt of pain through her body. Misei tenses up and lets out a pained groan. Bond grows worried. Even though he has slowed down, the rope is still taut because she can't keep up. At this pace, she still falls behind. Of course, it's brutal for her fighting alone while enduring the forest's maddening hallucinations amid this illusory mist. He makes a decisive call, get on, now. She stares at him like a startled deer. Hey. Bon reminds her, it'll be better if you catch some sleep while you can. She hesitates, flustered. But Bon, if you do that, you'll be even more exhausted, and then the monsters. Like before, without waiting for complaints, he scoops her up into his arms. Misei startles in bewilderment. What? Yeah. He hoists her onto his back and reassures her. Just get on, I'll carry you for a while. Get some rest while you can. Watching her timid expression, he thinks normally she would resist, but it seems she is far too exhausted. Misei takes a deep breath. Thank you so much. 87 hours in the witch's forest. The status affliction has escalated to level 6. 17 hours since he started carrying Misei through the witch's forest. That is far too long for his body to handle. The twisted trees scream endlessly, their vicious voices never ceasing. Die, 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 wretched worm, filthy maggot, die, murderer scum. Bon gasps for air, his vision darkening. He is reaching his breaking point if he doesn't find that thing soon. Suddenly, a sweet, feminine voice rings out, striking directly into his mind. Darling, why don't you just leave her behind? He is stunned, recognizes that voice. She coos, I've already fulfilled your deepest, lifelong wishes, haven't I? What does she have that I don't? Just look, you already know, don't you? Bon breaks out in a cold sweat, bewildered. His ex-girlfriend from his previous life is materializing right here, and this no longer feels like a mere hallucination. His ex launches her psychological assault. Perhaps she is terrified of being abandoned again, just like her family once did. Bon swallows hard. It feels so real. If he reached out and touched her, he could swear he would feel her body heat. She keeps swaying her hips, every motion dripping with seduction. Oh, come here, darling, let me give you a nice massage. All that fatigue of yours will just melt away. He has to admit every single gesture is identical to how she was in his past life. She closes the distance on her own initiative. That was always his weakness. Darling, you always try to understand everyone, feel compassion for everyone. Isn't that a bit too much? You never once told me what you truly wanted. Seeing that pouting expression, his heart softens. She hasn't changed at all, you know me so well. Darling, from every inch of my body, she tucks her hair back, alluring. We've shared so many intimate moments together, haven't we? Then she reaches out and gently strokes his cheek. She traces her hands over her own toned, shapely legs, showing them off. I put on stockings, you always loved it when I wore them like this, remember? Bon is dazed, his face burning hot. Damn it, is this really her? For one brief, damning instant, the first thought that crosses his mind upon seeing his ex-girlfriend is carnal desire. Yeah. His ex throws herself into his arms, whispering into his ear. Forget that, wild girl, come to me, you should spend the night with me. Darling. Bon collapses completely, everything he is carrying clatters to the ground. She wraps her arms tight around him, her hands roaming over his body. The other girls never understood what he wanted. Right? The heat surging through his blood felt like it was evaporating him whole. Are you telling the truth? She traces a finger across his lips and whispers. Isn't that right, darling? I'll make all your exhaustion disappear. Just as the feverish passion reaches its peak, a piercing scream tears through the air. Bon snap out of it. A fist loaded with internal energy smashes into the creature's jaw, sending its entire body flying backward. Bon's heart pounds, stunned. What? Was that another hallucination too? Misaka charges in with a chain of kicks, pummeling the Thejet until it goes flying. Die, she reassures him. It's all right. Bon perks up, proudly boasting about his kill. I already took out that Thejet, so snap out of it. He shudders, his face draining of color. System: a rare level 8 monster of the witch's forest. Thejet has been defeated. Charm ability nullified. EXP awarded. Bon shudders, cursing under his breath. Those hallucinations felt terrifyingly real, no mere environmental effect of the witch's forest. But the monster's charm ability. He looks at Misaka. Thank you. Without you, I'd have been dead a long time ago. She grins, her nose scrunching up with a smile. It's nothing. Suddenly, Misaka spots something with a start. Bon, look, an adventuring party is heading this way. He murmurs in curiosity, the first party he's seen since getting lost in this forest. Tyson scratches his head, just two of them. Tyson flashes a welcoming smile. Oh, looks like you two are lost. Bon tenses, instantly on guard. The witch's forest is vast and unsuitable as a hunting ground. Few people ever venture here. Running into another party is anything but common. It's already the 8th day on the 3rd floor. Any party heading for the 4th floor should have already cleared this forest by now. Tyson speaks up to greet them. You two get separated from your party. He nods. He reminds himself trust no one this easily. Misaka chirps excitedly. Oh, Bon, we are saved, right? He murmurs in a low, steady voice. Noticing his wariness, the group waves their hands in reassurance. Don't worry, we're not bad people. We've got kids back in the city to take care of too. Don't overthink it, you two must be exhausted. Come on over. Bon flatly refuses. If anything, having kids makes you even more dangerous. Having children to feed means even more desperate motivation to make money. Misaka questions him, confused. Bon, why are you acting like this? They're going to help us. He clears his throat as a warning. Quiet. His mind churns with agonizing uncertainty. If he ran into other adventurers, how should he handle it? He'd pondered that question countless times, but the answer always came back the same. If he offered a reward and asked them to lead him out of the forest, they might accept provided the compensation was worth it. But to strike a deal, he first needs to know who they are and whether they're truly good people. He decides to make the first move. I'm Bon Jander. The blonde-haired man smiles. You're a cautious one, aren't you? I'm Hans, I'm the scout of this team. He jolts in shock. Your name is Hans S. The man bursts out laughing, nodding. It's a common name, isn't it? Bon clenches his jaw, tension coiling in his gut. Why does this world have so many damn hands? He's already crossed paths with 2 hands before Thyssen killed them both. Bad omen with that name, trust score -1. 2 warriors, 1 archer, 1 scout. Bon's blood runs cold. Their formation is lethal. Deep in the dark forest, 2 figures face off against a fully armed squad. Oppressive pressure blankets the air. These people are dangerous. Jander grits his teeth and warns Misaka. Misei, follow my lead. She whispers softly. Okay. Facing the group ahead, the atmosphere thick with suspicion. He speaks, his voice laden with doubt. There's no need for outright paranoia, but something about them screams wrong. He speaks first, searching for a way to pull back. You folks should move along. We'll be heading out ourselves. The group looks taken aback. Move along. Aren't we trying to help you too? Why would you leave? Jander's gut screams that nothing good will come from lingering around them. His instincts roar, according to my Gyuryu lot are the threat. He skillfully deflects. No need, we can handle ourselves. With that, he turns to Misaka behind him. Misei, let's go. She agrees without hesitation. Okay. Without warning, an arrow whistles out of nowhere, hurtling straight toward Jander. But he reacts just in time, deflecting it with his forearm bracer. Just as he suspected, the ones standing before him harbor nothing but ill intent. Damn it, as expected, they are not ordinary adventurers. The man in the hat seems stunned, unable to believe what his own teammate just did. Tyson, what the hell are you doing? Tyson glances over with a look of utter contempt. You fool, can't you see the gear they're carrying? The old woman stares at Bon Jander, her eyes gleaming with raw greed. That's Genium-forged equipment. Do you have any idea how much this stuff is worth? The one in the hat tries to hold his group back, but hey, we're all adventurers here, aren't we? Hans strides forward, longsword in hand. Without even glancing at the one in the hat, he sneers, Kid, if you can't handle it, get out of the way. They begin eyeing every single piece of equipment on Jander's body. What's in the bag, barbarian? Another one explains, that's a spatial expansion bag. Things so expensive you couldn't afford it even if you slaved away for an entire year. The one in the hat is utterly bewildered, completely at a loss for what to do. But I still can't bring myself to attack them. Ignoring the one in the hat entirely, Yang draws his bow and takes aim at Jander. Then get lost. The iron-armored one hefts his heavy weapon without a shred of hesitation, moving to back up the old woman. I'll take it and her along with it. This wouldn't be my first time either. Our funds are running dry too. Misei sees the situation spiraling and quickly advises Jander. Bond, we should run. Jander holds his defensive stance firm. He knows the odds of beating them are slim 5 against 2, and they're already drained from the trials. He scans the surroundings, scouts posted on the far side. Even if they ran, escape is impossible. There is only one way out. He lowers his voice and whispers to Misei, Misei, buy me some time. She trusts him completely, Evan, though she has no idea what Jander is planning. Understood. Tension mounts, but he forces himself to stay calm and feigns negotiation with the bandits. Wait, let's negotiate, I'll hand over the bag. Harith Shield 2, just spare our lives. Before he can finish, Misei suddenly bursts into tears behind him, crying out for help. Just kill the barbarian, him alone. I'm a princess of the Cymefer kingdom, spare me and I'll give you even more money. Jander watches the spectacle unfold, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell, you're just acting right. Misaka's eyes brim with tears as she desperately tries to elicit sympathy from the other side. Please. Hans falls for it without the slightest suspicion. He stammers in confusion, a princess, from Cymefer. What do we do? The old hag rounds on him, snarling, what do you mean, what do we do? Kill them both, you think they won't report us if we let them go? The other two, bristling with weapons, wear expressions of raw, feral hunger like starving beasts eyeing their prey. And if she's really a princess, she's bound to be carrying something valuable, right? They charge forward, scrambling over each other for the prize right before their eyes. Whoever finds it first keeps it. Jander raises his shield, but his plan to stall backfires the rush and even faster. Damn it! A head-on fight it is then. Suddenly, the canny Vardu emerges from the shadows, its face a grotesque, nightmarish visage. Words of pure death spill from its maw. "Do all of you?" Level 6 Canny Vardu. The bandits who were about to lunge at Jander freeze dead in their tracks the instant they see it. Hans is gripped by absolute paralyzing terror. How did these monsters spawn so fast? We only stopped for a moment. Jander curses them under his breath. You idiots, minutes of standing still is all it takes for monsters to spawn. Without a moment's hesitation, Jander turns to the trembling Misei. "Misei, hold on to me. In this situation, all she can do is obey." "Okay." The instant she agrees, he raises his shield and charges straight ahead. Because he knows running is pointless. The canny Vardu will hunt its prey to the ends of the earth. Escape is not an option. Once you've locked eyes with it, he hoists Misei onto his back and sprints straight past the monster, charging forward. Hans and his crew never expect this. For a split second, every single one of them is stunned. "What? Why? Don't come this way." He exploits the bandits as a diversion to misdirect the monster and runs, using them as disposable bait to cover his escape. The canny Vardu sees him flee, wheels around, and with a single devastating blow, caves Hans's face into something barely recognizable. The bandits can't comprehend what just happened. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Jander keeps running without looking back. He breathes a sigh of relief. Good, its attack target has changed. The canny Vardu is their problem now. The creature drives its staff into the ground, and dense streams of mana erupt from every direction. Hans clutches his bloodied head and screams a warning, "Don't move." There are magical mines everywhere. He freezes in pure panic. What about the others? Hans turns back anxiously. Worry about the canny Vardu first, they can't have gotten far. Jander picks up on the situation behind him as well. Magical mines. His legs don't stop, dodging them is nearly impossible. He clenches his teeth, but I already accounted for running through a minefield from the start. Misei notices something wrong with Jander and shouts in alarm. "Bonnier legs." The canny Vardu unleashes a ghastly, unearthly screech. It strikes a second time. Rabid hunting hounds burst forth, completely out of control. Hans, cornered beyond hope, can only curse damn it all. In the end, he fails to outrun them and is torn apart. The iron-armored one sees this and is seized by sheer panic. "Damn it, I'm alone, I can't run." The bloody massacre shows no sign of stopping. He can only collapse to the ground in terror, utterly powerless. He doesn't want to die. "Stop." They tear and rip at the corpses, shredding legs to a bloody pulp. The hound drools from its gaping maw, ravenous with hunger. It lets out a feral howl and lunges to bite. It catches up to him and clamps its jaws around his leg. He doesn't even look back, ending it with a single, decisive strike. His body explodes. He runs while gasping for air. He can't feel anything below his legs anymore. He glances down, are his legs gone? He can't run anymore. At this point, his body simply refuses to keep going. He steals his resolve once more. Time to change the plan. He calls out to Misaka behind him. "Misei, clean them up." She instantly understands what he means. "Got it." Jander leans to the side, letting Misei leap off. He doesn't forget to remind her, "Handle it fast, then get back here." Misei shoots forward like an arrow, cursing through her teeth die. With a single strike, she takes it down. She surveys the carnage around her. Corpses litter the ground. Among them, a few still crawl across the earth, desperately begging for mercy. The old woman weeps, her trembling hands completely drained of strength. "Save me." She looks at the old woman with cold indifference. "Please, give me a potion." The disjointed voice keeps pleading until blood sprays from her mouth. "Save me, I'll pay." She returns to where Jander stands and asks him anxiously, "Bon, are you really okay? A potion won't fix a wound like this." He glances at his legs and reassures her. "I'm fine." His legs are already trying to regenerate. Jander falls into deep thought. A wound this severe. He tells himself it'll heal quickly. She stares at Jander's legs, stunned beyond words. What the hell? His legs are growing back. Even a high-grade potion couldn't do that. Jander knows exactly what grants him this ability, but he's in no rush to tell her. It's the vampire essence regeneration, combined with the barbarian's innate recovery passive from the game. With a regeneration stat of 150, he doesn't need potions. Given enough time, any wound, no matter how grievous, will heal. She can't believe her eyes. "Bon, what exactly are you? Even after drinking that potion, you don't feel any pain." He looks at her and explains that's the barbarian's spirit. Some memories flash through his mind. Truthfully, even he is baffled by what's happening to his own body, but he pushes the thought aside. Even after the potion took effect, he didn't so much as whimper naturally. That's also thanks to his own pain tolerance. Either way, the result is the same. That's all that matters. In no time, his legs fully regenerate. He pulls his boots back on and ties the rope tight around his waist. Without hesitation, he tells Misei, "We move before more monsters show up." Misei follows, but a question lingers. "But Bon, how did you know those adventurers were dangerous?" The rope is tied around both their waists so they don't lose each other. He calmly explains to her, maybe she really was a good person. Jander speaks up, cutting through her sentimentality. If we didn't look weak, if we didn't carry valuable gear, if we'd met in a city instead of the labyrinth, then maybe she would have been a good person. He thinks to himself, and yet, she was the first one to make a move. Despite his words, Misei still doesn't understand. She says sadly, I don't get it. He turns to look at her. Misei, why did you enter the labyrinth? She answers without hesitation, I need to earn money. Exactly, he says, so do they. He ponders for a long moment. An image of a guillotine flashes through his mind. A bloody scene no one wants to remember. Money means protection, especially in a world this cruel. A memory surfaced, the old woman still smiling with her fabricated warmth. We have children back home, young man. Don't worry, let's look out for each other on the road ahead. He understands her actions now. She wasn't just fighting to survive for herself, she needed to earn money for her children. He says quietly to Misei, I'm feeling a bit heavy-hearted right now. I've learned a lot from this trip. The two of them press on toward the witch's forest. Survival time remaining 109 hours. Misei spots something. She calls out to him, Bond. She runs to a massive tree trunk ahead and turns back with a joyful look. Found it. Misei is so moved she can't find the words. Jander looks up and lets out a deep sigh of relief. At last, the perfect place to take shelter. The only safe haven in the entire witch's forest, the witch's hut. Jander quickly performs the activation. In his mind, he silently prays, please, just this once, let nothing go wrong. His hand touches the gnarled trunk. Light erupts from the bark, bathing everything in its glow. A system notification appears, player entering the witch's hut. The witch's hut spawns randomly within the witch's forest, lasting approximately 8 hours. Environmental effects have no reach here, and no monsters spawn within the safe zone. They are extremely difficult to find. It is the only shelter in the entire witch's forest. Finding the first one took a considerable amount of time. But thanks to Misei, the second one was found in no time. Exactly 53 hours remain until the labyrinth closes. Bon and Misei barely step inside before the hut lock's Shutit has reached its capacity of 5. The scenery here is breathtaking, as if stepping straight out of a fairy tale. She looks around in delight, marveling at the sight. Third time now, and it still doesn't get old. Bon, come look. She's excitedly babbling when Bon suddenly cuts in, his voice sharp and serious. Misei, stay quiet, don't move. Is someone else in here? She stares bewildered. What? How do you know that? Bon peers inside, scanning the house. The witch's house permits a maximum of 5 people to enter. If more than that attempt it, the entrance seals shut. Misaka grows anxious and worried. He nods. So that means someone is already inside. Yeah, let's find them. While treading carefully, he stumbles upon a dagger and a blood-stained helm discarded among the flowers. Bon freezes, sifting through his memory. These belong to the group that went with Alyssa. Their condition is terrible. What the hell happened here? Misei also rushes over to report. Bon, there are even more people deeper inside. They look like the group that was pursuing us before. He falls silent and raises his club. Let's just knock them out first. Without a moment's hesitation, he brings it crashing down on the man's skull. Misei watches in stunned silence as he batters the man senseless, every single blow landing without exception. That's what you call knocking someone out. Moments later, the entire group lies beaten to a pulp, bound together in a heap. Bon remarks, beaten to this extent and they're still alive. Misei adds, but they look like they're on death's door. Do we even need to tie them up? He silently pulls out a potion and pours it directly over their heads. A searing, numbing agony floods their brains, jolting them awake. They howl in pain. He sits down, his expression cold. Awake now, the knight stammers, why you're that barbarian. His brain kicks into overdrive as he wails out his explanation. It was a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. We were all manipulated by that woman. When we caught your group, only 3 people were there. To prevent them from escaping, I ambushed the one who looked like a scout and inflicted a few minor wounds on him. The injuries weren't deep, just a few scratches on his shoulder. But then, just like the last time, a flash of light from somewhere repelled all of us. We panicked. What the hell was that? Turns out Hikugat had activated some kind of divine gauntlet artifact. When I came to, our scout had been impaled through the skull by an ice lance. I was horrified. How dare they? Bon thinks to himself, so Hikugat's group managed to escape. That scream I heard back then must have been when Jot Miller got injured. The man continues, trembling. With our scout gone, we couldn't pursue them anymore. We had to grope blindly through the forest. But things started falling apart about 2 days later, when the mist rolled in. Alyssa suddenly used her seductive arts to enchant one of our men. The moment he let his guard down, she strangled him and drained every last drop of his spiritual energy. The undead skeletons buried beneath the earth rose at her command. The rest of us stared at each other in confusion. What is happening? H-Hands is dead. Recalling how it felt to watch his teammate get drained dry in an instant, he realizes the ecstatic grin on that wretched woman's face. That woman was clearly a disciple of demons. He falls to his knees, begging, "It's all our fault for falling under that woman's spell and seduction. I swear we never had any intention of robbing anyone." Bon cuts through the silence, his voice cold. The man wails and sobs. "Come to think of it, I still haven't heard an apology. We were fools to fall into her trap. Of course we'll compensate for all the damages. Please spare us." Misaka whispers, "Bon, whatever you decide, I'll stand by you." Bon hesitates. "What should we do? Ever since arriving in this world, I've killed plenty. But those were life-or-death situations where the enemy was beyond redemption. These people thought he have caused plenty of trouble, but no one has actually died. They stare at him with tearful, pleading eyes. Please, we beg of you. Besides, this situation is different from before. Would killing them really be the right call?" Bon feels as if he stands at the crossroads of a moral tribunal. His darker self growls, does right even matter here? Killing them is easier than having to watch over them, isn't it? The conscience within him protests fiercely. Why overthink it? Killing people is clearly wrong. His colder self retorts, "But that's from your world, isn't it?" Bon Jander falls silent for a long moment, listening to the verdict within. He glances at Misaka, seeking her opinion. "Misai, what's your take?" She furrows her brows. "I can't trust them. Am I wrong? They all tried to kill us. I don't think these people deserve forgiveness." He falls silent. "Is that so? I understand now. Walk with the Buddha, wear the cassock. Walk with demons, wear paper robes." He tightens his grip on his weapon. He swings. "Good. In other words, you must die." The man startles in panic. "But we told you it was a misunderstanding." He brings it crashing down without hesitation. "Perhaps I am wrong this time, but who knows what schemes you'll hatch against me once I set you free." Blood sprays in a thick metallic mist, splattering across his face. He stands in silence, gazing upon the gory scene before him. "I knew this from the moment I woke up in this body. Bon Jander, from now on, I must live up to that name. Not just the name, I must become the barbarian. This is the only way to survive here." Misei notices his trembling hand and steps forward with concern. "Bon, are you all right? Your hand is shaking." His gaze darkens as he gives a vague reply. "Don't worry, it's nothing. Gather our gear, we're moving out." Shortly after, Misei's terrified scream echoes through the house. She stares at him in shock as he drags several corpses. "What are you doing?" Bon hauls 3 bodies to the fireplace and hurls them in. The first offering is made. The witch's house effect extends for another 8 hours, the blazing flames completely devouring the corpse. He stands completely still, staring in silence. The flame flickers exactly as he remembered it from the game. "Now that we have 2 more logs of firewood, we can rest for at least another 24 hours. Misaka watches in bewilderment as he performs a string of unusual actions. "Bon, are you really okay?" Seeing her still standing timidly in a corner, he removes his helmet in confusion. "Why are you still standing there? You should rest." After saying that, he buries his face into the soft, warm bed. Utterly relaxed, completely at ease. A real bed, that's the only way to sleep. He was still troubled by what had happened earlier, but there was no room for hesitation anymore. He had chosen to abandon his former modern self and become a barbarian. There was simply no other way to survive in this terrifying world. A flood of memories from his past life comes rushing back. The image of himself sitting diligently at his desk, working away. Then came the memory of first meeting his love, eating and drinking to their heart's content, living peaceful days together, and even sleeping beside her. Those carefree, worry-free days were truly peaceful. Back to the present, jolts awake with a start. Bon gasps for breath, stunned. Below him, Misaka is still nuzzling against his body, sound asleep. Bon, shaken to his core, can no longer sleep. He slowly sits up. He furrows his brows. Was it just a dream? With this body, he has to fight monsters to survive. That is his life now. He turns to check the clock. Had he really slept for nearly 7 hours? Only then does Bon notice Misaka sleeping drowsily beside him. When did this kid crawl up here? Was sleeping on the chair not good enough for her? He sighs and shakes her awake. "Misaka, wake up." She groans sluggishly, utterly lazy. "Just 5 more minutes." His irritation boils over, and he bellows like a sonic cannon. "Wake up now." Misaka's head spins. "Stop shaking me, you brute." About 24 hours before the labyrinth, close to an hour before the witch's house vanishes, Bon and Misaka sit nibbling on rations. The day has finally come. If they can just endure today, they can escape this forest and return to the city. She wags her tail excitedly. "It's been so inconvenient out here in the forest. I want to take a bath the second we get back." "Bon, what will you do when we get back?" He shakes his head indifferently. No idea. The moment they quickly leave the witch's house, an environmental effect activates instantly. The instant they appear, both freeze in horror. The entire forest has shed its dark, gloomy hue and is now drenched in a horrifying, blood-red color. Misaka goes rigid. Bon, what's happening? He clenches his teeth, cold sweat beating across his skin in fear. Damn it, it's a phase transition. At the same time, in the real world, lines of text continue to scroll across the screen automatically. A series of messages declares that offerings have been consecrated at the house, up to the 7th sacrifice. The final message seals it: 7 offerings have been completed. Here, in this place, a colossal monster with a terrifyingly massive aura of dark mana has awakened. Lyakes the Chaos Lord, the ruler of this land, has appeared. Monster leader, lord of the land, the beast sovereign of the witch's forest. The monster quickly materializes. A long coat of fur drapes behind its back. 2 horns jut from either side of its face and several long, razor-sharp tails lash behind it, radiating pure ferocity. In the game, it is known as the floor master. Each floor harbors a unique boss with its own distinct name. Hearing this, Misaka Stai's face drains of all color as she screams in terror. The monster that rules this land. She raises her voice in disbelief. You've got to be kidding me, I was told there was no floor boss on the 3rd floor. Bon turns away. He adds, not only does it exist, it has its own unique summoning method. Bon's gaze darkens, his voice dropping low. Some lunatic on this floor summoned it. The casualties won't stop at a small number. He stops there. Then he mutters to himself, the floor boss of the 3rd floor is Lyakes the Chaos Lord. He replays those memories in his mind, then speaks aloud. Once summoned, it doesn't just threaten the 3rd floor, it rampages through the entire dungeon, spreading destruction until it is slain. After that, the teleportation gates are rendered useless, as he explains. Once the teleportation gates are shut, fleeing to another floor becomes impossible. Therefore, all adventurers on the 3rd floor must brace for the possibility of a massacre and band together. Before he can finish, Misaka Stai's voice cuts in sharply. What? Then why did the floor boss appear now of all times? Bon tenses up immediately, a flicker of confusion crossing his face at her reaction. Well, it's probably because of us. Think back, I'm the one who threw those corpses into the fireplace. Didn't we burn those bodies in the furnace at the witch's house? That's one of the summoning conditions for this monster. His utterly nonchalant words leave her stunned. She immediately demands, what did you just say? Bon tenses. He purses his lips, at a total loss for how to defend himself. The last time it was summoned was over 10 years ago, that's what I knew. So I figured burning those 3 wouldn't cause any major problems. But who could have known some other idiot had already burned a 4th corpse before us? Seeing him fall silent like that, Misaka Stai can't contain her frustration and shouts her accusation. Bon, what have you done? The lunatic you mentioned earlier, that's you, isn't it? Now we're all going to die because of you. Bon hangs his head, so tense that cold sweat drenches his body. How was I supposed to know someone else had already burned 4 bodies before us? That's why our luck ran out so badly. And by the way, don't breathe a word of this to anyone. If word gets out that we're the ones who summoned the floor boss, the other adventurers will never forgive us. Hearing this, Misaka Stai goes completely rigid, as if turned to stone. She presses both hands against her temples, desperately trying to deny that this is real. She screams, we're dead, it's all because of this madman. Bon says nothing, but silently counters in his mind, always blames him like this. Besides, this is partly your fault too. If we hadn't rested at the witch's house, we'd both be dead already. Looking at the small girl trembling beside him, he can't help but speak up. We can't leave the forest by scouting anymore. We need to get out of here as fast as possible. He speaks in a low, measured tone. If we want to live, he declares firmly, we must head to the territory marked by the silver emblem that belongs to the Aoi Guild. According to the Dwarf Hands, the Aoi Guild is a massive guild operating from the 6th floor and above, boasting hundreds of members including many high-level players. A simple, ordinary house bore that emblem. It stood in the central area. According to him, they can't travel alone. If they happen to run into the floor boss, it's all over. If we want to increase our chances of survival even by a sliver, we have to rely on the Aoi Guild. The flashback ends. Bon sits with an expression of deep frustration, unable to hide his bewilderment as he mulls things over. Not every member of the guild would be gathered at their territory on the 3rd floor, but to control such a hunting ground, at least 10 or more would be stationed there. Misaka Stai grows uneasy and speaks up. There are a lot of people there, aren't there, Bon? An old man stands on an elevated position, clenching his left fist as he speaks in a reassuring voice. Everyone stay calm and follow our instructions. Strangely enough, the more the old man speaks, the more everyone's faces drain of color. I've heard there's a high-level mage among you. Please cast a spatial teleportation gate. I'll pay whatever fee you ask. One of them immediately erupts in fury. Which damned lunatic summoned the floor boss? If I find out, I'll kill them myself. Another voice chimes in, trembling with anxiety. What happens to us now? How are we supposed to fight that thing? Someone else picks up the thread. The Oi Guild is a major guild, right? Surely they won't just kick us out. Will they? Witnessing this scene, Bond merely sighs in utter helplessness. Everyone here has descended into complete chaos. Suddenly, a woman clasping her hands in prayer notices a faint glow approaching from somewhere, though she barely registers it. A golden radiance slowly spreads, enveloping the surrounding area. Hands holding the emblem in hand, raises his voice to reassure everyone. Everyone, please stay calm. This is the safest shelter we have. Our priest has already cast mana dissipation, purging all monsters from this zone. Our guild scouts are currently guarding the entire perimeter. If any creature appears, they'll sound the alarm immediately. The old man places both hands on the table and continues. The third floor of the labyrinth will be sealed before long. In the meantime, the Oi Guild, in accordance with its treaty with the royal family and the Adventurers Guild, will do everything in its power to ensure the maximum number of adventurers make it out alive. Everyone listens intently to every word the old man speaks. Suddenly, Hans raises his voice. However, he emphasizes, if anyone defies our authority and causes disruption, we will have no choice but to forcibly expel them from the safe zone. Please understand. The two of them stand in a corner, yet they hear every word the old man warns the others with perfect clarity. Bond sneers inwardly, quite the tough talk. That's as blunt a warning as it gets. The noisy and defiant ones have no choice but to fall silent if they don't want to get thrown out. Thanks to mana dissipation, we can finally rest here in peace for a while. Mana dissipation on of the priest class's unique spells. It allows humans to move freely in and out while generating a magical zone that powerfully blocks monsters from entering. A strange sound suddenly echoes from the base of a tree. It turns out to be Misaka Stai and Bond leaning against the tree, catching their breath. At least we don't have to worry about getting kicked out for now, but I still can't fully relax. Soon enough that problem will rear its head. Before long, he turns to the fox beside him and asks with a serious tone, Misaka, quick question, do you have confidence in your hearing ability? Misaka Stai, on the other hand, brightens up considerably. She points at her own ears and shares, I'm not sure, but sometimes people say they like my ears. Bond hears this and immediately freezes. What the hell did she just say? The thought barely crosses his mind. Before he bluntly explains, I mean, can you hear from a distance or pick up sounds really well? Hearing this, she grows flustered with embarrassment. Her cheeks flush red. Oh, you meant that. I'm confident in that. His eyes drift toward her as he continues. Then listen carefully to the conversations nearby, figure out what they're discussing, and let me know if there's anything useful. Suddenly, a question from behind grabs his attention. Somyeon brings up the floor boss of the third floor. It's been 10 years, hasn't it? The man answers without hesitation. I wonder which lunatic caused all this, but thankfully a guild from the 6th floor showed up just in time. Otherwise we'd all be dead. The other person replies, unsurprised and utterly calm. Who would have thought low-level adventurers like us could witness a wide area mana dissipation spell with our own eyes? The corner of his lips curls upward. A major guild, their strength really is on another level. Bond furrows his brow, his sharp, cold gaze sweeping over them. If the Oi Guild is on this third floor because of that, it might be worth placing a bet on them to get through this situation alive. The moment he turns, he finds the girl beside him fast asleep, drooling, no less. Bond can only stare in speechless exasperation. Without a moment's delay, he pulls his hand away, and Misaka's body tilts and slowly tips over from the loss of support. A loud thud rings out instantly. Misaka Stai clutches her head, dazed and confused. What happened? Bond answers flatly, it's about to begin. Misaka Stai blinks at him, bewildered. What's about to begin? What do you mean? He doesn't bother explaining. Instead, he gives her a direct order. Look around. They're all clustering in one spot. Far too many people have gathered here already. It looks like around 500 people, the adventurers on the third floor, give or take. Misaka turns to him with worry, asking in a hushed voice, so what's going to happen to us then? His expression grows heavy. In a serious, measured tone, he explains. Look, the Oi Guild is strong, sure, but even they can't manage 500 people. And now it's already reached 500. Let's see how they plan to control this mob. Suddenly, the old man raises his voice with a booming shout. All adventurers, your attention please. They quickly snap to attention, hanging on every word the old man speaks. Thanks to our mana dissipation, this area has become a safe zone within the third floor. However, our priests wish to see that every person here shows proper reverence to the divine. The corner of his lips curls. He lays it out straight. That expression of reverence will cost 1 million essence crystals per person. Payment must be made immediately, right here, either in mana stones or equivalent items. Though Bond's face betrays nothing, inwardly he can't help but acknowledge the old man's cunning. Since no adventurer carries 1 million essence crystals or mana stones on them, their plan to control the crowd is to confiscate their equipment first. The old man announces, 1 million essence crystals serves as both an offering to the gods and a protection fee for all of you, even if you lose a few pieces of gear or some potions. What's there to worry about when you're inside a safe zone guarded by us? Bond raises a hand to cover his mouth, a wave of bitter irony washing through him. Of course there's plenty to worry about, you fool. Even if mana dissipation is an incredibly powerful protective spell, it means absolutely nothing against the floor boss. In fact, this rabble couldn't even put up a fight against the floor boss. But for now, they have no choice but to play along and submit to their control. The girl beside him shows not a shred of concern. Instead, she's busy rummaging through her backpack with gleeful mischief. Seeing this, Bond immediately speaks up to remind her. Misaka set aside the essential consumables, potions, bandages, thread, only hand over the stuff we don't need. Misaka hugs the pile of items in her arms, her face beaming with excitement. Bond quickly snatches back the purple helmet. Fortunately, we don't have to surrender our own armor, thanks to all the gear we picked up. He glances at her. Besides, without this equipment, are they going to starve us to death on the next expedition? He remarks. Bond sits at the base of a tree, his mood sour, demanding 1 million essence crystals just to survive a short while in this place. Absolutely insane. Utterly outrageous. But a fire is starting to kindle. Those people are gradually slipping into a frenzy, driven by sheer desperation. Just as expected, the ones who refuse to pay the protection fee and are planning to escape have banded together. Misaka strolls over and casually reports, I've already paid their fee for them. Bond nods with quiet approval. Good work. He strokes his chin, silently analyzing the scene from moments ago, while Misaka plops down beside him without a care in the world. Roughly 300 people, each paying 1 million essence crystals. That's at least 300 million essence crystals collected. The chaotic crowd thins out, and they rake in a fortune, a classic kill two birds with one stone move. A thought suddenly crosses his mind. But even if these people have made it this far, they can only pray to the heavens. If the floor boss reaches this place, it will be the end for everyone. Bond scratches his head, trying to analyze the situation. The third floor is vast, so they must have figured the odds of running into the floor boss were slim. Everyone who left or stayed was simply hoping for the best. He ponders, always prepares for the worst-case scenario. He can only hope that when the time comes, the people here will fight instead of running. His worst-case scenarios usually never come true, but this time he prays he'll be safe. Bond immediately falls silent. He never thought it would actually happen. He broods in despair. The innate aura of the floor boss Lyakes. A wisp of smoke suddenly appears. This skill doesn't just deal area-wide damage, it transforms the rain-soaked zone into an erosion field, stripping away all beneficial effects from affected characters. A system warning flashes. Prolonged exposure increases the chance of being afflicted with a status condition. Misaka's entire body trembles instantly, her weak voice calling out his name. Lyakes, with his colossal frame and savage face, charges straight toward them. He bares his razor-sharp fangs. The villagers freeze in terror at the sight. An old man trembles as he reveals it's the floor boss. Hurry, stop it. The girl is so terrified that sweat pours down her face, tears glistening in her eyes as she bites down on her lower lip. Don't tell me you're going to abandon us and run. I don't want to die yet. That guy shows not a trace of fear as he barks out orders. You confiscated our equipment and promised to protect us. So take responsibility, you bastards. Lyakes advances slowly. Is that really how it's going to be? It's already found its way here. This expedition is about to become a massacre. The old man raises his voice to announce. The floor boss Lyakes has arrived. Bring out all the supplies I prepared. They hold high-grade support scrolls in their hands. The staff the old man carries begins to glow, and without a moment's hesitation, he charges forward. Bond watches from afar with a hint of worry in his ice attack scrolls, defense scrolls, the works, numbered consumables, and rare support gear. Within a single minute, consumable supplies worth 10 million spirit stones vanish into thin air. The old man raises his staff high and declares, we have enough support items, do not be afraid. We must all survive and make it back. Everyone fight as one. He grips his weapon tightly, a faint smile crossing his face at their words and actions. These people are actually going to take on Lyakes. The corner of his lips curls upward. Despite the tension, he tells himself that he isn't the only one who prepares for the worst. For the first time, he feels this relieved to have their help. Not a single face among them shows fear or anxiety. These are adventurers who have survived countless battles, brimming with experience, coordinating seamlessly with a major guild. Staying alive this long isn't just luck. The old man roars his announcement. Everyone get into position, we will stop the floor boss Laakis. In the game, each floor's master is known as a floor boss, and every floor has a distinct boss with its own unique name. A boss hunt, but not like in a game. What would that even look like? Laakis shows no hesitation either, charging straight in. The villagers freeze in terror at the sight of his massive form. Is this a nightmare? We're going to die. A voice speaks up. Don't even think about trying to block it. It begins using its ultimate skill, spewing a crimson torrent from its maw. A voice calls out in warning. Dodge that attack. Wherever it lands, the ground shatters into 100 pieces. The old man barely dodges its strike and lets out a cry. Is the magic ready yet? The melee warriors and tanks all avoid direct confrontation with the boss, only blocking its weaker harassment attacks. A voice suddenly cuts through the chaos. Recovery potions, the old man who just escaped death exclaims, damn it, don't engage it head on. Warriors must return to the front line to tank after being healed even when injured. Rest is not an option. The two soldiers rush forward without hesitation or fear. Of course, not everyone can do the same. He trembles, eyes brimming with tears, and mutters, damn it. You can't die like this. The old man grows worried and raises his voice to remind everyone. Don't lose focus, stay on task, the situation is critical. One warrior falls immediately after being trampled by the boss, struck by the stun effect of its roar ability. 3 archers perish after being engulfed in Laakis' toxic death breath. Bon observes the situation intently. For casualties already. Isn't this too dangerous? Damn it, after taking 1,000,000 spirit stones from us, this is the best they can do. They're deploying the safest possible formation against the boss. The warriors holding the front line stand firm, while the mages continue their relentless assault to push the monster back. Suddenly, a massive surge of light erupts as Laakis prepares to unleash an attack. The old man's voice thunders again now. Attack, we can't let it charge up any further. Destroy the dark orbs first. The dark orbs are the real threat. They deal massive damage, and when multiple orbs strike simultaneously, defense becomes nearly impossible. The order repeats: don't attack Laakis, destroy the orbs. Control firepower to prevent it from transitioning to phase 2. Laakis continues its frenzied assault, and nothing they've done has managed to slow it down. Bon breaks into a cold sweat, his forehead drenched. They know the strategy is still holding. If this continues, they might actually endure until the labyrinth reopens. Bon grips the item in his hand, his expression grave as he ponders. Just 1 more hour until the labyrinth reopens. He's somewhat surprised. Total casualties stand at 11, which is 20% of their forces. But that's still acceptable when facing a boss of this caliber. Nevertheless, one man lets out a terrified curse. Useless fools, incompetent bastards. The man beside him, though afraid, also chimes in with curses. How many have died already? Are we going to die too? Bon ponders in silence. The real problem is that panic-stricken adventurers are beginning to spread throughout the crowd as they witness so many deaths. He recalls the scene from moments ago. Every time Laakis strikes, countless adventurers, even those who paid for protection, die. As far as he's concerned, it's their own fault for clustering together too tightly. When the dark orbs spread to them, they couldn't dodge in time. Misaka speaks in a low voice. The situation over there doesn't look good. Should we do something? He responds, wait, I'm thinking. They begin arguing among themselves. We can't just stand here and watch. If you want to live, fight together. Too many have already died. We need to do something. We have to protect ourselves. But what can they do? When the Oi Guild has already stripped them of every last piece of equipment. Their faces flush crimson with rage. Some weep white tears, while others glare at their oppressors with eyes burning with hatred. The pile of weapons and silver-tier defense gear before them glitters mockingly. Bon seems to sense something. He speaks up, his tone clipped with urgency. Misaka, we need to leave. Now. She stares blankly, completely lost. Right now. A voice suddenly erupts from the crowd of villagers. What the hell are you people doing? 2 soldiers stand blocking the path. One steps forward, hands raised, trying to pacify the crowd. Everyone, please remain calm. If you don't stay put, you'll all be in danger. Before the words even settle, someone can't hold back and erupts in curses. You charge protection fees and can't even keep your promises. You bastards. Another chimes in, give us our equipment back right now. We need to protect ourselves. The soldier's eyes widen in horror as hands reach toward him from every direction. Before anyone can finish their sentence, someone else cuts in. Out of the way, you bastards. Those are my legendary items. Even Bon hurries to warn her. Misaka, stick close to me. He grits his teeth, thoughts racing. Obviously, ordinary adventurers won't know the strategy to counter Lyaki's. Chaos like this is inevitable once they feel their lives are on the line. Bon raises his shield, positioning it between himself and Misaka. The moment he steps forward, monsters with razor-sharp fangs bared appear before them, advancing menacingly. Bon, there are monsters blocking the path ahead. Misaka is about to turn back, but Bon charges forward without a shred of hesitation. Go around them, we break through. He tells himself there's no time to deal with them one by one. Both of them sprint past the monsters. Misaka breathes a silent sigh of relief. Bon, on the contrary, is wound tight. We need to get out of here as fast as possible. The monsters refuse to give up. They continue their relentless pursuit. His mind races with anxiety, just a little further. Bon stares ahead, steeling himself. If we can just make it, we'll escape the danger zone. His eyes suddenly widen in horror. The boss monster has finished absorbing power after a prolonged period of accumulation and has spawned a dark spatial field. System and Malice Zone environmental effect has been applied across a 5-kilometer radius. Bon and Misaka freeze, jaws dropping as they stare at the creature. Is this darkness the Malice Zone skill? Has it already activated? His pupils contract. He clenches his teeth so hard they might crack, cold sweat beating across his face. That damn thing actually succeeded in absorbing power after that battle. Misaka softly calls his name. Bon, her entire body begins to grow translucent, fading. She asks him anxiously, is something about to happen to us? Bon's expression remains frozen. There's nothing he can do. Damn it, so it's true. We're in deep trouble. This is the Malice Zone. Lyaki's approaches them at a leisurely pace, streams of black smoke coiling around his form. A wide-area extermination skill. Once you're pulled in, if you don't escape the Malice Zone within the time limit, no matter how powerful your character is, you die. There's one peculiar detail: once the skill activates, no matter where you are within it, you get dragged toward the center. Someone shares in a panic, what? I was sure I'd already escaped, so why am I here? Bon frowns, scanning the dazed crowd around him. Roughly 200 adventurers remain. Among them, several witches have also appeared. The Oi Guild is down to about 20 from 50, reduced to this. Bon ponders silently. In 3 hours, there were only 11 casualties. But in the brief moment he fled, the numbers have plummeted this drastically. Ow! Clearly, something happened during that window. A bewildered adventurer speaks up. What the hell is going on here? A guild member immediately sneers back, voice dripping with contempt. The fat one snarls, do you have any idea how many people died because of trash like you? Come any closer and I'll cut you down where you stand. The crowd erupts in protest. How is any of this our fault? If you hadn't stripped us of our equipment, we could have fought back. Please protect us, I'll pay double the protection fee. The fat one barks back, fury lacing every word. Be grateful I don't slaughter every last one of you traitors right here. Don't think you can sway me that easily ever again. I could butcher you all where you stand. The hellish soundscape echoes through the chaotic scene. One person asks, what do we do now? They raise a trembling hand. I know about this phenomenon. They raise their hand, voice shaking but bold. I don't know the exact details, but if we don't escape in time, every single one of us will die. It was written in an ancient tome stored in the library. Despite their own panic, another can't help but ask what? There's a time limit. If we don't get out, we die. The knowledgeable one explains calmly, it's simple. If we move in any direction for 5 kilometers, we'll break free of this place. Though I've heard monsters stand in the way, if we all fight together, we can make it through. Bon remains skeptical. He steals a glance at the speaker. To his surprise, everything the kid said checks out. He weighs their current situation. The problem is that Lyaki's clones and the chaotic spirits blocking the paths will all attack the moment anyone tries to flee from the center of the Malice Zone. That person rallies the crowd, let's move together. Another eagerly agrees, that's right, we'll all die if we just stand here. Misaka glances at them, then turns to him. Bon, everyone's starting to move together. What should we do? Bon doesn't answer right away. He silently observes. In mere moments, more than half the crowd has already departed from the center. The heavy thud of his boots begins to ring out. Of course we won't gamble on those slim odds by tagging along with those weaklings. Then he speaks up. Let's go. He thinks to himself, to bet on higher odds of survival, he needs. Before the thought can even finish, a figure appears, thrusting out an arm to block his path. Halt! You there, barbarian, if you come any closer. He suddenly stops mid-sentence, a flicker of unease crossing his face as he changes the subject. What the you idiot? What are you doing here? And that girl too. Bon, without a shred of reservation, smirks and greets him. Hey, long time no see. The one beside him watches in horror at his actions. He's taken aback, replying quickly, what? Long time no see, what is there between us worth greeting? and why the hell are you even with that stupid little sister of mine? Bon speaks up nonchalant. I just wanted to ask, has the orc hero essence appeared yet? He stammers, flustered. Fortunately, it suddenly stops. This time his face turns ashen for no apparent reason. He draws his sword, emphasizing each word. What? You know about that? Bon's lips curl into a slight smirk. Goodly first gamble has paid off. On another note, 23 guild members remain alive, 3 backline mages, 12 in the support group rangers, and healer Sand, only 2 frontline tank warriors. MG Ren furrows his brows, struggling to contain his emotions. Only 2 tank warriors left alive. He recalls the scene back then when the riot erupted. Many tank warriors died without any support from their teammates in the rear. Lyakis had already unleashed far too many wide area attacks. The support mages were overwhelmed, leaving the frontline warriors unable to survive without healing and magic shields. He raises his staff and speaks in a reassuring tone. Everyone stay calm. We'll find a way to deal with this situation shortly. If I already knew about Lyakis' malice zone, then I also know there isn't much time left. MG Ren slams his palm against his forehead, lost in thought. The lack of tank warriors is a fatal blow. With only 2, they can't even carve a path through the monsters blocking the way. Suddenly, Bon's image flashes through his mind. Moreover, the 2 remaining warriors lean toward Damajon, wields a sword, the other a spear. That means they're missing a protector-class adventurer, a solid, sturdy frontline defender. He grits his teeth, steeling himself. Just one more. If only there were just one more solid protector-class adventurer here. A hurried voice suddenly rings out with a report. Vice Commander, many adventurers have already left. Please make a decision, we have no time. MG Ren clenches his fist, struggling to suppress his emotions. We need to move while the ones who left can still draw the monster's attention. Vice Commander, make the call. No. Move out. A loud voice answers. Strangely, it is not MG Ren's voice. It belongs to Bon. That's exactly what I was going to say. I'll carve the path for all of you. Even MG Ren is startled and confused. He immediately demands, who the hell is that yelling? The scene of him and Bond squaring off earlier flashes through his mind. The soldier answers unhurriedly. He appears to be a Barbariana companion of Misaka Stai's sister. Vice Commander, you don't need to pay him any mind. MG Ren furrows his brows. That is for me to decide. What exactly did he tell you? The soldier stammers his report. Why, yes, I'm not sure how he found out, but he says he wants our orc hero essence. He claims that with it, he can carve a bloody path for us to follow and escape from here. The old man freezes, survival instinct. An image of Bon gritting his teeth, weapon raised, standing fearless before anyone, burns into his mind. That was the first time I ever saw such a powerful light emanating from a person. He turns and walks away. Amid the storm of crisis raging around him, that skill whispers to him as if deep down, he already knew the answer. The breakthrough of Rion's survival hinges on that barbarian. Bon sees him descend and blurts out in surprise. Vice Commander, the old man wastes no breath, cutting straight to the point. What is your name? The corner of Bon's lips curls involuntarily. My name is, a thought flashes through his mind, the second gamble. He introduces himself at a measured pace. Bon, son of Jander. Inwardly he grins, success. MG Ren slowly introduces himself. I am MG Ren, Vice Guild Leader of the Aoi Guild. Soho told you we defeated the orc boss and obtained its essence. Bon tenses up. He replies carefully, it was just a wild guess. The old man sneers, a guess? How does one guess something like that? Images from his arrival here, until now, flash through his mind. He challenges the old man, as if to prove his hypothesis. What reason would a guild as large as yours have to descend into the orc territory on the 3rd floor? He doesn't buy the old man's words. He raises his suspicions about the old man's actions. If it were just to hunt orc warriors, you wouldn't need this many strategies or this many people. You definitely have another objective. MG Ren speaks slowly. It's a level 5 monster, the orc hero warrior. Basically, it's a hidden boss. Players can summon it by sacrificing 777 orc warrior gems at the temple in the center of the orc territory. A train of thought suddenly flashes through his mind. Those strategies of yours were preparations in case the orc boss appeared, however slim the odds. The old man strokes his chin, studying him in contemplation. Bon speaks up. That's why I guessed you were after the orc essence here. After hearing his razor-sharp analysis, the old man lets out a cold snort. HMPH, so you already knew all that. Then tell Muhi, exactly would we need someone like you here. Hearing this, Bon smiles faintly, confidence gleaming in his eyes. He declares clearly, I am an immortal barbarian with extreme recovery and endurance stats. My essence is the vampire essence, and I might as well tell you I also possess the Rift Guardian essence. As he speaks, the image of a vampire surfaces. Alongside it, the corpse golem essence manifests with its ability to regenerate and resist pain. Simultaneously, the golem essence manifests a grotesque creature with a mouth fashioned from the dead, its blood-red eyes radiating pure terror. MG Ren cuts him off, furrowing his brows. No need for all the explanations. Bottom line, you can fight and take hits at the same time, correct? Anything else, spit it out. Bon answers calmly, that's it, and that should be more than enough. The old man lowers his voice. Clearly, that's not bad at all. You could serve as our frontline tank to help us break out of here. He clicks his tongue and mutters, well then. Compared to the 2 warriors left in my squad, his face lights up with excitement as he exclaims, those recovery effects of yours are absolutely phenomenal. After learning of Bon's extraordinary abilities, the old man decides to entrust the essence to him. Very well, Bon Jander will hand over the orc essence. Upon hearing this, a young man's face drains of color. He stammers, reminding the old man about the mission, but Vice Commander, a noble family in the capital, has already requested that essence. The old man glances at him, his voice iron-hard enough. Just report that it never appeared in that territory. Problem solved. On this matter, the old man has deliberated thoroughly, especially given Bon's astonishing abilities, capable of both offense and defense. Handing the essence to one man who can save the entire squad, what reason is there not to do it? Sell it once we're out, and we'll have money. But if you're dead, what use is money? With that, he orders Misaka Stai to bring out the essence. Bon secretly exhales in relief. The first hurdle is cleared. 3 ferocious orcs, each representing a distinct power. 3 magic stones summon 3 corresponding orc heroes. Each one is a monster bearing its own unique name. In other words, they are higher-tier variants of their kind, each possessing complicated and troublesome traits. An entire attack squad is needed to fight these level 5 monsters. In total, there are 3 orcs that players can randomly summon. They are formidable, each possessing a unique essence with distinct effects. Even with forbidden items, the summon rate remains extremely low. As level 5 monsters, players must assemble a full attack squad to defeat them. People call them the 3 Great Orc Warriors. Each one drops a different colored essence. Tannis drops an essence imbued with the Furious Roar ability, while Bitoda drops one with the War Banner ability. Tajigasar drops a green essence containing a skilled key to completing shield training alongside one's allies. Wonder which ones they've managed to get. Bon holds the vial in his hand, studying it intently. Green. Bon doesn't think twice, he immediately uncorks the vial. He silently contemplates his luck with vials like these. When it comes to gambling odds like this, he's usually cursed. A system notification chimes. Ohiro essence is absorbing into your character's soul. Immediately after, his strength surges by 70, agility by 35, and fighting spirit, physicality, and hardened bone density each by 30. The instant the essence floods his bloodstream, Bon's fingers clench into fists. He grits his teeth, suppressing the urge to howl as raw power erupts inside him. Could it be that fighting spirit boosted all my stats? I want to unleash this power right now. Hikugat Muat notices his body trembling and speaks in a measured tone. Take off your gear first. Use the Ohiro essence carelessly, and gigantification will destroy every last piece of it. The old man eyes him and adds one more reminder. Use all of these to maximize your combat power. Bon Jander stares at the elder, then at the person behind him hauling a mountain of scrolls. He silently tallies the buff scrolls and recovery potions. Being a major guild, they have support items to spare. I really am lucky. Bon shoves his backpack into her hands. Misaka, hold on to these for me. He tears a scroll in half. System notifications fire off in rapid succession. Physical defense boost scroll activated. Advanced Stamina Boost scroll activated. Energy Recovery scroll activated. Next, he uses his teeth to pop open 3 vials at once. System notifications blare continuously. Strength Enhancement Elixir consumed. Strength temporarily increased by 10 points. Bon tilts his head back and drains them all in one gulp. Elf's Tear absorbed. All elemental resistance temporarily increased by 10 points. Viper Extract absorbed. Pain and debuff resistance temporarily increased by 10 points. The surrounding witches begin chanting incantations in unison, layering even more buffshe's magic resistance and physical damage resistance skyrocket. Abernand casts Blessing of the Elf. Magic resistance greatly increased. Abernand casts Recovery Flame. Physical damage resistance greatly increased. Tyson activates Circle of Sacrifice. Movement speed greatly increased. Hikugat Muet glances at Tyson and says, absorb whatever power you want, but Cast Ties is by far the most effective right now. Tyson understands that the Elder wants him to let Bon absorb his blood to amplify his body's regeneration. He pulls out a blade and draws it across his own wrist. Fresh crimson blood flows from the wound. Bon doesn't hesitate. He seizes Tyson's bleeding arm. A system notification chimes, blood pact activated. His eyes bulge, veins pulsing crimson. Temporary passive skill absorption initiated. Sacrilegious blasphemer of Tyson. Hikugat Muet sighs in admiration. The color of your eyes has shifted. It seems you've absorbed the passive skill Sacrilegious Blasphemer. The skill description reads as follows. Passive skill Sacrilegious Blasphemer. When maximum stamina drops below 10%, the effectiveness of all active skills increases by 1.5x. The Elder asks gently, "Shall we begin?" Bon replies softly, "Let's do it." His eyes clamp shut, sweat beads across his forehead as he reaches inward slowly, deliberately. He selects the skill absorbed from the Ohiro essence. After confirming the Ohiro essence skill, his eyes snap wide open, veins bulging across his face. Gigantification. Hikugat Muet gapes wide-eyed, watching Bon activate the skill. Gigantification. Tyson freezes in shock at Bon's transformed figure. His body has become massive, rippling with muscle, colossal beyond reason, as all his stats surge alongside it. Bon's towering body is laced with bulging veins. He breathes in ragged, heavy gasps. Thy state is also known as the barbarian hero. Misaka's face flushes crimson as she screams. The man beside her gapes in stunned disbelief. Gee, good lord, a full-blown monster, what's next? The Elder closes his eyes, his expression pained. Someone get him something to cover up, bring a few more cloaks over here. The young man behind the Elder goes pale. How is this even possible? Bon wraps a cloth around his waist. The transformation is complete. No, it's time to break through. All right. Hikugat Muet speaks up. Only 30 minutes remain before time runs out. Can you handle it? Bon replies quietly, of course I can. Bon takes a deep breath. Now for me. His eyes blaze with ferocity. Roar, charge everyone. His murderous gaze locks dead ahead. Nothing is impossible. The Elder hears his command, waves his hand and shouts, don't fall behind, after him. Everyone rushes to keep pace behind Bon. He silently tallies his rear: 23 guild members, Misaka, and 40 adventurers from the 3rd floor. People who had been trapped here all along. They join this desperate fight to keep their lives. Thanks to Hikugat Muet's earlier poor decisions, the adventurers before them had not only lost their equipment but their very lives. A magic circle ignites on their foreheads. The mages of the Oi Guild have activated their sacrificial ritual. Everyone within a 100-meter radius temporarily gains a boost to physical damage. Bon grits his teeth and grins. This monstrous power makes him want to obliterate everything in sight. The thirst for battle screams through every fiber of his being. He charges ferociously straight into the Lyaki's swarm. The Lyaki's minions bare their fangs and pounce. They are miniature incarnations of the Lyaki's floor boss. Miniature is a stretchy steel tower at nearly 2 meters tall. But standing next to him, they look downright tiny. The moment one lunges to bite, Bon drives his foot squarely into its face, sending the Lyaki's minion's head snapping to the side. Bon clenches his fist and throws a devastating punch. Lyaki's hatred effect activates. All targets receive increased dark damage. The minion's blood splatters across his shoulder, where it sizzles and smokes against his skin. That's exactly why a tank capable of soaking hits is essential in a malice zone. Even with pain resistance, debuff immunity, and magic resistance stacked, the agony still pierces through. But thanks to the dragon boss's essence, as long as his heart remains intact, he'll survive. His body is fortified, his heart pounds like a war drum. Origin of Darknesshi's character only dies when the heart stops beating. If glass cannon classes with devastating attack stats like swordsmen or archers were here, they'd be useless. They couldn't survive long enough to deal a single point of damage. An Oi Guild officer laughs heartily. We almost bit the dust back there. Hey, don't you solo an entire horde like that again. Bon narrows his eyes. I've already soaked all the damage for you lot, just stay behind me and deal damage. He tenses his entire body and lets out a roar. Muscles bulge and swell across his frame, making his already colossal physique look even more formidable. He thinks to himself, in gigantification state, the increased size amplifies my threat level, specifically the aggro radius for monsters targeting me. And for a barbarian, the monster aggro stat in this state is absolutely terrifying. With his current colossal frame, every step he takes craters the ground beneath him. Essentially, it's a full aggro drawing state, allowing the adventurers behind him to move freely and safely. Tyson roars and drives his sword clean through a Lyaki's minion. He grits his teeth, reflect damage. The attacker receives damage equal to the damage they dealt. He clutches his shoulder and screams, healer, what are you still doing? Heal me now. Bon roars, his voice like grinding iron. Don't charge up front. A hit like that could kill you before any healing reaches you. Hearing that, his face twists in frustration. That bastard talks too much. The healer says softly, "All right, Talon." Bon charges straight into the center of the orc horde. He fights alone on the front line, truly alone, because the system has flashed a notification: HP reduced to 50%. All elemental resistance and physical resistance stats increased. He is the living embodiment of the passive skill hero's path. Bon surges forward. Truth be told, it was because of this very skill that he chose the hero's essence in the first place. When HP drops below 50%, all defensive stats increase. And when HP falls to 20% or below, all defensive stats reach their absolute maximum. To exploit this ability to its fullest potential, he must fight alone. He clenches his jaw. Nobody else advances to the front line. He makes it clear he will handle this himself. Bon slams his fist furiously into the boulder ahead. As MG groans, his narrow eyes heavy with exhaustion. "Oh, are we about to make it out?" Talon follows close beside him, nodding. "Yes, that's right." Eyes MG sighs in contemplation. It seems the decision to give him the orc essence was the right call. But we still need to be wary of whatever may come from behind us. Talon nods slightly. "Understood." His face darkens. "Damn it, the moment I swing my weapon, the pain comes right back. I'm pathetic. Can't do a thing now, I'll just have to fall back." He looks toward Bon, who charges ahead like a fearless warrior, carving a bloody path to lead them all out. Though he only fought on the front line for a short while, he can say with absolute certainty, fighting up there is not something a human being should ever do. A thought flashes through Town's mind: who the hell is this guy? He'd assumed Bon was just a lowly tier 3 adventurer in a party full of good-for-nothing, she's own sister included. The image of Bon burns into his mind. His current strength is almost impossible to believe. This was the same guy who'd been powerless, driven out of the orc territory without being able to do a damn thing. He thought Bon was just an ordinary barbarian warrior. He stares at Bon's face, resolute, powerful, and savage. No matter how much pain resistance or effect immunity he has, no matter how powerful his regeneration, how can he charge headfirst into the front line against so many terrifying monsters in a situation like this? Bon surges forward. Everyone scrambles to follow. They say no one is braver than a barbarian, and they're right. Having someone like that in your guild puts everyone's mind at ease. The vice guild leader's foresight truly is incredible. He never imagined that day's decision would help everyone escape the Malice Zone. The crowd begins murmuring amongst themselves. Does anyone know that guy's name? He's gotta be pretty famous, right? Looking at him, I get the feeling he doesn't know the meaning of fear. If he weren't here right now, I can't even imagine how bad things would have got. The curious crowd turns to her and asks, "Miss A, right? Just who exactly is your friend?" Miss Aka stammers, I don't know either." ISMG grins with delight. If a legendary barbarian hero were to be reincarnated, Bon, as he appears in his eyes right now, bathed in an ethereal glow, looks exactly like a true war god. Surely this is what one would look like. A flash of light startles Town. Now isn't the time to worry about this barbarian's name. Getting out comes first. Everyone cheers in unison. "It's over, I can see the exit. Pick up the pace." Town's thoughts continue. "We'll figure things out once we're outside." A notification flashes. The Malice Zone environmental effect has been dispelled. In the real world outside, a computer screen displays Bon Jander's stats: Tier 3 Adventurer. Physical damage 330.1, 131, mental strength 168.362, ability score 152.4, item carrying capacity 782/83, combat power 846. 3-1 essences acquired: Tier 7 Corpse Golem, Tier 5 Elder Dragon, Tier 5 Orc Hero. New Bon accelerates furiously forward. He clenches his jaw tight, silently cheering himself on. Almost there, just a little further. The moment his foot takes another step, the system announces character has insufficient soul power. Excitement surges in his heart. We're out. His gigantification status is dispelled. Gradually, his body reverts to its normal form. Gigantification is being dispelled. Environmental effect Malice Zone is being dispelled. After the prolonged battle, exhaustion begins to set in. Bon sits down, tilts his head back, and tries to steady his ragged breathing. The others, realizing they've escaped, are moved to tears of joy. "We did it! We made it out! We're alive! We survived!" He turns to watch the exit vortex slowly closing, a heavy weight settling over his thoughts. Those who couldn't make it out in time, he falls silent. Suddenly, a force of pure annihilation descends, causing everything to erupt in explosions. Rubble and rock blast outward from the impact. When the dust settles, a barren wasteland is revealed. Nothing remains. Bon stares at the scene, shaken. The orc settlement on the second floor has been vaporized in an instant. The thought of being even a second slower sends chills down his spine. He readjusts the cloth wrapped around his waist, thinking, damn, that was close. The gigantification wore off just as we made it out. Escaping that place was nothing short of a miracle. Eyes MG shudders at the thought and silently exhales in relief. Bon, catching the old man's muttered words, glances back. Though they've escaped danger by the skin of their teeth, he doesn't dare let his guard down and reminds the others. But we must remain vigilant. Bon hears this and agrees. He's right. After escaping the Malice Zone, the boss's ultimate instant kill skill will be activated. One of the survivors will be chosen as the prey. Thinking of that damned boss skill, he furrows his brow and silently prays. With 15 people here, the odds are 1 in 15. If it's me or Misaka, well, as long as it isn't us, we'll be damn lucky. At that moment, Misaka's voice cuts through his thoughts. It's Misaka. For some reason, she's sitting on the ground, her body visibly trembling as though gripped by terror. Misaka clutches her backpack tightly, her entire body shaking pitifully. My body, I can't move. And the moment those words leave her lips, the ice-cold voice of the system announces Misaka Stai has been selected as the prey. Misaka Stai has entered a paralyzed state. Hearing the announcement, Bon's face turns dark immediately. He never expected the chosen one to be Misaka. You're kidding me. Out of everyone here, of all people, it was her. Misaka still has no idea what's going on. Her face is deathly pale with fear as she asks, what's wrong with you? Bon, what is this? What happened to everyone? But at that very moment, the words die in her throat. Misaka's eyes widen in horror as she glances toward the others. The very people who had just been cheering, overjoyed at surviving the danger, now stare at her with ice-cold eyes brimming with killing intent. Even Tyson's face has gone sheet white. Terror and dread are written plainly across his eyes. The instant his gaze meets Misaka's, he looks away, unable to hold her stare. The prey afflicted by this detrimental effect will be rendered immobile and becomes Lyaki's sole hunting target. In other words, Lyakis will pursue the prey until they are dead. Hans has also heard the announcement. He takes a step forward and speaks, well, that's unexpected. The prey turns out to be your companion. With a talent like Bon, he naturally doesn't want to let the opportunity slip away. He makes an offer. We'll protect her. Would you be interested in joining our guild? Bon hears this and turns to face the old man. He shakes his head and refuses the offer. No, I have no intention of working for any guild right now. Hans hears this and his voice carries a note of regret. Is that so? What a pity. You wouldn't have the chance to join our guild if you were the one chosen as prey. You might consider yourself lucky then. Bon already knows that no matter what is said, he won't join. The old man's pride prevents him from pressing the matter further. In any case, our negotiations end here. I hope we meet again in the city once we make it back. Bon gently lifts Misaka onto his back. He pulls out a rope to secure her in place, then replies, likewise if I survive and make it back. At those words, Hans seems utterly confident that Bon will survive. His voice is firm, I'm certain you'll live. You've already shown your worth. I have a feeling you'll make it out. With that, he orders the mage and the priestess to act. I hope this helps even just a little for the brutal journey ahead. Begin. The moment his command falls, the two spring into action on chanting incantations, the other weaving spells. System notification: Daniel Camel has used Blessing of the Ring. Movement speed has been significantly increased. System notification: Torpy Pion has used Yang Ward. Soul power recovery rate has been enhanced. Bon closes his eyes and feels his body beginning to mend, along with the new buffs settling over him. He silently feels gratitude for what they are doing. They're good people. They must have nearly drained their mana to cast these spells. He looks at Hans and speaks his thanks with heartfelt sincerity. Thank you. The old man accepts his gratitude and offers a blessing in return. Of course, now stay alive, you hear me. You've made it this far, don't you dare lose your life now. Hearing those words of encouragement, Bon thinks quietly to himself. Right, I'll do my best. The corner of his lips curves into a smirk. Then we'll be on our way now. 23:45 15 minutes until the labyrinth closes. Lyakis has arrived. Its crimson pupils gleam with a dangerous, blood-red light. Lyakis the Chaos Lord has awakened. Bon's bare feet pound the earth without pause. He sprints across the blood-red ground. Misaka, carried on his back, begins to drift into anxious thoughts. I can feel the warmth radiating from Bon's skin as he runs. I can't see what's behind us, but the roars are getting closer. At this rate, we'll both die, hunted down by that monster. Thinking this, she immediately shouts out his full name, Bon Jander. He asks without breaking stride, what is it? She knows she's become the prey, and she doesn't want him to die because of her. Her voice trembles with choked emotion. Stop, I'm not stupid, I know that monster is hunting me, not you. She recalls everyone's cold stares from earlier. she's certain now that's exactly why they looked at her that way. At the same time, Misaka remembers Tyson's ashen face and the way his eyes darted away the moment they met hers. Misaka thinks bitterly Evan, a family member, chose to turn his back on her. Misaka recalls the trembling helplessness of losing control of her own body, all because her mere existence has become a threat. Bon doesn't understand her plea to stop. He asks, "What do you mean?" Misaka responds desperately, "You've already done more than enough. At this rate you'll die too." Misaka forces a strained smile, trying to convince him, "We're not that close, are we? If not for you, I would have died a long time ago. Besides, I've already fulfilled my lifelong dream of becoming an adventurer." But Bon's next words, dripping with mockery, make her freeze. "How laughable. What did you just say?" Bon swings his staff, swatting away the monsters Laakis has dispatched, and speaks without slowing. "You don't want to die, not even a little, am I wrong? Then why are you saying all this now?" Misaka senses the horde of monsters closing in from behind and blurts out, "I'm telling the truth. Isn't this just because you're afraid of being abandoned?" Hearing those words, Misaka's expression freezes. She never expected him to remember that. Though deeply moved, she truly doesn't want Bon to die alongside her. She screams in frustration, "Why won't you understand? I just don't want to be a burden to you." Bon Jander knows all of this, of course, but their time together has made it impossible for him to abandon her. He asks, "Then tell me, are those feelings more important than your life? Don't test me with that kind of roundabout nonsense." His unwavering resolve leaves her at a loss for words. His next words nearly bring her to tears. "If you want to live, then just ask me for help. After that, we'll at least have a chance to escape." That's exactly the kind of thing she'd expect to hear from a barbarian. But she thinks she understands what he means. Ever since the witch's forest and beyond, Bon has been showing her what they must do to survive. His words jolt Misaka awake, and shame floods through her over her earlier words and actions. She must have looked like a crying child, paralyzed with fear in the face of danger, giving up and spouting all that pitiful nonsense to the very person risking his life to save her. That's not what she should be doing right now. After clearing her thoughts, she rests her head against his back and makes a solemn vow. "Bon, if you save me, I will follow you and support you for the rest of my life." A hint of amusement colors his voice. "I believe you've said that once before." Misaka hears this and breaks into a smile. "I have." Her eyes glisten with the haze of unshed tears. Misaka speaks up, "Then I'll give you all the earnings from this expedition once we make it back." Sweat beads across Bon's face. He forces a smile and replies, "That's better." After a long stretch of running, the Oi Guild's buff effects finally expired. Guild blessings have run their course. Bon hears the notification and thinks to himself all the Oi Guild's beneficial effects have worn off. Feeling raindrops strike his head, he thinks grimly it's raining again, which means that damned creature is right behind us. The situation for the two of them is perilous on every front. Chaotic spirits block the path ahead, Kaiser beasts close in from behind. He dodges the chaotic spirits' attacks while calculating in his head, "I wanted to save this for when things got truly desperate." But seeing that they can't afford to wait any longer, he tenses his entire body and activates gigantification. A system notification rings out. Character has activated gigantification. Your body size will increase, and you will become the primary aggro target for all monsters. All stats receive a significant boost. The moment gigantification activates, he stretches his now enormous legs and breaks into a full sprint. All my stats surge with gigantification, but what matters most right now is that each stride covers far more ground. But this skill has a drawback. He begins calculating his remaining soul power. With what's left, he can maintain gigantification for 2 to 3 minutes. Unable to gauge the exact time himself, he calls out to Misaka on his back, "Misaka, how much time is left?" She stares at Bon's timer and answers, "Exactly 196 seconds. Bon quips, "All right, I bet you're bored out of your mind. Start counting for me." She immediately complies. "Got it. 195, 194. While she counts, Bon doesn't slow down, he accelerates. Spotting the chaotic spirits flying toward them, Bon raises his knee and smashes through them. "I'll have to punch through these monsters to get past." A system notification reaches Bon. Chaotic spirit has been eliminated. The current location is afflicted with decay, applying a slow debuff to you. While Bon frantically beats down the chaotic spirits blocking their path, Misaka continues counting without pause. 90. Seeing a horde of chaotic spirits charging toward them, she screams in terror, "Wait." But Bon is in no position to hesitate. He ignores her cry and pours even more force into smashing the spirits apart. 120, her counting voice rings out, steady and unwavering. 103, sensing time slipping away faster and faster, Bon grows even more frantic. He clenches his jaw until his teeth grind. Sweat flies off his body with every violent motion, scattering into the air. At that very moment, a blinding flash of light erupts behind Bon and Misaka. Sensing the danger, he freezes, shock floods his face. Misaka counts 90 as Bon whips his head around. A vicious expression twists his features as he curses under his breath. Damn it! Spotting the river of lava surging behind them, he cries out in his mind. The monster is closing in. Monstrous beasts with jaws full of razor-sharp fangs lie scattered across the ground. Bon stares at the chaotic spirits strewn across the scorched earth. The horde that had been chasing them has thinned, considerably decimated by the boss's mad breath attack. Misaka clings to Bon's back. He grits his teeth. It's much easier to run now, but that also means we're well within its attack range. His face drains of color as the creature's massive hand descends right above his head. Bon channels every ounce of strength into a desperate leap, barely dodging the strike. Misaka doesn't forget her task and continues counting. 77. He gnashes his teeth with a low, venomous hiss. Lyaki's bares its fangs and snarls, advancing with predatory menace. Lyaki's the Chaos Lord has appeared. He stomps his foot down and raises his heel. Misaka cheers him on, her voice laced with anxiety. Bon, you'll be fine. He answers in a deep, grave voice. Stop worrying, let me focus. He clenches his fist tight. I'm not planning on leaving you here to die. Misaka screams. I'm not worth saving. Just save yourself. Bon's face bulges with pulsing veins as he shouts back. I gave you my word. Just trust me. He tells himself. What about the frost spirit ring I entrusted to her? How could I just abandon her here? Misaka's face turns ashen. You'd die here with me, all for a single promise. Who said anything about dying? He continues, I will survive, I will get us out of here. His eyes widen, pupils contracting in shock. Misaka, face pale as death, screams, Bon, your arm. Bon feels no pain, he simply roars. The moment Misaka urges him to abandon her, leave me behind. If you don't, you'll also. He bellows. Misaka's thigh keep counting, I need to know the time. Her tears stream down in torrents. 60 seconds left. At this point, his right arm has been completely corroded away by the Kaiser Lord's attack. He clenches his jaw. 1 more minute. I have to endure 1 more minute with only one arm. Escape is no longer the priority. That worm has already caught up to them. He pivots on his heel, changing direction, his mind racing. This is going to be incredibly difficult. Misaka panics. What are you doing? Bon is charging straight toward the Kaiser beast. He bellows, keep counting. Instead of protesting, she murmurs the count. 53. She keeps counting as he runs. 52. Bon calculates swiftly. It used that lethal breath attack on the spot I just ran past. It'll be much harder for it to pull off that kind of attack once I'm right up against its legs. Bon dodges a stomp from one of its colossal legs while thinking, though we'll be crushed flat if it shifts even slightly while we're this close. He leaps to evade the Chaos Lord's attack. She calls out 50 in a high voice. Sensing the danger, Misaka can't help but scream. 44. Lyaki swings its leg again. Fortunately, with his agility, he manages to dodge it. He springs aside, evading Lyaki's strike. I figured out this boss's attack pattern. He dodges while recalling the old days back when he used to watch the combat footage of the Oi Guild. When I watched the DJ All Guild fight it, Lord Jackie Kaiser bared its fangs and slammed him down viciously. Misei was still counting. 30. He was sent flying. Ben dodged its killing blow. He skidded across the ground. Ben gasped for breath. Misei was still counting. 25. Its claw slammed down before he could dodge. Damn, I just too late. It struck his chest. Ben let out a pain scream, blood spurting from his mouth. It glared at him with bloodthirsty eyes. Ben was slammed into the ground, his body crashing so hard that the earth beneath him cracked and shattered. You could see just how monstrous the force behind that blow was. Without gigantification, that single hit would have killed him. Before his eyes, its claws closed in straight toward him. Despair gripped his heart, couldn't dodge this attack. He gritted his teeth, thinking with bitter defiance. Are we going to die here? At that moment, his skill expired. Ben's body gradually shrank back to its normal size. System soul power depleted. Gigantification ended. That was exactly what saved him from Jackie Kaiser's descending claws. His face drained of color as the realization hit perfect timing. Gigantification wore off, shrinking him down just enough to slip past that blow. Damn it, me skull would have been crushed if it had been even a moment later. This is the end. Its claws came crashing down. The countdown began. 10. Ben clung to its claw. 9. Ben's eyes went wide. He bit down on the flesh of its hand and refused to let go, as if trying to rip a chunk off in pure rage. 7. Jackie Kaiser roared in pain, swinging its arm wildly. The countdown continued. 6. Lord Jackie Kaiser glared at him with murderous fury. The swing was so violent that Ben was flung off. The countdown hit its final 3. It clamped him in its claws, squeezing so hard that blood burst from his mouth. 2. At that moment, Lord Jackie Kaiser let out a thunderous roar. It opened its massive maw, ready to swallow both of them whole, but the countdown hit 0. 1. Ben laughed. Too late, you bitch, you can't kill me. System maze sealed. Character is being teleported to Jaffner. At Jaffner's central square, a massive crowd had gathered around an enormous black hole. They murmured among themselves, wondering how much had been salvaged from that maze. A child clutched at its mother's leg and asked, "Will Dad come back, Mom?" The black hole suddenly flared brighter. A group of people was hurled out of it, sprawled across the ground, sending the onlookers into a panic. The crowd screamed in terror. What happened to them? Contact the Adventurers Association. Move the injured to Safetai, set up a temporary shelter tent for them. A local looked at the wounded on the ground and went pale. He stared at the injuries and couldn't help but cry out, "Good Lord, look at him. Those wounds are terrible. Can he even survive this?" Just then, Miss A slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the crowd around her. "Am I still alive? Ben?" The people around her went pale as they took in the dangerous-looking wounds on his body. What could have happened in there for even that madman to end up like this? Even for a beast like him, this condition looks like it might be beyond saving. Miss A scrambled to her feet and rushed over. "Wait, Mov, let me through. Please, Ben." The moment she saw HIS Chinese letter NO, the moment she saw THE Chinese letter of his battered body, her heart shattered and she screamed. Bison, his condition is far from stable. One arm had been severed completely. On top of that, he appeared poisoned. His blood had already begun turning black as it seeped into the ground. Someone in the crowd took one look at his condition and shouted at the top of their lungs, calling for the Holy Temple to send a priest for immediate healing. Miss A trembled. "Please, Ben, please don't die. Please, Ben." She pressed her ear to his chest and heard a heartbeat. She broke into a relieved smile. "Haha, what? He's just sleeping." It turned out his skills were the reason. Despite the horrifying injuries on the outside, he had simply fallen into a deep sleep while his skills worked to heal his body. Miss A's voice choked with emotion as she scolded him softly. "You really scared me, you know that." Then people were talking. "Have you heard the news? The Chaos Lord appeared on the 3rd floor. Over 30 people from the DJ Guild from AVWL were killed by it." A man sitting at the bar counter asked in disbelief, "Only 30? I'm sure the Adventurers Association will release a detailed report about it tomorrow. But I heard hundreds died because of that, boss." He added more to the bartender about what he'd heard. "I also heard from another survivor that it was thanks to one person that so many people made it out alive." Another person chimed in. "You mean the Vice Captain MCG of the DCWL squad?" The other person shook their head. Noit was clearly another explorer on the 3rd floor who saved them when the boss appeared. The man's eyes went wide with shock. There was someone even stronger than the DJWL people on the 3rd floor. Who was it? The other person drew it out mysteriously. "His name is Ben, son of Jandara, madman who reached the 3rd floor just 3 months after entering the maze for the very first time." The speaker continued with growing excitement. "The mage there told me this about that madman before that moment. He hadn't yet done anything that would make him a true hero. But now there's no doubt will become one. So it's only fitting that we give him a name. Little Wang Yu, named after a hero braver and greater than any other." Ben's image in everyone's hearts had become a blazing star. He has become a hero bathed in divine light in the eyes of the people. System alert: character reputation has increased 5 times consecutively. This increases the chance of encountering special events. The man sitting in the chair stares at the paper in his hand. "Little Vangken, interesting." On his face, a scar runs from beneath his left cheek all the way up to near his nose. His lips press into a tight line as he gazes at the paper before him. How many adventurers out there have ever reached this level of reputation? Yet in such a short time since entering the maze, I've never seen a case like this in all my years at the association. Corpse Golem, Vampire Guards, Chaos Champion. These skills of his leave the man utterly astonished. He already possesses better essence than a typical adventurer. He's been able to develop his strength at an abnormal rate. No one can achieve this through luck alone. But looking back through history, there have always been people like him. Beings born into this world with a destiny uniquely their own. These people are called heroes, and their names are carved into history. Gazing at Ben's portrait, a question about his true identity rises in the man's mind. I wonder, who is he really? A hero or a malevolent soul? In the dark, oppressive void, Ben's Kai surges like a rising tide. The mechanical system voice rings in his ears. Chaos Lord Jackie Kaiser has awakened, razor-sharp claws bared, raging flames licking at its maw. Flames erupt from its mouth, scorching everything in sight. It succeeds in unleashing pure terror. Misei crumbles to her knees, trembling. Ben, I can't move. Ben stands frozen before her. Mechanical notification sounds echo in his ears, one after another. System Misaka SD has been designated as the aggro target. System Misaka SD has entered paralysis status. Immediately, Jackie Kaiser shows no mercy. It launches a relentless assault on Misei, forcing Ben to scream her name. System Misei time remaining 25. And when she looks at his severed arm, the muscles straining with violent, desperate intensity. Misei grits her teeth in anguish, counting the remaining threads. 17. The notifications keep coming without pause, alongside Jackie Kaiser's relentless onslaught. With only a handful of seconds left, every heartbeat becomes a desperate struggle for Ben to hold his ground. He shields Misei from every single attack, right down to the very last second. And when only one final second remains, Jackie Kaiser's jaws gape wide, ready to devour them whole. Facing that grotesque, gaping maw, Ben flashes a confident smile. Too late, you bastard! The maze closure announcement sounds, and both of them are teleported out to Yair. Returning to the present after everything is over, the faint glow of sunset leaks through the corner of the curtain, piercing straight inside. Ben squints, irritated by the harsh light. The sliver of light shines directly on him, making him narrow his eyes for a moment before he jolts awake. He bolts upright, staring at his own hands. Right, I made it back. At this moment, Misei lies with her head resting on his lap. Ben gazes at her peacefully sleeping face, so adorable it tugs at his heart and feels a wave of relief wash over him. She doesn't even stir when he strokes her head. She must be truly exhausted. 2 days later, the entire tavern buzzes with rumors. Whispers about the battle with Jackie Kaiser echo at every single table. Hey, you heard the news about the boss appearing on the 3rd floor. How could I not have heard? Hundreds of people died. The other man gets cut off and clicks his tongue in annoyance. Then you must have heard about that crazy brave lunatic too, yeah. He clinks glasses with the other and replies, of course little Vankan, that little hero. The other bursts into laughter. Never would have thought a guy like him was a 3rd floor adventurer. The other one curses, but which bastard summoned Jackie Kaiser in the first place? While the two of them discuss him, Ben's fame continues to skyrocket at a rapid pace. The chatter shows no sign of stopping. Still haven't caught the culprit. Doesn't look like it. So while Ben and Misei sit waiting for their food, Zaijuji's group dwarven party, looking rather splendid, strides over to greet them. Ben scratches his ear. Thank goodness you two are safe. Misei jumps to her feet in excitement. I'm so glad you're okay too. I heard you got injured in Thainan Forest. The man in the sharp suit replies to her. I'm sorry about that. If I hadn't been injured back then, everyone would have. Ben cuts him off irritably. Enough. Why don't we order some food? Ben's gaze pierces like a bullet. The man guesses he must be absolutely starving. Once the dishes cover the table, Ben slams his wine glass down hard. Mr. Zaijuji. Ben asks curiously, what exactly happened to you guys out there? Zaijuji skewers meat with one hand and holds his glass with the other. Despite his mouth being stuffed, he wastes no time answering Ben and keeps it concise. You already know Ya Miller got hurt, right? After that, we used the guard's wristwatch to buy time and escape from the forest. The answer startles Misei so much she forgets to eat. Wait, that thing can be used more than once. Meanwhile, Ben silently deduces the must have used that numbered consumable item. Zaijuji laughs heartily and continues his story. If you use rapid recovery, you can reset the item's charge count, you know. A little trick the old-timers left behind. It seems even Misei is hearing this for the first time. Wow, I had no idea you could do that with that item. Zaijuji and the man in the suit don't notice Duan-Chi's rather surprised expression and keep sharing without pause. After that, we ran far enough to treat Ya Miller, then tried to find you guys, but we were too far apart to pick up your trail. So we just kept wandering around searching. His voice carries a note of helplessness. Then we ran into that crazy priestess we met on the 3rd day. Misei is completely swept up in their story. She even jumps to her feet. What and then what? What happened next? Zaijuji waves it off like it's no big deal. Predictable. We fled and used the teleportation gate to reach the 4th floor. Miller pauses, slightly shaken, then continues. We actually became the only ones who managed to get up there. Ben's eyes widen in surprise. He immediately imagines how this group must have exploited the player limit on each floor to climb higher. The color of the gate leading to the 4th floor of the Heavenly Tower shifts constantly. If you can enter the gate before it changes color, you can block everyone behind you from climbing this 100-floor tower. Once a floor is cleared, its item drops never respawn. In other words, reaching that floor becomes extremely safe thanks to the limited number of people allowed through. Zaijuji doesn't hesitate to get under Ben's skin. He lets out a sigh, claiming that sitting idle on the first floor for a full 10 days was nothing short of torture. Ben is absolutely livid. Torture, my Asui are the ones who actually went through hell here. But Zaijuji's complaints show no sign of stopping. But at least we had essence right from the start. Ben goes stiff. What? Zaijuji cheerfully explains to him. This is the essence of a Niga rank 7 monster. I managed to harvest it. At this point, Ben has hit his breaking point. Veins bulge on his hand, looking like he's about to crush the wine glass to dust. What the hell is this? Is this some kind of game? How is this guy so damn lucky? A rank 7 monster. It's a rare breed, so its essence is extraordinarily valuable. While it's not a combat-type essence, it grants the user an active skill called Treasury Room. The vault allows the user to open their own miniature pocket dimension. Here's the kicker: when you open the Treasury Room for the very first time, all kinds of items, every single type, are randomly distributed inside. Ben forces himself to stay calm and asks Zaijuji, so what did you get from it? Zaijuji doesn't hesitate and drops an absolute bombshell on Ben. 2 million soul stones and 3 vials of the highest grade potions plus 1 numbered item and another piece that's equally rare. At this point, Ben has completely lost control of both his expressions and body language. With the actual F, he curses so hard it makes Zaijuji question his own existence. Good heavens, why do you have to swear like that? Even though his face has turned ashen gray and his entire body is trembling with rage, Ben still forces himself to calm Zaijuji down verbally. Sorry, I'm just really surprised, that's all. But inside, 10,000 wild horses are trampling through his mind. How is this guy so lucky? My own RNG luck is absolute garbage. Meanwhile, Zaijuji keeps rambling on about all the treasures he received. But honestly, even the numbered items, I don't really need them. I'm planning to sell them off and split the profits afterwards. Ben is still drowning in jealousy over someone else's insane fortune, but the total is definitely over 10 million soul stones. Even split, it's still way too much. His hand trembles beside the shattered remains of the wine glass he has just crushed to pieces, but his mouth forces out a stiff congratulations. Got it, congrats. Misei's attention snaps back to Ben. She tilts her head, suspicious. Ben, why did you break another spoon? Ben fumbles for words. I couldn't control my grip. It's the hero O essence acting up, that's all. Misei clearly isn't buying it. He used to control it just fine before. At this point, Ben's embarrassment flips straight into irritation. His voice rises. You didn't see everything. Misei backs down immediately. Fine. But the two of them going back and forth in front of Zaijuji makes the man so uncomfortable that he lifts his wine glass to shield his face. I'm pretty sure I did see everything though. Both Ben and Misei whip around in unison. What? Zaijuji leans in, curiosity piqued. What exactly happened between you two? I've caught bits and pieces. Just as Misei opens her mouth to speak, Ben raises a hand, cutting her off. Let me handle this, there are some things we can't disclose. To keep it short, Ben gives a condensed rundown of how they summon Jackie. Cut, go back and read chapters 44 through 53 if you want the full story. The three across from them piece it together and speak in unison. So that's what happened. The man in the suit turns to Misei. Congratulations on forming a pact with a spirit beast. It must have been a heavy burden on your shoulders all this time. But when you say it's thanks to Ben, what do you mean? Misei flinches at the pointed question. She stammers through her answer. I mean without Ben, we never would have made it back alive. Zaijuji nods, seeming to agree. That's right, you managed to obtain the O essence from the Gui Guild. The protection fee was 2 million soul stones. We'll cover 1 million since we bear partial responsibility for this. Ben's earlier irritation evaporates instantly. He whips towards Zaijuji, eyes practically sparkling with admiration. So he's the beacon of truth now, not the short god anymore. It's only now that Leo finally speaks up. This is the most epic and thrilling tale I've heard in a long time. What a shame I wasn't there for it. Zaijuji agrees with Leo. No one can deny the name Little Wangyuan anymore. Not after a feat that extraordinary. Ben's brow creases, he asks immediately, wait, Little Wangyuan, what's that supposed to mean? Zaijuji explains brightly, didn't you hear? That's what everyone around here has been calling you. Ben's new nickname, a man being compared to the legendary hero of a bygone era, Wangyuan. Little Wangyuan. Ben's brow furrows even deeper as he pictures the legendary Wangyuan clad in armor, blade in hand, charging heroically into battle. A nickname that was way too fast. In a game, pumping your fame stat is great, but this is real life. And with his fame stat climbing nonstop like this, he's bound to receive a warning. There's a high chance a special event will trigger for his character. Get too famous and I'll attract all the wrong kinds of attention. Misei speaks up, cutting off Ben's train of thought. Congrats, you've already got level 5 essence, plus a nickname to boot. You are gonna go far for sure. The congratulations didn't exactly sound sincere, so his reply came out flat. Thanks. Misei seemed oblivious to the coldness, blinking eagerly. So, there's one more really important thing we need to talk about. Right, how do we split the money? Oh, and we also got a bounty for reporting Kazdui right. That's 3 million total. Ben pulls out the notice. The contents read as follows. Team Ben Misa Exploration results team profit share 2,440,000. Kazdui report bounty 1,300,000. Support from 3 individuals 1 million. Remaining equipment disposal from 3 individuals 3,110,000. Mana stones harvested after separation 800,000. Total 8,550,000 stones. Equipment repair costs for 2 people 600,000 coins. Priest healing for Ben's arm. 300,000 in total. 7,650,000 stones. Ben grins wickedly, crushing Misei's fantasies right in front of Zaijuji's crew. I was originally planning to take just half, but you do remember what you said, right? You said you'd give me everything. Misei's eyes well up with despair. Fine, take it all. You brute. A few days later, Misei and Ben cross paths on the street. She speaks first. All wrapped up. She glances at Ben and teases playfully. The maze nearly killed us, but life out here is just as brutal. Ben walks up to her, but I've pretty much handled everything. He tells Misei he's already prepared all the supplies they need. Picked up our gear from the repair shop, bought a few extra sand, we've still got the auction to attend. This genuinely brightens Misei's mood. Her eyes curve into a smile. That's great. Ben isn't quite as optimistic. He gazes at Misei with a serious expression, silently calculating. What's going on with her? She keeps clinging to him, moping about losing the money. Is it because I took it all? But it's better this way. Somio needs to manage the finances. He's already calculated their total funds in his head. He plans to spend half of it boosting Misei's strength. 7.65 million soul stones isn't a large sum not when he thinks about the future. Essence is crucial along with weapons and gear. He has to focus on making Misei stronger. She's already a core member of the team. Ben's stare makes Misei squirm. She points at herself. Ben, why are you looking at me like that? Misei's voice carries far enough to drag every bystander's gaze onto Ben. Ben, little Van Can. He looks like nothing more than some random commoner. Ben doesn't seem to care about the stares. He keeps talking to Misei. I'm heading back now. What are you going to do? Misei stammers, W when you put it that way. I'm going to see my family. Ben can't believe his ears. Family. Misei can't meet his eyes. She turns away, hiding her pale face. I might stay there until tomorrow, or maybe one more day. Ben says he understands on the surface, but deep down he's suspicious of her strange behavior. Why does she look so terrified just telling me that? Of course he's a little worried, but it's her business, not his to manage. He speaks again, good luck. But Misei's ears droop even lower than before. I think I'll feel better. Ben is genuinely worried. Doesn't sound okay at all. He immediately adds once more, slapping a thunderous pat on her back. Good luck. Misei yelps in surprise. You violent brute. Ben owns it without a care. There, see, you look better already, Misei adds fondly. I'll be back, don't skip any meals, okay? He answers immediately. Sure. Right until she dashes off, she keeps rambling. Eat more vegetables. See you later. Ben leans back smiling as she hurries away. She said she'd treat him like her benefactor, then marched firmly onto the carriage. In his heart, he keeps mulling it over. But why does it feel like she's treating him like a little kid? It's just like how his ex-girlfriend used to. As the carriage wheels slowly roll away, Ben remains lost in thought. Regardless, the first priority is making Misei stronger. His worries about Misei persist until a notification rings out. He arrives at District 8. The sunset greets Ben's footsteps as he maps out plans for himself and Misei in his head. I could move up to a higher tier now that my stats have improved, but I can't bring Misei along. He carries his luggage on his back thinking, I'll probably stay on this team for now, and Misei can upgrade the pact between her spirit beast and herself to farm more essence. Though I do need to swap out her main weapon. A shout from the execution grounds slashes through Ben's thoughts. The execution begins. He immediately spots the excited crowd ahead. Damn it, I knew things had been way too peaceful lately. Noisy chatter floods into Ben's ears. Fewer people have come to watch today than usual, and the regulars are nowhere to be seen. From a distance, blood splatters across the ground, alongside a wooden bucket filled with fresh blood. The ignorant onlookers, seeing that the condemned is not an evil spirit, express their disappointment. I came because it was supposed to be an evil spirit, but this is so boring. Even the blood is the same color. Ben stops dead in his tracks. Evil spirit. The onlookers keep chattering. Isn't it despicable how they disguise themselves as humans? When he sees the pale, gagged face of the condemned man, shock slams through his mind. That's Tawai-kan of the lion family. His face darkens. Looking at this scene, Ben realizes Tawai-kan never followed his advice. He'd been worried about whether the guy was alright, and clearly, Tawai-kan never bought the weapons with the money Ben gave him. As if by telepathy, Tawai-kan spots Ben in the crowd while Ben is still lost in speculation. He probably never even set foot in the maze entrance either. Ben suddenly lifts his head and stares straight at Tawai-kan. Seeing the man staring back at him, he's startled as he recognizes me. Tawai-kan is truly terrified, tears brimming in his eyes as he screams Ben's name through his gag while the blade draws near. Ben closes his eyes in despair and turns away, unable to watch. That could have been me. He needs to stop pitying others. Ben's sorrow is interrupted by a voice from behind. You're Ben Jander's son, aren't you? He whips his head around, furious. Get lost. The man doesn't flinch at the rejection. He smirks tauntingly, pressing a finger to his lips. Hey, don't be so cold. I'm just like you. Suddenly, the man fires off a barrage of questions about Ben's background. America, Southeast Asia, Europe. Where exactly are you from? Ben hears the question and just wants to curse. What the hell now? Ben is about to walk away when the man calls him back. He glances back at the caller with an unfriendly gaze and makes his prediction. I knew this day would come eventually. The man introduces himself. I'm from America, you figure out the rest. But I didn't expect it to be this soon. He exhales hard, his expression furious. With situations like these, there's only one answer. Ben's authoritative voice booms out, making the blonde-haired man flinch in fear. Stop talking in riddles, get to the point. The evil spirit hunter looks slightly wary at Ben's impatient expression, but still says, you almost had me fooled, you know. I thought you'd only been here for 3 months. You put on a good act. Hearing that, Ben grows suspicious. Act? I told you to get to the point. The man keeps up his smooth talking. Don't be so hostile. Suddenly, the man blurts out, you're also here because of that game, aren't you? Ben stares back, his expression baffled. What? Is this bastard thinking what I think he's thinking? The evil spirit hunter opens with flattery, clearly just trying to broker some kind of deal. You're really something, you know that. In just 3 months, you've already earned yourself a title. It took me 3 years to get that established. I'm human too, you know. Ben hears the man's words and thinks, is this guy trying to scam me? The evil spirit hunter flashes a cunning grin and says casually, you don't need to tell me where you're from. We're all outsiders who ended up here. Ben stares at the man with dark, menacing eyes. The evil spirit hunter continues coaxing him. By the way, we've formed a game association. Would you like to? Before he can finish, Ben cuts him off. I have a question. He furrows his brow so hard his angular face looks even more fearsome. He jabs a finger at the man's face and demands, are you an evil spirit? The man doesn't seem to hear clearly and asks again. Huh? Then he answers, I see. I was beating around the bush so you couldn't trust me, huh? Yes, I'm an evil spirit. Hearing the answer, Ben throws his head back and screams toward the sky. His voice drips with killing intent. The vice captain told me to kill every evil spirit I see. The people nearby start murmuring, what's going on? An evil spirit. The madman hearing this, the evil spirit hunter trembles in terror, his mouth stammering, unable to form coherent words. Kai kill. Ben answers and raises his fist toward the man. He says, that's right, a madman who never backs down in the face of injustice. Scene cuts to the security agency. A voice rings out, that really is little Wong-kan. The soldier at the security agency hands him something and thanks him sincerely. Thank you. My brother was able to come back from the labyrinth, and it's all thanks to you. Ignoring the knight's words, Ben asks, is your brother from the game guild? The man answers, no, my brother was just one of the people who paid them for protection. Ben thinks for a moment. Only about 10 people survived, That's all. He says, I'm hungry. How long do I have to stay here? Not being able to kill that evil spirit bastard already pisses me off enough. His fierce demeanor leaves the man at a loss for how to respond. The man stammers out a reply. Going back to when Ben attacked the evil spirit hunter, many voices tried to stop him there. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Stop. He roars, struggling to break free and beat the battered blonde man lying on the ground. Let me go, that guy is an evil spirit. He was trying to pull some shady crap on me. The people holding him back are startled. What an evil spirit. The knight answers after a moment of recollection. We're still investigating, so please wait a little longer. If what you're saying turns out to be true, then we will. While he's still speaking, a soldier rushes in to report. Captain. The soldier speaks hastily, but stumbles over his words. He quickly corrects himself. The person who got beaten to a pulp. I mean, the suspect has the badge of an evil spirit hunter. Hearing this, the captain is stunned and immediately turns to ask, what the badge of an evil spirit hunter? Ben thinks, evil spirit hunter. A man who appears to be a physician gives his assessment. This person is not an evil spirit. Hearing this, Ben yells, but he said it himself. He said he was an evil spirit. Now suddenly he's not. What kind of nonsense is this? Do you think I'm easy to fool? The intelligence agent looks slightly intimidated but still explains patiently. This happens all the time with people who act before hearing the full story. It's common, which is exactly why situations like this keep occurring. Ben cuts him off. Stop, I don't understand explanations like that. The night captain lets out a heavy sigh. He says, in other words, he thought you were an evil spirit. Ben responds utterly baffled. What, me? After asking again, he immediately flies into a rage, ready to throw hands and roars. Who are those bastards? I'll crush their skulls. Meanwhile, the healer is so terrified that cold sweat beads across his forehead. Ben Jander is still seething with rage. He says, explain it in terms I can actually understand. Are you mocking me? The evil spirit hunter lies on the bed, his body still trembling uncontrollably the moment he hears Bonender's voice. It's not exactly easy to explain. This won't happen again. After leaving the security agency, Bonender walks out lost in a storm of thoughts. Damn it, didn't expect them to know that much. He replays the scene in his mind, the moment the evil spirit hunter first approached him. With those European looks of yours, where exactly are you from? So not every bastard in this city is a complete idiot after all. The image of the evil spirit hunter speaking lingers stubbornly in his mind. You're also here because of that game, aren't you? The moment those words left the hunter's mouth, suspicion had already taken root in Ben's mind. Looking back, a chill runs down his spine. Thank God the game's pronunciation mirrors how the Japanese speak, otherwise he'd have been exposed. Ben Jander strides through the pitch-dark night, every step filled with quiet resolve. If the evil spirit hunter gets executed, well, that's only fair. A strange city with no one to lean on. A stranger suddenly approaches out of nowhere. Based on his experience, that's never a good sign. He arrives at an inn, but his mind refuses to stop racing. Damn it! The more he thinks about it, the worse this world seems to get. He steps inside, but the thoughts keep pouring in like an open floodgate. Well, at least that whole mess blew over quietly enough. His foot suddenly steps on something, a letter. He picks it up and shakes it. A red pill tumbles out from inside. A pill. He stares at it confused. He reads the letter aloud. Is this some kind of unsealed delivery? The letter is a randomized dispatch sent to an adventurer suspected of being a player. If you can read this, do not let anyone know you are a player. And do not translate this letter even if an evil spirit hunter catches you. To say Ben Jander is surprised by the letter's contents would be an understatement. We have a community that guarantees 100% anonymity. Once you consume the pill inside this envelope, you will gain entry. If you do not wish to join, destroy the pill. May you survive. The Demon Hunter. P.S. The King of Jaffner is a bastard. Zincut Security Agency. The direct link. Connected to the Royal Intelligence Agency of Jaffner. A mysterious figure radiating an aura of absolute authority speaks in a low voice. What do you mean beaten to pulp? My orders were to observe him, quietly, nothing more. The intelligence agent reports in a trembling voice. He thought it would be an easy capture since the target has only been in the city for 3 months, sir. The mysterious figure asks, and the result? The agent bows his head. I believe you should see for yourself, my lord. An image of Bonender flickers into view. The evil spirit hunter's voice echoes through the recording. You're Jander Bond's son, aren't you? Inside the orb, the footage replays Ben Jander beating the evil spirit hunter bloody. The dialogue between the two rings out clearly. You almost had me fooled. Nice acting, by the way. I told you to get straight to the point. The vice captain's standing orders: kill every evil spirit on sight. Wait. The mysterious figure fixes his gaze on the orb, studying every detail. After hearing enough of the hunter's screams, the mysterious figure delivers his conclusion. A normal evil spirit would have chosen to flee in that situation. But he attacked without a moment's hesitation. The man kneeling on the floor still doesn't understand. So what does that mean, my lord? The image of Ben Jander continues to play as the two security agents exchange glances. Ben Jander is not an evil spirit. The man lowers his head and replies softly, yes, sir. The unseen figure mused, earning a title in just 3 months, and he's not even an evil spirit. Could it be that this boy is destined to become a hero? Perhaps he smiles, but only half his face is visible. Goodness city. System notification reputation 1. Ben Jander says this city always needs more heroes. The next morning, at the Magic Tower, Ben Jander gazes up at the colossal structure looming before him. Those items I received yesterday should prove useful, which means I should act like I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. Inside the tower at the alchemy workshop, a blonde mage speaks up. Oh, you're going to draw attention to yourself now, you know. She notices his startled expression and adds, once you've got even a little fame, everyone will know your face. so be careful. She continues as Bonender holds up the letter, its text already vanished. Honestly though, if you'd come to me right away, I could have at least analyzed the handwriting. It's already gone, isn't it? Is that because of magic? Aren't you curious what an evil spirit would write in a letter? He asks again, evil spirits. The blonde mage replies, I'm not the one saying this, but that letter is from the evil spirits. He shouts in shock, what? I had no idea. That's an evil spirit's letter. Damn, she's impressive. The blonde mage accepts the compliment with a smug expression. Frankly, almost no one else would have known that. Back to when Ben Jander opened the letter, there was also a pill inside, right? Do you have any idea what that pill actually is? Not a clue. The image of a powerful mage holding the pill materializes alongside the blonde mage's explanation. It was crafted by an exceptionally skilled mage and expert in psychological and spatial magic, as well as a master alchemist. Considering its staggering capabilities, she continues, if you consume that, you can enter the spirit realm. When it comes to new knowledge, Ben Jander is completely in the dark. He asks, the spirit realm? The blonde mage seems to possess an impressively vast well of knowledge. She explains, think of it as another dimension, if that helps. Your body remains here, but your consciousness will be in an entirely different place. As the blonde mage lectures on about its uses and effects, Ben Jander listens with rapt attention. If you drink this pill, you'll be summoned to the spirit realm once every 15 days. The evil spirits use it to exchange information there. Many have tried consuming the pill to enter the spirit realm. Within days, they were all dead. The word dead hits him like a slap. Wait, they died. Ben Jander's blood runs cold. If he drinks this thing, he's finished. The blonde mage gives her warning, so no matter how curious you are, don't drink it. Ben Jander presses further, then this thing isn't poisonous, right? He wonders who the hell sent this to him. The blonde mage speaks with a proud expression. So you're telling me that's how mages are, huh? This pill is not poison. Ben Johann Jander asks, then why did they die? The blonde mage says there are many theories, but most people believe they can recognize those who aren't evil spirits. And so they've blocked the intruder's soul from re-entering its body. That pill really is dangerous. He lets out a heavy sigh of disbelief. Ben Jander realizes this means some players he doesn't even know could hold his life in the palm of their hands. The blonde mage speaks with a very serious expression. On second thought, the strange part is that in that world they'd resemble their own soul's form. So he wouldn't be able to tell what they actually look like in real life. He asks tensely, but can't you use magic to detect who has taken the pill? The blonde mage returns to her playful demeanor and waves her hand dismissively. Nope, no way at all. If that were possible, every evil spirit would have been caught by now. Ben says, I see. The blonde mage steers the conversation back to the main topic. She says it's time to begin today's examination. I'll start by studying your blood. Ben Jander rests his hand on his thigh, thinking that if anonymity is guaranteed, entering the spirit realm might actually be worthwhile. If my neck twitches even slightly, maybe I can gather some useful intel from over there too. Maybe there's still a way back to reality. The blonde mage raises her hand in a beckoning gesture, wearing a slightly eerie smile. She says, hurry up, it's fine, you won't die. Ben Jander resolutely sits on the electric chair while the blonde mage watches from behind with a smile and eyes that gleam with excitement. He pays no attention to this, lost in his own thoughts. So should I take that pill or not? In a room, a letter and a red pill sit on a table as thoughts echo through the silence. I think it's best to take it. No matter how I look at it, the conclusion is the same. That's my decision after weighing both the risks and the benefits. The pill shines in Ben's mind, consuming his thoughts. If it were truly that dangerous, that community wouldn't exist. He lies on the bed in relaxation, musing, but I can't take it right away. Even if the sender is anonymous, whoever mailed the invitation would know exactly who the newcomer is. An illustration appears showing a person writing a letter. What if I'm the only one they sent the letter to? Then they'd know exactly who I am the moment I step into their community. So Ben decides to wait a while before taking the pill, to better protect his identity from being exposed. If I do take it, I should wait at least 3 to 6 months. Outside the house, dawn breaks as the sky gradually brightens. It seems Ben Jander has been thinking all night I didn't need the information that urgently after all. 13 days after returning from the D-rank maze, plus 15 more days. A high-rise laboratory in the Magic Tower. A figure performs a strange ritual with a crystal ball. He says, sir, the mysterious figure asks the person on the other side, how was this latest batch, Soul Queen? The other person replies, they aren't here. The mysterious figure pauses briefly, then responds, is that so? A beam of light from the crystal ball reflects off his thick, round glasses as his voice drops. Then that person definitely isn't a player, the other person confirms, most likely not. After a moment of hesitation, the other person asks, then what do you plan to do about those letters you still refuse to send? He pauses as if mulling it over, then says, don't delay any further on my account, please send them out in order. The other person hearing this quickly responds, very well. After finishing his conversation through the crystal ball, he thinks to himself that he had placed too much expectation on that one. Not this time either. Scene change. Ben is at a branch of the Adventurers Association. He is working with the staff at the Adventurers Association. You've been promoted to rank 6 adventurer. Thank you. Once finished, he recalls the scene of training every dawn. Every single day, I handle what needs to be done like it's homework. It makes time pass faster. Among all those activities, sparring kills time the best. Ben grabs a towel and wipes the sweat from his face. He looks at himself in the mirror. I won't feel bad about it. I use them for what I need. At Misei's weapon shop, she exclaims, isn't that way too big? He holds a colossal mace weighing 400,000 soul stones, enchanted with acid resistance, along with a shield and beast leather armor. Nope, there are even bigger ones out there. In his mind, he adds, and I need something to protect my dignity when I activate gigantification. Ben grins and presents a family heirloom protective shorts worth 900,000 soul stones, enchanted with auto-recovery, shape-shifting, and acid resistance in front of Misei. I can't keep transforming without a stitch of clothing every single time. Misei is utterly astonished by Ben Jander's actions. She says they're enchanted too. It must have been really hard to find one that fits. Ben asks her, how about you? Does it fit properly? It might be a bit smaller than usual, but it should be bigger than the old one. Hearing this, Misei blushes with embarrassment. I don't even know. It's a bit much. Scene change at training ground. A bundle of straw is tossed into the air. Misei unleashes a series of beautifully precise slashes. She mutters to herself, I've gotten used to it now. On her person, it's clear Ben has purchased 2 swords for Hera dual blade set at 70% standard quality from the Lanna School of Swordsmanship, costing 550,000 soul stones. Beast blood to enhance the spirit beast consumed 220,000 soul stones. Seeing the straw bundle cleaved in 2 and freezing solid on the ground, Ben silently marvels. Could it be because of the spirit beast blood? Now she can combine ice magic with her melee attacks. After a successful practice session, Misei asks smugly, did you see that? What do you think? Ben responds expressionlessly. Your footwork is still sloppy, keep practicing, the rest is rank 3 seal quality. Ben reaches behind his back as if trying to touch something. So it really did reach rank 2 yesterday. He thinks it only took 10 minutes, but it felt like enduring 12 hours of agony at the highest intensity. The seal engraver says with a teasing expression, young warrior, it's fine if you want to scream. Ben thinks, I didn't expect pain resistance to be completely useless against this. When the seal is successfully completed, the old man exclaims, I've never seen anyone remain conscious after having a seal perfected like you. He brings a jar of fortune sticks closer and says, pick one, I'll read your fortune, I've got time to spare. Ben is surprised. Is that like fortune telling with divination sticks? Ben reaches out and picks a stick at random. He hands the fortune stick to the seal engraver. The old man examines it with a contemplative expression. He asks, young warrior, when were you born? Hearing this, Ben tenses up. He can't answer and can only stammer. That kind of thing, he thinks to himself. Do berserkers even know their own birthdays? Seeing that he can't answer, the old man says. Hearing this, Ben feels quite angry. It gave him one hell of a scare. So what about my fortune? As he speaks, images of berserkers, knights, mages, and chieftains appear, whether good or bad. Things that others experience only once in a lifetime, this one will face many times over. That is the fate of those we commonly call heroes. Scene changes. Ben puts his clothes back on. He says, fate my ass, nothing's going to change. I just need to fulfill my duties. Ben remains deep in thought, steeling himself for whatever challenges lie ahead. But at that moment, a knock at the door cuts through his stream of thought. Suddenly, the blonde's voice rings out. Ben, are you awake? Time for breakfast. Ben silently resolves to prepare himself as thoroughly as he possibly can. Countless candles burn inside the tent. The seal enchanter says to Ben, I've never seen anyone want to take the 3rd seal so soon. The rune tattooist standing behind him speaks up. This proves it, you've got 3 paths ahead of you now: fire spirit, iron spirit, and savage spirit. Not too different from the game content. He turns his head and tells the man, I choose savage spirit. The man replies, all right, get ready. A harrowing scream erupts from inside the tent. And just like that, he burns through another 200,000 soul stones. Ben grits his teeth. Expensive as hell and painful as death, but every single one of his stats has clearly gone up. The savage spirit's effectiveness lies in boosting his threat level. In other words, just breathing is enough to aggro monsters now. As the thought crosses his mind, he pictures himself swinging a weapon and screaming in the middle of a monster horde, his savage nature flaring up to temporarily increase his threat level by threefold, along with bonus stat points tacked onto his vitality. He gasps for air, trying to adjust to and endure the aftermath of the pain. I aggro monsters and my stats just go up on their own. The perfect trait for a tank who eats damage for a living. Once it's over, the agony has turned his face deathly pale, exhaustion written all over him. On top of that, if he uses gigantification to further amplify his threat level, he can't even imagine how much more he'll be capable of in just 3 months. The seal enchanter unexpectedly leans close to Ben's ear and whispers, "You look exhausted, head back." The sudden gesture makes him jolt in surprise. Right, he's about to leave when the man suddenly calls out, "Wait, there's something about your fate I didn't mention yesterday," he asks. "What is it?" The man advises him with utmost seriousness, "Be wary of those who carry resentment in their hearts. You tend to attract them, it seems." He doesn't understand, "Speak plainly. If you can resolve their grudges, it will benefit you. If not, it will be the thing that destroys you." Ben is irritated but blurts it out regardless. "I told you to speak more plainly." He says his farewell. "All right, I'm heading out." The rune tattooist hears this, says nothing more, and simply watches him leave in silence. As he steps outside, his mind races with calculations. "Now that I've got a tier 3 spirit seal, all that's left is..." Before he can finish the thought, Lana appears and cuts him off. She calls out to Ben. He responds, "Hey, what are you doing here?" She whispers to Ben, "Keep it down. If I get caught, it won't end well. Come here." He whispers back, "What's going on?" Ben leans in closer to talk with Lana. "I heard from the guys in the unit that you've earned yourself a nickname, Little Vancan." "That's awesome, B." He shrugs with a nonchalant expression. "It's nothing that big of a deal, really." "What happened? I want to hear everything," Lana says, her eyes sparkling with excitement. After Ben finishes recounting the story, he puts on a face that says that's it. That's all there was to it. When he's done, she asks, "You're on a team with Saijuji." "That's great. I was worried you'd be all on your own." Ben notices Lana's gaunt appearance and asks, "But why do you look so thin? Those old bastards aren't feeding you." She denies it. "No, it's because I'm compressing my body." He asks in surprise. "Compressing?" Ben looks slightly worried. "I've only heard about it. I don't really understand it that well myself," he admits. Right as Ben is mid-sentence, a voice calls out, "Where has the second daughter of the Fan Air family run off to now?" Lana looks toward the voice and says, "I have to go now." Ben replies, "Sure, I've got things to do too. Thanks for the story. Make sure you come visit. Will you be okay?" Lana replies with her usual optimism, "I'll be fine. I just need to train twice as hard." Cut out sleep entirely. Ben thinks to himself, that's even more worrying. As he turns to leave, Lana calls out, "Oh, Ben." A gentle breeze sweeps through her hair. Lana holds 2 small branches in her hands, eyes shining with joy as she speaks. "Almost forgot to say this, but I'm glad you seem to be doing really well." Ben is taken aback by those words. Lana continues, "Back then you always had this fierce, burning determination to survive. I really admired that about you, but now, you look so much more at ease. I guess it's because your new friends are people you can trust." A loud shout rings out. "Lana, get over here now. Anyway, see you later. I'll come back and become a warrior truly worthy of the name." He watches Lana walk away, leaves drifting past, and asks himself, "More at ease, huh?" A green-haired girl speaks up, "You're famous now." Ben thinks, "She's talking to me with way too much subtext. Can't she just be straightforward for once?" With that thought, he responds to her but deliberately off topic. "Honestly, I don't even know why I'm here. It feels pretty weird. Kind of pointless, really." He turns away bluntly, leaving just one sentence, "Well, I'm off." He thinks she wanted to befriend her because she was a mage. But approaching her now serves no purpose. He's level 6 already, and he even has a title to his name. Ben's heavy boot heels strike the floor, echoing with a steady clack-clack through the silent space. As he walks, he thinks he already has a mage on his team even if the guy doesn't come from the Magic Tower or KH letter 1EA3, Iangu. A hypothesis springs to mind. He tilts his head slightly. After all, she works as a librarian here. Maybe her situation is similar to Doin' Cheese. He glances back slightly, but still thinks this is all just a distraction. The light seems to envelop the two of them. For someone like him, Somion, who puts survival above all else, caring about what others think or feel is simply impossible. He doesn't have the capacity to look after other people. He recalls a few incidents from the past. That's why he suspects everyone he meets, scrutinizing their every move. The maniac flips into merchant mode, evaluating their worth, what benefit they might bring him. He kills them if they become a threat, constantly wondering whether they can be used or whether they'll stab him in the back. That's right, every single time he's cold. Every single time it's only about himself. But his memory drifts back to the day Miss A forced a fragile smile and told him, "You're going to die too, and leave me behind." Ben, he slowly turns his head, thoughts flooding in without end. Damn it, so that's why Lana said those things. He strides back toward the counter. Now I want to do things that are unnecessary. I must have gotten used to life here and that's a problem that needs fixing. So what's the solution? Facing this problem, Ben comes up with a solution. He doesn't fully understand it himself. Hell, he doesn't even know. Right now, he's just a maniac. He walks up to the desk, slams his hand down, faces the librarian and says, "Stop staring at me and just say it." She looks confounded by his sudden question. "How did you know I had something to tell you?" Ben thinks to himself, then just live true to yourself. He looks at her beautiful, slightly embarrassed face and says coldly, "Your eyes gave it away." Rude as it is, I just do whatever I want. Scene changed, next afternoon at the promising Current Cafe where everyone happily sips their coffee. Suddenly, he frowns, realization hitting, been wondering what the hell this place was ever since he heard its name. Everyone freezes in fear. Oh my god, is that a maniac? Does this place owe him money or something? Ben doesn't see anything out of the ordinary as he barges in. It's just an ordinary cafe. Yes. Suddenly a girl waves him over. Ben over here, surprise, surprise. "You're a regular here." Savin smiles, her eyes curving with warmth. "That's right. Call me Savin, Deputy Director of the 7th Administrative Office of Lavian. A friend of the librarian." He's surprised to learn she looks so young but is already in her 30s. She's already 30. I thought she'd be younger since the librarian calls her a friend. She greets him politely, then gestures for him to sit. "I haven't ordered yet. I didn't know what you'd like. So what should we get?" Ben answers without missing a beat. "Beer and meat." She blinks, caught off guard by his order at a cafe of all places. "Hey, if they don't have it, then never mind. I'm not big on sweets." He chuckles inwardly, enjoying the tease. Payback for dragging a berserker to a place like this. Ben gets straight to the point, wanting to know why she invited him here. "So what did you want to talk about?" Savin gets down to the reason for their meeting. "Lana didn't tell you." Ben asks, a bit confused. "Lana, you mean the librarian?" The two of them dig deeper into the conversation. He doesn't even know her name. "Oh, well that makes sense, I suppose. Her name is Lana Lin." She starts telling him about the librarian, someone he barely knows anything about. "Is she a noble?" "No." But he can't help being curious about the librarian's background. So there's a story behind that name after all. He pushes the thought aside and gets to the heart of the matter. "Just say what you want to say." She sighs, then tells him about the job she wants to hire him for. "Sewer patrol. We've been patrolling the sewers because criminals and tax evaders occasionally hide out down there." He's confused as she keeps pausing mid-sentence. Every time she breaks off halfway, it's hard to piece together the full meaning. She continues explaining the mission he's being assigned. It turns out the patrol team in that district was wiped out during the boss incident on the 3rd floor. Ben understands Nosh needs a replacement, and that's why he got the job. She nods, "Exactly, that's why Lana recommended you to me." He wonders why him. "I see, but why me? There are plenty of people stronger than me." A chill runs down his spine as he dreads what's ahead. Don't tell me it's another evil spirit hunter encounter. She explains her reason for summoning him. "Well, because you're famous now." He's taken aback by his own reputation. "What?" Her eyes glint with interest. "I was curious, so I wanted to meet you in person." Her expression shifts to something pleading. "I'm going to buy some cookies from here. Could you tell my colleagues that you bought them for me?" It's a strange request, but he agrees anyway. "Sure," she says excitedly. "Thank you." She moves on to negotiating the payment. "So what do you think? The reward is only 200 soul stones, but it's not terrible. It's a bit awkward to say myself, but I feel like there's something confusing about the offer." Ben thinks to himself, can't she just finish a single sentence? She explains the benefits of working with the organization. "We're quite selective about who we work with, so if you join us, other guilds will recognize you as a figure of importance." He catches on, "So people will see me as more trustworthy, right?" She replies instantly, "Exactly. Honestly, I figured you'd already have better offers coming your way since you're so famous now. That's why I was hesitant to bring it up." He responds with confidence, "Not necessarily." Ben Jander thinks it over. This could be a good chance to test himself. "This is the first commission I've ever received. Even though I've got a title, everyone assumes a berserker like me is good for nothing. So this is my chance." He smiles confidently and accepts the quest. "All right, I'll take this quest." After accepting, without giving her a chance to say anything more, he's already on his way out. "I'm heading out. Goodbye." She watches him leave, a happy smile on her face. It's been a while since I've met someone this interesting. She thinks to herself, surprised by her own curiosity. She's never talked about someone like this before. He's so earnest, talking to him actually makes me feel calm. She takes a sip of coffee and grins slyly. It seems he has no idea about her background. I don't think he's a bad person. She replays the earlier events in her mind. Maybe I was a bit too hasty. She says it out loud. Alright Lana, it's about time you made some new friends. 2 days later, at the sewer entrance, a patrol squad marches in formation. It's Ben's group and they're all groaning about the wretched stench. Nobody told me it would smell this bad. Ben snaps back irritably. Isn't that obvious? It's a damn sewer. The mage opens his mouth to argue. But one look at Ben's fierce expression shuts him right up. Fair point, another one chimes in, unable to hold back, but I didn't think it'd be this rank. The stink is so bad even Masae's ears droop flat. She whimpers dejectedly, it really stinks. Ben grips his sword and takes point. I'm opening the door. They remind each other as they venture deeper. Don't lose the sewer system map. The organization contacts them, explaining the headlamp's function. The headlamp has a built-in recording device, so keep it on you at all times. Return it to us after the mission is complete. They've reached an agreement. At yesterday's meeting, everyone volunteered to head into the sewers. Zaijuji shared his thoughts. I can't miss the chance to explore those sewers. There's a lot of interesting things down there. Liu Duanqi speaks up and asks, tired of the document research grind, are we? Can I come along? Because I've been buried in documents lately. Nothing but magic research, it gives me splitting headaches. Miller also chimes in. It's easy to get lost in there, you know. This is a good chance to test out my old skills. Misaka, nibbling on food with her ear twitching, reminds them that criminals hiding down there could be really dangerous. Girl, your mouth's a mess from all that eating. She must have been a greedy kid. Her goal in coming to the sewers is to get used to her new sword. I need to get familiar with my new dual swords. In the end, they all agree to form a team. Ben walks forward, his boots splashing through the foul sewer water. I won't turn down everyone's help. Miller will be very useful in this sewer expedition. Back to the sewer, the group discusses them as they move. It's bigger than I thought. That's exactly why criminals hide here. Doke, light it up, it's way too dark. Light glows from Doke's hand. He grins, no, that's more like it. Zaijuji tells everyone about the monsters lurking down here. This guy's evil, Bros, it's already pitch black and he's still trying to scare us. Haha, have you guys heard the rumors about the horrifying monsters down here? Misaka also scares Liu Duan, even though he's a mage, he's still terrified. Duan, do you actually believe the monsters in the sewers are real? He stammers, unable to answer. She ignores Liu entirely and focuses on her story. I heard all the waste from the magic tower flows down here. If the waste is some kind of potion or alchemical compound that reacts with monster corpses, it could spawn a mutated creature unlike anything we've ever seen. Everyone stiffens, a flicker of fear crossing their faces. Is that for real? Then it could actually exist. Ben ponders the recent string of events. Is that so? He recalls what the mission handler told him when he accepted this underground assignment. The guards said there haven't been any problems down here for 2 years. He figures they were lengthy, were absolutely lying. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. The one walking behind him asks curiously, why did you stop? He sighs, can't pick up any scent. I can't sniff anything out. The stench here is overwhelming. He reports anomalies all around us, but I've got a feeling something is real close. Everyone tenses up, eyes scanning the darkness. What? Where? He draws his sword, going on the defensive. If he says something's here, then something's definitely here. She spotted someone hiding inside the wall. There's someone over there. The man freezes in fear the moment he's discovered. Ben frowns in confusion. How the hell did he squeeze in there? He doesn't think twice, just grabs the guy's collar and yanks him out. Get out here. His grip is iron strong, effortlessly dragging the man out of his hiding spot. He hurls him down into the foul sewer water. The man whips out a hidden dagger and lunges at Ben. Damn it. With a vicious snarl, the lunatic charges forward like he's got nothing left to lose. Ben casually catches him. There's effort, but it's negligible. A light squeeze, the man's arm snaps like a twig. When you want to live, struggling is a good thing. He forces the man to confess. Now tell us, we were you hiding in there? The guy curls up like a worm, bros. His face darkens, a menacing glare settling in. Don't want to answer. Or maybe the pain makes you want to die already. The man is a condemned criminal. He bursts into tears like a child, about to be punished by his mother. Don't kill me, I haven't hurt anyone. I'm just too poor. I'm hiding down here because I can't pay my taxes. He speaks up, refuting the man's words. Ben, look at the mark on his forehead. That mark is only branded on those who have committed heinous crimes. Tax evasion isn't what put that on him. Zaijuji also recalls the old days. This reminds me of the old days. Back when I was a blacksmith, guys with tattoos like that would come knocking on my door. Misei asked him how to handle this. Ben, didn't the administrative authority tell you what to do in situations like this? Ben tells them they get a bonus for live captures. They'll throw in an extra 5 soul stones for a live capturee as long as it's recorded. Killing them works too. The mage says they shouldn't be rash, but what if he's just an ordinary citizen? He sighs, exposing the man's lie. They say civilians don't hang around in the sewers. The man trembles with fear, knowing his cover is blown. He laughs heartily. Administrative authority never disappoints. She winks. If we capture him alive, he'll be executed anyway, right? With no other choice, the man finally spills everything. Let's make a deal. If you let me go, I'll give you information. You doubt his info. Ben and the rest gang up on him, intimidation clear in their eyes. Don't bullshit us. He trembles, fear plastered across his face. No, if you catch that bitch, you'll rake in a fortune, I swear. Ben narrows his eyes, confused. Who are you ratting out? That bitch stole my hideout from me. I'm certain they're using black magic. He shudders, the horrifying scene replaying behind his eyes. There was a pile of corpses following her, but they're not the same as the undead in the maze. So if you hand her over to the authorities, I guarantee you'll get a fat payout. Catching me, not worth much. Ben's expression hardens as realization hits. Damn it, it's her. She's the priestess of Kaz, Alyssa Vehen. Miss A steps closer, looking to him for direction. Ben, what now? He lays out a plan with the group on how to take her down. If it's really her, we can't let her roam free. That woman has a vendetta against us. Back on the 3rd floor of the maze, she nearly wiped us all out. I want to confirm whether she's actually hiding down in these sewers. What does everyone think? The group nods in unison. Resolute. They'll drag her out into the light and bring her down. But they don't forget about the reward either, and of course, there will be even more money on top of that. He furrows his brow and advises them, I don't think we should put ourselves in danger, but if everyone's going, I have no choice but to follow. The other man tells him, let's finish the sewers mission first. Half an hour later, he grabs the rope tied to their guide. He watches the guy, who looks no different from a corpse, lead the way. The guide warns Ben's group, this place isn't on any map, stay close or you'll get lost. He asks the guy, the terrain around here is complex with tons of hiding spots. So why were you out in the open where anyone could spot you? The guy curses Alyssa bitterly. I was looking for a new spot because of that bitch, but before I could find one, I ran into those people. The whole group silently thinks the same thing. His luck is worse than the bottom of a scorched pot. Pure, unfiltered trash RNG. After leading them for a while, the guide comes to a stop. He warns, from here on, keep your voices low. He starts to feel uneasy. I'm getting worried now. He peers down into the pits. Is there any other way out? The guide glances at him. This is the only entrance and exit. Hearing that this is the one and only way in or out, Ben lets a satisfied smile creep across his face, muttering under his breath. Is that so? He feels like this is a heaven-sent opportunity to give that woman a proper beating. Then we can show her what justice looks like. He orders the guide to go first and lead the way. The guy agrees, but not before making a condition with the group. If it really is the woman you're looking for, you have to let me go. He agrees to the guy's terms. Fine. After heading inside, the guide suddenly stops dead in his tracks. A pile of bones and skeletal remains appears along the path ahead. His whole body trembles like a leaf in a storm, shaking with pure terror. What the? He barks at the guide to shut up and keep moving. Suddenly, the guide's foot catches a trap. A cloud of purple smoke erupts upward, looking extremely dangerous. Ben sees this and curses silently in his head. Damn it, did she set a trap? He shouts in alarm, ordering everyone to fall back, but it's already too late for the guide. The evil spirits have already reached him. The sight nearly scares the piss out of him. He lets out a blood-curdling scream. This trap is called the Call of the Evil God. Hundreds of ghosts attack in the chosen direction the moment it's triggered. A trap-type skill that reduces your max HP each time a ghost strikes you. Instant death when max HP drops to 0. Sensing that the Call of the Evil God trap has been triggered, Alyssa is in her lair, freezes mid-motion. Alyssa, the witch mage, is in the middle of a summoning ritual. She's stunned to realize Ben's group, the people sitting inside that place. She pulls out the pendant hanging from her necklace, thinking she hasn't even found the path to the underground city yet. She clutches the pendant tightly and begins chanting frantically in her mind. Offer a sacrifice, a sacrifice. I need a sacrifice, then I will show you the entrance. System alert: character has encountered 120 hostiles. Dark resistance EXCEDS threshold. Effectiveness REDUCED by 30%. System characters max HP temporarily REDUCED by 29%. Heavy panting echoes through the silent space. Ben grips a rope as thick as 2 fingers and fastens it around his body. Everyone looks at him with worry. Ben, are you alright? Ben had just yanked the man back when the purple mist came surging toward them. I'm fine. His face is pale with fear. Damn it. I nearly bought it right there. He turns to check on everyone. Is everyone okay? They reply to him, we're all fine, no injuries. Everyone notices Hansma. His face is sunken, his eyes hollow, completely drained of life force. He's dead. Ben feels a chill run down his spine, but also a wave of relief. Good thing we sent him ahead to scout. Miss A speaks up from the side when she sees the corpse. That's disgusting. Yeah. He thinks to himself, I could have died if that had been me. Seeing that the trap has run its course, he tells everyone, let's keep moving. Muet stops them. Hold on. Muet suddenly realizes something. I can identify this. The dead man carries identification on him. He holds up something that looks like a compass. Let's see, name Hansmaken. Everyone is stunned to learn the man's real name, and the name hits Ben like a punch straight to the face. Everyone is relieved that the evidence is still intact. We can bring this to the administrative office as proof now. Ben feels a knot of unease tightening in his chest. Man, I've got a really bad feeling about this. Then the group moves to the man's bunker, Han Esmakom's hideout. Ben compliments the place, it's kept surprisingly tidy. The guys set it up quite nicely, actually. A small candle in the room has been lit to illuminate the space. Everyone is searching for the witch sorceress, but it seems she's no longer here. They discuss among themselves. Indeed, he speaks up. The person we saw isn't here. He reminds everyone not to be complacent, don't drop your guard. She could be hiding somewhere nearby. Suddenly, the mage raises his staff, it's picking up a signal. Leo points his magic staff at the ground beneath his feet and announces to the group. I can sense a faint trace of mana right here. I think there's something hidden underneath. He gets the hint, understood. Then he channels his strength and hoists up his mace. Old Man Mew asks him, bewildered, what the hell are you doing? Ben replies flatly, smashing the floor, what else? The old man stares, taken aback by the answer. Excuse me. The mage quickly intervenes. Wait, Bon, you can't just brute force your way through this. You think I can't smash through it with my own hands? Watch me. Ben channels his strength and activates active skill Agigantification. His body surges in size, along with his taunt value and all physical stats. I don't care if raw power isn't supposed to work, I'll destroy it anyway. Then he slams his fist down. Ben roars, meaning he hasn't even gone all out yet. After Ben's strike lands, everyone stares in stunned silence at the sheer force of it. He thinks to himself, well, naturally some things just don't apply to monsters. She gasps in shock. It actually broke. Everyone gathers around to examine the tunnel he just unearthed. Dolly, didn't you just say this was impossible? He replies sheepishly, well, I wasn't exactly sure either. He speaks up, warning everyone to investigate carefully before heading down. Bon, I can track that woman's scent, but I'm not picking up anything else besides her. So I think we should still check things out to be safe. Ben feels suspicious. He begins to speculate. His sixth sense detects nothing threatening, but caution is still warranted. He shows no fear and takes point. Is that so? Then let's move. Scene change, the sinister underground city. A soldier is running for his life. The soldier stops to catch his breath, then immediately resumes his desperate sprint like a man being chased by hounds. He reports to his superior, Vice Captain, the gate has been destroyed. The man is startled by the report. He demands, what? You mean the gate was breached? Was it the royal family? He dismisses the idea. No, clearly not. The alarms from above tell a different story. The soldier continues, that gate has been abandoned ever since the incident with the upper church. Is that right? Before the soldier even finishes, the old man already pieces it together. Could it be that bitch of a priestess hiding out down there? We need to check it out. He signals the female thief standing beside him. Amelia, I think you can handle this one with ease. She closes her eyes and answers with quiet confidence. Very well, I'll head there now. He looks pleased, reassured by her presence. Good, I'll leave this to you. Back to Ben's scouting party, they've taken another path. It seems they've gotten lost in the sprawling tunnel network he broke through. They're debating where this place could possibly lead. I didn't expect there to be such a complex tunnel system beneath that gate. Zaijuji, does he know where this place is? He shakes his head with a weary sigh. Not every dwarf is an architecture expert, you know. He immediately redirects the responsibility onto the mage. Duanqi, what do you think? You're the mage after all. Duanqi waves his hands frantically, looking flustered. Do you think mages know everything or something? What reason would the ancients have to build something this massive underground? I can't even begin to guess. The girl standing nearby looks at him with mild disappointment. I thought you'd at least know something. Didn't you say you've been reading a ton of books lately? Duanqi explains sheepishly to the group, those were for learning new spells. He suddenly speaks up to alert everyone. Wait, that woman's scent is suddenly getting much stronger. This isn't just a lingering trace deep in the cave, it's a dense, pungent purple aura. I'm certain she'll be closing in on us soon. In his vision, the air reveals a thick, deep purple haze of her scent hanging in the darkness. Alyssa is walking deeper into the passage. She doesn't even know where this cursed path leads. Then she suddenly hears that bizarre sound. Alyssa startles in terror. That's the evil god's laughter. Alyssa remembers every past encounter. That laughter always precedes disaster. Are those abominations from the temple coming after her again? She panics and bolts. She has to run. He's already picked up her scent, but it's fading again. After her now. Everyone breaks into a sprint under his guidance. We need to catch her before she gets too far. Suddenly, he spots the trap and yanks Ben back just in time, saving his life. Watch it, that demoness has set traps all over the place. She whips around in shock, realizing Ben's group is in pursuit. That voice, it's that brain-dead lunatic and his little crew. Alyssa has shifted her form, warps into a true demon. How wonderful, you want to dig your own graves that badly. Her eyes blaze crimson. I won't let you escape from me again. Alyssa begins casting Portal Magica, gateway to the demon realm. From within the portal emerges a dark guardian knight. She suddenly charges forward and slashes at the knight Alyssa summoned. She grins triumphantly and says to her, "That's exactly what I wanted to say to you." He is taken aback by her strength. A sustained agility element has truly made her far more powerful. Ben encourages everyone. That's right, things are different from last time now. He activates his power savage strike temporarily, tripling his character's speed. He slashes straight at her. We've gotten way stronger since then, got it? He swings his massive killing mace and beats the monsters she summoned into paste, taking them down like child's play. Mr. M. Giant also leaps into the fray. I'm here. He unleashes a thunder strength combo. She flies into a rage, watching her minions get slaughtered. Those damned, she curses, releasing a wave of dark magic and shaping it into a defensive barrier. She disperses a dark poison that drains stamina and doubles the pain. She screams, I'll kill every last one of you. The mage standing behind also provides support, a dazzling tier 7 support spell. He's threatening us now. We're not gonna lose. Note: system, all evil element debuffs on party members have been dispelled. Leo looks smug after finishing his spell. How's that? Ben swings his staff while praising him. Amazing, the fact that you learned a move this powerful even caught me off guard. Your new power, I only wanted him to learn one spell that could break curses. But he went and learned a wide area purification charm right off the bat. That must have cost a fortune. Everyone, let's team up and finish her off. Dunchi right now. Leo hesitates and asks back, right now. Ben urges him to hurry, then leaps up. Ben charges straight at her, swinging hard, but she doesn't flinch. She activates a spirit state, granting herself immunity to physical damage. She grins smugly. How could I let you smash me like before? Dunchi quickly casts a target lock spell. Her immunity spell has been dispelled. Alyssa sees the system notification and freezes dead in her tracks. She never imagined she'd get shut down that fast. System counterspell has taken effect. System, Alyssa Vehan's physical damage immunity has been nullified. He grabs her just like that. Got her. He slams her straight into the ground. Hey, aren't you guys worried about the bounty if he kills her? Didn't we agree to capture her alive for the reward? The others snap out of their daze and stammer, wait, seriously. He calls out to everyone, telling them to head back and collect the reward. Let's head back. And Alyssa bait into a pulp gets bound and slung over his shoulder. Bond's raw strength, Dunchi's magic punch, and the paralyzing toxin. Alyssa, once formidable, now has a face slightly caved in. He hoists her up and signals to the group. Good work, everyone. Take Miller and take the lead. Ben doesn't hear any movement behind him, so he turns back to look. At that moment, Leo and the others have inexplicably collapsed, sprawled on the ground. Suddenly he falls backward. As if to answer his confusion, the system rings out with a notification. System character has been afflicted by Bale's paralyzing toxin. System character's body stat exceeds 300. System poison effect reduced by 50%. Ben is stunned when he spots Amelia. He curses under his breath. Damn, itches taken out his whole group. He knew things had been going too smoothly. Amelia praises Hema as he's slipping into a paralyzed state. Madman Ben freezes in terror upon realizing her identity. She's the one he secretly fears. That's the assassin he ran into in the Deadlands during his last trip through the maze. She looks down, her gaze falling on Misay, who lies unconscious on the ground. She flashes a fierce, predatory smile at him. But now he's famous enough to have earned a title of his own. Since he went down into the sewer system, she probably thinks this is the perfect chance to kill him. Ben, terrified, tries to negotiate with her. I kept my promise, didn't I? So why are you chasing me all the way down here to kill me? She stares at him, chasing you. Her eyes gleam with killing intent, as if she wants to silence him permanently. You're the one who opened this gate first and trespassed into this place. The madman pulls out his dagger. How did you even find this place? Ben is baffled. Intrusion gate. Her cryptic, out-of-context remark truly stumps him. I don't understand any of this. Explain it more simply. Where exactly are we? She narrows her eyes, suspecting he's playing dumb. You made it all the way here and you don't know anything. Then how did you even open the gates? he explains but remains on high alert. If you're talking about the magical seal on the gate that leads down here from above, I smashed it with my staff. Amelia keeps her face perfectly expressionless, but her voice betrays genuine surprise. You smashed it? He asks back, puzzled. Is that a problem? Amelia continues pressing him. No, but why did you break through it to come down here? He stomped on her because this witch had been hiding down here all along. She recognized the woman's identity, wanted priestess of Ma Duwai. He felt a little more relieved. Good, she already knew about her. So everything's clear now, right? She replies, that's correct. He smiled, relieved, thinking the group was safe. Then we'll be on our way. He tries to sidestep the situation. You don't need to give us any potions. I can figure it out on my own. She suddenly barked at him to stop. Since you've already found this place, I can't just let you walk away that easily. He bargained with a forced smile. What if I swear not to tell anyone? Would that work? Her face darkened, brimming with killing intent as she glared at him. This is different from before. You already figured that much out yourself. Damn it, knew she wouldn't just let me go. He suddenly unbuckled the armor from his body. Amelia stared confused, having no idea what he was planning. What are you doing? He planted one foot and started limbering up. Did you know there are 2 ways to piss someone off? She had no idea what he was getting at. What? He continued. The first way is to stop talking right in the middle of a sentence. His lips parted, dripping with mystery. The other way is to make her so curious about what you're about to do that she can't help but watch. Right then, he hurled his massive, heavy mace straight at her, but she dodged it with ease. He snatched up his shield next. Our protagonist must be a diehard Captain America fan to throw a shield like that. A full-on Captain America shield throws shield spun viciously toward her, but she bent backward at an angle no human body should be capable of, letting it fly right past. He attacked relentlessly, but she was far too flexible and agile. She had already retreated to dodge his stomp. Ben's stomp carried so much force that the ground cracked and shattered beneath it. As expected, she pulled back just enough to dodge the attack. Just as he'd planned, reached toward her while already formulating a counter-strategy. Then I need to do something she can't predict. He activated gigantification. She was caught completely off guard as his enlarged hand clamped down on her. God. He seized her tight and raised his fist big as an ox wheel for the finishing blow. Then, without an ounce of mercy, he punched her square in the face. Ben raised his fist again, ready to give her one more. One more. But a sudden surge of danger made Ben freeze mid-swing. Amelia had drawn her sword in a flash. The blade erupted with a brilliant, menacing sword glow. He saw through her intent in an instant. She was going to cut his whole arm off. Reading her intent, he fired off his skill to strike first savage eruption, his body detonating with force, blood splattering across her face. Amelia instantly felt the searing pain bloom across her face. She thinks to herself, even with the corrosive poison blood eating through her, she can still land a slash. He's starting to get annoyed with her. That stubborn bitch surrounded by a mess of blood and gore, and she can still attack. He lifts his bare foot, then try dodging this one. He launches a straight kick right at her. After taking his direct kick head-on, Amelia coughs up blood. He feels a surge of triumph, convinced he's won. Alright, I can beat her. Suddenly she calls out to him. Maniac, he whips around in shock. Why the hell am I hearing her voice from behind? She deploys an automatic clone, then immediately follows up with another skilled Asura kick. She blitzes toward him at blinding speed, her malicious gaze locked on as she unleashes the skill. Since you've already absorbed the vampire's essence, you should be able to tank this one just fine. He freezes in terror at the sheer power behind Amelia's attack. An automatic clone. Is this a joke? Without giving him a split second to react, she brings her heel crashing straight down onto Ben's skull. Before losing consciousness, Ben can't hold back a vicious curse. But the profanity isn't even half out of his mouth before he plunges into darkness. At that moment, the system chimes in with a flurry of notifications. System character survived death prevented by passive skill. System origin of darkness characters bloodline synergy surges due to the effect of immortality. Under the faint glint of the iron helmet lying on the ground, she can clearly see the entire process of his body regenerating. She offers him a compliment, quite a formidable regenerative ability. She picks up the iron helmet and shines light over his body. Just one potion, and everything has returned to its original stat, including his severed head. He lies slumped on the ground. He stares at her, bewildered. How the hell did she read his thoughts? Why didn't I kill you, you ask? You haven't changed one bit. Amelia lets out an exasperated sigh at his personality. His reaction is exactly the same as last time. Why do you always attack people without warning? She rebukes him with genuine confusion. Most people resolve conflicts with words, don't they? He fires back, what else was I supposed to do if you were planning to kill me? She immediately denies it. What on earth made you think I wanted to kill you? Last time I let you live too. He throws her own words back at her. You told me you couldn't just let me walk out of here easily since I already know about this place. She grows visibly frustrated with his way of thinking. I said I couldn't let you go that easily. He mutters to himself, same thing really. He doesn't know her intentions, so what does she plan to do? He dispels his suspicion. I'm not going to kill you, so just stop. He reaches to grab his weapon. She snaps, I said stop. He explains the misunderstanding. You've got it wrong. I wasn't planning to attack you or anything. She knows him too well, she reads every thought in his head. You were just preparing to strike in case I changed my mind, weren't you? He doesn't deny it. That's exactly right. Bon is actually quite proud of his own careful thinking. He raises his thumb with a smug expression and tells her, the best defense is a good offense. Amelia hears this and sighs helplessly. He asks her, haven't you taken the elixir? She raises her hand and says to him, I can't. He doesn't ask any further. I see. He's already piecing together the reason she can't take it. After all, certain essences can trigger highly harmful reactions when mixed with elixirs. Suddenly, she hands him something. Just drink it anyway. He asks Amelia, confused. What is this? What she hands him is the blessing of Lati. It's a pill that erases your memory of the past hour. Once you take it, he asks her about the snail-shaped object. It erases my memory. Then why didn't you use this last time? Amelia answers, because it's rare. He's still suspicious of her intentions, but if she killed the 5 of them, she could rake in tens of millions of soul stones. So why go through all this instead of just killing us? She's exasperated beyond words by his brutal way of thinking. You. She leans in close and asks him exactly, what kind of person do you take me for? He hesitates, wondering should he just admit he thinks she's insane. She quickly pops the blessing of Lati into his mouth. Think whatever you want. If you want to live, eat this. He's helpless too. Well, this is still better than dying. Thinking that, he swallows the pill down his throat. Still disbelieving, he asks her, hey, it only erases memories, right? She grins slyly at him. I haven't heard of any side effects, so don't worry and go to sleep. You two even have another choice. He pauses for a beat, then answers helplessly no. He asks her confused. She asks him, you know those 2 ways to make someone angry. He's about to answer when the blessing of Lati fuses into his soul. System, this soul cannot receive a blessing. System, blessing is departing from the soul. The moment he opens his eyes and hears this notification, he suddenly realizes she's memories weren't affected by the blessing of Lati at all. My memories. The next morning at the administrative office, the staff tells him, your identity card verification is complete. Savine pulls out a pouch of money and places it on the table. Hand touches the bounty poster of the wanted criminal charged with robbery and murder. System cancellation fee plus surcharge 180,000 soul stones. Early morning, he swings by the association first, then heads straight here. He is collecting his reward. He asks her about the orange. I don't have to compensate for that broken magic artifact. Savin tells him to sign here to receive his pay. Sign here for me. She tells him he doesn't need to pay for it. I've already reported that matter to my superiors. You went through that special quest ordeal this time after all. He rests his chin on his hand, recalling the special quest. Bond silently recalls that quest. A death-defying nightmare, that's what it was. After taking the pill and drifting off to sleep, the place where I woke up yesterday was the sewers. Fortunately, the equipment was still intact, but the recording device inside was fried. What that crazy bitch said was the truth because nobody remembers a thing. He recalls that apparently everyone's last memory was being on the road to the Dark Priestess's hideout. Bon is puzzled that he can still remember yesterday's events. But why are my memories perfectly normal, unlike everyone else's? Misei is horrified upon seeing Alyssa's corpse. Is that Dark Priestess bitch? Everyone wakes up in shock. Leo stammers as well, she's dead. They're all confused. Why on earth did we lose our memories of what happened while she ended up dead here like this? Perhaps, could the monster you mentioned have appeared and killed her? Everyone is discussing the reason behind her death. I think she probably brought it on herself. You don't get it, let me explain. What do you mean? He lays out his theories about how she kicked the bucket. 1, after the chase, we found this priestess and defeated her in battle. 2, we intended to haul her back to the city and claim the bounty. 3, on the way back, she woke up and tried something funny. So we had no choice but to fight and kill her. The proof is the wounds on the corpse. He recognizes the imprint on her face. It looks like she got hit by one of Bond's kicks, doesn't it? Exactly, you notice the irregularity too. On top of that, I can still sense traces of my own magic power on her. Bond can only stay silent. After all, John Miller's reasoning is quite logical. The young mage starts deducing things that shouldn't even make sense. Indeed, if it's the power of a dark god, it could very well cause memory loss. Relieved, they laugh heartily now that the quest is complete. but seeing the priestess dead like this, it's certain they've wrapped up this quest properly. After exiting the sewers, the one waiting to greet them is Sa Vin, waving and calling the group back. Bon, are you alright? Beside her stands Elle, staring at him with an expressionless face. He's surprised to see her. Sa Vin, what are you doing here? She explains that she was worried. It was already so late, and you never came back up. I was so worried I was about to go looking for you myself. He clears his throat, not quite understanding. An admin staff member and a librarian too came together. She snaps at him. What's with that look? Lana is a talented mage, you know, don't underestimate her. Lana, expression cold as ice, explains why she's here. Thanks Sa Vin for that, I was just dragged along. Ben thinks back to what Sa Vin just said about her being talented. He scans her gear from head to toe, then can't help but mutter jealously to himself, talented or not, I can't say, but she's definitely loaded. Just look at that headgear. Sa Vin blushes and turns to ask the librarian. Hey Lana, do you mean dragged along? You were obviously worried about him. She hears this and, embarrassed into anger, snaps back, worried. When have I ever been like that? Sa Vin looks unconvinced. Oh really? Is that actually true? She shyly calls out to her. Sa Vin tugs at his sleeve and asks about those two. Ben, who are these two? He answers hesitantly, those two. Before he can finish, she's already figured it out herself. The librarian at the library you always go to, so that's what a librarian looks like. He looks confused. What's up with this cat? Did she eat some sour grapes or something? A moment later, a holy knight with a massive greatsword strapped to his back appears. They are a mighty military organization. Nobility-born knights may join. They address Ben's group respectfully. The evening star shall guide our path. The traitor Alyssa Bank has been dealt with. The church shall never forget everyone's contributions. He asks them, confused, what is he talking about? They stammer out a response. Well, so the generous reward has been Confirmedes, the little hero here, then. I heard he concealed himself with a cloak. At this point, a group of young women in the bloom of youth are chatting about his abilities. I heard when he activates his ability, his body grows abnormally large. Another girl can't help but blush and shyly chimes in. Oh, me, are you hearing yourself right now? They deny it, you're the one with the dirty mind. Oh heavens, that's absolutely horrifying. He says, exasperated, I can hear all of you, you know, I'm not some monkey at the zoo. Suddenly, Sa Vin slams the table and shouts, furious, hey, you lot want to get slapped with a sexual harassment charge, should I file a complaint? They shrink back embarrassed and apologize. Ben thinks to himself, I'll forgive her for dragging me to this cafe where everyone gossips about me. He gets up and shushes her. Well, I'm heading out. My team's waiting. She enthusiastically invites him. Come visit the library when you have time, okay? She reveals something to him. Lana heard that she's prepared something special for Ben. Isn't that just adorable? Right. He agrees to her invitation. Sure, I'll drop by when I'm free. Yes, you absolutely must. Scene change. Ben's group is laughing and having a good time. Mr. Mewett lets out a hearty laugh. He speaks in a tone that isn't serious in the slightest. I'm being dead serious. Miss A sees right through his fake tone and yells. Stop lying, you old dwarf. Miss A's face is flushed red from drinking. There's no way anyone's real name is Johnson. I am the Grand Mage. Duanche. Really, there's a lot you don't know about. Everyone is chatting away happily. Ben returns and sees this scene, sighing inwardly, what a total mess. He's drunk and rambling, our lucky boy is back. The goddess of fortune is always by your side. You are the very embodiment of luck itself. He speaks up to rein him in. Zaijuji. Please stop. In truth, the reason everyone is so excited is simple. The bounty for capturing that witch. Everyone's eyes light up when they see the reward, 10 million soul stones. Split 5 ways, that's 2 million soul stones each. Ben recalls the horrifying memories of fighting Amelia. My hand blew apart, and then she followed up with that devastating axe kick to try and sever my head. Ben still shudders thinking about it. Me head nearly flew off too. As for those who don't remember any of it, it's like waking up and finding money raining on their heads. She suddenly calls out, Ben, I have something to tell you. He closes his eyes and replies, go ahead. Then listen up. She leans in close and whispers to him. My father asked me to give this to you. Suddenly a voice calls out from behind. Who's there? Isn't that Jander's son Ben? He turns around, and you are. The man chuckles awkwardly and reminds him. Forgot my name again. Hands, that rings a bell. He thinks to himself, right, I forgot which Hands this is. He's Hands number 2. He never appeared early on, but he shows up in volume 44 of the novel. Wait, what am I even saying? Ben recalls the day he arrived at the Guildthigh's man was the one who invited him to join. After Null left the party, he approached Ben with an offer. Mind if I sit with you? He flatly refuses the man. No, I have nothing to say to you. He thinks to himself honestly, this is getting on my nerves. Probably because every HS I've ever met turned out to be a scumbag, and every single one ended up causing nothing but trouble. He turns back and shoots the guy a look that practically screams, "Get lost." I've got a bad feeling about getting tangled up with this one. He beats around the bush to shoo him away. "I've got business to take care of, you go on ahead." The man takes a nervous step backward. "Is that so? I just wanted to say hello, that's all." After chasing HS off, he turns back around, a self-satisfied smirk on his face. Just as he's dealt with that annoying HS, the tavern door suddenly swings wide open. Everyone notices two soldiers stepping inside. The Malin Order, why would they come to a rundown dump like this? The Malin Order, one of the most powerful military organizations around, open only to knights of noble birth. A few patrons can't help but whisper among themselves, "I heard if the Malin Order comes for you, you're as good as dead." One person, fearing trouble, frantically gestures for everyone to shut up. The two soldiers look their way. He feels a chill the moment he spots them. Damn it, what now? Have I screwed something up lately? Why is it one thing after another? Waith remembers the seer's words of warning. Always be wary of those who carry deep grudges. Your fate is to attract people like that. Ben silently wonders, was the old man saying that wherever HS shows up, trouble follows? I've never had any luck dealing with anyone whose name starts with H. Damne's this the HS effect just because that guy came to chat me up. As they approach Ben, the soldiers' footsteps halt. One of them stops before Leo and speaks in a low, commanding voice. "You know the charges. Leo Wenjikiyu are under arrest for the crime of insulting a noble." At this moment, Leo is dead drunk, slumped over the table like a sack of potatoes. Ben watches in shock as the soldier hauls Leo up by the collar. They aren't after him, but Misei, standing right beside him, has gone deathly pale. The moment Leo is yanked up, he groggily comes to. "Who dares?" 3 hours later, at the Malin Order's headquarters, a voice rings out from within. "Wait until the official investigation is concluded." All four follow as the guards escort Leo away. Hearing the soldiers' orders, the group can only stand helpless, leaning against the iron gate, whispering his name, Duan-chi. Misei, imagining scenes of torture, asks in a trembling voice whether he'll be okay. Misei snaps at Zaijuji. Zaijuji, stop saying such unlucky things. "Quiet, all of you." Ben hums in acknowledgement, then speaks. They all huddle together to discuss how to help him. Zavin says he'll ask around. Suddenly, Leo walks out from inside. They're overjoyed to see him released. "Isn't that Duan-chi?" "Looks like it." They all crowd around him. "Duan-chi, is that really you? Are you okay? What happened?" Leo answers hesitantly. "How, what do you mean? Tell us more." He tells everyone the truth about his family background. "Actually, my brother is Baron Masuin. Nobody saw that coming," he stammers. "So, you're a noble." A complicated expression crosses Leo's face. "Half-blood," he replies. "I suppose so," he says shyly, then reveals his past. "Because I'm the illegitimate son of the former Baron Masuin, and a maid. As a stain on the family name, the moment I was born, I was given away to my mother's younger brother, Sir Zaya Oba." His voice drops as he recalls his past. "Of course, that was only on paper. In truth, I was raised by my mother." All in all, it's a complicated family story, but at least I was able to live comfortably and learn magic. He asks, genuinely confused, "So what does any of that have to do with you leaving the group?" Leo continues, "A year ago, my father passed away and my second brother inherited the title." "Why the second son? Shouldn't it have been the eldest?" "Exactly, being the second son, that's the problem." She listens to his story but still can't figure out why. "I still don't see why that's a problem." He says sorrowfully, "After my father died, my eldest brother and the other relatives all perished one after another. I didn't want to drag any of you into this. My second brother sending the Malin Order was a clear warning telling me to live quietly, like the lowly bastard I am." His face goes deathly pale as he says this. "It seems like me becoming a real adventurer really rubbed him the wrong way. And on top of that, having someone as famous as Ben in the party drew even more of his attention. Ben feels annoyed that this somehow involves him when he's done nothing wrong. Why blame me for this? That's completely absurd." He presses Leo, "So you're saying your brother is scared enough to forbid you from entering the maze altogether?" Leo doesn't deny it. "It's not exactly wrong, but there's nothing I can do." He buries his face in the table. "They didn't charge me with insulting a noble, but they stripped my right to enter the maze." Ben feels a pang of genuine sympathy. "That's rough, man. 9 more days until the next maze run, right? Nothing ever goes my way." They decide to talk more in the morning and say their goodbyes. With drooping eyes and a heavy heart, Leo heads off to drown his sorrows at the bar. He declines, having already agreed to visit the library with Savin. "I need to head to the library." The man in the suit wants to head back and rest. He waves goodbye. "Go get some rest." She asks him, puzzled. "You're going to the library at this hour?" I have an appointment with the librarian from yesterday. She offers to come along. How about I go with you? He refuses, not wanting her to tire herself out any further. Don't worry about it, go rest. She lets out a long sigh at him. But if I go back, there's nothing for me to do. He yelled at her, loud. How can there be nothing to do? If you're free, go practice your swordsmanship. She pouted the moment he scolded her. Upset, she swallowed her grievance without a word. Originally, I planned to rest today and head out tomorrow, but it seems the plan just changed. The library door swung open with a soft creak. Once inside the library, he introduced himself properly. By the way, we still haven't formally introduced ourselves, have we? I'm Ben, son of Jander. She didn't understand why he was suddenly introducing himself. Of course I know, it's almost closing time. Are you coming in or not? He replied, I'm not here to read today. Lana kept her expressionless face. Then he called out her full name. Jacknal Lida Neelb FC Kerr. She noticed he got it wrong but didn't care much. It's not Lil but sure, call me whatever you want. Hearing that, he felt a twinge of embarrassment for butchering her name. Alright then. Anyway, Lana, I'd like to propose something. Could you set aside your librarian duties and party up with me in the maze? Before he could even finish, she shot him down. I refuse. So that's a hard no. Lana expected her bluntness to make him back off, but he kept talking, so she fixed him with her ice-cold stare. Right in front of her, Ben, his face radiant and eyes glinting, delivered his taunt. If you're too scared to set foot in the maze, well, I can't force you. She stared at him confused. Did I ever say that? Seeing that, he smirked. So that means you're capable enough to join me, right? She didn't reply, her brow only tightened. She studied him intently. You're curious about that, aren't you? Ben, having achieved his goal, leaned back and yawned. Anyway, let's leave it here. If you don't want to join, forget it. But Lana, didn't you say you prepared something for me? Lana suddenly stuttered. What? Prepared something for him? She said that. He asked, confused. Explain it more clearly. She explained the gift to him. Savin said that after the sewer incident, her standing at work has improved, so she wanted to repay you. She brought up the debt she owed me before and told me to settle it on her behalf. So this isn't from mates from Savin. Understood. Ben nodded, but he still felt she was dodging him. Got it. So to put it simply, you want to give me something, right? He grew curious about the gift. So what is it? A book. He was surprised. Turns out the gift was quite valuable. This is a book with high security clearance. It doesn't respond to search majesty. You could say it's extremely rare. It is only granted to nobles or a very select few authorized to read it. Ben was stunned to gain access to a book meant exclusively for nobility. Are you sure it's alright to let me read such a rare book? She didn't care whether he was a noble or not as long as he didn't go blabbing about it. I rarely extend this privilege to anyone, you know. Besides, who even cares about a place like this library? He suddenly grew curious about Luna's background. I'm suddenly curious about this girl's origins. After that, he flipped through a few pages and realized something. Indeed, books with high security clearance were on a completely different level. This book was packed with information crucial for his life here. It made him want to devour the whole thing, no matter how long it took. He shouldn't have been able to read it at all. It was already past library closing time. Lana sighed, puzzled. Then why did you come so late? He had no idea how to answer. How was I supposed to know? He thought to himself. So what she gave me was actually a book, huh? She looked embarrassed. There's no other way around it. Today I'll make an exception. You can stay and read this book. Only until I finish tidying up the library. Get it? After that, Ben sat reading in silence. He had read through many useful books. The Structure of the Guard, a book detailing the city's public organizations and factions. It also contained intel on organizations that ordinary people would never learn about, such as the Secret Security Bureau. Indeed, power structures are the same everywhere. The World of Evil Spirits, a masterpiece that explored the realm of evil spirits in depth. It contained the first-hand account of a senior agent from the Secret Security Bureau who had nearly died entering the spiritual domain of an evil spirit. With all of this, he could learn many ways to handle dangerous situations down the line. Next was a compilation on dimensional rifts, a comprehensive guide to rifts, a book that contained everything about dimensional rifts. Due to limited space, it only covered 4 rifts like a field guide. It held all the puzzle pieces he had spent 9 years painstakingly searching for. Even if it only detailed 4 ordinary rifts, in his eyes, it was already perfect. He was overjoyed as if he'd struck gold. To the people here, this book was nothing short of a treasure. He suddenly grew curious about the person who wrote this book. Who the hell wrote this book? Why the hell is this bastard here? Ingabis Dungeon and Sonth game developers. He runs through the possible scenarios in his head. That leaves 2 possibilities. The author is Ingabizer. A sudden thought strikes him. The highest possibility is that the author himself has entered this world. If that's the case, things just got a whole lot more complicated. Bon is speculating about the true nature of the game itself. That means the reason I'm here is directly tied to the game developer. In other words, this isn't some mystical phenomenon, it was engineered by a human. In my experience, the more human-made something is, the higher the chance it leads to the worst-case scenario. So is the game developer some kind of hidden power in this world? He struggles to understand how the game actually operates. Either way, having a lead is a good sign. Come to think of it, I still don't know a damn thing for certain. He recalls everything that happened before, even whether the key to opening that gate was truly the way back to reality. But if I trail this guy and leverage what I've learned from the books, maybe just maybe I'll find a way home someday. I have to be more careful. I can't let anyone catch on to this. First, let me go over everything one more time. There might be more clues I've missed. He sits there reading until dawn, and it's only when sunlight pours in that Bond snaps back to reality. Morning already. He steps outside and finds Lana slumped over a chair. Why didn't she wake him up instead of sitting here all night? Don't get the wrong idea, she says with a haughty tilt of her chin. I was just resting a bit after putting the books away. He chuckles inwardly, a bit of rest, sure. It's already time to open the library. She has dark circles under her eyes but still refuses to admit it. Really, don't misunderstand. He decides not to press her. I know, thank you. He falls silent. Lana bluntly shoos him away. Why are you still standing there? Get going now. He thinks to himself, she's actually a good person, isn't she? A few hours later, at the magic tower, is she still there? She's half asleep, clutching her blanket. Why are you here at this hour? I told her there's something I need to ask you about. She urges him to get straight to the point. Hurry up, I'm dying to get back to sleep. Before he can even finish, she slams the door shut and walks back inside. Our party's short on a mage. Want to join us for a dungeon run? No thanks. Bond blurts out quickly. Wait, hold on, I have another favor to ask. She pokes her head out, looking puzzled. Another favor. He holds out a sheet of paper. A compilation about the torn water-stained page. I want to know when this paper was made. She doesn't respond, wants payment first. He knows nothing in this world comes free. Right. Come in. She interrogates him the moment she learns he killed the vampire. Tell me, how did you know about and get your hands on the holy relic you used to kill that vampire? And how did you know about the location of the goddess's tears hidden in the statue? The goddess's tears were hidden in the statue. He looks at her and answers honestly. I've said it over and over already. I didn't know what that thing was. I just smashed the statue in front of the fountain and it fell out, that's all. She exchanges information with Bon. You knew all along, didn't you? No, I just broke it for fun and it fell out. Didn't you read about it in a book? His face darkens. What book? The compilation about the rifts. What? She senses something is off. Hold on. That's strange. You're saying you didn't know what that item was, yet you still used it to fight the vampire. I guessed it. It had the goddess's likeness on it, so I figured it was something goddess-related, which means it probably had exorcism properties. Is that really true? He swears to her on his honor. I swear on my honor as a warrior. Her eyes light up. Finally, I found a real compilation about dimensional rifts, but I'm guessing you found it in the library, right? Even so, she quietly thinks to herself, but she keeps that thought to herself. He watches her closely to see if she'll agree to his request. So about my request. She nods, reading his intent, and lays out her conditions. I understand what you're asking. Don't pull this kind of stunt on me again, though, just this once, got it? Please go on. She agrees and sets a time with him. Fine, I'll have the paper analysis results for you by next week. Thank you. She adds one more thing. And don't you dare show up unannounced at the crack of dawn like this again. He answers right away. Got it. A while later, at the party's gathering point, Miss A cups her hand to her mouth and shouts his name at the top of her lungs. Ben, where the hell did you go? I went to your room and you weren't there. He turns to look at her. I was at the library. She's shocked to learn he spent the entire night there. He notices the look in her eyes and realizes what she's thinking. What do you mean by that look? I was just reading there. Lana gave me permission. She rests her chin on her hand, skeptical. Really? A bookworm who reads all night, he defends himself. Why would I lie to you? Ben can't stand the way she's staring at him. What's with that look? Stop looking at me like that. Suddenly, he asks about the favor she wanted to request last night. So what was it you wanted to tell me yesterday? She fidgets, stammering. That thing is. Before she can finish, a voice cuts in. Have those two arrived yet? She seizes the lifeline and quickly changes the subject. They're here now. They've been waiting for you since earlier. Ben doesn't understand why they're waiting for him. Looks like they've been expecting me for a while. The old man speaks up. All right, if anyone has concerns about our group, speak now. Everyone stays silent, deferring the first word to him. Then Ben, you go first. He addresses everyone with a serious tone. It looks like we need to find a new teammate. I've already approached 2 other mages to see if they'd join us, but they all refused. The old man bristles with anger at what he's done. You've already been recruiting other mages. The mage standing beside him holds the old man back. Easy now, calm down. To be fair, what Ben said isn't wrong. He snaps back. Then do you have a better solution? The old man speaks up, explaining the reason for calling this meeting. That's exactly why I wanted to talk to everyone. Yesterday, I thought long and hard about Duan-Chi's situation. First, let's talk about what got Duan-Chi into trouble in the first place. Ben glares at the old man, visibly annoyed. Keep it short, I need to follow along. The old man throws out an idea. In short, let's try going directly to Baron Ma Suan and talking to him. She jumps in shock at his suggestion. What? How are we supposed to meet a baron? He lives in the imperial capital. We can't just waltz in there. The old man grins smug cause he's already done his homework. This tea house is a spot Baron Ma Suan frequents and he's about to arrive. Ben grows visibly irritated with the man. Just ambush him like that. The old man grabs the young man's arm. But if we don't act today, we'll have to wait another full month. And he's a titled noble. Meeting him in a group like this will be less intimidating, right? I'll pay each of you 300,000 soul stones. Please stay and speak on my behalf. Ben reconsiders when the reward is that generous. If it weren't for 300,000 soul stones, I'd have bolted already. The door slowly creaks open, someone steps inside. That's his brother, go on to your best. He stumbles forward, trembling, to offer a greeting. Baron Ma Suan, it's me, Duan-Chi. He drops to his knees, prostrating himself on the floor. Please hear me out. The Baron turns back, staring at him with a puzzled look. Duan-Chi sounds vaguely familiar. The butler at his side respectfully reports. The Duan-Chi family is the maternal household of Lady Kalina, the third wife of the former Baron. He doesn't even bother looking at him. So then what business does someone like you have with me? He trembles. The thing is, Ben sighs, seeing the boy too terrified to speak, and jumps in to rescue him. All right, fine, let me handle this. He steps forward, ruffles the boy's hair, then turns to the Baron. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I'm Benson of Jander. The Baron looks him up and down. It's been ages since I've spoken with a berserker. What a peculiar feeling. So what do you want from me? He lays out his request. Yesterday, he was seized by the Mostran Guild and banned from entering the maze. Could you lift that ban for him, my lord? The Baron doesn't understand the reason. How pitiful. But why are you telling me this? Ben is confused. He thought this guy was the mastermind behind it all. Why is he staring at me with that blank face? The butler whispers a report. The Baron suddenly pieces it together. That bastard, there was something like that going on. All right, you were caught up in that. The butler continues. Yes, my lord, it wasn't a significant matter, so I didn't bother reporting it to you. He doesn't even spare a glance at the people present and goes so far as to praise the butler. Well done, you know how to prioritize. Wasting time on trivial nonsense is pointless. Duan-Chi stands there, face drained of color, feeling utterly humiliated. Trivial nonsense. Ben ruffles the boy's head to comfort him, then turns to the Baron. Either way, could you lift the maze ban for him? He refuses, looking down at Ben with arrogant contempt. Why should I? Ben feels the frustration boiling inside him, cursing under his breath. Trying to reason with these bastards is infuriating. These damn aristocratic scum. The butler suddenly leans in and whispers, Baron, wait. The Baron catches the butler's meaning. You mean this berserker? Little Wangyuan. Yes, exactly. The Baron's face lights up with delight. I never expected to run into the explorer that the Count himself has his eye on, right here of all places. You've brought me valuable intelligence. I'll reward you with 20,000 soul stones. The butler beams. I am deeply grateful. The Baron cheerfully addresses Ben. Well then, what are you still standing around for? You're Ben, aren't you? He agrees to the request. Everyone around is stunned at how smoothly it all goes. I'll lift the maze ban for your friend. In exchange, accept my request. No, more accurately, it's my demand. Ben frowns, suspicion creeping in. What demand? The Baron looks up at him. In 2 months, my dear Count is hosting a grand banquet. Attend it with me. Ben is stunned. Demand is that simple. That's it. Do you have any talents worth performing at the banquet? The Baron's face gleams with amusement, already imagining Ben putting on a show to curry his favor. Like snapping a blade barehanded, for instance. I think it'd be pretty satisfying to vent some frustration when that guy dares to look down on you. What does this guy think berserkers are? He counters with an offer right after making his demand. I'll pay you 1 million soul stones, how about it? Do we have a deal? Surprised by the reward he's offering. He thinks you're scoffing at Idu little Nice. The guy does a full 180, greeting him with a beaming smile. Feel free to contact me anytime. I'll do anything for my comrades. He thinks to himself that sum is so massive, he'd have to be an idiot to refuse. Unlike that mage who got arrested, he won't get hauled away for talking back to a noble. Berserkers can't be charged with insulting the aristocracy even if they speak without honorifics. Because long ago, they forged legendary battle achievements and were granted a royal privilege by the king himself, the right to speak without formalities to anyone, except the king. The following morning, Misei and Zaijuji rushed to the mansion gate in a panic. Duanqi, how did it go? Duanqi forces a smile, his expression far from cheerful as he speaks. Well, Duanqi got into the maze, it was shockingly easy. Hearing this, he gazes at Duanqi thoughtfully. Having connections really does make all the difference. Maybe I should start leaning on the powerful folks when the time comes. With power and fame, everything comes easy. Even though it's great news, Duanqi's expression worries Misei. But why the long face? He forces a smile and dodges the question. It's nothing. Zaijuji pulls out the promised reward, 300,000 soul stones, triple the original amount. Zaijuji laughs heartily and says, here, take it. Everyone in the group decided not to accept their share, and I'd feel wrong pocketing it all alone. Seeing everyone united like this, Zaijuji can't help but be moved. Thank you, truly. Swallowing your pride and bowing to him like that must have been hard for a warrior. Standing before that mountain of soul stones without daring to accept, he can't help but feel conflicted inside. He offered a flat 1,000,000 soul stone. Could I possibly refuse? At the end of the day, berserkers have to survive too. What the hell is a warrior's honor anyway? Can't eat that. Zaijuji's expression turns solemn and emotional as he looks at him. I'll never forget this kindness, I will repay you. Hearing those words, even though he desperately wants to accept, he forces himself to decline. There's no need for that. Suddenly Duanqi speaks up, stammering. As for me, he looks at Ben seriously and says firmly, I will definitely repay you tenfold. Zaijuji won't be outdone either, refusing to lose to Duanqi. As team leader, seeing the two of them bickering, he's helpless. He speaks up. All right, whoever pays first, be my guest. Misei hears this and bursts out laughing, teasing him. Ben's getting shy, her words catch him completely off guard. What? Time flies by. The day the maze opens, the group stands before its gates, buzzing with excitement. The Mazet dimensional realm of sacred battles. So noisy. Jander's son Ben found the path to the maze, and now he's running into those lost little berserker warriors again. Seeing the group getting rowdier, Ben speaks up to lay down instructions. Listen up, follow what I taught you, that's what makes a true warrior. One of the warriors hears this and asks, so we can become famous warriors like you too? Ben replies, of course. All of you can do it, as long as you keep grinding. Hearing this, the warriors can't help but cheer with excitement. Alright, we'll definitely follow your teachings. Thank you. Little Vanken, we respect you. Seeing their fighting spirit lifted, he turns around and says coolly, well then, I'm off, good luck. The warriors behind watch Ben's departing figure, gratitude written all over their faces. He not only guided us to the maze, but also gave us his advice. That's little Vanken for you all, great warrior. Good luck, will follow his teachings. Zaijuji watches his actions from start to finish, unable to hide his admiration. You really do treat your clansmen well. He walks calmly and replies softly, I'm just doing what I can. Isn't learning from experience a cruel thing for everyone? Zaijuji follows behind and replies quietly, that's true. In a brief instant, his eyes turn ice cold and murderous. A few days ago, the third son of the Fanwu clan, Karach, mentioned to him, I've been acting as a guardian for the second floor squad lately. Almost everyone else in the team died in the Mazal from lack of experience. Thinking about this, his expression darkens. If only they'd abandoned those outdated traditions and trained properly, maybe so many wouldn't have died. He can't help but lament insidiously 3 trips into the maze, and it's already come to this. Up ahead, Misei suddenly calls out, hey, Ja Miller, why aren't you carrying a weapon? Ja Miller replies, it's in my inventory. I'm more used to pulling it out when I need it. She replies with delight, oh, that's actually amazing. Duanqi spots him approaching and smiles, you're here. All done. He replies flatly, yeah, let's go in. Gazing at the maze entrance ahead, he can't help but feel a bit uneasy. The last 3 runs were absolute hell, and this is the 4th. Who knows what kind of bastard will run into this time. With that thought, he steps through the gate without a shred of hesitation. Something will definitely happen this time too. So cast aside all illusions and brace for combat. The moment he steps into the maze, a barrage of system notifications floods in. System, you have entered Crystal Cave Floor 1. System, tip, the crystals in your possession have reached their storage limit. System, hunt new monsters and level up. System, you have entered Stone Desert Floor 2. Thanks to the favorable starting point, we reached the Stone Desert in just 9 hours. He and his teammates fight bravely, progressing smoothly without a single hitch. Despite hunting every type of monster to grind EXP, they still managed to reach the teleportation gate to the next floor. 4 days later. After another stretch of combat, notifications ring out once more. System, you have eliminated Sand Golem. System, you have eliminated Shield Cobalt Beetle. System, you have eliminated Stone Golem. System, you have eliminated Stone Guardian. System, you have eliminated Cobalt Fiend. System, you have entered Pilgrimage Path Floor 3. On the 8th day, we make it through the overgrown swamp safely and reach the teleportation gate to the 4th floor. System, you have entered Heavenly Tower Floor 4. He stares at the monsters ahead, eyes narrowing in thought. Every monster from the 3rd floor shows up here. Level 6 monsters plus unique spawns exclusive to this floor. A cold gleam flashes in his eyes. He doesn't hesitate and charges straight in. In other words, the EXP yield here is massive. A single slash ends the monster before him. He thinks to himself, no wonder they call this place a training tower. After a while, notifications flood in. System Vitten eliminated. System Scout Lizard eliminated. System Danahan eliminated. System Banks the Queen eliminated. System Eula the Bold eliminated. System Dragon Knight eliminated. System Liv the Glorious eliminated. Finally, the grind comes to an end. At the end of it all, focusing purely on hunting nets us a total of 3.9 million soul stones, 780,000 each. It's not a small sum, but I still feel a twinge of disappointment. Am I the only one who feels that way? Misei, standing beside me, nods in agreement. Same here. Zaijuji chimes in as well. Looks like Ben's insane luck streak has finally run dry. Honestly, we only got this much because Mike's passive skill Greed boosted the soul stone drop rate by 30%. He stares at the amount in his hand, face serious, thinking hard. How come we earned less than our very first maze run? Now I understand why there are so many bandits out there. Life keeps getting tougher. Truth is, our team was just absurdly lucky before. This is the real normal. So there's no point in dwelling on it. We spend our time in the city to the fullest. I help Raw V-Letter 1EA7N run experiments and determine the age of the second dimensional rift handbook. 155 years Agoth, very moment the game began. The death of the first king and the creation of this book both happened at the exact same time. I want to know what happened back then, but right now, there's no way to uncover the full truth. All I can do is wait. Misei notices his distant look and speaks up. B, are you even listening to me? Snapped out of his thoughts, he jolts and quickly replies, I'm listening. But inside, a new calculation takes shape. There's no other way. I'll have to dive deeper into the maze to find the answers. And so time passes the 5th maze. This time the soul stone payout shifts. 790,000 soul stones per person. Everyone exchanges confused glances. Did someone miscalculate? We barely did anything, just leveled up a little. In the dark room, only the faint glow of a candle flickers. He lies on the bed, trying to calm himself down after everything that happened. Come on, stop overthinking. Everything's going fine. Even so, his heart won't settle. In the end, he can't sleep. Damn it, what am I even thinking right now? He sits up abruptly, pressing a weary hand to his forehead. Everything is going well, and that's exactly what makes it dangerous. Don't forget, the worst always strikes when you let your guard down. I can't stop, I have to get stronger. That's the only way I survive. With that thought, he slaps himself hard across the face, leaving a dark bruise. If anyone saw me right now, they'd think I've lost my mind. Then he snaps his eyes open, and stares straight ahead with iron resolve. Always expect the worst, even if it drives you insane. Thinking that, the corner of his mouth curls upward. Then I'll be a madman because I'll do whatever it takes to survive. The next morning, Misei is already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. The moment she sees the dark circles under his eyes, she tilts her head with a gentle smile. Ben, is something wrong? He eats and replies flatly, it's nothing. Why are you asking all of a sudden? Misei looks a little worried. Your eyes look kind of intense. He glances away and answers coolly, I guess my face just looks a bit rough today. He gazes at the plate of food before him, deep in thought, eliminating complacency. That's my problem. I need to reflect on myself and push harder. At that moment, Misei suddenly cuts into his thoughts. Ben, she unexpectedly leans in close to him. Grinning, and he spits out everything in his mouth. Hey, can I touch your ear? Seeing his startled reaction, she stammers out an explanation. When I was little, my older brother said touching my ear would make me feel better. I know it was a long time ago, but... Oh, I mean, my brother, see, he still treats me really well. On the surface, he stays silent through Misei's words, but inside, a storm rages. Treats her well or not, that's his business. But what kind of creep does that to his own little sister? He glances at Misei's eyes, shining with innocent light, and can't help but sigh inwardly. This is exactly why a child's home environment matters so much. Look at those eyes, genuine concern, clear as day. She clearly has no idea she's doing anything wrong. He looks Misei straight in the eye and says seriously, Misei, don't say things like that to other people. They might misunderstand and get the wrong idea. She blinks at him, surprised. Misunderstand. He studies her flustered expression, thinking to himself, if I didn't know Misei's type is skinny guys, I might have misunderstood too. Like thinking she was trying to seduce me. She looks at him with a dead serious expression. But you're not just anyone, we're friends, aren't we? He cuts in firmly, hey, no arguing, just say I understand and leave it at that. Misei sighs in defeat, fine, if it bothers you I'll stop. That's a little hard to understand, but okay. Since you don't like it, how about I grill some meat for you instead? His expression brightens instantly. Now that's more like it. Right after finishing the meal, he heads straight to Lan Na's room, catching her off guard. Lana eyes him, her tone flat. Seems like nothing happened, huh? He answers quietly, obviously. And you? She responds calmly. I'm perfectly fine, of course. Ben nods, good. I'll be counting on you again today. Before we start, if there's anything you want to say, just say it straight. Lana looks at him in surprise. How do you know? He replies casually, just a hunch. She sighs and says, I have to say up front this isn't confirmed information. But as your friend, I think I should warn you about this. Hearing Lana say that, he looks at her with a hint of tension. Warn him about what? Spit it out already. She ponders for a moment, then says, there's a possibility of a spatial collapse occurring in the maze. He can't help but be stunned by those words. Spatial collapse, true catastrophe within the maze incomparable to anything else. In the game, it occurred at a guaranteed 1-to-1 ratio. His expression turns serious as he looks at Lan Na, thinking back on recent events. Lately I've been wondering why the maze has been so eerily quiet and peaceful. Could it be about to happen? Lan Na says seriously, I know you won't believe me, but maybe it's best if you just pretend you never heard any of this. He asks in a grave tone, where did this information come from? She replies flatly, from a mage belonging to the Silkade Guild named Nantang. Apparently he's been researching spatial collapse for a long time. He says after hearing this, all right, thanks for the warning, I'll look into it myself. Hearing this, she looks slightly surprised. You're heading back already today. He turns, waves goodbye to Lan Na and walks off. Got a new quest now, time to get to work. However, I couldn't find a single piece of information about a mage named Anan Pergangso, much so that I started wondering if he even existed. And about 10 days later, the rumors started spreading. Misei bursts through the door from outside, looks at him and says urgently, Ben, have you heard? They're saying a spatial collapse is about to happen. The group in the tavern erupts into commotion the moment they hear the news spatial collapse. Who did she hear it from? They say it happens in cycles and the maze is due for one soon. Seeing everyone's reaction, he falls into deep thought. Strange. For a rumor to spread this wide, it has to at least have some basis or source. Could someone be deliberately spreading this? He carefully observes each person in the tavern without saying a word. Too stifling. I need the kind of intel that circulates in more secretive places than this tavern. Thinking that, he tightens his grip on the glass. But how would a lunatic like me ever get access to high-level intel like that? In the end, there's only one way. Suddenly, he pulls out a red pill and stares at it in contemplation. I originally planned to wait at least 3 more months before using it. Without a moment's hesitation, he puts it in his mouth. But 1 month early should be fine, right? Thinking that, he swallows it. Down the hatch effortlessly. He glances around and mutters. Right then, as the clock strikes midnight, his entire body glows, accompanied by a notification. System character's soul resonating, transporting to designated world. Looking at the unfamiliar landscape before him, he exclaims in shock. Where am I? At a police station, a strained voice reads out, Han, 500 Li, 29 years old. The inspector sits in his chair, holding a cup of hot coffee. He speaks up after a month of unauthorized leave. His company filed a missing persons report. What about family? The detective stands before him and replies politely, only his biological mother. But when they spoke, she seemed unwilling to get involved. The inspector asks with an annoyed expression, then why is this missing persons case landing on our team? The moment those words leave his mouth, his voice carries a hint of hesitation. According to the detective's recollection, Hanso was carrying a backpack as he walked into the house. According to his account, the CCTV caught the guy walking in but never coming back out. All the windows were shut tight. As soon as he finishes, the detective immediately hands over the information board to the inspector. There's definitely something strange going on here. He flips through the board while still holding the cup in his mouth. A thought flashing through his mind, no signs of forced entry. No valuables missing. The last card transaction was last month. The inspector recalls the scene from back then. More notably, the clothes he was wearing when he entered the house were found inside. As if his body had simply vanished, leaving only the clothes behind. Whoever did this must be completely insane. Next, he looks up and asks the detective, have you secured the scene? Get forensics started, the detective says urgently, you need to see this first. The inspector asks, puzzled, what is it? The detective says firmly, it's the screen in the missing person's room. He exclaims in surprise, why would you? Hold on, detective, how is it even turned on? I haven't even plugged it in. The detective replies calmly, I don't know either, it was already like that when we found it. System coming of age ceremony complete. New item equipped, item level will increase. The inspector's face turns deathly pale, sweat pouring down as he stammers. What the hell is this? The detective adds, I did some digging. Turns out similar cases have been reported across the world. In Ben's mind right now are the images of himself ever since he transmigrated into this world. A cascade of thoughts follow one after another. It's been 5 months since I woke up in this world. I've done everything imaginable just to survive. But do the feelings from my old world still linger? Next comes the image of Ben as an office worker in his old life. Whenever I sat down at a computer, I'd start typing out of habit entering my password. That's all I can remember now. So that's why that postscript was there. The computer screen displays, please enter password. The king of armor, damn it. His hands fly across the keyboard. Ben startles to his feet, staring at his own 2 hands. His face is deathly pale, fear written plainly across his features. Wait, is this really my body? Ben senses something as if suddenly realizing a truth. This is my room. Everything matches my memories perfectly, so lifelike. Wait, that also means, he strides over and opens the fridge, then exclaims with joy. There it is, it's here. For some reason, it's packed wall-to-wall with Coca-Cola. Without another word, Ben cracks open a can. A tiny spray of fizz bursts out. How could I possibly resist? He quickly brings it to his lips and gulps it down. After finishing, he chokes back tears and laments. Damn it, no taste at all. Even that burning sensation of cola tearing down your throat is gone. It's like a tasteless, odorless liquid just sliding down. Suddenly, a knock sounds at the door. A voice drifts in from outside. May I come in? Ben rests his chin on his hand and thinks. So this place was created based on the memory that makes me feel most at ease. And because my defense mechanism is so strong, you can only perceive this place as a foggy, illusory haze. Trying to get back into the lunatic's way of speaking. And the password I typed earlier was Faketh Real 1 was verified directly by you. A beautiful woman with blonde hair says, that's right. Exactly. An ordinary person in this world couldn't possibly recreate outfits and spaces from Earth like this, could they? In his thoughts, he knows this woman's alias the Soul Queen. She seems to be serving as a guide for newcomers like me in this place. Ben asks puzzled, what about the doorbell though? If you can just phase in here, why bother knocking? The Soul Queen replies innocently, you're probably the only one who thinks that. I'm just here to get you, that's all. The two of them stand face to face. He stares at her, thinking to himself, come to think of it, this room's design was apparently my ex-girlfriend's idea. She said to redesign it based on what we already knew. But how could she verify something like that? So this must be the system's doing then. The moment that thought crosses his mind, he moves to reassure the Soul Queen. Don't worry, from now on I'll be a full-fledged member. Bond thinks further there must be other ways to learn more about the system here, but she probably won't spill it. The Soul Queen chimes in cheerfully, saying that now they can also use various methods to reach out to people and extract their souls into a space like this. But it won't affect you at all, rest assured. He's quite taken aback by those words. You mean there are a lot of people here? Bond settles into the work desk, and she walks him through how to use the community. Honestly, it's similar to a bulletin board with different sections and chat rooms. The Soul Queen patiently guides him through it all now, he just needs to create a nickname. Suddenly, Ben hesitates and says someone already took the nickname he used on the Sot of Anne forum. The screen displays an already registered username. The Soul Queen exclaims in surprise, it looks like someone already took it. He asks suspiciously, really? Why? She tweaks a letter and finalizes it, gently asking, are you a fan of that person? Bond thinks, confused, what is she even talking about? The Soul Queen says nothing more, turning around and waving goodbye as she leaves. If everything's set, then I'll be on my way. If you have any issues, just request support. Seeing her leave, he responds with a hint of bewilderment. Okay. He silently wonders, is the tutorial over already? After she leaves, Ben immediately dives into exploring. Exploring the community isn't that hard. To get familiar with the place, he joins a random room to test it out. The instant he clicks on a random room, he's instantly transported there. The group of people notices his arrival and can't help but be surprised. A new member welcome. Immediately, a man with a bright smile walks over and shakes his hand. I'm Da M letter 1 EBN, the room owner. Where are you from? Everything happens so suddenly that he shakes hands in slight confusion. I'm from South Korea. The man smiles and says, nice to meet you. A bit cramped in here, isn't it? We still don't have enough contribution points to redecorate the room. Could you show your public nickname and introduce yourself? Hearing this request, he's somewhat surprised. Show his public nickname. He silently guesses it's that thing floating above his head. Seeing him so confused, Da-M-letter-1-E-B-N smiles and guides him. First time joining a chat room. Here, people can share knowledge and chat with each other. He nods in understanding, so that's what chat rooms are for. Suddenly, a name appears above his head. The moment the group sees that name, they can't help but be stunned. Hello, I'm Alina. Alina, no way. Is this for real? Isn't that the person who wrote the stat optimization guide? That person is a game company employee. Seeing everyone's reaction, he can't help but be puzzled. What's going on? The group immediately erupts into chaos, leaving Da-M-letter-1-E-B-N bewildered. So the guide writer is Korean, I knew it. Sorry, but is this really true? Are you really that person? Seeing everyone growing more and more excited, Da-M-letter-1-E-B-N gently tries to calm them down. Wait, everyone calm down. Their reactions leave him bewildered and deep in thought. I need to stay calm first. First of all, the nickname El Nuna they're talking about is the one I'm currently using. About 3 years ago, I posted a guide on in-game stats because I wanted everyone to know about it. Back then, it didn't even hit 100 views, so why are they acting like it's some priceless treasure? That can't be right. Then he recalls what the Soul Queen once told him, making him ponder. Didn't the tutorial woman also ask if I was a fan of that person? So I'm famous and I didn't even know it. Whatever the reason, I need to figure out the cause first. Whatever the case, he forces a smile and speaks up. In the midst of this chaos, there must be some misunderstanding. I'm just a fan of that person. As he speaks, he's already calculating in his head. Drawing attention would be dangerous, so I need to cover my tracks first. Ben points at the name above his head and says softly, look closely, I'm El Nuna, not El Fana Nuna. The moment they hear his words, the group calms down and takes a closer look. Now that I look again, the pronunciation is different too. Realizing their mistake, the group falls silent. The atmosphere immediately turns somber. They can't hide their disappointment. Come on, turns out it was the wrong person. I got all excited when you said you were Korean. Seeing their mood turn sour, Da-M-letter-1-E-B-N steps in with words of comfort. They usually get over it quickly, and seeing their reaction, he breathes a quiet sigh of relief. It worked. After calming everyone down, he stands alone in a corner and mutters, God, they're making such a big deal out of it. Deep down, he feels a tinge of disappointment. Their first impression of him is ruined, and now they're being cold. Should he just leave? Suddenly, a young man from across the room notices him and walks over. El Nuna, how long have you been here? The unexpected appearance startles Ben. He hasn't fully snapped out of his thoughts, but leaving too quickly would arouse suspicion. He responds coolly, only about a year. Tin Kui says, you received your invitation pretty late, huh? Hearing this, he can't help but be surprised. What do you mean? Tin Kui chuckles softly. Most people receive their invitations the moment they manifest evil spirit abilities. It's rare for someone to receive one as late as you did. He ponders, darkly saying he's been a member for 1 year is actually risky since it's somewhat unusual. Tin Kui winks and smirks, continuing, then I guess you also got access pretty late, huh? Still, since you're a 1-year member, that's about 70 days on Earth, you must know a lot about the current events, right? He exclaims in shock, 70 days on Earth. Tin Kui answers, time here works differently from Earth. 1 month on Earth equals 5 months here. In other words, the ratio is 1 to 5. Just hearing this, his face goes pale with shock. So if I've been here for 5 months, that means a whole month has passed on Earth. Time really is different here. I wonder if anyone's filed a missing person report yet. After that, he continues talking with Tin Kui and learns even more. He asks, is there any way to get back to Earth? Tin Kui ponders and replies, well, I've heard plenty of theories, but none of them are confirmed. He thinks with a hint of irritation, just as I expected. Then Ben asks, who is the first player? Tin Kui answers, nobody knows for sure, but that person has apparently been here for 20 years. That's when the community was established. He hears this and responds thoughtfully. Tin Hai notices his somewhat indifferent demeanor and says, isn't that great? There will be plenty of people ahead to guide us. He crosses his arms, pondering for a moment, then replies, yes. In his heart, he silently thinks. Honestly, he feels kind of hurt. His pride as an experienced player is crumbling. There are way too many veterans here. After all, everyone here reached the Abyss Gate before him, so they're all old hands at this. Even though they don't look any different from him, still their experience is genuinely impressive. Suddenly, Tin Kui speaks up, so El Nuna, what mode did you use to clear this game before? Ben hears this and freezes, staring at Pingy. Huh. What mode? Tin Hai sees his stunned expression, smiles, and says, you haven't played the original version of the game, have you? This remake, what mode did you play it on? Tin Qui's words make him fall silent, deep in thought. He doesn't really understand what the guy is talking about. Seeing him looking so clueless, Tin Qui seems to misunderstand something and slaps his hand on the table. In Korean, I think they call it cheat mode. You know what I mean. The original game file lets you customize your experience and drop rates. It was posted on Sun Ivan 5 years ago. Oh, not to brag or anything, but I cleared this game on hell mode with that game file. There, although with a few tweaks. Hearing this, Ben goes completely still, staring at Tin Qui in silence, thinking, why are there so many people who have beaten this game? The moment the question he's always wondered about finally gets answered. Maximum EXP and drop rate multiplier is 100x. Max level is 30. He always thought it was only 11. Wait, if the max level is 30, doesn't that mean there are 30 essence points to allocate? Opening dimensional rifts at will to grind levels and farm gear with boosted drop rates, there must be a staggering number of rare items. Before these chaotic thoughts, his entire body trembles with despair. Seeing his state, Tin Qui looks confused. So, Nuna, how many times did you replay the game, and with what drop rate and EXP multiplier? He responds after a pause, 50. Tin Hai hears this and raises an eyebrow. Oh, isn't that pretty tough too? 50x isn't easy, you know. Ah, the person who created this place cleared it with only a 15x multiplier. Most people play at 60x to 80x, so you're already way better than them. Tin Qui's words make his face flush red with rage. Impressive. The grim-faced professor reaches for the glasses on the desk. By the way, have the police taken the computer yet? His assistant replies, yes. Yes. I've erased all related traces, so there won't be any newspaper articles or anything written about him. The professor puts his glasses on and says casually, and the other person? She replies, I've investigated everything from his date of birth to his occupation. Everything is perfectly ordinary, nothing stands out. He opens the computer and says, except for this game. Looking at the game screen before him, he muses, he's quite lucky and talented. With this so-called failed product, he managed to conquer Ayuga Visor's legacy. Well, the assistant says, it replicates the world as faithfully as possible. The original is far harder than any other version, supposedly impossible to clear, and it was recalled 5 years ago. He hears this, frowns, and says in a low voice, but someone actually cleared it. Then is it really a failed product at all? Then suddenly a flicker of interest crosses his face. You know what, I'm actually quite curious now. This person called Hans Salaith, only one who could clear the supposedly unbeatable original game. I wonder just how far he can go. Hans types on the keyboard, mulling it over. The conversation with Tin Qui was genuinely helpful. How should he put it? He thinks back to that night's conversation. If I could just get a slice of pizza, I'd solve everything. Nuna, do you want something to eat? He looks at him, yeah, corn and seaweed soup. The other asks again, seaweed soup. He glances over at him. Hans continues, that's the most effective meal I've ever eaten. Even if it's just conversations like this, it feels like a form of stress relief. He glances at the clock on the computer, it's past 7 o'clock. He recalls the guy mentioning that when time runs out, this space will close automatically. Originally 12 hours, no, only 7 hours left. He opens the game system interface. Alright, let's see if this space collapses or not. In the marketplace, he clicks on the trading information Pagia hub for buying and selling goods or intel. He uses his converted JP points. 100,000 JP, 2 million stones. System listings displayed 20 GB. How to reach floor 2, 1,005,000 GB. GJ manuscripts optimized character builds. System 7,000 GB. Heavenly Tower floor 4 special event 2,800 GB. Dragon Lord skill activation conditions. Ben's nimble fingers click the mouse, sorting by price descending. Another notification pops up, 70,000 GB. How to kill the floor 1 lord. 69. 0 JB seeking someone knowledgeable about Bone Island, floor 6. He smirks to himself. This is the most efficient way to gather intel. He wonders, the floor 1 lord. System, a private chat request has been sent to you. System transaction successful. Current JB 70,000. Hans mutters under his breath. Bone Island, the hidden fragment on floor 6. System private chat request received. Transaction successful. Current JB 139,000. He smirks. There's nothing about this game I don't want to know inside and out. System, a notification pops up, Lover has sent a private chat request. He looks up after posting his listing. With the JB he's offering, information dealers have already started crawling out of the woodwork. The lanathe old man sits in a small armchair inside a classic wood-paneled room. He clasps his hands together, smiling warmly. You want to know about Janana Mage from the TAD AI faction, is that it? Ben silently assesses. In his previous post, he didn't ask whether the rumor about the dimensional rift was true, because he couldn't tell which were lies and which were truth. He walks forward slowly and says, more precisely, I want to know the details of what he's been doing recently. He pauses, but if I ask about P-Gangth person said to be the source of the rumors. The old man smiles. You're asking about the dimensional rift rumor, aren't you? He thinks to himself, if everything goes as planned, I'll find the one who holds the accurate information. Hans looks up at him. Is that rumor true? The old man says softly, he did speak about the dimensional rift, but it's not going to happen. He asks, do you have proof? The old man laughs. Here's the thing, this involves high-ranking figures and political matters, so. He cuts him off. I'll add another 20,000 JB. The old man quickly continues, but if you really want to know, he points at an image of a spatial model. The TAD AI faction is a school that specializes in maze studies, primarily spatial magic. Easy to understand. And the leader of this faction wants to conduct an experiment. He asks, an experiment. The old man smiles faintly. I can't go into details, but it's nothing dangerous. They just need fewer explorers entering the maze than usual. He recalls the conversation between two men he overheard at the tavern. So the rumor our faction started has already spread throughout the city. Because if word gets out that a dimensional rift collapse is imminent, it'll keep the adventurers in check. He grows a little uneasy again. Is it really okay to tell me all this? The elf-class player smirks coldly. It's not like I'm spilling secrets. I sold this info for JB. Either way, it's got nothing to do with me. Besides, the royal family will step in and squash the rumor soon enough. The armored soldiers calm the citizens down. Hanso questions this. The elf-class player explains if the number of adventurers entering the maze drops, the amount of soul stones collected will drop with them. They can't just stand by and watch. Bon mulls it over, then continues, fair enough. Then the deal's done. I'll send the 20,000 JB as promised later. The man laughs heartily. No need. On second thought, I've been far too stingy with a fan like you. That's 400,000 soul stones you're talking about. Looking at the old man's cheerful face, Bon muses, thanks to this, I can be certain of one thing, this man has such a solid foothold in this world that he doesn't even bat an eye at that kind of money. In other words, he knows every nook and cranny of the information I spent days struggling to uncover and still couldn't find. Once again, I'm back to square one, a newbie. Either way, no matter how many times they've cleared the place, it's got nothing to do with me. This isn't some simple world like real life, it's a harsh one. This is a place where the strong survive and the weak get culled. Little Vancan, or whatever, it's just an empty title. At the end of the day, I'm still just a greenhorn here. The further I go, the longer the road ahead feels. But why is that? He smirks. Now that's interesting. The man who bought his way into killing the first floor boss. The woman who wanted intel on Bone Island. And the man who just sat across from me. They spent years to get there. But I think differently. I'll get there, and soon. System coming of age, ritual complete. New equipment equipped. Character has triggered a goblin trap. System, you have entered the second floor goblin forest. His face breaks out in a cold sweat as he blurts out in shock. This kid is completely insane. The professor sits at his desk, fingers interlocked. He asks his assistant, how many people have reached the second floor on their very first attempt? She answers slowly, as far as I know, 117 people. He continues, among them, did anyone face a situation this dire? She replies, none, sir. He stares at player Bond's character data. His stats are unbelievable, even with years of experience. And yet he achieved all of this in just 2 months. She reviews the data, murmuring softly, if it's purely down to luck, it's not entirely impossible. He rebuts, if luck alone were enough, there would be at least one similar case by now. This is an anomaly. There's no existing data to compare it to, so the cause cannot be determined. An anomaly that defies every projection. Normally, as the sample size grows, the element of luck in statistical outcomes becomes negligible. However, every now and then, cases like this still emerge. An old mage turns and asks Kaso, how long did it take from where you met that madman to get here? He grimaces, if we don't take a shortcut, it's about 15 km. The old man lets out a sigh. Huh. And yet he crawled that entire distance through the maze in pitch darkness all alone. What a monstrous body. For the first time, the impossible has become possible. Bonhai's powerful frame taut, face darkening, flesh and bone erupt outward, warning vitality decreasing. Countdown initiated, in other words. He has become more than just an evil spirit. The The cursor moves across the computer screen. A new notification pops up. System growth rate normal. Growth rate normal. Administrator is monitoring this character. The old professor furrows his brow and rests his chin on his hand. I suddenly remember back when everyone thought the experiment was a failure, he said. A deep calm voice echoes. I'm simply making a reasonable judgment. Even if only one person achieves the objective, this can be considered a complete product. In that case, I believe this option is viable to pursue. Hans furrows his brow, his expression tense. Back already. He turns to look at the wall clock. As expected, an hour in there equals 1 second here, but I need to be careful. In other words, that means I'll be completely defenseless for up to 12 seconds. Either way, it works even better than I expected. It's the perfect place to gather intel. Good thing I entered earlier than planned. That said, 12 hours is pretty exhausting. Time to hit the hay. Tomorrow morning, I have to head to Baron Ma Suan's mansion. The following afternoon in Canon Imperial Capital, District 1 appears in full muscular gear, helmet and all. If it's not a dimensional rift collapse, then what on earth is about to happen? Either way, I need to push through this fast so I can use the Heavenly Tower auction house. Damn it, I knew wearing this clunky getup to a banquet here would look terrible. A shout rings out, stop. The old steward rides up on horseback. What did I tell you? You're the parade leader, you represent the Baron's dignity. Look straight ahead and maintain your posture, he lets out a breath. Who the hell assigned this job to a madman? The old man grumbles, just don't do anything to embarrass the Baron. This uncultured brute. He silently gauges the distance to the Count's mansion. The venue for the banquet is about 6 km away. The old steward barks, are you even listening to me? He cups his ear, playing dumb. What was that? Speak up, I can't hear you. Summer has arrived. Baron Ma Suan beams brightly, welcoming Bond's arrival. This is the first time I've drawn this much attention just by walking into a place. When we return, I'll reward you handsomely, worthy of what you've done for me. You flatter me, Baron. At least you're happy, that's enough for me. He turns on his heel. Well then, I'll go greet the Count. Feel free to enjoy the banquet. He stands there stunned. Bond ponders silently. And just like that, I'm left on my own. He stands alone, adrift in the middle of this lively banquet. The guests whisper among themselves, is it really okay to leave him alone like that? Daddy, can you buy me that? Look at those horns, so terrifying. He looks just like an ancient demon. Those 3-horned beasts are nothing but monkeys in a zoo compared to him. Hey. Sighs in frustration, knew they'd think exactly that. From behind, Kaso approaches and strikes up a conversation. You've had it rough wearing that outfit and walking such a long distance. Before the Baron arrives, would you like to rest here for a bit? Bond immediately agrees, sure. He silently wonders who is this man. He looks radiant. He sits down on the long bench alongside Kim. He takes the initiative to strike up a conversation. Doesn't it bother you being around those people? Kim stretches his arms out, loosening up. You won't be welcomed there. I used to be an adventurer myself. He silently sizes the man up. I knew there was something special about him. I'm Ben, son of Jander. And you are? Kim answers calmly. Kim. Ben marvels internally. From the start, I had a feeling Kim was a good person. Maybe it's because he comes from an adventurer background, but he doesn't have that typical arrogant air of a knight. Kim chuckles, you look like you've been through a lot, huh? Ben takes off his large hat, muttering internally. That butler could learn a thing or two from him. Then an irritated voice cuts in. What do you think you're doing? The old butler stands with arms akimbo, furious. I told Yao you're not allowed to sit. Kim steps in. Hey guard, that's enough. Ben calmly explains to the man. This person here is my guest. The old man hesitates for a moment. So what? The butler leans in close to his ear. If you've rested enough, then get up. What will people think when they see a berserker just sitting around? He glances at the man. Hey. I'm resting because I'm tired. The old man launches into yet another round of nagging and criticism. No, people will think you're weak, so stand up. Whatever you really are, at least Tadeb a steel warrior. He grits his teeth, his face scrunched up in frustration. If it weren't for 1,000,000 soul stones, right, 1,000,000 soul stones, just push through one day at a time. Fine then, I'll give him the full berserker performance he wants. He slams his hat back on, radiating a fierce aura. I am the Steel Warrior, the barbarian who shuns civilization, the wild berserker. He suddenly roars, sending the butler stumbling backward. Everyone in the vicinity whips around toward him. The butler grits his teeth. Ben grins wide and bellows, well, see how mighty I am. He grabs a massive rib and starts tearing into it with his bare hands. The butler's jaw drops. What the? The crowd erupts. Look, a real berserker. He can't even control himself. He just snapped the bone clean in half. That strength is terrifying. The old man bursts into a satisfied grin. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. Ben reaches over and claps a hand on the butler's shoulder. He stares the old man dead in the eyes. I want to crush your skull. The old man's face drains of color, sweat beads on his forehead. What? Don't push the joke too far. Ben clenches his jaw. A joke? You think I'm joking? The butler trembles. I forgot this is the guy who caused an uproar at the guild when they tried to lock him up. I've got things to attend to. Rest up. I'll be on my way. Ben lets out a long sigh. Kim bursts out laughing. This is the first time anyone's seen the old man make a face like that. Your teeth okay? Ben answers nonchalantly. Fine. My teeth are tough. Kim chuckles. That's so. Ben thinks to himself. This banquet is starting to get interesting. After enjoying the feast in true wild fashion for a while, curious nobles start crowding around and striking up conversations. A blonde noblewoman approaches, her cheeks flushed red. Can I feel your bicep? Ben shrugs. Go ahead. The girls squeal with excitement. Oh my god, it's huge. An elderly couple approaches Ben and strikes up a conversation. Hey, could you roar like that again, like before? Ben looks confused. Why? The girls from earlier whisper and giggle amongst themselves. I touched him. My skin isn't as soft as I expected. Ben raises his arm high and belts out a roar. Berserker Singer mode activated. The elderly couple is deeply moved, their eyes glistening with tears. Do you still remember our youth, those springs, the brilliant green leaves, how passionate we were? Other nobles flood over. Hey, I've got a request too. Look at me, do it one more time. Ben sighs internally. This feels like moonlighting at a children's amusement park. A group of knights gathers, sneering at Ben. At this rate, he's not little Wang Yuan's little clown. Rumor has it that nickname came from his small equipment, all he does is grovel. Looks like a berserker's pride is ancient history for him. He glances at the apprentice knight badges on their chests, smirking internally. Just a bunch of apprentice knights and they dare lecture me. These bastards. Baron Masuin approaches with a booming laugh. There you are. My apologies for interrupting the fun, everyone, but I need to take him away. There's someone I'd like to introduce him to. Ben sighs. He follows the Baron into the inner banquet hall to meet the titled nobles. Viscount Niu looks stunned, stammering. Who is this? Masuin immediately answers. Viscount, this is little Wang Yuan, a recently renowned adventurer. Viscount Niu asks again. Oh, I've heard the name, but why is he following you around? Ben answers solemnly. When I was in trouble, the Baron helped me out. In return, I'll be his protector for a time. Viscount Niu sighs enviously. To hear such steadfast words from a berserker, I'm truly jealous. Baron Masuin laughs it off. It's nothing really. I've told him countless times he doesn't need to do this, but he insists. Ben thinks to himself. Nodding internally, exploited by capitalism, as always. He thinks to himself, time for my line. Then he declares aloud, a warrior never forgets the one who helped him in his time of need. The Viscount bursts into laughter, a laugh brimming with genuine, admirable conviction. Son of Yander B. I'll remember that name. He sighs, exasperated. Conversations like this have played out dozens of times with dozens of different people. System character reputation 10. He does a quick mental tally. Out of all these people, fewer than 15 are actually titled nobles. Not a coincidence. I've made an impression on the aristocrats. I should focus on boosting my reputation stats even more. After the greetings wrap up, it's his turn to entertain those who have come to see Baron Masuin. A voice rings out behind him. Truly worthy of the name, little Wang Yuan. A knight steps forward, flashing a brilliant smile. The evening star shall guide our path. A pleasure to meet you. Baron Masuin. He glances over. You've arrived. The other man smiles. Indeed. Though I didn't expect to run into you here, Sir Bon. Bon catches on, he nods. Your name sounds familiar. Baron Masuin raises an eyebrow. You know Commander Kirov. Bon blinks confused. Commander. Bon squints with a grin. I'm truly fortunate to have been entrusted with such a responsibility. His name is Bon Kirov, the legendary explorer known as the God of Stars, and captain of the Third Order Squad. Someone praises Bon. Don't be modest, rumor has it you're a rank 8 explorer. Bon frowns in thought. So why's he out collecting corpses at night? Bon speaks politely. Sir, if you ever need someone to lean on, please make the request I mentioned before. I will always remember what you've done for us. Baron Masuin asks, curious. What do you mean? Bon suddenly realizes he'd forgotten to mention that. Fast forward. Bon recounts everything in one breath, his expression brimming with pride and satisfaction. The gossip-hungry aristocrats applaud and heap praise upon him. Sivenia thinks this young man is quite interesting. The Baron's eyes grow increasingly starry like a fan meeting their idol. That man's gentle gaze system character reputation 10 boost activated. Half an hour later, someone shouts Count Podu is here. Bon's face goes blank as a startled mutt when Baron Masuin drags him over. Apparently, the Count wants to meet him. Bon silently groans. His gut feeling screams that nothing good will come of this. Count Podhu greets Bon warmly. So you're the one, eh? I've been dying to meet you. Bon forces a smile and returns the greeting, bewildered by the sudden VIP treatment. Suspicion surges within him. Sure, I've built up some reputation lately, but not nearly enough for a Count to personally seek me out. Back in the game, I didn't even trigger an event like this until the late stages. The moment they meet, the Count declares, "You're taller than I expected. Great Wangyuan is more like it." Bon forces a chuckle, realizing the flattery is just bait, which only makes him more anxious. The Count continues, eyes gleaming. "I have a delightful idea." Baron Masuan appears wide-eyed and clueless like a deer in headlights. As the Count pitches his proposal, a tournament between apprentice knights. The Count clasps Bon's hand firmly and smiles warmly. "Would you like to participate?" Bon's face tightens, an unexpected quest. He admits to himself his gut feeling isn't good. The crowd buzzes with chatter, some eager with anticipation, others dismissing him as talentless. He steels himself. The reward's 2 million soul stones and a necklace of Gap 7777. If you embed a magic stone into the necklace, it dissolves and transmutes into a random new material. The stones can only be obtained from the 5th floor dimensional rift, but they're incredibly hard to come by. He notes they have a lot in common with soul bone bands. His assessment, it's a low-tier item with high utility, but not particularly valuable on its own. As such, it's extremely rare, yet commonly dismissed as a noob trap. Plus, the Skadier Beast Band has a hidden special event tied to it. One that. With that thought, Bon's lips curl into a sharp smirk. A blazing crimson aura of determination radiates from him, leaving the surrounding elders thoroughly confused. A cascade of calculations flashes through his mind. A bad premonition about something about to happen. Prioritize my own safety in case something goes sideways. He locks it all down in his mind, eyes hard with resolve. If I choose to run from an uncertain future just because it scares me, he smirks. The only ending left for me is ruin. It'd be a lie to say I'm not worried. He tells himself, forget the fear, carry it with Yuan, survive. Baron Masuan asks, just how strong are you? He doesn't expect Bon to win, but an embarrassing loss would tarnish his own reputation. Bon narrows his eyes. I can crush anyone's skull in 10 seconds. Upon hearing this, the steward's face goes pale, while Masuan grows excited by his raw power. Win and I'll throw in an extra 1 million soul stones. Bon thinks, is this divine intervention bankrolling me all of a sudden? The massive temptation ignites something deep within him. He vows to give it everything he's got. However, a rat slithers over, wearing an arrogant sneer. I hear you've been pulling some pretty cocky stunts lately. The moment Baron Masuan leaves, the rats come scurrying in. A knight sneers at him. 10 seconds. Have you already forgotten your place after all that circus? Bon realized wasn't this the same guy who called him a little clown or something. Another one steps up, threatening him and looking down on him. Madman, you'd better pray I'm not your first opponent because I'll rip your throat out in 10 seconds flat. Bon thinks this one's got delusions of grandeur. Sylvia glances at him. Before she can say anything further, he fires back at them with biting sarcasm. What's the matter? Got a problem? He radiates killing intent, voice ice cold. All of you come crawling at me like a pack of cowardly rats. He sneers at them openly. Even a greenhorn warrior wouldn't stoop this low. They're stunned by his words. He mocks them further. You suddenly grow bold because the Baron isn't standing next to me. Where's all that honor and pride of yours, huh? They hesitate. That's. Bon cuts in immediately, striking them right where it hurts. A knight who gangs up on a fellow knight just to intimidate him through sheer numbers, he shouts in their faces. Is there something seriously wrong with your heads? His booming voice makes them yell at him to stop. Humiliated by the crowd's scorn, they shout, shut your mouth. He thinks at least they still have a shame nerve. The crowd murmurs and whispers, questioning whether they're truly knights, while openly criticizing them. If that madman gets serious, that's not something a real knight would do. They grind their teeth in fury and warn him, you'll pay for this. He responds with visible enthusiasm. Good, next time I'll be sure to fix whatever's wrong with your heads. He hopes they'll come to their senses and realize what they truly want. The council fraud is defeated. The referee announces the winner's Knight An of Baron HSVER's household takes first place, followed by Knight Sivanir and Ben John Jander. He's caught off guard. His identity has been exposed. They already recognize him. Referee. Called to position, the arrogant Sylvania eyes his expression with disdain. You look surprised. Your opponent happens to be one of the 3 up-and-coming young knights. He smirks, also the one who's been nothing but a nuisance around here. You've insulted my manhood like some mindless brutuhile. He is a civilized human being. The arrogant Sylvania raises his chin. I, Sylvania, the bright mirror of Count Ho San's household. Swear by my honor and my pride I shall use only fair methods to crush this ignorant brute. Ben lets out a booming laugh that echoes across the arena. The surrounding crowd erupts into wild cheers. Silveria scoffs at how uncouth they all are. Ben smirks and fires back, you think brutes are supposed to be elegant. The referee announces match begins. Sylvania charges in like a raging storm, raising his sword and thrusting it straight at Ben with a piercing scream. Die! Ben doesn't even bother dodging. He studies his opponent's movements, can't figure out which one is supposed to be actual swordsmanship. He decides in this situation, he'll just deflect everything. He swings his blade hard, sending Sylvania stumbling. That's when it hits him, has truly become a full-blown brute. Still, a flicker of hesitation crosses his mind. But Ben realizes he shouldn't underestimate this one. This knight isn't easy to deal with. Sylvania launches off his feet and brings his sword crashing down, but Ben dodges with fluid agility. He thinks casually, well, if we were on equal footing. The system flickers to life. System host has activated Savage Eruption. The match blazes white-hot as Ben's power surges violently. System character threat level temporarily tripled. Corresponding strength attribute boosted. He recalls his own bold declaration 10 seconds ago, I'll crush their skulls in 10 seconds flat. Sylvania's no pushover, but Ben's grip is iron. He tightens his hand around the sword hilt, eyes burning with killing intent, and slowly beckons the terrified knight with a taunting voice. Come on over, Ben thinks. The match still has 10 seconds left. Savage Eruption ramps up my threat level, but it's not as effective against humans. Still, it makes those who were already scared shrink even further into their fear. Leo's body trembles. Please don't come near me. In stark contrast, Miss A only taunts him further. Come on, get closer. For the brave, it only stokes their fighting spirit even higher. So what about this guy? Sylvania stands to the side, white-knuckled grip on his sword, unable to speak. The answer will come soon enough. He lunges forward with a roar. Ben stares at his empty hand and sinks into thought. No shield, not having one is pretty inconvenient. He raises one bare hand and catches Sylvania's strike. The knight's eyes go wide with shock. How can you? Ben answers flatly, you don't get it. Because you're too weak, simple as that. A glob of grease splatters from Ben's grip onto Sylvania's face, making his eyes fly open in shock. Sylvania frantically tries to wipe the grime off his face, muttering, what a filthy, underhanded trick splashed with filth. Ben is genuinely confused. He was just standing there. This guy's head is definitely messed up. Ben finally speaks up. Remember anything yet? I promised you last time that the next time we met, I'd help you fix the problem in your head. That's right, if there's a problem in the head, just remove the head. Problem solved. Ben casually hoists Sylvania off the ground with one arm. The knight thrashes wildly. Let go of me. I'm sure that's exactly how any brute would think, otherwise forget it. A medic rushes over. Temporary medical treatment administered to the participant. Ben asks a casual question, is he done yet? Leo heals with one hand and answers with her mouth. He's alive, but you should be gentler with him. Ben defends himself. I didn't think he'd be that fragile. He's a knight after all. I hit him with my bare fist, didn't even use my axe. How was I supposed to know he'd go down from just one punch? Leo is completely exasperated. Knockout. You hit him hard enough that some of his brain fluid almost leaked out. Ben looks embarrassed. He went down, sure, but he's still alive, isn't he? The nun feels like she's witnessing three brainless brutes trying to hold a conversation. Suddenly, Sylvania's eyes snap open. Where am I? I should be heading to the dueling grounds. Leo spots the problem immediately and explains. You're experiencing memory loss from the trauma sustained during the fight. I've healed your body. Your memory should return shortly. He speaks through gritted teeth. I understand. Thank you for your help. Ben suddenly leans in close, scrutinizing his face. Do you remember anything at all? Sylvania flinches. Don't come near me, it's disgusting. Ben mulls it over silently. He doesn't seem to be lying. Then he speaks, I'll leave right away if you can do one thing for me. Sylvania asks, what is it? It's nothing major. I'll tell you exactly what you said to me before, and you just repeat it back. Sylvania blinks, utterly confused. Say that again. That's all you want. Ben confirms. That's right. Now do it now. Sylvania speaks through clenched teeth, forcing out each word. He chokes back tears as he forces each syllable out. I heard he's called little because that thing of his is small. Now I remember. Ben guesses his memory has come back. Good. Keep going. Sylvania immediately drops to his knees, groveling pathetically for mercy. Stop, I was wrong. Please have mercy. Ben crosses his arms and assesses the situation. Seems like the problem in his head has finally disappeared. Today I fixed a problem that even the nun couldn't solve. Sylvania is still wailing and begging frantically. I don't want to, please help me. Leo sees things have gone too far and kicks him out. Get out of here. Outside the tent, Baron Masuan spots who's emerging and reacts immediately. There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. Where have you been? Ben John answers, went to check on that knight, see how he was doing. The Baron is taken aback. What? I can't believe you attacked him so mercilessly before. He replies, unhurried, if we were in the maze, I would have hit him with an axe instead. Honestly, I didn't expect him to be that weak. He should train harder, he's way too slow. Masuan chimes in, that's right, it's not your fault. The fault lies with him for not training properly. But is this really okay? They may be squires, but they're still from noble families, right? He reassures him, don't you worry about that, sir. Why do you think we set this up in the first place? Even if someone comes looking for trouble, I'll handle it. It's no big deal. So just focus on winning. The wilder you get, the happier the count will be. Ben flashes a smug grin. Alright then, I'll crush every last one of their skulls. The scene shifts back to the arena. The MC's voice rings out. Next up, Kai Saan of Baron Zhu's house versus Ben Jander of Baron Masuan's house. He thinks to himself, fam, I really this lucky today. Running into yet another one of those three dimwit squires. The match begin. Kai Saan draws his sword and taunts first. Don't you feel any shame for putting someone in that state? Don't go thinking this match will be as easy as the last one. I don't mean to talk trash, but Van Y was the worst among us. While he's still rambling, Ben seizes the opening and slams a devastating blow into him. No words needed, Ben wins straight up. The whole thing takes just 3 seconds after the match begins. The crowd erupts in wild cheers. Keep it coming. Night Slayer. Watching the roaring crowd, he only grows more confused. Is it really that fun to watch someone's head get crushed? Which one of us is the real savage here? Notification character reputation 10. So across 3 semifinal matches, he showed them what breaking a life looks like. That's how the Maniac MC announces the results. Ben Jander of Baron Masuan's house wins. Too bad the last of those 3 dimwit squires wasn't even a worthy opponent. He couldn't even lay a hand on that last one. One day, he'll definitely pay a visit to the medical tent. Leo asks Sylvania, you want to become a believer? His eyes are full of earnest longing. Can that happen right now? He's helpless. Good grief, that's the 3rd one today. After the match ends, Masuan's voice brims with excitement. You were absolutely incredible. Even that last one gave me chills. Where did you learn a technique like that? He mutters under his breath. From cartoons, he says flatly, cutting the conversation short. I'll rest a bit before the next match. Masuan responds, of course, excuse me then. Back to sitting alone, Ben focuses his thoughts. Just one left, so who's the opponent? At the same time, the MC's voice rings out. Abashir of Count Podhu's house and Ben Jander of Baron Masuan's house, take your positions. A knight serving under Count Podhu. Abashir greets him enthusiastically. A pleasure to meet you. Ben returns the greeting politely. The pleasure's mine. I witnessed your previous battles. An incredible warrior built a giant golem paired with an essence crystal core. A classic power-focused combination. I think I understand what kind of person the Count is now. He definitely likes to showboat. Abashir suddenly asks, where's all your equipment? Ben replies bluntly, it's annoying. He says, I figured it'd be a hassle to fight normally with all that gear on. I was worried this would end too easily, but I'm relieved to see you're taking this seriously. Then let's get started. Ben assesses the situation. The guy is clearly up to something. Good thing I saved this for last. Look at how off guard he is. He flashes a provocative smile, until the smile freezes solid as he looks up. Gigantification, savage eruption. He stares at Ben's overwhelming power, completely frozen, sweat pouring down his face. System character activates gigantification. Body size increases, along with threat level and physical stats. System character activates savage eruption. Threat level temporarily triples, along with physical stats. Ben's eyes blaze with fiery sparks, locked dead on Abashir, who still stands frozen in place. His sword hand trembles. He realizes that activating both skills simultaneously has drastically boosted his threat level, along with his physical stats. Abashir drops his weapon to the ground and sprints toward the crowd for dear life. Ben mutters, matter-of-factly, him standing still made everything easier. System gigantification deactivated. Right on cue, the MC announces that the opponent has forfeited the arena. Only now does Abashir snap out of it. He rushes back to the arena shouting, wait, I didn't mean top, please let me try again. A sharp, unfamiliar voice cuts him off. Enough. The man's gaze is filled with menace. Yao, how much longer do you intend to humiliate my name? Ben feels a twinge of regret. Maybe he shouldn't have used gigantification at Wynn's place. She repeats it over and over in her head, her face pale, haunted by a single obsession: she has to become stronger. Her eyes are hollow, fixated on one belief: the only way to keep the people she loves by her side is to be stronger. Only then can she hold on to everything she wants. While Wynn is in the middle of training, the unexpected sound of Tija opening the door startles her. She wonders why is Tija here. Tija tries to stay calm as she checks on her sister. Are you okay? Win asks bewildered. Hey. Taxia calls out her suspicious behavior. You were just muttering something. Erwin scrambles for an excuse to cover it up. I was just talking to the spirits, that's all. I'm training right now. Can you come back later? Taxia agrees. She closes Erwin's door with a flustered expression, wondering whether she should tell her right now. Everyone's been talking about the little Van Canet, just isn't right to keep her in the dark like this. But would she ever get another chance to experience growth this massive as an adventurer? Up to this point, Erwin has contracted all 4 great spirits in the blink of an eye and successfully awakened 3 of them into achieving free will. Honestly, I don't understand why talent like hers was buried for so long. She excels at combat archery and dagger fighting. She's strong enough to solo level 7 monsters. Better not say anything. Erwin could grow even stronger. She's been acting a bit off lately, but if she keeps getting stronger, wait, lately, could it be because of the essence she absorbed? The memory flashes. She frantically searches for the book on Canny-Ba, a basic essence analysis guide. She finally finds it. Canny-Ba, grade 7 medium agility, low dark resistance, low focus, medium accuracy, low sixth sense, medium alertness. High obsession, agility and senses are significantly boosted during movement. Red Mana Trap, green hunting hound, green homing arrow. She wonders, is the obsession stat really that high level? Could it really be the same thing? However, at grade 8, obsession drops to medium, and at grade 9, it drops to low. She nervously bites her nails. Finally, I understand now. It's this very stat and obsessive fixation on power. Heavy-hearted as she is, she can't recklessly erase the essence Erwin has already absorbed. She exhales in relief and decides once Erwin obtains a replacement essence, she'll have her purge it. Now that she knows the cause of the obsession, she's confident she can keep Erwin in check. The flame gradually flickers out. Taxia jolts awake as a thought flashes through her mind. Wait, if before erasing the essence she finds out that person is still alive, where would the obsession turn? The scene shifts to District 7. The carriage driver announces the arrival. The passenger steps down and thanks the driver. At exactly 200 a.m., Ben returns home. He tells himself, all right, time to begin. Ben stares at the enormous sum of money he received. He figures it's because the client is a wealthy noble. Ben is so stunned he can't even speak. I earned a fortune, hard to believe it was just one day. The letter with the request. Request from Baron Matushin, advance deposit promise 1 million stones. Tournament entry fee 2 million stones. Tournament victory bonus 1,000. 0 stones. Trophy presentation to the Baron 3,000 stones. Total 4,300,000 stones. The Baron chuckles mischievously. Your name and my family's will be the talk of high society for months to come. So if you run into any trouble, come find me. Looking back at the effort it took just to win, he thinks calmly, given what I've done, the man should be happy. Seems I've accidentally ticked off Count Bohiu. The Count calls him to a corner for a private word. Congratulations. Anyway, if you prepare more, I'll summon you here. Ben is slightly puzzled. What do you mean? The man's expression hardens with a warning. You don't need to know the details. From now until then, if any other nobles summon you, just ignore them. Understood. Ben thinks to himself, as if he'd actually do anything if I refused. He just nods. After all, he's no fool. The look in that man's eyes was terrifying. Ben is surprised to receive a special reward G, necklace 7777. He recalls that in Dawn Zone, no matter how much you grind, bad RNG luck means you might never see one drop. I wonder how high my luck counter has climbed by now. From here on out, I need to watch my every move. The next morning, opening his mail, he keenly realizes this is the Count's doing. He notices the contents are all similar. Scanning through them, the party rewards are just bribes from nobles. He deliberates, just doing this one thing and I could live comfortably for the rest of my life. But the cunning old Count's shadow lingers, making him hesitate. Accepting would anger the Count. Ignoring them could mean retaliation from the other nobles. So I'll write letters to decline every single one. What exactly is the Count thinking? People like him are the most dangerous kind, as if they could snap at any moment. His unclear intentions worry me. Why would a Count take interest in a barbarian adventurer like me? Ben decides next time the player community opens, he's going to dig up everything on the Count. Come to think of it, it's been a month already since he started helping Jia Wen with her research. Jia Wen opens the door cautiously. You're here. Ben is surprised. So which senior researcher am I assisting today? Jia Wen looks flustered. Well, about that, Zian appears, grinning ear to ear like she just found a rare herb, and warmly welcomes Ben. Long time no see, Ben frowns. You told me I'd be helping your senior, but not literally your senior, right? She explains apologetically, I'm sorry, my master insisted. He says don't stress, it's nothing like some big experiment. Ben narrows his eyes, so he's the one who forced this to happen. The old man laughs, I just want to test a magic tool I created. He's curious whether it can detect evil spirits. Ben's guard snaps up, a magic tool. He steadies himself. Stay calm, assume the worst case scenario. Old man G thinks he's an evil spirit, so the real keyword isn't evil spirit, it's magic tool. Ben steps in close and confronts him directly. You're sure it's safe? The old man just laughs it off. Ben figures that kind of evasive laugh makes sense. Jia Wen speaks up, irritated. You don't trust me. I'm a professor at Anti-Mayan Academy. Are you underestimating me? Don't worry, I'll prove it's safe. She startles at being suddenly called out. May. Zian comforts her. It's nothing difficult. She agrees, but only if it's just checking the formula. Ben realizes she'd likely side with her master over him. Neither of them is trustworthy. He analyzes the situation. The fact that the old man prepared this thoroughly means he still isn't sure. In other words, no such magical tools exist. They've never existed before. Of course, one could suddenly appear, but that's a big if. If such a thing really existed, he would have already tricked me into sitting in front of a magical artifact to test it, not probed me like this. So no matter what excuse I use, refusing would only be walking straight into his trap. Ben makes his decision. Fine, let's play along. Zian asks, so what do you plan to do? It's not dangerous and it won't take long. Ben echoes back skeptically. Won't take long. Jia Wen replies, about 5 minutes. Ben agrees. Fine then. Zian hesitates, you sure about that? Ben asks, what do you mean? What do you mean fine? Jia Wen explains, he means aren't you worried it might be dangerous? Ben shrugs, Jia Wen already checked it, didn't she? Jia Wen is still uneasy. True, but Ben just sighs, let's get this over with, I still need to go home and get some sleep. Inwardly, he's cursing, you think I'd fall for your pathetic double trap, old man. After Ben leaves the room, Zian turns to old man G and reports he's gone. She asks irritably, so what now, master? He just smiles. Zian says quietly, it's just a strangely shaped chair. There was no formula at all. He fires back. I played along just like you wanted and you won't even explain anything to me. She demands, you suspected him of being an evil spirit. That's why you interrogated him inside the labyrinth. Zian flusters, she tries to compose herself. Calm down. She asks, so are your doubts cleared now? He sighs and admits, yes, I was wrong. She stubbornly presses on. Honestly, I understand your reasoning, master. You're a person who thinks differently from others, but I need you to answer this question. Zian asks, surprised. What? Her expression turns dead serious. What would you have done? If you thought he was suspicious, you could have just handed him over to the underground police. Zian's expression turns ice cold as he replies. If I'd done that, he would have squawked. She's stunned. Master Zian turns away. Enough, I'm tired, I'm leaving. Do me a favor and clean up for me. She calls after her master, wait. Jia Wen can't stop replaying her master's words in her head, he would have squawked. He needs a live evil spirit. What is master really after? Bone-deep exhaustion washes over Ben's entire body. He lets out a long sigh. I'm really worn out. That was too much of a shock. Lately I've been on edge. This anxiety just won't go away. But I haven't made any mistakes. I've done pretty well, I'd say. Wait. But that old man, did he look so disappointed? Whatever, not my problem. Just as he's about to doze off, a familiar voice forces Ben's eyes open. Misha appears, murmuring, are you asleep? He jolts, how did she? Oh right, I gave her a key before. After a beat of confusion, he sighs, sits up, and looks at the girl standing before him. Hey Misha. She tilts her head. He grabs Misha's hand and says something decisive, full of conviction. You came at the perfect time. Misha, I need you. Misha flusters, reacting in a panic. Right now, it's broad daylight. No, wait, I mean I'm not prepared. Ben stays perfectly cool. Just write the reply letters to those nobles. Misha stammers. Our reply letters. Hesitation and confusion are written all over Misha's face. But doubt lingers in her eyes as she asks, is it really okay to send them something like this? What if something goes wrong? Ben says bluntly. Of course it's okay, I happen to have a gift for writing. The letter says I'm far too busy to attend, so find another barbarian son of Yan Del Bayon. Misha freezes. Yes sir. Then she sits down and asks while writing. Alright then, while I write, tell me what happened yesterday. Tell me everything. Seeing Ben go silent, Misha pushes. Why so quiet? Ben replies simply. I'm thinking, hold on a moment. The party's regular meeting was scrapped. He ordered everyone to start preparing immediately right before the labyrinth opens. That dwarf declared he won't participate in the expedition. Hikurate's face turns grave with worry. If a spatial collapse actually happens, we're done for. Ben realizes that isn't the dwarf's real reason for refusing. Use reasons where there's smoke, there's fire. Jaimal offers an objective take. Given how serious the situation is, I think we should sit this one out and rest. Misha asks Ben with concern, what are you going to do? Ben smirks calmly to himself. I could actually convince them with intel from the community, but there's no need. Honestly, this works out even better. Come to think of it, it's been over 3 months since I arrived at the Bloodstained Castle. Any player knows you have to clear the first floor rift every time the cooldown resets in the early game. But I can't go around revealing how to open a rift willy-nilly. I'll only take Misha along to gather crystal cores. He makes up his mind and speaks. Alright, then it'll just be the two of us this time. Misha exclaims in surprise. Me too. Ben asks back, what you want me to go alone? Misha hastily denies it. That's not what I meant. Ben stares at her coldly. Clearly she doesn't want to go. He says, if you're that worried, I'll just go alone. Misha fumes. Hey, you barbarian-brained idiot, at least be polite about it. Or try asking nicely for once. He ponders, genuinely confused. Ben responds, stiff and halting, one word at a time. Please come with me. Misha frees, then bursts out laughing. Of course, you can't manage on your own, right? Ben watches her reaction, completely puzzled. Does that actually work? He makes the final call. Either way, it's decided. This time, we're entering the rift. With no warning at all, breaking news rocks the city the very next day. The royal family issues an official announcement. The rumors about spatial collapse are entirely fabricated. The faction leaders holed up in the Magic Tower have been blindly pursuing their research and deliberately spreading false rumors. Zagugia and Jayamal are both shocked when they see the news. Zagugia rushes straight to Ben's place. Ben, did you hear? Now we can enter the labyrinth together. Ben shakes his head. I've already taken a quest, can't go. Without another word, he slams the door shut. The old man can only laugh helplessly. Misha overhears the exchange between him and the old man. She immediately demands an escort quest. Since when did you take something like that? Calm down, don't worry, I'm just repaying a debt. A look of confusion crosses her face. Ben smirks faintly. Actually, I plan to enter the rift this expedition. She's stunned. How are you going to enter the rift? Don't tell me you found a way into the labyrinth. Ben nods. Yes, she's still skeptical, but why hide it from Zagugia? Wouldn't it be better to bring him along? His hand wiping down his blade doesn't stop for a second when Misha says that. Ben turns to Misha and asks sharply, have you told anyone about contracting a water spirit using the ice fairy bracelet? Misha shakes her head, not at all. He stares at her, suspicion in his eyes. Really? Her gaze is dead serious. You told me to keep it a secret, remember? Ben nods. That's right, he frowns, but what about Zagugia? Would he keep it secret? She wonders what if the old man gets drunk and starts running his mouth everywhere. Ben continues. And what about Dankai and Jayamal? Misha thinks it over, then answers. I think Dankai would blab even while sober. As for Jayamal, I'm not sure. Ben thinks to himself. Surprisingly, Misha's assessment almost matches his own except for Jayamal. Actually, he's the most predictable one of them all. Jayamal will definitely keep the secret, but he'll wonder how Ben knew about it in the first place and start looking at him with suspicion. Misha pauses, so that's why you kept it secret from them, but what about me? She demands angrily, why didn't you tell me about the rift then? Ben hesitates, that one, he mulls it over silently. There are quite a few reasons actually. Misha may seem airheaded, but she's actually careful and tight-lipped. Besides, she's a terrible liar, so only I can verify whether the secret has leaked or not. He can sum it all up in one sentence. Ben wraps it up, one sentence is enough. You're the person I trust. Misha's face flushes red instantly. She fans her face frantically. Isn't it suddenly really hot in here? Just drink some water. Alright, Ben does the math on his own, only 8 days left until the labyrinth opens. Looks like he's going to be plenty busy preparing for everything. Day 8, Misha asks, are we buying more equipment? We're buying spell charms, he replies. System, your equipment has been imbued with the radiance of lightning. System, for a limited duration, imbued equipment will possess the lightning element. Misha is stunned. This is the most expensive magic potion there is. You actually bought one. Ben says he's wanted one for a long time. It won't be a waste of money. By the way, 2 million mana stones used to pay for all of this comes from the joint account he set up with Misha a long time ago. Day 7, the wizard praises him. Looks like you're doing quite well, 4 million mana stones in just 2 months. System, Phase 4 of the Immortal variant has been activated. Notification, stamina and mana slightly increased. Spirit 40, ability 40. Day 6, Misha urges him, hurry up and take a bath already, you need to eat. In his Titan form, he tilts his head, puzzled. Food, what's that? He reflects on it. Thanks to his increased MP, he can now sustain his giant form for 1.5 times longer than before. When he sets out for the labyrinth, Misha quickly asks, can I come with you to the labyrinth? He eyes her doubtfully. You can actually read. What kind of look is that? She snaps back. I read books sometimes, you know. At the labyrinth entrance, a special book detection spell activates. Ben is suspicious. Why the secret detection spell today? She answers shyly, the other spell is something I prepared just for you. I can't use it in front of other people. Ben insists, then shouldn't you use it for me too? She completely misreads the situation. Right, you said your name was Korsai, wasn't it? Forget what I just said. Both he and Misha stare blankly. What was that about? I don't want to think too hard about it. Day 5, Jia Wen suddenly says, thank you for putting up with me all this time. Ben replies bluntly, what a rough gig. She gives as good as she gets, you shouldn't have said that. Either way, don't hesitate like that. Ben wonders she wouldn't take back the tower access card, would she? Jia Wen reassures him, keep it, and if anything goes sideways, come find me. Sometimes I get curious about what you're up to. He's practically a trouble magnet after all. Ben agrees. Fine. And when the day comes, the townsfolk around them cheer. Yander's son thanks Ben for the advice. Watch out for humans, guard your heart. I won't forget. Good luck. Ben evaluates inwardly, even thanked him. Pretty polite, aren't they? Someone in the group praises him. It's great having a senior like you around. Ben simply replies, I just showed them the way. The old man teases him. Don't be so modest. He warns Zigugia to stay sharp. If someone treats you well out of nowhere, be suspicious. Zigugia laughs it off and asks me, do I look like those young hotheads to you? I won't say it out loud, but even you have to admit I'm being straight with you. For once I trust you. Jaimal turns and suggests to Ben, we're heading out, you coming in? Misha startles and refuses on his behalf. We're still waiting for a client. Jaimal replies, I know, then we'll go on ahead. As they leave, Leo calls back over his shoulder. See you tomorrow, catch you later. 30 minutes later, Misha asks Ben, you're not going in. He says calmly, just wait. For how long? Ben doesn't answer, muttering to himself. That's why nobody likes newbies. If I tell you to wait, then you wait. It'll double our EXP gain. System, you have entered Crystal Cave Floor 1. System, first entry bonus EXP gain X2. Seeing everything before her, her head spins. Misha panics. What the? Is this the gateway to Floor 2? How is there a spatial instability phenomenon here? Can we take advantage of it? Ben is helpless. I can't explain it any simpler than that. I can only use it because I already know how it works. He feels a pang of pity. She lets out a confused groan. Misha explains, if he knew a shortcut like this existed, he'd feel like everything he'd done was a waste, just like I felt after using that ring. Ben silently agrees. Yeah, if he knew about this route, I'm sure he'd feel robbed of all his hard work. Jayamal once declared in the past, I'm sure if I work hard enough I can open a gate with my own hands. That's my dream as a scout. Ben notes silently. He's pretty serious about the scout class. System, you have entered Stone Desert Floor 2. He surveys the surrounding stone desert. Talk about bad luck. Then he sinks back into thought. I need to reach the eastern gate to get to the Beast Cave and collect the mana stones we need. Guess I need to backtrack. The system pops up again. System, you have entered Crystal Cave Floor 1. Ben pulls out the compass and says, we head east. 2 days. 3 hours later, the two charge through, cutting down every monster blocking their path. Gnomes are level 9 monster smud doll-looking things that use a stealth fusion skill. You can only detect them within a 3 km radius. Misha's body is exhausted. Killing these is fine, I guess. Actually harvesting the mana stones is the real hassle. Picking up a stone, Ben thinks, if Dan Kai were here, we couldn't have gathered these on our own. He detects movement at range. Misha blurts out, hey, Ben, someone's heading this way. What do we do? Ben is also at a loss. Not sure. If they've made it this deep in just 3 hours, they must be hauling ass. You guys are still the fastest around. The group zooms past Ben, shouting self-encouragement. Let's push even further. That's the spirit. Misha excitedly says their gear is incredible. Is that what you need to open a gate? Ben replies flatly, what are you so shocked about? Someday we'll be just like them. Hearing him say that, Misha finds it hard to believe. Us too. Hearing the surprise in her voice, Ben thinks, I guess she's still used to being treated like outcasts. As they walk, Misha mutters, you're really ambitious. You know, is it because you're a barbarian? Ben reminds her, are you making fun of me? She nudges his elbow lightly and teases. Idiot, you're really cool. Praised by a girl, Ben's face flushes red, but he keeps his composure and doesn't show it. Misha is sometimes way too blunt. Does she think she's a barbarian or something? It's been 19 hours since Misha and Ben entered the labyrinth, and people around them can't stop talking about him. Seen anything today? No, that mace is massive. His backpack's gotta be one of those expandable storage types. How is a guy like him still stuck down here? He looks around and mulls it over. Didn't see that one coming. Something fishy is definitely going on here. Guys like us should be on the higher floors by now. Why are we still hanging around the spawn point of floor 1? Seeing his amused grin, Misha turns and asks, what's so funny? Ben chuckles, thinking about his old team. Before meeting Erwin, he'd already been through it all. He can't help but wonder how she managed to pull it off. Gotta admit, having a loaded big sister does make everything a cakewalk. But I'm still curious. She's the only member of that team I actually know. Should I go looking for her once in a while? Huh? Why the hell is he staring at me like that? I can see the jealousy burning in his eyes. Little does he know killing him would be easier than breathing. And that guy, the longer I look at him, the more contemptible he gets. Ben speaks up without hesitation. Hey, you, got something you want to say to me? The guy panics and denies it immediately. No, nothing. Ben bears down on him, pressure radiating off his frame. Then why were you looking at me like that? He stammers. I'm sorry. Misha rushes in to intervene. Ben, what's wrong? He didn't do anything wrong. Ben immediately falters. Misha keeps trying to calm the situation down. Babe, come on, don't be weird about it. That only makes Ben angrier. Stop eyeing me down, you bastard. But he's clearly glaring at me. I need to check a few things. He probes, what's your name? The guy tenses up. Hans Ivan. Ben is immediately taken aback. What? His voice hardens. Hans, not Hainers. Don't lie to me, are you really Hainers? He mumbles, my name really is just Hans. Ben thinks it over, he's not Hanners, must have been mistaken. Whatever then. Hans clears his throat. Well, my name used to be Hainers, but I changed it. It was too common. Hearing that, Ben jolts in shock. What? So that's why looking at him made my skin crawl. He pats the guy's shoulder and says, stop changing your name, just keep it as Hainers, got it? He doesn't dare argue. All right. Suddenly Misha speaks up in alarm. Ben, look over there. Ben grabs her in a panic and bolts. Erwin, move it. There's only one explanation for this phenomenon in the labyrinth. The rift is about to open. He groans. Figures, the moment you cross paths with Hainers, your luck goes to shit, name change or not. Though nobody else knows this, a rift normally takes about 3 days to open naturally. But we're only on day 1. Which means someone out there is using the same method he once used to force a rift open. Good lord, I poured a fortune into prepping for this. Who could it be? Another player or someone just as cunning? Misha spots something strange and warns him. Ben, watch out up ahead. Ben looks. I see it. Don't worry. He silently resolves. We'll find out once we get inside. Without warning, Ben scoops Misha up in his arms. She flushes scarlet. Ben says, voice brimming with confidence. Hold on tight, Misha. Then he charges straight toward the gateway. System character has entered Rift Floor 1. The moment he sets foot on the new floor, a group of complete strangers comes into view. One of them eyes them with surprise. A dark elf and a beastkin on the same team, now that's unusual. He introduces himself, I'm Cahorn. Pleasure to meet you both. Another sizes them up and says, as long as you're not dead weight, you're welcome, name's Manus. A woman adds, and I'm Zhengxia Napin. I refuse to be anyone's liability. Ben introduces himself. I'm Ben, son of Tho. This is Misha. She's on my team. Misha hesitates for a moment. Hey. Ben thinks irritably. Don't overthink what I said, just play along. Misha confirms. That's right. Seeing her hastily shuffle away without a shred of acting talent, he can only watch helplessly. Ben flexes his credentials. I'm a damn good tank, by the way. So what are you all good at? Zhengxia says proudly. I was trained as a recon specialist since childhood. I've also absorbed the crystal core of a range-type monster. Khan speaks up, I mainly use a sword and shield. In a party, I usually hold the front line. Ben sized up the 2 newcomers. The girl is probably floor 1 level, the guy is floor 2, maybe equivalent at best. These 2 newcomers checked out just as he'd guessed. This situation was completely different from back in Blood Fortress. Every 5 or 6 labyrinths, a rift appears at random that's equivalent to 5 to 6 months in city time, or 4 when they're forced open. In other words, it hasn't even been 5 months yet. There's no way a mid-rank adventurer should be sitting on the first floor. So if they got blocked by monster nests and the rift opened 3 days after the labyrinth did, that means the others are newcomers too. No way any of them are at floor 2 level. Well, at least it's been a day now. Still, that's suspicious one. Ben turned his attention to the last person who hadn't introduced himself. What about you? The man reacted. You've already seen it. Ben eyed the large crossbow. Does that thing even work? Mind giving a few more details? But the man shot back, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? He replied, I'm a rank 6 adventurer. My friend here is rank 7. We've reached the 4th floor of the Witch's Forest before. The man acknowledged it. Is that so? I'm only rank 5. He asked, puzzled, then why do low-level people keep throwing themselves into places this dangerous? The man fired back. I was about to ask you two the same thing. Ben sighed. This old guy's a completely different breed. No idea how he fights, but his trash talk game is god tier. He crossed his arms, refusing to back down, and explained. We ran into trouble and got split from our group. It's just the 2 of us in this ring now. We were on the 1st floor. Earthquake aftershocks hit, so we pushed straight into the 2nd floor. While the 2 kept going back and forth, Zhengxia and Khan could only watch helplessly. The big man said he'd been through something similar. He added, I wasn't traveling with those 2 either. We just happened to meet because of the group splits. Ben figured, yeah, right. Can't trust that for a second. He'd wondered whether a ranged fighter strong enough to survive even existed, but looking at the man more closely, he seemed trustworthy enough. Surely no one would be farming grade 8 mana stones on the second floor at a time like this. Of course, that only held true if neither of them was hiding their real identity. The group finally decided to form a temporary party. Ben had one question left, so who entered this place first? Who was the one who got here first and triggered the rift? You think this is some kind of mafia game? As the party leader, he proposed. Then let's settle it like this. Avon, Miele, and I each take a cut. The rest gets split evenly among everyone else. No one gets shortchanged. Don't worry, we'll leave the remaining crystals to all of you. He mused. Yeah, we've already decided to let Misha absorb the Guardian Crystal. We've also decided to gamble on whether we'll get a rift fragment or a numbered item. But when it comes to RNG luck, I'm not exactly confident. The big man gave the order, let's move out. Formation up, the whole group began to move. Everyone marched with fierce momentum. Ben remarked, as I thought something about this place is definitely off. I've gotten way too familiar with these uncharted zones inside the labyrinth. He stepped forward cautiously. Everyone followed his lead. If it weren't for the rift someone triggered, we wouldn't have had to change our original route. At least the items we brought still work. Half an hour later, a snow golem monster suddenly appeared. System Alert Yeti LV-71, high-tier gatekeeper monster, found exclusively in ice caverns. Zhengxia went pale. Do we have to fight that thing? The big man answered calmly. The paths we need to take are usually guarded by monsters inside the rift. Ben assessed him, a seasoned pro through and through, even if he's growing more suspicious by the minute. He shouted, everyone hold up. Kazir asked nervously, is something wrong? He answered, yeah. The big man grabbed his weapon and charged to the front, raising his crossbow and locking onto the prey. With killing intent blazing in his eyes, each bolt flew at blistering speed, carrying tremendous force piercing straight into the snow golem. Under the devastating impact, the monster howled in agony. The man furrowed his brow and reported, it's pinned. Watching the monster struggle with the bolts, Ben was stunned. It can't pull the bolts out. Is that a hook skill? The man stepped back and delegated, the rest is up to you all. Misha and Ben exchanged confused looks. This guy sure is sharp when it comes to splitting up the work, he thought. Well, whatever, that works. The snow golem roared in fury. Ben squared up, ready to take it on. Without another word, he charged straight at the monster. Khan panicked, he's going in melee. Zhengxia was just as alarmed. A powerful surge of energy erupted from the snow golem's feet. Unflinching, he thrust his blade straight through its body. The raw force radiating from both combatants spread outward, cracking the surrounding ice. An intensely fierce battle. He shouted, calling for Misha. She launched from atop the creature's head and dove straight down. The twin daggers in her hands pierced directly into the snow golem's eyes. It howled in agony. System Yeti EF3 defeated. Misha landed with graceful elegance. Did you see that? She thought. Before Ben's astonished eyes, she flashed a smug smile. That's my skill level for you. Now that you know, don't ever let yourself get caught off guard. The big man showed a look of surprise and praised them. You two are surprisingly well coordinated. Following the monster's final scream, the system announced System Ice Wolf EFC-1 defeated. After that, the group pushed deeper into the ice cave, slaughtering countless ice wolves. Only natural, the monsters were mainly early floor spawns. The ice wolves kept charging in relentlessly. Misha and I handled most of them together. Oh, and the crossbow guy took out a few wolves too. That heavy crossbow seemed great for single target piercing damage, but its AoE capability left something to be desired. Either way, no one else could serve as a guide. Once we reached the pillar, turn left twice, then right twice, then left again. And before the next left turn, we'll need to pass through 7 straight corridors. If you already knew the route, clearing this chapter would only take an hour. Besides, it wasn't exactly hard to memorize. That's why I could roughly deduce one of two things. Either the Mafia isn't actually a player, or those people were just playing dumb to reach the staircase. Zhengxia remarks bluntly, this staircase really does have a bizarre layout. Ben grows impatient. We'll just have to head down, pick a path. After just a few steps, Ben pauses in thought. What if we miss the hidden piece inside that pillar? Well, that's probably obvious by now. I can always come back for it later. Cow keeps marveling nonstop. It's even brighter in here, even though we're going deeper underground. Zhengxia praises it nonstop. It's so beautiful. Misha chimes in, you're right, it's dazzling. Then she wonders aloud. But what is that massive pillar? Touching it makes it glow. Almond grows suspicious. Why so surprised? This could be the key. Zhengxia is startled. The key, he explains. Of course. A few monsters might spawn, and a new path will open up for us. Hearing his insight, Ben falls into deep thought. A player would do exactly Thaith's not wrong, but it's not just a few monsters, it's an entire horde. Alert SCA LED Tyrant has awakened. the thunderous howl of the ice wolves tears through the frozen air. He stays calm, obviously to take them down first. The ice wolves charge forward, eyes vicious and drooling at the fat prey standing before them. System Ancient Magic Bings awakened from deep slumber due to the tyrant's rise. Zhengxia panics, what do we do? Almond is also caught off guard, hadn't anticipated this scenario. He directs everyone to fall back toward the staircase for a better defensive position. He analyzes the situation. The first wave is roughly 20 ice wolves bearing down on them. Starting from the second wave, level 8 monsters begin to appear. Ben and Misha are already fighting them. Misha shouts a frantic warning. Watch out! He spots an ice golem that has materialized out of thin air. He quickly realizes that monsters capable of inflicting debuffs can also stack them. Priority kill it on sight to avoid debuff stacking. His battle cry rips through the air, locking onto his prey. The ice golem gets launched into a wall of ice, revealing the staircase behind it. The Ice King has appeared. He suddenly notices it, Frostbone Sovereign, a mutant entity capable of wielding countless spells. It roars as if ready to tear Ben apart alive. System Frostbone Sovereign has used suppression. I've seen this move before back with those bandits. The system warned me about it. System character is under suppression status. Zhengxia and Karzun panic. What? I can't move. He thinks to himself removing this effect is easy. Either attack yourself or bite your tongue like Misha does to keep the blood flowing. Or you could just stack your defense stat like I did. System defense stat has exceeded required threshold. System character possesses interruption resistance. Ben unleashes a thunderous roar, eyes blazing with killing intent. System character has activated wild eruption. Misha chases after him, scolding, he told you not to fight solo like that. System Frostbone Sovereign has used Frost Burst. It spews a blast of freezing energy straight at him. He deflects it effortlessly, a look of contempt on his face. That's your skill. All bark, no bite. He slashes it clean open, blood gushing down in torrents. It roars in fury, swinging its massive fist at him. He nimbly dodges the blow. Then he counters, instantly driving his fist straight into its face. It shrieks madly and charges, putting him on the defensive. A voice rings out a sharp command. Run if you don't want to meet your maker. He whips his head around, a flaming arrow is already knocked and ready to fire. System ALMAN has used Warcry. All skills will receive a buff based ONMT. System ALMAN has used Hazard Arrow. The entire area gets blanketed by his arrow, crimson explosive power streaking forward like a bolt of lightning. Misha and Ben dodge to either side in a flash, letting the arrow slam straight into the Ice King. It senses something, but before it can react, the arrow hits dead center. System bonus reward EXP-14, defeating a high-level mutant magic being. The explosion is so devastating that every ice wolf in the surrounding area gets wiped out instantly. Misha stares in disbelief at the unimaginable power. What kind of arrow was that? He realizes so that guy wasn't just a standard burst damage dealer. He's always had an AoE skill in his back pocket. The Frostbone Sovereign crumbles into dust upon defeat. He still has his doubts. Honestly, I still can't confirm whether that's a true AoE skill. But thanks to Almond, the 9th monster wave ends. They finally get a chance to rest and recover. And thanks to that, the party collects a hefty haul of essences and splits them up faster than he expected. Almond declines his share. 2 for 1 works fine. I don't need this stuff, split it among yourselves. Zhengxia beams, then a voice cuts in. Wait, you two take these instead. Ben assumes he doesn't care about the snow wolf pelt or the essence. However, picking up a chunk of ice essence, he proposes we'll take this instead. Karzun questions him. Is that the Yeti's essence? He nods, got a problem with that. The other quickly denies it. Of course not. Ben replies, then that's settled. If you feel shortchanged, then get stronger. Misha cheerfully congratulates him. Congrats, Ben, you're getting stronger every day. He generously hands over her share. Misha asks in surprise, you're giving this to me? He raises an eyebrow. Is there a problem? She stammers. It's not that I don't want a tie, actually really do want it. I just asked as a precaution, that's all, to avoid any misunderstandings or mistakes. Understood, you've agreed, good, she stammers on, so, how much would it cost to take it? Do you even understand what I'm saying? She explains essence is extremely precious. The question freezes him in place, leaving her puzzled. Are you even listening? Inside his head, frustration boils. Does she think he's the kind of guy who nickel and dimes everything? Zeddy is a level 7 essence monster with solid stats. Zeddy essence vitality 10, agility 10, bone hardness 15, cold resistance 15, ice damage bonus 15. Bone hardness and cold resistance also boost magic type stats. Ice, highly useful for any ice element user. He grins to himself, this thing is going to be a huge help. Bonus damage is a stat that adds flat elemental damage of a specific type. stacking on top of any existing elemental attack power the user already has. Misha puts on her most pitiful expression. She keeps saying, "I know what you want." He thinks to himself how lucky she is that the essence turned out blue tier. The talent has nothing to do with the essence's color. Passive skill Frost Combat, all attacks carry additional freezing damage, and struck enemies suffer reduced cold resistance. Active skill Frost Fusion Ice damage bonus is massively amplified for a set duration. She had drawn exactly the kind of active skill he wanted her to get. If we're talking about the skill's potential, it's top tier. The longer she plays, the stronger it gets. If she lands even better stats on top of that, god tier. For a level 5 drop, the game sure knows how to balance its stats. Misha's trembling hand reaches out and touches him, making him flinch. She asks again, "So how much are you planning to charge me after making me wait this long?" It annoys him all over again. She's still asking about money. He reassures her, "Don't worry about it, handing stuff like this to your teammates is just common sense." His words make Misha hesitate before asking, "Then that means our relationship." He thinks to himself she needs to survive, so investing in her strength is the logical move. Finally she accepts. "Then I'll take it," he declares boldly. "What are you waiting for? Just staying by my side is repayment enough." Misha stammers, flustered. "I'm really happy to hear you say that, but, Ben, you're hopeless. Why do you always bring up stuff like that?" After saying that, she extends her hand and absorbs the essence. Fine then. System Zeti essence has been absorbed into Misha's soul. She pants heavily. Maybe it's because it's been over 2 years since I last absorbed a new essence. This feels so strange. "You'll get used to it soon," he encourages her. Then he turns to Kazan and Zhengxia. "What about you two? What are you going to do?" They stammer, unable to give an answer. Then their faces suddenly tense with worry as they speak. "We won't take it." Seeing their attitude, Ben falls into deep thought. They want to throw away an extremely precious essence, but they're just noobs after all. Kazan rushes to explain. "It's just Zhengxia actually saw this crystal drop from a snow wolf with her own eyes. To avoid suspicion, I'll be honest, this essence doesn't suit me. And since it's a snow wolf crystal, I don't think it'll be compatible with me." Ben probes them about ice wolves. "What do you even know about them? Not many people are familiar with those creatures." "What exactly do you two know about snow wolves? They're not exactly a well-known species." Kazan answers evasively, but emphasizes that it's a high-grade essence. "Maybe there'll be a more suitable one later," he offers as an excuse. "Honestly, I don't know much, but it's only a level 9 crystal. So I think I'll wait a bit longer, something better might drop." Ben reluctantly lets it slide. "Got it." He's suspicious they're definitely sketchy, but their answers alone aren't enough to piece together the full picture. He deduces that normally, monsters on certain floors have a high drop rate for quality crystals. Ben turns to Misha, "Same for you, right?" Misha hesitates. "Erasing an essence is incredibly expensive. I don't want to make the same mistake again. The cost of wiping an essence's effects is absurd. I'm never making that mistake again." He remembers Nosha's a swordswoman who once swallowed a goblin archer's crystal by mistake. He clicks his tongue, thinking if either of them had taken that crystal, he might have been able to sniff out their hidden true nature under the guise of mafia-style interrogation. But Misha looks utterly bewildered when she sees his expression. He's still suspicious, but neither their words nor their demeanor show any cracks. Nobody wants to take it. Their answers leave no opening either. Suspicious and frustrated, he thinks, "Damn it, don't tell me they've been colluding behind my back." Zhengxia hurries to change the subject. "Anyway, now that that's settled." Suddenly, a chunk of ice cracks. Misha panics. "Above us, look." Claws pierce straight through the ice, ceiling marking the arrival of the snow wolf. Its massive form emerges through the blizzard, eyes burning crimson, fangs bared as it snarls. Misha is stunned. "I didn't think it was actually a snow wolf. A werewolf." Even the appraisal man is equally shocked. It's unnervingly massive and it's carrying weapons. While the whole party panics, Ben stays calm. Of course, this is the floor's final boss, plain as day. He watches silently. "We're almost ready to fight it, just a bit more." System alert: the Frost Tyrant has been enraged by intruders. System alert: the Frost Tyrant has activated Frost Annihilation. The beast shatters through the ice ceiling, plummeting like a meteor. The party gets yanked upward before they can even react. A devastating claw swipe is already bearing down on them. Misha screams a warning to Ben. "The floor. Ben, the floor." She shrieks. The ground is collapsing, and the entire party plummets with it. Now it's time to step into Chapter 3. System notification: characters have been pulled into an anomalous geothermal zone, ice cavern subterranean layer. Status: ailment hypothermia applied. Agility severely reduced. Ice elemental damage taken is doubled. A figure crashes into the dark lake below, sending ripples spreading across the surface. A grim, rain-drenched scene thick with tension. Ben bursts up from the water. his massive sword plunges downward, sending a violent shockwave rippling through the depths. He can't believe the next round is this brutal. A patch just to clear this floor, how is it this realistic? Normally, he only ever saw it through a screen in Chapter 3, you'd always fall into the water. In the game, if you just waited outside through the loading screen, you'd start Chapter 3 already submerged. Sure, the character would start with less HP than before, but reality was nothing like he'd imagined. It had already endured 7749 trials of being swept away by the current and slammed against rocks while plummeting down the waterfall. I got swept away by the current and battered around, tossed left and right like a ragdoll, right while plunging down the waterfall. He climbed onto the bank, feeling bitter. That's why the character ends up with less HP. My whole body ached after being thrown into the water like a training dummy. While he was wondering whether he should take a break, Misha rushed over in tears, asking after him, "Ben, are you okay?" At that point, rest was definitely off the table. "Probably not." He assured her he was fine, then asked how she was doing. "I'm fine, I'm okay. What about you?" She replied, "Oh, I'm fine. Over here." Zhengxia checks in. "Are you okay?" Armin calls everyone over. "If you're awake, come by the fireplace. If you're already up, get over here." Misha marvels, "You always carry firewood on you?" He says he always prepares firewood meticulously. "Yeah, ever since I started exploring solo, you learn to come prepared." This confirmed I really was a solo player. Fire crackled beneath the pot, clothes hung nearby swaying gently with each snap and pop. Zhengxia stammers, "Why is it so freezing here?" Can shivers, "Even though we've lit a fire, it still doesn't warm up," Armin says cautiously. "This is probably an anomalous ley line." Misha wonders, "Anomalous ley line? Oh, you mean like back in the witch's forest?" He catches on. "Right, no wonder it's so cold here. But why does my body feel so sluggish to move?" Misha diagnoses, "Maybe it's the cold." "I can't feel it." Ben figures that with her cold resistance sitting around 40. Of course she wouldn't feel a thing unless this place was an actual ice cellar. Misha asks if he's cold. "Are you cold?" Ben says he's finny a little cold, but nothing that really affects him. His explanation left her confused. "I don't understand what you're saying." He tried to explain further, but it came out the same way. "What I mean is my body's shivering a bit from the temperature drop, but it doesn't really affect my performance." Misha scolds him, "You stupid barbarian." She pulls Ben under the warm blanket. "Come closer, you'll feel better." He blushes and mutters, "What the hell?" Then glances over and sees Armin casually whistling. He firmly decides he can't let this situation escalate, even with the old man acting all nonchalant. The group had already decided this spot was safe enough, so they set up camp for the night. He suggests everyone sleep here, still suspects there's a mafia among them, so he can't afford to let his guard down. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder, he says, "We'll sleep here." He thinks to himself, I can't sleep among these people when he still doesn't know who the mole is. Someone warns Misha and Ben, "It's going to get really cold soon." She says, "Don't worry, I brought firewood. Not a whole lot, but it'll do." Misha suggests he sleep first. Ben, go to sleep first. Before sleeping, he wants to tell her something. "He need to talk to you about something first." She asks curiously, "What is it?" He asks her, "Do those three seem suspicious to you?" She suddenly remembers something. "No, that you mention it. There's something I just thought of." After she spills everything, he smiles and replies, "Got it. Good work, Misha." Ben immediately pinpoints the suspect, his eyes locking onto the group of three chatting away as if nothing's wrong. "I see. So that's who it is." 6 hours later, the expedition resumes. He's relieved there's only one path, though it twists and turns. Fortunately, there's only one route, so they have to stick to the main corridor. He walks forward while cutting down level 8 monsters lunging out from the ice walls. Just gotta eliminate every creature that emerges from the frozen barriers. Misha's eyes brim with killing intent. He breathes a sigh of relief. The monsters are only level 8. Moreover, these creatures are mostly level 8. But the difficulty here edges higher compared to the blood-stained castle, where level 7 Death Knights appeared. System status ailment hypothermia. When a character lacks sufficient cold resistance, damage reduction is capped at a maximum of 30 points. Ice elemental skills deal double damage. Alert Zhengxia, be careful. The residual shockwaves from attacks will hit us harder while we're afflicted with this debuff. She realized, so that's it. This really is an anomalous ley line. Ben groans because the two of them won't stop bickering in the middle of a tense fight. Oh, for the love of... What are those two even complaining about? He regrets bringing them along. They really shouldn't have been here. 4 hours later, they discover a herd of monsters frozen solid in ice. Armin diagnoses, those are probably ice elves because of their white skin. Ken asks, "Ice elves?" Armin reassures him, "Don't worry, they are only level 7 creatures." Zhengxia, pale as a sheet, asks, "We have to fight those things?" He nods with a smirk, "They're here for a reason." The ice ogre snaps awake, its eyes blazing with a sinister red glow. They bellow, and the ice holding them captive cracks and shatters. A pack of ice ogres charges in. Armin exclaims, "Good Lord, they won't even give us a moment to take in the scenery." Ben shouts his order, "Don't panic, spread out and form ranks." Actually, he does this so Misha can easily keep an eye on the two of them. That way, Misha can keep watch over them without trouble. Can obeys all right. A cluster of ice ogres wielding axes charges straight at Misha and Ben. He warns they're coming. In that moment, Ben tenses up as he senses the traitor's presence of Mafia. He doesn't know what their objective is. As the ice ogre rushes at him, he considers maybe they just want to clear this floor and are completely innocent. But he decides he needs to stay more vigilant. As his body surges forward, he must be prepared for anything that might happen. The ice ogre slashes down from above while he swings his axe up from below us, and snow explodes as the impact of two powerhouses colliding threatens to tear the battlefield apart. He fights while his mind races about the traitor. If so, this is the moment for them to show their hand everything they've been holding back. As the axe comes swinging in, he decides he only needs to defend to conceal his true strength, so he'll hold back just as a precaution. A shockwave of force from the ice ogre's axe slashes straight toward Jinxia and Can, but they manage to dodge just in time. Armin sees Misha standing still, completely unfazed. He wonders why she's still standing around instead of rushing to support her man. She explains, "Who knew a monster would spawn from behind? Besides, he's not my man." He retorts, "Not yet, you mean not never." That's exactly why he told Misha she didn't need to join the fray. Seeing the terrified looks on Can and Jinxia's faces, Armin figures those two won't be much help. He'll have to wade into danger himself. Suddenly, golden light radiates from the ice ogre's body. System Armin has summoned his iron bear Karzun. The ice ogre charges forward. Ben is caught off guard, didn't expect the man to summon one. Karzun raises its massive fist and brings it crashing down on the ice ogre's skull. The ice ogre gets obliterated by the punch. Ben marvels inwardly, so this is how he can solo even though he's just an archer. He watches Karzun pummel the ice ogre to pieces. He figures the man will definitely mop up all these monsters before the Mafia can make a move. He decides to switch to Plan B, then Plan B it is. But the moment of distraction gives the ice ogre an opening. It lands a devastating blow, leaving him staggered. Misha screams and rushes toward Hema, crushing punch straight to his face, dealing catastrophic damage. Blood sprays from his mouth. His vision bleeds red as consciousness slips away. Ben collapses. Misha sees the scene and lets out a scream, sprinting toward him, shouting his name at the top of her lungspin. Even though it struck him square on the head, the helmet's durability stat combined with his self-regeneration saved his sorry life. "Doesn't even hurt that much," he mutters under his breath. Ben glances to the side, eyes half open. Then, just as planned, "I'm counting on you." Horned rushes over, visibly worried when he sees him. "Are you all right?" The monster freezes in shock, utterly baffled. Horned thinks it's about to deliver the finishing blow and panics, shouting, "Stop right there." That's all Ben needs. Ben lunges upward and punches the monster square in the jaw, knocking its teeth clean out. "Horned, don't you get what's going on here?" Blood from the monster splatters across his face. Along with it comes the familiar ping of the system. "System, you have defeated the Ice Elf Fighter, 3EXP. The beast flies into an absolute rage. It lets out a deafening roar. Ui sees it preparing to cast an enchantment on them and panics. "Move, get out of the way." Ape Man has no choice but to use a hazardous material. The Ice Elf Mage counters with a solid wall spell. The two forces collide, triggering a violent seismic shockwave. The Ice Elf Mage can't hold the line. An arrow strikes it dead center between the eyes. Horn stands there, jaw dropped in utter disbelief. The moment the Ice Elf falls, the system pings, "System, you have defeated the Ice Elf Mage, 3EXP. Ben closes his eyes, mulling things over. At this rate, he'll wipe them all out with just 3 arrows. Is this really what a level 5 archer can do? Seems like the plan to make things more difficult just went out the window. A voice echoes through the space. "That's enough souls collected. Now we can proceed with the plan." He hears it and grows quite confused. "What?" It's Jinxira's sword glowing bright. System character has activated weapon swap. She charges forward, a mischievous smile still playing on her lips. System notifications keep pinging in his ears. System character has activated Beast Step. Stealth stat significantly boosted. Movement speed massively increased for 3 seconds. Jinxia channels her power, conjuring a fierce vortex. The first strike hitting the enemy will deal massive damage and inflict the bleeding status. A sword plunges straight into Ape Man's gut. Jinxia smiles more terrifying than ever before. "Thanks, by the way. Now I'll collect those 30 million crystal cores in no time." Ape Man can't even react. What? Ben realizes this had already happened once before. The monster's body begins to glow. System skill I. At that moment, two orbs fly toward where Zhengxia is standing. Caught completely off guard, Zhengxia lets out a startled yelp. She whips around and realizes the one who attacked her is Misha. What the hell are you doing? Misha doesn't hesitate for even a second. Right on cue, Ben emerges from the pile of debris like a wrathful god and slams his hammer straight into Zhengxia's skull. She reacts in time, barely dodging to the side. Zhengxia grits her teeth, a bitter thought gnawing at her. There's no way she knew I'd betray them, right? She notices her hand seems to have been affected. She stares at her own hand in horror. How is this possible? The system's mechanical voice chimes in system. Your stealth status has been nullified by the witch's glowing lure. He doesn't even know how to explain it to her. Damn it. You've only got yourself to blame for being reckless. If you were going to hide your identity like that, you should have kept your mouth shut. If I hadn't known you absorbed the Ice Elf Archer's essence, I definitely wouldn't have caught on to your invisibility. There were actually a ton of clues proving Zhengxia was the imposter. Even though she tried hard to cover her tracks, especially when she said, dead serious, do I really have to take that thing and go inside? The moment I touched it, it started glowing. She turns to Horned. In any case, it's all over now, isn't it? Ben's deduction had been spot on. Suspicious indeed. She continues pointing out key details while pretending nothing's wrong. He thinks further. The key thing is I could confirm everything through Misha's report. Back then, Misha had put forward a surprisingly plausible deduction. After falling into the water earlier, Zhengxia's scent had suddenly changed. His memory comes flooding back. Originally, it had a foul smell like an animal's den. Dirt from the beast's lair clung to Zhengxia's boots. To reach the entrance of the ice cave, you had to pass through the beast's lair first. Therefore, Zhengxia was definitely the imposter. Misha is absolutely furious about the disguise. She swings her sword and attacks. Damn it! Zhengxia stammers, W8. Misha puts every ounce of her strength into the swinged blade, nearly catches Zhengxia clean across the face. However, Zhengxia's reflexes are razor sharp. She jerks backward to create distance and flips through the air. Unfortunately for her, the moment she leaps backward, Ben is already waiting. Sensing him right behind her, her face drains of color. Hold on. She takes a devastating blow from Ben. Blood erupts from her mouth. She plants a hand on the ground to recover her balance. Despite being injured, Zhengxia remains composed professional, even which makes Ben even more cautious. It seems she's invested a few points into defense stats. She mutters under her breath, these damn bastards. Hearing her curse, Ben hangs his head low. He grits his teeth and thinks NPC. Has you're a player. Ben's eyes light up. Even so, nothing changes in this fight. He smiles. Anyone who wants to kill me is just another piece of scum, all the same. From behind, a beast lunges forward, making Misha scream. Ben, be careful, but he isn't afraid. With Wild Eruption active, she can't deal any significant damage to him anyway. He's a thinker. The biting cold gnaws at him, but killing it would trigger the boss spawn. So he shelves that idea for now. Zhengxia, witnessing the scene, is horrified. Having watched Ben this whole time, Zhengxia blurts out, how the hell is that bastard's defense so tanky? She seizes the moment while they're distracted and bolts. But how does one escape Heaven's net? Where could she even run? He notices her direction. Realizing she's heading the wrong way, he speaks up. The path is this way, he thinks. Exasperates an assassin-class player and she can't even figure this out. He lowers his head, seriously deducing. When the dormant ice foxes awakened, the cavern's ceiling collapsed and the passage was blocked. But a cornered rat can bite even a cat. He needs to stay sharp. The moment he thinks this, a grotesque beast face appears right behind him. It keeps slamming hard into his skull, pissing him off. Damn it! Noticing his predicament, Misha speaks up. Leave that one to me. I've had enough, just leave it. Misha stammers. Wait. After shaking off one burden, he turns and locks eyes directly with Zhengxia. Then he takes a step forward. The moment she sees him approaching, she panics and cries out, hey, let's talk, I think there's been a misunderstanding. The more she speaks, the more obvious it becomes she's just stalling for time. Ben lets out a cold snort, stalling again. His train of thought circles back. From what he observed earlier, it looks like retaliation was being used. He remembers the cooldown is 3 minutes. I've analyzed this thoroughly. In other words, you can't breach my shield for at least 2 more minutes. They clash again. He steps back, but she'll have to fight to the bitter end. He swings his massive, heavy weapon. Her arm shatters into pieces, agonizing pain. The glowing sword she'd been holding goes flying to the side. He stands before her. What misunderstanding? Spit it out now. You're trembling. She truly believes in him, yet his expression doesn't change. If there were a reason for that. Zhengxia lets out a pitiful wail. The thing is, I don't know if you'll believe me. Before she finishes, he grabs his club and smashes it into her head. Blood sprays everywhere. He can't believe she actually trusted him. You actually believed in me. He laughs coldly to himself. Do you think I've lost my mind? After she fades out, he turns to inspect the gear. All female-only gear. He carefully examines each piece. He could give some of this to Misha. After looting everything she had, he sits down, still gripping his heavy club. Now that the looting's done, let's have ourselves a little chat, shall we? Before settling everything, he raises his club. First crack her ribs and force her to use weapon swap. He's already stripped all her resources, including her starting equipment. Her face is swollen like a leech, but she's still stubborn as hell. Please, I'll do whatever you say. He asks calmly, alright, then why did you attack us? She explains, the Exploration Guild got hold of my information. I was planning to silence you all to cover my tracks. He sighs, exasperated. So you were planning to kill anyone who came down here just to keep your mouth shut. Then why did you open the rift? Her voice trembles. Heart of Ice, I heard this is the only place with a drop rate for that item. Hearing that, he figures it checks out. She continues, and then I didn't want to eliminate everyone anymore. They were just a bunch of level 8s anyway. She suddenly freezes, suspicion creeping in. How did you know I was the one who opened the Abyss Gate? The moment he hears that, anger flares. What the hell does she mean by that? She tries to add, wait, don't tell me you're a player too. She can't wrap her head around it. A player? Are you a barbarian? He picks up his club despite her desperate plea. Mister, please spare me. I just want to go home. I just want to go home. Somehow, I've survived in this godforsaken place. So please, I'm begging you. Hearing her pleas, Ben's pupils contract. She tries to sit up. I forgot the apology, didn't I? I'm truly sorry. At first I thought you were an NPC. If I'd known you weren't, I never would have said those things. We're all just normal humans, right? Right. People shouldn't kill each other, right? Yet his face holds not a single trace of emotion. She barely manages to utter those last words. You wretched phantom. Strangely, his heart clenches tight, but he doesn't show a single expression, not sadness, not pity. The blood-soaked club rises high, and just like that, he kills her. The moment the club comes crashing down, her blood-curdling scream echoes through the dungeon. System achievement unlocked, first player kill. Reward 1 permanent psychological resilience. This is Ben's first time killing another player. Whether it's hard or easy to stomach, whether the emotion surging through him is excitement rather than fear. From the stench of blood and mangled flesh mixed together, the blood-soaked club hangs in midair, a sight that sends chills down the spine. Misha seems to sense something. She turns to look behind her. His emotions no longer matter at this point. Misha turns back and calls out Ben's name. She jogs over to him. Why are you still standing there? I thought something had happened. Khan's still fighting his heart out over there. He's crying and screaming at the top of his lungs, someone please help me. But he goes down easy on axe swing and he crashes hard into the ground. He turns to Misha, you go handle it. Misha startles, you're letting me. He nods, try using your new skill while you're at it. She obeys and activates her enhancemental, so known as frost condensation. The demon readies its attack on the horned one, who's so terrified he's completely lost composure. This is getting unbearable. It brings the axe crashing down toward him. Seeing the blade about to split him open, he lets out a blood-curdling scream. Fortunately, Misha arrives just in time. The demon howls in agony after taking Misha's hit. Ben observed it, the frozen status. The frost element helps staunch bleeding and prevents wounds from healing. It proves quite useful depending on what you're fighting. Its ability to restrict movement is especially advantageous. He watches the beast writhing in pain and thinks, since it's an ice-type creature with high cold resistance, only the area around its wrist is frozen. Against a normal monster, the frost would have spread all the way to the elbow. He orders Misha to aim for the neck. Misha aimed for the neck this time. She dashes forward and complies. Understood. A single slash across the neck. She finishes it off. Though its reaction was pretty strange, no abnormal behavior at all. Is that so? He nods. Good, looks like the frost reached its brain. Seeing the ice creature eliminated, he thinks, well, he's seen everything he needed to see. He asks her, are you ready? She nods, of course. Good, stay sharp. Then the real fight begins. Beast has already been beaten to a pulp. Time for the actual boss fight. Blinding beams of light erupt outward. The real deal. The Tundra Nabarus has awakened from its long slumber, its full strength completely restored. That's the Tundra Nabarus. This beast possesses several key attributes, roughly 1.5 times the size of a normal werewolf with double their stats. Crucially, it wields equivalent magic power, drastically amplifying damage dealt to targets affected by hypothermia. But honestly speaking, the effect only lasts 10 seconds. The Tundra Nabarus charges straight at Ben. Precisely because of this trait, he draws his axe. The Tundra Nabarus whelps lunges in and clamps down on Ben's arm. Ben bites down hard on the scroll. The instant the paper tears away, the system notification chimes in. System character has consumed lightning wood. System lightning attribute damage slightly increased, duration 10 seconds. Since this Tundra Nabarus has 0 lightning resistance, he's brimming with confidence. From the very first step, he unleashes a barrage of electric arcs straight into the Tundra Nabarus. The Tundra Nabarus is paralyzed, but don't let your guard down. It possesses a skill that purges debuffs. It uses unyielding will, however. This doesn't grant full immunity, it only removes the current effect. Just paralyze it again. Misha hurls 3 electric orbs straight into it. A lightning bombardment. The in-game name is Concentrated Burst. The Tundra Nabarus is stunned. It collapses to the ground, completely drained. Its tongue lolls out, looks just like a dead dog. Ben grips his shield tight and stares down at it. That makes 3 seconds. The two of them continue beating it to a pulp. While thrashing the Tundra Nabarus to mush, he recalls that three-eyed Demonite reminds him of the fight against A and DF. Khan can't believe his eyes, 2 of them actually took down the Tundra Nabarus. System notifications keep firing off. System Tyrant Tundra Nabarus eliminated. 3 EXP. Guardian elimination bonus 3 EXP. Essence drops. A blue ice flame envelops the Tundra Nabarus's essence. Misha exclaims, "You want me to take this too? Sheath your sword already, or decided from the start it's yours." A pang of guilt hits him inside, but she probably thought he'd take it for himself. He wonders what she really thinks of him. "Seriously, since I don't know what you think of me," he nudges her forward. "Forget it, grab it before it despawns." System Misha has absorbed the werewolf essence. Light as a feather. Alright, essence is dealt with. Next right now, Apin groans. Seeing Apin lying in a pool of blood, he asks, "You still alive?" "Thank the gods." Apin winces in pain. "The potion, it's in my bag." He cracks a wry smile. "Sure thing. That was one hell of a fight earlier." All 3 of them work to treat Apin's wounds. "Alright, this is a high-grade potion." Misha picks up the potion vial. Yeah, I'll use it." Apin shakes his head. "It's fine, I'll hand it over." Misha replies in a hurry. "Okay." They tend to Apin's wounds. Misha is utterly panicked. Why aren't the wounds healing? He trembles as he speaks to her. "Hold it. Don't. Stop." Ben doesn't understand the issue either, then it clicks. The blade was likely laced with something. A poison that prevents HP regeneration and wound closure. It falls under the category of corrupted wounds. Apin needs an antidote, definitely. Everyone hears this and scrambles to search, then hands one over. "Here, drink it now." Ben's eyes still carry that cold, detached look. He's no expert in alchemy, but he knows regular medicine won't work on corrupted wounds inflicted by poison. Blood keeps flowing without stopping. Everyone grows increasingly worried about Apin. Apman forces himself upright. Misha turns to him holding a special grade potion. "Ben, use this." Ben's face is completely drained of color. After burning through Ben's highest grade potion along with 5 potions from the Bearkin, the wounds finally begin to close. He shakes his head. The toxin was monstrous. Emergency level treatment was the bare minimum. Even a potion capable of regenerating severed limbs barely did the trick. Can nods, grateful for his efforts. He casually packs away his gear. Ben pulls out his travel bag, rummaging through it with one hand. "Oh right, we haven't split the loot yet." "Here, take it." Can receives a Shariant, freezes in surprise. "Isn't this way too much? Just take it, don't overthink it. You didn't get a single essence, did you?" The gesture leaves Can deeply grateful. "But I already knew from the moment you grabbed that loot without a second thought, consider it payment. Just take it." He hands the items over. "And if you feel guilty about it, just remember, don't go wandering around shooting your mouth off about what happened today." Can nods enthusiastically. "Alright then, I'm off." Behind his back, Misha smiles. Ben goes quiet. Why does she keep making that kind of face? Can leaves. Not long after, Apman regains consciousness. He speaks, "You're damn lucky you know that." Apman knows exactly what kind of reward Ben and Misha would have received had he died. Glancing at the 2 empty potion bottles beside him, he understands. "I'll pay you back for the special grade potions," Ben replies. "I think 5 million stones should cover it." Apman raises an eyebrow. "One special grade potion is only worth about 1 million stones." Ben grins. "Is that so? Guess I got scammed by merchants into paying markup prices." Apman laughs. "Sounds about right." He stands up. "The value of an item changes depending on the situation you're in. But ever since then, he hasn't had much money left." Apman promises to pay him back once they reach the city and offers some items as collateral. What he hands over is a Spirit Caller's artifact. Item: Spirit Caller's Artifact 7611. Effect: upon receiving damage, the wearer enters a comatose state and gains damage immunity for a set duration. COLDOWN requires recharge after 3 activations. Uses remaining 23. Looking at this artifact, Ben finally understands how Apman managed to stay alive this long. This is how he survived. Ben stares at the artifact in his hand, wondering if he should just sell it for cash. Appman reads his thoughts like an open book. Don't even think about it, that's enough. Ben, son of Yander. Misha startles, how do you know what we're thinking? Well, why would you assume otherwise? Appman speaks as a spatial gateway materializes before him. I haven't forgotten the debt I owe you too for saving my life. The words leave Ben at a complete loss for a response. Sure, right. Finally, he turns to Misha. Let's go. Misha steps into the spatial gateway. This is the way, right? His eyes shift toward a different direction. Follow me, there's something here that needs harvesting. And so Misha follows him, telling him along the way that he's simply the best. In her hand now rests a crystalline orb. He tells her to consume it immediately. She asks, is this the one you brought to break the ice back then? He nods, good, I've got one too. The two sit side by the campfire and consume their items. While consuming them, system notifications ring out one after another. System ice essence absorbed, cold resistance 3. System ice crystal consumed, cold resistance stat 3. Right after that, he throws down his blanket and tells her to sleep, ignoring her questions. Why is the blanket already laid out? He frowns. You barely got any sleep, standing guard, rest for a bit. There's nowhere safer in this labyrinth than a crevice that's already been cleared of monsters. Misha hears him out and says nothing more. Understood, she's sensible enough to lay down her blanket and sleep. Only Ben stays awake. If he'd been alone, who knows what would have happened. He replays the truth of what happened back there. When he saw the desperate worry written all over Misha's face, something inside him had stuttered. He thought about who he really was. Back then, he thought about the kind of person he'd been when he killed her. He wished she would open her eyes again, and he hoped the scene he'd imagined in his head would someday become real. He clenches his jaw, disgusted with himself for even thinking such things. Even so, he wants to do it even more without a shred of regret. The twisted face of the purple-haired girl surfaces in his mind, gnawing at him. If only he'd stood back and waited in silence back then. He would have struck gold. His spirit blocking stat could have jumped straight to level 6 in a single go. But he poured a potion over Appman's wound instead, even though humanity had already degraded by then. Misha's smile flashed in his mind and he decided it wasn't something you do to a comrade who'll fight beside you going forward. And if Misha hadn't been there, Misha's voice cuts in, severing his train of thought. Why aren't you sleeping? What's the point of overthinking everything? She asks with genuine concern. It's freezing. Let me share the blanket with you. Shy, it's fine. Beneath a galactic sky blazing with pale blue light, a biting wind sweeps through sharp enough to sting the tip of his nose. But the crackling campfire warms them all the same. With that on their makeshift bedroll, Ben lies sprawled out, flat arms stretched wide, claiming every inch of the blanket. Sensing no response from the person beside her, Misha scoots close and curls against him, squinting her eyes to study the man who pretends to be asleep. Ben, you asleep? Already out or what? Silence fills the space, both of them drift off. Day 3, the first floor of the crystal cavern greets them. Blades flash like shooting stars, tearing through the gaping maws of snarling wolves. Her eyes blazing, Misha swings the sword she just acquired, catching sight of the loot ahead. She can't help but gasp in excitement. This sword is absolutely incredible. Ben crosses his arms, gear slung heavy across his shoulders, appraising the haul. We'll need to appraise it properly later, but it should be worth a pretty penny. Her ears twitch nonstop, flicking like ripples on water. Misha mutters to herself while fidgeting with her ears. It's valuable, judging by how her ears are standing straight up at full attention. She's clearly on edge, so it must be pretty valuable, right? Hearing that, Ben is at a complete loss. His eyes fill with helplessness and he's suddenly struck speechless, having no idea how to respond to this greedy girl's probing. After a moment of thought, he says he still hasn't decided to sell it, so she should just keep using it for now. He says it calmly enough, but inside, a little scheming devil is cackling nonstop. Well then, I'll take it. What do you think barbarians are like? A savage roar rips through the frigid air inside the cave. A fanged shadow with glowing red teeth lunges out from the darkness. Its eyes blaze with murderous frenzy, drool splattering in every direction. The wolf doesn't even get a chance to attack before Misha impales it clean through with a single sword strike, hoisting it high into the air. And while finishing it off, she casually tilts her head and plays cute without a care in the world. So do you want to head up to the second floor now? Ben idly holds up the compass to examine it, not even turning around as he answers. Yeah, you should also get used to that sword and level it up. She nods in agreement. Got it. A few hours later, Misha gently picks up the glowing red mana stone resting on the icy floor and calls out to Ben. Scattered around her are the lifeless corpses of wolves that became ghosts under her blade. Satisfied with the training results, she says with confidence, I think I've gotten the hang of it now. Hearing that, he asks, you sure about that? She immediately tenses up with guilt, muttering, "Well, whatever, I'll just keep trying." Her eyes are practically sparkling with gossip. "Guilty much, but I'm kinda curious you are not making me fight just because you're lazy, right?" Hearing that, he puts on an ice-cold face, expressionless, and stares her down. His voice drops to freezing. "Are you doubting me?" She flinches hard, her entire body shuddering as she stammers, "And no way, of course not, how could I ever? You're just a soldier who takes orders, let's move." He dismisses Misha's baseless suspicion, but only he knows the truth is actually proud of her. As a barbarian wielding dual ice swords, she possesses the Guardian essence. Her werewolf essence rivals Erwin's, providing powerful combat stats like agility, magic resistance, cold resistance, and more solo a crucial stat for the Swordmaster class. It's an extremely strong passive skill. Second is Grand Origin's HP recovery, which dramatically boosts the Frost stat by 1.5 times. It will prove incredibly useful down the line because it synergizes perfectly with Erwin's condensed Frost essence. The Ice Shatter skill increases damage against enemies with a frosted status, and deals massively amplified damage to frozen targets in insanely effective combo. Finally, the Unyielding skill removes all crowd control effects in one sweep. It costs a massive amount of mana, but it drastically improves survivability for DPS classes who are vulnerable to Cthulhu's nasty status ailments or control skills that render a character unable to act or completely immobilized. After reviewing every skill in her arsenal, he decides to combine them and see just how devastating the results would be. Try using condensed Frost essence together with Ice Shatter. Misha, looking utterly bewildered, obediently does as she's told. Guaranteed the monsters will drop dead in one hit. He's helpless in the face of her absurd overconfidence. "Then why do you keep using your fists?" Seeing that he doubts her strength, she immediately throws a punch wrapped in ice and cold killing intent. Misha raises her fist blazing with magical energy and drives it straight into a low-level monster's head, shattering it to pieces in an instant. "Got it, but they'd die from the cold anyway." Say, he sticks out his tongue, his voice dripping with sarcasm. But against a level 9 monster, that's a completely different story. He turns and heads toward the cave entrance. The two discuss their next battle plan. They need to settle everything once they get up there. "There's still stuff to deal with when we go up." Ben closes his eyes helplessly upon hearing her blissfully ignorant question, sighing internally. Does she really think he'd hand her a shortcut? He opens his mouth to explain as he'd planned. Before he can finish, Misha turns her back to the light, eyes narrowing with mischief. She raises a hand toward the sky, striking a pose so confident she looks like someone who's solved every riddle life has thrown at her. "I knew it. You were about to say that the shortcut is the slowest path to the destination, right?" She receives a dead fish stare in response. "Oh, right on the money." She beams like she just won the jackpot, her smile absurdly overexcited, nose tilted skyward, her whole body practically glowing. "All right then, let's go." Why is she suddenly this hyped up? Her red tail wags with suspicious excitement, swishing around like it's dancing to its own rhythm. Ben watches in silence. Is getting the last word really that satisfying for her? He grows cautious, as though sensing a hidden danger lurking beneath the surface. If they ever get into an argument and he just concedes, maybe things will blow over peacefully. The two walk through the cavern, illuminated by the blue glow of crystal clusters lining the walls. The thought barely crosses his mind. Surely, the dark zone will appear soon when a blood-curdling howl erupts around them, and crimson light washes over everything. The crystal ahead blazes with intense light. She immediately asks Ben, "What is that crystal?" He raises a hand to signal a stop. "Someone summon this floor's boss." Misha looks completely unfazed, treating it as no big deal. "Come on, it's nothing, let's just keep moving." Fine. Perhaps only now does her brain's CPU finally process the meaning of those words. She screams at the top of her lungs, "The Flores boss." Her voice is so ear-splittingly loud that the guy standing next to her can't help but curse under his breath. God, that's deafening. The more he thinks about it, the more irritated he gets. He amuses himself with a thought: could this be considered post-traumatic stress from that last encounter? Then he reaches over and pats her shoulder to comfort her. "Calm down." He calmly analyzes the situation. The first floor's boss will be easier than the one on the third floor. For newcomers, summoning it requires 3 days, and at least 5 people must chant together for it to appear. Even if it does appear, the gate won't close and the monster won't change. More importantly, the creature will rampage everywhere, slaughtering everything in sight the moment it's summoned. But if the party fails to defeat it, the monster will simply vanish. Being lectured by Erwin, Misha's eyes spin into spiral shaft, understanding, half clueless. "So we'll be fine, right?" He confirms with certainty. "Just relax and keep going." Misha walks toward the source of the red glow, her reflection shimmering across the sparkling crimson crystals. She asks Ben curiously, but who even summoned it? Shouldn't parties coming down here be limited to fewer than 5 people? Ben's expression darkens at her question. He ponders for a moment, then replies, maybe that was exactly their intention. Misha still doesn't understand. What do you mean? Seeing she still doesn't get it, Ben explains, there might be a guild trying to take down this floor's boss creature. He recalls his memories from back when he used to play this game. Back then, a flood of messages from some anonymous player appeared on the board. 70,000 GP, I want to buy a guide for the first floor's boss. No joke, please, I need help. 69,000 GP. Please message me if you have info on the 6th floor's Skull Island. A desperate buyer looking for a first-floor boss guide. Looking at those frantic messages, Ben can gauge just how pressed for time that person must have been. He must have had only 2 weeks to prepare. He was definitely in a real hurry. Should he check who it was? System teleportation gate activated. You have entered floor 2, the land of death. After arriving on the 2nd floor, Ben silently lets out a sigh of relief. It took nearly a full day to get here. He already feels something's off without Erwin around. He gazes at the familiar scenery before him, nostalgia rising in his eyes. Been a while since I last came here. A lot has happened since then. Misha heard the nostalgia in his voice and looked up, confused. In his mind, memories of brawling with Nahir came flooding back. In his memory, she was brimming with raw power, wielding her weapon, smashing skulls to pieces with reckless abandon. And afterward, the two of them beat the living daylights out of the Death Knight, then ran around laughing like absolute maniacs. And then, just like that, Amelia's razor-sharp visage surfaced in his mind along with her threatening words. If you promise not to tell anyone what you saw today, I'll let you live. Just thinking about her made him shudder. He'd run into a certified psychopath and nearly died for it. The mere memory sent goosebumps crawling across his skin. Ben cursed under his breath. Damn it! A creeping sense of dread welled up inside him. Something felt terribly, horribly wrong. Misha, oblivious to all of it, flinched at the disgust written across his face. Does he really hate this place that much? She glanced at the muddy ground clinging to her boots and grimaced. I hate this place too. I'd rather head for the stone desert. But the route there is brutal. The reason I picked this dead zone, Simplate's the shortest path to the 3rd floor. Ben watched Misha's silhouette and thought, all we have to do is keep heading north. He studied her eager expression and started running the numbers. With just the 2 of them, they could summon and eliminate the Death Knights. Those were level 6 monsters. That meant Misha had gotten stronger and she'd rake in bonus EXP on top of it. Speak of the devil. A squad of Death Knights materialized right in front of them. Ben sized them up and started assigning roles. I'll hold them. You use your combo skill. Misha immediately understood which skill he meant. The one you told me not to use on the 1st floor. Got it. Seeing she was on the same page, he said, good, let's go. They both let out a fierce battle cry. Both stomped the ground and launched themselves at the Death Knights. Ben slammed his shield into the nearest one, blocking its attack and drawing aggro so Misha had a clear opening to strike. Misha darted behind them like a cat, swift and silent, then swung her sword in a wide arc, slashing into the creature's body. The Death Knight's lower half froze solid instantly. The monster let out a shriek of horror. Not giving it a chance to resist, Misha activated Essence Condensation Deep Frost, then Ice Shatter. Her blade, propelled by sheer speed, became nothing but a streak of light cutting through the air. The strike slammed into the creature, condensing the ice even further. Unable to break free from Misha's ice prison, the Death Knight resorted to its trump card. System Death Knight has used Death Song. A horde of zombies burst from the ground and charged straight at them. Misha shouted a warning. Ben, watch out. He was nearly surrounded, completely boxed in. A Death Knight blocking the front, zombies lunging like starving wolves from behind. One zombie latched onto Ben's shoulder and bit down hard, but immediately wisps of smoke curled up from the wound. The zombie let out a confused screech. There was poison in his blood. The zombie recoiled as if scalded, trying to pull away, but Ben flicked his hand and sent it flying backward with a casual thud. Misha was already there to back him up. She swung her blade, 2 arcs of light sliced through the air as she called out his name. After slashing through the neck of the nearest zombie, she whipped her gaze toward Benonli for the words to die in her throat. His wound was already regenerating on its own. Are you hurt? She stared, stunned by his absurdly supernatural recovery. Did you already heal that? What kind of monster are you? Ben squirmed under her stare, suddenly self-conscious. He turned away and cleared his throat. Quit staring and help me finish them off. He thought to himself, she's definitely not going to consider me human after I level up. After pressing further north and grinding their skills, Misha gradually perfected her frost technique. What started as mere chilling was evolving into true freezing. More importantly, after encountering the Chimera Wolf and its immobilization ability, Misha had learned to channel irresistible force. Ben knew the weakness of this skill. He looked at her and warned, "It drains a massive amount of mana. Only use it when absolutely necessary." She puffed up proudly, "You still think I'm some clueless rookie?" Minutes later, that smug look was gone, replaced by a ghost white face and hollow eyes. She'd burned through her entire mana pool, spamming skills like there was no tomorrow. Ben hoisted her up with one arm, called it. Dangling in his grip, she mumbled weakly, "Weird, my body feels completely hollow." Being carried like a sack of flour clearly didn't sit well with her. Misha squirmed like an irritated kitten. "I'm not tired, I can still walk on my own." Ben's voice cut sharp. "Enough, focus on recovery, and next time learn to manage your damn mana." She deflated, "I just thought I could handle it." After some time they found a spot to rest and lit a campfire. The flames crackled and popped, while Ben kept watch over Misha as she slept to regenerate mana. Voices drifted over, followed by laughter. "Seriously, I'm dead serious." Ben froze, his ears perked up. The hushed discussion continued. He could have died right then and there. In the end, the human heart is the most terrifying thing, isn't it? Ben leaned back against the boulder behind him. Through a crack in the rock, he peered toward the voices. They didn't seem to know he'd set up camp nearby. Judging it was about time, he sat up, ready to wake Misha. No need to make things hostile, just time to move. But then the voices continued. "Oh, right, that barbarian went to sleep without even knowing we're here." The other laughed, his voice dripping with contempt. As if anyone could sleep that soundly, knowing someone might come slit their throat. "How the hell does he sleep that deep?" The other cut him off. "Relax, let him sleep." But the next words made Ben's expression twist into something savage. "After all, a mage prefers his ingredients fresh, doesn't he?" He couldn't unhear that. Not now, not ever. Ben rose to his full height and turned toward the voices. Among scavenger types like those adventurers, sleeping barbarians, especially young ones fresh from their awakening, were the perfect prey. His mind flashed back to the barbarians who had marched alongside him during the coming-of-age rite. That day, a sea of rippling muscle and chiseled six-packs stretched as far as the eye could see. Now, only a handful remained alive. The memory surfaced, his comrade, body crisscrossed with scars, looking up at him with a voice full of bitterness. "The others are mostly dead." "Are you sure monsters are the only ones who killed them?" He ground his teeth. He would not submit to fate. Not now, not ever. His fist clenched around the rock until his knuckles went white. He and his comrades reached a decision. "Then we'll take what's left and carve out our share. Our turn is almost here." He kept running calculations in his head. It seemed they wouldn't make a move tonight. What should he do? His gaze fell on his sword and shield. The thought crossed his mind, should he just go kill them all right now? But he shut that down immediately. No, sure, it would be quick, easy even. But that's not the best move right now. What matters more is the future of the young barbarians. The best approach. His thoughts ground to a halt. Ben called out stiffly, his voice cutting through the silence. Misha, deep in slumber, stirred at the sound. She cracked open one eye. He urged her awake. "Rise and shine, get changed, we are moving." Under the flickering campfire that crackled softly, the vile adventurers lay sprawled around the flames, only one left on watch. And even he was fighting off sleep with endless yawns. A heavy breath from an intruder. That person was Ben. A loud scream jolted the entire group awake from sleep. Faces twisted in panic as they bolted upright with terrified shouts. "Who's there?" Misha, with her keen bearskin ears, took the worst hit from the sudden outburst. She was furious. "Why the hell did you scream like that?" The answer was an utterly punchable one. "Because I felt like it." Two figures stepped into the cave from outside. A flame still blazed atop Ben's head, lighting the way and making the two of them stand out even more. In the darkness, the shady adventurers spotted the pair and tensed up. Surprised and confused, they had no idea why these two had come here. "Hey, there are people ahead of us," Ben called out cheerfully. The other side wasn't nearly as thrilled. Seeing him approach, someone shouted, "Stay back, don't come any closer." Then came hushed murmurs as they roughly nudged the other guy awake. "Got it." The adventurer named Khan was shaken awake by his companions, his face twisted in groggy confusion. He propped his iron staff on the ground, yawned, and asked the one named No, "What?" "That's so, monsters or something." Obviously, he had no clue what was going on. It took another adventurer, Lois, to drag him up to speed. Only then did it finally click. "How adventurers?" He looked baffled. With his pea-sized brain, he couldn't grasp the severity of the situation. "But why'd you wake me up? I was sleeping just fine." Listening to him, Lois, standing beside him, could only stare in disbelief at the sheer lack of brain cells. "I told you before, you need to stay on guard around other adventurers the same way you would around monsters." The guy finally jolted awake. "Oh right, I remember now. But his blank expression and the way he scratched his nose made him look like a complete idiot. Wait, isn't that a fellow barbarian same as me? At those words, Ben's face lit up. On the other side, the adventurer called Lo looked utterly hopeless about the situation. Before he could even process what was happening, he saw two massive men launch into action. Karazhan's face flushed bashful like a maiden in the throes of springas. He waved his hand. Ben responded with a radiant smile, rushing over in a scene straight out of a flower field in full bloom, bursting with color for this fateful meeting. With a mighty clasp, their hands locked together as both introduced themselves with booming enthusiasm. I am Karazhan, son of two. Ben bumped his solid shoulder against the others and introduced himself just as cheerfully. Glad to meet you, I am Ben, son of Tho. In stark contrast to the heartwarming, flower-filled scene between the two, their teammates looked like they'd just swallowed a mouthful of shit. Misha screaming internally. What the hell are these two barbarians doing? I know he's just putting on an act, but I don't want to get anywhere near that. The two men remained all smiles, not a care in the world. Karazhan addressed the others. See, everyone, lower your weapons. Ben, son of Tho, isn't a shady adventurer. Beside him, Ben nodded along. That's right, I'm not a shady adventurer. The exploration party could only sigh in defeat. A scarf-wearing adventurer spoke up, so barbarian. He couldn't even finish before Ben cut him off. Ben, son of Tho, the full name is very important, you know. Tho is my father's name. The other guy tried again. All right, Tho. Before he could continue, Ben cut him off once more. We're not that close yet, so please use my full name. Cut off time and again, the scarf-wearing adventurer's face twisted into a knoth was trembling with rage. Meanwhile, our protagonist looked utterly innocent and asked, is there a problem? As the old saying goes, never hit a man who's smiling. The scarf-wearing adventurer barely held back the urge to deck him, grinning fiercely. Well then, Ben, son of Tho, if you have no business here, then leave. As you can see, we're resting. Ben looked completely unfazed. Is that so? Every word pushed the scarf-wearing guy closer to the edge, but he kept his patience. Yes, now that you know, please leave. The response was an enthusiastic request to join. Perfect, we are also looking for a place to rest. Stunned by the sheer audacity, the scarf-wearing adventurer asked for confirmation. What? Wait. Before he could finish, Ben cut in, isn't having overnight partners great? Victor and Lois watched from the sidelines, their faces completely blank, utterly speechless. Overnight partners, even Ben smirked to himself. Speechless, aren't they? The barbarian's stubborn mode has only just begun. He gripped his weapon tight and voiced his refusal. What the hell are you saying? From the second floor onward. We don't need overnight partners, we have enough people already. We've been running with reliable teammates from the start, no need for anyone else. Ben crossed his arms and fired back. So you're saying you don't need overnight partners from the second floor? He got his answer. That's right. Hearing this, Ben erupted, screaming right into the guy's face. You idiots! Is your head just for decoration? Getting screamed at left, the scarf-wearing adventurer completely bewildered. What? Before the sweat-drenched face of his opponent, Ben kept firing away. You have 4 people, we have 2. If all 6 of us take turns on night watch, everyone gets more sleep. Is that how it works? The lazy glutton immediately lost his composure, eagerly confirming. If there's such a great method, why haven't all adventurers been doing this from the start, huh? His companions could only stare in defeat at his stupid eye. The more they explained, the more useless it became with these dense heads. The scarf-wearing adventurer gave up arguing too. Whatever. Look, we handle our business, you handle yours. Meanwhile, the two were still flattering each other, one praising, coming up with that you are one hell of a warrior. The other, without a shred of humility, replied simply, thanks. Suddenly, the scarf-wearing adventurer's eyes went wide, the moment his gaze fell upon Misha's gorgeous yet adorable face. It was as if pink bubbles floated around her in his vision. It seemed Cupid had just lodged an arrow straight through his heart. His eyes lock onto her full red lips. Misha's voluptuous curves hold his gaze captive. Only wishes the surroundings would quiet down. Quiet down. He swallows hard and steps forward to introduce himself. How about we spend the night together? Misha touches her ear, rests her chin on both hands, and feigns hesitation. I'm not so sure. Behind her back, one hand clenches into a fist. You guys have a barbarian too, so maybe you're not dangerous. Then she sighs, points toward Ben with a regretful look, and says, actually, he's lost all his weapons, so I'm worried about leaving him on watch alone. Hearing this, the scarf man perks right up. Oh my, lost his weapons. To squash any suspicion, Ben plays along and scratches his head. I was fighting a monster and my axe slipped right out of my hand, vanished completely. Karazhan even encourages him. No worries, Ben, you've still got your fists right. The scarf man says with a mocking tone. Yeah, that's some bad luck for you, but don't worry about it. Inside, he knows that flimsy excuse has already done its job. These idiots are thinking with the wrong head. The Scarf Man and Victor wear sleazy, perverted expressions like creeps scheming something vile. So how about we be overnight partners? I'm about to hit the hay, so let's decide who takes first watch. Well, that's certainly an unexpected situation. No worries though, if you want, you can rest here tonight. Once you've gotten enough rest, we'll put you on the last watch. Inside the cave, John sleeps like the dead. Ben fakes sleep, wrapping his arms tightly around Misha. She whispers softly, "Ben, keep quiet." Her ears flush red with embarrassment. The two exchange words in hushed voices. "Do we really have to go this far? Bear with it a little longer, I'll grant you one wish." "Really, you promised?" Right then, footsteps approach. The three men exchange glances, each seeing the same resolve in the other's eyes. Then they all move in at once. Misha, feigning sleep, hears the movement and thinks to herself they're coming. They glance over at Karzun to check if he's asleep, and sure enough, the guy is out cold. The ringleader begins assigning tasks. Without opening his eyes, Ben, thanks to his sharp sensing ability, picks up on two people moving to his side. "Two on my side, one on Karzun's. Looks like they plan to take us all out at once." Just as the two raise their weapons, ready to skewer Ben, he bolts upright and lets out a long yawn. Ben stands up, feigning surprise. "You guys wake up hungry too." He strolls toward the two who are hiding weapons behind their backs, sweat pouring down their guilty faces. "There's some dried meat over there, you want some?" He narrows his eyes, looking puzzled. "Dried meat?" He plays dumb, asking innocently. "Where? I want some right now." Behind him, the Scarf Man hoists a massive battle axe high, face twisted in rage. "Farewell, you fool." He swings down with everything he's got, a blinding flash of light. He's stunned. The blow actually connects, but Ben bears no wound whatsoever, despite the axe striking with full force. "Huh? What?" Ben drops the axe entirely and turns around. "Looks like you're the ones who are surprised, huh?" Inside, he's cursing, "You idiots, you were supposed to swing again." His eyes flash a dangerous green, like a predator locking onto prey, wondering how you missed. Ben's voice comes out like a demon clawing its way up from hell. "Don't make mistakes just because you're feeling greedy, all right?" Terrified, the Scarf Man drops his arrogance and grovels. "Sorry, it was an accident." The answer is a fist straight to his face, knocking out several front teeth. "Sorry, I don't think that's gonna fly." This display scares the piss out of the other one, who's been standing there watching. His face drains of all color. "Damn it, me hand slipped too. I couldn't control myself." A voice as dark as a demon answers him. "You really think I'm an idiot?" The commotion wakes Karzun. Before he can even process what's happening, a cold, gleaming arrow appears behind him. "What's going on?" Victor yells, shouting orders at the man behind him. Liu's firesome arrow streaks past, reflected by the axe blade. He's horrified by the scene behind him. He barely avoids a fatal hit, but an arrow still pierces through his arm. He stares wide-eyed at the razor-sharp arrow buried through his forearm, eyes laced with blood-red veins. Disbelief fills his voice as he screams at his companion. "Lius, you what the hell are you doing?" His eyes are completely bloodshot. He grits his teeth. "That's how it is, huh?" He snaps, lunging forward, seizing Lius by the throat. "Talk. Say something." When Lius doesn't answer, he squeezes even harder. "Shouldn't you explain why you shot me?" Lius's voice chokes out as he's being strangled. He drops his hand switch, only makes Karzun even more furious. "Nothing to say." Then Victor takes a hard blow from behind, spits up and crashes face first into the dirt. Misha speaks with genuine feeling. "At first I wasn't so sure." Her face darkens as she gazes down at Victor on the ground, expression complicated. "But Ben, just like you said, they really were bandits." A trembling voice echoes through the silent space. "Why would you accept that barbarian into the party?" Lius's entire body won't stop shaking, his hands gripping a journal tightly. "Were you planning to kill him all along?" He continues reading, voice trembling. "He seems pretty stupid. Now that a barbarian's heart is worth a fortune, there's no reason to spare him." He reads through sobs. "I find him quite suspicious. No barbarian could possibly be that degenerate, right?" Karzun's face is frozen in shock. "I can't believe what his own hands have done." "Suspicious? This head of mine has killed how many, and I'm still second-guessing this nonsense." His voice chokes up. Those barbarians just left, being glared at by all three of them with murderous eyes. He couldn't help but tremble in fear. Reading that far, Lius's face turns deathly pale, doesn't dare read any further. Seeing this, Ben threatens him. "Why'd you stop reading?" Without missing a beat, he grabs Lius's arm and wrenches it behind his back. "Seems like you think what I said earlier was a joke." Lius desperately pleads, "Please wait just a moment." Before he can finish, a scream of agony rips out. Ben barks, "Keep going." Fingers wrenched back, Lius keeps reading through the pain, trembling. The words alone are enough to bring him to tears. Taking down that barbarian was actually quite simple. When it comes to intelligence, he's no smarter than the monster, so he won't be on guard. Hearing the full tale, Kazan grits his teeth. Who dared speak such words? His blood-stained hands tighten around his weapon. Lower stammers out the accusation. Victor nods in understanding. Yes, that one. Bond dismisses the interruption. That is enough, keep reading. He obeys and continues, his voice trembling. Furthermore, the two newcomers appear quite vigilant. But there is a berserker among them, he must be a fool. We can rest easy then, that catkin wench is surely as dim-witted as the berserker. With every word he shakes uncontrollably, tears welling in his eyes. Though her face is pleasing, she wallows in filth with the berserker. Misei, hearing this, can no longer maintain her composure. She shrieks, snatching the notebook away, her face burning crimson as she reads the contents. Consumed by rage, she demands to know who uttered each of these insults. He answers trembling. Misei, face flushed with indignation, turns to Bond. I will kill them myself, and you have no reason to stop me. Hearing this, Bond simply nods. Per her wish, he skips the vulgarities, focusing instead on the section detailing their vile plot to murder the others one by one. Lower continues reading from the book. I will handle the berserker. He looks down on me for being an archer, that makes my blood boil. By the flickering firelight, Lower sobs as he reads the entries. He has no idea what awaits him. Kazan grows more agitated with every word. These words are like nails piercing his heart, leaving him spiraling into paranoia. I truly do not know what I did wrong. He grips his weapon white-knuckled. Tell me, Bond, son of Jandar, what should I do? Finally, after hearing all he needs to know, Kazan swings his axe. The axe blade glows with a crimson light, severing flesh as blood sprays everywhere. Kazan finishes him off without hesitation. The archer's head rolls from his shoulders. As for the team leader, Misei crushes his testicles with her boot before ending his life. The final man, Victor, turns pale as a ghost, tears and snot streaming down his face as he begs for mercy. Please, spare me. I promise to live an honest life from now on. Banyedel Bayan sits back, eyeing him with cold disdain. So you are telling me you want to become a virtuous bandit? The man nods frantically. Yes. He begs humbly for his life. I beg of you. Anything you want, just please. The fool no longer even knows what nonsense he is spouting. How could a savage bandit ever truly reform? Before he can even process the pain, Bond snaps his neck. The motion is so swift the man only has time to let out a confused, huh. There is only one way to deal with scum in a dungeon death. A stream of red potion flows down Kazan's arm. Bond inwardly confirms his suspicions. As I thought, he purposefully left the scars by using only half the recovery potion. Berserkers wear scars as badges of honor, using them to reflect on their weaknesses and evolve into stronger warriors. Bond tells him to take whatever he needs, but the man refuses. No, I'm not a man without shame. Bond points out that while he killed one, the others were also dealt with. Kazan hesitates, then picks up the iron hammer, looking at Bond with deep gratitude. Thank you. If I cannot kill them with an axe, I shall use this hammer. Seeing the man's radiant face, Bond thinks, just as I expected, berserkers love heavy weaponry. Banyedel Bayan asks, seeing him take so little, is that all you're taking? Beside him, Misei offers a pair of boots. Go on, take more. Kazan still refuses, those are too small for me. Bond continues, if you cannot use them, selling them is still useful. After Kazan collects the remaining weapons, the two offer to escort him. Let's go, we will accompany you through the rest of this first floor. They reach the southern teleport gate in the crystal cave on the first floor. Before parting ways, he calls out Bond, son of Jandar. Realizing he was addressed by the fake name, he decides to introduce himself properly. Let me introduce myself properly, I apologize for the deception. I am Bond, son of Yandel. Hearing the famous name, Kazan becomes instantly electrified. Wait, what? You are that famous? Beside him, Misei stands with her hands on her hips, proud. That's right, he is known as the young warlord. Kazan expresses his pure excitement. I understand, it is a great honor to meet you. Knowing he stands before Banyedel Bayan, Kazan no longer hesitates to accept the goods. In that case, I will no longer hesitate. I will accept these items. I will sell them to purchase equipment for my future expeditions. Bond advises the young man, good idea. Never forget, the stronger you become, the more our kin will have a pillar to rely on. The words stir a fire in Kazan's soul. Kazan answers loudly. I understand, I will ensure it for the future of our people. He knows the Berserker tribe is currently the weakest on the continent. They have potential as individuals, but regardless, they lack education and are ignored by the aristocratic officials. Most of them die young in the dungeons due to their lack of experience. But what if their numbers grew, starting with him? From there, perhaps a new generation of warriors will emerge, possessing higher survival rates and instincts. A virtuous cycle would then begin, and the Berserker tribe would grow stronger. Whether he likes it or not, he is one of them now. If their tribe's influence grows, he will surely benefit. Look at the mages. Without their numbers in the magic tower and the backing of the nobility, would they act so arrogant and superior? Bon resolves that even if it is a small beginning, planting this seed creates an opportunity. Bon Yandel Bayon, in his gleaming armor, stands tall and gazes sincerely at his young clansmen. Kazan, listen closely. When forming a team, it is best to include other races. And then he imparts much advice. After this purification by Bon, Kazan has been reborn. He seems to have awakened another, more ruthless side of his berserker nature, having listened to the teachings. He bellows a blood oath before the stunned pair. Thank you, Bon, son of Yandel. Concealing a blade to catch opponents off guard, truly a brilliant method. They both wonder, did today's events not shock him at all? Kazan grins from ear to ear. From now on, I will surely put in the effort to find my companions. Regarding those who scheme, he wears a terrifying expression, clutching his bag as if crushing the life out of a traitor, a ghoulish smile playing on his lips. I will crush their skulls the moment I see them. In that moment, Bon sees the change in Kazan's eyes and knows he has been thoroughly enlightened. Furthermore, when I see warriors of our tribe, I'll share today's story and guide them just the way you did. After hearing Kazan's impassioned speech on behalf of their tribe, the two of them can only stare, dumbfounded. Ben stands there stammering, yeah, sure. Kazan grins with a twisted smile, looking like a total creep. From this day forward, if anyone so much as touches a barbarian Evan, a small one-thie'd better watch their backs if they don't want to end up dead. 2 days later, second floor of the Land of the Dead. The two continue their journey. Ben figures tracking down the Death Knight will be taught his visibility here is god-awful. Turns out, it's the exact opposite. Misha flicks her ear with supreme confidence. Don't lose heart. Misha glides alongside him, her crimson eyes gleaming with excitement. There's usually a massive tomb somewhere in the middle of this dead zone. And on the 7th day, the Death Knight gets summoned right in front of that tomb. The mental image of an armored knight blocking their path makes her bristle with irritation. I've never heard of that before. She hurries after him, firing off questions. Not everything written in books is accurate, you know. Did you know that? So stop burying your nose in the library all day. After this, come hang out with me instead. He keeps walking, tossing a reply over his shoulder. How do you conclude that the books are wrong? Misha grows even more excited, her face flushing red. That's from experience, you never listen. I've pushed enough, let's keep moving. A sudden, terrible premonition washes over Ben. Goosebumps crawl across his skin. Misha sees him freeze and asks, puzzled. Ben, he turns his head, scanning their surroundings. Do you feel that? She can't see a thing, but a chill runs down her spine. She nods in agreement. Yeah, a chill straight down my spine. System hostile aura detected. Healing and recovery EFFECTS significantly REDUCED. Ben bites down hard enough to draw blood and slowly counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The wound still won't close. He's using a healing skill, but it just won't take. What should have healed in seconds refuses to knit together. Misha hears the panic in his voice. The wound. So you can feel it too. Ominous signs everywhere. He judges the Death Knight is close, very close. They pick up the pace, sensing danger. Anxiety gnaws at their minds. Its passive skill hostile aura is already active. That means it went straight into combat the moment it was summoned. He glances at his wrist. Time is tight, which means someone's already at the scene, launching a preemptive strike. Could be other players. Better stay cautious. But their targets are the EXP and the loot. Even if others are already fighting, there's still a way to get in on the action. Misha keeps pace right behind him. Ben, what's your plan? What else? He thinks for a split second, then charges straight in. Without even looking, he rushes in and attacks whoever's in front. Passive skill activated. Wild eruption. Ben's eyes blaze with fury as he lets out a war cry and barrels forward. Just like Thaith swings his sword in a relentless barrage, slashing at everyone in his path. Then he screams at the top of his lungs, don't worry, I'll save everyone. System Barbarian Moron mode activated. Everyone on the receiving end is completely bewildered. What the? Misha, meanwhile, is thrilled. She figures it out instantly. Just charge and head first and pretend you're rescuing people. Easy. He beats them half to death, sending their poor little souls on a trip to meet their ancestors, then speaks. Utterly nonchalant, I'm just helping out a bit. What's with the anger? He completely ignores their furious screaming. What? You wanna die? Why are you hitting our monster? The guy gets dragged back by his companions. Calm down. He apologizes, end of story. Someone from the other party recognizes him. He sighs, then smiles to smooth things over. I remember you were on the 3rd floor. You're Zai Owugan, right? The one who just spoke is Hainers. I don't know every detail, but if we don't escape this hostile aura zone in time, we're all dead. According to the books, the monsters will converge on this area any minute now. He was the one who led a party of adventurers during the boss fight on the 3rd floor. After learning their identities, a lone mage in blue robes among the group grows skeptical. Are you really Zio Wugen? Then it seems he genuinely means to help us. Looks like we misunderstood. The platinum-haired girl is raring to charge into a brawl, but the party leader holds her back. What? Yeah. Of course a hero like him would never stoop to something as low as EXP sniping. Watching their over-the-top reactions, the two fall silent, completely at a loss for words. Ben screams internally, "Is this why I needed that stellar reputation?" He's drenched in cold sweat. So that reputation actually comes in handy, huh? Both sides shake hands as Hainers steps forward with a warm greeting. Since we've run into each other like this, we should introduce ourselves, right? Sure, I'm Ben, son of Yander. What's your name? How did you end up here? His expression suddenly turns dark and menacing. He extends his hand for a handshake, then freezes. Hainers. Hearing that name, Ben's face twists in sheer terror. What? He stumbles backward in panic, screaming, "Stop, don't come any closer." The other side is still completely lost. Huh. He quickly grabs Misha's hand and blurts out, "I'm leaving, something came up. This wasn't in the plan." Inside, his thoughts are anything but calm, a player possessing Hainer's body. This is the first time he's ever encountered something this insane. He grabs her and bolts, running like the devils on their heels. Misha shouts after him, "Ben," he just keeps sprinting. His mind racing, "We need to get out of here. Now, or we're done for." A player possessing Han's body. This level of chaos is a first. We need to leave immediately. Misha is furious at a sudden 180. What the hell is wrong with you? Hainers is just as shocked. Misha clenches her teeth and yanks at his arm. Why? Damn it, I'll explain later. Just run. He doesn't know what's coming, but his heart is already pounding out of control. Wish I'd brought some exorcism salt to ward off this bad luck. Day D1 noon la 4. A cute little girl throws herself into her father's arms. Papa. The father's face is grimy and worn, but he reaches out and holds her tight. Oh, my dear daughter, look over there, that bastard Khan is standing right in the distance. Suddenly, he goes completely berserk, bursting into wild cackles. Hey ha ha ha. That deranged laughter draws every eye in the vicinity. Some have already recognized him, he the son of that horned Karazhan. Karazhan stands draped head to toe in gear, hands planted on his hips. With total confidence, he says, "Everyone's still alive." The others immediately erupt into heated discussion. The first woman shouts, What's in all those bags?" The second woman takes a closer look and gasps, "Is that all gear? Did you loot the entire dungeon or something?" The messy-haired guy can't hold back, ether, spit it out already. Hearing himself accused, Khan snaps back furiously, "Plunder? No way in hell." He raises both arms and shouts, "Everyone gather around. I'll tell you everything. Where did all those bags come from?" Khan recounts everything he experienced inside the labyrinth. The crowd listens, emotions running wild, cheers and shouts of rebuttal crash in wave after wave. What? We are not monsters, we are warriors. And just as expected, his kinsmen are absolutely furious. Then someone shouts with blazing eyes, praise pouring out without end. Zio Wuganson of Dungeon-Manhua, could he have read that sly bandit guide's intentions like a book? Truly the wisest and greatest warrior our tribe has ever produced. And just like that, through this single conversation, Ben Jander's reputation skyrockets. Everyone in the tribe now knows his name. At this moment, Karazuna's Ben Jander's #1 disciple eyes gleaming like headlights bellows, "That's right. Every piece of loot I got was thanks to his guidance. He truly is a great warrior," and the crowd answers with a roaring sea of voices. Zio Wugen, Zio Wugen, Zio Wugen. But alongside the cheers, some start to grow uneasy. The eye-patched man and his cronies whisper to each other, "Here we go again. So damn noisy and annoying." The other one sneers, "Besides their hearts, those guys are absolutely useless." From a distance, Zien listens to the entire exchange, veins practically popping with rage. He knows it well, the barbarians have always been the weakest race in the labyrinth. This is an unavoidable truth. He can't hold back anymore. Veins bulge across his face as he shouts for everyone to gather and makes his decision. "From this moment on, I will pass on everything I've learned to all of you." Whether he wants to admit it or not, that's just how things are. The crowd responds with thunderous enthusiasm. The son of Jander Ben has spoken. This will be the great turning point for our people. But his mind drifts to the image of Ben Jander's confident, triumphant smile. Everything changes from here. Day 9, afternoon. At the mouth of the dark river, the two have already descended to the 3rd floor. The Pilgrim's Path. Ben Jander takes the lead, mulling to himself. Next time, better not come here without a guide. By chance, he discovered a teleportation gate after losing track of a nearby expedition party. Misha touches her ear. Her fox ears twitch in quick bursts, as if confirming something. Then she turns to him, curious. But if that Hainers guy really does bring bad luck, shouldn't we just head back to the first floor? I've got a bad feeling about this. I'm not too reassured either, though he agrees with her. He still tries to comfort her, but we don't have any solid proof yet. After weighing the gains and losses for a moment, she decides, if Hainer's curse is real, then even retreating to the city won't dodge the disaster. That's how I see it. Best to finish the quest and minimize the damage, and though he's not thrilled about it, he doesn't object. In that case, let's drop the subject. She says it like that, and suddenly he feels even worse. He forces a smile. He doesn't know what happiness looks like, but when two people share hardship together, at least the burden is cut in half. The sudden change of topic ticks her off. She snaps, "Are you even listening to me, you crazy barbarian?" Seeing she's truly furious now, he stops teasing. Afraid the little lady might actually scratch him, just messing around a bit. But his half-hearted apology only makes her angrier. "Don't lie to Mayor Eyes, just now we're dead serious. Do you even know that?" "I know. I think I've just grown to unconsciously rely on you, that's all, so it's a little difficult." Hearing such a shamelessly direct confession, her face turns beet red. It takes her a good moment to snap back to reality. A little praise, and she's suddenly a lot easier to deal with. Misha twitches her ears and mumbles something, but inside, a tiny version of herself is dancing with pure joy. "So what if I did?" "You did great. From now on, don't keep things bottled up. If you need anything, just come find me, okay?" Hearing those words, he can't help but smile. Just joking around, but she's still blushing. When she turns her head, the man beside her has already vanished without a trace. Rage ignites, she gnashes her teeth. "What the hell are you laughing at, you bastard?" And so the chase officially begins. Misha tears after him, screaming, "Stop right there." After running for a while, he finally stops, gasping hard. Their destination, the mouth of the dark river. He sets her down, confirms they've arrived, and says, "We're here, get down." And in his heart, he secretly calculates, cutting it pretty close. Lucky we made it before the water rose. Would have been a nightmare to navigate otherwise. Though arriving late means they've lost the best resting spot inside the shelter. She's been carried the whole way without lifting a finger, so her expression is one of pure satisfaction. "Only because it's y'all let you off this once. It's not like I have any ulterior motives or anything. I just didn't want to get wet, that's all." Suddenly, from the distance, Ben catches a snippet of someone else's conversation. What tree doesn't fall after being chopped enough times? Hearing that, he feels a bit embarrassed. But you know how she is. While the two are still flirting, an angry voice cuts in. "Hey, people are trying to sleep here, show some restraint. I can't get a wink with all this noise." Great, now we've got lovebirds flirting and keeping everyone up. He stammers an apology. Sorry, I'll be more careful, I'll keep it down." Beside him, Misha hears a familiar voice and grows even more excited. That voice, it's Segugia. On the open ground, 3 people are resting. Misha rushes over, overjoyed to see old friends. "What are you all doing here? It's like fate tied our party together, unbelievable." And just like that, we naturally run into our old teammates here. Segugia, the dwarf with the bushy beard, steps forward to greet them. "You two on a quest or something? Why are you here?" Ben breaks into a cold sweat. Client had business on the first floor. He's already headed back to the city. He asks in return, "What about you guys? I thought you were all on the second floor." The dwarf shifts uncomfortably at that. "The second floor quest wrapped up sooner than expected, so we picked up another one down here. And here we aerial by coincidence. After that, we all tackle Segugia's third floor quest together. In less than 3 days, we finish the quest. The 5 of them gather around, the spoils of this run laid out at their feet." "That's so that's it, right, all wrapped up." The mage nods. "Transmutation magic was a success. Sure enough, it's thanks to Miss Misha that we managed to clear this quest so smoothly." Segugia bursts out laughing. "This one's been blinded by the loot. In my book, this is all thanks to Benot Misha. Am I right? He's always been lucky. Every time he teams up with us, it's the same story." Knowing the dwarf is flattering him, Ben is inwardly speechless. "What are you even talking about, old dwarf?" He smoothly deflects the topic. "Quest's done, let's push on to the 4th floor next." Everyone backs the proposal. Stopping at the 3rd floor alone wouldn't maximize the haul from this run. "If we head out now, we can make it there in one go. Then let's pack up and move out." "Pack it up, everyone. Let's roll now." Once the group reaches a unanimous decision, everyone heads straight for the 4th floor. After 3 days of non-stop travel, the group enters the special Zoneth Witch's forest. A voice rings out, "Let's go." Following it, footsteps fall in behind them, silent and swift. A system chime cuts through the air. System party has entered a special zone. System Witch has forest field effect activated. 3 hours before the 3rd floor seals completely, we finally reach the teleportation gate. Ben steps forward and pats Jayamal on the shoulder. The man's face is drawn with exhaustion. "Good work out there, Jayamal. Under the glow of the teleportation gate, someone shouts, "Now's our chance to the gate." As Ben steps through the teleportation gate, a voice whispers in his ear soft as a god murmuring secrets. Fear and shock are etched clearly across his face. After emerging from the teleportation tunnel, Ben's mind won't stop racing. That voice was unmistakably familiar. Was it Erwin? Could it really be her? He recalls her radiant smile and decides he must have imagined it. This area is too vast, probably not her. How could the odds align like that? He stands frozen until a sharp yell snaps him back to reality. Ben, what are you doing? Snap out of it, get moving now. Right thighs is the Sky Tower. The second you set foot inside, monsters swarm you. They barely enter before an entire monster formation rolls out to greet them. Ben realizes his moment of distraction was dangerously reckless. He apologizes. They face witches, orcs, golems, an undead, a brutal formation right from the start. Shield raised, Ben charges to the front, taking point in a swift advance. Streams of purple toxic mist billow endlessly. Shockwaves slam outward, sending rocks and debris flying skyward. The monsters all lunge at the dwarf at once. He raises his weapon to meet them, gritting his teeth with a grunt. Knowing the monsters on this floor are no joke, he quickly warns his party, these things may be low-level, but their coordination is terrifying. He raises his shield to brace for impact, unaware that the mage has already engaged the monsters. A quick chant. He even shows off. This is the new magic I just learned. What do you think? Any good? Misha perks up excitedly. That support spell is actually pretty impressive. Looks like you've picked up a lot. While everyone else is hyped, only the dwarf stands there as a picture of misery. He can't believe 4th floor combat is this easy. After blasting through the challenges, the group hits a crossroads. Which way now? The mage figures there isn't much time left. Better to push for the higher floors right away. Misha agrees. Yeah, the lower floors are too easy. The rewards aren't even worth it. Seeing everyone on the same page, Ben nods. Wisdom path it is. And they go all in, go big or go back to beginner village, taking the wisdom staircasia route that requires a professional adventurer to guide them. The path is riddled with traps and monster spawns, but you can climb 5 floors in a single run. Misha takes the lead. Stay sharp and follow me. A sudden thought crosses his mind. What if he had chosen a different path back then? And when the worst-case scenario unfolds, a crimson hellscape, a giant demon looming over him, and his body crushed beneath Ith regrets it instantly. If only. His palm presses against the ground. He stares at the bloodstain beneath him and Ben's vision blurs. Things might never have come to this. The image of his comrades falling one by one, eyes wide open in death, fills him with regret over his hasty decision and a rage that burns without end. After choosing the wisdom path on the 1st floor, they pushed all the way to the 12th floor, taking the Hall of Courage, then doubling back through the Hall of Prudence. There, they run into the last thing they expected, an X-rank high-tier troll lurking among the rank 5 monsters. The whole party panics, a troll right at the gate. Even the usually bubbly Misha goes pale. Why is it here? Facing the beast's crushing pressure, Ben breaks into a cold sweat. He clenches his teeth. You've gotta be kidding me. Internally, he's cursing up a storm. Why the hell does this nightmare spawn here? He knows the spawn rate is astronomically rare. Sure, rank 5 monsters can appear in the Sky Tower, but the odds are minuscule. The beast looms before them, jaws like ivory tusks, a face twisted with malice. In 10 years of playing this game, he's only encountered them a grand total of 7 times. But even then, it was always above floor 100. How impossibly unlucky do you have to be to roll this kind of probability? This is insane. A high-level boss monster like this spawning on floor 12. It feels like a sledgehammer slams into his skull. Ben recalls the old curse, always beware those who carry a grudge. Right after Hunson's gloomy face flashes in his mind, that sinister smile when they shook hands is enough to freeze his blood halfway solid. He's lost count of how many times he's cursed that name. It's that damned Hayner's effect. Now that he understands the truth behind why his party was unlucky enough to run into a high-tier monster, he shouts to rally the team. Everyone focus, before the 4 of them could even shake off their stunned, terrified expressions. He resolves to fight to the death, bursting into a berserk state and charging straight at the troll. No matter how cursed the luck, when this kind of worst-case scenario hits, you still have to act first. The troll lets out a crazed howl, raising its massive fist high overhead. Muscles coil tight, and clean punch from that thing, and you're dead on the spot. The shockwave nearly sends Ben flying. Lucky he raises his shield just in time. The sheer force batters his shield-holding arms into a violent tremble, nearly drops it right there. And when the beast winds up to send Ben 6 feet under, the dwarf Hicurate charges in for the save. I'll help. Facing the full brunt of the giant beast's fist, Hicurate raises his sturdy shield. Under that devastating blow, he barely holds on but the shield shatters. With no weapon left to guard him, the troll swats him flying. Ben charges in, frustration boiling over why the hell isn't any damage getting through. I told you to swap out that shield ages ago. He brings down a vicious killing strike on the beast's thigh's red-hot blade cleaves into its arm. But it does absolutely nothing. His blood runs cold. 0 damage on that hit. Still refusing to back down, he roars. This isn't over. The mage fires off 2 powerful attacks in quick succession empowered ice lances. He shouts the incantation as he unleashes them. At the same time, Jayamal the archer looses her own volley. Ice blades glowing blue like razor edges slash toward the enemy, while the archer's relentless barrage peppers its flesh, not a single scratch on the beast. Faster than lightning, it throws a brutal punch, shattering the magic-born ice like glass. The mage's pupils constrict in sheer terror. No, that's impossible. Streaks of light slash through the air. Next, Misha's voice rings out, not done yet. Her small figure darts in fast, slashing decisively into the beast's massive frame, but it's useless. The skin is just too thick. Her mind races through better options. Its defense is insane. Freezing doesn't seem to do a damn thing, but at least it can slow down its regeneration a little. Someone's already ready to bolt. The mage's face goes pale as he screams, "We have to run. At this rate, we can't beat the troll." Seeing him lose his nerve, someone barks back, "That's Ben's call. Shut your mouth and focus on the fight." After barely tanking another heavy blow from the beast, Ben knows the longer this drags on, the worse it gets. His mind races furiously. So what do we do now? How are we supposed to get out of this alive? He remembers the girl with golden hair was a high-level mage too. When they ran into a level 5 vampire monster in Blood City, they had a level 6 mage backing them up, so the magic damage got a 1.5x multiplier on top. Which meant back then they had someone dishing out damage above level 5 as their ace. Under a barrage of explosive attacks, she led with solar attribute damage, targeting the troll's weak point. Before that, she even used Holy Tirsa relic powerful enough to one-shot a Death Knight. But what was the result? That monster didn't even go down after a hit that powerful. Its weakness was its defense. The two beasts have completely different weak points, and that one was just a vampire with insane regeneration. The troll is a different story. With skin thicker and harder than castle walls, it boasts the highest defense and regeneration among all level 5 monsters. Meaning if you can't hit it at exactly the right moment, even a lucky strike won't bring it down. Ben grits his teeth, frustration burning in his chest, but there's still a chance. Maybe a way to push through. Listen up everyone, from here on we fight with everything we've got. Victory might be a long shot, but we make it happen. 15 minutes later, it feels like an entire hour has passed. Every curse in the book gets hurled at the beast, weakening it, slowing it down. System Leo has cast Tier 8 Corrosion Incantation. System Leo has cast Tier 9 Decay Incantation. System Leo has cast Tier 7 Weakening Incantation. The mage Duenki is pouring every last drop of mana into his curses. Beside him, the dwarf keeps recovering stamina to tank the attacks. Through it all, Hicurate stubbornly holds the line against every single blow from the troll. While two tanks fight to hold their ground with everything they've got, Jayamal keeps firing to draw the beast's attention away. And every single slash from the beast person Misha lands precisely at the gaps in the monster's guard, focusing all her strikes on a single weak point, exactly as he directed. Hit after hit finally goes berserk. The troll's eyes blaze with wild, bloodshot fury. It charges straight toward Leo Duenki. The archer standing nearby grabs his arm in terror. Dodge, Duenki. By sheer luck, both of them escape just before the beast tramples them flat. Ben sprints forward, cursing every ancestor of whoever masterminded this nightmare. So this is what a life-or-death situation feels like. He activates Wild Eruption and charges alongside Hicurate toward the beast. The shield takes blow after crushing blow. Dirt and rock exploding everywhere. On the other side, Leo casts another spell. Cold sweat streams down his face, clearly at his absolute limit. His magic staff trembles non-stop in his grip. When a comrade asks Duenki, "How much mana do you have left?" he answers with a shaking voice, "2 minutasno, I can push it to 3 more minutes." Ben turns his head, voice tight with worry. "What if you drop the slow effects?" He answers instantly, "Then 7 minutes. I can hold out for 7. Ben slams his feet down hard, cracking the ground beneath him. He makes the call, "Got it, drop the slows, the time limit is set." He shouts her name, Misha. She's already fighting like her life depends on it. She knows what he wants and fires back. "You can call my name all you want, I still can't cut through its skin." Ben pinpoints the problem immediately. It's the grade 3 bone material. the blade simply can't penetrate. If that's the case, he thinks fast and commands the dwarf Hicurate. From now on, your job is to take over my position, tank the hits in my place. But Hicurate still has no idea what comes next. Got it. But what's the plan? Ben executes plan B. He circles behind the troll's back. The best way to crack something open is to bait it into overextending. But by now, the troll has entered a frenzy. Stat 8's physical stats have clearly spiked. Ben hurls his shield hard, drawing the beast's attention. The shield crashes to the ground. With a roar, he enters berserk mode and charges straight in. Axe blows rain down one after another, each carrying the force of 1,000 men, sweeping everything aside. Hundreds of axe strikes unleashed in rapid succession. The haft is now drenched in fresh blood. Powered by his raw swing force, the blade cuts through the air with a swish. Finally, the troll's hardened skin cracks open. Without a moment's hesitation, he roars. Misha moves like lightning. A flash of icy steel slams into the troll's fresh wound. She nails her part, the arm tears free and crashes to the ground. Skill activated: super regeneration, an active skill that targets specific body parts, granting extreme regenerative power to rapidly heal damage in designated areas. The situation grows more brutal by the second. The odds stack against the entire party. Damn it, it's a troll on top of everything, but it's not hopeless. It still needs at least 2 minutes to fully regenerate. At least 2 minutes during that window. It can't use super regeneration again. In other words, entering his giant form, Ben makes his final stand. If he can destroy its brain or heart within 2 minutes. Before the dwarf's disbelieving eyes, Ben swells to the troll's own size. His face is pure, unshakable resolve. Time to kill this pig once and for all. Time to chop the bastard's head clean off. The troll, locked in Ben's crushing headlock, starts choking. Its face contorts, drool streaming down as it lets out one hellish roar. Seizing the opening, Ben screams, "Misha, that's an order. Go for its eyes. Use my blood on the blade." Misha does exactly as Ben says. In that instant, blood sprays in every direction. Misha's eyes burn red with fury. She charges in, stabbing relentlessly at the creature's eyes. Meanwhile, Ben grapples the troll with everything he has, pinning it down to buy her time to attack. Erwin shouts urgently, "Hold it, keep stabbing." The 2 watching teammates stare, tense and locked in on the battle. Got it. Blood splatters across her face. She looks like a deranged killer on a rampage. She leaps onto the demon's back, raising her sword for a downward strike, only to find the blade won't pierce through. The creature rears up, thrashing violently. Someone screams, "Get over here now." Ben stares at the wound where Misha's blade keeps trying to break through. This thing can't even puncture the skull. Damn third-rate gear. Ben keeps pinning the troll down, shouting encouragement. "Keep going, smash its brain open, you're catching on fast." Got it. Wounded at its weak point, the troll lets out a blood-curdling scream. It lunges straight at the one standing across from it. Ben reads its intent instantly and shouts a warning to his teammate. Don Kai. It's targeting Don Kai. The 2 in its path freeze up, panic robbing them of all coordination. Lewis clutches her staff, trembling so hard she can barely speak. What do we do? It shouldn't be able to see. Ben bellows at them. Move now. Just before the troll stomps them flat, Misha's sword plunges deep into its left eye. In agony, it slams its fist down on the exact spot where the 2 just stood. With the creature's attention drawn to her attack, Jayamal seizes the chance to grab Lewis and run. This is getting dangerously close. Ben curses under his breath, "You bastard." His mind race-blind or not, the thing knows exactly where to lunge. Is it sensing mana? Whatever the reason, victory was within reach, and in a single blink, everything spirals into disaster. The dwarf raises his shield and screams, "Stop, stop." Damn it, the troll switches targets to Zigugia. One strike and his shield shatters into pieces. His words are cut short. The blow digs deep. He coughs up a mouthful of blood. His thoughts blur. Mana's depleted. He can't even activate his pendant. Right at that moment, Miss Hastel, mounted on the beast, screams his name. Ben, she's seen it. Zigugia struck down by the troll. His strength gives out. He collapses. His body hits the ground, completely lifeless. Misha wants to cry out about his condition. But Zigugia, even in his battered state, roars through the pain, "Forget about me. Just focus on killing that thing." She swallows her tears. In that instant, she transforms into something fearsome. The blade ignites with a dangerous frost blue glow. She lets out a piercing war cry and drives the sword deep into the creature. Blood sprays everywhere. Misha follows up with a flurry of slashes across the troll's legs. From where Lewis and Jayamal are, all they can see is his blood-soaked hand and tattered cloth whipping in the wind. At that moment, the curse the mage had placed on the troll wears off. He hacks up blood and crumples to the ground. Seeing her teammate in that state, she can't hold it in anymore. Tears stream down her face. Despair wraps around her entire body. Misha's grip on her sword tightens. Seeing her hesitate, Ben roars in desperation. Misha, keep going. Emotions explode inside Harand with them, her power surges. Ice crystals bloom violently around the blade. She stabs at its neck again and again. Blood erupts from the wounds like geysers. Each strike of the razor-sharp blade carrying the weight of her fury. Die, just die already. She stabs wildly at the monster, tears still streaming down her face. I told you to die. As Ben pours every last ounce of his strength into holding the troll down, a system notification chimes. System giant form duration expired. The effect fades. Ben no longer has the strength to hold it. Both of them crash to the ground, freed from restraint. The troll swings its massive legs around its huge feet caked in the bloody stains of prolonged battle. Ben's body trembles, he can't stand. All he can do is watch as the creature closes in. The troll they fought so desperately to bring down is finally starting to collapse. Before Ben stands the creature, both eyes gouged out, radiating an aura of death. Finally the system chimes, it's dead. The loot drop a single mana stone, nothing precious this time. Suddenly this moment feels terrifyingly real. Misha cradles her injured arm, calling out to check on the others. Jaimal Donkai Ben. This hits different, nothing like the dreamlike choices I made before. And the wretched image of Donkai, broken by that choice. Misha shakes the two unconscious figures frantically. Jaimal Sigugia, wake up. He stirs groggily at her shaking, but his injuries are too severe, can barely pry his eyes open. Miss Misha. Right now, everything feels painfully real to him. That was a real miracle. Jaimal's legs. Sigugia loses consciousness. Ben rushes over to them. The moment Jaimal regains consciousness, she urgently reminds everyone about Liu Xing, more importantly, Donkai. The real problem is Donkai. He lies in a pool of blood, eyes wide open. It's a terrifying sight. Someone screams. Donkai, Misha's entire body shakes, tears pouring down her face as she cries out in panic. Ben, what do we do? Donkai isn't breathing anymore, but a single calm sentence from Ben cuts through the panic. He pours the potion down Donkai's throat, but he knows God, he knows it's only a temporary measure. Donkai is just a normal persona mage with a fragile body. His spine is nearly snapped in two, his legs are twisted at wrong angles. Worse still, his internal organs seem ruptured. Blood keeps pouring from his nose and mouth. The more he thinks about it, the less he can accept it. He slams his fist into the ground. Damn it, guilt gnaws at him. I shouldn't have used that high-grade potion back in the cave. When the situation shifted, my judgment got petty, infuriating. Suddenly, Jaimal speaks up. Use this. I bought it as a backup, give it to him. In her hand is a high-grade potion, exactly what Ben needs right now. He stares at the bottle in her hand, stunned. A high-grade potion. Seeing Donkai's condition stabilize, everyone breathes a heavy sigh of relief. Misha gazes at Lewis's sleeping face. And sure enough, Misha raised her hand to wipe her tears, but couldn't stop them from streaming down. Ben, everyone survived, no one died. But even so, Misha couldn't hold back the tears of relief. After seeing everyone safe, she choked out through sobs, thank the gods, truly, thank the gods. But there was too much unease in the air to simply celebrate. Because of my skill. Ben clenched his jaw and made his decision. Listen up, everyone, from now on be planning meticulously ahead, by handling unexpected variables as they arise. That's how we survive. Not by relying on luck, that's what he wanted to say. But deep down he knew the truth, they simply got lucky, just plain dumb luck. Accepting that, I finally felt it. The true weight of surviving in this godforsaken world. After facing that berserk troll with Misha becoming prey in the chaos, Ben realized one thing. Luck like today's wouldn't come around twice. Sigugia agreed, right, as long as everyone's still alive. Jaimal nodded and added, to face a troll and come back alive, we should offer thanks at the temple when we return. Truly lucky, truly. Ben swallowed hard, taking responsibility for today's reckless decision. I'm sorry, I didn't expect the troll to pull that at the last moment. But no one blamed him. How could this possibly be your fault? We're the ones who should be thanking you. Without you, none of us would have survived. Right, your judgment was correct, so stop blaming yourself. Though comforted, one thing remained crystal clear to him. Jaimal, you know what my decision was. Seeing Dan Kai's eyelashes flutter after sitting vigil this whole time, Misha joyfully called out, Dan Ki, you're awake. He opened his eyes and asked with concern, is everyone okay? She immediately reassured him, everyone's fine, don't move. Then she heard him murmur, Miss Misha, I'm so relieved you're safe. Misha's eyes welled up as she scolded him. Idiot, you are the one who should be worried about. He was a little confused, at a loss for words. Well, as a normal human, Vin with a high-grade potion used on his wound was still incredibly weak. He coughed hoarsely, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The young man's face went pale as paper as he forced a grin. Alright, isn't that right? Observing the scene, the dwarf burst out laughing with delight. But that's not exactly something we can go bragging about. No one would believe 5 of us took down a troll. Even Misha had something to say about that. And after all that, we didn't even get any essence out of it, right? Jayamal stood up and said something that left everyone stunned. Didn't we save our own lives? That should be enough. Ben, hearing that, he could only stare at him in silence. Old Zagugia sat cross-legged and offered his 2 cents. Jayamal, you're far too modest. That's the problem right there. Right, we even burned through high-grade potions. Of course we'll all split that cost. The young man nodded modestly upon hearing that. You really think so? Hearing you all say that, I feel more relieved than I ever have. Misha turned to ask Ben. But Ben, what now? He didn't understand and asked back. What do you mean? The two began discussing the future. You're not planning to go deeper. Hearing her question, he scoffed. What kind of man do you think I am? He crossed his arms, his expression brimming with confidence. Of course we keep going, we're not stopping here. Until the labyrinth closes. Zagugia suddenly felt something was off and spoke up. Wait, is Misha asking Ben about that? I'm the party leader here, you know. She's embarrassed, isn't she? Hearing that, he felt a bit helpless, you know. Sometimes, he cursed inwardly how much gold had that damn troll cost them on this expedition. And so a week passed, and my 6th expedition came to an end. Late Saturday afternoon, sunset light spilled across a wooden sign as a beautiful girl arrived at the doorstep. Is this the place? Erwin's face lit up with radiance as she gazed at the wooden sign. My lord, I've finally found you again. A system chime rang out. Ding. System, the labyrinth has been sealed. System, your character is being transported to the rest point. After leaving the labyrinth, the entire party was teleported back to the city. We brought Dan Kai to the temple when we returned. The Temple of Riselez. A collective sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had finally been lifted. Walking as if completely unscathed, as if he'd never been injured at all, he let out a sigh along the way, finally, at ease. Seeing that Dan Kai was all right, Misha happily called out to him. Everyone else was overjoyed, marveling at how miraculous magic truly was divine power indeed. Even wounds that no supergrade potion could heal had been completely restored. However, it couldn't heal psychological wounds, so a follow-up check would be needed. Jayamal asked with concern. It took longer than I expected. Are you all right? Contrary to expectations, the patient's face was beaming as he scratched his head and laughed. Don't worry, I could dive back into the labyrinth right now. His answer left the one beside him exasperated. Well, that's good to hear. Leo beamed. Yeah, that's great. Quickly, they decided to split up and explore the city, setting a date to reconvene. Then we'll meet again in 2 days. For today, just go rest up. Everyone agreed. Right, since the Mana Stone haul wasn't great, they decided to split the loot after receiving the quest reward. Thinking about the money, even Ben was surprised. For such an intense trip, it only comes out to about 400 Mana Stones per person. His expression turned absolutely sour. Thinking about how badly they'd been shafted facing that monstrous troll who was furious. Couldn't help but curse. That thing mauled us like that and didn't even drop a single crystal core. Misha sidled up and asked, Ben, what are you planning? He casually dropped a bombshell. I'm heading back to your place to take a bath. The words made her face erupt in red. Only then did he tack on the rest of the sentence before packing up his things. Realizing her misunderstanding, Misha's perked-up ears drooped in embarrassment. She let out a disappointed "oh." As if sensing she was about to slack off, he preempted her. You already got plenty of rest in the labyrinth. Don't even think about shirking. Like a cat caught with its tail in the cookie jar, she stammered out a guilty rebuttal. I didn't mean it like that. He wasn't going to pursue the matter. Fine, then I'll just bathe at your place. I'm too lazy to trek back to my own place. Her little tail wagged happily. Really? He told himself internally, no need to waste time commuting. Her face turned beet red as she screamed. You're done bathing already. Ben straightened his clothes and replied. Take your time with the bath. I need to sort through the gear, it'll take a while. She confirms happily without hesitation. Really? Then she quickly strips down, humming a tune as she heads for the bath. All right, Ben isn't sitting idle on his end either. He needs to sort through the loot before Misha comes out. Sell this, keep that for personal use. Right at that moment, a voice comes from outside. Excuse me, Mr. Ben. Are you in there? He thinks to himself, who the hell is that? He opens the door and immediately asks for the visitor's purpose. The man launches into his introduction. Hello, I'm from the Adventurers Guild. I've come to, but before he can finish, Ben cuts him off. Skip the pleasantries, get to the point. The man wipes the sweat from his face and stammers out the story. The thing is, in the dead silence, Ben's voice rings out with razor-sharp clarity. A barbarian named Kandintasan Sarn has requested you to serve as his witness. The man glances at Ben's massive frame and fierce face, visibly trembling. His complexion goes pale, but he forces a polite smile and continues. He says you can testify that he is not a bandit. Hearing that, Ben's expression darkens instantly. Killing intent rolls off him in waves. The little barbarian is in deep trouble. He turns back toward the room and shouts, "Misha, cancel today's plans." From the bathroom comes, "Hey, Wyatt." He changes clothes while explaining the situation. "I've got to go to the Adventurers Guild. Something's come up." She still has no idea what's going on. What are you even talking about? He should explain more clearly, but he's in a rush, no time for a proper rundown. Just keep bathing. Misha, still in the shower, freezes mid-motion. She's so angry her whole body trembles. Wait just a second. Immediately after, a shout tears through the walls. Is it really that hard to explain? Ben has zero intention of facing the furious woman. He shoves the messenger along. "Move it, let's go." The visitor can only comply and leads the way. "Why yes sir." District 8, hurried footsteps pound the cobblestones, mixing with ragged breathing. A platinum-haired girl darts through the streets, chasing after someone, her heart soaring with joy. Thank goodness he's still alive. Her eyes gleam like a girl who just stumbled upon buried treasure as she stares, transfixed, at the wooden notice board. Mr. Ben. The story rewinds several days to the time frame within the labyrinth at the Mistuad. A conversation between Tija and Erwin takes place here. Tija instructs her, "Understood. Even if you're not a professional explorer, you need to know how to find the path down to the 4th floor." Erwin asks back, "Listen to the sound of mana," and receives her answer. "That's right, listen to the frequency of the teleport gate." Erwin closes her eyes, sensing the currents of mana swirling around her. Then she points toward one direction, that way. Tija praises her. "Well done, let's go." The two walk together toward the sound. Suddenly, a mana wave reverberates through her ears louder than before. The mana signature, it's gotten stronger. Then she calls out, "Sister." A voice she knows all too well rings in Erwin's ear, Ben's voice. "Good work." The sudden sound of Ben's voice catches her completely off guard. She can't react in time. "Hey." Instantly, she leaps forward in rapid succession, closing the distance to the teleport gate in a blur. From behind, Tija's voice rings out sharp and commanding. "Erwin, where do you think you're going?" "Wait." Erwin feels both excitement and nostalgia wash over her from that voice, Ben's voice. It's strict yet warm, familiar and safe. In the end, all that fades into the background, drowned out by her sister's frantic shouts. Erwin, right now, that voice is the only thing occupying her head. That's definitely his voice. She spots a figure standing with his back to her before the teleport gate and instantly confirms it's the person she's been searching for. His gear is different and I can't see his face behind the helmet, but I just know it's him. His silhouette blurs into the blazing light. She calls out to him in a rush. And when he turns to look at her, Erwin shouts even louder, "Mr. Ben." She watches his figure grow dimmer behind the teleport gate's radiance and her desperation spikes. I too." Then from where? A figure streaks through space like a bolt of lightning, planting itself directly in her path, blocking the way. Her sister shouts, "ERWEN." Tija seizes her arm. "What do you think you're doing? If you follow him to the 4th floor, you'll be flagged as a bandit. You haven't even seen his face clearly." She protests frantically. "But I know it's him. I recognize him. Let me go." She screams as tears stream down her beautiful face. Why are you stopping me? Why? Tija never expected her little sister to react this violently. She freezes in place, completely at a loss for how to comfort her. Erwin snaps back to the present. While searching for Ben, she's heard about his skyrocketing fame. She thinks shyly to herself, "I can't believe he's gotten this well known. People can't stop talking about him. Bander, of course I know the guy. Zio Wukan already ran into him. Heard someone spotted him on the 1st floor. The barbarian in my party says his lodging is." Erwin thinks to herself, "I was such a fool just hiding in my room and jumping to conclusions." But the moment her thoughts drift to her sister, she falters. A flicker of doubt crosses her heart. Why didn't she tell me? But then she sweeps that flicker of doubt aside just as quickly. Erwin doesn't believe Tija deliberately kept it from her. Just figures Tija didn't know either. Sister probably didn't know either. It doesn't matter. Standing before the door to Ben's quarters, she makes her resolve. When she sees him, she'll apologize first. He must be searching for her too. Then she blushes with embarrassment as she thinks about why he hasn't come to find her first. Right, it must be because he doesn't remember where we're staying. She steals her resolve and steps forward to knock. Then sound of footsteps draws closer. Heart brimming with anticipation, she lifts her beautiful golden eyes, waiting for Ben to appear. The frantic pounding of her own heartbeat in her ears startles Erwin. Me heart is beating way too fast." Then when Misha opens the door, she sees a strange girl standing there and immediately asks, "Who are you?" On the other side, seeing that the person who opened the door isn't the man she longed for, Erwin flinches back, panic surging inside her. Who is this girl? Isn't this supposed to be his room? She blurts out in a hurry, I think I got the wrong room. Do you know which room Ben Jander is in? Misha, hearing the name, asks right back, you're looking for Ben. The unexpected question catches her completely off guard. Huh? What do you mean? Misha invites her inside. Ben just finished his bath and went out. Come in and wait if you'd like. Her brain hasn't caught up yet though. Huh? She breaks into a cold sweat, replaying what she just heard in her head. Just finished his bath and went out. Wait. Her mind short-circuits before it finally painfully clears. So this really is his room. What the hell is going on? Seeing her silent, Misha helpfully chimes in. If you don't want to wait, just leave your name. I'll pass it along when Ben gets back. The truth is almost too much to believe at all, but confirms they're living together. But she forces herself to stay calm and asks for confirmation. Also, you said he just finished bathing and went out, right? Misha answers honestly. Yeah, are you heading back? Erwin obviously isn't giving up. No, she answers, then she asks, can I wait inside? And Misha doesn't refuse. Sure, come on in. Stepping inside, she glances around at the layout and asks, it's a bit messy, isn't it? It's not usually like this. Erwin cuts her off and calmly drops a thunderbolt. I know what this is. I've done that with him too. Misha catches on and goes, oh, you're an adventurer too. Hearing that, Misha reacts like a cat whose tail just got stepped on. Why yes, that's right, but don't get the wrong idea. This is everything I took from those bandits. She clenches the fists she's been holding against her chest. It looks like she's starting to go dark. Don't worry, I won't misunderstand. I know better than anyone that he isn't that kind of person. The atmosphere itself seems to boil and churn under her overwhelming presence. Her eyes are eerily terrifying. If someone covets what belongs to another, they'd better be ready to face the consequences. Don't you agree? Misha doesn't notice the terrifying expression on Erwin's face. She's just staring blankly, trying to process what Erwin is talking about, at a large domed building. Meanwhile, at the 7th District Adventurers Guild, Ren sits with arms crossed, facing the branch chief. Why does a girl who was once a hostage want to see me? The old man speaks softly. You'll know the reason once you meet her. Ren smirks. Oh, really? Ren lets out a sigh. Then I'll have to decline. The man stares blankly. What? Ren says flatly, I'm always on an empty stomach. Can't afford to waste time. He rises from his seat. If you'll excuse me. Seeing this, the branch chief hurriedly speaks up. Wait. He panics, raising a hand to stop him. I can't explain in detail, but I guarantee it won't bring you any harm. Ren's tone stays calm and flat. Pass my words along to her. He turns and walks away without looking back. The branch chief scrambles to call after him. Hey, don't go. Ben, this is what happened. 20 minutes earlier, Ren sits dumbfounded before the information he just received. As long as B stays behind, the rest can get out. The mage confirmed it has defensive capabilities. In short, it's been turned into bait to lure me out. The branch chief leans forward as he sits across from him. Actually, I've been meaning to arrange a meeting with you for a while now. He furrows his brow and stares. The young lady of the capital wishes to meet you. The capital who? Don't play dumb. You're the one who took her hostage. How can you not remember? Those words jog his memory of the girl he once captured. Ah, right, the guildmaster's daughter. Ren's brow furrows tight. Annoyed, he grumbles inwardly. Tichayu should have said that from the start. So what? Old man Yuban smirks, his expression sinister. The young lady's voice echoes in his mind. I won't let my father turn my life into his puppet show. Her scheming voice drifts light as air. Is that so? Are you planning to seize his position? A woman must live her own life. Old man Yuban reads the letter in his hands intently, murmuring, so the branch leader finally chose my daughter. And somehow she was there when the prison break happened. The young secretary beside him lowers his head and says softly, yes, it seems the meeting with the barbarian today was also orchestrated entirely by her. Old man Yuban frowns and sets the letter down on the desk. Fool, I told you to watch your every breath and you dare cause chaos here. A framed portrait of his wife and young daughter sits neatly on his desk. The only person I'll tolerate causing trouble is my own daughter. To cling to her side just to keep your own position. How despicable. He reaches for the cup of hot tea. His face darkens, brows knitted tight. I'll use this opportunity to separate the two of them. Yuban recalls that man's smiling face, and a bitter feeling churns in his chest. They've been an eyesore for ages, that barbarian included. The night is dark and gloomy. Small houses already glow with lamplight. A heavy downpour hits. Ben stands in the rain, glancing awkwardly left and right. Damn it, rain. He pushes the door open and steps into a shop. Might as well grab some food and keep watch. A steaming spread of food sits before Ben. Here's your meal, sir, please enjoy. He dips his bread into the bowl of sauce. Ben stares intently at the spread. He picks up a piece of sauce-drenched meat. Ben eats until his cheeks bulge. Sure enough, he raises a hand to flag down the waitress for more, all while thinking Misha's cooking is better. Should I ask her to grill some meat tomorrow? Ben glances toward the window. The rain still pours outside, flatbread and rice wine. They sell stuff like this here. He frowns slightly and picks up a small mug of beer. Whatever, he tilts his head back and downs a big swig. He doesn't feel the need to go back anyway. Ben cleans the entire table of food in no time. He's long since gotten used to everything. A creaky bed, a bare-bones-in room with one bathroom, the laughter and banter with teammates. Ben still remembers the moment he and his teammates stood together on the cliff, gazing down at the kingdom under the night sky. Of course, he could list all the filthy things about this world, and it would take all day. But thinking it over, he's probably starting to grow attached to this place. He sits alone at a table in the shop. To reach higher floors, he needs to form a new team. He's thought about it for a long time. Now he's finally made the decision as going higher. But with this current lineup, probably impossible. The higher the floor, the more creatures even stranger than Chow show up. Stop hoping, getting lucky and surviving by sheer fluke like last time won't happen again. A voice rings out. A yellow-bearded bear man tilts his head and speaks up. Colossal Beast Man. He looks at Ben and adds, if it's too hard to pronounce, just call me App. Ben nods in response. "Ah, got it. Didn't expect to see you here as a customer," the man adds. That catches Ben off guard. He asks back. "A customer? This restaurant is run by my wife," the man answers. The more he talks, the more surprised Ben becomes. A married man, daring to enter the labyrinth alone. The man lowers his head with a slight smile. The shop's been running at a loss lately. Someone's gotta handle the problem, right? Right. Those words make Ben fall silent for a moment. Whatever, not his problem. The man leans toward him. "Finding you here, it's no mere coincidence." That's exactly what convinced me, Ben. That only confuses Ben further. Convinced of what? Seeing Ben doesn't get the point, the man's expression shifts immediately. "You're not planning to let me join your party." Ben's mind goes blank. What does that even mean? This is way different from what he expected. The man continues, "If you went out of your way to save strangers in that kind of situation, you're definitely not the type to stab someone in the back." Remembering the man's fighting style, Ben thinks to himself, a defensive warrior with summoning support and powerful ranged physical damage. This bear man would be a real asset on the 5th floor. But confusion still lingers on his face. He raises a hand toward the man. "I think there's a misunderstanding here. This was a one-time thing. I already have a fixed party." "Is that so?" the man responds immediately. "Then let's revisit this if a spot opens up or someone leaves." Still not quite understanding, Ben asks once more. "What do you mean?" "If a spot opens up," the man's expression grows stern as he offers his suggestion, "you should all know exactly what I mean." After that, they chat about when to repay the 5 million mana stones. After borrowing a raincoat from the bear man, he heads straight back to his inn. Before leaving, the man doesn't forget to set up a meeting. 10 days from now, right here. Ben agrees immediately. "Sure thing." The rain pours outside. A voice rings out. "If you covet what belongs to someone else, then prepare yourself for punishment." Seeing the other woman's face go white with fear, Misha suddenly blurts out, "You seem tougher than I thought." She says it even she doesn't understand the words that just came out of her mouth. "What did I just say? Technically, he was never taken from me. He's not even a disciple. I'm the one who chose to follow Big Sister. But what is this feeling?" A strange hostility is surging inside her. "If I fight her, can I win?" Misha flashes a bright smile. She looks toward the other woman and introduces herself. "I'm Misha and you are? What's your name?" The woman answers shyly. "Taixia." Misha seems to find the name interesting. "Oh, what a beautiful name. Nice to meet you. Wait right here, I'll go tidy up." After cleaning up carefully, she and Taixia return to the table, sitting across from each other. Taixia clenches her hands and asks Misha shyly, "Have you got your eye on anyone yet?" The moment she hears it, Misha flinches as if struck in a sore spot. "Got my eye on someone. Ben and I are just teammates, just teammates." The fear is gone from Taixia's face now. She smiles brightly. "So that's how it is." "Oh, I misunderstood then when you said you two bathed together." The mention of that makes Misha incredibly flustered. That. What are you even talking about? I only borrowed his bathroom for a bit." Taixia presses on, "Borrowing a stranger man's bathroom, your home must be really far from here, huh?" Misha answers awkwardly, "Not exactly wrong." Taixia's expression darkens instantly. "Not far." A thought of contempt flashes through her mind. This girl is pulling such cheap tricks. Misha leans in, studying Taixia. "So what's your relationship with Ben?" Taixia replies, "Sir Ben is my teammate." Misha cuts in, "He's only 20, you know." Taixia explains, It's just a sign of respect. It's a nickname between the two of us." Hearing this, she suddenly repeated the words back. "A nickname." Sensing her tone, the other immediately shot back. Is there a problem? Though inwardly displeased, she still denied it. No, what problem could there possibly be? Why would there be one? I lean my cheek against my hand, unable to conceal my happiness as I speak. Lord Bayan and I share a rather special bond. He was my very first teammate, and together we survived the journey back. Misaka Sakai cast a look of pure contempt. But doesn't that bond only hold meaning for you alone? Tisha blurted out. What? Seeing the expression on her face, the other immediately spoke, pouring fuel on the fire and shattering her delusions to pieces. Oh, it's just that I've been close to Bayan for an entire month now, yet he's never once mentioned you. Her voice wouldn't stop trembling. Tisha slammed her fist on the table in fury. That can't be right, no way. She slowly lowered her towel and turned her gaze toward her. Oh, Erwin, is it? Your little outburst was rather cute. But if you keep radiating hostility and treating others like fools, don't blame me for losing my patience. But I should thank you too. For one thing, thanks to you, I no longer feel the slightest bit of anxiety. In the back of her mind, Misaka Sakai mused the hostility she felt toward this woman the moment she laid eyes on her had been nothing but pure instinct. Tisha asked in confusion, what's she so worried about? What do you mean? Hearing this, Misaka Sakai immediately fired back. You still don't understand what I'm trying to say. This woman is an enemish's trying to steal what's precious to me. These words drove her into a blind fury. She drew her sword ready to charge. Misaka Sakai, that sly cat murmured softly, is there something wrong with your head? At that moment, Erwin realized she was far too powerful, that she stood no chance of winning. I'm about to lose him, the one precious to Metakin, away once more just like last time. No, impossible. Please no. At that moment, her emotions did a complete 180. Tisha broke down in tears, begging her, don't take him away from me. Please. Erwin lifts her gaze to the sky, still raining without end. Elsewhere, the sunny sky suddenly darkens as rain cascades down in torrents. She wrings her hands together, slumping forward, sobbing, please, don't take anything else from me, please. Drops trickle down polished black leather shoes, soaking the stone steps. The wooden door to the room swings open. Erwin steps inside. Her cloak drenched. He exclaimed in surprise. Erwin! An unexpected encounter was about to unfold. Miss A turned to look at him, her voice bright and cheerful. Hey, Bayan, your guest is here. Erwin glanced at the two of them, silently sizing up the situation. These two clearly don't know each other. He must have come looking for me and ran into her along the way. Miss A suddenly spoke, her voice sweet as honey, swaying with a playful air. Bayan, you're so late, you rushed off so suddenly. Did something happen? Erwin fell into deep thought. Good lord, what a sickeningly sweet voice. Seeing her draw closer, his face went stiff as a board, his whole body locking up. No, nothing happened. Carson was mistakenly suspected of being a bandit, but everything's sorted out now. Miss A asked in a pouty, coquettish tone. She gently touched his hand. Goosebumps erupted across Erwin's skin. She reflexively snatched her hand back. You've worked so hard. Erwin jolted in shock. Hey, what's wrong with you? Miss A squinted. What's the matter? I'm just complimenting him. We're all adventurers here, so we're not outsiders, right? Not outsiders, right? Erwin's eyes brimmed with tears, face flushed crimson, trembling with rage. She scowled. Not outsiders, what's that supposed to mean? At first I was just going to ask, then I grabbed your hand and helped dry your hair. Come now, dry your hair first, wouldn't want you catching a cold. Erwin's expression settled into one of resigned acceptance. Oh, I see. But when you've come at just the right time. I have something I wanted to talk to you about. Erwin's eyes lit up at his words. She stepped closer to him. Really? You were looking for me? Erwin squinted, holding her breath. That's right. Erwin's face turned crimson. This is wonderful. I thought you'd forgotten all about me. He smiled gently. How could I ever forget the first teammate who explored the maze with me? Erwin stammered, really? I'm not the only one who feels this way, am I? Erwin mused quietly. Yeah, I suppose so. Miss A stood off to the side, her expression darkening into a very unfriendly smile. Erwin spoke in a pouty, coquettish tone, especially afterward when all three sat down together to talk. That's right, isn't it? After that, Erwin began recounting her tale. Erwin beamed with delight as she recounted everything that had happened during their time apart. She could now command fire, wind, water, and earth. Surprised, I can now command all four great elementals. This caught Bayan off guard, 3 of which have been fully awakened. Erwin grew bashful when she noticed him staring at her. Awakened, already up to 3. Her face lights up with joy at the memory of being able to wield all 4 elements. That's right, I really put in the work. Is this what they call talent? 3 spirits awakened in less than a year. Renan presses her lips together. If all 4 great spirits get awakened, then that thing actually becomes possible. Misha chimes in with a taunt. If it weren't for her sister, well, either way, I'm glad you can finally focus on your own growth. Erwin freezes, stammering. I thought it was because I moved away, so you couldn't find me anymore. Misha pats her on the shoulder. It wasn't like that at all. Misha smiles softly. You've gotta put your own future first, right? Erwin's voice comes out stiff. Right. Ren-On's expression goes blank inwardly, she's reeling. Did Erwin just sneak a glance at Misha? He speaks softly. What exactly happened here while I was away? Misha blinks at him, the picture of innocence. Nothing happened. I'm serious. She's telling the truth. He was sure the two of them had gotten into a fight. Misha swishes her tail. Fighting. How could we possibly fight? She laughs cheerfully. We're best friends, aren't we? Erwin's face goes pale. Best friends. She calls out Cutie cheerfully. Why are you calling me Cutie? Just call me sis. Erwin fumbles awkwardly. Yes, I'm sis. Ren-On falls into silence. Something definitely happened. But outside the window, the rain has cleared completely. Well, at least it's stopped. You two should head out. I need to rest a bit more. Fatigue crashes over her without warning. At the doorway, Misha speaks up plainly. Oh, you're heading this way too. Erwin falls silent. That's right. Misha raises her voice. Then you go ahead, I'll follow after. Erwin's lips twitch. No, I insist, you go first. Only an idiot wouldn't see you're planning to double back to his room. Misha's eyes curve into a sly smile. But me going first? Who would actually buy that? The two lock eyes, neither one willing to back down. Erwin exhales in compromise. Fine, let's just go together. Misha blinks, works even better. The two of them leave together. Erwin steals a discreet glance at Misha. If he hadn't come back when he did, I might have dropped to my knees and begged her. Because in that moment, all I could think was I have to have him, no matter what it takes. She bites her lip, her cheeks flushing scarlet. I probably just look like a total weirdo in her eyes, don't I? Misha speaks up. I'm heading this way now. What about you? Erwin nods. I'm going the opposite direction. Misha's voice drops low. Is that so? She glances awkwardly at Erwin. Is Miss Mai planning to come here? Erwin answers honestly. Probably. Misha rubs her forehead. You've gotta be kidding me. All I want is to enjoy some peaceful time with him. Misha waves her hand dismissively, like she's shooing someone away. Alright, I'm off. Get home safe. Erwin speaks up shyly. Wait. Thank you for not telling him about what happened earlier. Misha puts her hands on her hips. No problem, but you have to promise me one thing. Erwin's voice drops to a whisper. Promise what? She continues. Even if I said I wasn't coming, you would have shown up anyway, right? So then Misha covers her face with her hand. Her voice is laced with resignation. Let's keep what happened between us a secret from Ben. You don't want to bother him with this kind of stuff, right? Erwin's eyes widen in shock. Fine, but the sound of a door opening makes Tisha whip her head around. Erwin, she sobs. Oh, sweetheart. Tisha pulls her younger sister into her arms. Did you just go see him? Erwin sobs. Yes, he's still alive. Tisha's voice fills with worry. Everything turned out like this, so are you still going to train like before? Suddenly, Erwin lifts her gaze to meet her sister's eyes. Sis, I'm going to become even stronger. Tisha is stunned. What? The image of fierce Misha flashes through her mind. I have to defeat someone. That's right, so nobody else snatches it first. Her face darkens, but her eyes blaze bright. So from now on, you have to help me more or we'll end up being the ones doing the plundering. Dawn is just breaking. A loud voice cuts through the air. Ben, the next morning, in Ben's room, pounding on the door echoes nonstop. Wake up, get up already. Are you planning to hibernate like a dead log? Ben bolts upright from bed, rubbing his forehead. What is it? Who the hell is making this racket this early in the morning? He scowls at the pendulum clock on the wall. He drags his half-dead, sleepy face to the door and opens it. It's barely morning, what do you want? Misha stands outside the door beaming. He's finally awake. She grins and tilts her head. I'm treating you to something delicious today, so get moving, we'll be late for Com Melbai. A summary of their two-person expedition equipment sold 200,000 mana stones. Equipment repair costs 350,000 mana stones. Exploration supplies and upgraded gear purchased for the trip 100,000 mana stones. Final remaining balance 640,000 mana stones. He sighs internally. Good thing they didn't have to touch the shared account. That evening, the two of them say their goodbyes at Shangxia's inn. Good night, Ben, he waves back. Good night. The moment he steps onto the upper floor, he notices something. He calls out softly, Erwin. Her face lights up the instant she sees him. Hello, sir. He speaks gently. Have you been waiting long? Erwin hurries over to him. Not too long. Were you two out somewhere just now? He answers honestly. Yeah. Had some business at Com Melbai. Erwin freezes for a moment. Is that so? He continues. Why are you here then? Erwin's face flushes red with embarrassment. Starting tomorrow I'll be doing special training with my sister, so I'll probably only be able to come about once a week. Her eyes glisten. I actually want to come more often, but that would take up so much time. He repeats, take up time. Erwin bolts away in a hurry. It's nothing, see you next week, sir. Ben watches her go, puzzled. Sure. Why do I keep feeling so uneasy about this? In the quiet of the night, a calm voice reaches him. Jayamal, 34 years old, the District B office of the Adventurers Guild. Old man Yu Ban strokes his chin. You've been an adventurer for 8 years now, haven't you? Jayamal responds quietly. Yes. He marvels inwardly. This man is Yu Ban, the District 7 chief. A man like him actually wants to see me. The old man speaks gently. I find you quite interesting. You're clearly curious, yet you had the patience to wait until the very end. He replies to the old man. Then, sir, may I ask why you summoned me here? Old man Yuban chuckles softly. His eyes narrow. You're wary, I can see that, but I believe this will be a rather favorable proposal for you. Early morning, harsh sunlight pours down onto the streets. The next day at noon, in a tavern, Ben speaks softly. Splitting 550,000 mana stones each sounds fair, doesn't it? In a small restaurant, men chatter noisily. The Frog Eye Mage byproducts sold for even more than I expected. All thanks to Jayamal, who bought them all up. Jayamal's cheeks flush pink. He speaks softly. Since I couldn't be much help during the fight, I figured I'd handle this instead. Now calculating his own earnings from this expedition, a short itemized list takes shape. Ben's expedition summary: mana stones obtained from the rift and floors 12,400,000 mana stones. Matching funds and byproducts sold yesterday with Misha 320,000 mana stones. Quest completion rewards and byproduct sales 55,000 mana stones. Grand total 1,700,000 mana stones. Either way, the money earned now is significantly more than what he was making 2 months ago. He smiles to himself, feeling quietly satisfied. Wait, no, actually with the crystal core that Misha absorbed along with Shangxia's equipment, he's already raked in a massive haul of profit. With this stone, I'll soon be able to inscribe the 6th tier mark. Ben takes a big gulp of beer. The old dwarf sees this and shouts, Hey, how dare you drink the first round by yourself? We'll be back on the 4th floor in no time. Hearing the shout, he goes blank. The old man's face turns beet red as he yells even louder. We're supposed to toast together for making it back alive. The 5 of them clink glasses together. Come on, cheers to a successful return. Laughter and chatter fill the air nonstop. Come on, drink up, this stuff looks way too good to pass up. We even took down a troll. Damn right we did. Misha stands up, waving to everyone. I'm going to head out first. Something came up at home today. The old man furrows his brow. Really? That's a real shame. Well then, let's meet again at the next regular gathering. Jayamal furrows his brow. He springs up from the table. I'll take my leave here as well. I've got some things I need to take care of. Watching him leave, Ben stiffens, his heart sinking. So I'm already 1 step behind. If I leave too, that old dwarf is definitely going to blow his top. He sneaks a glance at the old man laughing and drinking with his buddies, silently plotting his exit. But he's got his friends here too. Maybe I can try slipping away quietly and see how it goes. He glances at the old man. He's in a good mood. No, maybe I can sneak out without him noticing. Suddenly someone calls out to him. Ben. Don Kai's face turns red as she stammers. See, can we talk for a bit today? We've never had a private conversation before, have we? Ben raises his beer mug and looks at her. Does she have something she wants to share? Duanqi's entire body stiffens. Let's finish this drink first. Janner curses under his breath. Damn it, I should have just headed back. He speaks first. Is your body feeling better now? He stammers, I am fine. Even though it was uncomfortable after the treatment, I've made a full recovery now. Renan taps his own temple. It's good that the body is fine, but what about here? How does it feel to have been folded in half for the first time? Can you still head back into the dungeon? His reflection appears in the round lenses, and the boy stammers. Well, honestly, just thinking about the dungeon makes my hands shake. That day, I truly felt like I was going to die. Duanqi's cheeks flush red as his voice drops. But everyone needs experience to overcome their fears, right? I am the same way. It'll be fine before the next expedition. Renan asks, is that really the only reason you're determined to push through? Duanqi grips his beer mug tightly. That. He looks up at him and gives a bright, squinting smile. Because I genuinely like it. Of course, I had other reasons at the start. Do you remember what I said before? Renan stares at him blankly. You said you would become a great adventurer and bring glory to the Baron's family. Duanqi lowers his voice, his eyes trembling and unfocused. That was all a lie. Back then, the only thing I truly craved was attention from my father, the former Baron. But he passed away too soon. And as you know, my brother the one who inherited that position ever even. Knew I existed. Duan's brother had seemed surprised when his subordinates reported on him. An illegitimate child, is that really a thing? Yes, because he wasn't important, the subordinates didn't report it. I feel so conflicted. Duan-chi keeps his eyes down, feeling as if he is drifting on water all day. Suddenly, he slams the table and stands up, but I managed to overcome it. That is thanks to. Jenanen jumps in surprise. Don't tell him in a way. He blushes and shouts, it's thanks to you guys always being by my side. Renan grinds his teeth. Are you for real? Mr. M. Dat continues to drink beer with his friends. Duan-chi's voice fades. I mean, even after going through all that. Jander says stiffly, all right, I won't talk about that anymore. Duan-chi takes a large gulp of beer happily. You seem cold. But you're actually very warm, even if you pretend not to be. Renan grits his teeth, feeling resentful. I should have just left back then. Duan-chi slams his beer mug onto the table, brows knit, leaning toward him. Hey BN, I want to ask you something. Feel free to ask whatever you want. Duan-chi looks completely uncomfortable, his cheeks flushed. Are you and Masay dating? Renan sighs, so this was his real goal all along. Ya Miller walks slowly through the bustling streets, lips pressed into a thin line. He recalls the words of old Yuban, I checked your files at the District 7 office last night. You look quite frustrated, don't you? It took you 8 years to reach rank 7. Meanwhile, a savage only needs half a year to hit rank 6. He narrows his eyes. Think about it. Perhaps your comrades will continue to forge ahead. Unfortunately, they aren't ordinary humans like you. Do you think they will always be your teammates? 3 months or 4 months if you're lucky, maybe they'll stay a bit longer. His words echo, making him think, but that's only as long as they still feel pity for you. I trust y'all make the best choice. It's completely dark now, at Bonison's room. He grinds his teeth while cursing under his breath. Damn it, chugging several drinks at once and then passing out. I swear I will never drink with him again. Suddenly someone calls him Jan. Since you didn't want to meet, I came here myself. Jananen looks confused. Hey, who is she? She must have heard my rejection through the branch manager. He shouts, I have already refused clearly. Go back, I don't want any more trouble. The girl is startled, lowering her voice. Bo Gianty Miller, did he meet my father? As the two sit down to talk, the branch manager's daughter speaks up. That means my father probably played some trick on him. We need to be careful. Renan leans back. So that's all you know. Then what was that trick? She looks embarrassed. I am not entirely sure about that part. Jenanen closes his eyes and sighs. Nothing concrete then. Then what is your objective? At this point you have to tell me what I am wondering about. She looks at him with a serious expression. My objective is to bring my father down. Suddenly her eyes sparkle. Her demeanor is cheerful. Otherwise, I'll have to live like a doll. That's why I really need Jander to cooperate. Jander's face stiffens as he pushes her out. She tries to explain as he pushes her out the door. It seems like you misunderstood. If you support me, y'all also reap many benefits. Jenanen curses silently. Benefits my foot. Making enemies with the guild master never ends well. He shuts the door. She doesn't give up and shouts, are you really serious? If you change your mind, come see me, because I am the only one who can stop my father's plot. Collapsing onto his bed, Jenanen is exhausted. Finally, she has left. Ya Miller, I need to keep watching him for a while longer. Jenanen has gone through days of peaceful life, followed by a period of calm. Every morning, I enjoy the meat roasted by Masay. From noon to afternoon, I often visit the library to learn about this world. Once a week, we visit each other and the three of us have dinner together, strengthening our bond. Oh, and there were periodic team meetings too. Sits there, lips pressed tight, listening to everyone discuss. Nobody mentions anything about the meeting with the district chief, huh? In the meantime, I also received 5 million mana stones from the old bear. Even so, gifting it as a bracelet works just fine. Days pass just like that, and before anyone knows it, the 15th night arrives. No one senses the soul of the character merging, guiding you toward a wondrous world. Time to experience an ordinary, yet utterly different day. Hansuo sits at his desk, expression serious. The exchange market can wait a bit. Time to check the chat room. Lines of text scroll across the computer screen. The man's chat room is empty. Not popular and tough to get into, apparently. They must have burned through all their lives at the start of the game. Only 3 accounts here. He's surprised. Wait, is this person Korean? The space gradually shifts. His fingers move on their own. He's stunned. I expected a basic interface, empty field, grassland, that sort of thing. A piercing scream rings out. There Ish startles. Sergeant, look, could it really be you, sir? He stares at the name tag on the chest of the person who just appeared. Corporal Lee Hansuo stiffens and stumbles backward. Could it really be him? The other person speaks softly. Yes, it is. Corporal Lee buries his face in his hands and sobs. It happened on the day he was discharged. He gradually backs away. What the hell is this? Hansuo's face drains of color, jaw hanging open. What's going on here? He bites his lip as tears roll down his cheeks. 5 minutes later, after we've managed to set aside the grief, we decide to introduce ourselves first. He extends his hand toward Corporal Lee. I'm Lee Hansuo, 29 years old. The other man startles. You're surnamed Lee too, just like me. He rubs his head and bursts out laughing. I'm Lee Bihu, 23 years old. Hansuo freezes. Only 23 and already. Lee forces a wry smile. Actually, I've been here for about 10 years now, sir. Hansuo sighs. Oh really? He furrows his brow. So that makes you older than me, huh? Lee frowns, visibly displeased. Don't say things like that. We still have to go home, don't we? Shouldn't we go by our actual age? His expression darkens. You don't need to use honorifics with me. Hansuo relents. Oh, alright then. He bounces around excitedly, voice booming with enthusiasm. Anyway, since there's stuff to do here, I hope you'll look after me. By the way, mind if I verify you? Hansuo raises an eyebrow. Verify. Bihu smiles faintly. It's not that I don't trust you, but I think it's best to run a quick check. He's invited to sit down, silently evaluating the situation. From the sounds of it, it's some kind of Korean identity verification test. Though he doesn't say it outright, his intent is clear, wants to verify whether Hansuo is a fake Korean trying to exploit the system. That's why he's been acting this way. Bihu smiles. I'll say a word and you repeat it back, okay? He lowers his voice. Let's begin. Hansuo tenses up. Okay. Why am I suddenly so nervous? The two start a rapid-fire word association game. Kimchi, oxbone soup, quail. Suddenly, the other man snaps to attention and shouts, serve the people. Hansuo jolts. That's our military oath. He nods, but back home I was just an office worker. Bihu sits back down, expression going serious. One last question. Hansuo sighs. What's with that grave expression? So he's been putting on an act this whole time. He speaks with deadly seriousness. Hansuo fumes internally. Luan Dong. This lunatic, that's a notorious Korean traitor politician from the colonial era. He grits his teeth and scolds him. Why the hell would you ask something like that? Bihu's face darkens. He rests his chin on his hand, watching Hansuo. Alright, you really are Korean. Hansuo goes blank. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Bihu's expression darkens further, the corner of his mouth twitching. Lee Baeka, player from Korea, pulled into this world on the very day of his military discharge, has been stuck here for 10 years. Hansuo frowns, face full of displeasure. He doesn't seem like a bad person, but his thought process is hard to follow. Can't quite figure out what kind of person he is. Bihu blushes and scratches his cheek. Sorry for being rude earlier. These are questions I prepared in case I ever ran into a fellow Korean. Didn't think it would take this long before I could actually use them. He forces a smile. But anyway, I finally met you. Guess all that persistence with logging in paid off after all. Hansuo evaluates silently. He seems desperately lonely, no friends. Even someone as seemingly emotionless as himself can't help but feel moved talking to a fellow countryman. When he first arrived here, there probably wasn't a player community like this yet. Living in that kind of environment turns a person cold. Hansuo looks at him with sympathy. Alright, looks like I'll help him out. I don't know anyone here anyway. He speaks up. If I ask you some questions, will you answer? Bihu waves his hand. Sure, ask me anything and I'll tell you. Alright, understood. Hansuo sighs inwardly. It seems he's already somewhat realized that I'm different from ordinary players. Bihu looks at him seriously. How many times have you cleared this game before? Hansuo ponders. He mentioned earlier that he'd cleared it 10 times, so I'll say the same. Hearing this, Lee Biksu tips her head back and laughs heartily. How about it? Truly the typical Korean gamer. If this place had a Korean version, even more Koreans would probably clear this game, right? Isn't that right, Brother Engia? A bit arrogant, but not entirely wrong. Hansuo silently appraises him. He must be pretty lonely, not having met a single other Korean here. Lee Biksu speaks up. Then I'll transfer you some spirit stones. Hansuo politely declines. No need for that. I'm not exactly poor. His expression falters with slight disappointment. Then it seems I can't really help you after all. All right. He sighs internally. Judging by his behavior, he seems easygoing enough, yet still cautious. In a way, he's just like me. In this world, every single action demands careful attention. There's nothing wrong with exercising caution like he does. That's how he survived 10 years in this place. Lee Biksu's eyes glisten with unshed tears, her gaze soft and vulnerable as she looks at him. Just being able to meet and chat with you from time to time is enough to make me happy. You know, he springs to his feet and exclaims, if you ever need anything, just ask me. Whatever I know, I'll tell you. Hansuo strokes his chin. Then do you happen to know who the administrators are around here? Lee Biksu freezes. Seeing this, he can only smile helplessly. You don't know either, huh? Though he can't pin down the exact identities, he still manages to list 3 mages who likely hold high positions here. Lee Bixu leans in and warns him, in this community, don't reveal your identity. He asks why. There are those with names that would bring trouble. They actively hunt down people like that. Han Shuo nods as if understanding. But can the administrators access member information? Lee Bixu's eyes widen. That's hard to say. Thai space was created through simulation, after all. Han Shuo finds it all rather puzzling. The things Lee Bixu recounts are quite surprising. Jevil's spirits have existed in LDER for over 100 years. And compared to Earth, the dungeons here have persisted for far longer. Many beings have arrived in this world from different dimensions. They grew stronger through various means. Reading books from LDER's library in the early days, for instance. From that, they were able to possess extraordinary power. Among them, one powerful individual created this simulated space. As for the current administrator, she merely inherited it. Han Shuo furrows his brow. Now that's a story I've never heard before. Still, it's quite useful information, but how does this kid know all of this? Lee Bixu happily continues sharing stories with him. If possible, I might need to squeeze a bit more information out of him. But Lee Bixu shyly scratches the top of his own head. I've been in seclusion lately, so I haven't been able to gather any new information. He asks curiously, seclusion? Yes, but I can point you in the right direction. His follow-up words leave Han Shuo stunned. There's another room where you can find out more information. It's like a social club of sorts. He seriously considers what Lee Bixu said. The Round Table Council operates in secrecy. Access requires a code. It's a community of veteran players. Lee Bixu knows a lot about that council and has told him quite a few things. Lee Bixu hangs his head dejected. I have to go now. So soon. He forces a smile. The potion I took to enter here is a low-grade type. It only lasts 1 hour. I wasn't planning on coming in, but I was being chased at the time, so I had no choice but to drink it to hide. Han Shuo's expression darkens. Being chased. He can't fathom what kind of life this kid leads. Han Shuo sits before his computer, seriously searching for information. After that, Lee Bixu departs. He attempts to log in. A system confirmation notification appears. The meeting begins. Han Shuo is transported to a new room. He looks around in bewilderment. Is this a custom room? Getting in here is no simple feat. The grand doors swing open. Han Shuo, wearing a lion mask, walks down the long corridor and enters to see what lies within. His footsteps are slow and deliberate as he approaches another door. He steps into a large chamber. 4 figures already sit around a round table. They all wear masks. Their gazes converge on him in unison. Every pair of eyes radiates a savage intensity. The clown-masked figure speaks first. That's quite an unusual mask you've got there. The fox-masked girl snaps, how did you get in here? It's been over a year. The council hasn't had a single new member. Han Shuo clenches his fist. Is that so? A voice from the round table cuts in. Speak who introduced you. Tell the truth or you'll be expelled. He stands tall, facing them with perfect composure. I've heard that if you lie, your mask shatters and you're instantly expelled from the chamber. But that rule only applies once the meeting has officially begun. His eyes sweep across each of them. The way they questioned him in unison suggests everyone here belongs to the same faction. Or perhaps they're simply curious about a newcomer like him. He recalls Lee Bixu's parting words, when you go in, don't be afraid. If things get tough, do exactly as I told you. Han Shuo remains composed, has already prepared a role to play for this precarious situation. He feigns bewilderment. Me, the fox-masked girl slams her hand on the table. Who else would it be? He strokes his chin and speaks softly. My mother recommended me. I heard this from Sergeant Lee, so I'm just repeating what I was told. The fox-masked girl's voice trembles. What did you just say? Han Shuo shrugs. My mother, she's the one who brought me in. The fox-masked girl slams the table in fury. What the hell? Her voice drops to a low, dangerous tone. Her hand trembles faintly. A stream of magic materializes and coils around Han Shuo's body, causing every muscle in him to seize up. Veins bulge across his skin. Is that technique? A technique that could only be activated within a game. In this world, wielding such a technique demands an extraordinarily powerful will. She fixes her gaze on him, eyes radiating killing intent. She speaks agony and the killing intent erupts. Fox sees Bond's reaction and grows smug. It isn't entirely effective, but it's more than enough to intimidate newcomers. Bond has clearly fallen into Fox's trap, stammering, not that's not how I am. But Fox presses her advantage. What? Can't do it. You were so full of yourself just a moment ago. The clown watches the person standing before him, secretly laughing to himself. Truly a special trick reserved for the veterans. Fox straightens up, her voice brimming with killing intent. Speak clearly, leave nothing out. The killing intent continues to build. Suddenly Bond's attitude shifts completely. Of course, why wouldn't it? Bond speaks with absolute seriousness. You're the one who nominated me to come here. Was that your mother's doing? So what? Is there a problem? Cao is utterly panicked. Ow, without a doubt. It seems he's enveloped by an incredibly powerful force of will. The clown watches the entire spectacle unfold, unable to suppress his amusement. My, how interesting. Zhang speaks up. Your little joke has gone too far. The Crescent Moon member, though new, isn't backing down either. That attitude will only make enemies of us. However, Bond shows not a shred of fear. Instead, he straightens his posture and stands tall. I poured all that effort into crafting this image, he thinks to himself. But well, this is a club of veterans after all. So none of this is really surprising, is it? By now, Cao's entire body is trembling, his quivering lips barely managing to stammer out a few words. How dare you toy with me like this? Bond's current assessment: interesting, arrogant, pitiful, troublesome, and the like. But this isn't over yet. Could you release a bit of killing intent for me? Turning back to the past in that day, Bond speaks with Bao Ko. Bao Ko replies, I can't do it. If I mess it up, you could end up with a severe psychological disorder, you know. Its power scales proportionally with one's spiritual strength, Bao Ko continues. That's precisely why it's reserved only for veterans. After countless kills and facing death time and again, as though it were nothing. One's spiritual strength is forced to develop, though some are simply born with that talent. Bond hears this and immediately asks, then how do you use it? Bao Ko can't help but reveal a strange smile. Think of it as a feeling. You must eliminate your enemies by killing them. Those words pierce deep into Bond's heart, causing him to nearly unleash every ounce of killing intent he'd been holding back. Cao screams in agony, enough. Sung Hu, standing to the side, can no longer hold back and speaks up. Why, what are you doing? Bond's eyes gleam like spotlights as the clown grins and says, I didn't say much. The Crescent Moon member beside them also says nothing further. Bond stands tall. Not a bad effect, is it? Bond ponders for a long while and arrives at his conclusion suddenly. His brain feels as if it's being wrung dry like a wet towel. Damn it, no one told me about this. Deep in his subconscious, he's nearly reached his limit. I can't sustain the killing intent any longer. Fox has also gone limp. Please don't continue any further. She pants heavily. I'm completely spent. Sung Hu stands up and offers his remark. All that chaos, just for a single test run. From here on, things are going to get a bit rough. The clown beside them adds his own comment. Not bad. Thighs was truly a wonderful experience. How many more people do I have to kill before I can produce that level of killing intent in the future? Bond can't help but think regardless, it's already yielded good results. The moment he sensed their atmosphere rejecting newcomers, he crafted the exact image he wanted. This is Bond's ultimate goal, successfully becoming a madman that no one dares to provoke. Suddenly, every door in the meeting room slams shut, creating an eerily sinister atmosphere. Bond glances around and thinks, what's going on? The doors just slammed shut on their own. Fox finally regains her vitality. Perhaps it's time for the meeting to begin. Crescent Moon, who has remained silent until now, finally speaks. This must be your first time attending a meeting like this. Judging by that killing intent from earlier, I would have sworn you were an original member. Bond hears these words and can't help but be curious. The lion mask has been fixed on that wall since the very beginning. So what exactly are you trying to say? Crescent Moon asks further. Was it the master who invited you to this meeting? If you're willing to pay the price for your answer, I'll satisfy your curiosity, though it may not be enough to fully satisfy you. Baido observes that cautious demeanor and notes the voice polite yet deeply vigilant. Is this perhaps how everyone here has managed to survive such reckless lives? Bond stops talking and sits directly at the table. Forget about it. What makes you think that? Crescent Moon hears this and responds. Well, a newcomer attending for the first time only a year after the master's disappearance, isn't it reasonable to think that way? The clown chimes in. So Fox was planning to take the lead just to get beaten to a pulp? Bond is dubious. It seems the master is the one who arranged this meeting. The four around the table continue their conversation. If it's too complicated to explain in detail, just tell us the last time and place you saw them. Bond remains steadfast in his answer. My answer is no. Crescent Moon nods upon hearing this. I see. Cao, sitting beside them, can no longer keep his composure and leaps to his feet. The clown, who seems to have seen through Fox's thoughts, speaks up. Who knows? Forget about the master, can we just get started already? At last, everything begins. The rules of this assembly room are quite simple. Each person takes turns sharing information. If half the participants are unaware of the information, the orb glows blue and you pass. If the majority already knows, or if the information is false, the central orb glows red and you must share again. The clown finishes explaining the rules of the assembly room, then looks down at the red stone glowing in midair. Its radiance seems to blur the eyes of everyone present. The condition of King Lafong Dia is steadily worsening. Fox, seated beside him, confirms the transparency of the information. A decline, you say? That information is far too vague. Crescent Moon chimes in. Isn't that common knowledge? Hurry up and share something more useful. Bon in truth has no idea how to react. It is the first time he has ever heard of this. There are no rumors of it in the city whatsoever. The clown notices his bewilderment and presses further. To fail to grasp the importance of this matter, that is truly pitiable. Hearing this, he has nothing more to say. He answers firmly. Of course, you understand what it signifies, don't you? Those are the eyes, they all turn on him. Waith realizes everything seems to grind to a halt. He had been aiming for a mutual exchange between both sides, so he offers an update. The captain of the Rose Knights died yesterday. Someone probes. So what about that? All of you agree. Is that all? What's more, bloodshed is about to erupt within the palace. He calculates rapidly in his head. Wait, who is the captain of the Rose Knights again? Before he can finish his thoughts, they break into excited murmurs. Then we need to prepare as well. Next up, Fox presents solemnly that the Jagan Guild has successfully slain the first floor lord. The rest nod thoughtfully, so it was that fellow after all. Someone adds, no wonder the purchase listing on the exchange board vanished. A thought flashes through Bond's mind. The man who bought information from him must be a member of the Jagan Guild. He had scoured the entire city searching for the man and found not a single trace. Indeed, attending this meeting was the right call. Next up, Crescent Moon crosses her arms. When the hidden fragment on the Silent Fairy Isle is activated, 3 layers are guaranteed to appear. Stag glances over and nods. This is certainly good news for anyone seeking the essence of that monster's power. Fox is visibly astonished. Hold on, wait. What exactly is that hidden fragment? She rattles off a string of questions, hoping to squeeze out every piece of information she can in a single turn. Surely that is a bit unreasonable. Nonetheless, the next turn arrives. Crescent Moon hears her question and grows suspicious as well. She lets out a ha, but is immediately cut off by the clown. Crescent Moon, don't be too disappointed. That sort of thing no one usually knows. Crescent Moon lets a faint smile slip. Until now, as long as the clown didn't know, that was enough. Now there is one more person who does. A notification pops up. The information has been rejected. Please try again. Crescent Moon smiles behind the white veil. The elven race claims to have found traces of the one who stole the holy relic. Isn't traces still far too vague? The clown surveys the room and offers his follow-up information. This is intelligence regarding the relic thief that contains absolutely no leads. Even just this much is classified as a top-tier secret. The fox grows serious. Fine, I will accept it. The clown tries to stall for time while Crescent Moon is still speaking. Crescent Moon, so you really are someone of elven descent, The voice rings out, drawing all eyes toward Bon. In any case, you're next. He swallows hard. It's his turn already. He person who always wishes to maintain an air of mystery has chosen information that few others could possibly know. If you defeat a demi-fiend with a party of 3, an essence will drop. He shakes his head vigorously. How is he supposed to pass with information like this? Fox, unable to keep her composure, shouts, 3 people can take down a demi-fiend for an essence. Is that even the same rank 3 monster I know? The clown is no less shocked. Is that even feasible? Bond doesn't quite understand their reaction. Why are they so surprised by that part? Defeating it is the simple part. A rank 3 demi-fiend, its difficulty falls in the mid to low range of rank 3. A rare monster that only spawns under special conditions. Thoughts begin racing through his mind at breakneck speed. That is why he chose this information in the first place. It is hard enough to encounter, and needing 3 people to defeat it makes it even harder. In summary, this is information that is useless even if you know about it. He calculates his next move, then shares all his remaining information about the deer during the last turn and receives unanimous approval. 1 round concludes. From here on, the participants must decide whether to continue. The clown is in no rush and drags things out a little longer. I believe today's session has been sufficient. Cal stands up hastily. Then I too have heard enough, he speaks up. Same here, the information those 2 have shared already satisfies me. What the clown cares about most is what does the lion intend to do. Bond betrays not a flicker of emotion. I too will leave it at this. They stare in bewilderment. Why? No matter how they probe, only he knows the reason, because if only 2 people remain in a question and answer exchange, the risk of exposure becomes dangerously high. The other side has already thrown out probing type information. If the blue light flashes, his status as a newcomer will be exposed instantly. He reads the situation at a glance. Before departing, they seem to expect him to leave behind a parting word. Indeed, today's main character is me, isn't it? He clears his throat. Then the most fitting thing to say in this situation is, his voice rises. Is this truly all any of you are capable of? Cao sees that Bon has lost all interest in staying at the meeting table. Worriedly, without relent, he has already taken his leave. The remaining participants hear this and turn to Fox. Are you all right? Your fingers have been trembling since just now. She bites her fingertip. I'll be fine. Fortunately, I haven't suffered any severe spiritual damage. What would have happened if he had pulled back his killing intent even a fraction slower? She lets out a long, slow breath. In the worst case, she might have gone completely insane. She turns the problem over and over in her mind, deep in contemplation. But what truly astonished her was how that person, the very instant they realized they had hit their limit, retracted their killing intent without hesitation. And he did it in the blink of an eye. Crescent falls into a brooding silence. As she suspected wasn't mistaken, he can shatter a solidified image in an instant. Can the human spirit really pull off something like that? Sang-hoo turns to poll the rest of the group. And about what you mentioned earlier, what's your take? 3 people catching the half-demon on the 4th floor Toadlerger. It's technically about that half-demon, but doesn't it sound absurd? They mull it over. If it were easy mode, maybe after around 50 attempts, they could pull it off right. Someone speaks up, but I don't think Ji-in cleared it that way. Crescent smells something off and cuts in. Can everyone confirm that the information the lion gave us is actually legit? The clown, done entertaining this group, stands up. Fine, next time I expect everyone to come better prepared. Crescent, showing no courtesy whatsoever, slams a fist into the table. Prepared. This is unbelievable. What the hell is this supposed to be? The clown isn't one to back down either. A person like him finally shows up, and if he doesn't come back, we lose a massive source of intel. So what are we supposed to do from here? How are we supposed to drag him back? Sang-hoo raises the question. He's lost interest. Nobody knows the answer to that. The clown snaps. Didn't you hear a word I just said? It's obvious disappointment, raw, bitter disappointment. The clown's expression shifts from fury to something horrifyingly savage. If you've got nothing, then at least bring me something exciting and entertaining. I'm not about to let you people squander this opportunity. That is the true nature of this clandestine meeting. The Guardians of the Round Table, a secret gathering that ordinary players don't even know exists. They take immense pride in being members of this organization. However, everything has its limits. Just like right now, the so-called thing that forced Crescent to speak up. Is this really all you've got? A single sentence and everything shatters. He realizes it. Watching that cold figure turn and walk away, he involuntarily concedes the point. After all, what this amounts to is that everyone's so-called knowledge here is nothing more than a tiny well in someone else's eyes. System character is now moving to Leah. Bon exhales in relief. What an interesting place. The Guardians of the Round Table, it's the perfect source of high-grade intel he's been lacking the most. Next time he sees Baihu, he owes the guy a proper thank you. He ponders. Of course, he has no intention of keeping this a one-sided relationship where he only takes. Besides, that's not what he wants either. A guy who's been through the grinder enough times to reek of it wouldn't be some naive fool easy to exploit. Only when both sides smile within limits does a relationship last. Baihu's face flashes through his mind, but thinking about it was it because he overused his killing intent. He feels far more exhausted than last time. Misei calls his name. Bon, you're finally awake. She snaps at him. You've been sleeping the entire day. What the heck were you doing last night? He shakes his head. I just had a bit of trouble falling asleep. She's taken aback. You. He looks around and asks, but the entire day? You've been here since morning. She shakes her head, stammering, and no, I'm not lazy. I've been training super hard since morning. She forces an awkward smile. She adds, I even met with Duan-chi for a bit and then stopped by the main hall. He jolts at that. Hold on, you said you met Duan-chi. She nods in reply. He said something was weighing on his mind, so I gave him a bit of advice. Hearing that, he knows he can't leave it at just that. In Dion Ender Stoon, developing romantic feelings between party members is always the shortest road to bloodshed. So he shifts his entire demeanor, leaning forward to press further. So what exactly was bothering him? She flinches. Well, it's his personal business, isn't it? Since when are we outsiders to each other? Scene shift. Bon's lodging. Misei stammers out her defense. I mean, it's someone else's problem, right? Bon catches her earlier words and asks, but why would you call us outsiders? Misei, already trembling, starts shaking even harder. What? I mean, that's not what I... Perhaps his own disappointment had slipped through. He thinks to himself while studying Misei's reaction. That's right, we're not outsiders. Perhaps that's exactly why Misei starts to gradually reveal Duan-chi's dilemma. Bon mutters under his breath, quiet enough that Misei can't hear. So he has someone he likes, but he's agonizing over whether to confess his feelings. Who knew the guy was that much of a coward? He turns away, his thoughts drifting into a stream of consciousness. So that's what Miss A told him, he presses on. And how did you answer? Miss A replies without a care, candid as ever. Isn't it simple? If you're a man, just be straightforward and confess. He manages a wry smile. With advice like that, even he can't figure out what that idiot is overthinking. He nods. That's exactly the answer I expected from her. Just watching how she acts around me day to day is enough to tell she couldn't care less about whatever romantic drama is going on between two people. Miss A's tone shifts ever so slightly. What I mean is, since we're not strangers. Bon, if you're okay with it, she says, her voice hesitant. Could you come home with me? Her voice softens to almost a whisper. My father wants to meet you. He remains completely unfazed. Sure, what else can I say? She's caught completely off guard by his response. What did you just say? He, meanwhile, shows none of her surprise. I just asked when we're leaving, that's all. Did she really just gape at him like that? She thrust her hands forward, the picture of a flustered young woman. I don't think I can leave right away. I'm not ready yet either. I can't tell my father just like that. He wasn't in a rush, so he didn't push her. All right, just let me know when you're ready. Still, Miss A wanted to get to the bottom of this, so she pressed Bon again. Every time I asked you out, you were always busy. So what's the reason you want to see me this time? Bon wasn't one to beat around the bush, so he answered bluntly. Didn't your father summon me? Of course I had to show up. She hadn't expected him to be that direct, so she pressed further. Is that really the only reason? He replied, yeah. Obviously, you're really something, you know that. How can you say something so shameless with a straight face? Miss A shot him a look of pure disdain, though deep down she didn't actually feel that way at all. Bien could never figure this girl out. Hadn't she said before that beastmen and berserkers were outsiders? The following afternoon he woke up, grabbed a quick bite, and headed for the sacred grounds. He stretched and yawned wide. Finally his body felt the fatigue. He'd slept for a solid 36 hours. He'd have to restrain himself from overexerting his stamina like that agonite was just too draining. He felt refreshed. All right, time to get today's business done. Suddenly a loud thud echoed out. Bon braced both hands on the ground, pushing through his physical training. My 8 million mana stones. I've given it everything I've got, but I'm still one step away. The fire inside him burned hot. Just one more step and he could finally use it. 3 days later, the carriage wheels rolled along the road in a slow, monotonous rhythm that sapped every ounce of his energy. The trip to her home took a grueling 6 hours. Yeah, this really is one exhausting journey. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he arrived at the Beastman's sacred grounds. Miss A spotted the person she'd been waiting for and waved enthusiastically. Bon, we're here, get down already. He set foot on the ground. This was the Beastman's sacred territory. He looked around, stunned by the beautiful scenery. He'd heard the stories, but he never expected it to look like this. Rumor had it this place had developed on par with human civilization and, sure enough, it rivaled any ordinary city. The townspeople turned quite a few heads toward him. Dad, look, it's a berserker. A berserker. He was mildly surprised, so quite a few different races coexisted here, huh? The father quickly covered his son's mouth. I know, keep it down. Bon glanced over, unsure what to make of it. Miss A picked up on it right away. What's wrong? Is something bothering you? He didn't answer her, which only made her angrier. Do you want to go back? That's so cold of you. But she'd misunderstood him, so he clarified, I just found it interesting, that's all. I looked back out of curiosity, I never said I wanted to leave. Hearing that, she felt somewhat relieved. Oh, I see. The scenery here was worlds apart from the harsh, unforgiving lands of the berserkers. It was enough to make him speak up. Miss A, are all Beastmen's sacred grounds like this? The Beastmen's sacred grounds are like villages set apart outside the cities, reserved exclusively for the Beastmen tribe. He turned to her, I don't get what you mean. Shouldn't Beastmen be living in the forests, raising animals and whatnot? Miss A explained patiently. I've heard they used to live that way to preserve the tribe's traditions, but things are different now. He nodded, a little embarrassed. Ah, that makes sense. I've actually been wondering, is it that only the berserkers haven't changed at all? After walking for a while, the two of them arrived before a magnificent, luxurious mansion. She introduced it with pride, this is my home. Bon's jaw dropped, he couldn't believe his eyes. Is this for real? It was absurdly huge, he was honestly jealous. He thought about the facilities back home and spat in disgust. Damn it, the tribe chief of my berserker clan still sleeps in a tent. Miss A caught him muttering to himself and couldn't help but giggle. Don't be so tense, there's nothing to worry about. Then she spoke up to introduce him, my father. He's a big fan of famous adventurers. Hearing the girl beside him trembling worse than a leaf in a storm, he reminded her, it seems like you're the one who's more nervous here. And no, I'm fine really. Misei had been trying to hold herself together this whole time, but now her knees buckled. Her father must have been an incredibly terrifying figure. He didn't want to drag this out any further, so he prompted her, then opened the door already. How long are you planning to stand here? She cried inwardly. I know. Misei began an internal monologue. There was a time she believed that once she bonded with a spirit beast and gained strength, all her worries would disappear. But what was this frost ice beast that Kashte thought was supposedly the Ice Emperor's magical beast sitting in his study, confronting Misei about? Have you ever told anyone the truth about this? She answered with a trembling voice, no, I haven't told a soul. Hearing that, the old man was secretly pleased. Good, for now this stays between you and me. She nodded respectfully on the surface, but the fear inside her hadn't diminished one bit. Yes, she thought. Even so, her father's cold voice and distant gaze hadn't changed one bit. Thinking about herself, she grew even more afraid. Does he already know that she'd failed to form a normal contract with her spirit beast? However, Kashtai didn't blame her at all. Instead, he suggested, sometime soon, bring that berserker the one you're always talking about her to see me. She jolted in surprise and looked up. W.I. Kashtai's voice suddenly boomed, transforming into a colossal beast 10,000 times the size of a magical creature, and roared, do you have a problem with my request? She trembled again. And no. 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind. Of course she hadn't breathed a single word of this to Bon's father. Even though everyone knew her situation when it came to Bon, she still wanted him to believe she was living just fine. She didn't want him to worry. So she returns home often, putting on a braver face because she refuses to let him find out. She sobs, her body racking with choked cries. I'm trying so hard to appear strong. The questioning gazes of her brothers at home asking why she keeps coming back. None of it is reason enough for her to keep going. Those stares plunge her into a loneliness so profound it feels as if she's been abandoned on a desolate island. The contemptuous looks from the household servants leave her utterly exhausted. She has faced all of it without a single word of complaint. Even if she ran away, it would never bring her anything different. Because she learned that from Bon. Kasai flings a cutting remark into the air, severing Misei's train of thought. That person still hasn't arrived. Within this month, bring him to me, then I shall reconsider how I treat you. To put it plainly, announce that you have contracted a spirit beast within the clan, and I will treat you far more decently than before. Her face darkens. She cannot fathom why that man insists on meeting Bon so desperately. Yet facing that old man, she can only murmur a meek reply. Yes, but if the clan recognizes her, she could finally stand before Bon with confidence. Besides, gaining the clan's support is also a way to help Bon. Going back a day or two earlier, Bon was talking with her. He replies, sure thing, whenever I can go. Contrary to her anxiety, Bon agrees without a moment's hesitation. However, the joy is fleeting. If they return to the clan, there will be no more hiding any of it. She drives herself mad with her wandering thoughts. What to do about the contempt she faces within the clan? What would happen if he found out? So she draws a breath. A deep one. Bon, there's something you should know. Sensing Misei's mood, Bon gently encourages her to speak. She looks at him and says, my contract with the spirit beast right now, only my father knows about it. So no matter what happens inside, I need you to promise you won't lose your temper. Understood. He nods at her words. That depends on what happens to you. She starts to say, it's nothing. But just then the gates swing wide open and a voice rings out. Who are you people? Spotting Janti, she speaks up. It's me, may I come in? Janti shows not a shred of courtesy and spits out coldly, what unfortunate timing. Why do you keep crawling back here? Sensing things going south, she forces a strained smile. Brother, don't mind it too much. Either way, this is nothing unusual. Bon's expression turns utterly ghastly, so terrifying that even Misei trembles and asks again. Bizun, don't smile like that. When you do, it's absolutely terrifying. I'm no longer afraid of my father, now I'm afraid of you. My father says it's almost done. When the time comes, you just need to endure a little longer, and everything will be fine. He can hold back no longer. Perhaps he now understands what has been happening here. That man who calls himself her father knows everything, how everyone in the clan mistreats her. No matter the reason behind his silence, for his own benefit, he has condemned his own daughter to endure this suffering. He clenches his fists as if trying to unleash all of her sorrow and all of his fury through his knuckles. And yet a man like that dares to summon him to this house for a talk. It seems that man thinks nothing of him. His eyes sweep across the surroundings, and a thought crystallizes in his mind. From within this enormous mansion, he begins to sense a hidden malicia feeling akin to standing before a dungeon teeming with monsters. Perhaps that is precisely why rage consumes him. He pants heavily, struggling to contain his fury. Suddenly, he draws a deep breath. Wind from all four directions converges toward him, and the gates are blasted wide open. What do you think you're doing? You madman, show some respect. Janti tries desperately to douse the erupting flames, but Bon has no intention of backing down. He roars respect. Since when does a madman observe etiquette with his enemies? He stares Janti dead in the eyes. The servant, clearly dealing with a lunatic, now knows what fear truly means. He staggers back a step. W, what are you saying? Misei appears out of nowhere, desperately trying to keep Bon calm. You madman, don't do this. He shakes his head. You told me not to do anything. This is just my anger. She screams at him. He hugs his own arm and mutters, anger. She continues, I'm not sure what's happening to you. The fury surges through every fiber of his being. The servant before him is clearly dealing with a man who has lost his mind. She trembles with fear. Just know what you wanted was to smash his skull in, wasn't it? He sighs. She saw right through him. He falls silent, gazing at her earnestly. She stares back with tear-filled eyes brimming with grievance. Suddenly he speaks in a chai. Bon crosses his arms. Sometimes just doing whatever you want is fine. Why hold back? Even if it earns me condemnation, in the end it's just doing right by others while I bear the loss. Misei lowers her head and murmurs, it's not Othersit's family. But he won't accept that. So what of it? His words strike straight at the heart of Misei's pain. Is that family more important than your own life? He snaps, answer me, Misei. She can no longer hold back. If that's how it is, then I'll stop right here. She clenches her teeth and falls silent, not a single word escaping her lips. Seeing this, he lifts his foot and strides forward. He remains stubborn, paying Misei no mind. From now on, just sit back and watch. The thing you're worried about will never come to pass. The swine who had been watching the two of them whisper this entire time finally erupts in fury. What exactly are you two babbling about right in front of me? Bon slams a fist into the swine's face and roars. Even without knowing your place, you've crossed the line. A piercing scream rings out. The man is sent flying by a single flick to the forehead. The remaining servants in the household panic. Janti's voice erupts. What is all this racket? What is the meaning of this? Another voice shouts from within. How did a madman get in here? Those inside the house hear the commotion and immediately tattle. He attacked Janti with one guarding the main gate. Misei knows this will leak out, so she whispers a hasty warning. What do you plan to do? If father finds out, he will absolutely never forgive you. He whispers back to reassure her. Just watch, you'll see. A group of men armed with shields and swords blocks their path, shouting, Halt! You lunatic! One of them recognizes him. Is that you? Bizan seems to know him too, Misei's elder brother, whom she hasn't seen in a long time. Tai Lon spots him and exclaims softly, Bizan, the one father summoned at you. Now that the pleasantries are out of the way, what exactly is going on here? Tai Lon growls, if you don't explain yourself clearly, then even if it's you, you won't leave here in one piece. Bizan glances at the man's face, feeling nothing but exasperation. He'd saved this guy's life once in the labyrinth, after all. Back then, without him taking down the boss monster, this guy and his entire party would have been dead for sure. Still, what an insufferable fellow. He steps forward, shielding Misei, and lifts his chin. Who gave you permission to speak like that? As you yourself just said, I am a guest of your family. He casts a contemptuous glance at the pig. Yet this gate guard not only disrespects me, but dares to insult Misa, member of your own household, even though he's nothing more than a servant. So what exactly is going on here? Tai Lon lets out a heavy breath. I told them to be wary of outsiders. Hearing that, Bizan grows visibly irritated. Damn it, this place is even worse than I imagined. Tai Lon smirks. That reaction of yours, it's obvious you all knew, yet you turned a blind eye. Am I wrong? Lunatic, don't concern yourself. This is a family matter. He provokes with arrogant disdain. Besides, if that man truly offended you, I'll deal with him appropriately. So just accept it and move on. Hearing this, Bizan lowers his head and grumbles. Accept it. He raises his head and stares straight ahead. He ought to have properly disciplined that insolent wretch. In fact, his plan was to make the man realize he was not someone to be trifled with. Yet Bizan marches right up to Tai Lon and bellows, have you lost your damn mind? Letting your servants treat your own sister like that. Even if everything ends right here, I'll accept it. Misei screams from behind, Bizan, don't. If you stop now, you'll just be another common lunatic. If he does that, there truly will be no turning back. So he decides just do as he pleases. Bizan unleashes his power, conjuring a soul-shaking gale that sends Tai Lon stumbling back several steps, unable to keep his footing. The guards on both sides scramble in panic. Lord Tai Lon, Lord Tai Lon. You lunatic, what do you think you're doing? Now his dormant berserker nature has fully awakened. eager to challenge anyone without restraint. I ask you, is the reason you mistreat Misei simply because she cannot form a contract with a spirit beast, despite being of the direct bloodline? The man trembles, raising his sword that wobbles like a limp noodle. Since you already know, there's no need for us to hide it. Yes, what you say is the truth, so stop meddling. Bizan leans down to eye level with the man. But what if it's all just a misunderstanding? He stammers. What? Bizan doesn't explain, presses the advantage while he can. If Misei has already formed a contract with a spirit beast, are you willing to apologize for everything you've done and accept her as part of the clan? Tai Lon remains smug. She's already 25, how could she? Bizan doesn't beat around the bush. Answer me. Just answer this one question and I won't cause any more trouble. Tai Lon reluctantly agrees. If that truly happens, I am willing to apologize and accept her. In his heart, he still feels triumphant. After all, the girl is nothing but a good-for-nothing. She can't even form a spirit beast contract, pulling off a miracle like that is impossible. Bizan smirks as if he's already won. That's enough. Bizan glances at Misei and extends his hand in invitation. Misei, show them. She still lacks confidence, but father won't let this go. He shakes his head. So what? Just admit your mistake, that's all. We're family, it's no big deal. She trembles, but his eyes shine with hope. Try following your heart just this once. This time, don't you have your comrade right beside Yaum? Even so, her body refuses to stop trembling. She murmurs softly, I. A voice rings out. Enough, everyone withdraw. That is Kasate man, Misei calls father. He grits his teeth, so this is the madman then. A moment later, in the patriarch's study within the Kasatai estate, Kasatai leads the two inside and welcomes Bizan. Thank you for accepting the invitation. Bizan, son of Jander, greets him courteously. I am likewise grateful for your invitation, sir. Kasatai is pleased. It turns out you're more well-mannered than I expected. His satisfaction shifts in an instant. Then why did you act that way? System notification. Kasatai has activated the skill Nightmare Sovereign. Your character has fallen into the terror state under the influence of the skill Nightmare Sovereign. How insolent. Terror is forcibly branded into his body. His mind knows this is merely a skill, yet his flesh refuses to obey his will. What accursed, unbearable feeling this is the torment of those who fall under its spell. Bizan braces himself against the dread. Now he understands why Misei always sinks into fear whenever she stands before this man. But this fear-inducing spell has no effect on him. System announcement. Character's magic resistance has exceeded the threshold. Character's fighting spirit has reached a critical level. Character's mental willpower has surpassed its limit. Terror status has been dispelled. Kasatai is stunned to see him completely unaffected. Why so silent? Say something. Or at the very least, Bizan coldly swats the old lord's hand away. How dare you touch me without reason? He rubs his wrist, adopting a combative stance. That was an act of utter disrespect. He smirks. Bon thinks to himself, already neck-deep in a situation like this, what reason is there left to be afraid? Whatever cards are on the table, he might as well lay them all out. When he first received the Patriarch's invitation, he accepted without hesitation for two reasons. First, to prevent Misei from being taken away. If Misei were accepted as a member of the clan, that scenario was entirely within the realm of possibility. A clan of such stature could easily forge alliances with other houses and spirit her away. He had poured blood and sweat into making her stronger. How could he let them snatch her away like that? Second, to quell any suspicion surrounding the evil spirit. Misei's belated awakening would undoubtedly draw attention. If the Patriarch ever discovered the secret behind Misei's awakening, he needed to come here at least once, if only to offer a plausible explanation. But as it turns out, Misei's wretched standing within the clan remains utterly unchanged. What's worse, the Patriarch immediately rolls out this farce of discipline and threatens him with that laughably pathetic skill. Kasarai leans in close, his face inches from Bon's. Are you not afraid of deaths? Bon waves his hand nonchalantly. I'm not too sure about that, to be honest, but when facing you, my lord, it really doesn't seem all that terrifying. Bon wonders that Patriarch was once a former 8th floor adventurer. So what? Meaning if they actually fought, he would be crushed to dust. And if the old man killed him, the Berserker chieftain would never let it slide. Bon displays an arrogance unmatched by anyone. Are you truly certain you can kill me? His ability allows him to think with absolute smugness, killing the most promising talent the Berserker tribe has produced in recent years. In the holy land of the Beastkin, no less a place to which he was invited. Never. The moment it happened, the war with the Beastkin from a decade ago would erupt all over again. After all, the Berserkers are a fierce and unyielding race. Kasarai bursts into laughter and speaks with feigned calm, but one glance is enough to know he is enraged to the point of madness. I know you used that thing, Bon frees so he knows about the Frost Soul Ring too. Even so, perhaps he should continue playing dumb. So he remains composed. What exactly are you referring to, my lord? The old man turns to face him, utterly composed. Your acting is truly clumsy. Bon thinks clumsy my foot. He has fooled countless people with this exact routine up until now. But since this isn't someone easily deceived, he presses on, what are you talking about? Speak plainly. Kazurai persists with a taunt. It has helped him defeat no small number of bastards throughout the years. Right now it is speaking up. Noticing the bead of sweat trailing down his neck, the patriarch immediately knows is lying. Reading that stiff expression, Bon knows for certain the old man knows an awakening aid exists, but seems unaware of what it actually is. Right? How long does the old fox intend to keep haggling? He is deliberately trying to intimidate him. A single word could resolve everything. Bon understands at a glance. That is precisely why he forced Bon to witness Misei's wretched predicament. Whether Misei was hurt or not, he simply turned a blind eye. Yet he still got what he wanted, threatening her and speaking in riddles, all just to extract information about the item from Bon. This bastard, worse than a beast, Bon gloats internally. It is time to bring it out. This is precisely the #1 reason why berserkers are regarded as paragons of trustworthiness on the battlefield. He clenches his fist. This is his most treasured ultimate technique. In the steadiest, most upright voice imaginable, he places his hand over his left chest. By the honor of a berserker warrior, I swear that I know absolutely nothing about that item. Yes. Brilliant even wagered the honor of the berserker race, something he could not care less about, yet it fools a surprising number of people. Kazurai can barely keep his composure now. Bon studies his expression without a shred of doubt. The old man has been completely fooled. He continues to play out the act, however. I will absolutely find out what that item truly is. So when that time comes, you must resolve Misei's situation within this clan. He is satisfied. So now, what do you intend to do with an innocent berserker? One who knows absolutely nothing, like me. Kazurai sighs. Truly unexpected. It was a natural awakening. Someone holds in their hands a stack of old, tattered papers. Why must it be a KDR? A collection because the ancient relics have been damaged beyond repair. You can form a contract with the KDR ice glacial beast. Bon thinks with a tinge of regret. He even summoned the berserker, hoping there might be some clue that could help, perhaps an artificial awakening triggered by this unidentified relic. His eyes brim with disappointment, yet his mind churns with schemes. He must resolve Misei's issues, that much is certain. This is definitely not an act. Kazurai gazes out at the scenery beyond the window, his eyes drifting toward him. I don't entirely believe his words, but even without certainty, I can feel the genuine affection this berserker brat holds for the girl. The old man grins slyly. Reality is the polar opposite of what the young man thinks. How laughable. That unremarkable girl actually possesses talent. Suddenly, someone calls for the patriarch. An attendant steps forward to report. Kazurai agrees without a moment's hesitation. Misei has returned and requests an audience with the patriarch. Let her in. Misei stammers. There is something I have yet to say. Kazurai, as if foreseeing what she is about to say, makes a promise. If it is about that matter, do not worry. I will keep my promise. From this day forward, no one will dare claim you are not a member of this family. He harbors a slight puzzlement at her behavior today. Strange, does she show no reaction at all to my recognition? From now on, you shall be my daughter. Misei remains silent no matter what Kazurai says. Why won't she say anything? She recalls the moment from earlier. Misei asks Bon what happened just now. What do you mean? You swore an oath in front of father just now. It is clear Misei suspects he lied. He is slightly taken aback by her question and the dead serious expression on her face. Bon admits, yes, I lied. He says a single sentence that moves her to her core because she matters far more than a warrior's honor. Misei's eyes brim with tears as she hears his heartfelt words. Growing up alone in a family like Thatch must have endured so much. Returning to the matter at hand, her eyes widen. Because he hadn't come here for that. Misei turns to leave, not forgetting to deliver one final, devastating shock to the old man. Old man, you are not my father. How could any of this be right? Before she passed, my mother told me the truth. A flicker of disappointment crosses her face. In truth, we don't share the same blood. I came here to tell you this. I despise you, but this is something that needed to be said. Castera's voice booms as he presses. Why would it come to this? If you hadn't said that, I would have truly accepted you as family. Why would you throw that chance away? She smiles without explaining the reason. I simply wanted it this way. Misei walks away, leaving the old man in utter bewilderment. The supreme chieftain of the Red Cat tribe, Abez, simply cannot comprehend her words. That was her severance from this clan. 10 days later in a tavern in District 7, someone mutters, "This whole mess is giving me a headache." He thinks to himself, distrusting your own comrade over the words of an outsider. How contradictory can one be? Bon recalls the earlier negotiation. Even after being warned, he still couldn't bring himself to believe Miller would stab him in the back. "That means my father has been pulling strings and bribed your comrade. You should be careful." "You're saying my comrade will betray me?" "I'm not certain." Noon the contrary, if he were to suspect his comrade over a few words from her, the guilt would consume him. He wavers, but all the more reason to get to the bottom of this before entering the labyrinth. He asks Miller, "Why did you visit the guild before the last expedition?" Miller sets his glass down. "So that's why you've been coming to see me so often lately." Bon knows he has hit the mark the moment he hears the reply. "How did you know I went to the guilds?" "I have contacts in the guild, and sure enough you did go there." Miller lets out a sigh. "I was summoned to the guild, and the District 7 leader was there." The image of Urban surfaces in his mind, his expression dripping with cunning. "He offered me a reward to betray you, but I told him I'd pretend I never heard a thing." "Is that answer sufficient?" Bon presses further. "Then why wait until now to tell me? You're the one who brought it up just now. I already said I told him I'd pretend I never heard a thing. Besides, if I had brought it up and lied to you, it would have only made things more awkward between us." He picks up his glass. "I understand. Thank you for your honesty." The two drink in silence. Nothing has changed. He still trusts him. On this expedition, he will still walk alongside Miller. The next day, Win waves goodbye and departs. "I'll be heading off first. Make sure you come back safe and sound. You'd better work hard too." He watches her leave. Suddenly, Missy bursts through the door in a fury. Bon raises his hands in explanation. "Why is she here?" "She just stopped by to say hello." After all, there's nothing else to do after receiving the binding magic. Her face flushes red with anger as she threatens him. "I was planning to nap until the appointed time anyway. Just so you know, I'll be keeping my eye on you." About 7 hours later, he surveys the area. It seems Dunjai and Hai Giat will be late. Missy signals the two of them. They glance toward a group of soldiers. Bon recognizes them. They are berserkers, still young, and they appear to be lost. He approaches and asks, "Are you lost?" Then he points behind him. "If so, follow those people over there, the ones who look like adventurers. They'll lead you to the Tower of Trials." "What? Who are you to tell us something so obvious?" Bon introduces himself, and their faces light up with excitement. "What kind of reaction is this?" "I'm Bon, son of Jander, Little Van Can. It's an honor to meet you." Bon asks again. One of them responds, "But what do you mean by obvious?" "Anyone who gets lost just has to follow the adventurers. We learned that at the Holy Land. How could we possibly get lost?" He is genuinely surprised. The Holy Land teaches that. Since when did the Berserker Holy Land have someone teaching things like that? "Don't you all use maps?" "Maps? We've never seen a single map." He hesitates, but seeing their reaction, a different thought crosses his mind. Should he warn them about the dangers they'll face on the way to the Tower of Trials? "Be wary of the people you'll encounter on the road." Isn't that just common sense? Our hearts, our lives, we protect them ourselves. The Berserkers have grown wiser indeed. Who at the Holy Land taught you all this? They clamor excitedly. "It's the son of Ta Sung." He feels a twinge of displeasure upon hearing that name. "The son of..." They wave goodbye to Bon and depart. "All right, let's get going. Little Van Can, it was truly an honor meeting you." Bon smiles, moved. Before he realizes it, things have changed. New winds blow in from every direction, carrying hope for him and the Berserker tribe alike. Suddenly, two figures come rushing in from who knows where. "Sorry we're late. You've all been waiting a long time, haven't you?" The two of them pant heavily. "Sorry, please cut us some slack. Our friend Duanjai here must have eaten too much during the day, so he needed time to relieve himself." Duanjai's face turns beet red. He shouts, "What the hell are you saying? Everyone does it. What's there to be embarrassed about? We're all friends here." Everyone stares at him with newfound eyes. Bon steers them back on track. "Enough, you two. It's time we set off." "All right." A burst of purple light radiates outward, sweeping everyone in. Everyone's ready to find their calling. Let's go. Someone is running toward them, followed by a few more behind. A few days prior, Miller had proposed a swift method of traversing the labyrinth. "If everyone's okay with it, I'd like to try a new movement technique this time. It probably won't be great, but I'm curious to see how far I can push it." Miller, the one who always stays quiet, suddenly spoke up about what he wanted, and everyone cheerfully agreed. They gasped and asked each other, "Is that a speed movement? Once you try it, it's addicting." They sprinted faster than the wind. Takes point flow that direction. Miller reports that Missy is holding them back. "I'll pick up the pace. Going alone is too dangerous." Miller. Just as she sighted, a pack of Glubins appeared. His face went pale. Misei leaped onto the cliff face and shouted, "Everyone stay close." She unleashed a flurry of slashes at the Glubins. "We move together, got it." She screamed his name. "Ya Miller." A selfish thought flickered through his mind. "Enough, this is too complicated, let's stop here." He yelled, "Don't stop." Mew agreed wholeheartedly. "Right, don't stop." He finally agreed. Ya Miller signaled toward this side. "Watch out left, right, this time it's dead center." After a while of running, everyone started to breathe heavily. Jai, perched on his shoulders, thought to himself, thanks to our stats and training, our endurance far surpasses ordinary people. But after a few hours of running, sweat was pouring down like rain. Bon teased him, searching for an excuse. "Duan-chi, you look like you've packed on some weight. Didn't you tell me?" "That Miss A said she likes chubby guys." He recalled that, yes, he had indeed said something like that with an uncertain look on his face. "Is that true? From now on, I'll have to eat more every day." He said it as if that were the reason just to delay Duan-chi from confessing to Miss A. "Yeah, you've been working really hard." He looked at his teammates to find renewed determination. After all, Duan-chi and Ya Miller were both giving it their Alent Hijrate too. But they stopped before a massive boulder and a blinding light source. The portal leading to the second floor was open. Ya Miller cursed in frustration. "Damn it! Why did I? Why?" He sank helplessly into disappointment. The gap in strength was painfully obvious. The time when he and Misei would leave this party was drawing near. He clenched his fists and let out a bitter sigh. "If we start now, it's still not too late." Ya Miller studied the tracks and deduced, judging from the footprints, 3 teams have passed through ahead of us. We go in now. We're only about 30 minutes behind the leading team. He was discouraged, but everyone rallied his spirits. If they pushed hard, they could overtake them on the second floor. "No, I'm sure we can do it." "That's right. Let's get moving already." "I agree, I'd regret it if we gave up now." He yanked them back to reality. "Is there something wrong with all your heads? Just getting here drained our stamina to the limit. And you think we can actually overtake them? Give me a break, we were already 20 minutes behind on the first floor. On the second floor, that gap will only grow wider." Bijianti pulled Miller aside. "Stop being irrational. Your stubbornness will only drag the whole team into danger." Ya Miller steadied himself and said, "Sorry, I think I lost my composure for a moment. Forget what I just said, I've already forgotten it." The group trailing behind heard this and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Good lord, that was fast. They crossed the stone desert of the second floor and the incense road of the third. Though the expedition resumed under a cloud of anxiety, contrary to their fears, Ya Miller continued to lead them brilliantly as always. As they walked, Bon kept searching for a way to handle him. For now, just observe. His condition seems stable. Hopefully he has no connection to that previous area manager. They stopped to gaze at something, and every time they looked, it was truly breathtaking. "I don't understand, how come I never noticed this before?" "Because you had no one to share this beauty with, right?" Miss A teased him. "Duan-chi, that was a bit cheesy, just know, but it's how I honestly feel." Everyone chatted happily. "I understand, I feel the same way you do." Hijirate Thoi stopped talking, focus up. Following the group's tradition, they took a brief rest together, gazing at the magnificent scenery of the third floor. No one knows who started it first, but ever since the very first expedition, it became an unspoken promise they always kept. The party pressed on through the 4th floor's Sky Tower. The enemies were all familiar faces from before. Everyone readied themselves for battle. The Sky Tower was structured with tiered stages and multiple entry points. After clearing one gate, you could choose from 3 stairways to advance upward. The challenge complete. The stairways represented courage, wisdom, patience, and fate, and they appeared at random. He lay there dejected. Among them, courage let you ascend floors with relative ease. But after killing all the monsters and waiting 4 hours for the gate timer, a different exit would appear. Bon mapped out the route in his head. Wisdom demanded navigating complex paths riddled with traps. This one required more calculation to clear. But you could climb up to 5 floors at once without the 4-hour gate timer like the other path, so most people chose this one. The whole party groaned through the patience trial. On the contrary, patience was the one everyone wanted to avoid. The way to pass this trial was by reliving your worst memories. He stood before a useless chest, disgruntled. Even so, after completing the trial, a chest would appear. If you were lucky, you might get a numbered item or a tier 6 essence, but if not, you got jack squat. Lastly, there was fate. Everyone collapsed in exhaustion, resting in place. He made his decision. "I plan to leave the party after this expedition." Day 19 of the expedition. Dawn. Bai asked, "Is it because of me?" "It's sudden, but it's not something I hadn't anticipated. I'd already considered a scenario like this," Ya Miller rebutted. He was slightly confused. "No, it's not because of you." "What do you mean?" He extends his hand, asking for one. "Give me one too." Jander explains his decision. one cannot claim this decision has nothing to do with the former district manager he spoke of. If it were me, I'd have greedily followed suit without a second thought. He had promised to arrange a position in a prestigious clan's expedition team. Standing adrift beneath an empty sky, he makes his final decision. Even knowing full well it was a lie, my heart still pounds without ceasing. That was the first time I realized it was time to leave this team, but don't feel too pressured about it. Truthfully, this sort of thing is all too familiar to me. He recalls everyone's silhouettes pressing ever forward in that stretch of road. Those with talent rise effortlessly to higher positions in society. That much is certain. Over the past 8 years, I've joined countless expedition teams and been left behind just as many times for failing to keep up. Miller sometimes wasn't even allowed to stand in the group's spotlight. Sometimes I was expelled. Other times I left on my own before things turned worse. That is how an adventurer like me survives. He tilts his head back and lets out a heavy breath, but this time, it won't be easy at all. Why, he speaks from the heart because I truly care about all of you. Jander sinks into despair, speaking as though these are his final words. I had hoped the journey alongside you all could last a little longer, but everything must come to an end eventually. He is about to say something, clenching the food tightly in his hand. Suddenly, the clock chimes and he gestures to take his leave. He reaches out to hold him back, but it's too late. It's time for everyone to wake up. You should get ready too. Helpless, Bai has no choice but to hold his tongue. Fine, let's discuss it when the whole team returns to the city. After all, Misei and I might leave anyway. Everyone steps through the gate. You don't necessarily have to leave the team. You could recruit others who have already cleared the trials alongside those two. Monsters lie strewn across the ground, putting the entire group on high alert. Encountering such a bizarre combination, what a pain. Once again, I am reminded carelessness in the labyrinth is an unforgivable sin. In the next chamber, everyone freezes in shock. What is this? This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. All three are stairs of destiny, so they actually exist. Until now, we've never once chosen the stairs of destiny. Moreover, its spawn rate doesn't even reach 75% compared to other stair types. With so many variables on this type, there's no logical reason to pick it. Misei thinks more simply. He draws a quick conclusion. Can't we just pick anyone and step right in? I've tried entering one before monsters just appeared and it was over. Seems like that's how these doors operate. Duanjai takes the opportunity to explain to Misei. Similar to your case, most who choose the stairs of destiny still end up facing one of 3 trials on this floor: courage, wisdom, or patience. It seems Miss Misei was quite fortunate. According to what I've read, no trial appears completely at random, he says, gazing at it with a serious expression. However, the issue is with the 20% spawn variance indoors. There's usually at least one distinct trial for everyone to choose from. It's exceedingly rare for all 3 options to present the exact same trial like this. He recalls the cards from memory within the game. There are 32 trials total. Still, reality is what it is. There's no other choice now. Hikuret addresses the group. Even so, just standing around waiting here would be a waste of time. If we keep choosing doors to grind levels in there, we could rake in a fortune in spirit stones. So shall we go in? Bai, what's your take? He looks at them with a determined gaze. Of course we go in. All 3 stairs of destiny appearing at once can only mean one thing: we have reached a special floor. They stand before the trial gates, so this is the arena then. In other words, behind these doors lie 3 different types of hidden zones. Where on earth are we? System notification: character has entered the La Casu labyrinth. Jander surveys the surroundings. No enemies detected. The group stands in an empty void, but this place is a complete unknown. 0 information. Could it be dangerous? Why did it have to be the La Casu labyrinth? Area effect activated. Guardian of balance. All participants' stats have been adjusted for equilibrium. Duanjai asks with a trembling voice. Miller answers, what if we stay here and then leave afterward? The labyrinth closes in 4 days. We still know nothing about this space. This place is a space similar to a rift. Misei panics. If we can't cross the labyrinth, does that mean we'll be stuck here forever? Bon assesses the situation and reassures the team. We won't be trapped here forever like in a rift, but with our team's current strength, completing this in time will be difficult. First, let's check our status. Misei, do you notice anything different about your body? She looks at her own hands, sensing herself again. Come to think of it, her body does feel a bit lighter. I'm not entirely sure. Could it just be my imagination? Jander feels something strange as well. Duanjai senses the same. It's not your imagination. My body is mysteriously brimming with energy right now. I feel my magic power has surged significantly. At this rate, I could probably even cast 6th tier magic. They exchange puzzled looks, pictures the situation in his mind. What the hell is going on? It's clear all of the team's stats have been redistributed and balanced across every member. This area's effect guardian of balance equalizes the stats of all participants to the same level. Bon ponders for a moment, then speaks. I can't say it outright, so let me offer a hint. Are you hurting somewhere? My body feels strange. I suddenly have no strength to move. Ymiller catches on to the hint immediately. If everyone else is feeling better and you're the one getting weaker, then something is definitely off. Perhaps our stats have been shuffled and redistributed evenly among us. Bai rejoices in the end. That's the only explanation he can believe in. This labyrinth is no joke. Bon continues, so that's the plan now. Bai, what do you think? He offers his opinion. I think we need to explore this place and find the exit. We have no choice, but danger lies ahead. The road ahead is chillingly dark, but if this is an area no one else has ever discovered, wouldn't the rewards be even greater? One of them exclaims, now that's the mindset of a true adventurer. Hikuret fires everyone up. Duanjai quickly chimes in, and Misei follows with her own words. After all, we might be stuck here for 4 days. Exploring our surroundings isn't a bad idea. Seeing this, he immediately cuts in. Hold on, I just realized something. Perhaps this place is the final legacy left behind by the Grand Sage. Misei touches her ear, tilts her head, and speaks up. Are you talking about the legacy of Jibur Dai? Jibur Dai's legacy, in simple terms, is what I call the hidden fragment. Jander says it's possible. The fact that all 3 stairs of destiny appeared supports it. Hikuret is slightly worried, but still moves to reassure everyone. That's right, after all, this is a place we chose to enter. No absurdly overpowered monsters will appear. Hey, are you even listening to me? The short one's words fall on deaf ears, with only 4 days until the labyrinth closes. The team's final expedition begins in earnest, more urgent than ever. After a brief discussion, they set off. Misei glances around, sensing the atmosphere as if something is about to appear, yet the silence is deafening. He strikes a heroic pose, but Misei immediately fires back. Miss Misei, don't worry, I'll protect you with everything I have. What? Shouldn't it be the other way around? I'm the one protecting you. Then let's protect each other. What are you even saying? He grows exasperated, but Jujat remains brimming with enthusiasm. They're in the middle of a life-or-death situation, and these two are still bickering. Focus up, you two. Duanjai. Suddenly, a colossal level 6 monster emerges from the shadows. It glares at them, swinging its massive club. He shouts a warning. The monster's here. It swings its axe downward in a devastating arc. He raises his shield to block. Bai's legs begin to tremble. Damatai can't withstand its raw force. Could it be because he had distributed his physical stats to his teammates earlier? It no longer feels like facing a level 6 monster. It feels like he's up against something far worse. Duankai casts Magic. Leo activates the 8th tier support spell, Frost Reinforcement. Leo activates the 8th tier attack spell, Ice Spear. He warns Ban to be careful. While he's distracted, the axe blade closes in from behind Hao. The axe hurtles forward even faster. Somehow the monster is slain, and they gain 4 experience points. The entire party stands in stunned silence. Upon seeing Duankai's massive ice spear, Ban realizes his magical power has surged significantly. Right now, he can likely wield even 6th tier magic. He trembles, his face flushed red, scrambling to justify himself. Here, he is no longer good for nothing. Was that my magic? He smiles. Before, I thought the team would struggle to clear this trial, but now the story is different. The hidden domain of the Law Kasuo, Labyrinth Evan, a guide's abilities are rendered useless here. This place was designed to ensure that anyone who enters becomes hopelessly lost. After the group has traveled a considerable distance, Ymiller draws a sharp-bladed dagger and carves an arrow into the stone wall, marking where they have passed. Wait, I'll leave another marker here, just in case. At times, one can't help but wonder what good is an adventurer if even guides can't find the way. If even those with pathfinding skills cannot locate the exit, then such arrogance is nothing but folly. Ymiller, a man who clawed his way up from the very bottom, is truly a man of extraordinary talent. After finishing the markings, he extends his hand, wanting the map from Ban. Hand me the map, I need to update it. Ban immediately passes it over. Done. In his mind, Ban is secretly astonished, never imagined this older man possessed such a skill. Ban watches as he unfolds the map on the ground, unable to contain his admiration for his remarkable craftsmanship. No matter how many times he looks at it, it still feels miraculous. You create these precise maps so effortlessly. Impressive. Ymiller accepts the praise without an ounce of arrogance, speaking with utmost humility. It's really not that complicated. I simply memorize everything by walking the routes, measuring distances by counting my steps. after reviewing the map once more. The path is now etched into his memory. Ymiller rises to his feet. Apologies for keeping everyone waiting. Let's move. His stats have increased since then. Ymiller takes the initiative and steps into the vanguard, just as any seasoned adventurer would. With his razor-sharp instincts, he immediately senses 4 monsters approaching from ahead. He draws his sword from thin air and calls out a warning to the group. 4 of them up ahead are closing in. Leo, brimming with confidence, charges forward without hesitation. Leave them to me. He immediately swings his staff and chants 2 incantations in rapid succession. Ice Lance combined with a double cast spell. Baidu watches the spells unfold, eyes widening in shock. He mutters under his breath. A double cast. Bon and Ymiller both whip their heads around to look. Leo finishes casting the spell, then freezes as he sees its trajectory flying straight toward his own allies. But just as the spell is about to strike Bon and Ymiller, Leo swiftly channels his next incantation. Leo activates the 8th tier support spell, Trajectory Correction, and just like that, the spell's flight path is altered. It ricochets and hurtles straight toward the monsters ahead. Spotting 2 monsters rounding the bend, Bon stares in astonishment. These 2 creatures have no idea what's about to hit them. They gawk dumbly at the incoming spell. Boom! The moment the spell connects, their bodies erupt, unleashing a massive magical explosion. Duan Kai is using double cast, and on top of that, he's wielding support magic in tandem. The fact that Leo can cast high-tier magic so effortlessly leaves the other 2 in disbelief. His mana level seems low, but does he possess extraordinary magical talent? Seeing 1 monster obliterated, Ymiller turns to Bon and issues orders. 2 left. This time you and I will each take 1. Let's finish this quickly and keep moving. Lost in thought, Bon is jolted back to reality by Ymiller's voice. He agrees at once. Understood. At this moment, Bon's emotions grow complicated. It is only now that he realizes he never truly understood his companions as well as he thought. A pang of shame stirs within him. After all these months together, he never once made a genuine effort to understand them. And so, after slaying 1 monster, Leo begins to grow arrogant. He strikes a dashing, confident pose and boasts. No matter what monster appears, don't you worry. Whatever it is Leo Duan will handle it with the utmost care. It is too late by the time he realizes that Duan Kai's luck has turned sour once again. Guardian of Balance. The effect of this domain naturally favors mages above all else. One could say the mana density here is far greater than anywhere else. With such thick, concentrated mana saturating the air, this is a true haven for mages. After all, mages cannot absorb essences to boost their primary stats, but their mana will undoubtedly skyrocket. Even that, however, has its limits. Can things really continue to go this smoothly? Leo feels the torrent of mana surging powerfully through his body, and excitement courses through every fiber of his being. This feeling is unreal. It's as if every chain binding me has been shattered. After all, he has spent an entire day observing and analyzing the team's strength. He himself has taken the most damage. But looking at the team as a whole, they have grown at least twice as strong. After all, this was always meant to be a team-based combat game. Instead of one person stepping up, having the whole party fight together works far better. Everyone doing their part. Bon recalls those days fighting monsters alongside the group. A bitter feeling surfaces in his chest, tinged with regret. But this is exactly why he wants to leave. Day 20 of the expedition, 12:46 p.m. In his eyes, an emotion churns just beneath the surface, threatening to spill over. In the end, this is the first and last official party we ever had. But just as he sinks deeper into his thoughts, an angry voice cuts through like a blade. It's Miss A. Him ignoring her has pushed her fury to the boiling point. How long are you planning to keep ignoring me? Bon only now realizes she's been calling out to him this entire time. He asks, a hint of guilt in his voice. What did you just say? Learning he hadn't heard a single word, Miss A is so furious she could spit blood. She repeats herself. I said you need to keep watch properly. Seeing her anger flare, he quickly says, all right, don't worry. Go get some sleep. 104 a.m. Watching Hai Kujiat still deep in sleep, Bon can't help but let his thoughts wander. Just a few more hours, and we can get our hands on that item. To claim that item, he begins to sink into deep contemplation. All we need now is to find the S-rank boss room right. With our current strength, taking on an S-rank boss shouldn't be a problem. Such a shame. If only we had one more week, we could have grabbed everything we needed before leaving. While he's lost in thought, a rustling sound cuts through the silence, followed by someone calling his name. He freezes. It's Leo. His face is flushed an unnatural shade of red, and his voice comes out hesitant. Bon, didn't you tell me about Miss A's preferences before? Hearing this bizarre question, Bon thinks bewildered. Why is he bringing up Miss A all of a sudden? Something feels off here. Seeing Bon not answer, Leo grows restless, pressing his lips together tight. He seems to be wrestling with something difficult to say. But after careful thought, he feels that knowing her preferences no longer matters to him. I was going to ask if it was true, but thinking about it now, whether it's true or not doesn't matter anymore. Her preferences aren't the important thing. Wanting to earn someone's sincerity without showing your true self, that's just cowardice. Bon listens to the whole thing without understanding a single word. He asks, "What are you trying to say?" as if gathering every ounce of courage. Leo speaks the deepest secret buried in his heart. "You already know, don't you, that I've been in love with her all along?" Bon sees him bring this up and doesn't know what to do. He sighs inwardly. He can't just let Leo keep going. That's not. Leo suddenly veers into talk of life and death. "If I make it back alive this time, Bon immediately cuts him off. "Stop." Seeing Bon stop him, Leo seems to realize something. His face drains of color, a look of stunned disbelief spreading across it. "Why are you stopping me? Bon, don't tell me you also have feelings for Miss A." Hearing this brain-dead remark, Bon's irritation spikes. Should I just punch him? Might as well knock him out right here and now. Bon suppresses the overwhelming urge to deck Leo and forces himself to explain. "Stop right there, Duan-chi. I think you're misunderstanding something." But Leo immediately shakes his head, his expression saying nothing will change his mind. Seeing him this stubborn, Bon wants to punch him all over again. "Oh, give me a break." Leo immediately steals his resolve. "When we get back to the city, I'm going to confess to her." Seeing him spiral deeper into lovesick nonsense, Bon thinks, exasperated. This is a genuine death flag. In a situation like this, the only thing we need to do is get out of here as fast as possible. It feels like we've just hit the 12 o'clock doom clock. 4:15 p.m. After traveling a long stretch, the group is stopped dead in their tracks by a wall blocking the path ahead. A dead end. Baidu takes one look at the scene and knows they've finally arrived. We're here at last. Not sure which of the 4 sub-bosses we'll be facing. But with their current strength, Bon begins thinking of how to open the hidden spatial gate without drawing anyone's attention. All that's left is to activate the hidden space without raising suspicion. But while he's working out a plan, it seems Mo has already picked up on something. Hold on, something's off here. Bon watches puzzled as the man begins feeling along the wall. I'm actually a bit surprised. Intuition stat or observation skill, whatever it is, Mo's sharp enough that I don't have to step in myself. After fumbling along the wall for a while, he presses against an unusual stone embedded in the surface. Click! Instantly the stone wall begins to slide open, revealing a hidden passage. Miss A's eyes go wide with shock, her ears perking straight up. The door opened. Hai Kujiat, wary of danger lurking ahead, raises a warning. There could be danger inside. Everyone stay sharp. Bon, acting in his capacity as the party's tank, volunteers to scout ahead. I'll go first and check what's waiting inside. With Bon leading the way, the group ventures into the hidden chamber together. Torches line the walls, burning bright to light the path. Their flames flicker and dance in the air, crackling softly. After walking a good distance, they quickly arrive at a vast chamber. On the floor lies a magic circle drawn in blood, and at the center of the array sits a severed goat's head. Bon takes one look and feels his skin crawl. A sinister magic circle, a goat's head. Miss A, seeing the goat head placed dead center with blood splattered across it, grows deeply uneasy. This place radiates an unsettling aura. Bon, however, doesn't find this place any scarier than the other rooms they've already been through. He scoffs inwardly, unsettling. Compared to the other rooms, this is nothing. Besides, if this is the right chamber, finding the S-rank boss room will be easy. It could appear at any moment. Miss A still can't shake the feeling of dread. She looks up, seeking Bon's opinion. There's no gate here, should we leave? He doesn't answer her. Instead, he kneels down and touches the magic circle on the floor. The issue is that finding the sub-boss compels him to try activating the array beneath them. How do we summon it without being detected? We need to spill blood here, but doing it out in the open would look extremely suspicious. Seeing him touch the magic circle, Miss A jolts. Bonnie, you are not going to break it again, are you? Right. Suddenly, Bon's body jolts as if an electric current surges through his entire being. He freezes. He raises his hand and stares at his palm, bewildered. What is? Miss A feels the same thing. What's happening to my body? Ya Miller, whose senses are razor-sharp, picked up on this anomaly long before the others. Seeing everyone suddenly stirring in alarm, he's taken aback as well. So it's not just me who felt that. Leo, feeling the mana in his body spike dramatically, cries out in alarm. My manate's surging. Hai Kujiat hears this and goes still. Wait a second. You too. My armor feels light as a feather, and energy is raging through my entire body like a flood. Bon stares in horror at the power surging wildly through his body. This power is absolutely insane. It fills him with a deep gnawing unease. Bon whips his head around and shouts Miller's name. Hearing his call, Miller immediately turns to look at him. This sensation far exceeds anything he has ever felt when combining colossal form and wild fury together. Yet Miller looks into his eyes and instantly realizes that Bon harbors the same suspicion. Looks like you're thinking the same thing I am. Other adventurers have entered the labyrinth. At least one group, possibly up to 5 people with their abilities fully unlocked. However, one thing is certain, whether it's them or those bastards, the system just issued a warning. Domain effect Guardian of Balance is updating. All participant stats have been fairly equalized. They possess overwhelming strength. Deep within a stone chamber of the La Cassue labyrinth, 3 mysterious figures have appeared. At a glance, the white-haired elder appears to be a priest, the one kneeling on the ground is an adventurer, and the last figure, a horned creature, seems to be their leader. He lifts his head, gazing at the vast expanse of the La Cassue labyrinth, and murmurs, "The La Cassue labyrinth, we've finally made it in." The priest clasps his hands together, looks skyward, and cries out, "O Lord, why would you grant wings to such a wretched creature?" Hearing this, he clicks his tongue in annoyance. "Old man, should I rip that tongue of yours out?" Despite the threat, the priest shows no fear. What is there to fear? Physical pain. Just as the priest displays his unyielding spirit, the horned man's next words make him freeze. "Oh, of course I meant the tongue of your grandfather, Jai." After saying this, he bursts into a fit of amusement. The adventurer, forced to accompany them, remains prostrate on the ground. He growls with rage and helplessness. "I curse you." He blinks, confused. Only then is it clear the man has had one of his arms severed. He glances at the tears streaming down the man's face and says, "You're making that face just because you lost one arm." His words about losing an arm are as light as a feather, even though the man is clearly in excruciating agony. He watches the man writhing over his severed stump and smirks inwardly. Who would have imagined that after a year of searching, the way in would be this simple? He recalls the condition required for entry. All it took was sacrificing the arm of a level 5 adventurer to open the path. That demon lord truly has a twisted sense of humor. The priest recoils at these venomous words. Isn't he your comrade? He feels as though the old man just said something utterly ridiculous. Comrade? Impossible. I only keep him around because he's useful. Seeing the man still sitting on the ground, he walks over, plants a boot on his shoulder, and barks an order. "Hey, get up already. We're running out of time because we arrived late." The priest, unable to bear watching him stomp near the severed stump, moves to stop him. "Please stop. He already sacrificed a part of his body to the demon lord. The pain he endures is surely beyond imagination." Being stopped infuriates him. He tilts his head, revealing the horrifically burned half of his face. He warns the priest, "Old man, that's enough. Understood." Seeing that the horned man's anger is rising, the adventurer forces himself to stand and tells the priest, "I'm fine, your holiness." The priest looks at the man's deathly pale face, his eyes brimming with worry and sorrow. At that moment, a system notification rings in his ears. Domain effect Guardian of Balance is updating. All participant stats have been fairly equalized. He raises an eyebrow. The Guardian of Balance. Even so, this kind of adjustment. He ponders for a moment, then asks the priest, "Old man, do you feel any changes?" His divine power, or whatever it may be, the priest senses inward for a moment, then answers, "It's decreased slightly." Hearing this, suspicion flashes across his face. "Decreased? Shouldn't it have increased?" "You certain?" The priest confirms once more. "I am certain." He turns to the adventurer. "What about you, adventurer?" He suppresses the pain in his arm and answers honestly, "Including my soul power, my overall physical capabilities have been reduced." Hearing the adventurer's answer, he deduces that another group has entered the labyrinth and they are weaker than his own. I can understand the priest being affected, but even a level 5 adventurer lost strength. He reaches up and grabs the hood of his black cloak, a contemptuous smile spreading across his face. "Looks like a few little rats got here before us." He pulls back his hood, revealing his true face. Killing intent blazes in his eyes. "Now then, let's see just how far those rats can crawl." His true identity, Ver, the dragon slayer, a member of the Ocular tribe, whose ultimate mission is to assassinate the king. Meanwhile, deep within the labyrinth, Bond's party has realized that another group of adventurers has entered and they are far stronger. Bond stares wide-eyed at his palm, which radiates with spiritual energy. "I can feel it, me stats have doubled." Which means they're at least adventurers from the 6th floor, and they're not an organization, just a small squad. A question rises unbidden in his mind. "So what do we do now?" Miss A hesitantly offers a suggestion. "We should use our teamwork and find a way out first." The carefree Heikayujat even turns it back on Bon. "You're talking like they're bandits or something." Leo, switching to his usual self-admiration mode, says, even if that's the case, our strength is equalized here. We can handle them. As for Bo Giant, the calmest of them all, he maintains his composed stance, but as a precaution. We should find the exit and avoid them as much as possible. Their responses make Bon think of one possibility. As expected, collective wisdom is useless. Miss A gently asks for his opinion. Bon, what do you think? But Bon himself is hesitating. After a few seconds, he decides to act first, think later. He'll speak laterite at that moment. A blazing crimson mist suddenly engulfs the surrounding space. The demon of the labyrinth, Baffet, has caught the scent of blood. It is a demon in the form of a goat. Its body is enormous, wielding a massive spear. They shout in shock, what the? A monster just appeared out of nowhere. Bizan, what did you step on? Bon studies the opponent with a serious expression. It's the sub-boss of this labyrinth, Baffet. Normally, we'd have to exploit its weakness to defeat it. But this time, we crushed it with raw damage in under a minute. With the monster felled, their rewards are amplified. A piece of paper flutters down it, is the map of the labyrinth. Bon still hasn't had time to collect himself. He can't believe they took it down that easily. Just how strong are the people who delve into this place? You've been standing there lost in thought while the whole group has already regrouped, Bo Giant says. He studies the map and announces, this looks like a map of this area, very detailed. We need to pick up the pace. Bon suddenly speaks up. High Ducad, we need to move before they intercept us. High Ducad doesn't see the situation as all that serious and hesitates. Caution is certainly a virtue, after all. But he glances at Bon and asks with concern, what's wrong with you? Something about you seems off. Bon himself realizes it too. His behavior may seem strange to his comrades, but he resolves to voice his thoughts regardless. I have to consider the worst-case scenario. Look at that last battle. We were absurdly powerful, and that means those guys are far stronger than us. Bon speaks with an utterly grave demeanor. A balance of power, no such thing exists. Essence levels, quantities, and special abilities, all of them still differ. And if you factor in equipment, the gap grows even wider. Bon has never crossed blades with Georgia, but he knows for certain if battle erupts, they will lose. This is the root of my fear that someone among us will get hurt. Bon continues to lay out his case. A lion pays no mind to the rabbit before it. But what about the rabbit? He presents arguments that are utterly convincing. If it encounters a lion, it must run. They heed Bon's warning and immediately break into a desperate sprint. They dash through the labyrinth not blindly, but straight toward the exit gate. Bon takes the lead. At the fork ahead, he turns right. It's clear is always the one preparing for every scenario. Ready to escape at a moment's notice and braced for the worst, they have to defeat the sub-boss first. After sprinting at full speed for a while, Bon rounds a corner to the right and immediately runs into a monster. He directly assigns the task to Dunjai. Leo doesn't hesitate for a moment. He plants his staff and surges forward. Leave it to me, facing the monster head-on. Leo shows absolutely no sign of weakness. He immediately summons a Frost Storm, a level 7 attack spell that deals low damage to a single target but blankets a wide area. Precisely because of that advantage, the monster fails to land another blow. It has been completely frozen solid. Bon is thoroughly pleased and even a little delighted. It was originally meant as a spell to synergize with Miss A's rapid strikes or to clear out small mobs, yet in reality, it managed to freeze a level 6 enemy. Instead of just numbing them with frost, I can truly feel how much stronger we've become. However, everything has two sides. After a few seconds, the effect will dissipate. So Bon takes the initiative, swings his sword, and delivers a decisive slash. He tells himself, finish them off quick. Just like that, they completely eliminate the first monster. A full day passes. At 12 on the 21st. They decide to pause. Let's rest here for a bit. Leo asks anxiously, Hi Ducat, are you alright? He answers immediately, I'm fine, just running low on breath, but thanks to the enhanced abilities I don't feel tired at all. High Ducat adds, honestly, it's even easier than running through the first floor. He speaks, but seeing no reaction from Bon, he calls out Bon. Bon startles and whips around. In a low voice, what? High Ducat flinches and stumbles back. Don't give me that death glare. Even with short breaks, we've been running for 6 hours straight. You still have that uneasy feeling. Indeed, Bon still feels uneasy. Right after the battle with Ba Form, he tells everyone, I don't understand why, but I can't shake this bad feeling. I had the same feeling when we encountered the floor boss on the 3rd floor. He had mentioned it before, so now he says, that's why I want to ask everyone for a favor. Just this on to trust me. Leo reacts the same way as High Ducat. He feels Bon is being a bit excessive. Seriously, isn't this enough already? Even if there are thieves lurking around, they can't find us now. We've already moved far beyond where Miller marked. Miss A is also growing impatient. You still think we need to keep moving? Bon nods. Yeah, she replies. I have no objections. At that moment, a figure slowly steps forward. Bon, to be honest, I'm skeptical too. He points to a spot on the map and says, I don't understand why you think we can escape by taking this route. Bon sighs helplessly in his mind. Because the sub-boss's chamber lies in that direction, can't just blurt that out. Though Bo Jian has objections, he still feels a sliver of agreement. But for some reason, I have a feeling that if we don't follow your lead, something terrible will happen to us here. No one quite understands what Bo Jian just said, yet their reactions are all the same wide eyes and gaping mouths. What? Miller, having absorbed the mimic's essence, possesses a fairly high intuition stat and their clueless party has reaped many small benefits from it. Leo asks in a daze, is that really true? Only Bo Jian remains uncertain, yet he suddenly brings something like this up. Bon hears Bo Jian's words and feels something different. The weight behind his words is entirely different. Miss A is now completely convinced. She breaks into a cold sweat. B, instead of standing around, let's move. Hai Dukat and Leo also freeze in place. Right, let's go, we just have to endure one more day. Thinking back on it now, they all fix their stares on Bo Jian. Hearing this old man's words only tightens the knot of worry in their hearts even further. This isn't an ordinary sixth sense, it's an enhanced one, and so they decide to press on. Bon, I told you from the start I had no objections, let's go there. The whole group scrambles forward at breakneck speed, running for quite some time until their bodies are drenched in exhaustion. How much time has passed? They keep running into one monster after another. The party members coordinate to fight off the beasts. How much time has passed? After defeating Ba form, they have been running for nearly 12 hours with almost no rest. And finally, they reach their destination. At 5:13, the party members stand before another gate and exchange glances. We won't run into a level 4 monster, right? Right at that moment, a tremor ripples through space. Another large circle on the gate suddenly blazes with light. The labyrinth's master senses challengers. Then the ground begins to quake violently. Shockwave after shockwave slamming in rapid succession. Bon raises his massive shield and roars, prepare for battle. No way is it really a higher level. The master of the La Suo Labyrintha Minotaur has officially entered the fray. Bon is extremely worried for Miss A. It's not a level 4 monster. Miss A is terrified. He thinks to himself, but if I had to guess, it's probably around level 4 to 5. Bon is the first to strike. After all, this is the sub-boss, a high-level variant bearing a title. He seriously considers, at this level, gigantification shouldn't be necessary. A few seconds later, the Minotaur's entire body erupts in flames. It has activated Fire Skin. Bon panics. That's YFZ's ability. His teammates scream. Bon Jander's on guard. He has taken fire damage, and if he doesn't counter it, the damage will compound over time. Bon stands firm against the blaze. It's only a bit of heat thanks to his 3rd-tier fire resistance. He can endure it. Of course, staying like this will roast him alive, so he needs magic. The only thing that opposes fire is Leo's Ice Chi. Leo casts the 8th-tier spell Cold Blood. Bon's fire resistance skyrockets as a result. Bon is mildly surprised. Leo used his magic before Bon even gave the order. Protected by a thick layer of ice magic, the other members attack with renewed vigor. My turn, I'm not hot at all anymore. Hugh Cod unleashes a lightning strike, Leo casts a curse spell, and Miss A deploys Poison Fusion. Together, they converge on the Minotaur from all sides. Bon wins the clash, but he is stunned. This is practically auto battle. Is their teamwork really this good? He can't shake the question gnawing at him. Were these really the clueless team from before? The Minotaur has been officially defeated. The current time reads 521. Bon still stands there, staring with wide, stunned eyes. They took down a high-level variant in under 10 minutes after encountering the boss. If they could perform like this in the outside world, if this clueless team had a perfected final form, thighs was it? 2 tanks with rock-solid stability, 1 fearless melee damage dealer who sustains relentless DPS, a mage who handles both single target and area of effect damage while providing support, and even a scout who isn't a burden in combat. Bon imagines it, if they truly became like this, they could reach the top floor together. Yet he immediately crushes the thought. Getting emotional like this is dangerous, especially when not a single real problem has been solved. Miss A lets out a sigh. No essence this time, and no teleportation gate either, the very thing they'd hoped for. At that moment, Miller suddenly speaks up. Everyone wait, I have a feeling there's something behind this gate. Let's check it out. Miss A agrees instantly. Sure, maybe there's a teleportation gate inside. Bon thinks to himself, it's not a gate, but there's something they absolutely must take. The members open the gate. As always, Bon is the one who takes on the responsibility of retrieving items. Leo stands watching and comments, "That gem, I can sense immense magic radiating from it. No gate, huh? Then I'll hold onto it for now." Bon never stops thinking. If his guess is correct, they will need this in the worst-case scenario. The next question arises, what now? We need to find a teleportation gate. Miller unfurls the map and speaks. I've had a strong hunch for a while now that a teleportation gate has opened at the blue dot marked on the map. Hyukad cheers with delight. Really? That's amazing. Miller continues. Is this the power of an intuition-based scout? The members make their decision. All right, let's head there. Georgia appears with a chilling aura, his voice dripping with delight. See, he sneers, knew it. He turns to Lutwick. See that old man, he mocks. I told you so. The unfortunate adventurer had already lost both arms and Georgia treats it as nothing. He even sneers cruelly, if they hadn't sacrificed another arm, we would have lost it entirely. Georgia exudes superiority. The madman boasts with self-satisfaction, you should be thanking me. Thanks to me, you took it down so easily. Lutwick pleads desperately, I beg you just take what you need and let them go. Georgia hears this and mutters under his breath, damn it. His voice erupts with sudden fury, why is nobody saying anything? The entire party tenses up, watching him with sharp vigilance. Those were just ordinary words, but urgent alarms are screaming in their ears. A warrior's instincts sense the danger before his mind can even process it. His body bracing for the worst possible scenario before a single thought forms. Georgia, still met with silence, finally speaks up to greet them. Bon narrows his eyes, sweat pours down like rain. Every second is precious, a golden window of opportunity. His eyes widen and lock onto the opponent. He suppresses his fear with a hard swallow, rapidly gathering information. Bon already knows what to say. Are you truly going to do this? First, this man knows about this place. You should be thanking me. Thanks to me, you took it down so easily. So the moment he sensed their presence, he rushed straight to the boss chamber. But he was far too fast. The more Bon thinks about Georgia, the colder his entire body grows. Second sacrifice, he prays to the Jiet Lasso deity. The old man must be a priest, but what gnaws at Bon is. Third, the priest of the evil god doesn't cooperate with him. I beg y'all just take what you need and spare them. It can't be, did he kidnap the priest and force him to change his faith? The person who sacrificed both arms must be in the same dire situation. Piecing the fragments of memory together with Georgia's taunting words, you don't think so? Do you really think so? You are courting death. I see. Bon Jander has understood. His guess was right. This man is a lunatic. Thinking this, Bon nearly loses all hope. Every plan from A to D is now useless. The only path forward. Bon finally responds in a measured tone. Whatever, hand it all over. I didn't expect to find adventurers here. Georgia asks back with a haughty, condescending tone. So you can talk. Bon secretly rejoices. Good has bought some time. He deliberately continues the questions. Do you know how to get out of here? Bon silently formulates his strategy act as if he knows nothing. The weaker he appears, the more the enemy will let his guard down. Just as he expected, Georgia takes the bait. What do you think you are? He snarls. Georgia raises his steel-gloved hand. It catches Bon's attention not because of the glove, but because the yellow stone on the ring has begun to glow. Bon's mind races instantly. Fate tracing ring number 6111, also known as the traffic light ring. Bon reviews the details. Green means a favorable event, red means a disastrous one, yellow means the outcome could go either way. This is a numbered item. Bon draws his conclusion. A yellow light now means there is a chance he can beat this man. Bon feels as if everything clicks into place, so this is what they call mixed emotions. That works in his favor. But the problem is Georgia has also realized it. The weak's sole advantage waiting for the strong to drop their guard has already evaporated. Georgia begins to draw his weapon, his voice low and threatening. You recognize my ring? Miss A flinches in fear. Her eyes fall on the gleaming weapon in his hand, and a realization slams into her Minda sword forged from orichalcum. It is harder than nearly every metal in this world. Tier 6 metal is considered the absolute pinnacle in this world. Bon already knows this. Judging by his equipment, this man is at minimum an 8th floor adventurer. At the very least, he possesses 8 essence cores, every single one grade 5 or above. Georgia maintains his calm, superior tone throughout. Madman, if you don't want to die, hand over everything you've obtained. Bon hears this and understands. There is no resolving this with words. Bon slowly produces a red stone. You mean this? Georgia's eyes widen in shock. So you have it. He commands Bon. Hand it over and I'll let you all walk away with your lives. Misei and Hyukad exchange uneasy glances. It's fine, they say softly. we don't even know what to use it for anyway. I agree, if we can avoid a fight all the better. Bon holds the exact opposite stance. Trust a madman who forced priests to change their vocations and dragged them away. He is absolutely resolute to say something that makes a lick of sense. Bon clicks his tongue, deliberately speaking loud enough for Georgia to hear. Damn it. He suddenly flashes an awkward grin, my stomach turns. Then he confesses he's absolutely starving. After saying that, Bon pops the stone into his mouth and crunches down, right under the stunned gazes of his teammates. He even deliberately swallows with a loud gulp. Georgia trembles with fury. Lutwick and the adventurers watch in sheer terror. Georgia grinds his teeth. He charges forward in a blind rage, bellowing. His madman's blade is utterly terrifying. A single slash tears through the very air. Bon braces himself to withstand the blow. Georgia's eyes burn crimson, the dragon's pupil churning as blood vessels bulge across the whites of his eyes. Seeing Georgia freeze in place, Bon grows puzzled. Why did you stop? Bon has already mapped out contingency plans to replace every ruined strategy in his head. With the stone as his bargaining chip, Bon carries a sliver of confit. Dense, even though his face has already drained completely pale. If you stab me again, my guts will spill out. Along with that gem. He says that out loud, but in his head, Bon can only scream. That goddamn bastard. Georgia steps back, his fury momentarily surfacing through a curse. You lunatic. What do you want? Bon continues. You gave up faster than I expected. Georgia's patience thins by the second. He threatens, speak fast if you want to keep your soul. Next time I'll aim for the ones behind you. Bon stalls by proposing a condition. One day, just give me one day, then I won't resort to such underhanded tricks. Georgia raises an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. You're not begging for your life. But deep down, Bon already knows the answer. This man has probably heard such pleas countless times. The victim's begging, please you'll spare me, right? 100 times over, he has only ever received one answer. Why should I? That is why Bon figures those words have become as hollow as the meaninglessness behind them. He tells himself, to get what I want from this man, I have to intrigue him. Georgia lets out a cunning snicker. Now that's a first a warrior who doesn't beg for his life. He lowers his voice. How can I trust you? Bon declares with conviction, I swear on the honor of a warrior. We haven't slept in days, we're completely spent. He emphasizes every word. But if you give us one day, we will face you head on. Georgia squints. Don't tell me you actually think you can beat me. Bon answers silently in his mind, if I'm being honest, our chances are razor thin. But so what? He stares the dragon slayer down without a shred of fear. So should I just surrender? The words leave Bon's lips before he immediately rallies his own spirit. This isn't an act, this is my true emotion. A few minutes later, Bon's teammates sprint away at full speed. That proves Georgia has accepted his terms. Rijegart suddenly shouts, hold on, everyone rest first then we talk. It is already 857, another day is about to end. Burgeon tells Bon it's been 3 hours. No movement. Looks like he intends to keep his word. Bon wipes the sweat from his brow, not necessarily. Georgia had set the deadline earlier. He grins, I'll give you 12 hours. But I'm warning Yao when the time comes. Don't even dream of pulling that stunt again. Bon grumbles under his breath. Damn it all, if not for that wretched ring, I might have been able to wait out the entire day in peace. He clutches his head in despair. Nothing ever goes smoothly. He lets out a sigh, but the painful past starts flooding back. That forces Bon to steel his resolve. He must remember the hopelessness he once endured, cleanse his mind, and etch a single goal into his thoughts. The only goal Bon needs to achieve right now is one thing: survive alongside everyone. Burgeon continues, pointing at the map a little further, and we'll reach the 11 o'clock alley you mentioned. I'm starting to piece it together too. But what's the plan now? Are we going to fight? Leo looks uneasy. That doesn't seem like the best option. Rijegart agrees. You saw it earlier, your shield was sliced through like mud. Bon suddenly calls out each name one by one. Rijegart, Missay, Ya Miller, Duan Jewel, you all trust me and follow me one last time. Everyone answers in unison. Of course, Rijegart adds, if it weren't for you, we'd have died in Blood City. I will trust you. Leo is still trembling, but he offers his support all the same. Bizan, I will believe in the heroic destiny you carry. Burgeon chimes in with conviction. When everyone froze in fear, you were the only one who acted. No matter what you say, I will trust and follow. Bon is about to continue when Burgeon suddenly cuts in, but there's something I need to tell you. While we were running here, I remembered something. He voices his concern, mentioning the evil sword and the burn scar on that man's face. If I'm right, that man is a dragon slayer. The others hear this and immediately break into expressions of panic, the implication being that the man is cursed by dragonkind. A dragon slayer, you mean a member of the Witch's Eye? Bon Jander goes pale the moment he hears that name. The Witch's Eye. He doesn't know what a dragon slayer is, but he does know about the organization that uses the archaic term for Witch's Eye as its name. An organization of madmen whose declared goal is to slay kings, yet they cannot be dismissed as mere lunatics. Despite the enormous bounties the royal family has placed on their heads, over the decades they have only managed to eliminate 7 of their members. They have survived for decades. Every single one of them has proven their strength to the world. As the truth gradually unfolds, Bon realizes he has stumbled into a far greater mess than he ever anticipated. Bon asks Burgeon, "Do you have any information on the Dragon Slayer?" He answers without a moment's hesitation, "Of course I'll tell you everything. The Dragon Slayer, Georgia Dragonkind, who slaughtered his own clan chief, an ancient dragon, and was cursed by all of Dragonkind. After that he vanished, but roughly 10 years ago, he single-handedly terrorized the Holy Land of the Spirits and began operating as a member of the Witch Eye Council. The only piece of good news concerns his most fearsome ability. Dragon Tongue. In other words, the Dragon Clan's unique skill has been sealed by the Dragon's curse. His primary weapon is a cursed greatsword, nicknamed the Dragon Slayer Sword. It has been confirmed that he possesses 6 essence cores. 3 at grade 5, 2 at grade 4, and 1 at grade 3. Based on his known essences, he is a pure stat swordsman, meaning he has no real weakness. Bon strokes his chin in deep thought. 10 years is a long time. Things could have changed. But then again, it's entirely possible nothing has. A criminal like him, how could he have removed an essence core? Bon realizes it now, so that's why the man was curious enough to come all the way here. With this, he could compensate for his weaknesses. Bon then tells everyone, "First things first, we need to retrieve what we stashed here." Everyone exclaims in shock. Suddenly, the surrounding space erupts into chaos. Bon roars at the others, "Everyone get ready. Ymiller, open it up." Even as he acts, Bon's mind never stops racing. So the Dragon Slayer Georgia. The enemy is a far greater threat than any of them had imagined. The door from before swings open, revealing rows upon rows of desiccated corpses arranged neatly inside. Bon stands in silence, lost in thought. "Without the Guardian of Balance boosting my stats, I would have lost my head before I even realized what happened. Just imagining having to fight him sends a chill down my spine." But the more he thinks, the clearer a certain realization becomes. Right at that moment, the labyrinth's demons materialize. He has to make a decision fast. In the end, fleeing isn't the best solution either. Misei drops into an attack stance and says with a grimace, "You're disgusting." Both Leo and Bon grip their weapons with grim determination, stealing their resolve. Isn't there an old saying? Bon, as always, rallies them with fierce conviction. There is no heaven for cowards. Bon is overjoyed after defeating the sub-boss. He murmurs to himself, 2 sub-bosses down. The conditions have been met. Now that room should be appearing somewhere. Just as he's growing restless, he suddenly remembers the map. Bon reaches down and picks up the map from the ground, exactly what he needed, right on cue. Why does this feel like an omen? Well, might as well make the most of what he's got. Leo, standing beside him, catches sight of the map in Bon's hand and lets out a gasp of astonishment. Bon examines the map and swiftly assigns roles. "Ymiller, you're on point. We need to push toward the secret room." He pauses briefly, then continues. Got it, understood." With Ymiller leading the way in earnest, they uncover a hidden room roughly once every hour. He runs his fingers along the wall, feeling for irregularities as he speaks. "This spot looks suspicious." After hours of exploration, all Bon can do is heave a sigh. This isn't the room he's looking for. As time wears on, Bon's mood begins to sink. 12 hours have nearly elapsed, which also means the contract with him is about to expire. Right at that moment, an idea suddenly sparks in his mind. Wait, it's Bon who speaks. He tilts his head upward, gazing at something, then addresses the group. "I've got a strange feeling." Misei walks over and asks, "What's wrong?" Bon quickly flicks his wrist, shaking a small bell. Instantly, a hidden door materializes before them. Bon beams found it. Swift, clean, efficient. Bon raises his hand, "Now seal the entrance." "All right, everyone rest here for a bit. I'll keep watch." The remaining party members exchange puzzled glances. Rest, out of nowhere. "Is there something special about this room?" Bon spreads both arms wide. "I'll explain everything once we're out. For now, just follow my lead. I know what I'm doing." A while later, when the others have all succumbed to exhaustion and drifted off to sleep, Bon alone forces himself to stay awake. "Right now they trust me without question, but the thought of having to explain myself later gives me a splitting headache. They won't buy it if I say I read it in some book, especially not Ymiller." He produces the red stone from earlier and murmurs inwardly, "But I should be able to get something useful out of this." Bon's determination burns fierce regardless of anything else. His grip tightens hard enough to crush the stone to dust in an instant. As long as he can survive and make it back, that's enough. And so, he activates his suppressed wish and teleports to the balance chamber. Stepping inside, the first thing that hits him is a sense of strangeness. In the game, all he had to do was click a button and it was done. But reality is like this. The system flashes a notification before Bon choose a replacement crystal. He stands there, mulling over how the essence will redirect. I know what I have to do. Furthermore, since it's a Guardian essence, it comes bundled with 3 skills, a genuinely rare find. However, unlike the base primordial essence, there are also several hidden factors at play. So there's no need to hesitate over this choice any longer. And then the light embedded in the door blazes to life. Simultaneously, the system issues an announcement. This is a Guardian essence. The level of selectable essences has been raised. But what in the heavens is this? That is the very first thought that flashes through Bon's mind when he lays eyes on the essence he has chosen. A line of crimson text materializes. This essence currently has no master. A torrent of red chi erupts and spirals around Bon. His eyes widen in disbelief. The Guardian of Balance has detected the essence's extraordinary rarity and is presenting a new selection. Possessing passive skills, soul chi, and a barrage of devastating active skills. A textbook grade 4 supernatural beast. The Colossus spirit utterly lacks raw strength and agility, yet in exchange boasts overwhelmingly superior mental stats, a grade 4 ethereal entity. An impossible thought surges through his mind, 2 Guardian essences appearing at once. That's right, in the game, Guardian essences do occasionally surface, though they're exceedingly rare. This much could be chalked up to luck. But when Bon gazes up at the red stone embedded high above, he realizes this cannot be a coincidence. A lone Bostier Ox Demon is simply dropped into a battle between Grade 3 and Grade 4 explorers, all for the sake of victory. A monster infamous for its apex-tier physical might. Pondering this, Bon secretly marvels, leaping up 2 entire grades. This is no longer mere luck. It proves there are still countless mechanics within this game he has yet to comprehend. And at that moment, as the selection door swings wide open, a blinding radiance floods in from beyond, so intense it makes one's eyes sting. At the same time, the game system chimed with a notification. The Ox Demon essence was gradually seeping into the character's soul. Strength increased by 140 points. Magic resistance increased by 140 points. Physical resistance increased by 40 points. All stats increased by 40 points. Self-regeneration decreased by 40 points. Perception decreased by 20 points. 4 hours later, Bon strips off every piece of equipment on his body and drops it to the ground. An Ox Demon. Its stats and skills were ones any tank would kill to possess, but this was not part of his final build. Thinking about it, he silently sighed in his mind, not because it didn't fit in for practical reasons. Taking that much was already pushing it. Even if he did, the essence stats would still drop dangerously low. And there was no guarantee he could land the right type among the 7 possible variations. In short, the difficulty of this absorption was brutally unforgiving. He recalled another option, Steel Titan, and if it were purely about tanking, there was a tier 4 option, Steel Titan, that was far more effective. The trade-off, he couldn't use weapons. In the end, it was the premier choice for those who prioritized damage or tanking. He pondered what everyone thought about these 2 passive essence choices. In the game, most players chose the pure tanking route, investing effort into nurturing a damage dealer rather than taking down an Ox Demon seemed more logical. And in practice, that assessment had been correct. Back when he hadn't been thrown into this real-world version of the game, Bon had also chosen that path to get through the Hell Gate. That was how he'd unlocked the original version of the Hell Gate, something no one else had ever achieved. But if he were being objective, the Ox Demon choice was actually better. When he'd chosen the Ox Demon Guardian essence, he'd felt a flicker of unease, yet everything had gone so smoothly it caught him off guard. Truth be told, I'm a little shocked. This went smoother than I expected. At this thought, his hand tightened around the elm staff in his grip. Did the vampire's Guardian essence want to ensure its guardian could advance with 2 promotion tiers? His mind still wandered, but thanks to this, his survival rate had jumped by roughly 30 to 40%. Someone suddenly called out Bon's name. His entire body jolted. His face drained to a sickly, ashen pallor. Something was approaching. The instant the call rang out, every member had already snapped into a combat stance. That mocking voice belonged to Georgia. You lot are still alive. He strode in, hands on his hips. I noticed my power suddenly snapped back to normal, so I figured someone had to have died. Assumed the stats had already been redistributed. Bon gazed at him but continued his train of thought. Fortunately, my prediction about the new plan that the healer would guard the central teleportation gate had been correct. The poor adventurer had now lost an eye. One side streamed with tears, the other leaked blood. Anyone who witnessed this sight couldn't help but exclaim, You're truly ruthless. How could you do this to your own comrade? Georgia shifted his stance, crossing his arms, though that contemptuous smirk never left his face. So everyone's still alive, huh? Did you pick up a new guardian crystal or something? Bond switched to maximum alert. Having absorbed a tier 3 crystal himself, Georgia had definitely sensed the dramatic surge in Bond's power compared to before. Georgia began summoning his sword once more, his voice still demanding. Madman, did you keep your promise? Now hand over the gemstone. Hearing his demand, Bond's face went completely blank. I didn't mean to, he said with an air of pure, guiltless innocence. I was just fiddling with it a little, and it broke. My bad. Georgia was absolutely livid. His smile vanished, revealing unmistakable savagery beneath. From the very start, it seems you never had any intention of keeping your word. Bond scrambled to speak as Georgia's blade tip nearly grazed his chest. I already said I was sorry. What followed was Bond's continuous defensive sequence. I dodged preemptively before that damned sword could hack into my shield, not allowing my mind a single second to relax. At the same time, I had to figure out how to deal with him. While defending, Bond suddenly leaped to the side and shouted a command. Dungeon and Leo immediately launched Tier 7 Attack Magic Tempest. A violent gale erupted within the cramped space. In response, Georgia activated Berserk Fury. He roared, "It's useless." Bond assessed the situation instantly. Sure enough, he still had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. A sudden realization struck: at this rate, his entire party would be in mortal danger. So he tore the map apart with his teeth. The greedy flame detected all fire-type skills within range and locked onto its target. Georgia's lava giant crystal had been sealed for 48 hours. He sputtered in disbelief. What? The next instant, he was momentarily staggered by Leo's tempest. Yet moments later, his gleaming sword cleaved straight through the storm. Bond's expression froze solid when he heard Georgia sneer. You think that's enough to take me down? He was utterly floored. Never had he expected things to go this far. He locked eyes on his opponent, analyzing every attack pattern. The skill Georgia just used was Veil of Darkness. It wasn't on the list of his crystals that Miller had given me. With the blade tip just a centimeter from gouging out his eye, Bond could only track his footwork. In other words, one of the variables I'd been worrying about had now been confirmed. But standing still was never his style, countered in the blink of an eye. Georgia was growing more and more frenzied. Die, you madman! He swung his sword, carving a blinding streak of light through the air. Bond gritted his teeth, enduring the searing agony as the blade plunged into his chest. With this newly acquired technique, I hadn't planned on using it so soon. Bond had planned ahead. I wanted to save it for the perfect moment. That technique was Bronze Iron Body. With his level of expertise, Georgia would quickly recognize this crystal and find a countermeasure. That was why Bond had silently devised his strategy. I would deploy it before he could figure it out. His first offensive skill, one that deals devastating damage. The one I had just recently obtained. And that skill was Shadow Cleave. The space was instantly engulfed in darkness the moment his attack activated for the very first time. Georgia's eyes flickered with shock, beads of sweat forming on his pale cheeks. Not only Thathai's entire body stiffened under Bond's relentless onslaught. He could only gnash his teeth and lunge forward with brute force. Georgia charged in, bellowing curses. You bastard! Bond immediately signaled his teammates. Dunjai, I've made my decision. Don't give him a single second to recover. Leo stepped forward, unleashing Tier 9 debilitating curse magic. Georgia, enraged at being ganged up on, snarled through gritted teeth. You maggots! Then casually slashed a savage cut across Bond's shoulder. Bond was caught off guard. He silently cursed his own carelessness. Georgia's stats had been amplified, and he was even under a slow debuff. Yet he was still this powerful. What's more, Georgia was counterattacking with savage fury. Every strike was razor-sharp and brimming with internal power. He's going all out. I can't keep up with just my agility stats. Georgia even deployed Afterimage. His voice dripped with arrogance as he launched another lethal sword strike. I won't die that easily. This time the blade sank into Bond's bicep. Pain flared, yet he still grinned with absolute confidence. Because Georgia himself had just taken a fatal sword strike straight to the gut from Misei. Bond swelled with pride. Excellent. Misei's strike lands true. Georgia cries out in pain, his grip on the sword loosening. Through gritted teeth, he growls, you dare. But it turns out that was merely a feint, allowing Georgia to strike back even more ferociously. He roars, know your place. Misei matches his volume without a shred of hesitation. What the hell are you babbling about? She possesses a stunning face, but that sharp tongue of hers cuts at just the right moment. Even her horns are as twisted as the character of the scum before her. No sooner had she spoken than she swings her sword. Humiliated by a beautiful woman, Georgia loses face and curses, you wench. he roars with all the authority he can muster. Swinging his blade at her, "Don't you dare look down on me." Right at that moment, another teammate steps forward, none other than Haiku Dat. He charges forward with reckless abandon, small in stature, but his voice booms across the battlefield, "Take this." He saved Misei's life, unleashing his liberation ability. Georgia staggers slightly. He drags his heels to keep his balance. Georgia raises his sword, summoning a blaze of light. His bloodshot eyes burn crimson. "You think ganging up on me will make a difference?" Next, he activates Domain of Decay. His eyes suddenly flash with a dangerous golden light. Bon is stunned, nearly thrown off his feet. This is the innate ability, Domain of Decay, of a Tier 4 dark creature. It is a skill that temporarily inflicts intense fear upon enemies, granting the user corresponding physical stat boosts. But Haiku Dat shouts while fighting, "You were right, he's overwhelmingly powerful." He had just used an ally protection skill, successfully pushing Georgia back temporarily and granting immunity to all other negative effects. Bon rushes in to follow up the attack. Sure enough, the Guardian of Balance is not classified as a detrimental effect within this dungeon. Bon surges forward, his mind racing. After all, his shield is useless against that cursed sword. "I'll trust in Iron Skin and charge head-on." At last, he activates Wild Burst mode. Georgia pushes his fury to its absolute limit. He bares his teeth in a threatening snarl. "None of you will make it back alive." No sooner had he spoken than he summons the Holy Sword. Bon falters for a moment. The Holy Sword, he screams at the top of his lungs so his teammates can hear. "Dodge!" Hearing his cry, they hastily scatter to either side. Misei seemed to stagger slightly. Bon immediately calls out her name. To reassure her, she says she's fine. "Don't worry." Meanwhile, Georgia has already locked onto her. He leaps up with a savage laugh, first one down. Right at that moment, arrows rain in from nowhere, accompanied by a booming voice, "Fall back." Georgia is immediately cut off by the volley of arrows. He shouts in fury, "Damn it!" Bon silently thanks the heavens. "Excellent, ya Miller." The two lock eyes warmly. Bon narrows his eyes with a knowing look, while Georgia widens his in fury. As the grueling battle drags on, Bon begins to realize a few things. Fortunately, it seems Georgia possesses no crystals or items related to recovery. Of course, I no longer have my vampire crystal either, so my wounds can't heal on their own. Having his teammates' support gives Bon an even greater edge. Miller checks my condition from behind and tosses me potions from his spatial storage. I now enter Berserker Rage mode. A loner like Georgia absolutely despises this. That's why he keeps cursing them relentlessly while Bon waits for the golden opportunity. He mutters under his breath, "It's time to end this." After 30 minutes of combat, I've grasped every single one of his skills. As he thinks this, he races across the debris-strewn ground. If this battle drags on any longer, Georgia could retreat and bring a healer to recover. So he steels his resolve. I have to seize this opportunity. Right now there's no more time. Bon moves like lightning. He swings with every ounce of strength toward Georgia. And at that very instant, the red light on the ring blazes to life. Georgia freezes, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. That means my strategy has succeeded. Bon is elated. He opens his mouth and roars in pure excitement. The crystal erupts. A torrent of powerful spiritual energy washes over Georgia, leaving him slightly dizzy. Bon strikes immediately. Like that madman, he only moves when he needs to. Within seconds, Georgia's body is firmly in Bon's grasp. He shouts with delight, "Got you." Then Bon pours every last drop of his essence into this decisive finishing blow. It's over. Georgia opens his mouth and screams in agony. In that instant, everything seems to freeze. His energy has been sapped by mysterious force. Suddenly, the gigantification grinds to a halt. Seeing Georgia coughing up a mouthful of blood, Bon is stunned. What the hell is this bastard doing? The answer comes immediately. An innate skill of the Dragon Clan. Bon immediately suspects it, the very thing Georgia couldn't use before due to the dragon's curse. Just as he thought, only now can Georgia wield dragon language. Soul silence. Bon is suddenly overcome with confusion. That's dragon language. Misei stammers. My body has suddenly lost all its strength. The Guardian of Balance's area effect equalizes the base stats of everyone present. To make matters worse, even with our numbers, we're the ones being overwhelmed. A Tier 4 crystal has even been sealed. Bon recalls that cursed sword, the very thing he could never withstand before, he can now face thanks to the AG crystal. That had made Bon a little too confident. I thought with this level of power I could easily crush him, but now he realizes dealing with the Dragon Clan is anything but easy. He bitterly regrets his complacency. Bon curses himself for his foolishness. At the same time, he's gradually running out of stamina, his stats plummeting by 70%. Every teammate is suffering the same fate. All of their stats are dropping. Bon reproaches himself. I forgot one thing, despair can come for anyone at any time. His face grows somber. In short, it's like a growing child suddenly struck by a terminal illness. And that's not all. The pain strikes without warning. A loved one suddenly passes away in an accident while traveling. Misfortune piles upon a child who hasn't even turned 18th. House of the relatives where he lives suddenly catches fire. The most agonizing blow of all, the mother who had promised to stay by his side tomorrow vanishes without a trace. Bon had been far too complacent and forgotten that truth entirely. Misfortune, a very conceivable kind, can strike in reality. And this particular misfortune brought by Georgia came without the slightest warning. It strikes without warning. Bon cannot help but feel hope slipping through his fingers. Plan A has already failed and the price must be paid. I will soon suffer the same fate. He withdraws, but the flames of rage in his eyes have yet to fade. He drops his sword, muttering a curse through gritted teeth. Damn it all, I won't be able to use this thing for a while, but my targets, I'll never let them go. I've lost count of how many times I've hit the ground, but don't you dare think of leaving here. With that, his figure blurs into an afterimage and vanishes before Bon's eyes. Without hesitation, he launches a devastating kick straight into Bon's body. Miss A screams in panic. Bon lies sprawled on the ground while Georgia sneers down at him, dismissively calling him trash. Georgia then turns to his next target, Miss A. He slams a brutal kick into her. Georgia then pivots back to face Bon once more. Bon screams in panic, Miss A, run. Georgia's entire body radiates killing intent so dense it suffocates the air. Worthless fools! Bon stares at him, shuddering at the sheer, crushing disparity in power Georgia displays. His teammates rush to his side. Bon, are you all right? Chaotic voices ring out. Miss A, wake up, please wake up. But even in this dire situation, Bon's habit of analyzing every clue endures. Vines, there are vines here. Hey, look at me. Bon's entire body trembles uncontrollably. Even he is no longer in peak condition. It seems he can no longer wield that cursed blade. Recovery potions are likely stored in his spatial inventory, but even so, the agony of sustained combat has become unbearable. Hector doesn't dare speak a word, trembles in silence. Still, Georgia remains in far better shape than any of them. The situation is truly hopeless. What can they possibly do? At this rate, even escaping is an impossibility. Bon feels as though invisible chains have bound him in place, his mind drowning in those very thoughts. At that critical moment, Leo steps forward. I will protect Lady Miss A. Bon blinks in surprise. Dungeon. Then he exclaims, that's right, how on earth could I have forgotten? Leo is the only one among them capable of using magic. He deployed a tier 8 attack spell. Watching Leo, Bon recalls a crucial fact: mages do not draw upon soul energy. They are immune to soul exhaustion. Therefore, Leo can unleash his full power to battle Georgia without consequence. A glimmer of hope ignites now that Leo has stepped into the fray. In other words, they have a true mage on their side. The central chamber of the law costs you a labyrinth. After emerging from the teleportation gate, Bon lets out a silent sigh of relief. Thank the heavens didn't manage to follow us here. Hector Lutwicans, a revered high priest of the Giet Lasso Church, but forcibly corrupted by the Dragon Slayer into a servant of an evil god. As he huddles in a dark corner, trying desperately to steady himself, a sinister voice slithers into his ears. You hypocrite, do you still cling to such delusions? Lutwick tries with all his might to shut out the voice. The image of Bon's party rises unbidden in his mind. Lutwick silently prays to the gods that the stars above will guide their path. In that moment, his mind drifts back to the single most regretful moment of his entire life. Memories of years past flood into Lutwick's mind. It was the true nightmare of his life, witnessing Georgia's iron grip on the collar of his poor, helpless nephew. The boy's heartrending screams nearly shattered his heart to pieces. At that moment, Lutwick had fallen to his knees, begging him to spare the child. Please stop. But that devil showed no mercy. If only he hadn't surrendered to evil back then, perhaps all those people would never have been swallowed by despair and lost to oblivion. And this man himself would never have been able to set foot in this accursed place. Yet as Lutwick dwells upon these memories, tears of bitter regret stream uncontrollably down his face. Self-reproach carves into his heart like a relentless blade. Lutwick clenches his fists and prays to the divine, O God of exploration and the stars. But at that very moment, the demonic voice resurfaces. The Giet Lasso faith is meaningless, because even if you could return to that day, you would still make the exact same choice. He projects an image of Bon covered in wounds, then mocks and demeans Lutwick with gleeful contempt. Look at that, you hypocrites. The image of Georgia's foot slamming into Bon's chest appears. The voice, dripping with malice, lays every ounce of blame upon Lutwick's shoulders. All of this disparate is your doing. He projects an image of Miss A being struck down, speaking in a tone of gleeful mockery. All of this suffering your fault. And the final image he projects is that of Bizun raising his weapon high, roaring at the top of his lungs. Shielding Duan-Jai behind him, Leo, trembling with fear yet refusing to take a single step back, raises his mage staff with unwavering resolve. I will become Misei's guardian. This is no sudden surge of reckless bravery. Bon's instincts scream that everyone except himself has been subjected to some insidious negative influence. And in that instant, he arrives at a conclusion with startling speed. Bon looks at Misei, curled up in agony on the ground, and rushes to her side. He calls out to her in alarm, "Misei." She lets out a pained cry. He quickly says, "Here, drink this healing potion." While Misei drinks the healing potion, a single thought crystallizes in Leo's mind: I must do something. If I don't act, everyone dies. It's my turn to save them. And then Leo unleashes Eta Tier 8 attack spell. Leo Wervki invokes the magic of the 8th tier. Ice spears materialize in an instant. A bone-chilling cold crashes over the battlefield. The pale glow of the spell illuminates every blood droplet falling to the ground, rendering them starkly visible. Georger's deep, sinister voice rumbles through the air. That's right. He drags his tongue along the blade of his sword, then fixes his gaze on Leo with the cold, predatory eyes of a beast sizing up its prey. I should kill you first, mage. But why? Why am I still? The moment Georger swings his sword to attack, Bon and Hector immediately rush forward, shielding Leo behind them. Both shout in unison, "Get back, fall back, Duan-Jai." Watching them charge forward to shield him, a crushing sense of helplessness surges through Leo. Why is he still being protected by his own comrades, and even his romantic rival? Suddenly, he recalls a conversation with a mad adventurer from his days in the orphanage. That man had placed his large, warm hand on Leo's head and offered a single piece of advice. If you truly want to be grateful, then don't become an adventurer. To a child so young and innocent, Leo naturally had no desire to take on such a grueling, life-threatening profession. An adventurer? I can't do that sort of thing, and I don't want to either. That was what he had told the man back then. Bon's voice suddenly jolted Leo out of his reverie. He shouted, "Duan-Jai, how long until the next spell is ready?" The boy answered instantly, "I'm ready, but the two of you are too close together." Bon deflected Georger's attack and said, "It's fine, just do it." Instantly, Leo unleashed his spell. Leo Wervki activated the level 8 attack spell Ice Lance. The moment the spell was cast, Bon immediately sidestepped to dodge. The Ice Lance shot toward Georger, who also leaned aside to evade. Just when he thought he had dodged it, he realized the trajectory had shifted. Its trajectory had changed. Leo must have cast an additional trajectory-altering spell on top of it. The Ice Lance surged toward Georger. Georger gritted his teeth and swiftly raised his sword. He intended to use the blade to deflect the blow. With the force of his sword, he deflected the Ice Lance's trajectory, sending it crashing into the ground mere inches from his feet. After seizing a brief reprieve, Bon immediately asked Ymiller about Misei's condition. What happened to Misei? He quickly relayed her condition to Bon, likely a fractured rib, but she's already taken a healing potion, she'll recover soon. Hearing that Misei had fractured her ribs, Leo, still locked in combat, stole a glance back at her. This time he watched as his Ice Lance was swatted aside by Georger. Bon and the others, everyone except Misei, surged forward at onslaught of them, determined to protect Duan-Jai and Misei. Misei, barely able to breathe through the agony, spoke through clenched teeth, "Duan-Jai, fall back further." "That's right, fall back." Ymiller saw Bon charge forward and called out anxiously, "Bon, be careful," seeing everyone rallying to protect him. Leo gritted his teeth hard. No, it was his turn to protect them. Memories of childhood resurfaced in his mind. Back then, in his small, innocent voice, he had carefully asked the man, "Will I ever grow up to be as big and strong as you? Strong enough to protect the people I love?" The man replied gently, "Don't worry about that, you'll become a great person." Returning to the present, Georger's sword had pierced through Bon, blood spraying from the wound. The instant he saw Bon injured, Leo cast a healing spell on him. Bon's body regenerated under the effects of the healing spell. With his midsection wounds restored, Bon fought on. He launched a strike at Georger. A question echoed in Leo's mind. A great person, did the man see that in him? Georger dodged Bon's attack with effortless grace. He vaulted over Bon, landing behind him, and didn't forget to sneer, "Too slow, just stand there and watch me work." Seeing Georger charging toward them, Ymiller retreated, stretching out his arm to shield Leo and Duan-Jai. Ymiller, standing beside them, also drew his sword. But his next words were cut short by a vicious kick from Georger. The blow sent him flying backward. Seeing this, Leo screamed, "Ymiller!" Despite the dire situation, Ymiller gripped his sword, roared, and charged straight at Georger. But with only commoner's skill, he was effortlessly impaled by a single sword thrust. Leo couldn't bear eyes, let out a piercing scream. "Ymiller!" The scene before him shattered Georger's smug composure, clenched his jaw tight. Ymiller seized the blade, piercing through his abdomen with both hands. He forced out each word through gritted teeth. "This is ours." At that moment, the system announced adventurer Ymiller has activated the rare treasure serpent fang and injected it into the target. Of course, he too wanted to become someone special. Fueled by that thought, Leo launched his assault. He cast his spell rays of light, materialized in the air, and shot straight toward Georger. Leo Wervke activated the single target mana attack spell. That was why he had chosen the most approachable team and begged to join. The beams of light surged forward, but Georger deftly evaded them. The attack struck the ground. When the sword was pulled free, Ymiller let out an involuntary cry of agony. Misei, having partially recovered, dashed forward at full speed. He had thought that if the team only had 2 warriors, they would value a mage all the more. Misei clenched her teeth so hard her face twisted with sheer effort. She roared, "I won't let you get near Dunjai." But in her current state, she could hardly do anything against him. Georger raised his leg and kicked her away, sending her coughing up a mouthful of blood. Leo, seeing this, cried out in anguish, "Misei." However, at that very moment, Bonhai's shield nearly shattered charged in from behind. Georger sensed the danger and glanced back. When Bon's shield swung toward him, he ducked low to evade. It didn't take long for the chasm in their strength to become painfully obvious. After dodging the blow, Georger quickly retreated, putting a safe distance between himself and Bon. Despite nearly being hit multiple times, he still maintained his arrogance. He sneered, "Madman, you still refuse to give up. You truly believe you can rely on that worthless mage who can't do a damn thing." Other than tossing a few curses and throwing some ice lances, the insults made Leo unable to contain his emotions any longer. He bowed his head, biting down hard on his lip. The hands gripping his staff trembled. Drash. Memories of his former master resurfaced in Leo's mind. The man had driven him away and spat those bitter words. "Your shamelessness disgusts us." He had looked down at Leo with eyes sharp as blades, laced with contempt. "Stop calling yourself a mage. You're nothing more than someone that not even your fellow practitioners would acknowledge as a true mage." Georger sheathed his sword and instead drew a broad blade from his spatial storage. Seeing Leo fall silent, he assumed the boy had given up. "Pathetic, looks like he's already given up." With his overwhelming strength, he spoke with absolute confidence. "Madman, you must have realized by now it's already over." Bon did not respond, only glared at Georger with a dark, furious expression. But in that moment, a memory surfaced like a ray of salvation. The image of Ymiller flashing his trademark grin and cracking a joke appeared in his mind. "So our team is nothing but a bunch of rejects, huh? Well, that's even better. Now we won't ever feel inferior to anyone else on the team." He remembered how overjoyed he had been, nearly jumping for joy when he was accepted into the party. "I'll do my very best not to hold everyone back." Misei, with her warm and friendly nature, had patted him on the shoulder to encourage him. "Let's all give it our best," Ymiller had said cheerfully. "I hope we'll be walking this road together for a long, long time." That moment had made Leo happier than he had ever been in his life. Perhaps every experience throughout his 25 years of existence had been leading him toward that fateful encounter. He had even thought that. Returning to the present before Leo's eyes, Bon was still gritting his teeth, enduring Georger's relentless, storm-like onslaught. Bon's sheer stubbornness was something even Georger couldn't help but acknowledge aloud. "I have to admit, you berserker, I've never met anyone like you in my entire life. That's right, I can't give up. My precious teammates are still fighting with everything they have to protect everyone." At this moment, his memories drift back to the days before entering the dungeon. The old mage looks at the radiant expression on his face and teases, "You've been looking quite good lately, haven't you? Are you that fond of your teammates?" Leo shyly scratches his head and replies, "It's not that, it's just that using magic has become really fun these past few days." And then he asked the old mage about the incantation to defeat Jorel. The old man naturally knows the incantation to defeat Jorel, but its cost is high, making him hesitate. "What? A way to defeat the monster Jorel? There is a way, but the price is a bit." Leo nods to show he is prepared to pay it. "Are you ready to pay any price?" The old mage hesitates, but seeing the boy's desperation, he relents while offering a warning. "I will tell you, but you must know that this is something you should never touch. I will do my best until the very end." And so, Leo uses the dangerous incantation the old mage warned him about. After casting the incantation, a flow of light emerges around his body. His physique is pushed to the absolute maximum hyperthought, exhausted mana, and bloodline stimulation. As he casts the spell on himself, he thinks that the method is to combine various sensory and mental magic, especially those notorious for dangerous side effects. Following this, a series of system notifications regarding Leo's senses and mental state being enhanced appear. In Leo's eyes, Bon's strike seems to be moving in slow motion. The sparks flying up from the ground also become sluggish. He struggles to remember its name. What is it called? Watching Bon about to be impaled by Jorl, he suddenly realizes this incantation has no name. It has no name, it is just a tactic passed down through word of mouth. The blade about to pierce Bon's eye appears to slow down. Leo contemplates the name he wants to give this incantation. I don't know, calling it sacrifice doesn't sound right. If I get to name it, Duan-Chi unit of mana behind Bon, Leo finishes merging the spells. Beams of light carrying immense energy pour out, firing toward Bon and Jorl like a hail of bullets. Using this awakening incantation pushes Leo's body to its limit. Blood vessels and terrifying veins now pulse around his eyes. A name flashes in his mind. Awakening. That's right, it will be awakening. From the white orb, countless ice spears launch toward Jorl. Jorl sees the magical orbs raining down and hurriedly retreats to avoid the assault. He plants his feet firmly on the ground, struggling to keep his balance. Jorl dodges the barrage of ice arrows while shouting loudly, "Damn you, pathetic mage." He struggles, using his sharp weapon to deflect the incoming ice spears. Are you truly prepared to die? Jorl's body is already punctured by several sharp ice shards. Pierced through like a hedgehog, his body trembles. He glares at Jander and mutters, "This is madness." He watches Jorl struggling against the ice shards and is momentarily taken aback. He blocked that magic, protecting only the vital organs and using magic resistance to endure it. As expected, Duan-Chi steps forward, standing before him, and speaks abruptly. "Sorry for making you wait, it took me a while to make a decision." You manifest a magic portal and ask Bon Jander for his decision beforehand. Bon, can you heal our teammate? Especially Jorl, if we don't treat him now, it will be dangerous. Hearing this, Bon Jander looks at Jorl standing before them and replies, I would like that, but I have high-tier recovery potions in my backpack. Duan-Chi's face pales, veins pop on his forehead, and his body emits a chilling aura. Then let's deal with that guy first, then we'll talk. Bon Jander grows even more worried seeing the boy's state. What is this? Is his condition not right? After a moment of resistance, Jorl lifts his head to look at the two of them, the corner of his mouth curling up. Duan-Chi, do you not know who that mage is? Did you just do something? The orb on Duan-Chi's staff is absorbing light, while his spirit also wanes. You're gasping for air. If you're trying to stall, don't waste your effort, even I know there isn't much time left. Awakening ice vortex, a giant icy whirlpool erupts as if to tear this place apart. Jorl freezes, coughs a few times, and waves his hand to pull a sword from his inventory. Because of the curse, I tried not to use this. He tightens his grip on the sword hilt, and black energy seeps from his hand. Jorl raises the sword high and shouts, "You petty ants." He swings the sword. With a single strike, he easily cleaves the ice vortex in two. Duan-Chi tenses and tightens his grip on the staff. How is this possible? He has an attribute that counters magic, but I never expected him to account for even this. Jorl leaps forward. Duan-Chi hastily retreats to avoid the pressure, gritting his teeth. Duan-Chi casts a rank 7 offensive spell. Blizzard, he swings his staff forward to strike Jorl with the blizzard and yells, "Don't come any closer." Jorl is taken off guard by the surprise attack and is forced back. He roars in agony. Bon Jander stands outside, watching as if he understands. So the end isn't easy, is it? He reaches out to grab his mace, which is nothing particularly special. After all, I've never lived an easy life just protecting an assassin as a tanker. He grabs the mace, yells, and charges at Jorl. Jorl glances at him and frowns slightly. You annoying pest. Bon Jander slams the mace down on Jorl. Die. But his attack is blocked by the sword in Jorl's hand. Bon grinds his teeth. Damn it, am I going to die like this? Jorl's arm suddenly feels a sharp pain, as if something is gnawing at it. He cries out in pain, his movements slowing down. He tosses the sword back into his inventory and curses. Damnation! Jorl pulls a short sword from his inventory and continues to fight Jander. Seeing him change weapons, Jander feels a hint of joy. Survived. After using the command spell, the sword seems to reject him. Duan-Chi suddenly shouts in panic. Bon, get away from him. Leo Werv Key activates a level 9 curse spell. Slow. Leo Werv Key activates a level 9 curse weakening. Jorger lets out a deafening roar and charges at Bon Jander with savage fury. He retreats to maintain distance, his mind racingly, is this bastard locking onto me so relentlessly? If this keeps up, Wervkey won't be able to cast his strongest offensive spells. He falters for a beat, but then realizes Wervkey can still support him through curses and mana manipulation, just like before. Clearly, the situation still favors me. Sweat pours down Jorger's face like rain, yet an inexplicable unease gnaws at his gut. Could it be that he hasn't realized? If you're stalling for time, don't waste your breath, it's impossible. Even I know time is running out, the answer is time itself. Wervke's cooldown has a limit. Before Ver can close in, Bon Janner shouts, Wervke, use Blizzard no. One look at his expression tells me my guess was right on the mark. Leo hesitates, but Bon Jander's voice rings with iron resolve. Forget about it, cast it now. Leo obeys without delay. Leo Wervke activates a level 7 offensive spell Blizzard. A bone-chilling cold engulfs the two of them. The savage freeze of the blizzard drains all color from Bon Jander's face. How can you endure the cold so well? Either way, if Wervke falls back, our entire party will be annihilated. Then this ends here and now. The dense blizzard blankets everything, blinding all who stand outside. Bon Jander and Georger clash once more, locked in a frenzy of blade and blood. A gash tears across Georger's face. He grimaces as blood sprays from the wound. Another slash follows and blood erupts from his mouth. Bon Jander grins with a hint of triumph, though his own body is riddled with wounds. Strike and dodge it, two of them trade blow after relentless blow. Bon Jander clenches his teeth and pours every last ounce of strength into this decisive strike. He drives his mace deep into Georger's abdomen. He rips the mace free, blood gushes from Georger's bellybutt in that very instant. The activation condition for the second heart that Georger possesses is met. The bearer receives absolute protection until the heart fully regenerates. A sudden, unforeseen crisis erupts simultaneously. Georger's body begins to shift and warp, transforming into something bizarre and grotesque. Number 31 22nd Heart, a consumable number stone, activates upon receiving a fatal wound to the heart. Upon activation, a hardened shell encases the bearer and regenerates the heart within that protective cocoon. Bon Jander collapses to his knees, utterly spent. Either he had a number stone hidden away, and by sheer misfortune, it turned out to be a healing item. He coughs up a mouthful of blood in rage, glaring at the thing before him, and swears. A second heart had sworn off, cursing, and now this. That goddamn bastard. That wretched son of a bitch. Bon Jander freezes, something suddenly clicking in his mind. The second realization whips his gaze toward his comrade. Unnoticed until now, Leo Wervke has already crumpled to the ground, still clutching his staff, blood streaming without end. Blood seeps from his forehead, nose, mouth, and ears. A piercing scream rips through the air. Wervkean survival, choices and focus are everything. What to abandon, what to protect. The more rationally you solve that equation, the higher your chance of living. But this time I failed to do that. The most practical choice now would be to use all the supreme grade recovery potions on Miller, revive him as quickly as possible. Then have him retrieve the supreme and high grade potions from his inventory. That way not just Wervke, but I could be healed as well. But as if Wervke's life could gutter out at any moment. Without a shred of hesitation, I split the highest grade medicine in half and used it on him immediately. Driven by the desperate hope that the entire party could survive, I made an irrational decision that could doom them all. Miller rushes to Wervke's side. Wervke, don't you dare give up. Hang in there, buddy. Missy also rushes over in panic, tears streaming like rain. Bon, is Miller really going to be alright, trembling like this? Both of his comrades lie in critical condition, their bodies trembling, faces pale as death, breaths ragged and shallow. The sight is utterly heartbreaking. I have drawn a line. A moment later, Bon Jander struggles to his feet, clutching the bleeding wound on his abdomen. Have my stats recovered? It feels as though he has been reborn. Leo Wervke seems to have regained consciousness. He strains to speak. How is he? Miller and Missy rush to his side. Wervke, don't say anything. That's right, just lie still, rest first. He refuses, mustering every last breath to force out each word. How is he doing? Bon Jander approaches and answers softly. He's not dead. Thanks to you, the immediate danger has passed. From here on, leave it to us rest. Wervke lets out a faint groan. Missy panics. Even if it hurts, please try to endure it a little longer. Miller quickly adds, when Miller wakes up, we'll use the potions. Leo Wervke murmurs faintly, this isn't something medicine can heal. Hearing those words, Bon Jander goes numb, the others freeze in horror. What did you just say? These are the highest grade potions we have. You know that too, so stop talking nonsense. Leo looks at his comrades and speaks with immense difficulty. Miss Missy, Miller, Bon Jander, hold my hand. Tell Mehez he awakened. I'll pass it on to Miller. Then Leo addresses his teammates one final time. There's something I need to tell all of you. My mother loved the sea. She never saw it in person, only heard stories about this thing called the ocean. All her life she longed to see it, even just once. When I was small, I couldn't understand, but the older I grew, the more I realized it's precisely because you can never have something that the longing burns fiercer. There are things like that in this world, because you don't know them, because you're forbidden from having them. They blaze all the more brilliantly in your eyes. Leo Wervke's vision slowly dims. For me, that thing was all of you. Leo Wervke smiles with pure happiness, and tears flow freely down his face. Thank you for being my comrades. Misei and Yamiller are overwhelmed with emotion at those words. Both of them sob uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming, their entire bodies trembling. Don't say that. Wervke, please, I'm the one who should be thankful. Thankful that you became my friend. Thankful that you joined the party I built. Bonjander grips his hand tightly. Leo Wervke, you are a mage more brilliant than anyone, and the finest comrade a man could ever ask for. Your sacrifice is noble and sacred. To have walked alongside you is an honor beyond measure. Leo is flooded with emotion, yet a strange peace settles over him. To be called an honor by a warrior who seems to have stepped straight out of legend. A half-baked mage like me, forever written into the pages of his story. Perhaps there is nothing left to regret. It should have been so. Then why do I feel this suffocating rage, this terror, this gaping emptiness? Why, this is death to be erased from the next page of someone's story. Misei buries her face against Wervke's chest. Wervke, she calls softly. Wervke will never turn to the next page of anyone's story again. Bonjander asks gently, Leo Wervke, is there anything else you wish to say? If you like, I can step aside. Misei cannot stop crying. She remains slumped over him, wailing without end. Please, Leo, don't die. Please. Leo's lips press into a thin line, as if refusing to accept it. How greedy of me. With the last of his strength, Leo speaks to Bon, you've never been the sharpest, but please stop running away. Bon falls silent for a long moment. Leo urges him to answer. Answer me. Bonjander replies, I understand. Over on Georger's side, that grotesque figure begins to stir. He is on the verge of waking. Leo asks with great difficulty, can we win? Bonjander picks up the staff beside him and answers firmly, don't worry. He gazes ahead, brimming with conviction, I will bring everyone home safe. As if he has finally received the answer he so desperately longed to hear. With his final breath, Leo smiles in contentment, his eyes slowly close. Not bad at all. System noticed the party's half-crippled mage Leo. After shielding his precious comrades from the Dragon Slayer, Georger, a member of the Ocular, has heroically sacrificed himself. Achievement unlocked, first companion fallen. Reward spirit stat permanently increased. And as the system's words dissolve into the air, a painting materializes Leo and his mother, playing among the ocean waves beneath a golden sunset. It seems that upon passing into the next world, Leo was finally able to fulfill the wish his mother and he himself had always cherished. Georger clutches his gut, letting out labored breaths. He shuts his eyes and covers his ears. Even so, I hear every last sound with crystalline clarity. How fiercely they fought at the start, witnessing such desperation, one can only call it agonizing. Futile resistance only breeds deeper despair and greater suffering. And yet, the more I witness their desperate battle drag on, the more I cannot stop wondering. Why won't they submit? Are they not facing a foretold outcome? What hollow, foolish hope are they clinging to? Then he recalls the exchange between Leo and Bon from before. Can we win? Don't worry. Why, back then Bon had promised Leo, I will bring everyone home safe. How can they still keep marching forward as human beings? While everyone else has their comrades, only Georger sits alone in the dark corner, clutching his scarred, battered body. He silently reassures himself, my second hearth, how fortunate I am. Without it, he would have died the moment his head was caved in. Georger suddenly recalls the words of his table-mate at the gambling den. Back then, should I have told you why you lose your money every single time? The woman who sat beside him at the table had warned him, you only bet just enough to keep up when you need to. She had pressed Furtherevin in the decisive moment between victory and defeat. Your intent hardly differs. Georger's eyes snap open, brow furrowed. In the end, you simply lack resolve. Bon, too, grips his weapon tight. Fighting spirit blazes in his chest. When even Hillas cannot stem his tears, all that remains is suffering and hell itself. And yet even the battlefield before them is no paradise. Nothing has changed. Every member now shares a single, ultimate purpose: kill him. Right here, right now. While their protector still stands, if they miss this chance, the next time they cross paths will only end in ruin. Bon issues his command. Hillas, prepare yourself for battle. He swallows his grief, rises to his feet and answers. Understood. Georger slowly draws his sword. Killing intent erupts from his entire body. Come then, you barbarians. Watching him, Bon clenches his jaw. Damn it, he's already recovered this much. Hillas grits his teeth, eyes still glistening with unshed tears, yet every word drips with hatred. That's right's the one who cut Leo down. Bon quickly moves to comfort Hillas. Calm yourself, take this shield. I understand how you feel, but if you fall too, we are all finished. Bon speaks softly, reassuring everyone. Don't worry, I know what needs to be done. He speaks with heartfelt sincerity. I understand Leo's final wish too. That's right, Tinso, this drawn-out battle ends now. Not somewhere else, right here. The members take turns unleashing their skills. And just like that, a truly chaotic battle begins. Bon activates Brutal Flesh. Georger seems considerably weakened. The members attack in relentless succession, yet he still fails to land a single counter. The problem, Icevind, this man, the one who bears the infamous title of Dragon Slayer, now fights like nothing more than a rabid, bloodthirsty dog. Bon strikes without mercy, without an ounce of pity. In their eyes, Georger is no different from a beast that only knows how to lunge and bite. Hilaz's arm is in danger. Crimson blood sprays forth. No glory, no honor. This is nothing but a brawl between rabid dogs. Georger's eyes blaze with vicious light. In the end, it is Misay's turn to strike, but she cannot hold out for long, swiftly wounded by him. Only Bon stands a chance of trading blows with him. After a fierce struggle, the two of them collapse in opposite directions. Georger quickly sits back up. Excited and arrogant, he declares, "I still live." Bon staggers upright. Georger grips his sword and advances with a roar, "Begone." Suddenly, Lutwick intervenes. He raises two fingers, casting a spell that blazes with searing light. The very next second, Georger screams in agony. His sword is sent hurtling into the distance. Seeing Lutwick's betrayal, Georger stammers, You bastard. What is the meaning of this?" Lutwick staggers to his feet, one arm already severed. The answer is truly simple. "What nonsense are you spouting? Courage before one who has discarded his own courage." Those who carried brilliant light appeared, and among them, the sacrifice of Ren on shone the brightest. It must have been the goddess's final grace bestowed upon a lost soul shackled in chains like me. And so, when the stars emerged at dusk, they guided me toward the light. Lutwick kneels in earnest prayer. "O Jiet Lasso, I submit to your divine will." He recites the sacred verse. "Even if, by doing this, I may never return to your embrace. O Karen, I offer myself unto you." The god he prays to answers, "What do you seek?" Amidst a scene of chaos and carnage, Lutwick makes one plea, "Send me there." The god replies, "My disciple, if you do this, you can never be redeemed." Tears stream down Lutwick's face, but they are streaked with crimson blood. He grits his teeth. "That is fine by me. Did I not learn this from a young mage in the labyrinth? A person can become noble and great whenever others need them to be. If they truly desire it, they can achieve it." Georger, confronted with this betrayal, feels a sharp, unfamiliar pain. He roars, "You bastard! You will pay the price." The power to absorb the souls of the deceased, converting them into enhanced stats and spells. If certain conditions are met, it can bind the living and command them as slaves. Lutwick trembled violently, stammering and unable to form a single coherent sentence. Pouring every ounce of his inner strength into the gift the god had just bestowed, he screamed, "Now is the time you pay the price." And then, a horrifying scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The high priest's remaining arm was torn clean off by the towering deity. He gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating agony radiating from the mangled stump. After claiming the high priest's remaining arm, the towering deity carried the lifeless limb back into its own dimension. Georger asked, dazed, "Leah, what are you praying for?" Lutwick continued to murmur, "Please, grant me the power to kill that man." The deity answered immediately, "Impossible." Bizan jolted in shock and looked up. That voice, it belonged to Kazan, truly fearsome. Lutwick persisted, pleading, "Then grant me the power to protect them, the ones who need me more than anything right now." Hearing this, the deity consented, "I accept." And so, those demonic arms instantly fused with Lutwick's frail body. Georger was the most bewildered of all. He wailed like a child abandoned by his mother, "What is this? How dare you defy me? He worships himself like a god. You will come to regret this." Lutwick gritted his teeth and retorted, "This is something I should have done long ago." Georger struggled with all his might, but every effort was in vain. The sword could not return to his hand. "You wretch." Bizan watched the scene, his blood boiling with fury. This damned scum, even in death, he still clings to his sword. Reading his intent, Bon launched himself forward with explosive force from his legs, his figure vanishing in an instant. Bon struggled to hold on. He severed the man's blade. Seeing Bon wrestle for control of the sword, Georger suddenly erupted into a violent cough, spewing fresh blood. Before being dragged away, he lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes glaring, and snarled through gritted teeth, calling Bon madman. He spat out one final, unwilling threat. "I will meet you again soon." As he spoke those words, a monstrous, terrifying expression twisted across his face. Bon gripped the sword tightly, stared straight into his eyes, and growled his challenge, "Of course. Leo's death, I will never forget it. I will settle this debt with you. We will meet again. Dragon Slayer, I will survive each and every day until I am strong enough, until I no longer need luck." Before Georger vanished completely, Bizan looked toward him and shouted, "When that day comes, I will come for you myself." In his eyes, only black swirling vortexes remained, closing shut without end. Bizon's image shrank smaller and smaller in his vision, yet the booming voice, laden with hatred, still rang in his ears. And as the vortex sealed completely, all that remained in Georger's eyes was a patch of ashen, murky darkness. But before the gateway vanished entirely, Bond's voice still echoed clear as day. You are not the only one who has lost something. Staring at the mystical golden light before him, Bond stood dumbfounded. Is that divine power? Bizon was also staring in bewilderment. This is the first time I've received it while fully conscious. So this is what it feels like. It doesn't hurt, just warm, and it brings about a tenacious sense of rebirth. It was an overwhelmingly potent ability, unimaginably so. Yet even this could not heal a body that had been severed by magic. Honestly speaking, the sensation was deeply eerie. Looking at Ludwig lying peacefully on the ground, Bond could not help but wonder. This old man, this mage, what was he thinking? What drove him to sacrifice himself for complete strangers like us? Bond knelt beside him and asked why. Ludwig murmured each word with great difficulty. You are safe now, wrapped in peace. Ludwig drew out a piece of paper and handed it to Bond, his trembling lips continuing to murmur. The Gietlasso Church. Don't worry, I will make sure your message is delivered. Thank you. Bond asked once more. Why did you save us? Why did you stand up for complete strangers? Ludwig smiled serenely and gently whispered something about magic. Bond lowered his head and replied, I understand. I am deeply grateful. Thank you for telling me. With weary, staggering steps, they made their way out. We survived. The soul woman Missy. That dwarf is well. And finally, Ymiller, no one had died. But seeing Bond standing there as if rooted to the ground, everyone grew anxious. Bond, are you all right? Like this, I can't say I've kept my promise. What gnawed at him was the promise he made to Leo. Can you win? Don't worry. I promised the team's mage I will make sure everyone returns alive. I said it with such confidence. And yet, it was that old man who ended up protecting us. The truth is, we were able to return safely. It wasn't luck. His appearance was no miracle. He was simply a man who fought until the very last second. He was truly a mage with a heart of gold. Leo Dankai. Now all members were safe, all except Leo, who had passed on peacefully to the other world. What he left behind for us was his courage. Afterward, the members bowed their heads in prayer, whispering their final words to Leo Bizon most of all. He broke down, sobbing aloud, weeping uncontrollably. I should have shown you more of this world. Ymiller, who did not witness Leo's final moments, took a brief pause to mourn him. Then they immediately set about cleaning up. Bond shook the oil lamp. We've collected everything we need. Let's move out quickly. Missy suddenly asked, from here. Now that I think about it, what is this room exactly? If you turn this key, you'll be teleported to the central gate of the labyrinth. It's a type of hidden key. Bond explained calmly that Dragon Slayer had planned to escape through here. Missy nodded, I see. Bond was certain that the man would be captured soon enough. Very well. Looking at those who had lost their lives here, Hikujat firmly believed that he would not escape so easily. The members officially departed the labyrinth through the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials. Once they returned to the tower, the labyrinth would seal shut in a day and a half. While the others took time to grieve and rest, Missy remained by Duanjai's side. Missy asked Bond sadly, don't you have any way to bring Doi back to the city? He answered bluntly, there is none. Missy fell silent and stopped pressing the matter. I understand, there is a reason behind this after all. Corpses inside the labyrinth were considered part of the labyrinth's matter, and without transmutation magic, they could not be carried outside. But there was one exception: the fanatic's heart, a special item that could be brought back to the city without magic. The magic tower had surely taken note of it and begun researching it as a magical material. Reality was cruel. He had sacrificed his life for them, yet they couldn't even bring him back for a proper funeral. Seeing Missy sitting silently in one spot, Bond asked, Missy, aren't you going to rest? She replied softly, I'll stay here a little longer. He'll be lonely once we leave, won't he? Very well. Leaning against the wall, Bond drifted into a sea of thoughts. Thinking it better to do something productive, he read the letter left behind by the old mage, its pages tightly sealed. It documented in detail the old man and his kidnapped grandson. The place where his grandson had been taken was the underground city Noak City. The more he thought, the more bewildered Bond's eyes became. So that's the place hidden beneath the sewers of the city I visited before. Noak City and Oculusor were working together. He followed the thread of thought without a single moment's pause. That explained what she had said back then when she faced him. He recalled Amelia's words from that time. Tell me, how did you come to know about this place? You were the one who opened the door and entered first. A fanatic? Don't tell me that woman was also part of the Oculusor faction. Reading the note, Bond grew even more horrified. What? There's a gate underground. Again, one by one, details he had never encountered in the game were being unearthed. Oh, and now Noak City too. Everything kept spiraling into chaos because he simply couldn't predict any of it. I need to investigate and prepare for every difficult scenario from now on. It's time to cast aside unnecessary thoughts. I need some rest. Right now, this place was safer than the city. Since they had let the Dragon Slayer escape, there would be a mountain of work when they returned. But something felt off after nearly 2 days of grueling battles and an agonizing stretch without sleep. Miss A was the same. She sat wide awake beside Leo's body. Slowly, the labyrinth sealed shut and everyone was transported to Lafnir, a multi-dimensional plaza. Bon looked up at the sky, finally seeing sunlight once more. He thought to himself the first task upon returning was crystal clear. They stopped at the checkpoint to exchange their magic stones. When they gathered at the nearest branch of the Adventurers Guild, they filed a report on the royal recognized 8th rank mage, Leon Duan-Jai. The report confirmed his death in the dungeon. 1 minute to fill out the form, 2 minutes to review. An entire man's life had been reduced to 3 minutes of paperwork. The members stood in stunned silence, listening to the official read the notice. Hikujat couldn't hold back and began to sob quietly. Bon too could not hide his emotions. This just proved how terrifyingly common death was in this world. You who have departed, you were a fine comrade of ours. Leaving their grief behind, they walked out of the guild once the proceedings were done. In the hall of the Jiet Lasso Church, a voice greeted them. It's been a while, Bon greeted them with a courteous bow. I hear you've come on behalf of Priest Lu Quick. He went missing years ago. Do you have any proof? Bon asked in return. Proof? Bon continued to explain, this is an extremely sensitive matter for the church, so we kindly ask for your understanding. Bon thought to himself had heard that a bounty regarding the old man had been placed across the entire city, which had drawn the church's attention to several notable incidents. He asked Bon in confusion, a bounty. Bon lowered his head in confirmation. Yes, the sum is large enough to tempt the greediest of men. Bon grew curious, how much money were they talking about? But at that exact moment, someone deliberately interjected. Hikujat raised his voice in a stern warning. Even for you, this is going a bit too far. Bon also admitted his fault sheepishly. I'm sorry, I spoke without thinking. Bon continued, it's fine. However, the sum varies greatly depending on the information provided to us, so it would be difficult to disclose here. Bon hurriedly stuffed the piece of paper into Bon's hands. This letter of his can it serve as proof? Bon startled in shock. Bon was bewildered. Is there a problem? Bon continued speaking, his voice laced with panic. I'm sorry, but if this information is genuine, then this is an incredibly serious matter. Could you wait a moment? Sure. More time passed than he expected. They were led to a place normally reserved for church members on Lythe Chapel on the 2nd floor. As they entered, the priests had already lined up in 2 rows, every face solemn to the point of being fearsome. Bon immediately knelt. A servant attending to the celestial saints respectfully greeted the great archbishop. One of them spoke, so the companion of the saint is present as well. Please make yourselves at home. Bon scratched his head and tugged at his hair. This is insane. The archbishop. He recalled what he had read about the church in the library. That meant right now, in this very place, the bishops and knights were all regarding them with gentle gazes. Yes, one of them even smiled encouragingly. Bon smiled and said, please rise. Bon continued silently taking stock of everyone present. The 3 holy knight commanders of the sacred church. The Grand Archbishop, the equivalent of a pope in Catholicism, along with every highest-ranking priest. And his gaze fell upon the smallest figure of them all. Who was that child? Regardless, a truly extraordinary assembly had been gathered all at once. The high-ranking priest looked at him, nodded, and offered a bow. The star that rises at dusk shall light the path we tread. It was Bon's first time being received by a high-ranking priest, so he felt a bit uneasy. He stammered his greeting back, very pleased to meet your excellency. Seeing his stiff greeting, Yamiller turned her head in surprise and stared at him. That intense stare made Bon even more flustered. He cried inwardly, stop staring at me like that. Yamiller, I'm a madman, you know. Beneath the glow of the goddess statue, the high-ranking priest appeared even more imposing. He asked Bon about the letter he was carrying, for Archpriest Lutwick was a figure of utmost importance to them all. Ah, thank you for delivering this letter. May I ask how you came to possess it? His solemn expression and formal tone left Bon slightly at a loss. Bon Jander nodded and replied, of course. He studied the man and formed his assessment. The man's deference was genuine. Then again, maybe he's not always like this. That old man must be an incredibly important figure. He gave a brief account of what had transpired in the La Cassue labyrinth. The high-ranking priest listened to the end and nodded with understanding. So that is what happened. After recounting the events, he produced the item Lutwick had entrusted him to deliver. He placed the necklace into the man's palm and said, he left this behind. The priest gently clasped it in his hand and offered his gratitude. "Thank you, though it is not the relic we sought, at the very least this may bring some comfort to his soul." Bond's expression turned to one of regret upon hearing this. So it wasn't the sacred relic. Bond sank back into his analytical state. If it had been on that dragon slayer's person, he must have already stolen it. Miller noticed the regret on Bond's face and immediately understood what he was thinking. He shot Bond a glance, signaling him to restrain himself. At that moment, the high-ranking priest spoke up. "Jin, Cardinal Jin, what shall be the reward they receive?" He considered for a moment, then answered. "They did not recover the sacred relic. However, considering they delivered Archpriest Lutwick's handwritten letter, his personal effects, and recounted his final moments to us. Given the above, I conclude they fully deserve the full 70 million spirit stones as determined by the finance division." Hearing this, the high-ranking priest raised no objection. "Very well, let it be so." The entire party froze upon hearing the staggering sum, their minds reeling in utter disbelief. 70 million. Even Bond, a man of no faith, felt devotion flooding into his mind after hearing the figure of 70 million. "I'm a madman, yet somehow I can feel faith stirring within me." Wait, that's not the important part. Money was important, of course. But Bond voiced his doubt. "What will you all do now? I want to know whether you will seek vengeance for the archpriest. After all, we are now entangled in this matter as well." The two priests did not expect him to ask such a thing and were somewhat taken aback. The high-ranking priest regarded him with hesitation. "I cannot give you an answer immediately." But as he spoke, the childlike voice of the boy standing beside him rang out, cutting him off. "Do not worry." Radiant warriors of blinding brilliance coalesced around the boy. Bond exclaimed in shock, "What is that?" The other priests witnessed the phenomenon and cried out in alarm, "A prophecy." The archpriest was equally astonished. "He has been bestowed a prophecy. I see, so this child is the saint." Bond stared blankly at the pure light coiling around his pinky finger, utterly bewildered by what was happening. Wait." The boy joined his palms together, his face radiating a serene, divine glow. "The goddess has spoken. She declares that this ring shall ward off 3 times the karmic bonds, threads of fate and retribution that destiny has decreed shall bind you." Bond looked down at the ring now adorning his pinky finger. A new quest. Bond stared at the ring in a daze and asked for confirmation once more. "The karmic bond, you mean with that dragon slayer variant?" The boy nodded in affirmation. "Yes, the goddess says it can only ward off the karmic bond with him." The boy urged him earnestly to steel himself. "So please prepare yourself to face your destiny when every thread of the ring is severed. A fierce battle is inevitable. A divine prophecy. I'm truly speechless. Am I supposed to be some hero off to slay the Demon King or something?" Bond's frozen expression turned stiff, at a complete loss for words. "What the hell is this? Why is a goddess handing out gifts like this to me? Isn't a god supposed to already know everything?" Miller and the others stood around him, all utterly astonished. "Bond, what in the world are you? Are you truly the one chosen by fate? Hey, this isn't that simple. How could a madman be chosen by the human race's deity?" They shook their heads in exasperation, staring at Bond Jander's bewildered expression. "Look at that fool, I've got a mountain of questions myself." But the tale was far from over, for the boy collapsed unconscious shortly after. Whether it was the price of channeling divine prophecy, the saint fainted, and the audience concluded at that point. The boy was carried away by the attendants. Sometime later, inside the guest reception hall of the Crébière Cathedral. To be honest, he had no idea what had just transpired. Lively chatter filled the room, but mingled within were threads of contemplation and unease. They were discussing matters with Ba-en, though the situation did not look promising. "I'm not sure either. The meaning behind bestowing a prophecy upon a foreign race eludes me. Do other races normally receive prophecies? As far as I know, this is the 3rd time." Bond Jander cautiously probed, "What happened to the previous ones?" Bond happened to know about this. He recalled what he had read in the records. Bond spoke slowly, drawing from the chronicles. "According to the records, they were branded heretics by their own kind and exiled. And to illustrate the situation clearly for everyone, let us use Bond as an example. Those who received the divine oracle, like Bjorn, would be branded as heretics and cast out by their own clansmen. The key to making a berserker stronger is the soul seal, but once exiled from the tribe, they might as well bid farewell to ever growing stronger." The others nearby quickly chimed in as he turned to look at them. "Even so, please don't worry about our side. We won't let this information leak out." Mahler and Missy looked trustworthy enough. "I'll keep my mouth shut tight. I know, just trust me. I swear on my faith. I didn't hear a single thing today." Bjorn Jandal had no doubts about those two. "Those two I can trust. The one I truly need to watch is Hikazat. But the real problem, Iswi the hell, is that guy looking at me like that." You're asking because you don't know. You really knew. He could only stammer out a promise in Bjorn's helpless state. From now on, I'll quit drinking for good. I never should have dragged everyone here in the first place. Set the petty stuff aside and focus on the real issue at hand. Alright, let's focus on the positives. Having this ring means avoiding a run-in with the Dragon Slayer. That's an absurdly overpowered effect, isn't it? The real question is how long that effect lasts. 2 years. 3 years. Bjorn Jandal rubbed his head, racking his brain until he arrived at a stopgap solution. For now, let's plan based on the shortest possible time frame. I won't tell a soul. Trust me. He tells everyone they'll mentally prepare for at least half a year to a year, and when the time comes, it's back on their feet. Bjorn's face drains of color as he points at the ring. It looked like one of the threads just snapped. Wait, don't tell me it snapped and started smoking like something burned. Bjorn feels a jolt of panic. Are you freaking kidding me? As night descends upon the walls of Noke, deep within the underground city, Amelia walks toward the figure lying wounded on the ground. She recognizes him immediately. Jijinberg. What is he doing here? Wasn't he at the square? Don't tell me he opened a spatial gate to escape the labyrinth. She crouches down and carefully examines the wounds across Jijinberg's body. If she used that pitiful old mage and those explorers as sacrificial offerings, she could probably pull it off. But what on earth did he fight to end up like this? One arm is drenched in blood and charred black, a wretched sight. His right arm is burned to a crisp, the shoulder of his robe is torn to shreds, and his left shoulder is dislocated. Crushing injuries cover his entire body, completely mangled and still bleeding. But Amelia feels nothing but vicious satisfaction at the sight. Perfect out of all those brainless fools. He's the one she wanted dead the most. Leaving him here to bleed out would do just fine. He's still not dead. Jijinberg sees Amelia and clings to a glimmer of hope, but an unexpected end awaits him. Good, heal me. Why should I? We have a contract, don't we? She dismisses the matter without an ounce of mercy. That contract? Even stray dogs and cats know about that by now. Amelia brings up something from long ago. Ages ago, she had signed a contract with the Lord of Noke. Killing is forbidden in Noken, unbreakable contract, engraved directly into the soul. But things are never that simple. Regardless, she has no intention of saving him. Not saving a life and not taking one are two very different things. This ring and those other useful items, I'll be keeping them safe in my personal storage. He trembles, raging in helpless desperation. Damn it all. Amelia leans back against the wall and waits for Jijinberg to die. At this point, she needs to watch him die with her own eyes to feel at ease. If by some miracle he survives, he'll become a massive thorn in her side down the line. She picks up on movement. A lot of people are approaching a patrol squad. Jijinberg has been handed a lifeline. Amelia quickly rises and prepares to leave. Looks like someone's got luck on their side. That Dragon Slayer. You won't escape what's coming to you. She stands up coldly and delivers a few parting words. That's true enough. If you remember everything and report to the city lord. But she doesn't stop there. Better safe than sorry. He is a dangerous man after all. Better to be thorough. She can erase a few days' worth of memories, but opts for a full week. Jijinberg knows exactly what she's doing, but he is powerless to stop her. What a close call. Amelia walks away, feeling considerably more at ease thanks to her own thoroughness. The longer the memories stay erased, the easier it is to believe he was beaten half to death inside the labyrinth. The elixirs were expensive, but the haul she got in return more than makes up for it. No regrets. Still, one question lingers: who the hell beat him to a pulp like this? Bjorn Jandal suddenly snaps back to reality, is still preoccupied with the ring. At the end of the day, the most pressing concern is when that final thread on the ring will snap. Don't worry too much. Are you in there? Oh, it's Wynn standing outside and waiting. Is something the matter? May I come in? Bjorn Jandal invites her into his room, but things don't quite go as expected. At first, he thought she came all the way to his room for something important. In the end, she just rambled on about what happened in the labyrinth. He sighs and sees her off. Wynn, I'm wiped out today. Go back for now. But the good part is just getting started. Let's save it for later. Yes. Wynn slumps dejected. Bjorn Jandal doesn't understand her heart at all. I even dressed up for this. Voices echo from inside. The next day, at the Sector 7 Adventurers Guild headquarters following the battle with the Chow faction, they gathered together and sifted through the available documents to investigate the matter. Early that morning, our entire party received a summons from the guild. The reason turned out to be completely different from what I had expected. All 4 of us had been designated as inheritors of Kai. An unexpected event has occurred. I thought he would donate to the orphanage that raised him as a kid. Why yes though? Hikazat grips the will tightly, a storm brewing within. Who could have known he had already amended the will beforehand? He had prepared everything in advance of the cruelest shock I could never have foreseen. remembering that radiant smile back then, so full of joy. That guy always brimming with hope and positivity. Yet they were deeply grateful, even if they had no idea what to do about it. Then they took ownership of his old house and left the guild like a bunch of failures. How are we supposed to repay this debt to you? But knowing him, he probably never expected us to repay it. If it's that guy, then absolutely. And they even received the rewards. After that, the whole party collected their rewards from the temple. Once we finish talking, let's head over there. I'm the only one left at the table. Bjorn Jandal renegotiates with Enlu. From now on, can what I say be kept confidential? As long as it doesn't go against the will of the divine. I will not reveal the benefactor's words to anyone. A strange sword is produced. Do you know what this is? It's the Dragon Slayer's sword. He asks Enlu for advice. Every time we try to use it, it rejects us for some reason. If it's a curse, I'd like your help in breaking it. The power hidden within this sword is not a curse. He then proceeds to explain the sword in detail. The original name of this sword is the Dragon Sword, dating back to ancient times. It is a sword that only the Dragon clan can wield, passed down from generation to generation to the Taegulong. This is the treasure of the Dragon clan. Bjorn listens intently. It was only because Jijinberg slaughtered the Taegulong and seized the blade that it came to be called the Dragon Slayer. The reason the Dragon Slayer couldn't wield this sword properly in battle against you was due to the dragon's curse. That is why this strange phenomenon occurs. Before dying, the Taegulong laid down a curse. Because of that, Jijinberg, despite being of the Dragon clan, has become an existence no longer recognized as one of their own. The situation spiraled beyond control. The dragon race's traits were stripped away, his dragon scales were scorched and peeled off, and even his dragon heart, the source of his power, transformed into something almost human. And Lu felt it was a karmic retribution he fully deserved. He brought this upon himself by betraying the entire Dragon clan just to claim a sword, only to find himself utterly unable to wield the very blade he stole. More accurately, it wasn't the sword that was cursed, it was him. Yes, yet another troublesome problem has surfaced. In the end, she asked me about how to handle the sword and advised me to return it to the Dragon clan in exchange for a reward. Bjorn speaks sincerely. Thank you for the advice. I'll think it over a bit more. It's nothing. You are a benefactor of our church. If you ever need my help, please do not hesitate to visit any time. He feels a surge of excitement. So you're saying from now on I can receive blessings for free? About that, Enlu has to gently decline. I truly do want to help from the bottom of my heart. But this morning, another divine mission was bestowed upon us. Bjorn Jandal's face turns deathly pale. The Twilight Star decrees that all things shall unfold in the predetermined order. Do not deliberately misinterpret her will, nor force yourselves against her divine intent. He can't help but feel suspicious. Isn't that message aimed directly at me? Having already bestowed a sacred relic, Ringa's repayment of the debt, do not expect to take anything more. Even so, I can still listen to your concerns, so feel free to come to me anytime. Haha, thanks. Bjorn searches for a place to clear his head. The weariness must just be from the mood, I guess. After that, I head straight to the tavern where my comrades are waiting. They're all deeply saddened at Evan, though none of them were close friends with him before, now that he's gone. But you could say this outcome was somewhat anticipated. His mood is no different from theirs. He too mourns the memory of him as a dear companion, then quietly downs a few glasses. Misei and Bjorn Jandal leave quietly. She stumbles and he immediately reaches out to steady her. Here, grab on. Thanks. Dusk falls. We've arrived finally, indeed. The two stand in silence, gazing at each other. Misei, flustered, turns to leave. I'll be heading off first. Get some rest. Suddenly, Bjorn Jandal grabs her hand tightly. He calls out her name, Misand. A single sentence makes her blush crimson. Do you like me as a man? Those parting words really hit their mark. Turns out he was sharper about these things than anyone gave him credit for. Please don't turn a blind eye to her anymore. Bjorn stares nervously at Misei, who stands rendered speechless. Misei finally admits it. I like you, as a man. At that moment, Misei lifts her head to face Bjorn, her eyes brimming with tears on the verge of spilling. You already knew. At the same time, Win lets out a small, sudden gasp. Tija, standing beside her, sees Win's face turn pale and asks with concern, Win, what's wrong? Win answers, bewildered, it's just, my heart suddenly started pounding. Tija frowns and speculates, ever since you met him yesterday, you haven't looked well. Don't tell me he did something terrible to you. Win quickly covers for Bjorn. No, that's not it, it's just that he didn't look well, so I was worried something might have happened in the labyrinth. Tija murmurs suspiciously to herself, not looking well. After returning from the labyrinth, she stares at her younger sister, who is still stammering in defense. There really is nothing else, other than that, nothing at all. You're so obvious about it. Tija proposes. Is that so? Then let me look into it later. Win asks again, a hint of excitement in her voice, seeking confirmation. Really? She brings the apple in her hand to her sister's lips. All right, so calm down now. Only then does Win settle down, obediently complying. Yes. The scene shifts once again to the conversation between Bjorn and Misei. Misei's voice still echoes. You already knew. Bon keeps a firm grip on her hand as he answers. I am not certain. Truthfully, I use that as an excuse to ignore it. His heart churns with unease, for she had never spoken of it clearly. And had I known for sure, I would have had only one choice. Misei stammers, forcing the words out. So what do you think? Bon hesitates. My true heart is different. The answer has long been decided. He once said that seeking genuine affection while hiding one's true self is the act of a coward. Bon looks straight at Misei, pouring out his heart. I have always regarded you as an invaluable comrade. Misei slowly pulls her hand away from his grasp. So that is how it is. I am not enough, am I? She provides the answer to her own question. Anyone else would have felt the same. We never know when we might die. Even I completed my coming of age right less than a year ago. Regardless, survival is what matters most. Bon is deep in thought. Once romantic feelings intervene, it becomes difficult to maintain rationality when making critical choices. He speaks frankly, adding, therefore, I hope you will only view me as a comrade as well. Misei keeps her head bowed, then suddenly erupts. Bon, stunned by her sudden movement, asks, what did you say? Misei seems to be venting her pent-up resentment. Why must I do that? She strikes Bon in the stomach, and the system notification flickers. The character has just sustained ice attribute damage. She pummels his massive frame, never ceasing her bitter reproaches. I never intended to confess my feelings today. You hateful old barbarian. You fraud, leading me on as if you would accept me. Finally, the system status flashes repeatedly. The character has just sustained ice attribute damage. Under the dim light, Bon stands still, listening to the depths of Misei's heart without a single word of complaint. Who asked you to accept me anyway? I know you are not in a position to do so, but telling me not to like you is cruel, isn't it? Her voice trembles, her body collapsing against his chest in pain. I never asked for anything grandiose. Even just this right now is more than enough for me. I am already so fortunate. So please don't say such things, can you? Why must you try to take even that away from me? Misei's tears fall onto the cold ground. Her retreating footsteps echo clearly. Her biting words pierce Bon's heart like blades. Don't expect a meal tomorrow, you jerk. The next morning, Bon stares at a pot of soup filled with whole, unpeeled, uncut carrots, remaining silent. He dare not speak, only grumbling in his mind. What is this? Is this a cat's revenge? Misei turns away petulantly, enunciating each word. Remember to chew well before swallowing, understand? Looking at the swill. Bon resolves to eat every bit, and because he is in the wrong, he swallows until he nearly forgets to breathe. Struggling to finish the trough of slop, Bon clutches his full stomach. I am full, what should I do now? He shrinks back before Misei's stern glare. But she simply says that things aren't so bad as they are they? Bon tries to speak, but Misei cuts him off. You don't have the right to decide anything, so don't feel any pressure. I'm merely following my own heart. Do you understand? Bon looks at Misei, reflecting that the conclusion he reached after a night at home is that Misei has matured far more than he has. He turns to face her. I understand. Misei offers a friendly reminder. Good, then never bring this up again. Remember. Bon stammers in agreement. Afterward, I head out with Misei to meet Bon Jander and Hikazat, and we all head toward the central administrative office of Com Melb. Because Hikazat asks anxiously, are you really sure? Hikazat's tone carries a hint of calm. I have always dreamed of having a home of my own, and this time, I happen to have a large sum of money. He has decided to purchase the house left behind by Dawn. According to the administrative appraisal, the house is worth about 24 million spirit stones. Including the market price at auction, we have reached an agreement where each of the three of us will receive 5 million spirit stones. Hikazat holds the documents, speaking joyfully. Why don't we go back and have a drink? At a tavern in the 7th district, Bon changes the subject. It is time to talk about the team. He decides to state that he and Misei will leave the party. But at the same time, while raising his glass, he speaks up. About that matter, I have something to tell everyone. I will stop working as an adventurer. Bon is stunned, unable to believe his ears. What? Bon Jander sits nearby, asking kindly. If you quit adventuring, what will you do? Hikazat confesses, I intend to open a smithy. Buying my friend's house was for this very reason. I became an adventurer to escape reality, thinking I had no talent. But now, I do not want to live in regret, for doing so would be an insult to my friend. Bon feels a strong, unbreakable will in those decisive words, one no one would dare oppose. Bon Jander sincerely hopes. I truly hope you will achieve your dream. Misei cheerfully promises, I will definitely come to visit. Bon smiles, from now on, whenever I need something forged, I will have to come to your shop. Bonjander raises his glass slowly, however. You need not feel guilty, I was already planning to leave the team after this expedition anyway. Hikazat looks confused. What? You too? Why? Bonjander replies calmly, I feel I still have many shortcomings. That is all. Hikazat consoles him. With your diligence, I believe whatever goal you set, you will surely reach. Bon slams his cup down. Misei and I will form a new team and reach even greater heights. Hikazat laughs heartily, as if he knew it all along. I knew you'd say something like that. He turns to Misei, you'll have your work cut out for you, no doubt. Misei shrugs, a hint of smugness on her face. Guess that's my cross to bear. Then Hikazat breaks the silence. Come on, we can't just sit around forever. Everyone raise your glasses. Misei chimes in. Good idea. But what exactly are we toasting to? Mahler interjects, mind if I handle that one? Misei replies, go ahead, completely nonchalant. Mahler smirks, to the success of these half-baked adventurers. Sometime later, Hikazat face betrayed and thoroughly waste collapses onto the table. Misei does her part too, sprawled out and dead to the world at the opposite table. Bjorn watches the sleeping Misei with a gentle smile, a peaceful ending for the whole team after all that suffering. Mahler suddenly calls out to Bjorn. Bjorn looks up at the sound of his voice. I have something to ask you. Bjorn folds his arms on the table, gesturing for him to go ahead. A heartbeat later, he goes rigid before Mahler's incendiary question. Tell me, are you an evil spirit? Bjorn slams his fist on the table, his voice a low growl. Mahler remains completely unfazed. Bjorn grits his teeth. You'd better have a damn good reason for hurling that kind of insult at me. Mahler's smile doesn't waver, his eyes never leaving his cup as he continues. You probably think I've truly lost my temper. If it were before I understood what kind of man you are, I might have thought so too. You're not the type bound by things like oaths or honor, nor are you someone so easily ruled by emotions that you'd lose your composure. Mahler's words strike like a hammer. Bjorn stiffens, unease coiling in his gut, pretending to be angry to pressure me. He already understands me far too well. Even a warrior's oath, nothing but a type of fraud, would have no effect on him. That's why I've had to adjust my approach as well. Bjorn Jandal steadies himself. Hearing those words from a comrade leaves a bitter taste in his mouth. Mahler nods easily. That's easy enough to understand. But he cuts himself off mid-sentence and downs his entire mug of ale. After finishing, a cunning grin spreads across his face. Mahler sets the cup on the table, the smile still playing on his lips. You're far too special compared to everyone else. Mahler sizes Bjorn up in his Minda warrior who reads books, one who refuses to let emotions rule him, who puts pragmatism above honor, and who somehow knows things a first-year recruit has no business knowing. Mahler idly fiddles with the passed-out Hikazat's beard, speaking in half-finished thoughts. After you came out of that labyrinth, you claimed you'd heard the ancestral proclamation. Who in their right mind would believe that? I couldn't believe it either. That's exactly why I once thought you might be an evil spirit. Bjorn catches the key word, once thought. So you don't think that anymore? Mahler continues. In the books I've read, evil spirits are described as beings who view all of humanity as puppets. But you're nothing like that. A memory flashes through his Minda girl, her body riddled with wounds, crumpling to the ground. Pleading, I haven't apologized yet, have I? I'm sorry, I thought you were an NPC. If I'd known, I absolutely would never have done that. Bjorn recalls the scene. Indeed, she had once been in the same position herself. Mahler's voice continues to ring out. Moreover, the goddess of stars bestowed a divine oracle upon you. I witnessed that scene with my own eyes. How could he possibly doubt it? Deep down, Bjorn is left utterly speechless. A true divine gambit. The smile on Mahler's lips is as mechanical as a puppet's. Because of that, I realized just how narrow-minded I'd been. My suspicion that you were an evil spirit, that was me looking at you through the eyes of a mundane fool. Bjorn doesn't voice his thoughts. More accurately, the truth has already been laid bare before his eyes. Mahler doesn't stop talking. In this world there truly are people, especially beloved by the good, courteously referred to as heroes. Bjorn protests, you're being far too generous. Mahler waves off his words. You have a tendency to undervalue yourself, but at least I mean every word sincerely. Bjorn is slightly embarrassed. Then, why say all this? Mahler slowly rises to his feet. It's about time I get going. I want to leave you with a warning and also a piece of advice. Bjorn frowns, a warning and advice. Mahler shakes the slumped body of Hikazat, his voice still level. Yes, you're shrewd enough, but in matters like these, you're quite naive. No matter how much you trust your comrades, you must still learn to conceal yourself. Bjorn's eyes narrow with realization. You mean with the new team I'm about to form? Mahler's next words confirm his suspicion. Exactly. Your uniqueness can't stay hidden like a sharp, all-piercing through a cloth bag. There will come someone who judges and condemns you, just as I once did. So as long as you can't freely speak of the divine oracle, keep yourself well hidden. It will spare you from disasters you never see coming. Mahler's words echo endlessly in Bjorn's mind. As someone who once lived an ordinary life, I want to tell you this with all my heart. May the road you walk always be bathed in light. Bjorn's heart churns with turmoil. If a comrade Somion I've grown close to firmly believed I was an evil spirit and even had proof, what would I do then? Perhaps even if it meant becoming a monster, if it were me, I'd still fight to survive. Misei asks, Bjorn, what are you standing there for? What are you thinking about? You coming or not? Bjorn replies, it's nothing, let's go. Misei tenses up, suddenly self-conscious. I didn't say anything weird when I was drunk yesterday, did I? Bjorn strides ahead, ignoring her. Who knows? Let's hurry up and meet KB, then head to Kamelby. Misei freezes. Wait, Bjorn, say something. I've already met KB and asked him to arrange a meeting with the Dragon Clan. After weighing every possibility, no matter how many times he turned it over in his mind, the old man's advice was still the best course of action. Return the sword and claim the reward. Since the meeting was arranged through the temple, they shouldn't shortchange the reward or try to rob him outright. I'd already calculated all of that. And so, at Kamelb's Central Exchange, I purchased the materials needed for a rank 6 soul seal upgrade. The seller brought out a crate of goods and byproducts of the bead I requested, along with the indestructible Lensan, just like that. 18 million mana stones vanished into thin air. Next came Misei's turn. She bought a tier 3 Y-grade longsword forged from an alloy of Mi-Thodia ore and steel. Misei held the blade in her hands, jaw hanging wide open. The day I'd actually buy a sword worth 12 million mana stones has come. Who would have thought? Her face turns ghostly pale. Now I really have to tighten my purse strings. Bjorn looks confused. Why would you need to save? He proposes, deducting only the bare minimum. Spend everything that's left on beast blood and drink it. Misei's entire body goes rigid. Bjorn Jandal responds, Ready, you still haven't unlocked the power of your soul beast form. Don't be stingy, pour everything into that. Misei wilts. Understood. And so, after a few hours of reckless spending, we head back to the residential district. Misei wails like a stray cat. Now I've truly become a beggar. Bjorn carries her along. Quit whining. Night descends. Well then, good night. Bjorn, Misei calls out to him. Do you have any particular preferences when it comes to recruiting party members? Misei replies, party members. Then as long as they're not elves, anything goes. Bjorn is taken aback, an unexpected answer. Is Misei actually a racist? As expected, you really can't judge a book by its cover. The revelation is too shocking. Even though he still had things to say, Bjorn lets Misei leave. He makes his excuse, suddenly remembers a place he needs to visit. The innkeeper's wife greets him with a respectful bow. Welcome, honored guest. Appman, who is helping his wife clean up, immediately notices Bjorn Jandal. The wife snaps on the spot. What now? Another friend of yours. We get 0 customers, and all you ever do is drag your buddies in here. Bjorn stiffens awkwardly. I just happened to crave some food and a drink. I was only planning to stop by for a chat. But Appman cuts him off. Enough, just bring out whatever we've got. A moment later, Bjorn compliments him. You're pretty handy with the serving, aren't you? Appman looks flustered. It's not always like this. The inn's just been busier lately, you understand. Even so, the place is still dead empty. Bjorn consoles him. There's nothing shameful about being a family man. Appman changes the subject. Hey, you're being here like this. You've left your old party, haven't you? Bjorn calmly recounts that the party has disbanded. Appman looks at him with sympathy-own glance at his expression is enough to tell he's lost someone. Bjorn says bitterly, what a damned mess. Appman chimes in, a damned mess indeed. The two fall silent for a while, focusing on nothing but their beer. Seeing Bjorn order 2 more rounds, the wife cheerfully obliges, coming right up. Appman continues, so it's you, the Red Cat tribe girl, and Methat makes 3, right? What about the rest? But that person isn't easy to find, so for now I plan to hire an adventurer as a stand-in. Appman asks, and what about loot distribution? Bjorn Jandal replies, aside from the hired adventurer, everything else gets split evenly. Appman proposes, in that case if I'm the guide, would you give me a bigger share? Bjorn leaps to his feet in shock. What? Appman calmly explains, I mean that literally. Bjorn is skeptical. You sure about that? Didn't you say you got lost on the first floor for 19 hours straight? Appman breaks into a sweat. I actually told you the exact time, because the rift opened up around the 19th hour on my first day in there. Bjorn Jandal mulls it over. That, he thinks to himself, truly unexpected. Bearbro is supposed to be the guide, but he's directionally blind. As for the loot split, I'll think it over. I also need to hear from whoever joins next. That's enough for now. Looking forward to working with you. the wife suddenly cuts in, radiating killing intent. How long do you plan to sit there exactly? Man trembles like a leaf, stammering. Oh, about that. The wife's face lights up. A new party. Oh my heavens, why didn't you say so sooner? Getting to be party members with such a dependable young man. Now I feel completely at ease. She continues calmly. Actually, I never liked his old party members to begin with. They ran squad missions for half a year, and not once did any of his teammates show their faces at this inn. Bjorn looks at Atman in confusion. He keeps his judgment to himself. His old party members. Could it be that he was secretly soloing dungeons behind his wife's back? After the getting lost incident, now even his image shatters to pieces. Bjorn had thought he'd be a reliable teammate, turns out he's just a middle-aged man living without a care in the world. The next day, at the barbarian holy ground, Bjorn moves from tent to tent, weighing his options. What's this? There's no one here. Maybe I should visit the chieftain's tent. I'm not too thrilled about that. He turns his head at the sound of a voice. Bjorn, son of Yandel, have you come to attend Kiter's funeral as well? Bjorn recalls Kiter. So that's what this is. So it's been half a year since Na began her training. He walks over to him, not expecting today to be the day. The old man speaks. Do you know the reason? To be able to leave something behind for the next generation, that is a privilege of the highest honor. Come with me. They walk together toward the edge of the forest. The Golden Elder stops first. They have arrived. Bjorn gazes at the crowd gathered around Kiter's fallen body beneath the tree, his thoughts racing. So it begins. Bjorn turns at the sound of someone's voice. He freezes in surprise. Bjorn asks Na why she's sitting here alone. Na says nothing. She stares silently at the ground. Her words carry a sorrow laced with regret. If I had known things would turn out like this, I never would have done it. Bjorn studies her so she doesn't know. He assumed they had already told her. The 6 months of training Na endured, the man tribe calls it the brutal crucible. A grueling regimen of body and spirit meant to forge a warrior worthy of the name. In the game, completing the crucible grants a massive surge in physical stats, and the warrior earns the right to receive a soul inheritance. Soul Inheritancia, unique spell exclusive to the barbarian tribes, used in conjunction with the soul seal. Through this ritual, a man-warrior can pass down one of their core essences to the next generation. But the recipient may only accept it unseen. The one who imparts their soul essence to a successor will, without question, forfeit their life. Bjorn stares at Kiter. It seems the old man treasured her deeply. Na's voice trembles with accusation. Why didn't anyone tell me? If I had known what this ritual truly was, I would have stopped immediately. A different voice cuts in. Kiter was a coward. Na bolts to her feet, fury blazing in her eyes. Chieftain, please do not insult him. Kiter was a warrior who knew no fear. The chieftain grinds his teeth. Then perhaps it was you who was the coward, and that is exactly why Kiter could never bring himself to tell you about the soul inheritance. Na screams back, I am no coward. Before she can finish, the chieftain seizes her by the head and slams his forehead into hers. Blood streams down to the ground. He speaks, so what? The chieftain roars, then don't you dare tarnish his death. Live and become the pride of the man tribe. Young warrior, no soul in this world has ever walked a path free of suffering. But even so, rise to face it and press forward with unwavering resolve. That is the true path of a warrior. Blood pours freely from Na's wound, yet she refuses to look away, grinding her teeth and glaring defiantly at the chieftain. The chieftain matches her stare without flinching, baring his fangs as her blood pools at their feet. The shaman's voice rings out. The soul of Kiter, third son of two, has now departed his body and entered the forest. Whoever wishes to have their soul engraved with his essence, step forward. The chieftain finally releases Na. Na falls silent, her gaze fixed on the ground as though wrestling with something deep within. The shaman speaks, I knew you would come. Warrior, you brought what I asked for, didn't you? Bjorn removes a pouch from his belt. Yes. The shaman asks, did you gather it yourself? Bjorn shakes his head. No, I bought it at the trading market. The shaman raises a brow. How much? Bjorn pulls out the byproducts. Why are you so curious about that? 18 million mana stones. The shaman lets out a delighted laugh. How does someone like you even exist? You really are one lucky bastard. Warrior. Bjorn furrows his brow. He has no idea what the old man is going on about lucky streaks and fortune's favor. The shaman muses aloud. Could it be compensation after losing something precious? Bjorn slumps down. He does not want to answer. The shaman offers his counsel. That's fine, it's no tragedy. Either way, warrior, the more you lose what you hold dear, the stronger you will become. Bjorn gives him a cold look and waves him off. Enough, can I engrave my soul seal today or not? The shaman turns away. Bjorn sighs and begins stowing the byproducts back into the pouch. Then let's begin. Activating level 6 recovery seal. Soul regeneration greatly enhanced. Special ability stat 240. The weapon's soul resides within the body, manifesting as a unique fusion effect. Equipment performance scales with character stats. Bjorn breathes heavily, unable to form words. He's finally reached this step. Fusion, a passive skill that remains permanently active, amplifying equipment power in proportion to the user's stats. This skill alone is already formidable, but there's a hidden property in true spirit of fusion with the weapon when gigantification activates. The equipment scales up as well, meaning he no longer needs to strip off his armor before transforming. Not only that, he can wield his great shield and colossal frame to crush enemies into oblivion. Bjorn grins maniacally as the calculations race through his mind. The shaman watches him and mutters, "There's truly something wrong with this one's head." The next morning, Bjorn groans as soreness racks his entire body. He forces himself upright. Could it be has an entire day already passed? Where is the shaman? The shaman steps in, calling out to the warrior. Bjorn lifts his gaze to the newcomer. "How did you receive a divine oracle from the human god?" Bjorn stiffens. "How did he?" The shaman cuts him off. "That ring on your finger has already entwined itself around your fate. You still haven't realized." He smirks. "Don't worry, the others won't notice." Bjorn narrows his eyes. "Are you planning to report this to the chieftain?" The shaman shrugs indifferently. "Why would I do that? According to ancient legend, our people left our homeland at the call of the ancestral spirits and pledged ourselves to this city. Because of that, we truly learned the meaning of civilization and came to recognize the existence of the gods." Bjorn frowns. "What are you getting at?" The shaman grins darkly. "It was the ancestral spirits themselves who guided us to Noke. If the god of Noke also dwells wherever the ancestral spirits point the way, then what fool would stubbornly refuse them?" Bjorn judges silently. He still speaks in that cryptic, roundabout manner, unchanged as ever. Bjorn asks out of curiosity, "So what do you think the chieftain's reaction would be?" The shaman answers without hesitation. "If that hot-blooded old fool found out you'd received a divine oracle, he would immediately brand you a traitor, exile you from the tribe, and who knows, he might even lop off your head and burn the corpse. Pitiful as that would be." "That sounds about right." The shaman's voice continues. "But listen, warrior, you are worrying over nothing. Even the beast folk you've always been fond of, they have all long since abandoned the old traditions. Why do you think they were able to do that?" Bjorn hesitates. "There's no need to overthink it. The history of Earth followed the same course." Bapsu continues, "Are you afraid of being exiled?" For Chin-san, the answer is simple. Bai steps back, thinking that this old mage might just be a barbarian after all. Otherwise, he could never conceive of such a solution. The mage offers his answer: "If there is a problem, just crush it. In other words, you simply need to become the chieftain. How about that? Doesn't that sound like something a true warrior would do?" Bon forces a smile and replies, "Sounds good." Mage Ann assesses the tale as quite captivating, especially since it is unexpectedly logical. Bon strolls along the edge of the forest. As he walks, he contemplates, "Perhaps I should start by building a base of support. Even if becoming the chieftain is not strictly necessary, having influence will prove useful when the time comes." As expected, still here. He calls out to Na, who is drooling while sleeping slumped under a tree. "Na, are you sleeping here?" Na wakes up groggily at Bon's voice. The dazed girl jolts upright, her head still tilted in the same position. "I wasn't intending to fall asleep." Good heavens, the ground is standing up. Bai is speechless. It is just her head that was leaning down. "Are you all right now?" Na wakes up fully, glancing at Kubu under the tree, still slightly annoyed but much better than before. Bon asks, annoyed. Na replies, "Because of him. He deceived me. If he had told the truth from the start, I wouldn't have looked so pathetic. Kubu has effectively turned me into a coward in front of everyone." "But Bon, you seem to have something on your mind as well, don't you?" Bon wonders. "What do you mean?" It is just a hunch. You look even gloomier than the last time we met. If it is because of me, there is no need to be." Bon freezes, murmuring to himself, "Gloomier." Bon opens his mouth. "It is likely because a comrade of mine has died." Now lowers her voice. "Did that happen? May I ask what happened?" Bon Johan replies, "Very well." Now whispers, "Luo Donkai. I will remember that name. Such a pity. I wish I could have met that person before it happened." Suddenly she suggests, "But listen, Bon. Do you want to spar with me? I just want to know if I am strong enough now not to be a burden to you." Bon asks, "Are you saying you want to join the party I am forming?" Now flashes a confident smile. "If you think I am worthy, tanks, melee, ranged, and mage Sith key positions are already decided. Since the bear acts as our guide, the scout position is still vacant. The nature of the team changes depending on who fills that role. It could be a double mage squad with burst damage, a double range squad for sustained DPS, or a double melee squad for stability and monster slaying speed." Bon speaks up, "Nah, excluding the mage slot, there is only one position left, and I had intended to put another mage there." Na preempts him, simply put, give it your all. They both shout, formally lunging at each other. Bon easily uses his shield to block Na's incoming strike. Na quickly pivots her body. Again, she readies her next strike without faltering. Bon is caught off guard by Na's nimble movement targeting his left shoulder. He thinks to himself, is this continuous slash a result of her training? She has grown significantly stronger to think she even inherited that attribute. This person really is blessed by fortune. Let's test her a little more, shall we? Na looks up as Bon's massive shadow gradually engulfs her vision. Gigantification plus feral burst plus integration. He recalls that apprentice knight who ran away the moment he saw this skill. Alright, how about you? Bon's massive frame causes the rocky ground to sink. Bon watches as the much smaller Na leaps up, striking straight toward his face. Na puts her all into the strike against Bon's giant form. Bon level 4, physique 424.4, spirit 320.3. After some calculations thanks to my iron skin, I wasn't hit, it was just a graze. Bon shrinks back and speaks, that is enough, let's stop here. Na looks puzzled. What? I can still go on, Bon explains, I know. But continuing holds no further purpose. A flustered Na asks, could it be I am not qualified? Bon denies it, that is not it. He considers though she didn't use her full strength, she still managed to draw blood from me in my giant state. There is no need for further words, she has met the requirements. The problem now is that my team is already too heavy on melee combatants. Na is excited. So can I join the next expedition? Bon John hesitates, can you give me a moment to think? Na is generous. Understood, of course. Is 1 minute enough? B hesitates. 1 minute is too short, make it 3. Na remains excited. I can wait that long. As you know, I'm very patient. Look, I can even hold my breaths. Bon rubs his chin, calculating. Na certainly has high potential for growth. Even if she is currently lacking from the 6th floor onward, I will need more party members anyway. He turns to Na, who is still trying to hold her breath. Na, I look forward to working with you. Na collapses upon hearing that. Bon replies, just as you thought. Na, the second daughter of Fan Airline. Bon returns to his tent, pondering all the way. Now we are only missing one mage. I must return to raise the expedition ranks for Misei and Na first. After being notified of her entry into my party, Na went to the leader's tent to pack her gear. As for me, I am on my way to the village gate in the opposite direction. Kazan joyfully recognizes the son of Yander Bon. Kazan also recognizes Bjorn, son of Jandal. Kazan beams with joy. Bjorn, great to see you, but what are you doing here? Bjorn steps closer, just finished visiting the mage on my way back home. Kazan's eyes light up as he makes his proposal. Then your timing couldn't be more perfect. How so? I'm on my way to train some young warriors right now. If you come along, the kids would be thrilled. Bjorn hesitates. Young warriors. He thinks to himself normally he would have refused on the spot. But hadn't he already made his decision to aim for the position of clan chieftain? He couldn't pass up a golden opportunity to build a base of supporters among these warriors. Bjorn makes up his mind. Alright, let's go. Kazan rallies them. Everyone repeat after me. Humans are the enemy our hearts exist to protect. The crowd below roars back in unison, veins bulging across every face. It's practically brainwashing through indoctrination, but if it raises these kids' survival rate even a fraction, it serves its purpose. The lecture that follows covering the history of hunting raiders through the lens of Berserker tactics is admittedly a bit much, though. Kazan speaks each word with lethal weight. From now on, if I choose you as my companion for the night watch, it's because I trust you. But if you then reveal your true nature, any suspicious move that catches my eye, and I'll crush your skull on the spot. Bjorn muses, the sooner those bastards die, the better this world becomes. He has no intention of stopping any of it. After the introduction, Bjorn steps onto the platform. Kazan's voice booms across the crowd. This is Bjornsson of the great warrior Jandal. Bjorn steps forward, his mind racing. What should he even say right now? The crowd below erupts into frenzied cheers. He knows full well it's all Kazan's brainwashing at work, yet he can't stop the strange surge of exhilaration flooding through him. So in the end, even he can't escape the primal nature of a barbarian. He can't hold it back any longer. Bjorn lets out a thunderous war cry. Deep in his heart, he has already accepted it. Yes, these are his people. The crowd below echoes his roar. Bjorn bellows, when you've got money, the first thing you buy is a recording device. It'll be damn useful when those bastards try to frame you as bandits. Now, repeat after me, what happens to bandits? The crowd thunders back, bandits must die. The Adventurers Guild. Never trust them. If you run into those adventurers in the labyrinth, you tell them to get lost or die. Bjorn nods approvingly. Well done, that's the spirit of the man tribe. At that very moment, an icy chill races down his spine. Bjorn scans his surroundings, every sense on high alert. killing intent. Could it really be used outside of actual combat? The clan chieftain appears without warning, launching a surprise strike at Bjorn's position. He dodges just in time, shouting, "Damn it, who?" The chieftain's voice thunders, "So you're Bjorn, son of Jandal. Lately, the Adventurers Guild has been flooding me with complaints, so all of this you're doing. Speak clearly before I misjudge you." Bjorn slowly grasps the situation. The chieftain points at him. "You made your fortune by killing people and not monsters. You think that's the behavior of a true warrior?" Bjorn says nothing. This is an unexpected turn of events. The boiling fury in his head instantly cools, leaving only one way out. Bjorn speaks firmly, "Chieftain, this is something you should have been doing all along." The chieftain sneers, "Now that's an interesting thing to say. What exactly do you mean?" Bjorn presses on, "I mean exactly what I said. Chieftain, do you know how many of our people die inside the labyrinth every single month?" The chieftain replies, "You of all people should understand a warrior who fears death cannot call himself a warrior. Only warriors who survive become truly strong." Bjorn retorts, "Only the survivors grow stronger. Is that really what you believe?" The chieftain points at him, "Indeed, you are living proof of that very fact." Bjorn can't deny it, the old man isn't wrong. But the reality is staggering. During the very first labyrinth dive after the coming-of-age ceremony, a massive number of tribesmen die. Then half of the survivors die in the next one, and so it continues. By the time 6 months have passed since the ceremony, barely any of the young barbarians who entered as adventurers remain. 9 out of 10 have perished. It's a warped selection mechanism so brutal it can't even be called natural selection. He recalls what his comrade once said, "What about the ones who made it? Almost all of them ended up dead anyway." Bjorn speaks up, "Chieftain, when you first became a warrior and entered the labyrinth, did just as many people die back then?" The chieftain shakes his head, "Not at all." Bjorn continues, "Then is it because we're weaker than the other races that so many of us die?" Chieftain, "Do you truly believe that?" The chieftain falters, "That is not the case either." Bjorn pushes forward. "Inside the labyrinth, there are monsters wearing human skin. They look at us and see nothing but stupid beasts ripe for the slaughter. Have you ever stopped to wonder why?" The chieftain wavers, "Those mages, they've targeted our hearts." Bjorn nearly shouts, "No, it's because you did nothing. At the very least, you should have warned us about those dangers. You should have told us that treacherous monsters and cunning adventurers lurk inside the labyrinth and how to deal with them. You should have prepared us from the start." The chieftain remains stubborn. "A warrior who has come of age must face the labyrinth on his own, with his own strength. That is a tradition passed down from our ancestors since ancient times. I cannot change it." Bjorn roars with fury, "Chieftain, just look at us. Look at what we've become. Inside the labyrinth, we're not warriors, we're prey for those cunning bastards. You call that a tradition? Is this what our ancestors left for us?" The chieftain interjects, "Calm yourself." Bjorn ignores him. "If it were me, at the very least I'd give every new warrior proper guidance." The chieftain slams his foot down in rage. "Bjorn, son of Jandal." Only then does Bjorn snap back to reality. Perhaps he's gone a bit too far. The chieftain thunders, "Then what exactly are you trying to tell me?" Bjorn thinks the old man can't refute him, but if he just sits here and listens any longer, the rage will consume him whole. Bjorn clenches his fists until his knuckles turn white. "If you won't do what's right, then I will, chieftain, for my own sake, and for the sake of this entire barbarian tribe. I will make them strong." A crowd gathers outside the tent. Bjorn snaps awake, dazed and bewildered. The chieftain's tent. What the hell just happened? After he declared his ambitions with such confidence, the chieftain fell silent for a long while, then suddenly swung his axe down. Bjorn nearly ended up like the poor bastard from the coming-of-age ceremony. The old man activated gigantification, and Bjorn immediately launched a counterattack. But honestly, it wasn't even close to a match for the chieftain. The old bastard is tough as nails. Still, it feels like he at least managed to land one punch square on the chieftain's face. Of course, the immediate counterattack knocked him out cold right after. While Bjorn is still lost in his memories, the chieftain steps inside. "You're up early." Bjorn studies the chieftain's face. "Chieftain, your nose." The chieftain cuts him off. "Still in better shape than yours. Have you cooled off yet?" Both of them raise their hands and rub their faces. The chieftain sits down. "I wasn't angry to begin with." Bjorn is puzzled. "Then why?" The chieftain answers, "I just thought you were being a bit insolent, so I wanted to punch you once, that's all." Bjorn retorts sulkily, "Chieftain, people call that feeling anger. Who beheads someone just for being arrogant?" The chieftain asks, "Do you covet my position that much?" Bjorn answers without hesitation, "Yes." The chieftain falls silent for a long breath before continuing, "You truly are nothing like the other warriors. The others want to become chieftain for their own glory, but you stand up for the sake of the tribe. Bjorn thinks to himself, thank goodness, it's not some kind of demonic possession. The chieftain's voice carries on. The previous chieftain was just like you whenever it concerned the tribe. He never weighed the consequences, just charged straight in. Do you know how that ended? Bjorn asks, you mean the Sacred Relic War? Yes. The chieftain replies, that war began when a barbarian warrior stumbled upon the fairy tribe's sacred relic in the labyrinth. The fairy tribe assumed their relic had been stolen. They captured him and intended to interrogate him. But that warrior resisted to the end and died in battle. The previous chieftain flew into a rage and declared war. Before the royal family could intervene, we had already been locked in battle with the fairy tribe for over a year. The previous chieftain himself fell in that war. The Sacred Relic War is the single greatest reason our barbarian strength has eroded to this extent. So many warriors who should have been the pillars of the next generation perished. And right in the midst of it all, the Mage Tower announced that a barbarian's heart held extraordinary value for dark magic crafting. When I confronted the Tower Master, he simply asked, why should we abandon such excellent magical materials just for your sake? I knew they were in the wrong, but we couldn't go to war with mages, Bjorn says. So, as I was saying, the chieftain cuts him off. You're right. If the danger had been forewarned to the young warriors, the situation would be better now. Bjorn presses, then why didn't you? Even though you thought so, you still didn't do it. The chieftain responds with a hint of mockery. You really are foolish. Warriors, what you just did is no different from sowing seeds of hatred against humans and the fairy tribe. Into the hearts of the warriors, Bjorn interjects, not humans, pillagers. The chieftain brushes it aside. If you truly believe those young warriors can tell the difference between a pillager and an innocent, then perhaps I misjudged you. Bjorn is conflicted. Then why can't we hate humans? A flicker of fear crosses the chieftain's face. Because if we hate them, we'll have nowhere left to survive. Bjorn realizes it's because he fears the Lafnir royal family. He thinks that's not hard to understand. He knows all too well how vast the power those royals wield truly is. But what the current chieftain truly fears. The chieftain's voice cuts through Bjorn's thoughts. In this world, does anyone exist who doesn't tremble before him? It's not the royal power or the armies under their command if one day you meet him. Perhaps you'll understand, I don't fear the crown, I fear the king who wears it. That man himself is far too terrifying. The chieftain instructs, I'll overlook you teaching the warriors about the pillagers. But absolutely do not let them nurture deep-seated hatred toward humans. Bjorn Jandal replies, understood. The chieftain continues. And if you truly covet my position, become even stronger, he adds. Warrior Bjorn, I will be watching until you prove yourself. Bjorn smirks, yes. The chieftain adds one last thing. By the way, that punch hurt quite a bit. Bjorn laments inwardly, who would have thought. Bjorn steps outside and finds a crowd gathered eavesdropping. Don't tell me all of you assembled just for me. The crowd buzzes, what happened? You're still in one piece. We heard the chieftain got a bloody nose, and yet his arms and legs are still attached. With his temperament, do you think he's actually considering passing down the title? Na approaches, hauling luggage twice her own body size, and asks from nearby, are you all right? I heard you got into it with the chieftain. Bjorn reassures her. Don't worry, I'm fine. The crowd presses on with curiosity. So what exactly happened? Did you really declare you want to become chieftain? Bjorn says he told me to grow stronger and prove my worth. Someone asks curiously, does that mean you have to defeat the chieftain? For a pup like you, that's impossible in a short time, isn't it? So, Bjorn, how did you answer? The entire crowd turns their gaze to Bjorn as he answers with confidence. I told him it wouldn't take too long, that was my answer. After leaving the sacred ground, I find Kazan and lay everything out clearly. We cannot teach the warriors deep-seated hatred toward humans. The chieftain's words carry reason. Kazan looks puzzled, but aren't humans the enemy? Bjorn is about to explain when Na cuts in. Not every human is an enemy. Among them, there are warriors worthy of respect. His name was Don Kai, a human, and Bjorn's former comrade. It happened like this. A moment later, a few tears glisten on Kazan's face. He nods. Indeed, among humans, there are men of such nobility. Can I tell this story to the other warriors? Bjorn is taken aback. The story about Don Kai. Na is thrilled. Unbelievable. That's a brilliant idea. She tilts her chin skyward and bursts into delighted laughter. That's right, it's the perfect example. We love warriors like that after all. Bjorn hesitates. But Don Kai wasn't a warrior, was a mage, wasn't he? Kazan bursts out laughing. Bjorn, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? If a man sacrifices his life to protect his comrades, what else would you call him but a warrior? Bjorn stammers, is that so? He thinks to himself, well, if two true warriors like you two say so, then I suppose it must be right. After leaving the sacred ground, I lead Na back to my room. The room next door happens to be vacant, so I arrange for her to stay there. Na's jaw drops, she can't even close her mouth as she lets out a shriek. Can I really sleep in a place like this? This bed, this window, is this really my room? Bjorn watches Na bouncing up and down on the mattress. Of course, things like this are nothing now, so there's no need to repay the favor later. Ah, she's ecstatic. I'll follow you for the rest of my life. From now on, whatever you want me to do. Before she finishes, Bjorn clamps his hand over her mouth. He reminds her, keep it down, this isn't the sacred ground. Na obediently follows along, nodding furiously. While I'm in the middle of briefing Na, Misei materializes behind us, radiating a murderous aura. Bjorn, I heard a woman's voice, so I came to check. Who's that girl? Bjorn turns around calmly. Oh, you're here. Come say hello, she's a new party member who'll be joining us from now on. Na, I told you about her beforehand. Na pries Bjorn's hand away from her mouth and introduces herself. I'm Na, nice to meet you. Misei forces a friendly smile. Nice to meet you too. She grabs Bjorn by the arm and drags him outside. Bjorn, come with me for a moment. They leave Na behind in the room, utterly clueless about what just happened. Misei immediately starts grilling him. Back then you told me she was some kind of barbarian. Bjorn doesn't understand, so. Misei's tail bristles as she seethes. How on earth does she look like a barbarian to you? Bjorn rubs the back of his neck. Anyone who lays eyes on her would say she's a barbarian. Misei presses on. There's no barbarian in the world that's small and petite. Suddenly Na bursts through the door. Misei stiffens, instinctively touching her ear. Are you insulting me because I'm short? Misei scrambles to correct herself. No, that's not it at all. You must have misheard. Na steps forward, coming face to face with Misei. My hearing is very sharp, you know. Sweat pours down Misei's face like rain. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that you're so beautiful, which is exactly why it stung even more. What? Just how much more do you plan to insult me? Misei flares up too. Bjorn thinks to himself, how is complimenting someone's beauty an insult? Bjorn gives up and leaves the two of them still bickering. What kind of talk is that? Are you trying to mock me? I'm sorry, I injured my tongue before, so that's just how I sound. The next day, at a tea house near the administrative office hosted roughly once a month by Savin, a rank 7 official within the administration, I attend what's called the Friends Gathering. Though it's far from my favorite pastime, Savin occasionally drops useful intel from the authorities, so I always accept the invitation. The reason I have to push myself this far is definitely because of that girl. For some reason, Savin seems eager to get me closer to Lakna. In that sense, Bjorn proposes to Lakna, have you ever thought about becoming an explorer? She looks up, it's the same proposal as last time. Savin slams the table and shoots to his feet. Absolutely not, what are you even saying? Bjorn Jandal is caught off guard. What's wrong? I thought she'd happily agree. Savin turns to Lakna. Lakna, of course you'll refuse, right? Lakna replies gently, yes Savin, don't worry, I won't go anywhere. Bjorn says, so you're turning down my offer? Lakna responds, yes, I'm quite satisfied with my work at the library. Bjorn mutters to himself, satisfied with being a librarian. Honestly, that's a real shame. Because through these friends gatherings, I've confirmed she's at least a rank 5 mage. But then again, someone with that level of power choosing to be a librarian, there must be a reason. Savin chimes in. Savin asks curiously, by the way, whatever happened to the mage in your party, Bjorn? Bjorn replies coldly, he's dead. The gathering comes to an end. And now, on to the main event. In other words, yet another invitation to join the party. At the Magic Tower inside Jen's research room, and Lu sits cross-legged and asks Mr. Jandal, you do remember the conditions I stated last time, don't you? Bjorn Jandal answers, I recall all party members must be rank 6 or above. If there's a cultivator among them, even better. And Lu, rank 6 mage, is that so? So does your party actually meet those requirements? I decide to introduce my team honestly. First, I have to come clean, there's no cultivator. First up is Misei, rank 7 close combat specialist. And Lu considers this. Rank 7. Bjorn confirms she's expected to advance to rank 6 within the month. Since she still seems unconvinced, I go ahead and disclose the soul crystal grade Misei possesses, and Lu examines it carefully. As for Nasha's the one who cleared the Blood Jade Citadel with me, so she needs no further explanation. And Lu weighs her options. Level 4 soul inheritance. Well, that changes things. Bjorn adds, of course, you could practically say she's nearly rank 6 already. I've fought her myself. I can vouch for that. And Lu responds, I'll be the one to judge that for myself. What about the last member? Bjorn finishes, the last one is Malera, rank 5 explorer from the Black Bear tribe. He's a heavy archer type who can also summon, making him an exceptionally high contributing asset to the team. And Lu questions, with credentials like that, any party in the city would welcome him with open arms. Why would he join your party, Mr. Jandal? Bjorn Jandal explains fate, perhaps. At the very least, he won't stab his comrades in the back. And Lu is about to speak when something suddenly clicks. True enough, in that front, he can certainly be trusted. Wait, what about the Pathfinder, though? At last, the question I've been waiting for arrives. Bjorn says I haven't mentioned that yet, have I? He is the Pathfinder. And Lu exclaims, is that for real? Bjorn jokes, do you need me to swear an oath before you'll believe it? And Lu hastily explains, no, it's not that I don't believe you. Bjorn calculates if the party has a Pathfinder, profits will increase exponentially. With that single condition met, even and Lu's reservations become irrelevant. Bjorn flashes a grin. Of course, this will definitely be a golden opportunity for you as well. You're always complaining about lacking research funding, aren't you? What's more, we'll be pushing to at least the 6th floor. The rewards alone will be more than sufficient. Bjorn grins brightly at Lu, who sits there deliberating carefully. So do we have a deal? With a guide leading the way, stumbling across rifts or discovering hidden spaces within the labyrinth is bound to happen from time to time. He keeps it locked away in Cityvan. The fact that the guy has no sense of direction is a closely guarded secret. Bjorn persists with his persuasion. A proper mage like her surely can't fail to appreciate this value, right? And Lu smiles and lets out a long breath. Goodness, when you put it so earnestly, sir. But I have one condition. Bjorn asks, a condition, and Lu says, for me, exploration has always come second. My top priority is magical research. To put it simply, if I ever have a subject that needs studying, I might take a month or two off. I hope you can understand that, Mr. Jandal. Bjorn considers, fair enough. Though he feels some reluctance, it's not an unreasonable request. As long as she gives advance notice, and if she withdraws entirely, he'll need to find a replacement mage. And Lu steps forward. Yes, I'll do that. Then from this moment on, we're truly comrades, aren't we? I look forward to working with you. Bjorn clasps her hand. Likewise. And Lu, level 6 Orthodox mage of the Ntem Yan school, successfully recruited. After that, peaceful days pass without anything particularly noteworthy happening. Bjorn heads to the library with the librarian Rachna, borrowing stacks of books. Other times, they sort through equipment together. Atman's wife flies into a rage. You've been entering the labyrinth on your own this whole time, and you hid it from me. Atman trembles. Darling, I was wrong. Please, for the baby's sake, spare me. Miss A stands awkwardly, watching Atman get beat. Sorry, Atman, I really had no idea. Ordinary, peaceful days like these. And then day D15 arrives, that familiar time, when a character's soul resonates and is drawn into a certain world. 12 hours to maintain this connection. Within that window, the necessary information must be found. Only Dragon Slayer. 1 to 140,000. All information related to Akal. Now those things are inextricably tied to my survival. Relying solely on books in the library would be far too limiting. After all, books are always slow to update their information. Then he posts a bounty to buy information. And then long live Korean independence. A man in a military uniform, appearing from seemingly nowhere, suddenly shouts at the top of his lungs. Hansu Hyung, what took you so long? Lee Hansu is still bewildered. No, I came right away. Lee Bitch Ho stomps over, his heavy boots thudding against the ground. 3 minutes and 28 seconds, that's how long you took. What are you even talking about? Do you have any idea how worried I was? I thought you were dead. Lee Hansu is rendered speechless, wondering just how starved for affection someone must be to worry about him this much. Lee Bitch Ho keeps on ranting, hasn't even gotten to talk about Yo. Hasn't complained about politics or the military yet. Those are things only you would really understand, Hyung. Hansu, finally understanding the situation, says, just sit down for now. Lee Bitch Ho obediently takes a seat. Hansu thinks to himself that hoping this kid would display emotions like a normal person is truly laughable. Here stands an unfortunate soul, dragged into this world on the very day of his military discharge. Though he appears emotionally unstable, starved for affection, and was friendly toward Hansu from their very first meeting. At the end of the day, the kid is clearly a battle-hardened veteran who has survived nearly 10 years in this otherworld. That easygoing demeanor could very well be an act. Caution is necessary. So what if we're both Korean? At the end of the day, in this place, I'm just another face nobody recognizes, another name nobody knows, no matter how close we get. I can't afford to reveal too much. Lee Bitch Ho grins. Either way, I'm really glad to see you alive, Hyung. Hansu smiles. I told you I'd come back. Let's just chat and catch up for a bit. Lee Bitch Ho says eagerly. So what should we talk about first? The official second album of IV Is It Right to start with that one, the fusion track. Hansu watches him ramble on and thinks to himself, who even is that? He gets the feeling that if he admits he doesn't know, the kid will lose it. Hansu suggests they start with the military stories instead. Lee Bitch-ho readily agrees, but wait, didn't you do community service instead of active duty? Hansu scolds him affectionately. I still went to the training center, you know. You fool, Lee Bitch-ho says. Let's just get back on topic. Hansu finally confesses. Honestly, I'm not all that into that stuff. Lee Bitch-ho's jaw drops as he shouts in disbelief. You clearly look like the type who'd be into it. Hansu stammers, flustered. What kind of enthusiast me? The atmosphere turns awkward in an instant. Lee Bitch-ho bursts out laughing. Hansu asks, bewildered, why are you laughing? Lee Bitch-ho replies, Hyung, didn't you notice how ridiculous that whole conversation just was? Hansu thinks to himself, what part of that was funny exactly? Lee Bitch-ho tilts his head back. I can't really explain it, but just now, it genuinely felt like I was back in Korea. Hansu replies, if that's the feeling, then yeah, I get it, sort of. Lee Bitch-ho asks, right. After that, the conversation just flows naturally. I think I'll hold out for at least another 10 years. The band must have debuted by now, right? Another Best Actress win as always. And what about actress Miho? We just let the conversation drift wherever it wants. At times, we even burst into quiet laughter. Then Lee Bitch-ho suddenly says, but if we ever make it back, we'll probably end up in a psych ward first. Hansu asks, the psychiatric ward, huh? An explanatory tone rings out. If they get in the way, kill them. If you suspect them, kill them too. When you meet someone new, the first thing you worry about is whether they mean you harm. When human lives start feeling no different from game characters, that's insane, isn't it? The atmosphere gradually turns heavy, as if the laughter from moments ago was nothing but a pretense. Hansu earnestly consoles, you'll get used to it soon enough, just like when you first arrived here. Lee Bitch-ho covers his face, hopefully. That's the case. That's right. Hansu agrees. He uncovers his face and speaks. Anyway, thank you. Lately, I've been wondering if I really need to go back. It's not because I like this place, you understand, right? What I mean is, at least it's become a kind of motivation. Because if I can still laugh like that here, then going back probably won't be any different. Hansu ponders, faith is it? That word stirs an indescribable, strange feeling. But best not to dig too deep. Nothing is certain yet, and dredging this up won't bring anything good. For now, gathering more information comes first. Hansu asks, do you know anything about the oculars? Lee Bitch-ho hesitates. The oculars? Why are you so curious about them? Hansu thinks to himself, what's this? He needs a reason just to answer a simple question. He's always answered everything straightforwardly before. This is getting more and more suspicious. Who the hell is this guy really? Hansu explains, to reach the final floor, we need the origin artifact. I think they might have stolen it. You know about the theft too, right? He steadies himself, don't panic, just stick to the prepared lines. Lee Bitch-ho smiles, of course, so that's what you were asking about. I'm relieved now. Hansu is puzzled. Relieved. Lee Bitch-ho abruptly changes the subject. You're really something, you know that. Thinking that far ahead. Actually, I thought the same thing once. Hansu presses further. You mean that's not the case anymore? Lee Bitch-ho's words are as follows. The origin artifacts were stolen from all 6 races half a year ago on the same day. Just as the elders said, it's possible the other races are in the same situation. After all, pulling off something like that should be impossible even for the oculars, no matter how formidable they are. Lee Bitch-ho shrugs. I've investigated as a precaution, but I haven't found any significant leads. If you find out anything, please give me a hint. After all, that's the only way to get back home. In the end, even he knows nothing about the origin artifact. I'd vaguely wondered if he might be the final boss, but clearly, that's not it. Though the revelation is unexpected, Lee Bitch-ho then says, you don't think I'm a rival or competitor, do you? After all, the gate can accommodate up to 5 people at once. I can help too. Hansu rests a hand on the back of his chair. It's not that. If even you can't find it, how could I? Lee Bitch-ho shows a hint of disappointment. He speaks, well, that's quite something. It's just that from the very first time we met, I had a feeling you were someone special. Hansu scratches the corner of his mouth. In that case, I'm the one at a loss for words. Bitch-ho is surprised. How come? You're pressed for time too, right? In about 10 years, you'll be in the same boat as me, won't you? Honestly, I've already hit my limit. There's nowhere left to grow stronger. Hansu sets aside the matter of having no further room to grow for now. But from that offhand remark, one can sense Lee Bitch-ho's iron will. He's already accepted that it might take another 10 years to find the origin artifact. And yet, he has absolutely no intention of giving up. Hansu can't fathom what kind of willpower drives this man. Bitch-ho suddenly remembers. Oh right, I should tell you about this. You probably don't know yet, because this is a storyline that doesn't exist in the game. Hansu grows curious. What is it? It's about the underground city of Noke. Information I never knew keeps surfacing, one piece after another. For example, the revolutionary organization OM, the ones who approach you in-game once your reputation gets high enough. They're actually the ones who built Noke. Accepting quests related to them sends you straight to the bad ending. And there's a strong possibility the Imperial Court is about to form a punitive army to strike at the No-Cocular Alliance. There's someone called the Dragon Slayer who stirred up serious trouble. Reportedly, he kidnapped the High Priest and dragged him off. In the end, something happened to his head, apparently. Hansu thinks to himself, so he's finally showing his face. What do you mean, something happened to his head? Bech-ho raises his hand in the shape of a gun and presses it to his own temple. I don't know the exact details either. That Dragon Slayer, despite having no head trauma, lost his memory completely. He didn't even know what had attacked him. Hansu is puzzled. Memory loss. Could it be related to one of the ring's vines being severed? Bech-ho's voice continues. Anyway, the point is Somyeon happened to find the letter the High Priest wrote and brought it to the temple. Because of that, everything that happened over the past period has been exposed. And since Noke's side violated the treaty first, the chances are high that a punitive force will be established. But those oculars didn't survive peacefully underground in the city until now for no reason. So if there's ever an order to join the punitive army or anything like that, absolutely do not get involved. You'll be the only one who gets hurt. Understood? Damn it. It's already time. Bech-ho gradually fades away. See you next time. Hansu is startled. Wait. He watches as Bech-ho vanishes completely. He curses under his breath. Damn it. After Bech-ho disappears, I return to my room and sit in thought for a while. In the end, being exposed is only a matter of time. If they trace who delivered the letter to the temple, sooner or later, they'll find out about me. The ring can only delay that moment. So I begin gathering information under the assumption that even the oculars could become enemies. Time slips by without notice. It's time I've entered the round table's surveillance zone. I deliberately enter with exactly 1 minute left before the gate closes. After all, the beauty of playing a role lies in the smallest details. The group at the table erupts into heated discussion. Is that person not planning to come this time? Maybe they don't need us anymore. One of them asks, puzzled, just who is this person that everyone keeps making such a fuss about? Another replies, struggling to find the words. One of them explains, he's an eccentric. If you ever meet him, you'd better watch every word you say, otherwise you're in for an extremely rough time. The goblin says provocatively, I really don't understand. You're all messing with me, right? No physical combat ability, and nobody even knows his real identity. So what exactly are you all afraid of? The hare rests his chin on his hand. There's only one thinking intent, right? Tin turns, what? Even if the killing intent is several times stronger at our levels, we should all be able to handle it. Tin looks up at the newly arrived guest. Even behind his mask, the clown's face flushes red. Long time no see. Fox breaks into a cold sweat in the Saint Lion's presence. An oppressive, suffocating aura fills the air. Face. Crescent Moon freezes mid-step, unable to hide her unease. Deerhorn stares anxiously toward the guest. Tin scratches his head. Is there really a newcomer here? Hansu shoves his hands into his pockets and stares at him, thinking to himself. Right, if there's a newcomer, you're supposed to put them in their place. That's how it works around here, isn't it? The Saint Lion's crushing aura bears down on Tin. To be precise, I'm the newcomer, though honestly you should call me a returning player. The goblin clutches his throat, gasping and pleading, stop it please. But then again, since he'd been gone for so long, he really should have listened more carefully to the patch notes the seniors mentioned. The Saint Lion sits tall and imposing in his seat. A new face showed up, so I figured I'd test my luck. Interesting, the clown chimes in. Don't worry, Saint Lion, this time even you'll be interested in what I've brought. Hansu assesses the situation. If the clown is saying this much, the intel must be genuinely important. Hearing that really makes me look forward to it. The main door slams shut. One of the people seated around the table calls out, it's time. Deerhorn immediately speaks up, Goblin, you're up. We need to start right away. Calm down. Seeing this, Cal lets out a sigh. Such contempt, though laughable. You always act like you're above everyone. The clown slams his hand on the table and whips his head toward the Oni. He held back even more than last time, and yet look at you. I'm embarrassed just watching. Crescent Moon, visibly flustered, offers her own assessment. You're right, it really wasn't as bad as last time. Fox speaks up in acceptance. Yeah, I could handle it this time. Bjorn Jandal watches their reactions with a trace of guilt. He had gone all out last time. Thighs was the best result he could achieve while maintaining complete control. It was the fruit of studying the chieftain and the others, watching them use it in real combat, then drilling it over and over until it became second nature. After a moment to compose himself, the Oni presses a hand to his chest and heaves for breath. I'm sorry, I'm feeling better now. Looking at his expression, Bjorn silently assesses definitely weaker than the other four. A voice rings out, Soho goes first. The clown glances around the room. Then he makes his suggestion. How about we let the goblin go first and save the Saint Lion for last? Bjorn rests his chin on his hand without a word. The clown adds, I always like to save the best for last. A few seconds pass. The first round of the round table conference begins. The Oni places both hands on the table, his gaze sweeping over them with grave seriousness. Surely you've all heard about the disappearance of the High Priest. The culprit is Oculusera member who abducted him. Ilana tilts her head, silently wondering, is this person a priest? Finding the story rather dull, one of them speaks up. Looks like more than half the people here already knew about this. Ilana thinks to herself, that's surprising. It hasn't even been 2 weeks since I sent that letter. How did they already know? Fox turns to the person beside him and explains, you'd better get used to it. This is nothing compared to those two. Bjorn can't hide his surprise. Those two. Crescent Moon chimes in with a comment. I didn't know about this either. Perhaps the temple will cooperate with the royal family this time. Bjorn remains silent, lost in thought. Wait, so the clown and Deerhorn already knew about this beforehand? Ilana smirks. Seeing this, the clown perks up his ears and listens intently. When no one adds anything, he slams the table and shoots to his feet. Hey, what happened to our unspoken rule? Wasn't it that we don't reveal who knows what? Fox looks over at him and calmly explains. Sorry, I just felt too sorry for the goblin. Hearing that, the clown doesn't want to make a scene and reluctantly sits back down. Then be more careful next time. Crescent Moon nods, understood. Ilana recalls what the clown once told her. Don't worry too much, I'm sure most people here don't know. At the same time, Bjorn silently weighs the implications in his head. He's right, but wasn't he the one who leaked it last time? But he's a calculating one. Could it be that knowing this information helps narrow down his identity? If so, then the clown is almost certainly connected to the temple or the underground city. Most likely, that's my best guess. Seeing that everyone already seems to know his intel, the Oni grows visibly flustered. Then what about this? The goddess has issued a divine oracle. The clown immediately reacts. A divine oraclekin, I buy information on who it's directed at, but the Oni's answer leaves him disappointed. Even I don't know that. The clown seizes the chance to tease. Not even a knight knows. Looks like the temple really is keeping its secrets under tight wraps. The Oni erupts in anger. You promised not to mention that. Seeing he's pushed his close friend too far, the clown apologizes. Sorry, but everyone already knows. What's the big deal? The Oni fires back. We have a newcomer here. Do you really think they'd care? Bjorn pays it little mind, quietly jotting it down in his notebook. The meeting continues. This time it's Fox's turn. Next month, a matched pair will go up for auction at the Celestial Auction House. This piques Bjorn's interest. I need to be there, he tells himself. Right now, though, it's impossible. Deerhorn speaks up. The royal family is planning a raid on Noak. Bjorn's heart sinks. Beck was right, he needs to stay as far away from this mess as humanly possible. Crescent Moon shares her intelligence. Equipment believed to belong to the Dragon Slayer is being traded on the black market. The Dragon Slayer's sword isn't among them, but something must have happened to him. This leaves Bjorn stunned. What? On the black market? I was surprised at first too, but I've managed to piece together what likely happened. My guess is that after fleeing in a half-dead state, he was stripped of everything. If Beck's hypothesis is correct, Bjorn recalls Beck's reluctant words. He wasn't even grieving it, he'd lost his memory. He didn't even know what attacked him. The more Bjorn thinks, the deeper his frown grows. The Dragon Slayer lost his memory too. Perhaps it was because of that drug. It seems this is an internal conflict within the underground city. I reckon the same person who slipped him that medicine was the one who sold off all the equipment. He must have made a killing. The clown gestures toward him and asks, is it my turn now, or would your excellency prefer to go first? Alfana replies in kind, you seem quite confident. He answers without hesitation, of course, if I offered something too obvious you might not accept it. Elfin raises a hand unnecessary. The man doesn't press further and agrees. Very well then. He begins laying out his own deductions. 3 years. Within 3 years, unified magic capable of binding up to 6 people will be developed. This bombshell rocks the room. Everyone freezes, stunned into silence. You expect me to believe that? And the stones? Still, he remains perfectly calm, silently observing everything. The clown adds that they are green. He narrows his eyes in silence, thinking that means the clown is telling the truth or at the very least believes he is. Sung-hoo leaps to his feet in shock. What? Is that even possible? Cao Thai covers her mouth, unable to contain her astonishment. Organizations, the royal family, the great houses, everything will change. Elphana calculates silently. If this truly comes to pass, it will be a catastrophic event completely reshaping how parties operate. Even if players move at 10 times or 100 times the speed, combinations and synergies that were impossible in the game will become achievable here. That means the chances of clearing the game will skyrocket. The clown suddenly turns to him and asks, "What are your thoughts on this?" Seeing that childlike expression, he silently sighs, the kids practically begging for praise. "Shall I stick a gold star on your forehead?" He suddenly smiles. "That's quite interesting." The clown, satisfied with the answer, grins. "Then it's your turn, sir." He still hesitates, unsure of what to say. "What should I say? I had a few things prepared, but the quality of intel this time has skyrocketed beyond expectations. I think it's because of what I said last time. It feels like everyone brought out their best piece of information. Good is good, but it also piles on the pressure. Maybe this will do. Consider it a reward for keeping things interesting." After a few minutes of deliberation, Elphana finally speaks. "You've all been wondering about the prophecy, haven't you?" The clown nods in agreement, but I'd rather not say why. But before the clown can finish, Elphana cuts him off. From that prophecy, a new holy relic was born. The person wearing the Oni mask cries out in alarm. "What? Who are you? How do you know something that even I?" The clown also finds it hard to believe. "Might I ask what kind of holy relic it is?" Elphana remains unshaken, confirming with absolute confidence. "If you bring me another piece of intriguing information," he thinks to himself, "yes. What matters to you is what that holy relic is, not whom the prophecy was meant for." The clown suddenly clutches his face and laughs wildly. "So you'll be coming back then? How delightful. Yes, something interesting. I'll make sure to have it ready." Elphana speaks up, her voice calm and measured. "I shall look forward to it." Inwardly, he hopes for as much valuable intel as possible. After all, the more interesting details he accumulates, the greater his leverage when the time comes to speak. The jester is the first to speak. He glances around the table and asks, "Does everyone here, mate?" The Lion Lord is eager to see what I bring next. As for Yao, you don't seem the least bit interested. Boring, the jester shrugs. A subtle implication brings something truly interesting, and perhaps I'll share a secret of my own. The fox turns to him asking, "You also know where the master is?" Even so, annoying unease churns within her, hidden beneath a silent prayer. Perhaps one day she too would hold that kind of power where no matter what someone brought to the table, it would be dismissed as uninteresting. Elphana thinks this to herself, but quickly shakes off the pang of guilt. After all, this is nothing more than a transactional relationship, your business, masks and all. A voice suddenly cuts through the silence. "So does everyone wish to continue for another round?" The observer of the second round table session contributed just enough to earn their keep, buying their turn by selling information about the temple. The crescent moon goes first this time, a practice that might have been acceptable in ages past, but no longer holds the same weight. The fox speaks up. "A 2-digit item will be put up for sale. Next comes the antler. It's valuable enough, but it may only be a sample piece of information. The antler provides intelligence on the royal bloodline. The crescent moon, meanwhile, reveals that the successor of the Fey tribe committed a grave sin and was stripped of their title." And at last the jester's turn arrives. He lets out a theatrical sigh. "It's my turn already. Our masks, you see, aren't chosen at random." The fox's eyes narrow. "What do you mean?" The jester answers, "The master once and the end. You will always choose the mask that most clearly represents your own destiny." The stag speaks up upon hearing this. "So that's why the clown looks so pitiful. It means he's weak but shameless. After all, he's just a jester. Now I understand why you're so insufferable." The crescent moon adds, "But that doesn't sound like particularly vital information." The fox follows suit. "Well, it's interesting enough." But in his mind, he notes that the jester merely spoke about the explorer party and that alone was enough for the contribution to be accepted. Again, it is his turn. He decides to reveal a piece of information so far beyond the others' comprehension that knowing it would be, for them, entirely useless. Elphana sets his fist on the table and begins to speak. The resurrection stone truly exists. The moment the words leave his lips, every person at the table frees, jaws slack, eyes wide, as if their chins might drop clean off their faces. The sight sends a surge of triumph through him. Yes, thy silence. This is exactly what he wanted. The one wearing the hungry ghost mask abruptly raises a hand, desperate to speak. "Apologies for interrupting. But what exactly is the resurrection stone? Am I the only one here who doesn't know?" Fury surges through him at the thought. This ignorant fool, the Resurrection Stone. An item that exists only in whispered rumors within the game. It is said to be capable of reviving someone who has already died. Obtaining it demands both extraordinary luck and the fulfillment of conditions so absurd they border on madness. In 9 years of playing, Lehanso managed to possess it exactly once. Cal lets out a soft sigh. The Resurrection Stone is an item said to bring someone back from the dead. At least that's what people believe, the hungry ghost mask-wearer adds, unable to hide the shock in his voice. I always thought an item like that wouldn't actually exist in this game. Cal shakes his head. That's precisely why I said people think so. Crescent Moon slams his hand on the table, exclaiming in shock, "Is it really true that the dead can be revived with that thing?" Elle responds calmly, "Yes, there are quite a few complicated conditions involved, but the stone's effects are every bit as the rumors claim." Hearing this, one person immediately speaks up. "Then where is it?" Seeing them overstepping, he speaks up enough. In his mind, he's already provided more than sufficient information. Crescent Moon still refuses to relent, pressing urgently, "Then at least tell me what kind of information interests you. I truly need that item." Internally, he can't hide his surprise, hadn't expected this kind of reaction at all. What should I say? A man in a peculiar mask. The role of someone who finds everything boring and far too easy, that's the part I have to play. So I'm not even sure myself. I don't know what I care about. Even a lion doesn't know what it truly wants. Of course, that's a somewhat absurd concept, but I think it works just fine. A small reaction like that will force him to bring a wealth of information. And that way, I can easily dismiss whatever he offers as boring. With Crescent Moon's prolonged silence, the meeting comes to an end. Seeing him remain silent without reply, Crescent Moon sinks back into his chair and probes. "What kind of information would I need to bring to make someone like you feel even remotely interested?" The moment Alfana rises to her feet, every gaze at the table locks onto her. He looks at them and lets out an exasperated sigh. "Here we go again. What am I supposed to say this time?" Even so, before leaving, he doesn't forget to drop one last remark: "I shall look forward to our next meeting." At the same time, he silently appreciates the intelligence he managed to gather. Then, K's for the juicy intel. The moment he departs, the Oni-masked figure glances sideways, his expression tinged with unease. "That man, he may be one of us." The jester immediately asks, "What do you mean?" The Oni-masked figure replies, "Only about 10 people in the entire organization know about the prophecy, and every single one of them holds at least the rank of high priest or captain, if he's one of them." Growing furious that he still isn't getting to the point, the jester snaps, "Just tell me what you're trying to say." Then he turns and demands, "How can you be so naive? Do you really think he's that simple?" The Oni-masked figure retorts, "But there's no other explanation that makes sense. It hasn't even been 2 weeks since the prophecy appeared." The jester's fury boils over, and he slams his fist down on the table. "You fool, that's exactly why people look down on you. Why can't you consider the possibility that one of those 10 is his subordinate?" The Oni-masked figure rises to his feet without backing down. "That's absurd. You can only reach that higher rank within the cult if the goddess herself chose you." Seeing everyone fall silent, he asks, "What? Does everyone actually think the jester is right?" The fox is the first to speak up. "There's no more reasonable explanation than that." Crescent Moon is next. "I thought he was the kind of arrogant lunatic you couldn't even hold a conversation with, but I was wrong. And lastly, Deerhorn, perhaps he is far greater than any of us imagined." Seeing that no one returns to their seat, he finally grows exasperated. Deerhorn adds, "He seemed to already know about the plan to ambush the evil noble. He must have eyes and ears inside the royal palace as well." The fox chimes in, "He didn't even care about the paired number artifacts. That can only mean he's powerful enough not to need them." The jester speaks up as well, "I'm certain he's killed at least thousands. He doesn't even know what he cares about anymore. I've only ever seen a handful of people as broken as him." Crescent Moon's expression turns contemplative as he unexpectedly speaks. "Perhaps we already know who he is." Deerhorn's eyes widen in astonishment. "What do you mean?" Crescent Moon recalls the moment from earlier and speaks. "Before he even mentioned the Resurrection Stone, he looked straight at me as if he already knew I needed it." The Oni-masked figure hears this, and a wave of unease crashes over him. Cold sweat breaks out uncontrollably. "Aren't you reading too much into this? I think it was just a coincidence. He was just looking around the room, wasn't he?" The jester rests his chin on his hand, his expression pensive. "I was wondering why he suddenly brought up the Resurrection Stone, but now it all makes sense." The Oni-masked figure still finds no peace in his heart. "Everyone here is so sharp. Am I the only one who keeps falling behind?" The fox seems to recall something. He immediately pitches an idea. "The mask, don't you think we could find clues about his identity from the mask?" Deerhorn strokes his chin thoughtfully. Right, if what the jester says is true, the jester picks up from there. I told you, the master himself said it. The fox speaks up the lion. It reminds me of the story about a lion deliberately throwing its own cub off a cliff. Deerhorn adds, that's only a rumor. But I'm certain he's been through far worse than that. At their words, the jester scratches his head, puzzled. I can only think of the unemployed king. Could that mean he's destined to become a king someday? Crescent Moon replies, he doesn't seem like the type to serve under anyone, that much is certain. And it doesn't stop there. They go back and forth endlessly. I've heard the lion is a symbol of the emperor in the East. It can also represent courage in Greek mythology. Singapore even means the city of lions. The Oni masked figure remains silent, not daring to speak. He thinks to himself, I've heard lions are polygamous by nature. What if he's simply blessed when it comes to women? But he'll keep that thought to himself. If he says it out loud, they'll definitely look at him like he's an idiot. That surely can't be the reason. D+17. Evening, a tavern in District 7. The newly formed party holds its first meeting. He's a little nervous. But all in all, it's a pretty solid first gathering. And Lou surveys the group and speaks up. Why don't we cut straight to the point? We should discuss how we split the loot. Na hears this and shouts, can't we just take whatever Bjorn decides to give us? And Lou doesn't budge, immediately refusing. That might work for you, but not for us. FEG turns to look at her and gives his opinion. I don't think she deserves an equal share. She's the least capable member among us. Hearing him talk about her like that turns her simmering anger into outright fury. She leaps to her feet and screams in his face, Effigy. Is that really what you think of me? I trusted you. I once considered you a precious member of this team. Miss A, touching her ear, sees this and immediately clamps a hand over the girl's mouth. Please be quiet. Bjorn will handle it. So be a good girl, all right. And Lou, barely paying attention, leans forward and continues. I don't really care that much, but I am a mage after all. Obviously, my presence allows all of you to store essence in vials for sale. I've also learned advanced transmutation magic, so harvesting secondary materials becomes far easier. Bjorn Jandal turns to look at her and asks, you want a bigger share? And Lou smiles with satisfaction, raising her fingers as she answers, yes, 30%. That's the rate my seniors used to receive. This condition clearly doesn't sit well with him. He casts her an unfriendly glance. Then those seniors of yours must have joined weaker parties than ours. She refuses to back down, meeting his gaze with an equally defiant stare. Are you saying I'm not in the same position? And Lou is a 6th rank mage, so treating her as equivalent to a 5th rank adventurer is perfectly reasonable. And Lou just demonstrated a 6th rank offensive spell solar sphere. Given that he and Miss A are 6th rank while Na is 7th rank. She actually outranks them all. Bjorn Jandal cuts in to explain, once we're inside the labyrinth, it'll become clear. Regardless of rank, no one will be shortchanged. And Lou presses further. But it's true that she outranks our core 3-person team, isn't it? Bjorn Jandal lifts his cup, takes a slow drink, and replies, we'll keep the standard equal split at 20%. But you can take 40% of any special loot obtained through magic. And Lou, looking satisfied, responds, fine, that works. Still, deep down, he isn't entirely pleased with the arrangement. She just accepted the standard terms every mage in the current era has to live with. With one matter settled, he sets his cup down after a moment and turns toward Na. You get 25%, at his words. She freezes for a beat but doesn't dare to object. We haven't even been on our first expedition yet. As if anticipating the kid's reaction, Bjorn silently considers giving him an extra 10%. Since he's the Pathfinder, but the boy probably won't speak up in a situation like this. The biggest issue is settled then. Negotiations will go much smoother if I've done my homework beforehand. And the other two agreed to compromise out of respect for me. That's that then. A lively discussion erupts across the table, questions flying, answers firing back. What about registering the party? When do we handle that? And the team's operating fund monthly contributions. How much? What if someone can't cover it? Should we change the split when we encounter a rift? And Lou glances up from the documents, notices he hasn't responded, and turns to probe him. What if we find treasure? Jandal, you're not dozing off, are you? After sitting for so long, his body is drowning in exhaustion. I'm still listening. How much more is there to go through? He sighs inwardly. Back when his party was just a ragtag scouting squad, things were never this complicated. And Lou holds up a stack of documents before his face, beaming. 31 more items to get through, we're not even halfway there. A jolt of panic ripples through him. Not even halfway. His face goes pale, exhaustion written across every line as he turns to stare at her. It's too late now, save the rest for later. And Lou doesn't push the matter any further. She sets her glasses down and turns to face him. Oh, until when then? Bjorn Jandal throws out a time frame off the top of his head: 2 days. She immediately follows up with where. And the question drains whatever patience he has left. He thinks to himself, didn't I used to think I had the temperament of a mage? I'm definitely dealing with a real mage here. Honestly, I'm just glad I didn't end up with a berserker instead. The next morning, we finish the party registration and head home. Bjorn Jandal speaks up, get some rest. The moment those words leave his mouth, both Na and Missy light up with joy. They bolt straight back to their rooms. Really? I'm seriously sleep-deprived over here. Same. Out of nowhere, a letter materializes at his feet. To those who bear the seal of Lier. He's arranged a meeting with the Dragonkin. He figures they'd want to meet after all. He's the one holding the Dragon Slayer sword. He picks up the letter, eyes widening in surprise. The summons feels otherworldly, like a calling card ripped straight from another dimension. He looks around in bewilderment at the unfamiliar space he's been transported to. Is this the Dragon Temple? The letter must have been a medium for teleportation magic. Without warning, a strange voice echoes through the chamber. Did you know you are not the first barbarian to set foot in this place? A powerful gale of unknown origin slams into him. He throws up an arm before his face, fighting to keep his footing. This crushing pressure, it's nothing like killing intent. It's as if he's standing before a creature he could never hope to defeat. Dragon Might. High above, a man sits upon a throne, gazing down at him with an air of absolute authority. The man speaks, should you leave here alive, why would a dragonkin of clearly superior rank even bother unleashing dragon might? The answer is obvious to intimidate him. They're a proud and cunning race. They won't simply snatch the Dragon Slayer sword without offering something in return. But they'll still try to intimidate him before any negotiation begins. It's the more convenient approach. Does everyone around here enjoy threatening people? Bjorn clenches his fists, eyes burning with defiance. His reaction catches the dragon off guard. That's not the reaction I usually get. Bjorn doesn't say another word. He thinks to himself, I didn't think I'd have to do this before even introducing myself. But if I get it over with now, it'll save time in the long run. He parts his lips slightly and draws in a breath. Dragon might or whatever, none of it matters. Bjorn Jandal inhales deeply, then slowly straightens his back. The howling winds surge toward him without relent. Before him looms an impossibly massive dragon. In the vast, empty silence between just the two of them, the atmosphere grows increasingly awkward. He thinks to himself, say something already. Now it's just embarrassing. The dragon speaks first. What was that? He answers, I just felt like shouting. Is that a problem? The dragon lets out an awkward laugh, fidgeting with his fingers. No, no problem at all. He flicks his fingers lightly and smiles. Well, sorry about that anyway, personally. I'm against doing something so childish, but the old-timers insisted I intimidate you first. Said it would make negotiations smoother. Or some such nonsense. Bjorn Jandal narrows his eyes slightly, suspicion creeping into his voice. That earlier display, it was just an illusion, right? First, let me confirm something. I am Bjorn, son of Jandal. Are you the chieftain of the Dragon Clan? Lafir rises slowly to his feet and answers. Chieftain, sure that works, or just call me Fedomao for short. The suggested name leaves Bjorn utterly speechless. How is that any more convenient? Seeing his priceless expression, Lafir chuckles and explains, I'm joking, just call me Lafir. Bjorn Jandal picks up from there. All right. Lafir, you can call me Jandal or Bjorn, either works. The moment those words leave his mouth, Lafir's smile vanishes entirely. The dragonkin narrows his eyes at him. Then, Jandal, could you show me the dragon sword? I still find it hard to believe. Hearing the doubt, Bjorn thinks irritably he's telling me straight to my face that he doesn't believe me. Find no point explaining. Lafir descends from his throne and drives the sword straight into the ground before him. This really is the dragon sword. His sudden appearance startles Bjorn. When did he get here? Lafir raises the sword before his eyes, silent for a long moment. After examining the blade, he tilts his head and looks toward Bjorn. So then, I want to hear the details. Bjorn thinks to himself, I'll leave out anything that might put me at a disadvantage and give him the condensed version of what happened that day. Lafir seems to grasp a few things. A bitter sadness crosses his face. So that's how it is, he went that far in the end. As you wish, I'll keep the dragon sword's recovery a secret. Worried the dragon might not believe him, Bjorn presses further. Were you close with him? Lafir's expression shifts. He was my younger brother. The revelation stuns Bjorn. What? Lafir continues, that's precisely why I couldn't stop him. At the same time, memories he never wished to recall flood back into his mind. How could this be? Taegulong is dead, and the dragon sword is gone. But those thoughts last only a moment before he returns to the present. He drives the sword hard into the ground, his expression twisted with frustration. Regardless, there's something I haven't told you yet. Thank you for returning this blade, Bayan, son of Jander. Regardless of the reward you might demand in exchange, we shall always regard you as a benefactor of our race. Bayan Jander does not reply immediately. He narrows his eyes, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. In truth, he only returned it for the reward. Still, if they insist on seeing him as a benefactor, he has no reason to refuse. Here, Lafir asks for his opinion. Jander, what do you desire in return? Bayan Jander asks instantly, what can you offer me? Lafir offers treasures, but the proposal leaves Bayan cold. If they plan to pay in coin, surely it would be enough to armor me from head to toe in high-grade gear, right? He flatly refuses, I have no need for money. Lafir moves to his second proposal. Secondly, I hear you are forming a new team. We shall allow one of our own to join your ranks for 2 years. This does not satisfy him either. It is an offer that only makes sense if you truly understand the value of their race. Very tempting, but I must decline. His eyes filled with weariness, he asks, is there anything else? Lafir ignores his dismissive tone and adds a detail to his second condition. She is truly beautiful. Bayan Jander asks, and so what? Lafir replies, then this is our final offer. I will grant you the dragon scale armor crafted in the coming year. That scale is a material only the dragon race can process, and they forge only 1 piece per year through a sacred ritual. Even so, he remains unimpressed. If I were satisfied with such trifles, I would have just taken the money. He's not offering the best reward. Then I shall make my own demand. Bayan Jander refuses once more. I do not like that option either. Seeing that he cannot be satisfied, Bayan Jander makes his own suggestion. Just grant me a tattoo. This simple request leaves Lafir somewhat stunned. A tattoo? Bayan Jander answers firmly without hesitation. Yes, the dragon's blessing, the very thing that makes the dragon race so overwhelmingly powerful. A stifling pressure of unknown origin suddenly permeates the space. Lafir's gaze turns dark as he grinds out, where did you hear of that? Unfazed, Bayan Jander retorts sharply. Just do it, don't be so stingy. This audacity leaves Lafir aghast. What did you say? Bayan Jander acts like a petulant child, chiding him. Lafir, you are a descendant of the dragon. Stop being so cheap and just give it to me. This renders the other party utterly powerless. No, that will destroy you. If your own kind finds out, they will brand you a traitor. Dispirited, Bayan thinks to himself, what the hell? Are all these barbarians like this? Nevertheless, he maintains a taunting, mocking attitude. You are cheap, you called me a savior earlier, yet you cannot even do this for me. The goddess of light said that Liga Gavji and I would meet again, that a malevolent fate strongly binds us together. Lafir gasps, the goddess of light said that. Is it true? Bayan Jander replies, yes, I must become stronger or I will lose even more friends because of your younger brother. Though his words are blunt, he knows exactly how to deal with those who use dirty tactics. You say you cannot stop your brother, right? Then invest in me. As the victor of the negotiation, Bayan Jander stares at him with steady eyes. I will stop him for you. A surge of energy surrounds his feet. Lafir wavers. Then I must check with the temple to see if this prophecy is true. Bayan Jander thinks, this problem will only worsen if I don't handle it. I must get this matter settled. Bayan Jander takes the sword in hand and asks, where is your father? She stares at him, unable to hide her confusion. Why? Bayan Jander looks displeased, even annoyed. I just want to have a word with him. If you aren't going to tell me, step aside. Seeing him turn to leave, she cannot suppress her curiosity. Then why do you need your weapon? Lord Jander, he pays her no mind. What is she saying? Why would I need a weapon to talk to someone? In a flash, the door is blown off its hinges by his swift strike. The guards immediately rush out to protect their leader. Stop. How dare you? Near Bayan Jander raises his hand and commands. Enough, you two may leave. Fearing for his safety, the guards hesitate, but he silences them. Do not worry about this. The guards depart without delay. Very well, Bayan Jander places his weapon on the table and sits down. You are intelligent. I figured you didn't become the guild master just for show. Bayan Jander steps forward. Anyway, what do you want? Dragging my daughter around and then busting down my door. I assume you have a reason for all of this. Bayan Jander sits with arms crossed, acting nonchalant. She said it was you, father. He immediately tries to object. I was not asking you. This makes him sigh in annoyance. Then he issues a reminder. You two should settle your family matters yourselves. This catches him by surprise. Are you saying you are betraying my daughter? Bayan Jander continues. Betraying her. I never collaborated with her from the start. I have no intention of collaborating with her either. He doesn't refuse, instead immediately asking, then why did you come here with her? Bjorn Jandal speaks up without a shred of restraint, openly accusing the man. She kept showing up at my place and pestering me, so I figured I'd better come tell you straight. She followed me here like a stray dog latching onto a meal. She clenches her fists, fury blazing in her eyes as she tries to explain. That's because I was trying to stop you before you did something stupid. He doesn't doubt Bjorn's words for even a moment and believes him outright. Very well, I believe you. Then he points a finger toward his daughter and asks, but is there any reason to be so crude about it? What will people think of me when they see that door hanging off its hinges? Bjorn replies that the man is an open-minded guild president who prioritizes direct communication with his people. The man picks up right where he left off. I do prioritize communication, which is why I could throw you in a cell right now. Bjorn hears this and his expression sours. He responds with open mockery. Go ahead and try, everything you've done will come to light the moment you do. The man doesn't back down either, irritation seeping into his voice. You really believe what that scout told you? Even if he testifies, who do you think would care? Bjorn Jandal hears this and lets his lips curl into a contemptuous sneer. The moment that news reaches the barbarian clan's stronghold, the man would become a guild president without a shred of honor left. The one who tried to set up and murder their heir. But then again wasn't the guild presidential elections scheduled for next year. No matter where the man goes, the clansmen would be there. They wouldn't bash his skull in, granted, but Bjorn was certain the man's political rivals would love every second of it. Seeing the shift, the man's face darkens gradually, his expression dripping with disdain. So you're the heir now. You're a bit slow on the uptake. I was only recently chosen as the heir. Even so, in the end, the man has no choice but to relent and negotiate. What do you want then? Bjorn thinks to himself. A total surrender. I'd love nothing more than to bash his skull in right here, but the Dragon Slayer situation alone is already keeping me buried neck deep. After a few minutes of deliberation, he speaks. President, look at me. I don't care whether this was another misunderstanding, or whether you simply hate my guts. If you pull something behind my back one more time, it won't end with just a conversation. I'm leaving, I'm hungry. After the surprisingly smooth negotiation with the guild president, I begin preparations for the expedition with my new teammates. But first, I have to go over the 31 conditions that Enlu had already prepared. Enlu snaps the book shut, her expression brimming with satisfaction. All right, if I think of anything else, I'll let you know. Bjorn Jandal rests a hand on his forehead, his expression one of utter exasperation. Fine, we also need to decide on a team name. Na holds a glass of liquor in hand, her tipsy gaze drifting toward the others. Apple, it's my favorite thing in the world, don't need anything else added to it. And Lu is no less opinionated. She raises her hand slightly and asks, what about next? It means those who walk in the shadows in the old tongue. Sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? In the end, they mash both suggestions together and settle on the name Apple Knock. Bjorn Jandal's eyes glaze over with a dead, unbothered look. And Lu lets out a panicked yelp. My knack. Now picks up where she left off. I'm fine with knack by 2, honestly. All in all, Bjorn realizes that this 24-year-old mage has a black dragon flame burning in her right hand, and her other barbarian teammate has absolutely nothing going on between her ears. Next, training grounds, a facility within the city where everyone is permitted to use their skills freely. Na surges forward at full speed, calling out to Misei without pause. Then she digs her feet in and launches herself into the air. Misei tugs at her ear and on cue, charges forward together. Right, they've been meeting regularly at the training grounds to hone their team coordination. Whenever he has spare time, Bjorn stops by the library to gather information. An old man with fiery red hair leans on his staff, watching them with a grin. I hear Enlu is your new teammate. Misei peeks out from behind the wall, scratching her ear. You're here too. In Bjorn Jandal's mind, he thinks Hikazat showed up only recently. Never mind that. He's been through a string of exhausting days, and finally, the day arrives, day the labyrinth opens its gates. The Crystal Cave Center, first floor, the monument of the Grand Sage. A voice suddenly rings out. What is it? Damn it, Apman. Don't tell me you got caught already. And Lu's rising fury leaves Bjorn visibly flustered. She suddenly turns to him and asks, did you know? Bjorn Jandal and Apman exchange looks, both lost in thought. That's strange, really strange. I'm sure this is the right way. Bjorn Jandal's expression shifts to one of mild surprise. I didn't expect the situation to be this bad. He thinks to himself, damn it, we started at the monument and 15 minutes later we're right back where we began. The man has absolutely zero sense of direction. And Lu crosses her arms and eyes them with a sharp gaze. I always wondered why he showed up 45 minutes late despite living near the square. Turns out it's because he couldn't find the way. Thinking back to before when Apman arrived 45 minutes late and Lu holds out her hand, stares him down, and demands a late fee. $1,000 per minute, that's 45,000 total. This catches him completely off guard. He had forgotten about that late fee clause entirely. She asks dead serious, but why were you late? He answers, it was my first time coming here at night. Surprisingly, Bjorn walks up from behind and lightly taps him on the shoulder. Anyway, hurry up, we'll be late at this rate. Back in the present, and Lou is so tense she's gnawing on her own fingernails. Good lord, her expression is so sour it makes everyone around her instinctively back away. I don't know either. I'm telling the truth. Missy, what's wrong with you? Na is just as spooked, not one bit braver. He has to prove to her that a guide with no sense of direction can still hold his own before she tears the whole group a new one. To salvage the situation, he immediately speaks up and offers, I'll take the lead. Appman, just tell me where the teleportation gate is. Appman, seizing the lifeline thrown to him, answers at once. Ah, right, Bjorn Jandal, take point, let's go. The smart move is to pick the wider path whenever they hit a fork. This is his first time navigating, after all. But he should avoid hilly terrain, those tend to dead end. And when they're on the outskirts, he has to choose the darker routes. The ones with fewer crystals. Those are just a few tricks he picked up back when he was still traveling with Gigenberg. And so, the party enters the second floor of the Goblin Forest. And Lou holds a book in one hand and speaks with undisguised contempt. 12 hours to reach the second floor, not bad at all. Bjorn Jandal thinks to himself, good thing this place is easier to navigate. Within the Goblin Forest, there are a total of 8 teleportation gatestones. Once one of them is activated, the rest revert to ordinary stone. That's why latecomers are usually forced to circle the forest's perimeter, searching for an active gate. Bjorn Jandal turns his head and asks the man behind him, which direction? Appman answers bluntly. He honestly points the way ahead. A swell of relief rises in Bjorn's chest. Having a guide really is convenient. He continues barking out orders. And Lou, can you increase the number of light orbs? And Lou complies without a hint of resistance, acting immediately. 3 orbs, no problem, my mana recovers fast. Miss A, stunned, touches her ear and shrieks, what? Appman is equally astonished. Whoa, that's impressive. The mages I've worked with before were never this good. Miss A lowers her head, a trace of guilt in her voice. I understand now. It seems she finally understands why Duan Kai always said other mages outclassed him. This area typically demands a professional scout. The forest is riddled with traps. But with 3 light orbs blazing overhead, illuminating everything in sight, no trap matters. Every hazard is laid bare. The light, however, also draws the goblins in. Bjorn Jandal swings his weapon and sends a goblin flying. Day 2, the party enters the 3rd floor, the Pilgrim's Path. You have entered a special area, which is Forest Area Effect activated. Day 8, gazing at the castle looming ahead, Misse's shoulders slump with a hint of dejection. Bjorn figures she just wants to scream for the sake of it. Na, on the other hand, can't stop exclaiming in wonder. A castle, there's an actual castle in the middle of the forest. That's so cool. We got here almost as fast as when we ran with Ya Miller. Guess effort really can't beat talent. And Lou covers her mouth with one hand and calls out to Jandal. She approaches from behind, her face drained of color. There's an unstable mana current spreading through the entire forest. It's making me nauseous. Let's head inside. Bjorn Jandal whips his head around and exclaims, wait, we need to swap our insignia before we go in. The others behind him nod in immediate agreement. Because there might already be another team inside, right? Yeah, if we don't, they'll think we're bandits and attack. Insignia change, no, we can go in, right? You have entered the 4th floor Sky Tower. Miss A looks at the horde of monsters ahead and lets out a weary sigh. Chona demihumans, since this place is also known as the Training Tower. I figured it'd be the perfect chance to drill our teamwork. In other words, gigantification, feral burst, fusion. To find out just how strong we really are. A monster rears up and unleashes a torrent of fire using its hazardous material ability. Bjorn Jandal reacts in a flash, raising his shield to intercept the blaze. Appman grips his weapon tight and drops into a combat stance. And Lou begins channeling a tier 6 attack spell, Flame Rain. And Lou flashes a smug smile, raises her staff high, and starts pouring her mana into the incantation. Bjorn Jandal smirks, the corner of his lips curling with arrogance. Having 3 people who can truly pull their weight, Thigh's team is finally complete. We can definitely take down any monster below tier 6 within 3 minutes. Those 2 will handle their parts perfectly. We can push on to the 5th floor, but there's a problem. The path to the next level of the Sky Tower, the Hall of Insight. Ya Miller cleared the Hall of Insight in about an hour, but when I'm the one leading the way, it takes 5 times longer. At our current pace, even starting at 10 p.m., we won't clear the Sky Tower before the labyrinth closes. Seeing how late it's gotten, he turns to his teammates and says, it's too late, let's rest. They all agree immediately. By the flickering firelight, Na is still bursting with energy. Not having to take watch is amazing. Na's head wobbles for just a moment before she collapses flat on the ground and passes out cold. Miss A doesn't even have time to react. I get it. The first time I came here I felt awful too, takes some getting used to. Sensing someone's gaze, she whips her head around and calls out, "Bjorn, why do you keep sneaking glances at me?" Bjorn Jandal yanks his blanket up and immediately denies it. "I wasn't." A voice suddenly pierces the silence. Jandal freezes bewildered. He blurts out, "What?" And Lou rushes toward him with a notebook clutched in hand. "I ran the numbers. At this rate, we won't be able to linger on the 5th floor for long." He forces himself upright and replies reluctantly, "This is our first expedition. We'll get faster." And Lou hears this and doesn't press the issue, simply returning to her spot. "If you say so, then fine." Though she's already gone, the shock hasn't left his face. Good lord, she's terrifying. While he slept, her voice had echoed in his ear, "Jandal, listen to me. I just finished washing my face when I felt something strange. So I cast a detection spell. There's someone else here besides us." The instant he hears this, his eyes snap open. "What?" Seeing him lunge for his weapon, she immediately holds him back. "Don't act rashly. That person is standing right behind me at this very moment. Wrong move and our mage dies." Bjorn's thoughts race as the two of them exchange messages back and forth. Yet even in a situation like this, she remains perfectly calm. Truly impossible not to admire. "You can hear my thoughts, because I cast the spell on you. But I didn't expect you, Jandal, to project your thoughts successfully right away. That actually takes a bit of skill, you know. Anyway, it seems he won't make a move on me immediately. So think carefully about how to handle this before you act. Because my life is in your hands, Jandal. First, stay calm. He probably entered at the same time we did, right from the start. The thing is, before we climbed the stairs after clearing set 1, and Lou already tried using a detection spell. In his mind, the image surfaced him and the others walking through that door. All right, no one is there. What did he do? The seniors had warned that after clearing the 1st floor, one must always use detection magic to guard against unexpected threats. Sound advice. In hindsight, hard-won experience from the magic tower, it seemed. He wasn't detected last time, but this time he was. That meant from the moment he entered up to the 1st floor, he had been using some kind of item to evade detection. That explanation made more sense. Alternatively, he could have been someone powerful, wielding a level 2 or higher concealment artifact, but once he was detected, that possibility evaporated from the start. The mere fact that he tailed them in silence without showing himself was proof enough he had no confidence in his own combat strength. And Lou silently reminds him through their mental link. "All right, I've made up my mind." And Lou's, "The moment I give the signal, drop to the ground immediately. No hesitation." She asks in a panic, "Wait, what are you doing?" She sends a frantic mental reminder, "You know, if you mess this up, I'm the one who dies." Without missing a beat, he snatches up a massive rock and hurls himself at the figure behind them. Na, startled, covers her ears and drops low. The ambush blow connects. The stalker is sent hurtling backward. His true form slowly materializes, staring at Bjorn in sheer astonishment. Na, who had been asleep, jolts awake. What's going on? Enemies? Miss A is equally stunned. Appman startles awake and sits bolt upright. What's happening? Enemies. He charges forward to attack. The system flashes a notification. Character has activated the skill Gigantification. Bjorn Jandal successfully pulls Enlu to safety, while the stalker narrowly escapes in the nick of time. He reacts instantly, swiping at the figure, but the body gradually fades away. Bjorn Jandal's eyes burn with fury. So fast he slipped away again, and Lou cradled in his arms, her head still spinning. "Hey, a little more gently, would you?" He immediately orders everyone into combat formation. A damn rat just tried to kill Lou. The moment he finishes speaking, everyone snaps into formation without a word. True professionals, every last one of them. Na speaks up, "Classic Bjorn, I didn't even notice there was a rat in the labyrinth." He responds, "No, I mean there's another adventurer out there, hiding alongside us." She exclaims in surprise, "Oh, is that so? I thought it was an actual rat, that's why I was startled." Her words leave him thinking helplessly, shouldn't she have been startled because it was not a rat? He turns to Enlu, "Where is he?" And Lu, in a vigilant stance, answers, "Gone. He's no longer showing up on my detection." Negating detection again. "Keep using it until he shows himself." Appman, equally on guard, speaks up, "So there's someone using a stealth skill. How many?" Bjorn Jandal turns to him and answers, "For now, I'd say just one." And Lu immediately agrees. "That's right." Seeing them lose focus, he speaks up to pull them back. "Stay sharp. When he attacks, he'll have to reveal himself." 10 minutes later, unable to wait any longer, he shouts at the top of his lungs, "Hey, you little rat, if you're listening, show yourself, come out now and I'll make your death quick. After all, in this sealed chamber, you have nowhere to run." A voice shouts, "They're over there, found him, by the door." The system flashes and Lu has cast level 8 support spell Trace. He emerges from behind the door, being dragged from her sleep leaves her seething with fury. "It's human, the one who dared disturb my slumber during an unmanned watch." Appman stands nearby and sneers, quite the stealthy getup. An arrow immediately rockets toward him. He barely manages to dodge. Miss A shouts, "What? He got away." Bjorn Jandal steps forward and places a hand on her shoulder. "Wait, don't panic. Gather our gear first, there's no need to rush. The place he just bolted up to is the Brave's staircase. As long as we haven't all gone up, no monsters will spawn and the gate to the next floor won't open." In other words, he's no different from a rat that crawled into a trap. Once he's climbed up, he can't come back down, so gathering our gear first, then pursuing is the right call. And Lu runs over, holding something in her hand. "Bjorn, look at this. Looks like he dropped it when he ran." Bjorn Jandal examines it and concludes, an expansion backpack. "Let's see what's inside." Opening the bag, he can't help but raise an eyebrow. A real professional, came fully loaded. Paralytic toxin 3 doses. Smoke bombs, this guy thought of nothing but killing. It sends chills down his spine. Lucky indeed, if it weren't for Lu, something terrible could have happened. He picks up his rations and reminds everyone, "Once you're packed, we move. I'll take point, keep formation tight." He definitely didn't run up there at random. Who knows what he's after or what's waiting for us up there. We need to approach with extreme caution. Even as he moves out, he doesn't forget to turn back and warn them. "I'll go in first, follow once I give the signal. This time I really can't predict what's coming." Seeing no immediate danger, he calls out to the group, "Everyone come in. And Lu, keep using detection. And this flame, can you put it out?" "Let me try." And Lu replies, "First, let's deal with the remaining monsters quickly. But remember, he might still be lurking somewhere nearby." After the battle ends, everyone's eyes naturally drift to one spot, and Lu stares intently at the corpse on the ground. "Bjorn, could this be?" Bjorn Jandal steps forward and examines it. "Is it a fake?" And Lu furrows her brow and answers, "This is a recently deceased corpse. I can still sense the residual mana. It's no one else's. The mana signature is faint, but it matches perfectly with the wave I detected from below." Appman asks, so he offed himself. This makes him grimace, thoroughly disgusted. "Damn it, this is sickening. I've run into every kind of scum imaginable, but every last one of them still wanted to live. But this is the first time I've seen someone kill themselves like a member of some underground organization. No matter how you look at it, he's no ordinary bandit." As they observe and discuss among themselves, they notice the body has no identification card. It seems he never carried one in the first place, and even if he had, it would have burned away. There's no way to confirm his identity. He suddenly asks Butte, "Are you okay?" And Lu blurts out in surprise, "What do you mean?" Bjorn Jandal speaks up, bringing up something from before. She had already thrown up back when she saw that corpse golem. Not that it was embarrassing, the stench of rotting flesh had surged straight into her nostrils while she was mid-incantation. That's all it was. "Normally, stuff like this doesn't bother me at all." "Got it. Compared to the experiments, this is nothing," he muttered. After that, while examining the corpses further, and Lu and I exchanged a few more words, but nothing useful came of it. Miss A, looking exhausted, glanced at the person beside her. Might as well get some more sleep. Either way, someone should stay on watch, just to be safe. Bjorn Jandal agreed, albeit reluctantly. "Fine by me." The campfire flickered in the darkness. Bjorn Jandal sat motionless, standing guard while the others slept. Just what the hell was that guy anyway? Two possibilities occupied his mind. Either he was an agent sent by Akal or someone dispatched by the district management. The fact that he hadn't carried an identity card from the start if he hailed from the underground city, meaning he was one of Akal's people, made sense. But the way she had wiped away every trace made him suspect the district management side even more. Because if he were one of Akal's, there'd be no reason to cover it up. Although the conversation had ended smoothly at the time, could it be that he harbored resentment afterward? "Having a nightmare. Should I wake her?" And Lu softly called out, "Bjorn." Bjorn Jandal sat up straight and reassured her. "Don't worry, go back to sleep, I've got watch." And Lu spoke up. "That's not it, I have something I want to ask. If I hadn't used my detection spell back then, what would have happened?" He looked at her seriously and asked, "Do you want an honest answer?" She nodded. "Yes." Bjorn Jandal answered. "If we'd been unlucky, everyone would be dead. If lucky, one or two at most." She asked, stunned, "Is that really what exploring is like?" He didn't deny it. "Yes. Nobody knows when or where they'll run into some bastard, nor when their own life will suddenly be snuffed out. That's what exploring really is," she murmured. he immediately reassured her, "Don't worry, it's not all misery and horror all the time." He didn't know if it would comfort her, but he decided to tell her about the time his old half-wit party first ran into the Onki bandits and how completely shattered they'd all been, and how Miller had shown them all the breathtaking scenery on the third floor. She continued, "The seniors said it was just a meaningless monosaturation phenomenon, but I want to see it again next time." He offered a reminder. "Next time, I'll wake you before the clock strikes 12. She agreed without a moment's hesitation. "Yeah." The next morning, and Lou glanced at him and asked, "What kind of person was that guy, really?" Misei answered, "No matter how I think about it, he doesn't seem like a normal bandit. Going solo was strange enough, but the way he acted at the end was even stranger." Bjorn Jandal said while packing up, "Don't worry about it. Even if we wanted to investigate now, we wouldn't find a thing." Na dashed over fast as the wind, her face beaming with excitement as she looked at him. "Bjorn, how many cotton candies could all this buy?" Bjorn Jandal calculated and answered. Before he could finish, and Lou stepped forward and said, "Including everything inside, it's probably around 3 million mana stones." Bjorn Jandal asked in surprise, "You handle even this kind of thing?" To get an exact number, you'd have to actually sell it first, but the estimate shouldn't be off by much either way. "I obtained a common appraisal certification before," she said as he stowed the bag. He asked, "Common appraisal?" Upon asking further, he learned that common appraisal and special appraisal were two entirely different things. No skills involved, purely relying on raw knowledge to determine value. And Lou offered some advice. "Bjorn, when you have free time, you should try learning it. With this, you won't need any stuffy knighthood certification nonsense." Bjorn Jandal grabbed his backpack, eyes brimming with pride. "No need, I've never seen that sort of thing among knights." Misei asked innocently, "Wait, did you get lost in the wisdom stairs again?" He answered while walking, "Without a professional explorer, what are we supposed to do? I've said it before, but every time we choose the wisdom stairs, it's pure torture." And Lou held up her pocket watch and read aloud, 4 hours and 34 minutes. Under her disapproving stare, he stammered, "It'll definitely get shorter with practice." Don't tell me she'd been timing them the entire way, keeping meticulous track every single time they cleared a set. 4 hours and 11 minutes, 3 hours and 59 minutes, 4 hours and 35 minutes. This time it actually went up again, didn't it? Bjorn answered dejectedly. "Oh, that's because Na stepped on a trap. She let it slide for now." Time flew by. By the 12th day, they concluded it was safe enough. Finally, they could sleep without someone keeping watch. And then on the 16th day, they finally reached the 100th floor. Bjorn Jandal stood with his arms crossed, gazing ahead when a voice rang out. "Bjorn, why are you blocking the paths?" He apologized, sorry. After a few more stages, the times finally showed improvement. 2 hours and 4 minutes. That's way faster. He stroked his chin with a contemplative expression, as if he'd grasped something. "There it is." One of them asked, "Grasped what?" Bjorn Jandal raised his hand, a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. "Disabling traps is much faster and easier." And Lou glanced at him with suspicion and asked, "Hey Bjorn, how long does it normally take a professional explorer to get here?" Bjorn answered seriously, "About 12 days. She did some quick mental math and exclaimed, "Then I'm not too bad, huh?" With less experienced explorers, things should be a lot easier from the 5th stratum onward. Hearing that, his face immediately darkened. "Of course," he thought dejectedly, "can't she give me even one word of praise?" Misei stepped forward, her eyes brimming with energy. "Tired yet? Our team might be the only one in the world that lets a berserker lead the way." That made his face flush slightly. "It really is just you who would say that." Not Man stepped forward and spoke up. "Then now's the time for me to step up. Of course, from now on, this old bear has to earn that extra 50% share. Because starting from the 100th floor, they could find teleportation gates leading to the 5th stratum. Looking at the gates, they discussed which door to open first. Let's go with the other side. They chose the courage stairs, they chose the wisdom stairs, they chose the courage stairs again. Just like that, another night passed, and they continued their journey of exploration. By the time they'd opened a total of 10 more doors. Day 17, around 1000 p.m. Appman points ahead, his eyes filled with surprise. It's the final door. Once they get past its guard, the portal to the 5th floor will appear. Bjorn Jandal looks over and speaks up to suggest, "Wait. The last room on the 4th floor will definitely spawn a level 5 monster. We should rest first." Na asks in confusion, "You mean that vampire-like thing?" And Lou chimes in, "Can't we just go in now?" "I feel more focused right now." Appman sighs in response, "I'm fine either way." Meanwhile, he watches them carefully and thinks to himself, is this really how this team reacts when facing a level 5 monster? In reality, the survival rate here doesn't even reach 50%. At first I thought the same, but dwelling on it probably doesn't matter anymore. Alright, let's go deal with it. Indeed, you need a creature like this to feel like you've truly graduated, looking at the monster before them. And Lu asks in puzzlement, why do we always have to use magic first? I heard the materials from its legs are really expensive. Bjorn responds with a calm, resolute gaze, alright anyway. The expensive parts are basically the same as essence. Hearing that, she reluctantly agrees, fine if that's how it is. The other half of the party freezes dead in their tracks the moment they see the Cho. System character has activated Gigantification. System character has activated Feral Burst. Bjorn Jandal advances toward the creature and throws out a taunt. Come on, bring it. Without a shred of hesitation, it throws a devastating punch and lunges forward. Bjorn Jandal raises his shield and blocks the creature's attack head-on. Now, even wielding the Torchbearer's shield poses no problem at all. The unique effect of Fusiona, grade 6 soul weapon with the Immortal Seal. Equipment performance scales proportionally with total stats. The head can weight deal with the shoulders first. System character has activated WD. The monster refuses to be outdone and immediately retaliates with a vicious counter. System character has ended Gigantification. Good, at this level he's assessed his full combat strength. Misei's blade traces a gleaming arc, slicing across the creature's body. Watching the sword cleave effortlessly through its leg, he feels a quiet swell of pride. As expected of Misathai's isn't the power of pay to win. A longsword from the item crafting system, worth 12 million mana stones. Na charges forward, blazing with fighting spirit. System Na has activated Chain Slash. Chain Slash, a level 4 active skill inherited from the Elder. Each slash triggers a double cut effect. Unfortunately, she's taken a hit, but this bastard is about to get torn apart. The others see her get knocked flying and shout in panic. Hey, Bjorn Jandal turns around, asking with concern, are you okay? She wipes the blood from her nose and replies with a proud smirk, it's nothing. Inside, he Warish may have suffered internal injuries. System Na has activated Vitality Absorption. When dealing damage to a living being, recovery rate increases. She's doing exactly as she was taught, isn't she? By using Vitality Absorption and landing a hit on the enemy. Na's HP regenerates, extremely well suited as the team's main damage dealer while the tank absorbs the blows. He needs to get Na a useful attack skill as soon as possible. As for Misei, he needs to have her drink more beast blood to raise her soul beast form's level first. Appman looks at him and asks, can I join the fight now? Bjorn Jandal asks back in slight surprise. Don't tell me you were actually standing there waiting the whole time. Appman responds calmly, I was just curious to see how those two girls, that little lady, could hold up in a fight. This sends her into a furious rage. She whips her head around and screams, I am not a lady. Appman drops to one knee, draws his weapon, and unleashes a volley of arrows at the monster. Calm down. Every single arrow finds its mark on the creature's body. 2 strike its arms, the rest hit the monster's legs. Bjorn Jandal marvels inward, Litha's old bear really does aim for every joint with surgical precision. 2 of them vanish instantly and close in. Bjorn Jandal gives the signal no is the time. Na and Misei bring their swords together and strike in unison. In an instant, the monster can no longer hold on and collapses to the ground. The Cho activates low-level regeneration. He thinks to himself, well, there's nothing left to observe now. Appman exclaims, wait. That third little miss joined a bit late, shouldn't she get to show off a little too? And Lu plants her staff into the ground and begins channeling her power. Can you please stop calling me lady? System and Lu has activated level 5 attack magic Thunder Spear. A brilliant golden radiance like bolts of lightning surges toward the monster at blinding speed. The spell scorches it black instantly, reducing its form to something unrecognizable. The Cho has been dealt with and it was almost too easy. Suddenly, he realizes that perhaps both he and Misei are thinking of the same people. Their friend Civrione who sacrificed themselves appear, one by one, in their minds. He closes his eyes gently. Yeah, the past is carved deep into bone and marrow. We press onward. Hello, this is Midnight Studio. Season 2 of Surviving the Game as a Barbarian has come to an end. Thank you all for accompanying us on this long journey. Surviving the Game as a Barbarian will go on a 2-week break. Please wait until then. Don't forget to drop a like for the guy who reviewed this series, everyone.